A series of loud shouts reached his ears, jolting him awake. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What's going on here? Before them stood an old-fashioned government office hall, with 6 yamen runners standing on either side. Below the main hall, an old man with white hair and beard knelt on the ground, repeatedly shouting that he was wronged, while holding a little girl of 7 or 8 years old in his arms. On the other side sat a middle-aged man with an oily face and a large belly. This man was sitting in the middle of the hall, leisurely fanning himself, with a sneer on his face. Qin Feng was startled. Had he transmigrated? Master. Just as he was feeling confused, a hand reached out and waved in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head and saw a thin, middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, who was standing next to him, bowing and scraping. Qin Feng finally understood the situation. He had actually transmigrated into the body of a county magistrate. Qin Feng quickly integrated the original owner's memories and gradually calmed down. But what about the system, a standard accessory for transmigrators? The moment the thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, a voice echoed in his heart. Soaring success system successfully bound. Qin Feng was overjoyed. It was exactly what he wanted. With the system, what was there to fear? New player quest activated. Judge a case fairly. Success reward, a new player gift pack. Failure penalty, divine retribution and death. A detailed system panel immediately appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The newbie quests were already activated. Qin Feng glanced at them and immediately felt a chill. Damn, the penalty for failure is too harsh. My lord, the case is already very clear. Let's pronounce the verdict quickly. Jia Wu urged again from the side. Qin Feng glanced at him, realizing he hadn't even figured out what was going on, so how could he possibly make a judgment? The Sino-Japanese War was described in a single, casual sentence. But if Qin Feng made a wrong judgment, would he really be made to suffer divine retribution on his behalf? I didn't hear you clearly. Please recount the case to me. The Jia Wu emperor, who had been all smiles, immediately frowned. Sir, please don't joke around. Didn't I just say that already? Didn't you understand what I said? Say it again. Qin Feng slammed his gavel, and Jia Wu's brows furrowed even more. Jia Wu was puzzled. What was wrong with Qin Feng today? He was usually very obedient, so what was he up to? He glared at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng immediately glared back without any politeness. Qin Feng touched the gavel in his hand, secretly marveling at how satisfying that strike had been. Ahem, then I'll repeat it again, Jia Wu said somewhat impatiently. In this case, Old Man Li is the plaintiff. He said that he was selling his family's heirloom jade with his granddaughter when he was tricked into going home by Master Zhang. As a result, not only did they take the precious jade without paying, but they also tried to forcibly take Old Man Li's granddaughter. So Old Man Li sued Master Zhang. Master Zhang argued that Baoyu originally belonged to him, and that it was Old Man Li who wanted to sell his granddaughter. Master Zhang promised Baoyu to him, but Old Man Li tricked him, not only beating up the people in the Zhang family, but also taking Baoyu and his granddaughter out with him. After listening, Qin Feng nodded. I see. Then, in your opinion, before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Jia Wu interrupted, saying, in my humble opinion, it was Old Man Li who falsely accused Master Zhang. Why? Old Li and his granddaughter look like beggars. Where would they have any family heirloom jade to sell? But Master Zhang is one of the wealthiest men in the area, with thousands of acres of fertile land and a house full of riches. Why would he covet a piece of broken jade? In my humble opinion, Old Man Li is making a false accusation. Please, Your Honor, acquit Master Zhang. Injustice! Injustice! Old Man Li shouted again immediately after hearing this. My lord, please make a judgment quickly. Seeing that Qin Feng remained unmoved, Jia Wu took out a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and secretly slipped it into Qin Feng's hands. My lord, please make a judgment quickly. Qin Feng glanced at Jia Wu and the silver notes in his hand, but did not reach out to take them. He simply sneered. This official still needs to consider this. Outside the county government office, countless people had already gathered. Qin Feng's original owner was a licentious and immoral man, and his reputation was already ruined. The people didn't expect him to make a fair judgment. They just wanted to wait until the case was decided, then use their numbers to hurl insults and throw things like cabbages and radishes at him. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, Qin Feng surprisingly said that he needed to consider it carefully. This Qin dog, isn't he always the one who agrees with whatever Jia Wu says? Has he changed his ways today? Qin Go has always been greedy and insatiable, colluding with that Master Jia. Do you really expect that beast to change his ways? What's really troubling Qin Feng now is how to solve this case. Once that 100-tael silver note from the Sino-Japanese War was handed over, the truth of the matter was already quite clear. However, judging a case ultimately requires evidence and persuasion through reason. One cannot simply accept whatever Qin Feng says as fact. Sir, if you don't sentence me according to my judgment, I will report you for embezzlement and corruption, and you will immediately lose your official position. Jia Wu approached Qin Feng, pulled out 2 more 100-tael silver notes, and threatened in a low voice. Qin Feng still didn't reach out to take them. This is clearly an attempt to put Qin Feng in an unjust position in front of the system. Judging from Jia Wu's appearance, he's probably already very familiar with this kind of thing. Qin Feng glanced at the silver notes, and an idea instantly came to him. He smiled slightly and said to Jia Wu, "Call Master Zhang aside for a talk." Jia Wu thought Qin Feng was finally ready to give in, and chuckled. "Yes, sir." When the people saw that the magistrate had actually called the defendant aside and was whispering to him, they immediately concluded that something was amiss and began to curse him again. I wonder how much money that guy surnamed Zhang gave this corrupt official. Why hasn't this kind of corrupt official been struck by lightning yet? Hearing the curses behind him, Old Man Li was filled with despair, and his expression was full of hopelessness. On one side of the hall, Jia Wu brought Zhang Duguanren to Qin Feng. "Lord Qin, Master Zhang's sincerity is evident, so please don't accept it anymore," Jia Wu said. "That's right, a full 1,000 taels. I hope you can make a judgment quickly, sir, and not be too greedy." Master Zhang, fanning himself, interjected, stating the exact amount. Despite the enormous sum involved in the Sino-Japanese War, he showed no sign of nervousness. After all, that's what they did before. Every time, the Jiao Emperor was in charge of judging the cases, and he took the lion's share of the bribes. Qin Feng looked at the two of them, lowered his posture slightly, and chuckled. 1,000 taels of silver is enough. However, there are many people and eyes in and around this government office. Just the other day, an official document was sent, saying that the emperor has sent an imperial envoy to various places to inspect and deal with corrupt officials. Upon hearing this, Jia Wu nodded slightly. "Indeed. Rest assured, sir, I will be careful in the future if such a thing happens again. I will do it today. Today is easy. I'll trouble you, Master Zhang, to write a note saying that this money is a donation to the Yamen to buy grain for disaster relief. If the imperial envoy does arrive, it will provide corroborating evidence. As for today's case, I guarantee to give Lord Zhang a fair judgment," Qin Feng interjected. "That's one way." Zhou nodded, but was also somewhat surprised. When did this good-for-nothing come up with such an idea? Qin Feng immediately had Jia Wu write the document, and then had Master Zhang sign and affix his seal before returning to his seat in the hall. "After your investigation, Your Honor, it has been determined that Old Man Li made a false accusation and swindled Master Zhang out of his precious jade. Guards, come here." As Jia Wu reached out to touch the token, Qin Feng suddenly slammed the gavel down, striking his wrist directly. "Nonsense. I haven't even heard the case yet. How dare you, a mere clerk, presume to deliver a verdict?" Ding. Scolding a subordinate for overstepping authority, official prestige, +1. As soon as Qin Feng made this move, a system notification immediately sounded in his mind. This was quite interesting. Although it only increased his official prestige by 1 point, Qin Feng was already noticeably different from when he first woke up. Jia Wu suddenly turned around and saw Qin Feng staring at him with a face full of anger, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Jia Wu was filled with surprise and doubt. What was going on? Qin Feng, this incompetent official, was usually a lazy and gluttonous idiot. How come he suddenly seemed to have a lot of authority now? Jia Wu also noticed the change in Qin Feng and unconsciously lowered his posture slightly. "My lord, what's wrong with you?" "Humph. Step aside and let me conduct a fair trial." Qin Feng waved his hand, sweeping Jia Wu away from his sight. Ding. Stopped the corrupt official, official prestige, +1. The countless people outside the Yamen were also stunned. Wasn't it usually the clerk who was in charge of delivering verdicts and wrongly accusing innocent people, while Qin Feng just stood by and watched? What exactly is this corrupt official up to today? Old Li, I ask you, where is the family heirloom jade you speak of? Although Old Man Li didn't understand what was going on, he still took out a cloth bag from his bosom with trembling hands and opened it layer by layer. Sure enough, inside was a crystal-clear mutton fat jade pendant, its value immediately apparent. "Bring it here." At Qin Feng's command, a Yamen runner took the precious jade from Old Man Li's hand and presented it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the jade pendant in his hand, examined it over and over, and then looked at the two people below and asked, "Since you both claim this precious jade as your own, you must be extremely familiar with it. Let me ask you, how did these barely noticeable cracks on one corner of this jade pendant come about?" "Master Zhang, you go first." Master Zhang was taken aback, first looking at Qin Feng, then at Jia Wu. "That was accidentally bumped and damaged when the little rascal was playing with it." Qin Feng slammed his gavel. "Nonsense. Ding. You saw through the prisoner's lie, your official prestige value increased by 1. Qin Feng even felt his back getting straighter and straighter. "Old Li, tell him the truth." Old Li's eyes lit up with hope as he said excitedly, "My family heirloom jade is flawless. There isn't a single crack. Indeed, there are no cracks on this jade pendant at all. I was just pretending that it had a flaw." Qin Feng suddenly stood up, slammed the gavel again, and pointed at Master Zhang, shouting, "You audacious scoundrel! How dare you deceive this official with lies in court? Your crime is unforgivable. Guards, give him 30 strokes of the cane immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng picked up a token and threw it down. This action stunned everyone. "That Qin dog. No, Lord Qin, he actually made a fair judgment today? Am I dreaming? This case was handled well. This is the kind of magistrate who deserves to be called our local official, the one who is truly our parent official." However, some people believe that Qin Feng's fair judgment was only because the two sides could not agree on the price. At this moment, Jia Wu and Zhang de Guanren finally realized what was happening. Jia Wu hurriedly said, "Wait, sir, you can't jump to conclusions. If this official really gets beaten, who will support the county government in the future?" "Master, isn't this case obvious enough? How could someone as clever as you be deceived by this esteemed official?" Jia Wu was speechless. Qin Feng's tactics were indeed brilliant, and he had nothing to say. Now he could only grit his teeth in anger. Why has Qin Feng suddenly become so clever? No, he must have taken the wrong medicine. Why is he suddenly so obsessed with money? Even Master Zhang was startled by Qin Feng's verdict. He was over 40 years old and had been a bully to his neighbors for over a decade. When had he ever been punished? 30 strokes of the cane? That's practically killing him. "Qin Feng, how dare you?" Qin Feng sneered. "Since you dared to deceive me, you are in contempt of court. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" He looked at the group of bewildered constables, glared at them, pointed out 2 names, and urged them again. "Wang Long, Sun Debao, can't you hear me? Execute them immediately." The 2 men looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never used their boards to strike a landlord or gentry like Master Zhang before. What exactly does Lord Qin mean by this today? Are you really going to fight? Wang Long even doubted his own ears and couldn't help but confirm it again. Moreover, there was a reason why Qin Feng called out their names. Apart from these 2, the other Yamen runners were all relatives brought in by Jia Wu, the clerk, and they certainly wouldn't listen to Qin Feng. Wang Long and Sun Debao were only recently recruited in the last 2 months. The token has already been issued. There's no reason not to strike. Strike it for me. Intimidate the Yamen runners. Official prestige +2. The system notification sounded again, which made Qin Feng even more motivated, and his expression became extremely serious. Wang Long and Sun Debao were immediately startled. They had never seen Magistrate Qin look like this before. The 2 men dared not hesitate any longer and stepped forward together, one on each side, to lift up Master Zhang. The 2 men kicked him to the ground, lifted his robes, and began to beat him with their batons. Jia Wu wanted to stop him, but couldn't think of a suitable reason. Just as he hesitated, Master Zhang screamed in agony. Zhang de Guanren howled like a ghost, and his first 2 cries were full of energy. "You took 1,000 taels of silver from me, and you still dare to have someone beat me? I'm going to report you to the governor and accuse you of corruption and perverting the law." When Zhang de Guanren received the 4th blow, he felt as if his legs were about to be broken, and he glared fiercely at Qin Feng. The people outside the door were initially delighted to hear how badly Zhang had been beaten. Now everyone was bewildered. They'd already accepted 1,000 taels of silver. How could they still get this verdict? Had the magistrate lost his mind? Chapter 4. Stop. Qin Feng immediately stopped Wang Long and Sun Debao when he heard Zhang de Guanren mention 1,000 taels of silver. He squinted at him and said, "You just said that I embezzled 1,000 taels from you? That's right. You took the money but didn't do the job. I'll definitely sue you." Master Zhang forced his head back, but after only 4 blows, the clothes on his buttocks were already torn, red and swollen, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. Qin Feng asked calmly, "When did you bribe me?" "Just now." "Nonsense. Ding." Official prestige +2. Qin Feng took out the note that Zhang de Guanren had just written and unfolded it in front of everyone. It's clearly written in black and white that you voluntarily donated 1,000 taels of silver to the county government for improving the government offices and providing disaster relief during famine years. How could it be considered a bribe? Your fingerprints are still here. Wang Long, show them to the villagers, but don't damage them. This is proof of my incorruptibility. Cleverly combating evil, wit +5. Qin Feng was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected this to increase his intelligence points. He had indeed been prepared. Wang Long took the note blankly and walked to the entrance of the yamen to show it to the people. The more he looked, the more something seemed amiss. The county magistrate today was like a completely different person. Several literate scholars examined the document closely and immediately exclaimed, "Lord Qin is right. It really is a donation." It even says on the document that it's reserved for disaster relief and purchasing grain. The people immediately erupted in discussion. How could such a stingy official like Zhang be willing to donate 1,000 taels? Who cares what happened? It's a good thing our county has an extra 1,000 taels for disaster relief. Zhang, the official, was ashen-faced, his heart filled with bitterness. He had always thought Qin Feng was a greedy and lustful fool, but who knew that he would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by this fellow today? Qin Feng, how could you? Shut up. The gavel slammed down, and Qin Feng coldly shouted, "You donated money first, then falsely accused me of embezzlement. You're clearly trying to frame a high-ranking official. Guards, give him another 20 strokes of the cane." The token flew out and struck Master Zhang squarely in the face. This was no ordinary rod. It was specifically designed to intimidate and embolden. Even a seasoned martial artist would feel their bones soften after 20 strokes. But for a pampered rich man like Master Zhang, 50 strokes would be practically fatal. Qin Feng, you can't. After being struck 4 more times, Master Zhang was nearly dead and finally gave in completely. "Lord Qin, spare me. Spare me." Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him, looking down at him. "If you ask me to spare you, does that mean you admit you framed me?" "Yes, I admit it. Old Man Li accused you of swindling Baoyu and abducting women, and you admit that too?" "I acknowledge it. I acknowledge it all." "Then do you acknowledge the 1,000 taels of silver donated to the county government?" Master Zhang gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I acknowledge it. This 1,000 taels is for improving the county government and for disaster relief in years of famine. I personally signed it. I acknowledge it." "Very well. Help him up." Qin Feng smiled very gently. "The country has its laws. You have bullied your neighbors and forcibly taken women, so I will naturally deal with you impartially. However, considering your strong support for the construction of the county government, I'll keep the remaining 42 strokes of the rod for now. If you dare to commit any more crimes in the future, I'll make up for them all at once." Jia Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Feng's move was truly ruthless, yet his calculations were flawless, leaving Zhang de Guanren speechless. When did this guy become so shrewd? Just then, Qin Feng suddenly changed the subject, picking up the 300 tael silver notes that Jia Wu had left under the table. "I have only received 300 taels so far. When does Master Zhang plan to send the remaining 700 taels?" Master Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He had spent 1,000 taels of silver to get the jade pendant worth 2,000 taels and xiaoya. Now he hadn't gotten the jade pendant, hadn't gotten the girl. His silver had become a donation. He had admitted to the crime, had been flogged, and was going to jail. But Qin Feng actually demanded 700 taels from him. Master Zhang burst into tears on the spot. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowing desperately. "Lord Qin, please investigate. I gave all 1,000 taels to Master Jia. Not a single coin was missing." Qin Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he turned to look at Jia Wu. "Oh, he gave you 1,000 taels, but you only gave me 300. The remaining 700 taels, did you perhaps embezzle them, sir?" Jia Wu snapped back to reality, a chill running down his spine. "Damn it, this Qin Feng brat, is he planning to mess with me? Lord Qin, how dare you?" System notifications rang out in quick succession. Qin Feng gave Jia Wu no chance to explain, slamming his gavel down abruptly. "This 1,000 taels of silver was donated to the yamen by Master Zhang. Yet you dare to embezzle it for your own benefit. What is your punishment?" Just as Jia Wu was about to speak, Qin Feng interrupted him sharply. "This county is located in a remote area, and the county government facilities are outdated. The yamen runner's annual salary is only 5 taels of silver. I have already made arrangements for that 1,000 taels of silver. 300 taels of it will be specially awarded to the yamen runners and servants. Each yamen runner will receive 15 taels, and the rest will receive rewards according to their rank. But you, Jia Wu, dared to pocket 700 taels all by yourself. Where do you place me? And where do you place these brothers who risk their lives for the government? Qin Feng spoke with righteous indignation, while the yamen runners below listened with shining eyes. Over the years, the Sino-Japanese War had given them benefits, but mostly just copper coins and silver scraps. When had they ever seen such a large reward as 15 taels? In an instant, the hearts and minds that the Sino-Japanese War had won over the years all began to lean towards Qin Feng. Jia Wu's face turned deathly pale as he finally realized Qin Feng's true purpose. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, and he knelt down with a thud. Lord Qin, Shut up. Qin Feng interrupted him again, turning his head to order. Men, search Master Jia's body and see if the 700 taels of silver notes are still there. Qin Feng had personally witnessed Jia Wu stuff the silver notes into his sleeve, and a search would provide conclusive evidence. 3 of the bailiffs in the hall were relatives of Jia Wu, and they hesitated somewhat. But the others couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, grabbing Jia Wu and searching him. Soon, 700 taels of silver notes were found on him. Sir, Master Jia indeed has 700 taels of silver notes on him. The constables angrily handed the notes to Qin Feng. After all, some of that money was their reward. Jia Wu was completely panicked. He never imagined that the county magistrate, whom he had always sidelined and regarded as useless, would suddenly turn on him today and destroy the foundation he had built up in the county government over the years with just a few words. The Qin Feng before him was no longer the incompetent, weak, greedy, and lustful magistrate he once was. He was clearly a cunning and shrewd, upright official. Jia Wu stared at him in terror. Just who are you? Nonsense. Qin Feng slammed his fist on the table and stood up. I am Qin Feng, the magistrate of this county. Don't you even recognize me? He then immediately pronounced his verdict. In the Jia Wu year, he embezzled and abused his power to misappropriate disaster relief funds. His crimes are unforgivable. Give him 100 strokes of the cane, remove him from his post as clerk, and throw him into prison. 10 days later, he will be exiled to the frontier to do menial labor. Wang Long, you take 3 constables to Jia Wu's house to confiscate his property. He has served in the county government for 5 years, and his salary is only 35 taels. Leave 35 taels for his family, and confiscate all the rest of his property. Take him away. Qin Feng pulled out his token and smashed it hard against Jia Wu's face. Several yamen runners were now filled with hatred for Jia Wu, and the 4 of them lifted him up and dragged him out. Jia Wu was terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Nephews, save me." He knew that being exiled to the frontier was terrible, but what was even more terrible was that Qin Feng might not let him reach the frontier alive. 3 relatives of the Jia Wu emperor finally stepped forward, brandishing their disciplinary rods, to block their colleagues from escorting the prisoners. They had long followed the Jia Wu emperor in his evil deeds and refused to believe he would fall so easily. Seeing this, Qin Feng slammed his gavel for the 4th time. The resounding boom echoed in the hearts of the 3 men. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "You 3, are you trying to rebel?" Qin Feng's official authority had greatly increased. His mere presence in the hall commanded respect. The 3 constables, already feeling insecure, instantly lost their composure after being stared at by him. Qin Feng slowly said, "I know you are related to the Jia Wu emperor. I also know you are lazy and oppressive to the people because of the Jia Wu emperor. But the main culprit is the Jia Wu emperor, and you are just accomplices. Now step down. At most, I will dismiss you from your posts and send you back to where you were. But what if you want to rebel?" Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence, only letting out a cold smile. The 3 men's mental defenses instantly crumbled. The constable at the front knelt down with a thud. "Your Honor, spare us. What I did was all instigated by Jia Wu. When I entered the county government, I originally wanted to be a good constable." The other 2 hurriedly knelt down as well. "Lord Qin, spare our lives. How dare we rebel? We're here to uphold justice and personally punish Jia Wu." "That's more like it." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, Jia Wu's 100 strokes of the cane are yours." Thus, the 4 bailiffs who had originally been escorting Jia Wu quickly increased to 7. Not long after, Jia Wu's pig-like screams echoed through the courtyard. From the moment Qin Feng angrily rebuked Zhang de Guanren for uttering utter nonsense, the entire trial was full of twists and turns, keeping the surrounding crowd thoroughly entertained. Not only did he uphold justice in judging the case, but he also obtained 1,000 taels of silver from Master Zhang and took the opportunity to eliminate the culprit, Master Jia, in the Yamen, confiscating his property as well. At this moment, Qin Feng's image in the hearts of the people became completely lofty. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's task. A beginner's gift pack has been sent to your system space. Please claim it as soon as possible. This is the first case you participated in judging. The system rating is 3 stars, and you are rewarded with 100 reputation points, 50 official prestige points, and 50 intelligence points. The series of system notifications brought Qin Feng a huge sigh of relief. The novice quest was complete, his life was safe, and the rewards were so generous that his mental effort hadn't been in vain. Meanwhile, the onlookers were in an uproar. Good. The verdict is excellent. Master Jia has committed countless evils and deserved his retribution long ago. So Lord Qin wasn't a corrupt official after all. He'd been deceived and coerced by the Sino-Japanese War all along. Lord Qin has endured humiliation and hardship, and today he has finally eliminated this villain. The people of our county are blessed. The Jade Pendant case was handled brilliantly. Lord Qin is truly a just and upright official. He even donated 700 taels of silver to relieve famine. He is a true benevolent official. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, some even kneeling in reverence, chanting in unison, "Your Honor, the upright judge." Old Man Li, sitting in the hall, was in tears. He had thought he would be unjustly imprisoned and wouldn't even be able to protect his granddaughter, Xiaoya. Now that his innocence had been cleared, he was so excited that he crawled to the desk and kowtowed 3 times. "Thank you so much, Lord Qin, for your wise judgment. Lord Qin is just and selfless, and I am eternally grateful." After saying this, he hurriedly pulled Xiaoya over. "Quickly, kowtow to Lord Qin." Xiaoya obediently stepped forward, about to kneel down, when Qin Feng quickly came down from the hall and helped the grandfather and granddaughter up. "Please rise quickly. As the magistrate of this county, it is my duty to speak up for the people and handle cases impartially. You need not do this." Then, Qin Feng walked out of the main hall and addressed all the people in a loud voice. "I mistakenly trusted Master Jia before, thinking that he could serve the people for me. I never expected that he would become a threat. Now that he has been eliminated, if any of you have any grievances, you may come here to seek redress." "Your Honor, the upright judge," the crowd responded in unison, their voices booming. Qin Feng smiled, but inwardly he couldn't help but think, this feeling of being revered by thousands is truly exhilarating. This case is closed. Registrar, record this. Court adjourned. While the people's support was certainly comforting, Qin Feng found the system's beginner's gift pack far more appealing. He couldn't simply take things out of the system space out of thin air, otherwise it would terrify everyone. So he quickly dismissed the crowd and ended the trial. After receiving his beating, Master Zhang was released and sent home. Jia Wu only received 20 strokes before passing out and was immediately thrown into prison. Following the original owner's memories, Qin Feng returned to the backyard of the county government office. In ancient times, the county magistrate lived inside the office building, and the backyard was his designated living area. He ordered the constables to guard the door and not allow anyone to approach, then returned to his bedroom, closed the door, sat on the bed, and entered the system space. Sure enough, there was a bundle inside. Qin Feng took out the bundle and opened it. Inside were only a book and a bottle of pills. The book was titled Basic Martial Arts, and the medicine bottle was engraved with 3 characters, strengthening pill. The back of the bottle was covered with densely packed instructions. Basic martial arts are indeed practical. These days, the law is chaotic, and there aren't many firearms. If you really encounter danger, having strong fists is the only way to survive. He opened the book, but was suddenly stunned. The book vanished from his hands. Immediately afterward, a flood of basic martial arts techniques rushed into his mind. Fist and foot techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, and movement techniques, as if he had practiced them hundreds of times before and had completely mastered them. Qin Feng got up and tried punching and kicking. His movements were standard, smooth, and without any hesitation. System product, truly extraordinary. Afterward, he picked up the strengthening pill and carefully examined the instructions. Taking 1 pill grants the strength of an ox. There are 9 pills in the bottle, and only 1 can be taken per month. Overdosing will result in death. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Luckily, I read the instructions first. This isn't some kind of strengthening pill. It's clearly a superhuman strength pill. If I had swallowed them all at once, I probably would have died on the spot. He carefully poured out 1 pill and swallowed it directly. The pill went down his throat and instantly transformed into a warm current that spread from his throat throughout his body, warming him up completely. After the warmth lasted for about 5 minutes, Qin Feng clearly felt his muscles begin to swell and grow, and sweat poured out of his body. As he sweated, the fat gradually shrank. Muscles grew and fat disappeared. With this increase and decrease, his physique seemed to change little, but his big belly had become an 8-pack, and his thick, fat hands and feet had been replaced by solid muscles. However, due to the wide official robes, outsiders could not tell at all. Qin Feng glanced around the room, his gaze landing on the large wooden cabinet against the wall. The cabinet was filled with expensive fabrics and clothes, and the double doors were at least 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, weighing at least 400 or 500 kilograms. But with just one hand supporting the bottom of the cabinet, he easily lifted the entire wooden cabinet above his head. Awesome. I never thought I, Qin Feng, could have such strength. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. He ripped open his shirt, touching his surprisingly strong muscles, and felt a surge of secret pleasure. In his previous life, he was just a weak scholar who would be exhausted after a trip to the market or carrying 2 bags weighing 20 or 30 pounds. His physical condition was extremely poor. But this body of mine is now far stronger than those who have spent years honing their skills, and it seems to contain inexhaustible strength. The elixir says that taking 1 pill will give you the strength of an ox, and it turns out that this is not an exaggeration, but truly the strength of an ox. The rewards from this system are simply too generous. This system is awesome. Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. While some rejoiced, others grieved. Zhang de Guanren and Jia Wu were the 2 most unlucky. At least Master Zhang managed to produce 1,000 taels of silver, and he didn't receive the full 50 strokes of the cane. After the court session, he was helped back to the Zhang residence by his servants. Jia Wu wasn't so lucky. He was beaten until he fainted and was thrown into prison, awaiting exile to the frontier 3 days later. He hadn't even finished his 100 strokes of the cane. It wasn't that Qin Feng was being lenient. If he had continued, the man would have died in court. As soon as Master Zhang returned home, the entire Zhang family was in an uproar. All the renowned doctors in the county were summoned to apply medicine, and the Zhang family's 3 wives and 4 concubines surrounded the bed, weeping and wailing. Local gentry who were on good terms with the Zhang family also arrived one after another. These people had previously heard that Qin Feng had accepted money from the wealthy Zhang family during the court hearing and had even beaten him in the end, so none of them believed it. Only after seeing Zhang de Guanren's bloodied and mangled buttocks with their own eyes did everyone have to accept the fact. Someone slammed their fist on the table in anger. Has Qin Feng lost his mind? He even dared to hit Zhang de Guanren. Another man sneered. He's just a lowly county magistrate, and his daily meals and money are all provided by us, aren't they? He used to be nothing more than a dog we kept, but now he dares to bite his master. Some people frowned, unable to understand. Isn't Qin Feng cutting off his own escape route by doing this? Master Zhang, have you offended him before? Master Zhang lay on the bed and weakly waved his hand. When have I ever offended him? Today in court, I even gave him 1,000 taels of silver. He took the money and still dared to hit me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That scoundrel even cheated." What was clearly a bribe became a donation in his mouth. As he spoke, he slammed his fist against the edge of the bed, which aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, his face contorted with rage. The local gentry, upon hearing this, all turned pale. Taking money and then assaulting someone. This Qin Feng was utterly unruly. A sullen-faced local gentry coughed, reminding everyone, "Gentlemen, we can't just look at how Master Zhang got beaten up. Although we have money, we don't have much power. Even if Qin Feng was a coward before, he could still do things for us. Now that he's suddenly changed, who will we turn to when we run into trouble?" This question struck a chord with everyone. Some speculated. Could it be that Qin Feng is after that beautiful jade? Someone immediately shook their head. That jade has already been returned to Old Manly. As for the 700 taels that Master Zhang gave us, he said he wanted to keep it for disaster relief, but we don't know if that's true or not. Could it be that he really wants to be an honest official? What use is an honest official? What we need are capable people. At this moment, someone lowered their voice and said, "I heard that Qin Feng even exiled people after the First Sino-Japanese War. Could it be that the First Sino-Japanese War bullied him too much, and Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, and took this opportunity to retaliate?" After careful consideration, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Master Zhang felt this reason was the most plausible. After all, He had given 1,000 taels, and Jia Wu dared to intercept 700. Any county magistrate in that situation would likely have found it unacceptable. But if that were the case, wouldn't he have been unfairly punished? The more Zhang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he roared with trembling hands. Qin Feng even dared to hit me. I won't swallow this. Someone, bring me pen and ink. I need to write a letter and send it to my uncle. His uncle was the prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture in Yunnan Province, and also the direct superior of Ninghai County, who was in charge of Qin Feng, a 7th-ranked county magistrate. At that time, in court, Zhang de Guanren didn't even have a chance to bring up this connection before Qin Feng forced him to confess his guilt. Now that he knew he had powerful backers, he felt confident. The local gentry also breathed a sigh of relief. Most people who made a name for themselves in the area had some connections, but they were usually reluctant to use them. Now that Master Zhang had taken the initiative, they were naturally happy to have some peace of mind. Meanwhile, Jia Wu also woke up in prison. He had barely opened his eyes when he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Struggling to crawl to the cell door, he shouted at Sun Debao outside. Sun Debao, go tell Qin Feng to release me right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sun Debao had suffered a lot of bullying during the First Sino-Japanese War, so seeing him like this made him feel incredibly happy. He raised an eyebrow. Master Jia. No, you're not a master anymore. You'd better save your energy. You still have 60 strokes left out of the 100 strokes. You'll be exiled in 3 days. If you behave yourself, maybe Lord Qin can spare those 60 strokes. Life on the frontier is tough, but it's better to live a miserable life than to die. If you get another 60 strokes of the cane in 3 days, you might lose your life. Jia Wu trembled with rage. He wouldn't dare. Go tell Qin Feng that I, Jia Wu, am not someone he can afford to offend. I am from the same hometown as Jia Chong, the prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture. By seniority, the prefect is my grandfather. If he dares to exile me, his time as a county magistrate is over. Sun Debao was stunned, even dropping the peanuts in his hand. He hadn't expected that the prefect was backing him up during the Sino-Japanese War, and he quickly turned to find Qin Feng to report the news. At that moment, Qin Feng was checking his attribute panel. Host, Qin Feng. Official rank. County Magistrate, 100 more Qintian points needed for upgrade. Rank, 7th grade. Official Prestige, 60 points, /99999. Martial Prowess, Level 1, the strength of 1 ox. Next level, the strength of 2 oxen. Intelligence, 63/99999. Uprightness, 100/99999. Reputation, 100/99999. Seeing the additional upgrade requirements in the official rank section, Qin Feng's heart stirred. Could it be that as long as he had enough uprightness points, he could continuously rise through the ranks? Just as he was about to ask the system, Sun Debao suddenly knocked on the door urgently. Sir, come in. Sun Debao hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, saying before he could speak, Sir, Master Jia. Qin Feng frowned. What did you call him? Jia Wu has already been dismissed from his post and is no longer a secretary. A secretary was not an official position of the imperial court, but was hired by the county magistrate and paid by the county magistrate. Qin Feng could dismiss Jia Wu without reporting to anyone. His word was law. Sun Debao quickly corrected himself. It was Jia Wu. He told me to tell you to release him immediately. He said you can't afford to offend him, and that he and the prefect of Dengzhou are from the same hometown, and by seniority, the prefect is his grandfather. Qin Feng's gaze darkened slightly upon hearing this. Is that so? Qin Feng frowned. In the original owner's memories, Jia Wu never mentioned the prefect's background. Why would he suddenly appear now? The original owner was a good-for-nothing. Jia Wu could easily control him with his cleverness, so there was no need for him to reveal his trump card. Seeing the change in his expression, Sun Debao cautiously asked, Lord Qin, are you really going to release Jia Wu and reinstate him to his position as clerk? What if the prefect finds out? Release him? Qin Feng sneered. Jia Wu was corrupt and lawless, and it is only right for me to punish him. The verdict has been handed down. How can I take it back? If I spare him, won't the people look down on me? This matter need not be mentioned again, and he will be exiled as scheduled in 3 days. Sun Debao was still somewhat uneasy. But what about the prefect? Are you the county magistrate, or am I? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Just do as I say. Qin Feng now possessed 60 points of official prestige, while Sun Debao, merely a yamen runner, was intimidated by Qin Feng's words and dared not utter another word. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Feng asked again, Have Wang Long's men who raided the house returned yet? Not yet. Do you know Jia Wu's address? Sun Debao had run errands for Jia Wu before, so he naturally knew. Qin Feng immediately ordered him to lead the way and go to Jia Wu's house himself. The original owner had often oppressed the people and accepted bribes with Jia Wu, but judging from Jia Wu's greedy behavior today, the original owner probably only received a small share. The real lion's share must be hidden in Jia Wu's hands. Soon, the two arrived at a large mansion on the west side of the county town. A crowd of people had gathered in front of the gate, but upon seeing the magistrate, they scattered. Qin Feng looked up and saw two large characters on the plaque, Jia Mansion. The compound's walls were a full 50 meters long, larger than the county government office, and two pairs of imposing stone lions stood guard at the gate, exuding grandeur. Just how much silver did that bastard Jia Wu embezzle? Qin Feng cursed under his breath as he strode inside. Upon seeing him arrive, Wang Long hurriedly greeted him. Lord Qin, how is the inventory? Reporting to you, sir, Jia Wu has a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings hidden in his house. He has also bought many expensive clothes and jewelry for his wife and 3 concubines. Wang Long nearly let slip halfway through his sentence, then quickly corrected himself. The wealth he amassed is several times more than what you've accumulated. We've already counted 2/3 of it, but haven't finished checking it all yet. As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the account books. Qin Feng glanced through the ledger a few times, his brows furrowing even more deeply. The assets recorded in the ledger amounted to 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels was no small sum. His annual salary as a county magistrate was only 50 taels, and it would take him 100 years to save that much without eating or drinking. But today, in an attempt to escape punishment, Master Zhang casually pulled out 1,000 taels. Having served as a secretary for many years during the Jia Wu era, profiting for the local gentry and oppressing the common people, how could only 5,000 taels be found in his home? This is absolutely impossible. Could this bastard have hidden the silver? Qin Feng pondered. If that's the case, we can't just exile him. We have to make him cough up all the money. The intelligence points given by the system had indeed made his mind much sharper. He hadn't yet figured out a way to force Jia Wu to speak. He returned the account books to Wang Long and ordered in a deep voice, continue the inventory and move all the property back to the county government office. The Yamen runners immediately showed joy and responded in unison. They thought that this raid would finally give them a share of the spoils. But when the valuables were brought into the county government office, Qin Feng said directly, all this rice and flour will be distributed to the poor households in the county. All the gold and silver have been put into the treasury, and notices have been posted. Anyone who is poorly clothed, starving, and unable to make ends meet can come and receive relief funds. The Yamen runners were all stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask, Sir, are all these things distributed like this? Yes, that's how they're distributed. Qin Feng's gaze was cold and sharp. Everyone who receives them must be registered, and even if it's just a single coin, it must be remembered clearly. I will personally examine the accounts in the future. If there is any oversight, you will be held accountable. Someone tried to speak up. Then we. Qin Feng shouted, his face solemn. I know all about the misdeeds you committed under the Jia Wu Emperor. Now is a time when we need capable people, so I will let it slide for the time being. But since you are wearing the uniform of the county government, you should set an example and speak up for the people. If you bully the people again in the future, I will not let you off lightly. As for trying to get a share of the spoils from this county, don't even think about it. Get rid of that idea now. Qin Feng's official authority pressed down, and the Yamen runners immediately lowered their heads. But soon, they realized what he meant and became increasingly resentful. Before, when I followed Jia Wu, I could always get some reward money every now and then. Now that I'm following Qin Feng, am I not even going to get a single tael of silver? 2 of the fiercest-looking constables in the crowd exchanged a glance and stepped forward with faces full of dissatisfaction. My lord, this is not a good idea. You and Jia Wu are of the same ilk. We brothers only helped you put Jia Wu in jail to stay with you. Now you want to cut off our livelihood. We cannot agree to this. Qin Feng looked at the 2 men and asked calmly, So what do you think? The 2 men sneered. We'll divide the 5,000 taels among ourselves, giving each of us 400 taels and leaving the remaining 1,000 taels for the magistrate. That way, everyone's better off. The 2 immediately demanded to divide the confiscated money. Qin Feng smiled and said, What if I refuse? Refuse? Then don't blame us for being impolite. We'll let you taste our fists first, and see if you dare to refuse again. 2 burly men rolled up their sleeves and pounced straight at Qin Feng. These two had served on the battlefield and honed their skills in the army. They were strong, powerful, and skilled in martial arts. Before the First Sino-Japanese War, they had bullied the former Qin Feng and had even personally taken action against him. The original owner of this body was timid and cowardly. After being beaten twice, he completely submitted and never dared to disobey the Sino-Japanese War. But the Qin Feng of today is no longer that useless piece of trash who can be easily manipulated. They still wanted to force him to obey with force, but they had clearly miscalculated. With basic martial arts skills at his disposal, Qin Feng wasn't afraid of two constables or even several more. He took a half step back, dodging their fists, and then unleashed two powerful punches, slamming them hard into their chests with two resounding thuds. The two constables were instantly struck as if by a bull, their chests throbbing with pain, and they staggered backward. Qin Feng, however, gave them no chance to catch their breath. He drew the swords from their waists and shouted sternly, "Although I am only a 7th-rank official, I am still an official of the imperial court. Attacking an official of the imperial court is punishable by death according to the law." The basic sword techniques instantly flashed through his mind. He swept his sword horizontally, and the blade flashed. The two constables didn't even have time to scream before their heads flew off, their bodies crashing to the ground, staining the ground red with blood. The other constables were all terrified. Those who had originally intended to join the trouble but hadn't acted first were now chilled to the bone. Who could have imagined that Qin Feng, whom they had always looked down upon, could single-handedly kill two ruthless characters? Qin Feng coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. "Do any of you also have objections to my decision?" The crowd's legs went weak, and they all knelt down in unison. "Lord Qin, please calm your anger. We dare not be disrespectful." "Then bury the body. Do what I told you to do immediately." Qin Feng wiped the blood from his knife, casually stabbed it back into the corpse's waist, and turned to leave. From that day on, no one in the county government dared to underestimate this magistrate. As the days passed, the county government's proclamation caused an uproar among the poor people of Ninghai County. The government was not only distributing rice and flour for free, but even those families who were too poor to survive were receiving silver. For hundreds of years since the founding of the dynasty, who had ever seen the government voluntarily give money and grain to the people? At first, everyone thought it was a dream. Only when the rice, flour, and silver were actually distributed did the people truly believe that Ninghai County had really changed. Lord Qin is truly kind-hearted. This is a true benevolent official. Thus, whenever Qin Feng went out, the people along the street would greet him warmly, their praises ringing out endlessly. 10 days later, the day of Jia Wu's exile to the frontier finally arrived. Jia Wu had committed numerous atrocities, and the people hated him to the core. Hearing that he was to be taken away, the city's inhabitants flocked to the streets, eager to witness his retribution. Qin Feng also intended to escalate the situation. He wanted to make it clear to all the gentry and landlords that Ninghai County had changed. He, Qin Feng, was no longer the county magistrate who could be manipulated at will. Qin Feng rode a tall horse at the front, with the registrar Li Ian following beside him, reading out the charges against them during the First Sino-Japanese War as they walked. The prison cart followed behind, and before they had gone 2 blocks from the county government office, Jia Wu was covered in rotten vegetable leaves and egg yolk. Some people even dug up cow dung and poured it over his head with a ladle. The onlookers cursed incessantly, creating a very lively scene. On Qin Feng's side, however, there was nothing but praise. Someone remarked, "I thought it was just a charade between Lord Qin and the Sino-Japanese War a few days ago, but I never imagined the Sino-Japanese War would actually be exiled to the frontier." Others immediately retorted, "What do you mean by acting? The county magistrate has clearly been enduring humiliation all these years." "That's right. The rice, flour, and silver we received were all plundered from landlords and local tyrants during the First Sino-Japanese War. In the end, it was our people's money. Lord Qin has righted us. He's truly a just and upright official." The shouts grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the entire street. As the county magistrate, Qin Feng naturally couldn't leave the county seat without permission. He personally saw him off, but only to the Ninghai County boundary marker. The official decree for exile had already been sent to the frontier, and the officials responsible for receiving the prisoners of war were already waiting there. Just as the handover was about to take place, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly came from afar, and several fast horses galloped towards them. "Qin Feng, stop your rashness." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "They've come after all. Stop for a moment." He gestured to the constables to halt the handover. Jia Wu, who had suffered humiliation in the prison cart, suddenly felt emboldened upon seeing officials among the newcomers and burst into laughter. Qin Feng, you're finished. You dare to oppose me? You're doomed. You want to exile me and convict me? You, a mere county magistrate, dare to do that? Release me immediately, then kneel down and kowtow. Maybe I, the magnanimous Jia Wu, can beg my grandfather to spare your dog's life. The accompanying Yamen runners immediately tensed up. Sun Debao had already revealed that the prefect and Jia Wu were from the same hometown. These past few days, everyone had been worried sick for Qin Feng, fearing that he would be stripped of his official position after only a few days of glory. Qin Feng remained unfazed, simply standing still and waiting. The group quickly approached, led by a richly dressed young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features. Holding a letter, he dismounted and sized Qin Feng up. You are Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County? Indeed, it is I. And who are you? The young man held his head high, his tone arrogant. I am Wang Yaozi, the prefectural administrator of Dengzhou. Administrator? What kind of official is that? Qin Feng's mind raced, and the system immediately provided an explanation. The prefectural clerk was an official under the prefect, responsible for receiving and sending documents, proofreading memorials, and handling official paperwork within the prefectural office. They were typically of low rank. Immediately afterward, the rank scanning ability activated. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. 3 characters immediately appeared above Wang Yaozi's head. He was a 7th rank official. Qin Feng, as the magistrate of Ninghai County, was also a 7th rank official, even higher than Wang Yaozi. He had initially assumed the prefect was personally arriving due to the fierce pronouncements of the Jia Wu incident and was preparing for a high-level confrontation. Unexpectedly, the one who came was just a lackey with a lower official rank than him. Since that was the case, Qin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite anymore. Ha ha, so it's Lord Wang. Qin Feng smiled gently at first, but his face suddenly darkened the next moment. You, a mere 7th rank official, dare to address me by my name? This is disrespect for a superior. What is your punishment? The official's imposing manner suddenly descended, and Wang Yaozi's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively shrank back, then felt ashamed of his reaction. He had come representing the prefect, yet he had been stunned on the spot by a mere county magistrate. If word got out, wouldn't he lose all face? Thinking of this, he immediately straightened his chest and said sternly, Insolence. I am Qin Feng, sent by the prefect to deliver a message. How dare you? With a sharp slap, Qin Feng stepped forward and struck Wang Yaozi across the face. I just warned you. How dare you address me by my given name? So what if you represent the prefect? You are you, not the prefect. I am a 7th rank official appointed by the imperial court. Do you think you can disregard the imperial court just because you are the prefect? Wang Yaozi covered his face, stunned on the spot. His lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. This accusation was too harsh, showing no respect for the imperial court. Even a prefect wouldn't dare admit it, let alone someone of the 7th rank. The officials behind him were equally stunned. They didn't even hold official positions, and faced with Qin Feng's imposing presence, they forgot to stand up for Wang Yaozi. Qin Feng snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned away, completely disregarding them. Wang Yaozi hesitated for a long time before finally realizing that Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with, but he had to complete the task assigned by the prefect no matter what. Lord Qin, this humble official is here. I know who you are and what you're doing here. Spit it out. Qin Feng's tone was extremely impatient. Wang Yaozi dared not put on airs anymore and hurriedly took out a letter, handing it over with both hands. Upon hearing that Lord Qin intends to exile Jia Wu, the prefect suspects there may be something fishy about the case and has specially ordered me to deliver this letter. The prefect hopes that Lord Qin will reinvestigate the case and clear the name of his junior, Jia Wu. Qin Feng took the letter, unfolded it in front of everyone, and began to read it word by word, his expression gradually turning grim. Seeing this, the onlookers' hearts sank. Oh no, has Lord Qin gotten himself into serious trouble? That damn Jia Wu year is actually related to the prefect. No wonder he has dared to bully the people so recklessly all these years. I had heard that he was even more arrogant than Lord Qin in the county government. It turns out he really has someone backing him up. A higher rank can crush a person. The prefect is 2 ranks higher than Lord Qin. It seems Jia Wu is beyond redemption now. Everyone sighed. Just when it seemed Jia Wu was about to be punished and exiled, a prefect suddenly appeared. It's truly difficult to be a good person or an honest official. Even so, the people did not blame Qin Feng. During this period, The county government distributed money and grain to many poor families, and Qin Feng had won their approval through his actions. Even if they couldn't save the Sino-Japanese War today, they knew that Qin Feng had done his best. However, no one expected that after reading the letter, Qin Feng would casually flick it and throw it back at Wang Yao's face. The letter says that I should immediately release Jia Wu, and then you can take him back to Dengzhou Prefecture for investigation. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Yaoza with a chilling gaze. Wang Yaoza forced his head back and replied, "Exactly." He secretly felt smug. No matter how high Qin Feng's official rank was, he was just a county magistrate, while this letter was written by the prefect himself. Little did he know, Qin Feng was already thoroughly displeased. If the prefect himself had come, Qin Feng might have been more cautious, given the prefect's rank. But how dare a lackey of the prefect flaunt his power in front of a higher-ranking official? Did they really think Qin Feng was easy to bully? Qin Feng suddenly glared at Wang Yaoza and shouted angrily, "Bullshit! The laws of the Great Zhou are strict. How can you take away a criminal directly after a case has already been judged? The prefect is far away in Dengzhou and has never even come to this county. How could he know about this case, and on what basis does he conclude that there is something fishy about it? Even if a retrial is to be held, there should be official documents with records. You only have a letter in your hand, and you think you can get me to release the person and have Jia Wu go with you? Dream on." He first unleashed a furious curse, followed by 3 questions, each hitting the nail on the head, leaving Wang Yaoza stunned. Wang Yaoza never expected that Qin Feng would dare to be so defiant after seeing the prefect's letter. He could only invoke the prefect's name, stammering, This is a letter personally written by the prefect." Qin Feng sneered. "You say it's the prefect's own handwriting, so it is? Who knows if you and Jia Wu colluded, knowing in advance that he was to be exiled, and forged a letter to deceive this official?" Wang Yaoza's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly cried out his innocence, even bowing slightly towards Dengzhou. How dare this humble official forge the prefect's letter? "Is that so?" Qin Feng stared at him, his tone even colder. "Then, with the prefect's status, surely he doesn't even know the rules for a retrial?" Wang Yaoza was speechless, only managing to utter a single "this," unable to continue. Qin Feng suddenly raised his voice. "What do you mean, this? You corrupt official! How dare you forge documents and falsely claim to be the prefect to try and help a prisoner escape? What is your punishment?" This serious accusation was slapped on his head, and the entire scene fell silent instantly. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. No one had expected that Qin Feng would not only be unafraid of the people sent by the prefect, but would also have frightened Wang Yaoza into silence. System notifications sounded one after another. Successfully intimidated low-ranking officials, official prestige, +1. Continuous questioning attacks disrupted the opponent's thinking, wit +1. Made the people feel awe and admiration. All of them are impressed, reputation +50. Wang Yaoza trembled with anger. "Qin Feng, you! How dare you?" Qin Feng roared. "How dare you address me by my name and repeatedly show disrespect to me?" Men beat him. Sun Debao and Wang Long immediately rushed forward with sticks and whips, giving Wang Yaoza no chance to explain, and began to beat him severely. Wang Yaoza was beaten until he cried out in pain. He hurriedly shouted to the people behind him, "What are you all standing there for? You are the yamen runners of the prefect's mansion. Quickly help me out." The runners had actually reacted earlier. They had never seen a mere county magistrate dare to disregard the prefect's title, and for a moment they were slow to react. The 2 constables dismounted, making a move to draw their swords. "Stop. We are officials from the Dengzhou prefectural government. We have our identification badges. Lord Qin, why don't you tell your men to leave?" Sun Debao and Wang Long stopped fighting and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. "You're the ones who dare to do this. Even if you really are the prefect's yamen runners, you're just servants in front of me. How dare you draw your knives in public? Guards, seize them all and bring their waste tokens to verify their authenticity. I want to see if these people are imposters." Qin Feng knew they were indeed from the prefect's residence, but he deliberately insisted that their identities were suspicious. How could the magistrate's dignity and official prestige be tarnished by a few yamen runners? Let's strike first and worry about the consequences later. As for the official badge, put it away for now. If the prefect really comes knocking later, we can simply say it was a misunderstanding. These people hadn't brought any official documents. They only had a letter and tried to take the prisoner away. Having witnessed Qin Feng's methods yesterday, the officials in the county government dared not disobey his orders in the slightest. Compared to the prefectural officials in front of them, they were more afraid of the county magistrate, who dared to draw his sword and behead at the slightest provocation. The group of Yamen runners immediately pounced on them, and in no time they had beaten the two officials black and blue and pinned them to the ground. "Sir, here's the waste token." Qin Feng took the token, didn't even glance at it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. I'll verify its authenticity later. Take them all away." The men immediately stepped forward and escorted the two constables who had drawn their knives back to the county office. Wang Yaozi, having lost his last resort, panicked instantly. Clutching his wounds, he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Lord Qin, please stop. I'm weak. If you keep hitting me, I'll really die." This humble official was indeed sent by the prefect, but the prefect did not provide any official documents. "Lord Qin, please spare my life." Qin Feng snorted coldly and pointed at Jia Wu in the prison cart, saying, "The evidence in this case is conclusive, and nearly 10,000 taels of silver were also found in Jia Wu's home. Where did this clerk, whose monthly salary is only 2 taels of silver, get so much money? This is irrefutable evidence of his corruption and abuse of power. Without official documents, I cannot confirm whether the prefect was aware of the matter, nor can I transfer the prisoner as stated in the letter. Considering that you are indeed wearing official robes, I will only pursue your crime of contempt. Since you now know to address me as Your Excellency, I will not hold it against you. If you were truly sent by the prefect, then go back and report to the prefect that without complete documentation, I cannot release you." Qin Feng abruptly stopped Wang Long and Sun Debao, issuing a direct order to leave. Jia Wu, inside the prison cart, had long lost his earlier smugness. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng, who used to be terrified at the mere mention of the prefect's name, now dared to disregard even the prefect's letter. Even the prefect couldn't control Qin Feng, so this time, he's probably really finished. Wang Yaozi painfully stood up, bowing slightly as he carefully spoke. "Lord Qin, it's fine if you don't release the Jia Wu, but could you please allow me to take those 2 constables back? Otherwise, I really won't be able to explain myself to the prefect. Also, regarding the Jia Wu incident, I am willing to apologize for my previous rudeness. I beg Lord Qin to be lenient." At this moment, he had completely admitted defeat and only wanted to leave this place first, and then complain to the prefect when he returned to Dengzhou Prefecture. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Those 2 officers who laid a knife on me, detain them for 2 days and let them suffer a bit. I will release them naturally after that. As for Jia Wu, he is destined for exile. No one can stop him. That's my word." The people were immediately ignited by this statement and began to discuss it. Some asked who Jesus was, while others guessed he was a powerful figure in the Sino-Japanese War. But soon someone shouted, "Who cares who he is? He's useless against our Lord Qin. Lord Qin isn't even afraid of the prefect to stand up for us. He's truly a just and upright official. Lord Qin is mighty." The shouts grew louder and louder, and Jia Wu in the prison cart finally panicked completely. He had originally thought that with Wang Yaozi's arrival, he would be able to escape immediately. But now Qin Feng wasn't even afraid of the prefect, and was actually going to exile him to the frontier. There, sandstorms raged, bandits roamed, and even living peacefully was difficult. He didn't want to go to such a place to wait for death. Jia Wu hurriedly shouted, "Lord Qin, I know I was wrong. I have committed heinous crimes. I only beg for your mercy. I have a sum of money hidden away, and no one but me knows its location. I am willing to use this money to atone for my sins, which is permitted by the imperial law." Qin Feng frowned slightly, and the system immediately provided an explanation. The laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty were similar to those of the Han Dynasty. Unless it was an unforgivable crime, a ransom could indeed be paid to reduce the punishment. However, the people immediately objected. "Lord Qin, we cannot let him go. Jia Wu's crimes are heinous. He must not be pardoned. We beg Lord Qin to uphold justice for us." Faced with the indignant crowd, Qin Feng was somewhat troubled. What Jia Wu hid must have been the bulk of his embezzled funds. The fact that the constables searched his house thoroughly but couldn't find it meant that only Jia Wu knew the location of the hidden money. It would be a real pity to let this money remain buried forever. However, he couldn't ignore the feelings of the people either. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng raised his hand to silence the crowd. "Fellow villagers, according to the laws of this dynasty, Jia Wu can indeed pay to atone for his crime. I cannot violate the law. But the embezzled funds he handed over will be used by me to repair bridges and roads, and to resettle displaced people. All of it will be for the benefit of the people, so that he can do something practical for the county." The people gradually quieted down. The road connecting the county to the official road had always been difficult to travel on. There were dozens of miles of crisscrossing rivers nearby, but only one bridge, which was located in another county, making travel extremely inconvenient. If the embezzled funds from the Sino-Japanese War could be used to repair roads and build bridges, it would be a good thing for everyone. Lord Qin is right. Then let's do as Lord Qin says. Please, Lord Qin, make the decision. Hearing the people's agreement, Jia Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng gave Sun Debao a wink, and Sun Debao climbed onto the prison cart and shouted, "Hurry up and talk." Jia Wu dared not delay and immediately revealed the location of the hidden silver. After Sun Debao came down to report, Qin Feng nodded. "Since you're willing to pay the money, then there's no need for exile." Just as Jia Wu was about to feel relieved, Qin Feng changed his tone. "However, you may be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Guards, drag Master Jia down and give him all the beatings he didn't finish in the past 2 days." Jia Wu was completely dumbfounded. He thought he would be released after paying the money, but Qin Feng continued to beat him. Before he could react, the crowd dragged him off the prison cart and beat him mercilessly in front of the people, leaving him with torn flesh and barely alive. The people applauded and cheered. Wang Yaozi, standing to the side, was already terrified out of his wits and could barely speak. Qin Feng glanced at him. "What? Still don't want to leave? Do you want me to invite you back for tea?" Wang Yaozi quickly backed away. No, I'll go back right away and report Qin's words to the prefect." He shrank his neck, uttered a harsh word in the most cowardly tone, then touched the horse, mounted it, and fled the county town in a flash. The men sent by the prefect slunk away, and the Yamen runners escorting the 2 officials also rushed back to the county office. Looking at the unconscious Jia Wu, one of the runners cautiously asked, "Sir, shall we continue the beating?" Jia Wu had just received a beating. If they continued, he might really lose his life. Qin Feng did indeed want to kill him, but according to the law, Jia Wu's crime did not warrant death. At most, he would be exiled. As the local official, he couldn't break the rules in front of the people. The more important thing now was whether the location of the hidden silver, as revealed in the Jia Wu incident, was genuine. How many strokes are still needed? Reporting to your honor, 54 strokes are still owed. Make a note of that. Make up for it slowly after he recovers. 100 strokes, not a single one less. Take him back and lock him in jail. Afterwards, Qin Feng, along with Sun Debao and Wang Long, and the onlookers, went to examine Jia Wu's confession. Jia Wu had hidden the money on the only river outside the county town. The constables searched for a long time before finally finding an inconspicuous mud hole on a secluded riverbank. The entrance was surrounded by lush aquatic plants, but upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. The plants had clearly been deliberately moved to conceal the entrance. Far from the county town, where perhaps no one passes by for 10 days or half a month on a normal day, this place was indeed a good hiding spot for stolen goods. "Dig it up." Wang Long and Sun Debao immediately picked up their hoes, and the villagers gathered around, unable to help but start discussing. Some guessed that Jia Wu had hidden at most 300 taels, while others gritted their teeth and said that over the years, Jia Wu had plundered the people and taken bribes from the local gentry, so it must have been at least 2,000 taels. Just as everyone was speculating, Wang Long's hoe suddenly struck something hard, making a crisp sound. He threw down the hoe, used a shovel to clear away the soil, and a large wooden box was revealed. Wang Long tried to pull it, but the box was surprisingly heavy. Sun Debao stepped forward to help, but they couldn't move it either. Just as Qin Feng was about to call for help, a burly man from the crowd rushed forward, grabbed Wang Long's waist, and shouted, "Lord Qin has rid us of a scourge. Now that evidence of corruption during the Sino-Japanese War has been unearthed, everyone should lend a hand." "Me too, me too." The crowd stepped forward one after another, forming a line of 7 or 8 people. Working together, they finally dragged the wooden box out of the mud pit. The chest was opened, revealing a pile of gleaming silver, at least 10,000 taels. Everyone was stunned. How could the poor people have ever seen so much money? But instead of rushing forward, they all retreated. They were terrified of the past oppression by Qin Feng and Jia Wu, and dared not even harbor the slightest greed for silver. Qin Feng watched this scene, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. In ancient times, life was hard for ordinary people. Now that he has arrived, he should change all that. But this money must not be wasted. Take it back to the county government. The people and the Yamen runners together carried the wooden box into the storeroom. Qin Feng personally locked it and put the key away. After the people who helped left the county government, They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Some said that the county magistrate had struck it rich this time. With so much money, he could eat delicacies every day for a lifetime. Some people remembered Qin Feng saying that he wanted to use the money to benefit the people of the entire county. But others shook their heads and sighed, thinking that there was no such thing as a truly honest official in the world, and that such words should be taken with a grain of salt. Some even said that if he really wanted to benefit the people, distributing 20 taels of silver to each household out of 10,000 taels would be more than enough. Finally, someone advised, be content. As long as the county magistrate can judge cases fairly and be a good official, that's enough. This money wouldn't have been ours anyway. Everyone nodded, but left disappointed. After they were gone, Qin Feng walked out from the doorway and shook his head helplessly. The bad impression the previous official left on the people couldn't be reversed by a few incidents. Qin Feng certainly loved money, especially in ancient times when it was practically impossible to get by without it. But he couldn't bring himself to pocket all the ill-gotten gains. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through proper means. No matter how much money he embezzled, it was just dead money, destined to run out eventually. As for distributing it directly to the people, that was equally inappropriate. Poor people who earn less than an ounce of silver a year might suddenly receive a large sum. Some would save it, others would squander it, and it might not truly change their lives. The best approach is to make the silver generate more silver. Although Qin Feng had no business experience in his previous life, he understood one principle. This money could serve as seed capital, motivating the entire county's population to work and earn money. When the people become wealthy, the county magistrate naturally benefits as well. More importantly, only when the people are wealthy can the county collect taxes. Ancient county magistrates not only adjudicated cases and upheld justice, but also served as tax collectors. And tax revenue was the real key to promotion. More taxes paid meant a better record. And if someone could continuously generate revenue for the emperor, how could the emperor not promote them? Having transmigrated to this place, how could Qin Feng be content to remain merely a minor county magistrate? He possesses knowledge of the future and has a system at his disposal. He must make the most of these advantages. Rising to prominence, second only to the emperor, should be his goal. However, this cannot be rushed. Before doing anything, he must first gather sufficient intelligence. As Qin Feng pondered his future, he returned to his room, picked up the teapot, and shook it. Finding it empty, he called out, "Someone, bring tea." No sooner had Qin Feng called than a delicate-looking maidservant entered, bowed, and left with the teapot. A short while later, she returned with hot tea, saying softly, "Master, please have some tea." As Qin Feng reached for the tea, his fingertips accidentally brushed against hers. The touch was delicate and smooth, making him glance at her again. This maid was named Zhang, and she looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She had a graceful figure and outstanding looks, and was Qin Feng's personal maid. Qin Feng had intended to tease her a bit, but suddenly noticed several red marks on her face, clearly indicating that she had been slapped. "Soon, what happened to your face?" Qin Feng frowned. Zhang, who had been holding back her grievances, burst into tears at his question. "Reporting to your excellency, it was Steward Liu who hit me." "Steward Liu? What right did he have to lay a hand on me? Why haven't I seen him these past 2 days?" Zhang explained through tears that Steward Liu Kang, had gone out a few days ago and had just returned today, asking her to prepare hot tea. She was busy preparing water for Qin Feng to wash his face that morning, and was a little late. Liu Kang immediately flew into a rage and slapped her several times. Qin Feng then remembered that Liu Kang was in charge of all the affairs of the county government's inner courtyard and also managed the monthly wages of the maids and servants. He should have been in the mansion every day. But since he transmigrated here, he had never seen this person even once. Insolence. He's just a servant I hired. How dare he beat people in the county government office? You wait. I'm going to find him right now. Zhang hurriedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm, then realized her rudeness and quickly knelt down. "My lord, please don't punish him for my sake. I'll be fine in a few days. If I anger Steward Liu, he'll definitely make things difficult for me in the future." She cried even harder when she mentioned Xiaoyan, who had been expelled last month. Xiaoyan had offended Liu Kang, who held a grudge against her and ultimately framed her for a mistake, driving her out of the county government office. Before leaving, she was subjected to the severe torture of having her fingers pinched. In the original owner's memories, she only knew that Xiaoyan had made a mistake and been expelled, but she was unaware of this inside story. Xian's face was filled with fear. She was clearly terrified by Liu Kang's methods and dared not resist. Outrageous. A mere steward dares to abuse his power in my own county office. This is outrageous. Qin Feng slammed his fist on the table and stood up, storming out in a rage. The county office was his base of operations. Even if it was only a temporary stop, he could not allow such a threat to remain. He dealt with the clerk and the constables, but he hadn't expected there to be a steward named Lu hiding in the inner courtyard. This kind of person had to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, if he were to set up his ambitions later, trouble would arise in the backyard first, and that would be the real problem. Just as he stepped out the door, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. New mission: clear out the mountain bandits. Successful mission rewards: 50 official prestige, 50 reputation, 50 intelligence, 1 low-grade martial arts manual, 1 one-time skill recovery talisman, and 1 random item. Failure penalty: receive a negative buff. All negative effects are increased by 50%, and recovery time is doubled. Qin Feng paused, somewhat puzzled. He was just about to deal with Steward Lu when the system suddenly issued a mission to wipe out the bandits. Did the system assign missions randomly, without considering what was happening in front of him? However, the mission rewards were still generous, especially the martial arts skills and recovery skill talismans, which were obviously very useful. The mention of injury and recovery as punishment for failure made Qin Feng vaguely feel that this bandit suppression would likely not be easy. Just as he was about to study the mission, Wang Long rushed in and knelt down before him with a thud. "Sir, something terrible has happened." Steward Lu returned today and went straight to the prison, ordering Jia Wu to be released. What right does he have to release people? Qin Feng's brows furrowed instantly. A mere steward dared to order the jailer to open the gate and release prisoners. This clearly showed he didn't respect him, the county magistrate. Wang Long said with a bitter face, "I don't know either." The jailer seemed very afraid of Steward Lu. Steward Lu whispered a few words in his ear, and he immediately released the people. Sun Debao and I tried to stop them, but the jailer had too many men, and the other Yamen runners were unwilling to help. We could only watch helplessly as Jia Wu was taken away. Although the Yamen runners and jailers were 2 separate groups, they were both under Qin Feng's jurisdiction. Although he had sent Jia Wu to prison twice in the past 2 days, he had never gone there personally. The jailer and jailers probably didn't know that Qin Feng was no longer the muddle-headed magistrate he used to be. Whether they knew it or not, Lu King's unauthorized release of the people was a blatant provocation against the magistrate's authority. Damn it! Where are they now? Qin Feng was furious. Wang Long hurriedly replied. Jia Wu was sent home by Steward Lu. They should be here now. Before he could finish speaking, a strong voice suddenly came from outside the door. "I'm here." Immediately afterward, a man in his 50s, with a long beard and dressed in silk, walked into the house with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance. This man was none other than Steward Lu Kong. After entering, Lu Kong said directly in a commanding tone, "Wang Long, you may leave. I have something to discuss with Lord Qin." Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. A mere steward dared to act as if he owned the county government. Qin Feng was furious, but didn't immediately retaliate. He simply gave Wang Long a look, signaling him to take Ziyun away, thus complying with Lu King's wishes. This steward's audacity must stem from some powerful backer. Qin Feng deliberately stayed behind to be alone with him, wanting to see just what he was relying on. Soon, all the servants left, leaving only Qin Feng and Lu Kong in the courtyard. Qin Feng coldly questioned, "Steward Lu, who gave you the authority to release the Jia Wu case?" He was corrupt and lawless, and should have been exiled to the frontier to feed horses. It's already a mercy that he was only sentenced to a few years in prison. The current Qin Feng was imposing without anger, completely different from before. Lu Kong was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Everyone says Lord Qin has changed. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true." "What? You're finally remembering you're the county magistrate because you're no longer content to be suppressed by Clerk Jia?" He added sarcastically, "I've heard about what happened these past 2 days. Not only did you bring down Clerk Jia, but you also dared to challenge the people sent by the prefect. Are you terminally ill and won't live much longer, so you dare to go all out and act crazy?" Qin Feng cursed inwardly. He had only just transmigrated. He had a long life ahead of him, and it was unlikely he would be the one to get a terminal illness. But Lu King's attitude made him even more wary. A mere steward dared to humiliate a county magistrate to his face. Clearly, it wasn't just a matter of audacity. The original owner of this body rarely concerned himself with the affairs of the inner court, indulging only in eating, drinking, and merrymaking. Aside from holding court according to Jia Wu's wishes, he rarely left the house. Lu Kang had been acquainted with Jia Wu for a long time, and there must be some shady dealings between them. Perhaps this steward was also involved in Jia Wu's exploitation of the people. Qin Feng couldn't find any evidence for the time being, so he could only focus on Lu Kang's release of Jia Wu and press him for details. Stop giving me any other excuses. On what grounds did you release him? On what grounds? Lu Kang sneered and took a few steps closer to Qin Feng. Lord Qin, have you forgotten what time it is? And have you forgotten what happens every year at this time? If you don't release Master Jia, who will lead the troops to suppress the bandits? Are you going? The words suppress the bandits immediately awakened Qin Feng's memories. Every year after the autumn harvest, the county town would be plagued by bandits, and Jia Wu would lead troops out of the town to suppress them. The county government had no soldiers, so they had to borrow them. Jia Wu naturally wouldn't pay out of his own pocket, so he mobilized the gentry and common people of the entire county to donate. The stated purpose was to protect the surplus grain left over after the people paid their taxes, preventing bandits from stealing it. However, from donating money and borrowing troops to the return from suppressing the bandits, everything was handled by Jia Wu himself. Every year at this time, the original owner would hide in the yamen, too lazy to even hear cases, completely ignoring everything. But in Qin Feng's eyes, everything seemed suspicious. Each time Jia Wu left the city, he only took a few relatives and yamen runners with him. Outsiders had no idea what they were doing. When they returned, they were covered in mud, and their clothes were sometimes stained with blood. The people thought that Master Jia had really fought to the death with bandits. But strangely, Jia Wu never brought back a single bandit. There were no prisoners, no heads, and no spoils of war. He always went empty-handed and returned empty-handed. If that's the case, who can prove he really wiped out the bandits? Moreover, bandit suppression happens every year, yet bandits still appear every year, and the timing is always right after the autumn harvest, as if he's specifically targeting this county. Qin Feng frowned. Donating money, bandit suppression, bandits. Why does this tactic seem so familiar? He suddenly remembered his favorite movie before he transmigrated, Let the Bullets Fly. Both were about suppressing bandits. Both involved donating money. Could this be a real-life drama? Jia Wu was just a lowly clerk, spending his days riding out of the county to suppress bandits. Could such a thing be believable? Qin Feng, for one, didn't believe a word of it. He gave Lu Kang a deep look, a cold smile playing on his lips. Lu Kang, even now, do you still think I don't know what you've been up to? The so-called bandit suppression is a complete fabrication. If you had shared even a share of the money you obtained through fraudulent donations with me, I wouldn't have had to break ties with the Sino-Japanese War. Now that you've released him without authorization, aren't you afraid I'll deal with you too? Lu Kang's expression changed drastically. The county magistrate knew everything? Qin Feng kept a close eye on Lu Kang's expression. Seeing his face suddenly change, his mouth agape, and him unable to utter a complete sentence, Qin Feng immediately understood. It seemed his guess was correct. The so-called bandit suppression was nothing more than a charade orchestrated by this group themselves. No wonder Lu Kang would always disappear from the county office for a few days every year around this time. He was most likely out contacting the bandits. No wonder some county residents claimed to have witnessed the bandit suppression firsthand. All those scenes of flashing swords and bloody battles were just a performance for the public. Lu Kang was responsible for contacting the bandits. Jia Wu, along with his yamen runners, would either borrow troops or find others to fill the ranks, and the two sides would stage a mock battle. In the end, the government would return victorious. The people were satisfied with the spectacle and obediently donated money, while the officials secretly divided the spoils. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Lu Kang, why are you silent? Weren't you very arrogant just now? I am an official appointed by the imperial court. In this county government office, I am the highest-ranking official. You, a mere steward, dare to disrespect me. For this reason alone, I can have you beaten to death. With this imposing official authority, Lu Kang was terrified and knelt down on the spot with a thud. Lord Qin, spare my life. This was all Jia Wu's idea. He forbade me from telling you. I never imagined that you knew everything. Lu Kang wasn't afraid of Qin Feng at first, because as long as the matter of the bandits remained a mystery, Qin Feng would be held back by this trouble and wouldn't dare to easily touch Jia Wu. Once the fraudulent donation was completed, they took the silver and fled directly to Dengzhou Prefecture. Qin Feng was merely a minor county magistrate. He might dare to beat up the lackeys sent by the prefect, but he might not dare to go to the prefect to demand the release of his people. But now things were different. Qin Feng had seen through their tricks. Fraudulent donations and deceiving the government were tantamount to deceiving the imperial court, a capital offense according to the laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Moreover, they hadn't shared a single penny of the money they'd embezzled over the years with Qin Feng. If things really came down to it, Qin Feng could easily find any excuse to get rid of them completely. Qin Feng deliberately sneered. If you're scared, then tell the truth clearly. If you tell it yourself, I can consider it a voluntary confession and give you a lighter punishment. If you want me to tell it myself, you can weigh the consequences yourself. He needed to figure out the entire plan for the Sino-Japanese War. The original owner had no memory of these inside stories, so he could only rely on Lu Kang to speak. Lu Kang immediately kowtowed and confessed everything like spilled beans. Your Excellency, this whole thing was the idea of Master Jia. He sent me with money to find real bandits outside, promised them benefits, and asked them to cooperate in the charade. Then Master Jia discussed with the local gentry, who would take the lead in donating money to hold a fundraising conference to suppress the bandits, and then encourage the people to contribute money as well. Of the donated silver, the portion contributed by the gentry will be returned in full. As for the money donated by the common people, the clerk will divide it among himself and the villagers. He will take 50%, the gentry 20%, the bandits 20%, and I will also get a share. My lord, spare my life. Clerk Jia didn't want me to tell you because he was afraid of taking too much silver. If there's any wrongdoing, just blame it on him. Lu Kang was truly loose-lipped, a little intimidation from Qin Feng, and he spilled the beans. Qin Feng was both shocked and furious upon hearing this. Colluding with local gentry and bandits, officials and bandits working together to stage a charade, ultimately harming the poorest people. The Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 had indeed committed countless evil deeds, choosing only the most disgusting methods. But there was one more thing that greatly surprised Qin Feng. In the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895, they actually hired real mountain bandits. In his view, this was utterly foolish. Mountain bandits were not obedient actors, but a group of desperate criminals who lived by plunder and lived on the edge. They might cooperate for money today, but they could demand more tomorrow. Once the bandit leader's appetite grew, and he felt the share was too small, or even turned around and retaliated, how would this group possibly recover? This was a potential hazard that could explode at any moment. If it were Qin Feng, he would never touch real bandits. He could simply find some refugees, give them food, and have them pretend to be bandits. That way, he could control the risk and keep control of the money. Wouldn't that be much safer? Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly felt that he might actually have the potential to be a corrupt official. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, a system notification rang in his head. Host detected harboring thoughts of corruption, deducting 10 points each from reputation, intelligence, and official prestige. Qin Feng almost cursed aloud. Deducting points just for thinking about it? This system was too unreasonable. In Qin Feng's view, the human heart inherently contains both good and evil. Who hasn't had a few dark thoughts flash through their mind? What truly matters is not what a person thinks, but what they actually do. Even if someone occasionally has thoughts of murder, evil, or rebellion, as long as they can suppress those evil thoughts and live a life of kindness, filial piety, and honesty, they will still be considered a good person at the time of their death. On the contrary, it is those who constantly spout benevolence and morality and pretend to be virtuous all day long. When it comes to actually doing things, he's a swindler at every turn, and when he makes a mistake, he claims it was just a moment of confusion. It's utter nonsense. Good or bad should never be judged by thoughts, but by actions. If Lu Kang hadn't been kneeling beside him, Qin Feng would have really wanted to have a serious talk with the system. It's all that bastard's fault for doing such a mess, causing him to lose attributes just for thinking about it. Qin Feng shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Since the bandits were real, they couldn't be ignored. Their fraudulent fundraising and exploitation of the people couldn't be tolerated either. He had to devise a way to eliminate the Jia Wu incident, the local gentry, and the bandits all at once. After a moment, a glint of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he finally had an idea. Wang Long. Qin Feng called out immediately after finalizing his plan. Here, go with Steward Lu and bring back Master Jia, whom you just released. Yes. Wang Long agreed readily, but Steward Lu stood there stunned. Master Jia? Didn't Qin Feng just dismiss Jia Wu from his post? Why is he calling him back now? Seeing that he didn't understand, Qin Feng walked over to Lu Kang and lowered his voice to say, since we're going to suppress the bandits, we have to make him pretend to go to the barracks to borrow troops. The matter of the mountain bandits is not to be underestimated. and I don't have a better way for the time being. At this point, Qin Feng's gaze darkened. However, now that I know about your schemes, I'll have to be counted in. Of course, he didn't really want to join them, but rather planned to infiltrate their circle, gain their trust, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lu Kang was initially incredulous, staring at Qin Feng for a long time before finally letting out a sigh of relief, his face immediately beaming with smiles. Yes, Lord Qin is wise. Soon, the hidden Jia Wu was brought before Qin Feng. Jia Wu had just been flogged and felt like his body was falling apart, but after hearing Qin Feng's words, his eyes regained their light. He had initially thought Qin Feng suddenly wanted to be an honest official, but it turned out this guy just resented not sharing the spoils with him. Lord Qin, was the way you treated me the other day because of this? Jia Wu asked with a bitter face. Qin Feng didn't explain, only coldly retorting, what do you think? Jia Wu immediately burst into tears, sobbing. Sir, you should have said so earlier. We could have discussed it. Why hurt our feelings? Qin Feng sneered inwardly. Jia Wu had never treated the original owner of this body as a human being, but merely as a puppet to be manipulated. Now, he dared to mention feelings. Only in this way can I quell the hatred in my heart, Qin Feng said calmly. Jia Wu could only admit defeat, then use the excuse that his injuries were too severe to travel by horseback. Qin Feng interrupted him directly. You're not really going to borrow troops. Having Sun Debao and Wang Long accompany you is just a formality. Bear the pain and hurry back. I'll handle the local gentry myself. Jia Wu dared not waste any more words and could only nod. Steward Lu also completely abandoned his contempt. He realized that Qin Feng was indeed no longer the muddle-headed magistrate he once was, but as long as Qin Feng remained a corrupt official, they still shared common interests. Suppressing bandits and fraudulent tax collection was the first major task they were to undertake together. Around noon, Wang Long and Sun Debao, as ordered, led Jia Wu, riding tall horses, and swaggered out of the county town. The people on the street were completely bewildered, and discussions immediately arose. Wasn't Jia Wu imprisoned? How come he's been released? And he's leading Yamen runners out of town. What's he up to? Some people mustered up their courage and chased after them to ask questions. Wang Long then deliberately raised his voice. There's a bandit outbreak coming soon. Lord Qin has sent us to the Dengzhou military camp to borrow troops to suppress the bandits. Jia Wu is familiar with the generals in the camp, and Lord Qin has asked him to redeem himself through meritorious service. After saying this, he warned everyone not to delay their journey, then lashed Jia Wu's horse with a whip, and the three of them rode off. The people then realized that it was time to suppress the bandits again. Some worried about having to use the money for their mother's medical treatment, while others sighed helplessly, saying that the bandits were vicious and they had no choice but to suppress them. Still others comforted themselves, saying that the poor only donated a string of cash, while the rich lords were donating thousands of taels at a time, so they could just bear it and it would pass. The news quickly spread throughout the county and even reached the Hu family mansion in the West City. Hu Lai, a renowned local gentry, was so shocked by his servant's report that he spat out his tea. What? Qin Feng released Jia Wu to suppress bandits. The servant quickly assured him that he had personally witnessed Jia Wu leaving the city accompanied by 2 constables. Hu Lai stroked his beard, his doubts growing. Did Qin Feng actually know the truth about the bandit suppression? The news of Qin Feng's beating of Master Zhang a few days ago had already spread among the gentry. They initially guessed that Qin Feng had either gone mad or become clever and wanted to be an honest official again. Later, the information they heard made them even more convinced that Qin Feng had truly changed. But now, even during the First Sino-Japanese War, he had been released to suppress bandits. Could it be that Qin Feng had been deceived by the war again? As Hu Lai was pondering this, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Lord Qin has arrived. Before he could react, Qin Feng had already pushed open the door and entered. The servants of the Hu family staggered behind him, hurriedly explaining that they dared not stop him. Hu Lai quickly calmed down, waved for the servants to leave, ordered tea to be served, and then politely invited Qin Feng to sit down. While saying that he should be welcomed with the utmost courtesy, he was actually calculating Qin Feng's intentions. After sitting down, Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Master Hu, I've come today to discuss the matter of suppressing bandits. The Hu family has donated money every year, and this year we hope Master Hu will lend a hand to contribute to the peace and tranquility of this county. Suppressing bandits? Hu Lai looked at him suspiciously. That's right, Qin Feng replied calmly. But Hu Lai knew perfectly well that the bandit suppression campaigns of previous years were just a pretext, a means for Jia Wu and the local gentry to plunder the people's wealth. Now that Jia Wu had just been imprisoned by Qin Feng, did this Lord Qin know the truth, or was he completely unaware? Hu Lai hesitated, unsure how to continue the conversation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, his gaze sharp, as if he could see right through Hu Lai's thoughts. He spoke leisurely. I have already investigated. In previous years, it was always you, Master Hu, who took the lead in donating generously, and you always received the most when the money was distributed. That's why I came to find you first. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai's eyes lit up, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. It turned out that Qin Feng already knew the truth about the so-called bandit suppression. Knowing this, he still came to discuss it with him, clearly wanting a share of the profits. Hu Lai narrowed his eyes, sizing Qin Feng up and down, inwardly sneering. These past 2 days, Qin Feng had caused such a commotion that he had thought the man had truly changed his ways and was going to become an honest official. In the end, it all boiled down to him being suppressed too much by Master Jia. So he couldn't help but deal with Jia Wu and wanted to take the position for himself. This was actually a great boon for the local gentry. As long as there were corrupt officials in the county government, they could continue to use their wealth to run rampant in the countryside and extort money from the people. What they wanted was never anyone to be an official, but someone willing to do their bidding and cover for them. Whether it's Jia Wu or Qin Feng, as long as they can cooperate, there's no difference. Hu Lai immediately put on a smiling face, rubbed his hands together, and stood up straight. So Lord Qin came for this matter. But this matter has always required several major families to discuss it together. This year, Jia Wu was imprisoned by you, sir, and we thought the matter was going to stop. We didn't expect that you, sir, also have this intention. He then deliberately brought up Master Zhang. Your Excellency just punished Master Zhang, and he's probably holding a grudge now, so he might not be easy to talk to. However, I'm willing to mediate and discuss it with the other officials. Why don't you come again tomorrow? Hu Lai said a lot, clearly not wanting to settle things today. The idea to suppress the bandits was originally Jia Shurye's, and Jia Wu coordinated all the arrangements. In previous years, Jia Wu received the largest share, while the gentry only received 20%. However, they only contributed money and put on a show, taking no risk in the process, so they never complained. Now that Qin Feng is in charge, the situation is different. Since the method for suppressing the bandits wasn't Qin Feng's idea, there's no need to give him too many benefits. Moreover, it was Qin Feng who approached Hu Lai first, not the other way around. Hu Lai felt that this time they had to carefully consider the situation. Even if they couldn't completely reverse the 80-20th split, it should at least be 50-50ths. However, he didn't dare to negotiate with the current county magistrate alone, so he could only spread the news to all the local gentry first. Once everyone joined forces and agreed on the profit-sharing ratio, they would pressure Qin Feng to concede. Qin Feng, however, raised an eyebrow and coldly looked at Hu Lai. He slammed his teacup on the table, his tone turning serious. Me? Who? You have quite the airs, insisting I personally pay you a visit. Qin Feng now exuded an imposing aura. With just a gentle stomp of his teacup, Hu Lai felt an oppressive pressure wash over him. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. How dare I allow you, sir, to come to my door? I just felt that this matter needed further consideration. No time. Qin Feng snorted coldly. The bandit suppression usually takes place in these few days. He got up and left, leaving only the words, "Go and inform the other gentry that they should meet me in the private room of Chuanxiang Tower at noon tomorrow. Let's get this over with quickly and settle this matter." With that, Qin Feng gave Hu Lai no chance to refuse and strode away. Hu Lai knelt behind him, kowtowing repeatedly, until Qin Feng was far away before he dared to slowly stand up. He watched Qin Feng's departing figure, lost in thought. Tomorrow at noon, so hasty? It seems that although Qin Feng has become more assertive, his heart is even greedier than Jia Wu's. Time is a bit tight, but it's enough for us to discuss this. Hu Lai immediately shouted, "Someone, prepare the sedan chair. Let's go visit these high-ranking officials." He went to the Zhang residence first and met the Zhang official who had just been flogged. Hu Lai asked with a smile, "Zhang official, are you feeling better?" The Zhang official glared at him weakly. "After so many lashes, how could I recover so quickly? What are you doing here?" Hu Lai lowered his voice and said, "I'm here for Qin Feng, on behalf of Lord Qin, to talk to you about the bandit suppression." Zhang de Guanren's face darkened. "Get out, there's nothing to talk about." Hu Lai was not in a hurry, but just smiled and said, "Let me finish speaking first." At dusk, In the county government office, a yamen runner hurriedly returned and gently knocked on Qin Feng's door. "My lord, I followed Hu Lai all day, and he really did visit all the gentry's homes in the county town." Qin Feng nodded. "Very good. Tomorrow morning, book Chengxianglu for me, and then do as I say." He bent down and whispered a few instructions to the constable. "Yes, I understand. Go." After the constable left, Qin Feng finally felt at ease and undressed, lying down on the bed. He certainly wouldn't actually collude with those local gentry. This whole charade was meant to expose their ugly faces. At the same time, he also wanted to use this opportunity to wipe out Jia Wu, the steward, and all the real bandits in one fell swoop. But the thought of the bandits made Qin Feng sleepless again. He stared wide-eyed, muttering to himself, "Is my basic martial arts even enough to deal with bandits? What if a conflict really breaks out and they slash me with a knife?" Qin Feng felt increasingly uneasy. The risk was too great. He suddenly jumped out of bed. "System, besides helping me get promoted and make money, do you have any other special functions? Like, give me invincible abilities or something?" Chapter 19. Preparing to scam the local gentry. After waiting for a long time without any response from the system, Qin Feng was about to give up when the notification sound finally rang. "Search complete. Due to host's rank restriction, the invincibility function cannot be activated." Qin Feng was stunned. He had only asked casually, but the system actually had an invincible function? Moreover, it's linked to official rank. Does this mean that promotion isn't just about making money, but that once you reach a high enough position, you can unlock an invincible mode? This system is indeed powerful. For the first time, Qin Feng became interested in getting promoted because of its invincible function. As for just how powerful this invincible being is, he doesn't know yet. The next day, Qin Feng booked out Chengxianglu, the largest restaurant in the county, in advance. This restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is for ordinary guests, while the second and third floors are luxuriously decorated and are usually only used by important figures in the county. Qin Feng had already disguised himself and quietly entered the largest private room on the 3rd floor, where he sat and waited for the local gentry to walk right into his trap. But the restaurant suddenly closed its doors to customers, immediately attracting a crowd of onlookers. The manager stood at the entrance, explaining with a forced smile, "Please forgive us, but we have distinguished guests arriving today and are unable to accommodate them. Please find another place to dine." The manager dared not neglect these customers. After all, ordinary people were also an important source of income for Chengxianglu. But instead of leaving, everyone became even more curious and gathered around the door to discuss it. Some people say that it would cost a fortune to book the entire Chengxianglu restaurant. Even the richest man in the county, Mr. Hu, probably wouldn't be willing to do that. Some people speculated that perhaps one of the lords had been promoted, hence the grand display. Many people simply refused to leave, determined to see just who was so wealthy and powerful. Standing by the window on the 3rd floor, Qin Feng looked down and couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that loving to join in the fun and listening to gossip is not exclusive to the future world. He turned and called Zhao Yi over. Zhao Yi was a yamen runner, and Qin Feng had already subdued him these past 2 days. Qin Feng frowned and said, "No one noticed us when we came in, but when we go out later, with so many people downstairs, they will definitely recognize me. Today he's here to swindle money from the local gentry. The people must not know that he's meeting with them in private. Otherwise, once the plan is implemented, the people will inevitably become suspicious, and things will be difficult to resolve." Zhao Yi understood. "Does your excellency mean that as long as we are not discovered by the people when we leave, it will be fine?" Qin Feng nodded, but looking at the crowds 3 layers deep outside, he also felt it was a tough situation. Just as Zhao Yi was worrying, he suddenly saw a group of people walking in the distance and quickly reminded them, "Sir, the local gentry are here, and they're coming together." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Several local gentry had come together, clearly having gathered beforehand to discuss how to deal with him. Little did they know, Qin Feng had anticipated this. The moment these people stepped into Chengxianglu, they had already fallen into his trap. A few local gentry dare to challenge a county magistrate with official connections? They're dreaming. However, how to quietly leave after scamming people was still a problem. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. He called Zhao Yi to his side and whispered, "When we're halfway through the conversation, find a chance to leave, and then do this and that." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he gave a thumbs up, saying, "As expected of you, sir, truly brilliant. Stop talking nonsense. Did you all hear me clearly? Rest assured, sir, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong." At this moment, Hu de Guanren and a group of local gentry had arrived in front of Chengxianglu restaurant. They pushed aside the onlookers and walked towards the restaurant. The innkeeper immediately went up to them with a big smile. Master Hu, Master Zhang, esteemed gentlemen, our distinguished guests are already waiting upstairs. Please come in. Master Hu simply responded softly and led the group upstairs with their heads held high. When the people saw that it was a group of local gentry who had arrived, they immediately frowned. How could it be them? The distinguished guests who booked the entire restaurant are actually local gentry. They all huddled together and wouldn't let outsiders in. They definitely didn't want anyone to know what they were discussing. These rich lords love to bully people all the time. They're probably up to no good again. But soon someone stepped forward to reassure everyone. What's there to be afraid of? Our county now has Lord Qin, a just and upright official. That's right. With Lord Qin here, what can they possibly do? They might just be trying to make things difficult for Lord Qin. I have to stay here so that if I hear anything, I can inform Lord Qin immediately. The people were quite loud, and the local gentry could hear them clearly even before they reached the second floor. They all sneered. The people were right. They had indeed gathered today to discuss how to squeeze money out of the people. But the people would never have imagined that their most trusted upright official, Lord Qin, was on the third floor, waiting to collude with these gentry to scheme against them. After all the gentry had entered the restaurant, the doors were immediately closed. Apart from the manager and the cook, all the other staff were driven outside, surrounding the entire restaurant and preventing anyone from approaching. All of this was arranged in advance by Qin Feng. Next, we'll put on a grand show and outmaneuver these local gentry. Chapter 20. There are some conditions for our donations. Chengxianglu has 3 floors, and the local gentry have finally all arrived. Qin Feng remained seated, not moving an inch. The others were displeased, but no one dared to say anything. Qin Feng is no longer the easily manipulated county magistrate he once was. He now has armed constables standing by his side. The door is tightly shut, and no one dares to easily provoke him. They can only smile obsequiously and take their seats. Among these people, the leader was Hu Lai, a high-ranking official from the east of the city. He was a scholar who had passed the imperial examinations, and his second uncle was the salt transport commissioner of Taizhou, wielding great power over salt transport. Hu Lai, through his family connections, ran a salt trade and was the wealthiest local gentry in the county. Following him was Zhang Shun, the wealthy and powerful Zhang. Although Zhang Shun had no relatives who held official positions, his father had served as a grand secretary in the inner cabinet, a legitimate official in the capital, and had established a considerable network of connections in the court. After his father's death, Zhang Shun lost his backer and returned to his hometown of Dengzhou, where he lorded it over the county town. Now his family is not well off. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone to court to frame old man Li over a piece of jade worth 2,000 taels of silver. Zhang Shun had originally intended to ask the prefect, whom he called his uncle, to deal with Qin Feng, but Hu Lai advised him not to slack off on money, and said that Qin Feng even dared to beat the Yamen runners sent by the prefect. So Zhang Shun temporarily gave up the idea of finding someone to back him up. Although the other local gentry were not as prominent as the Hu and Zhang families, they were still people with official titles or great wealth. Together, they were almost the most powerful group of people in the county. After everyone was seated, Qin Feng clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Thank you all for gracing us with your presence." Zhang Shun snorted coldly and turned his head away from him. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and he needed help to go upstairs, all thanks to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled, stood up, and said to him, "A few days ago, in order to deal with the Sino-Japanese war, I implicated Master Zhang. I apologize for this and hope you won't take it to heart." He gave Zhang Shun face not because he was afraid of Zhang Shun, but to put the local gentry at ease. Zhang Shun replied sarcastically, "I wouldn't dare. The county magistrate has such great power. It's only right that I, Zhang Shun, get a beating. I can't accept your apology." Qin Feng looked at Hu Lai, who immediately nudged Zhang Shun. "Master Zhang, didn't we agree before we came that this matter would be left unresolved? Lord Qin is here to help us make money today. Don't mess with money, no matter who else you're going to mess with." Others also chimed in, saying that the Sino-Japanese war was far worse than Zhang Shun's, and that Qin Feng was clearly putting on an act, urging him to stop taking it to heart. But Li Qi, who never keeps his mouth shut, chimed in. "That's right, it wasn't unjust to hit you. The thing about you swindling old man Li is true." Zhang Shun immediately exploded, slamming his fist on the table and standing up. "What did you say?" Hu Lai quickly snapped, "Shut up. Just pay up later." Li Qi quickly slapped his lips and apologized, but Zhang Shun was still furious and looked livid. Several local gentry nearby, on the other hand, watched the spectacle and joked about Li Qi's thoughtless words, and the room soon erupted in laughter. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He didn't have much time. He had to get all these gentry under control before the Jia Wu War and his steward returned. He didn't have time to play along with their nonsense. The next moment, Qin Feng slammed his hand on the table, displaying his official authority. Gentlemen, I invited you here to discuss serious matters, not to watch your stunts. If you can't even give me this much face, then I don't need to bother anymore, and there will be no more bandit suppression in the county. The laughter that filled the room stopped instantly, and everyone instinctively shrank back. They had only heard that Qin Feng had changed, but now that they had seen him with their own eyes, they knew the rumors were absolutely true. This aura he exuded was completely different from what he used to be. After a moment of silence, Hu Lai was the first to react and quickly chimed in. What's all this commotion about? Lord Qin is willing to follow the usual practice and lead everyone to make money together. This is a good thing. Everyone, please be quiet. Zhang Shun and Li Qi both shut their mouths, and no one else dared to utter a sound. Qin Feng then softened his tone. Since everyone is here, you must all know the reason. I will not waste any more words. Let's proceed according to the rules of previous years. He looked at Hu Lai. Master Hu, I sent someone to tell you all to bring money. Have you delivered the message? Hu Lai laughed and said, I've delivered the message. As for whether they listen to it or not, that's not my concern. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Not only them, but it seems you didn't bring any either. If you all lack sincerity, there's no need to talk today. Hu Lai immediately took out a thick stack of silver notes from his sleeve, each note being a large denomination of 1,000 taels. Lord Qin sent someone to deliver a message. How could I, Hu, go back on my word? Please take a look. Qin Feng smiled slightly. It's good that the money was brought. He turned to the other gentry. And what about you? The group looked at each other and finally pushed Zhang Shun forward to answer. Zhang Shun gritted his teeth and said, We naturally brought the banknotes. However, there are conditions for us to donate money. Chapter 21. The county magistrate wins Golden Horse Award for performing skills. Conditions? Qin Feng frowned, staring at Zhang Shun in front of him. Of course, Zhang Shun's face was still not good, but he forced a smile and pretended to be calm. Lord Qin, the bandit suppression in previous years was arranged by the Sino-Japanese War. He is already very familiar with the mountain bandits, borrowing troops, and staging plays. As far as I know, you were kept in the dark until now. Now that you've learned about this way to make money, you want to try it yourself. Your courage is commendable, but if you really want to put it into practice, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Zhang Shun sneered and held up a finger. First, have you communicated with the bandits? You are the county magistrate. Whether they can be honest with you and trust you is still a question. Before Qin Feng could speak, he raised a second finger. Secondly, can you, sir, put on this act well? Although Jia Wu was only a clerk, he led troops to suppress bandits for many years, and the people have long regarded him as a military general. You spend most of your time in the yamen. With your health, how can the people believe you can go out to suppress bandits? We are confident in cooperating with the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895 and are willing to invest. But we are really worried about Lord Qin. Zhang Shun's words sounded grand, but his meaning was quite clear. Suppressing bandits was essentially a formality, a way to embezzle funds. Since they were taking risks, they naturally had to take more. He raised his third finger, finally revealing his true colors. So third, the money donated by the people must be redistributed. We should take the lion's share. Qin Feng couldn't help but admire these local gentry. What a greedy bunch of scoundrels. They actually complained that they hadn't received enough before and came to haggle with the county magistrate. But the more greedy they are, the easier it is for them to fall into the trap he has dug in advance. Qin Feng certainly couldn't agree immediately, otherwise it would be too obvious. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, then suddenly threw the teacup forward, glaring at Zhang Shun and shouting angrily. What did you say? Are you trying to bargain with me? Zhang Shun had just been punished a few days ago, and despite his resentment, he was still afraid of Qin Feng at heart. Startled by this, he trembled all over, 3 fingers immediately drooped, and even his arm shook uncontrollably. This condition was not Zhang Shun's idea alone, but the result of discussions among all the local gentry overnight. Previously, when they cooperated with the Sino-Japanese War, the Sino-Japanese War was the one that controlled the process, actively guiding them to donate money and share the profits. They could only get scraps. Now, however, Qin Feng had taken the initiative to come to them, and naturally, they were unwilling to let go of the opportunity to make more money. Seeing that Zhang Shun was frightened, Hu Lai patted him, signaling him to sit down, and then stood up and bowed twice to Qin Feng. Lord Qin, what Master Zhang said is the result of our joint discussion, and we hope that you will accept it. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. I gave you a chance to make a fortune, and you try to extort me instead? Hu Lai chuckled. Sir, you are overthinking it. We are all commoners. How dare we extort officials from the imperial court? Master Jia was defeated by you, sir, and we had already lost this opportunity. Now that you are willing to restart the bandit suppression plan, we are overjoyed. Even if the Sino-Japanese war hadn't ended, we should have talked to him this year. The share he gave us is far too small. He takes 50%, the bandits take 20%, and we, so many gentry, only get 30%. What, Master Jia? Qin Feng shouted suddenly. Hu Lai immediately slapped himself twice. Pa, it's that bastard from the first Sino-Japanese war. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The information he received was clearly 5-2-2, with Steward Lu secretly taking a 10% cut. Hu Lai deliberately lowered the gentry's original share in order to raise the asking price this time. That old man is indeed shrewd. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, so how do you want to divide it? Hu Lai hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, after discussing it all night, we think the ratio of 1-2-7 is the most suitable. The county magistrate will take 1/10, the bandits will take 2/10, and we will all take 7/10. Fart. This time, even though Qin Feng was acting, he almost couldn't contain his anger. A dignified county magistrate, only taking 10%, less than those bandits? Hu Lai quickly advised, Your Excellency, that's quite a lot. Our county has 200,000 people. Even if each person only donates half a tael, that's still 100,000 taels of silver. If you keep 10,000 taels, and we have to divide the remaining 70,000 taels equally among everyone, then we might not end up with more than you. Besides, bandit suppression is not a one-off deal. We can take it slow and steady. Like an old fox, Hu Lai walked up to Qin Feng with a smile and gently patted the back of his hand. Qin Feng immediately put on his dramatic act, his face filled with pain, his brows furrowed, and his teeth clenched, as if he were making the most difficult choice. After a long while, he sighed heavily, as if he had finally resigned himself to his fate. If this acting skill had a golden rooster, golden horse, or Oscar award, Qin Feng felt he could win them all. Then so be it, he said with a pained expression. Bring me all the silver notes you have prepared. After saying that, he added, it's not enough for each commoner to donate half a tael. You should all contribute more. I want to tell the people that the bandits are powerful this year, so they should also donate more. Hu Lai and the others immediately felt confident of victory, thinking they had completely overpowered Qin Feng. They were all smug and piled all the silver notes they had prepared in front of him. Of course, Hu Lai laughed. Your reputation as a just and upright official has spread throughout the county. With you in charge, let alone half a tael, even 5 taels per person from the common people would be no problem. The silver notes we have prepared are already 3 times more than in previous years. Chapter 22. Once the silver notes are in my possession, can they be returned? In fact, Qin Feng didn't even need to ask. The local gentry had already prepared extra silver notes, because they were more greedy than anyone else. Last night, everyone discussed the matter and concluded that Qin Feng was still a brainless magistrate. He was completely fooled during the first Sino-Japanese war, and it wasn't until years later that he discovered the bandit suppression was a hoax. Although Qin Feng killed Jia Wu in anger, in their eyes it was only because Jia Wu had pushed him too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and it didn't show how smart Qin Feng was. They planned to first provide Qin Feng with some benefits to make his life more comfortable, so as not to push him too far, and then slowly extract money from the people in a steady and sustainable way. More importantly, the case a few days ago greatly enhanced Qin Feng's reputation, and now the whole city calls him Qin Tian, Qin the upright official. In the past, the method of collecting money to suppress bandits relied on yamen runners going door to door to coerce the people, who were completely unwilling. This was because the county magistrates of the past neither performed their duties nor protected the people. They were clearly corrupt and incompetent officials. But things are different now. As long as Qin Feng raises his arms and calls, the people will definitely scramble to spend money for the reputation of being an honest official. The county has a population of over 200,000, with 40,000 to 50,000 households, most of whom have lived here for generations. Even if they are poor, if each family contributes 5 taels, they would still have more than 200,000 taels of silver. The local gentry had their eyes on this huge sum of money. To get more donations from the people, the bandits had to be portrayed as being more ferocious, ruthless, and difficult to deal with than in previous years. Naturally, the local gentry who led the donations would also have to contribute more. Therefore, this time, they brought 2 or 3 times more silver notes than in previous years, which not only showed their sincerity, but also gave them more confidence when discussing profit sharing in the future. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng hesitated for only a moment before agreeing to the distribution ratio they had set. This further convinced everyone that he was an easily manipulated fool. Lord Qin truly lives up to his reputation as the county magistrate. He is indeed decisive. This amount of silver is enough to show our sincerity. If the bandit suppression is successful, the magistrate will also receive 10,000 taels, and if we divide it among ourselves, it will be fair to everyone. Someone else laughed and said, Lord Qin is much better than the one from the Sino-Japanese War. That fellow endured so many beatings and still isn't dead. He's truly a scourge that lives on for 1,000 years. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. These people claimed the Sino-Japanese War was a scourge, yet they tried to absolve themselves of all responsibility. Now that the silver notes have been delivered to him, they can forget about taking them back. Want to share? If he lets these people earn even a single penny, he's not a Qin. On the surface, Qin Feng showed no change in expression. He simply gathered the silver notes into a stack and roughly counted them. There were a total of 30,000 taels. On average, each household contributed more than 4,000 taels, which is 3 times more than in previous years. He folded the silver note in half, stuffed it into his pocket, stood up, and sighed. Since you are all so sincere, I will accept a slight loss and only take 1/10. Boss, bring the wine and dishes. The innkeeper was already waiting outside, and soon a table was filled with delicious food and wine. Qin Feng cupped his hands and said, Thank you all for your willingness to work with me to suppress the bandits. Please enjoy the food and wine. I still need to go back and make arrangements. Just as he was about to leave, Hu Lai's expression changed, and he quickly stopped him. Sir, why are you leaving so soon? They brought out the silver notes, hoping Qin Feng would mobilize the people to donate money. Now he's pocketed the notes and wants to leave. What kind of behavior is this? Zhang Shun and the others also stood up one after another. Sir, the people are right downstairs. There's no better time than now. Why don't we hold a mobilization meeting now? These banknotes are only for the adults to use in mobilization. They must be returned to us intact afterwards. Since it was their first collaboration, no one trusted Qin Feng and naturally didn't want him to leave easily with 30,000 taels of silver. Qin Feng scoffed and waved his hands repeatedly. Hold a mobilization meeting here? Absolutely not. The crowd looked puzzled, and several of the people standing there had their toes pointing towards the door. If Qin Feng dared to force his way in, they would definitely stop him. Seeing this, Qin Feng simply sat down again, and after a moment he slowly spoke. I am not from the Jia Wu period. How could I use crude methods to fool the people? In previous years, how many families donated money to suppress bandits? It was mostly just the yamen runners going door to urge and even steal from them. But can it still be like this year? His eyes were gloomy, and he lowered his voice, saying, I've worked so hard to establish a reputation for integrity. The people trust me as an honest official, and that's why they'll listen to me in the future. There are plenty of ways to skim money off them. How can I ruin my reputation for a little silver in hand? This greedy and treacherous demeanor, ironically, completely reassured the local gentry, who nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Qin Feng was clearly just a more adept at disguising his corrupt official behavior. Someone frowned and asked, If we don't mobilize now, when will we? Why not just return the money to us first? I had already made arrangements. Qin Feng immediately interrupted. The silver notes were already in his pocket. How could he return them? He didn't give these people a chance to speak at all. First, conduct a simple mobilization, without sending yamen runners to collect the money. After I use a little clever trick, the people will naturally pay on their own initiative. Then, I will show the people the amount of each person's donation. How can they still have the nerve to pay less? You all just need to sit back and wait for the fame and fortune to come your way. If Qin Feng's modern friends saw this scene, they would definitely say that he has quite the air of a pyramid scheme leader. The gentry exchanged glances and finally asked the question they were most concerned about. What exactly is the ingenious plan that Lord Qin has mentioned? Chapter 23. Let's await the county's clever plan. What exactly is the brilliant plan that Lord Qin is talking about? The local gentry asked hastily. Qin Feng smiled without saying a word. The wit attribute granted by the system was indeed useful. If it were that bookworm from his past life, how could he have come up with an explanation in the blink of an eye in front of so many people? He sat back down, leaned forward slightly, and said in a low voice, "My plan is to let the bandits enter the county town and cause a ruckus." The local gentry were taken aback. Qin Feng continued to explain that in previous years when bandits were suppressed, the people only knew to donate money, but they had never actually seen the bandits. They had only heard people talk about how dangerous the bandits were, so they were bound to be skeptical and naturally unwilling to hand over their money. Therefore, I have already arranged for people to communicate with the mountain bandits, asking them to send some people this year to make a show of causing trouble in the city. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Destroy a few houses, arrest a few villagers, and bring back some dismembered limbs from the mortuary. Let's give the people a good scare. After witnessing the bandits firsthand, will they still be reluctant to donate money? Once things escalate, the county will go to the local area to borrow troops. Before leaving, we will complain to the people about our poverty and hardship, which will make it seem natural for them to pay us more money. By then, this county magistrate will be a benevolent official who speaks up for the people and risks his life to suppress bandits. And you gentlemen will be good gentry who protect the local area. We'll have a good reputation, we'll have money, and our business will never stop. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Qin Feng's words left the local gentry bewildered, but upon closer examination, they couldn't find any fault with them. After he finished speaking, he picked up a piece of meat, ate it slowly, and said, "You have cooperated with the Sino-Japanese War for many years and made a lot of money by suppressing bandits. Now that it is my turn to act with you, I will naturally make the play more real and last longer. We can suppress bandits this year and find another excuse next year. As long as I am still a good official in the eyes of the people, we can continue doing this business. However, trust is the most important factor in cooperation. If you all do not trust me, then there is no need to discuss this matter any further." As he spoke, Qin Feng took out a silver note from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it over. "Here's your money back. After this year, there will be no more bandits outside the county town." The local gentry were immediately alarmed and gasped in shock. "How can this be allowed? How can we just give up such a good deal? Lord Qin, please calm down. It's not that we don't trust you, but we just didn't know you had such a brilliant plan." Guo Chengfan nodded repeatedly. "Cooperation should be based on mutual trust. I, Guo Chengfan, trust Lord Qin the most. This isn't a one-off deal, so why would Lord Qin cheat us out of our money?" The others quickly chimed in, offering their opinions to calm him down. They even personally stuffed the silver notes back into Qin Feng's arms and patted his chest. "You see, it's best to leave this silver with Lord Qin. Greedy people are truly both laughable and pathetic. As long as there is profit to be made, even the most rudimentary scam will have people rushing to fall into it." Qin Feng thought of the people who were deceived in modern times. Students were greedy for game skins, the elderly were greedy for free eggs, middle-aged people were greedy for high interest rates, the poor were greedy for wealth and marriage, and the rich were greedy for status and prestige. Are those scams really that clever? Once exposed, they are often riddled with flaws, yet some people still believe them without question. Ultimately, it all boils down to greed. Since you are so greedy, then you can't blame me. Qin Feng remained expressionless, letting them return the silver notes to their pockets. He then deliberately asked with a stern face, "Do you really think my plan is feasible? Wonderful. Excellent. How could that scoundrel from the Sino-Japanese War have come up with such a brilliant plan? That's why you're the county magistrate." The local gentry, fearing Qin Feng might change his mind, showered him with flattery. Qin Feng suppressed a laugh, pretending to hesitate for a long time before slowly rising. "Since that's the case, let's proceed according to my plan. Please continue eating and drinking. This feast is merely an appetizer. Once the bandit suppression is complete, I will use half of the proceeds to gather delicacies from all over the world and host a banquet befitting an emperor." A local gentryman, startled, quickly raised a finger. "Shoo, Lord Qin, you mustn't say such things. In ancient times, casually mentioning the emperor could lead to imprisonment or even execution if someone seized upon it and filed a complaint." Qin Feng chuckled and gave a wink to Zhao Yi, the constable beside him. The two of them then got up and left their seats. "Respectfully seeing off Lord Qin," the local gentry shouted in unison. After Qin Feng came downstairs, everyone gathered back around the table, eating and drinking heartily. Qin Feng's explanation had completely dispelled their doubts, and even Hu Lai stopped thinking about it. Only Zhang Shun, the official, felt that something was amiss. Watching everyone drinking heartily, he couldn't help but say, "Gentlemen, are you really going to let Qin Feng take the silver notes away so easily? What if he changes his mind later and denies it?" Some people disagreed. "Really? Qin Feng is even more greedy than me. Unlike us, he's not rolling in money. He's short of cash right now. If he cheats us, how will he survive?" Another person laughed and said, "Besides, the monk may run away, but the temple can't. He's a county magistrate. If he really dares to play tricks, we'll go to the prefectural governor and report him for corruption and perverting the law." Zhang was still uneasy. At the very least, there should be a written record. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. "Master Zhang, have you forgotten why you were punished? Wasn't it because you signed a document you shouldn't have? Ha ha ha." Chapter 24. The mysterious background of a lowly Yamen runner. Zhang Shun's face immediately darkened. The case involving Old Manly a few days ago was a dark history he could never wash away. In front of everyone in the lobby, Qin Feng coaxed him into writing a donation receipt, causing him to be punished with a beating for nothing. Even if he wanted to accuse Qin Feng of accepting money, it would be useless now. It was clearly written in black and white that it was a donation, not a bribe. Thinking about this, Zhang Shun was practically grinding his teeth to powder, yet everyone was still laughing at him for it. Anyway, he wasn't the only one losing money, so he simply forked the whole roast chicken and brought it directly to himself. Seeing that he was angry, the laughter from the crowd grew even louder. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Zhao Yi had already gone downstairs. The doors of Chuanxiang Tower were tightly closed, but the crowd outside still hadn't dispersed, and the noise continued in waves. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Yi. "Didn't you say you could let me leave safely without being discovered by the people? How are we going to get out?" Zhao Yi chuckled and pointed to the kitchen. "My lord, please follow me." Most of the people in the restaurant were waiting at the front door. The inside was empty. Zhao Yi led Qin Feng through the kitchen to the backyard. Qin Feng had thought there was a back door, but the backyard was right next to another house's wall, with no way out. Even if he could climb over the wall, the people outside had already blocked both sides, and walking on the rooftops would make him easily recognized. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, Zhao Yi moved a stone from the base of the wall, revealing a narrow and deep opening. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "What? You want me to crawl through a dog hole?" Zhao Yi quickly smiled apologetically. "How could that be? If anyone should be crawling, it would be a child. It's just that this hole leads out, so adults can avoid those people outside." Qin Feng stared at the cave entrance, asking suspiciously, "Where did this cave come from? And how do you know about it?" Zhao Yi's expression darkened, and he began to recount past events. Before becoming a Yamen runner, he was the lowest-ranking slave at Chengxianglu, where he was often hungry and cold. He was locked in the backyard by the manager every day, doing the hardest work, but was not allowed to leave the house for a whole month. He was powerless to resist and needed to make a living from the restaurant, so he could only endure it. When he could no longer bear it, he spent half a month secretly digging this hole, which led directly to a dilapidated courtyard at the end of the South Street alley. When the shopkeeper wasn't around, he would sneak out for some fresh air. More than 10 years had passed, and he was surprised to find the cave still there, which would be perfect for taking Qin Feng away. Zhao Yi spoke calmly, but Qin Feng became suspicious of his background. How did a tavern slave become a Yamen runner? This incident wasn't in the original owner's memories, and Zhao Yi wasn't recruited by the original owner personally. Qin Feng didn't dare to keep someone of unknown origin by his side easily. Just then, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly issued a notification. Once the host is promoted to prefect, the thorough investigation of documents function will be unlocked. There is currently only one opportunity to experience this feature. Would you like to try it? Experience it. Qin Feng immediately replied in his mind. The next moment, he felt a slight pain in his head, and a vivid life experience flooded into his mind. That was Zhao Yi's memory, and it was a first-person memory. It turns out that Zhao Yi's real name was Wang Ruolin, and he came from another county. His family was originally well off. His father was a respected and wealthy man in a county, Taizhou, and held an official position. However, his father was kind-hearted and refused to oppress the people or collude with the local gentry. He also stood up for the people on many occasions, which aroused the hatred of the people. Later, someone falsely accused his father of adultery with his younger sister, and he was sentenced to death and executed on the spot. Zhao Yi and his mother were indignant, and, carrying their grievances, appealed all the way from county to Taizhou, then to the prefect, and even to a high-ranking official. But officials protected each other, and no one was willing to clear their name. His aunt, having suffered endless humiliation, committed suicide. His mother, overwhelmed with grief and indignation, also wept herself to death. At the tender age of 13 or 14, Wang Rilin had no choice but to leave his hometown and wander to Ninghai County in Dengzhou. After spending 2 days as a beggar, he caught the eye of the old manager of Chengxianglu restaurant. The manager thought he was young and had a decent appearance, so he took him in as a servant in the restaurant, intending to raise him to be a waiter when he grew up. Zhao, he wasn't lying. He did indeed dig that hole himself, and he did use it to sneak out for a walk. Once, after emerging from the cave, he encountered the original owner of Qin Feng, who was drunk and passed out by the roadside. Seeing that the other party was the county magistrate, he carried him all the way back to the county government office. By then, the original owner of the body, Qin Feng, was no longer a good official. He spent his days indulging in pleasure, and the accounts in the government office were a complete mess. Zhao, he got his clothes dirty while carrying someone, so he took them off and took a bath in the original owner's bathtub. Unexpectedly, when the original owner woke up, he was still drunk and started cursing. "How dare you? A mere yamen runner dares to bathe in my bathtub. Guards, give him 10 strokes of the cane and fine him 2 months' wages." Zhao, he was completely dumbfounded. He was clearly just a slave laborer, so where did he get his allowance? The yamen runner who came in was equally bewildered. When did the county yamen get such a young new colleague who dared to stand naked in front of the county magistrate? But the county magistrate had given the order, and they dared not disobey, so they could only drag Zhao Yi out and beat him up. After the beating, they couldn't find his clothes. Luckily, the yamen had just made a few new sets of clothes, so they casually tossed one to him and told him to put it on. The next day, the original owner sobered up and had completely forgotten what happened the night before. He found it strange to see Zhao Yi going in and out of the yamen, but he was too lazy to ask. Seeing that everyone treated him like a yamen runner, Zhao Yi decided to stay and work as one. It was much better than staying in the restaurant washing vegetables, mopping floors, and emptying chamber pots. He was literate, and his father held a degree of official rank, so he had some understanding of the rules of officialdom. A few days later, he managed to steal the roster of the yamen runners and secretly added the name Zhao Yi to it. From then on, Wang Rilin became Zhao Yi and stayed in the Ninghai County government office for 10 years. This bizarre background amazed Qin Feng. The events of the past 10 years flashed through his mind, yet it felt like only a blink of an eye. The system made those memories seem like they were things Qin Feng had personally experienced, with even the details crystal clear. Zhao Yi, oblivious to this, continued, "Sir, please wait at the front gate. I'll go out and think of a way to disperse the people. Once they're gone, you can come out again, and we'll meet at the yamen." Before he could even finish speaking, Zhao Yi plunged into the deep underground cave without waiting for Qin Feng's reply. Chapter 25. A clever plan to escape the trap earns appreciation. After Zhao Yi left through the tunnel, Qin Feng remained unable to calm down for a long time. He experienced Zhao Yi's life from a first-person perspective, as if he had personally suffered that injustice. His father was wrongfully killed, his mother cried herself to death, his aunt was humiliated and committed suicide, and more importantly, he knew that this was a miscarriage of justice. Now that Qin Feng has become an official, Zhao Yi's case has also been deeply etched into his mind. Watching Zhao Yi's thin figure disappear through the dog hole, Qin Feng thought to himself, "You're really unlucky, kid. Luckily, you met me, who came from another time." With the system at his disposal, this case will be overturned sooner or later. He will dig out those who harmed the Zhao family one by one, clear their name, and give the law and justice to the people. But this matter cannot be rushed. Qin Feng is currently just a minor county magistrate and doesn't even know who his real enemy is. The prefect, governor, provincial governor, circuit intendant, and even high-ranking officials were all covering for that person. The other party's power was definitely not small. With his current official position, he couldn't afford to offend him. The most important thing right now is to establish a firm foothold and gradually rise through the ranks. Qin Feng suppressed his thoughts, but couldn't help pondering the system's thorough data search function. The feeling of directly cramming someone's entire life's memories into his brain was something he couldn't afford to use carelessly. Zhao Yi's experience has already made him empathize. What if one day he investigates a psychopathic killer? Will he also be affected and his personality change drastically? Thinking about this, Qin Feng then thought rather irreverently. The memories of a womanizer seem bearable, but what would it be like to look into a woman's memories? But then I thought, if the other person is a married woman and all those private memories are in my head, would I feel comfortable or disgusted? Would my sexual orientation even change? Qin Feng's expression stiffened, and he immediately set a rule for himself. This function must never be used on a woman. He was walking towards the hall, with the crowd still gathered outside. But not long after, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Some people exclaimed in surprise whether the news was true or false. Some urged others to go and see for themselves, and still others said that the county magistrate was wise and mighty, and those gentry would definitely not be able to defeat him, so there was no need to continue to guard and eavesdrop here. In the blink of an eye, the crowd outside the door scattered in all directions. Qin Feng pushed open the door and went outside. The place was deserted. He couldn't help but sigh. That kid Zhao really knows how to do things. No matter what tricks are used, the skill lies in luring people away. Black cat or white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Zhao is indeed clever and quick-witted. Qin Feng called over the restaurant manager, took out 2 50-tael silver notes from his sleeve, gave one to the manager, and told him to distribute the other to all the waiters. He instructed them that no one from this county had ever been here before, and the people must not know this. Anyone who dared to embezzle the money meant to keep quiet and ruin the county's affairs would be severely punished. The shopkeeper, holding the silver note, grinned from ear to ear. His annual income was only 200 or 300 taels, and 50 taels was enough to last him for half a year. He quickly assured his subordinates that he and his men had not seen the county magistrate at all that day. Qin Feng then returned to the county government office. After waiting for more than half an hour, Zhao finally returned, soaked to the bone, and carrying a bundle of women's gauze clothes in his arms. When Qin Feng asked, Zhao chuckled and said that he went to Cuixiang Tower, bought the clothes of the top courtesan Rulan, and then had Rulan hide away temporarily. Then, dressed in a simple, elegant outfit, he ran to the river outside the city, jumped into the water, and deliberately left one leg floating on the surface. Not many people in Ninghai County can swim, so when they see someone fall into the water, everyone naturally rushes to call for help. Furthermore, since it was Rulan's clothing, the people, seeing a beautiful woman in danger, immediately ran to her rescue. Rulan was the top courtesan of Cuixiang Pavilion, possessing unparalleled beauty. The original owner of this body used to frequent the place, so Qin Feng naturally remembered her. However, Rulan was an artist who didn't sell her body, so he didn't retain any absurd memories of her. He never expected that Zhao would be able to buy clothes from Rulan, and he never expected that this trick would actually work. Zhao Yi, still shaken, said that he almost couldn't escape. Meng Laosan from the eastern suburbs, who was clearly a landlubber, actually learned to swim on the spot for the sake of Rulan. The so-called hero saves the beauty doesn't necessarily mean someone truly wants to be a hero. Many just hope the beauty will reciprocate with her body. The fact that the common people were all lured away is enough to show just how attractive Rulan was. Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated after hearing this. Zhao Yi's method, though unorthodox, was extremely effective. In that situation, he not only came up with a solution quickly, but also arranged every detail properly, and finally managed to escape successfully. This resourcefulness was by no means simple. After asking a few more questions, Qin Feng discovered that Zhao Yi paid great attention to detail. Coupled with his personal experience of Zhao Yi's tragic fate, Qin Feng gradually felt a sense of appreciation for his talent. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Yi and suddenly asked, "Do you have any thoughts about the position of advisor?" Zhao Yi was stunned, pointing at himself and asking 3 times, "Master? Me?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "Jia Wu has been dismissed from his post by me, and the Yamen is in dire need of a clerk. I ask you, are you willing to be my right-hand man?" Zhao Yi did not immediately agree, but stared at Qin Feng for a long time, as if he was re-evaluating the county magistrate in front of him. After a long pause, Zhao Yi smiled and said, "If it were before, I might not have agreed to such a request from you. But you seem to be different now. Since you think so highly of me, how could I possibly let you down? I am willing." After saying this, he clasped his hands in a fist and knelt down. Qin Feng told him to stand up and said directly, "Once the bandit suppression is over, you will be the new clerk of this county, and concurrently the head constable." Giving him 2 positions at once wasn't because Qin Feng was rash. It was because he had very few people around him who truly knew him and were worth cultivating. He must cultivate his own trusted confidants as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After nightfall, Jia Wu, along with Wang Long and Sun Debao, returned to the county government office under cover of darkness. Qin Feng immediately called Jia Wu and Steward Lu into the room, frowning as he asked Jia Wu, "Why are you back?" Jia Wu, clutching his injured buttocks, looked aggrieved. I'm injured and can't ride for long. It's already dark. Can't I even come back to rest for the night? Qin Feng snorted coldly, reminding him that the plan to use troops to suppress bandits must not be exposed, otherwise everything would be ruined if the people saw it. However, he quickly waved his hand and told the two that he had called them over tonight because he had something important to ask them. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, he immediately asked about the size of the bandits, their number, their leader, and their hiding place. Jia Wu and Steward Lu immediately became alert. They exchanged a glance, both suspecting that Qin Feng wanted to bypass them and talk to the bandits himself. So the two of them said in unison that they usually met at an agreed-upon location when they contacted the bandits, and that they knew nothing else. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. These two were clearly pretending to be confused. He deliberately softened his tone, saying that he just wanted to find out the details of the bandits so that he could formulate a new plan and raise more donations from the people to suppress the bandits. Afterward, Qin Feng repeated the same story he had told the two men in the restaurant, only concealing the fact that the local gentry had already paid. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table, his official authority subtly dissipating. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I must know the strength of the bandits. You'd better tell me the truth. As soon as this invisible pressure was unleashed, Jia Wu could barely hold on. But Steward Lu instantly lost his confidence and immediately revealed everything he knew. It turns out that the bandits were not near Ninghai County, but were entrenched halfway up Kunyu Mountain, which was closer to Fuxian, Leidong, and Jifu than Ninghai. The bandit leader was named Yu Baoquan. It is said that he was once a brave general in the army, with superb martial arts skills, and he had gathered about 100 or 200 bandits under his command. This group rarely went down the mountain to rob. Instead, they colluded with corrupt officials in various counties to extort money from the people under the guise of suppressing bandits. As for the exact location of the stronghold, Steward Lu was always blindfolded and led in from the foot of the mountain, so he really didn't know. After listening, Qin Feng immediately understood. The fraudulent donation scheme devised during the First Sino-Japanese War was actually promoted by this band of mountain bandits to surrounding counties, causing harm far beyond Ninghai. No wonder corruption was rampant in ancient officialdom. These people colluded with bandits, leaving no way for ordinary people to survive. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Tomorrow morning, go to the bandit camp and tell Yu Baoquan the new plan. 3 days later, have them send a few men to Ninghai County to harass the people and let them see how powerful the bandits are. In this way, the county government will have a legitimate reason to suppress the bandits, and the people will be more willing to donate money." Qin Feng picked up his teacup and said calmly that he had already reached an agreement with the local gentry. Once the bandits caused trouble, he would personally lead the gentry to mobilize the people of the entire county to donate money. This time, he wants each household to donate at least 5 taels of silver. Jia Wu and Steward Lu were taken aback at first, thinking it was 5 strings of cash. But when they heard it was 5 taels of silver, they were dumbfounded. 5 taels of silver was already half a lifetime savings for many ordinary people. After a quick calculation, Jia Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Then this donation must amount to more than 200,000 taels." Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. "That's right. So no matter what, you must make this matter clear to the bandits." The two men quickly patted their chests and assured Qin Feng that they would get it done, before Qin Feng dismissed them. But Qin Feng didn't rest. Instead, he called Wang Long, Zhao Yi, and Sun Debao to his side. He was about to embark on a long journey after Jia Wu, and Steward Lu went up the mountain the next day. Before leaving, he leaned close to the 3 of them and whispered something to them. The 3 constables were shocked upon hearing this, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you asking us?" Qin Feng interrupted directly. "You heard me right. Just do as I say. Since I have made this arrangement, I naturally have my own reasons." His official authority was subtly revealed, and the 3 dared not ask any further questions, only accepting the order in unison. The next morning, before dawn, Jia Wu and Steward Lu were urged to get up and hurriedly leave the county government office, heading towards Kunyu Mountain. Once they were far away, Qin Feng packed his belongings, mounted a tall horse, and rode out of the city lightly. His trip was to borrow troops, and he meant to genuinely borrow troops. Since the bandits really exist, they will threaten Ninghai County sooner or later. He never intended to cooperate with Yu Baoquan, and he would not allow Jia Wu, Steward Lu, and the local gentry to continue to oppress the people. Qin Feng comes from the new era and deeply abhors the practice of defrauding people of their money. Moreover, he possesses an extremely strong sense of justice. and even making a mistake in judging a case could lead to his annihilation, let alone becoming a corrupt official. This time, he intends to use the pretext of suppressing bandits and soliciting donations to turn the tables and wipe out Jia Wu, Steward Liu, and all the local gentry in Ninghai County who have long oppressed the people. While it's possible that troops could be borrowed during the First Sino-Japanese War, Qin Feng certainly could. Chapter 27. The General of Dengzhou is my nephew. In the original owner's memory, the Qin family was once a prominent official family. The original owner's grandfather served as the vice minister of the Court of Judicial Review, and his father held the position of commissioner of the Court of Judicial Review, both of whom were high-ranking officials of the third rank. However, when the original owner was 18 years old, her grandfather passed away. Before the Qin family could recover from their grief, they were robbed on the way to the funeral. Suddenly, swords clashed, and the original owner's parents were hacked to death. Only the servants and soldiers who accompanied him managed to save him from that bloody hell. Afterwards, the local government made a big show of arresting the robbers and beheading them all. The Qin family tragedy was also classified as a robbery in which the family members were unfortunately killed. However, there have always been rumors that the Qin family did not die in an accident, but rather because they offended someone they should not have offended. The original owner also tried to find out the truth for her parents, but after 4 years, she hit a wall everywhere and finally got nothing and was completely desperate. Fortunately, he was literate and had achieved official rank. His father's former friends in the officialdom took pity on him and helped him obtain a 7th-rank official position. From then on, the original owner was immersed in grief and gradually became decadent, eventually becoming the useless county magistrate who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. Qin Feng didn't feel much sympathy for this. The original owner's biggest mistake was that his investigation methods were too stupid. Robbers are only after money and sex. Who would rob a funeral procession? The procession might have a lot of money, but most of it is paper money for the dead. If robbers were to risk their lives for these paper money, then the leader of those robbers would most likely be mentally unstable. A little thought reveals that the so-called robbers are merely pawns planted by someone to deceive others. Qin Feng's father, as the commissioner of the Court of State Affairs, was responsible for investigating the people's conditions and reporting to the emperor, essentially acting as the one who received news from all over the country on behalf of the emperor. He may have discovered something and was preparing to report it to the emperor, but someone was unwilling to let the emperor know. Those lurking in the shadows, perhaps having been rebuffed by Qin Feng's father, orchestrated the tragic incident of being attacked by bandits during the funeral procession to silence witnesses. This kind of case cannot be investigated openly, much less be asked for help from various government departments. Otherwise, it will only alert the perpetrators. What we should really do is secretly investigate the people our father came into contact with before his death, find clues little by little, and then follow the trail to find the person behind it all. Unfortunately, the original owner couldn't do it. After his parents died, the Qin family's business declined, and he became a 7th-rank county magistrate whom everyone looked down upon, only able to guard the small Ninghai County. However, the Qin family is not entirely without influence in the court. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not be considering borrowing troops today. The person he was going to visit this time was a distant relative of his mother's family, Wang Hailin, the general of Dengzhou. Wang Hailin was in his 40s and commanded the coastal land and naval forces of Dengzhou, with a force of 10,000 men. He held the rank of 4th-grade official, equivalent to the prefect of Dengzhou. Although the two families are distant relatives, and Wang Hailin is much older than Qin Feng, according to seniority, he should call Qin Feng uncle. It was because of this relationship that Qin Feng personally came to the garrison to borrow troops. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the military camp, 2 soldiers stopped him. Qin Feng dismounted and explained his purpose. He wanted to see Wang Hailin. Seeing that he was wearing an official uniform, the gate guard did not dare to be negligent and respectfully asked, "Please tell me your official title and name, sir, so that I can inform the general." Qin Feng said calmly, "I am Qin Feng, the magistrate of Dengzhou. When you see your general, tell him that his uncle has come and he has important matters to discuss." The 2 soldiers were stunned. They had followed the general for many years and had never heard of him having an uncle. But Qin Feng was wearing official robes and spoke with such certainty that they dared not be negligent and quickly sent someone in to report. Wang Hailin was dealing with military correspondence when he heard that a county magistrate was requesting an audience. Without even looking up, he simply waved his hand dismissively. "Can't you see I'm busy? I'm not here." He didn't take a 7th-rank county magistrate seriously at all. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then added in a low voice, But that man said he's your uncle. Wang Hailin paused, then finally looked up. What's his name? Qin Feng, the magistrate of Dengzhou. Upon hearing this name, Wang Hailin's face immediately darkened, his eyes filled with disgust and helplessness. He remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. Let him in. Before long, Qin Feng was led into the military tent by the soldiers. Upon seeing Wang Hailin, he greeted him in a boisterous manner. Nephew, how have you been? The soldier nearly collapsed on the spot and couldn't help but slow down, wanting to see if the general would fly into a rage. Wang Hailin was known for his volatile temper. If this relationship was fake, Qin Feng, despite being a 7th-rank official, would probably have been beaten up on the spot. Surprisingly, Wang Hailin only looked grim but didn't get angry. He reluctantly cupped his hands and said, Nephew greets uncle. I have been busy with military affairs and have not been able to greet you from afar. Please forgive me. The soldiers were completely dumbfounded. This young county magistrate was actually the general's uncle. Qin Feng didn't care at all and simply found a seat and sat down. It's all right. Wang Hailin frowned even more deeply and tentatively asked, I wonder what brings you here today, uncle? If it's to borrow money, I don't have any here. The garrison's provisions and pay are delayed, and my nephew himself is also worried about the money. The moment he opened his mouth, he completely blocked any avenue for borrowing money. This can't be blamed on him. Qin Feng had a terrible reputation in Dengzhou. He was lazy and greedy, and was a notoriously useless county magistrate. Wang Hailin even felt ashamed to have such a relative, and the two sides have had no contact over the years. Now that Qin Feng had come to him, he naturally assumed that the guy was there to freeload and just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng just chuckled. Nephew, your uncle is not here to borrow money today. I've come to borrow troops. Chapter 28. Dare to challenge me? Qin Feng had anticipated that Wang Hailin's attitude would not be good, so he did not get angry and directly stated his purpose, to borrow troops from him. Wang Hailin was stunned. His infamous uncle had actually come to borrow troops? Qin Feng said that bandits were rampant outside Ninghai County, and as the county magistrate, he could not sit idly by. But in Wang Hailin's eyes, this was simply the sun rising in the west. Qin Feng's reputation in Ninghai County had been terrible for years, and the people looked at him with disgust. How could someone like that be fighting bandits for the sake of the people? Wang Hailin found it absurd and was afraid that lending out his troops would only cause Qin Feng to cause even more trouble. He immediately shook his head. No. Qin Feng frowned. Although the general of Dengzhou was not involved in any battles, he should still bear some responsibility for local security. He had personally come to visit, showing his sincerity, but he had only received 2 words in return. Wang Hailin sighed and said, I know the situation in the counties of Dengzhou better than you do. I've never heard of any mountain bandits. If there are no bandits, why bother suppressing them? You should go back to being a good county magistrate, think more about the people, and stop causing trouble. Besides, you're a civil official. If you really encounter bandits, you might not even be able to lead your troops. After saying that, he dismissed them. Qin Feng felt frustrated. The bad reputation left by his predecessor was truly harmful. Even with relatives, he couldn't borrow troops. He wanted to explain, but Wang Hailin raised his hand to interrupt him. Then, Wang Hailin took out a silver ingot from his pocket and casually threw it at Qin Feng's feet. If uncle is short of money, take this silver. Someone, show the guest out. 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, one on each side, to restrain Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew that if he were kicked out this time, all his previous arrangements would be in vain. The most important thing right now is to get Wang Hailin to face his own shortcomings. He grabbed the arms of the 2 soldiers with both hands, and with a burst of immense strength, swung them forward. The 2 soldiers were sent flying more than a meter away, crashing heavily onto the desk. Qin Feng stared at Wang Hailin and said in a deep voice, You can refuse to lend me troops, but you can't say I can't command them. Nephew, don't look down on your uncle. In terms of military strength, this position of general might not be yours. Wang Hailin's expression finally changed. His soldiers trained day and night, and their physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people, yet Qin Feng was able to defeat 2 of them in one move, clearly not the useless person rumored to be. But Wang Hailin remained unconvinced. Uncle, you're exaggerating. There are over 10,000 men in the army, and in terms of fighting strength, no one is my match. Qin Feng immediately provoked him. Then do you dare to compete with me? If I win, you lend me troops. If you win, I'll leave immediately and won't bother you. Wang Hailin laughed heartily. Even if a civil official could surpass an ordinary soldier, how could he compare to a general like him? However, he also wanted to see just how capable Qin Feng was, so he said, "It would be embarrassing for me to fight you personally. How about this? I'll find someone to fight you. If you win, I'll give you 500 taels of silver and send a sedan share to take you back to Ninghai." Okay. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. He wasn't there for the money, but he knew he couldn't achieve instant success. The system's pills granted him the strength of an ox, and combined with his basic martial arts skills, he might have a chance of defeating ordinary soldiers in the army. He had to first defeat the men sent by Wang Hailan, then challenge Wang Hailan step by step, and finally borrow the troops. The tents were too small, so the group went to the drill ground. Wang Hailan waved for the soldiers to stop training and form a large circle. Qin Feng took off his official robe and stretched his limbs. Only then did Wang Hailan realize that Qin Feng was nothing like the fat man in the rumors. He had a well-proportioned and muscular build, although his face was indeed that of his uncle. Wang Hailan couldn't understand it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Even with a good physique, it didn't mean he could beat a skilled soldier. Taisheng stepped forward. A burly man stepped out from the army formation. He was similar in build to Qin Feng, with bronze skin and a resolute face, clearly a tough guy honed over many years. Wang Hailan pointed at Qin Feng and said, "This magistrate of Ninghai wants to borrow troops to suppress bandits, but I'm worried he doesn't have the ability to lead troops. He insists on proving himself, so you should fight him. Stop when you've made your point. Don't hurt him. Just make him back down." Taisheng clasped his hands and said, "Your subordinate understands." Wang Hailan then looked at Qin Feng, who was squatting and jumping around, making strange movements. He couldn't help but sneer. "Taisheng, be careful not to get hurt by the county magistrate. He just said that even I am no match for him." As soon as he finished speaking, the drill ground erupted in laughter. The soldiers started jeering, saying that a mere civil official dared to challenge the commander-in-chief, showing utter ignorance of his place. Taisheng was known throughout the camp for his great strength. In wrestling, even 3 or 4 soldiers working together might not be able to take him down. Everyone was waiting to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself, and some even shouted that Taisheng should throw Qin Feng out of the circle, preferably out of the camp. Chapter 29. Rumors about the Ninghai County magistrate are untrue. Qin Feng, in particular, was virtually unknown. All people knew of him was that he was a 7th-rank county magistrate. It has always been difficult to excel in both literary and martial arts. Truly accomplished individuals are extremely rare, and most come from powerful and wealthy families. They should never be just a minor county official. Therefore, everyone present was convinced that Qin Feng was destined to lose this match. Not long after, the competition officially began. Taisheng gave Qin Feng a simple and honest smile. "Sir, I am also from Ninghai County, and I shouldn't be fighting with you. But I have orders from above that if I hurt you later, please forgive me." Qin Feng waved to him and said bluntly, "Stop talking nonsense. Come on. It's not certain who will hurt whom." Taisheng nodded, strode over, and reached out to grab Qin Feng's collar. Although he was from Ninghai and had served in the army for many years, every time he returned home, all he heard were bad things about the county magistrate, Qin Feng. Some people had their belongings stolen, and after reporting it to the authorities, not only were they not recovered, but they also had to pay the thieves money in return. Some people were injured by local gentry, and when they went to court, they not only failed to get justice, but were also beaten by the county magistrate. Although these things didn't happen to Tiesheng's family, just hearing about such corrupt officials is infuriating. Therefore, he showed no mercy this time, intending to teach Qin Feng a harsh lesson first. But just as Taisheng grabbed Qin Feng's collar, an accident occurred. Qin Feng grabbed his arm, turned his body, and crawled under Taisheng's armpit. He shoved him hard with his shoulder, pushed his buttocks forward, and exerted force with his hands at the same time. With a clean and swift over-the-shoulder throw, Taisheng was sent flying. The whole set of movements was incredibly fast and terrifyingly accurate. Taisheng had no time to react at all. He flipped 180 degrees in midair and crashed heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, sand flew everywhere, and a gust of wind blinded many of the soldiers watching. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "Am I seeing things?" Taisheng was actually thrown out by that county magistrate. The people next to them were also stunned. It's impossible that we're all seeing things. That's what I saw too. Even if Taisheng is thin, he's still close to 200 pounds. I might not be able to lift him. Just now, it was as if he was thrown into the sky. Everyone stared at Qin Feng, their earlier mockery turning into shock. Who exactly is this magistrate of Ninghai County? Wang Hailan was also stunned for a long time, his heart filled with turmoil. He always thought his uncle was a good-for-nothing. Could it be that the rumors about him being a good-for-nothing were false? If Qin Feng is not incompetent, then are the other rumors about him also untrue? Could it be that he really came to borrow troops to suppress bandits? Could it be that there are indeed bandits causing trouble outside Ninghai County? Wang Hailin was already a skilled martial artist with outstanding achievements. During his years guarding Dengzhou, he had also repelled small-scale invasions by Goryeo. Based on his achievements, he should have been promoted long ago if he had just been willing to curry favor with his superiors and give them gifts. However, he was upright and could not stand corruption and abuse of power. He preferred to hold on to his fourth-rank official position rather than compromise his principles. He had previously told Qin Feng that as an official of the imperial court, he should speak up for the people. That was not just empty talk, but his true feeling. If Ninghai is truly plagued by bandits, then borrowing troops to suppress them is naturally our duty. However, according to the information gathered by his subordinates over the years, there has never been a large-scale banditry in the counties of Dengzhou. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should believe this uncle who had suddenly become a stranger, or the information he had. Just then, Qin Feng had already knocked Tai Sheng to the ground again. He said coldly, "You are no match for me. Let your commander-in-chief personally take the fight." After saying that, he reached out and pulled Tai Sheng up, then gently pushed him back to the side. Tai Sheng's face flushed red with shame and indignation. But during their fight just now, he clearly felt Qin Feng's terrifying power, which he was completely unable to resist and had almost no chance to fight back. Despite his reluctance, he could only lower his head and look at Wang Hailin. "My lord, my humble servant." Wang Hailin waved his hand. "It's all right, you can rest first." He stared at Qin Feng, the disdain in his eyes gone, replaced by a hint of interest. "Uncle has indeed surprised his nephew today. I take back what I said before. But are you sure you want to challenge me?" Qin Feng stretched his shoulders and puffed out his chest. "Of course I'm sure. But let's make it clear first, if I win, you have to lend me troops to suppress the bandits." Wang Hailin nodded without hesitation. "All right. If you lose, I won't let you come for nothing. I'll give you 500 taels of silver as a token of my respect for your uncle." Qin Feng sneered, extended a finger, and shook it 3 times at Wang Hailin. "I can't lose." Wang Hailin burst into laughter. "You're getting cocky just because I called you fat. If I, Wang Hailin, were to lose to a mere 7th-rank county magistrate like you, wouldn't that bring shame upon all the military generals in the land? Come on. Come." Wang Hailin untied his cloak, flung it back, and leaped into the training ground to confront Qin Feng head-on. Qin Feng was equally defiant, raising his hand and beckoning with his index finger, challenging Wang Hailin provocatively. "Come here." Chapter 30. The magistrate wins against the general. Wang Hailin was a member of the Wang family, Qin Feng's mother's family. However, the Wang family's influence in the court was not as strong as that of the Qin family back then. He was able to rise to the position of general not because of connections within the Qin family, but because he earned it through his own hard work and abilities. Qin Feng's grandfather and father had already passed away, and when Wang Hailin was promoted to general, he could not get any help from the Qin family at all. As a general, he was extremely skilled in martial arts. It might be an exaggeration to say that he could take on 100 people, but taking down 40 or 50 people was definitely not a problem. In terms of both strength and technique, he was top-notch. It was only because of his straightforward nature and inability to flatter his superiors that he remained at the 4th-rank official position. But now, a 7th-rank county magistrate dares to challenge him in public. Wang Hailin finds it all quite laughable. He looked at Qin Feng, raised his hand, and pointed to the ground. "In terms of seniority, I am your uncle, so it's not appropriate for me to make the first move. How about this? I'll stand here and give you 3 moves. If you can make me move within 3 moves, you win." Qin Feng laughed on the spot. Wang Hailin obviously didn't know that although he looked weak, he actually had body-tempering pills bestowed by the system. Qin Feng is now incredibly strong. As long as Wang Hailin doesn't have the strength of an ox, it wouldn't be difficult for him to move. Most people wouldn't take such an advantage. In a fair competition, striking first inevitably leads to a reputation for being looked down upon. But Qin Feng comes from the modern world and doesn't have that much of a burden of empty fame. It would be foolish not to take advantage of a bargain that's offered to you. He immediately laughed and said, "Good, you're worthy of being my nephew. Then your uncle won't hold back. Don't cry when you get beaten up later." After saying that, Qin Feng walked slowly toward Wang Hailin. The soldiers on the drill ground looked on with disdain, thinking that the county magistrate was far too arrogant. The general gave him 3 moves, and he actually dared to accept them? Give me a little face, and I'll think I'm someone special. Some even loudly praised him. The general once carried the bronze cauldron for more than 20 steps. His strength was so great that he could uproot mountains, and his spirit was unparalleled. He was simply a reincarnation of Xiangyu. Don't even mention 3 moves. Even if you gave him 30 moves, he still wouldn't be able to budge the general in the slightest. This is, after all, Wang Hailin's home turf. Even though Qin Feng just defeated Taisheng, no one believes he can defeat the general. Taisheng and Wang Hailin are not even in the same league. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Qin Feng walked up to Wang Hailin, without making any show of force, but simply raised his hand and gently pushed Wang Hailin's chest. Wang Hailin was prepared. He immediately settled into a horse stance, lowered his legs, and became as steady as a rock. Let alone Qin Feng. Even 2 or 3 people working together might not be able to move him. But as soon as Qin Feng's palm landed, Wang Hailin's expression changed. A terrifying force pressed down, and the frail county magistrate before him seemed like a bull charging at his chest. Wang Hailin couldn't help but exclaim, "How could someone have such strength?" "Impossible," Qin Feng chuckled. "How about it, nephew? Didn't expect that, did you? You're about to lose." Wang Hailin's heart sank. He could feel that he was about to give up, but the words had already been spoken, and if he took another step, he would lose. In the critical moment, he didn't move his feet, but instead leaned forward with all his might, using his heels to push hard, and dug 2 small holes in the training ground. The training ground was near the sea, and the soil wasn't too hard. By using his heels to sink in and by unleashing the power of his muscles, Wang Hailin managed to withstand Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng's superhuman strength comes from the system and body-tempering pills, while Wang Hailin is just an ordinary person who relies entirely on years of hard training. It is already extremely remarkable that one can withstand this force simply by adjusting one's posture. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for his uncle. Their eyes met, and they both saw approval in each other's eyes, and smiles appeared on their lips at the same time. The initial doubts, barriers, and misunderstandings that arose upon first meeting gradually dissipated at this moment. Qin Feng proved that he not only dared to lead troops, but also possessed sufficient strength and willpower. How could someone who went to such lengths to borrow troops to suppress bandits be the corrupt official he was rumored to be? Wang Hailin also proved with his abilities that his position as general was by no means a mere title. While they may admire each other, the outcome remains undecided. Both made promises and neither would back down, so they remained deadlocked. The soldiers standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. Why isn't it moving? It's like a statue. Some speculated. The general called him uncle probably to let the county magistrate win, so that he wouldn't lose too badly. But soon, someone stared at Wang Hailin's heels, their voice trembling. "Look, the general's feet have sunk an inch deep." This county magistrate is probably no ordinary person. Some people also noticed that Wang Hailin's forehead was covered in sweat. After a brief standoff, Qin Feng also sensed something was amiss. He couldn't keep pressing his hand on the chest of a burly man in front of him. So he asked with a smile, "Nephew, you said you'd lose if you moved your foot even slightly. You're not going to renege on your promise, are you?" Wang Hailin's face turned bright red as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course not." The two were in completely different states. Qin Feng remained calm and composed, while Wang Hailin was nearing his limit. Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's good that you won't renege on your debt." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly withdrew all his strength and quickly dodged to the side. Wang Hailin was struggling to move forward with all his might when the force in front of him suddenly disappeared. He couldn't stop his momentum and fell forward violently. He staggered back several steps, nearly kneeling down on the spot. Qin Feng looked at him and spoke with a smile. "Nephew, you lost." Chapter 31, System Vulnerability Compensation and Upgrade. This scene left all the surrounding soldiers dumbfounded. This county magistrate cheated. This case doesn't count. Exactly. That's an unfair victory. General, let's start over. Yes, let's do it again. Wang Hailin was the top leader in the military camp and an idol in the hearts of all the soldiers. In their eyes, the general should be invincible. How could he lose to a mere county magistrate? No one can accept this result. Although Wang Hailin had no choice but to admit it, he couldn't just let it go. Otherwise, what prestige would he, as a general, have left in the army? He stood with his back to Qin Feng for a long time, then suddenly turned around and burst into laughter. "My uncle is indeed born with superhuman strength. I heard my grandmother mention it years ago, but I didn't quite believe it, so I wanted to give it a try. I never expected that my uncle could be on par with me after years of hard training. It's truly admirable. Superhuman strength? Qin Feng checked the original owner's memories and found that there was no such thing. Wang Hailin was clearly making up an excuse to save face. What's even more impressive is that he didn't mention losing at all, only saying that the two were evenly matched. Although it was somewhat shameless, it immediately stabilized the situation. Qin Feng didn't expose him. His challenge to Wang Hailin today was precisely to make the other party take him seriously, and now that he had achieved his goal, he needed to borrow troops next. If Wang Hailin is put in an awkward position at this point, the other side may not agree to lend him troops. Qin Feng then clasped his hands in a fist and smiled. No problem, no problem. The soldiers immediately found a step. So the county magistrate was born with superhuman strength. No wonder. There are indeed people in the world who are exceptionally gifted, far surpassing ordinary people. It's already quite impressive that the general can contend with someone like this. This is just a contest of strength. If it were a contest of martial arts, General, you certainly wouldn't lose. Soon, the crowd started jeering again, demanding that the two have another fist fight. Wang Hailin was suddenly in a dilemma. He wanted to save face, but he couldn't break his agreement with Qin Feng, which stipulated that he would lend troops as long as Qin Feng gave him permission to act. But the soldiers were indignant, and he couldn't directly spoil their mood, so he could only secretly wink at Qin Feng. Uncle, I will naturally agree to lend you troops. However, I would like to test whether you have truly mastered the martial arts of your maternal grandfather. He lowered his voice and pleaded, Uncle, you absolutely have to agree. Otherwise I'll really lose all my prestige in the army. Qin Feng immediately understood that this kid wanted him to lose in front of everyone. All right, since you're willing to lend me troops, I'll play along. But wasn't your maternal grandfather a civil official? What kind of martial arts skills did he know? Wang Hailin chuckled twice. Didn't we just get carried away with the conversation? Anyway, the old man is no longer here, and nobody knows, so let's just say it like this. After discussing it, the two went back to the training ground. This time, Wang Hailin completely abandoned his underestimation and launched the first attack. His punches were fierce and powerful, the wind from his punches whistling through the air, and the angles of his punches were exceptionally tricky. His hands would sometimes clench into fists, sometimes transform into claws, and his moves also incorporated grappling techniques, launching wave after wave of attacks. In contrast, Qin Feng's basic martial arts skills, which were rewarded by the system, were far too basic. After only a few moves, Qin Feng was already at a disadvantage and could only rely on his superhuman physique and strength to withstand Wang Hailin's relentless attacks. Fortunately, Wang Hailin was prepared and retreated after a brief but fierce attack. Uncle, you've already crossed the training ground line. You've lost this match. Qin Feng looked down and realized that he had been forced back more than 10 steps and was already standing outside the line. We lost just like that. The basic martial arts techniques the system provided are really terrible. The moment the thought crossed my mind, a system notification popped up in my head. This system provides an explanation based on the host's thoughts. Martial arts in this world are divided into 5 categories based on strength. A, B, C, D, and E. The martial arts provided to the host by the system are not the lowest level, category E, but rather category D, and are by no means trash. It's just that this opponent was too strong, and their martial arts were only at the B level, which is why there was such a huge gap between them. Qin Feng immediately retorted, What's the use of explaining? I don't know when I'll encounter any enemies. What if they use Class A martial arts? I wouldn't even know how I died. Your system clearly has bugs. If you're going to give rewards, why not give the best ones? To the host, the system reward levels are preset. Currently, the host can only receive a Class D reward. The system has received the host's request regarding the vulnerability and is currently performing a self-check. 10 seconds later, the system spoke again. After self-checking, the system deems the host's concerns reasonable. A special compensatory upgrade will now be applied to the scanning skill. The scanning technique can detect the target's official rank, combat strength, and the level of martial arts they have learned. Upgrade complete. Please experience it for yourself. After the sound faded, the system went completely silent. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. Scanning technique? He looked up at Wang Hailin, and with a thought, a string of information immediately appeared above the other's head. A 4th-rank military officer with a combat strength of 120, possessing Class B martial arts techniques, and a threat level assessment of extremely dangerous. Qin Feng was startled. My own nephew is actually considered an extremely dangerous person by the system? He felt a wave of fear wash over him. Fortunately, the two were related, and Wang Hailin had no intention of killing him. If it had been a stranger, he probably would have been killed on the spot during that match. With the suppression of bandits imminent, this upgrade in compensation is timely. As expected of the general, Qin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and offered a compliment. Wang Hailin immediately laughed and said, "Not at all, uncle. You're already very impressive to have fought me like this. Ask them, who wasn't thrown out by me as soon as we started fighting." He raised his hand and pointed to the soldiers around him. The group of soldiers immediately laughed sheepishly. Although the county magistrate lost, he only retreated and did not fall in front of the general, which is already quite remarkable. That's right, the county magistrate's martial arts skills are definitely superior to ours. Luckily, the county magistrate arrived. Otherwise, how would we have seen the general's full-force attack? Did you all see that dragon emerging from the sea move just now? It was absolutely magnificent. It's really beautiful. Qin Feng listened to the crowd's discussion and found it all quite amusing. Where did Wang Hailin find such a group of subordinates? They were not satisfied with winning against others. They had to lose to Wang Hailin to gain their recognition. These people are truly something else. Chapter 32. My nephew is quite agreeable. After the competition, Wang Hailin stretched his muscles and exclaimed that he hadn't felt so good in a long time. He immediately ordered a banquet to be prepared so he could have a good drink with his uncle. Soon, the two returned to Wang Hailin's camp. Once the food and wine were served, Wang Hailin dismissed the servants and personally poured wine for Qin Feng. He raised his glass and said solemnly, "I have been disrespectful in the past. Please forgive me, uncle. I will punish myself with this glass of wine." After saying that, he downed his drink in one gulp and let out a long, satisfying sigh. Qin Feng didn't mind and just smiled faintly. He had long guessed that Wang Hailin's previous cold attitude was simply because the original owner had a terrible reputation and the people of Ninghai County hated him to the bone. Seeing that he made no attempt to hide it, Wang Hailin became even more curious. Are those rumors circulating true or false? I've heard that the people of Ninghai County hate you to the core. Qin Feng directly admitted. The rumors are true. I was indeed absurd in the past. This nephew in front of him was one of the few relatives he had in this world. After the battle at the training ground, Qin Feng also realized that Wang Hailin was straightforward and not a bad person, so he decided to be honest with him. He picked up a braised rabbit leg and said while eating, "But that was all in the past. Your grandfather was killed by bandits back then, which was a huge blow to me, which is why I gave up on myself and planned to live a muddled life. But recently I suddenly realized something. What kind of robbers would rob a funeral procession? When they saw my parents, they didn't even say a word, they just came up and killed them." Qin Feng's gaze darkened. Those weren't robbers at all, they were assassins. Your maternal grandfather was very likely murdered. Upon hearing the old story, Wang Hailin's expression also darkened. He agreed with Qin Feng's deduction, but still sighed. That's true, but the case happened many years ago. No one investigated it back then, and if we investigate it now, we probably won't find anything. Uncle, please accept my condolences. Qin Feng put down the rabbit leg, his tone firm. Whether we can find out the truth or not is one thing, and whether we investigate at all is another. Now that I've come to this conclusion, I can't let the murderer who killed my parents go unpunished. Otherwise, how will I face my ancestors in the future? These words were spoken with such force and conviction that they deeply moved Wang Hailin, who immediately nodded emphatically. He didn't know that Qin Feng and the original owner of the body were not the same person at all, and the so-called blood feud between their parents didn't really affect Qin Feng much. Qin Feng brought this up simply to find a reasonable explanation for his sudden change of heart. Especially when facing a close relative like Wang Hailin, the concepts of loyalty and filial piety were most likely to move people's hearts. Sure enough, Wang Hailin immediately declared, "If my maternal grandparents were truly murdered, uncle, please investigate. I will never refuse to help you in any way you can." Qin Feng then said, "Then lend me 500 men first. I need to lead troops to suppress the bandits." Wang Hailin frowned. Where did these bandits come from in Ninghai County? I've been stationed in Dengzhou for many years, and this area is under my jurisdiction. I send people to patrol every year, and I've never heard of any bandits causing trouble in any county. After Qin Feng finished eating the rabbit leg, he told him the whole story about how the local gentry, the advisor Jia Wu, the government officials, and the bandits in Ninghai County colluded to swindle money from the people under the guise of bandit suppression. Upon hearing this, Wang Hailin slammed his fist on the table in fury. Outrageous. A mere clerk dares to ride roughshod over the county magistrate, and even colludes with bandits to swindle money from the people. He immediately ordered to personally lead 1,000 soldiers to chop all the bandits into mincemeat. Although Wang Hailin was a military officer with a fiery temper, he couldn't bear to see the people suffer. In a year of famine, he might not be able to save them, but now, in a year of plenty, the people were being forced to pay money to suppress bandits, and he absolutely could not stand idly by. What angered him even more was that those local gentry, under the guise of raising funds for bandit suppression, were actually just using the name of the Dengzhou military camp to swindle people. If there really were bandits, sending troops to wipe them out in one operation would be enough. Why would they need to suppress bandits and donate money every year? Wouldn't that just mean that Dengzhou University was feeding a bunch of useless people? Seeing Wang Hailin's fury, Qin Feng glanced at him and said, "What's the rush? Sit down first." Wang Hailin was highly skilled in martial arts, but his temper was too impulsive. He wanted to lead his troops to attack after only hearing a few words, and Qin Feng naturally couldn't let him ruin the plan. Qin Feng said, "Those bandits are hiding in the Kunyu Mountains. I only know their general location, but not their exact camp. You can't exactly lead troops to search the mountains. The mountains are so big that even sending out the entire Dengzhou camp might not be enough." He patted Wang Hailin on the shoulder. "You don't need to lead the troops yourself. Just lend me 500 men. If you're really worried, go stay at the Ninghai County government office for a couple of days and see what I do. This time, I will not only suppress the bandits, but also wipe out all the unscrupulous gentry in the county and the corrupt officials in the government." Seeing his confidence, Wang Hailin suppressed his anger slightly and asked, "Is 500 men enough? Or I can give you 1,000 and transfer 1,000 soldiers, which won't affect the camp's defense." What he admired most was someone like Qin Feng, who was strategic and capable of planning. Qin Feng waved his hand gently. "No need. Too many people will only make it harder to hide. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? 500 men are enough to deal with those bandits." Wang Hailin immediately stood up. "Okay, I'll go muster the troops right now." Qin Feng stopped him, saying, "No rush. We'll muster the troops in 3 days. I have a plan, and everything must proceed according to it." Seeing Qin Feng's calm and confident demeanor, Wang Hailin became even more curious. What exactly was his uncle plotting? Chapter 33. The Sino-Japanese War and the Mountain Bandits' Treacherous Schemes. While Qin Feng was heading to the Dengzhou camp, Jia Wu and Steward Liu also successfully arrived at the bandit camp. This band of bandits was personally contacted by Jia Wu, and their leader Ling Chong had little suspicion of him. Steward Liu was not blindfolded this time either, and was escorted all the way into the mountain stronghold. Only then did Steward Liu realize why no one had been able to find the stronghold, which was clearly located in the Kunyu Mountains, all these years. The road leading to the mountain village was initially just an ordinary mountain path, but later it led through a hidden cave. The cave entrance is located in a low-lying area and is completely hidden by tall shrubs, making it impossible to find without careful searching. Moreover, shortly after entering the cave, there were people specifically guarding it. With such tight security, it's not surprising that outsiders couldn't find it. The bandit leader, Ling Chong, was about 35 or 36 years old. He was fair-skinned and handsome, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He looked more refined than the pretentious young masters in the county town, and no one would have guessed that he was the leader of hundreds of bandits. Ironically, within this mountain stronghold, he held immense prestige, and his hundreds of men were all obedient to him. Upon seeing Jia Wu, Ling Chong immediately greeted him warmly. "Isn't this Master Jia? We haven't seen each other for many years. Why have you come in person this year? Butler Liu came by a few days ago, and everything was arranged properly, wasn't it? Are you afraid that I, Ling Chong, will mess it up?" Jia Wu glanced at him and sighed. "It's a long story. I was forced to come here this time. There have been some changes to this year's plans, and I had to inform you in person." Ling Chong noticed something was off about his tone and frowned, asking, "Is this change good or bad? This year is a bumper harvest. You wouldn't be thinking of reducing the brothers' share, would you?" Although they collaborated with corrupt officials in various places and staged plays in different counties to amass wealth, the fact that the bandit group of several hundred people only did this one job a year meant that the 10% of the silver they received was not much. This money is barely enough to keep the stronghold afloat. If the share of profits is cut again, Ling Chong will never agree to it. Jia Wu quickly shook his head. "The profit sharing will still be the same as before, and the silver you receive this year will probably be much more than in previous years." Upon hearing that there was more money, Ling Chong immediately smiled and invited the two into the mountain stronghold to discuss the Sino-Japanese War in detail. Jia Wu and Steward Liu briefly recounted the recent events in Ninghai County. Of course, Jia Wu didn't mention that he had been beaten by Qin Feng, lost his position as a secretary, and was about to be exiled to the frontier. He only said that the county magistrate Qin Feng had suddenly become shrewd and wanted to get a share of the profits from this cooperation. Upon hearing this, Ling Chong immediately objected. If there's one more person, we'll have to pay less. How can you expect us to take more? Jia Wu rolled his eyes at him. Lord Qin's share will be deducted from mine, not yours, so it won't affect you. He just wants you to cooperate more, and he sent me here to inform you. Ling Chong snorted coldly. You mean that good-for-nothing Qin Feng? I've heard of his reputation before. What does he want us to do? We'll cooperate, but only if we get more money. Otherwise, forget it. Qin Feng's reputation was so bad that even bandit leader Ling Chong looked down on him. Upon hearing that it was Qin Feng's idea, he immediately wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price. Jia Wu was in a dilemma. If Qin Feng were still the weak and easily bullied good-for-nothing he used to be, he would have gone back long ago and told Qin Feng to stop daydreaming. Officials and bandits are inherently two separate entities. Even if they cooperate temporarily, they can never truly become one. How could mountain bandits be dictated by a mere county magistrate? But Qin Feng today is completely different from before. He even dared to fight the people sent by the prefect, clearly showing his true colors and making him someone that the Sino-Japanese War would not dare to provoke easily. Of course, Jia Wu had not forgotten the humiliation Qin Feng had brought him, and he would seek revenge sooner or later, but he could not be too hasty at the moment and could only patiently appease Ling Chong. What's the rush? Let me finish what I have to say. The county magistrate only asked you to send 20 or 30 people to cause a scene in the county 3 days later, to scare the people and encourage them to donate money. Ling Chong stroked his chin, his face full of suspicion. Why go through all this trouble to scare the people? In previous years, didn't you handle everything yourselves, and we just waited to get our share of the profits? Jia Wu sneered. Every year you shout about suppressing bandits, but every year you fail to catch the thieves. After this happens so many times, will the people continue to be fooled? According to Lord Qin's idea, it would be best to have a few more of you contribute people to go to jail for a few days, eat a few prison meals, and then parade through the streets for a day or two. In this way, when the people see the bandits being captured with their own eyes, they will believe that there are really bandits in Ninghai County, and they will naturally donate more money. Jia Wu then began to calculate. Lord Qin plans to collect 5 taels of silver from each household this year. There are more than 40,000 households in Ninghai County, so the total would be 200,000 taels. If you take 10%, that's 20,000 taels of silver, several times more than in previous years. Isn't this a worthwhile deal for just one play? These words immediately moved Ling Chong. With just over 20 brothers going down the mountain to perform a play, he could earn several times more money than in previous years. How could he possibly refuse? Ling Chong clapped his hands 3 times and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. This good-for-nothing Qin Feng does have some brains. If I were an ordinary citizen who had never seen bandits, I would naturally not believe in any donations. But if I witnessed bandits causing trouble with my own eyes, it would be a completely different story. Master Jia, how should we act? I'll personally lead the team to cooperate. Jia Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, no rush. As per Lord Qin's request, you can lead your men down the mountain in 3 days. Chapter 34, the grand show begins. Qin Feng and Wang Hailin set a 3-day deadline. Qin Feng ordered Wang Hailin to lead his troops to sneak into Ninghai County, making sure to remain undetected and to take action as soon as the firecrackers went off. Wang Hailin patted his chest and assured him that he would act exactly as planned. Qin Feng nodded and immediately rushed back to the county town. The round trip from Dengzhou camp to Ninghai County took 2 days, which was just the right amount of time. Upon returning to the city, he immediately dispatched his yamen runners to notify the local gentry door-to-door that bandits would be coming down the mountain to perform a play the next day, and that no one was allowed to go out in order to avoid being accidentally injured. As night fell, the constables returned to report, saying that they had delivered all the messages and had personally informed the heads of each household. Those usually high-ranking gentry changed their expressions upon hearing that the bandits were really going to enter the city. They hurriedly ordered their doors to be closed and their servants to guard the entrance. Some people also said that the Guo family, a wealthy man in the southeast of the city, even had a tunnel. When they went there, the Guo family was busy moving valuables into the tunnel. Qin Feng simply nodded after listening. It seemed the local gentry knew the bandits' background well, and even though they cooperated in secret, they didn't dare to truly trust these desperate men. If the local gentry are in such a state, the bandits are probably in no better shape. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. This situation was even more stable than he had anticipated. He looked at the constables and asked them if they remembered the arrangements for tomorrow. They all assured him in unison that they would not ruin his plans. Qin Feng waved to them, telling them to get some rest early. Tomorrow, the real show would begin. Another day passed, and the day for the plan to be implemented finally arrived. The first to act were the bandits of Kunyu Mountain. Jia Wu and Steward Liu had already received Qin Feng's instructions to remain temporarily at the bandit camp instead of returning to the county town. Ling Chong did not object to this. Although Qin Feng's method of swindling money was clever, he did not completely believe it, and keeping the two men behind would be a good way to hold them hostage. At dawn, Ling Chong changed into his best clothes and, with more than 30 elite brothers, rode his horse and carried his sword, galloping from Kunyu Mountain all the way to Ninghai County. On the way, he repeatedly reminded everyone that today's act was just a performance, but in reality, they were still doing what they were most familiar with: robbery and plunder. If you're going to put on a show, you have to do it properly. You have to show the power and spirit of the mountain stronghold, and you can't tarnish its reputation. But he also warned everyone that it was just a play after all, and that no one should be killed, and that even ordinary people should not be seriously injured. Otherwise, if the county magistrate can't suppress the matter, and the higher authorities send troops to investigate thoroughly, they will ultimately be the ones who suffer. The bandits readily agreed, with one boasting about his precise swordsmanship, guaranteeing that he would only skin someone alive, without drawing blood. At this moment, a stuttering bandit couldn't help but ask, "Boss, if we don't kill people, can we still pick flowers?" Everyone burst into laughter, scolding him for having nothing but women on his mind. The stutterer protested, saying he didn't use his mouth to pick flowers, which only drew more laughter. These bandits were extremely relaxed. In their view, the people of Ninghai County were already at their mercy, and now that they knew in advance that this was a prearranged play and the county government would cooperate, they naturally felt no pressure. A group of people chatted and laughed as they traveled, from dusk till dawn, and finally arrived at the border of Ninghai County. Ling Chong pointed to the county town ahead, reminding everyone that today's performance was related to the mountain stronghold's profits in Ninghai County this year, and everyone had to put in their best effort. They're professionals at robbing and plundering. They should operate with style, flair, and momentum. At Ling Chong's command, more than 30 bandits roared and charged on horseback, heading straight for the gates of Ninghai County. "Bandits are here to rob us." 30 fast horses rushed into the city in a swarm, and the two guards at the gate were so frightened that they stood against the wall and did not dare to stop them. The bandits rode their horses recklessly, overturning and smashing all the vegetable stalls, meat stalls, porcelain stalls, and cloth stalls. The people screamed and hid on both sides of the street, fearing both the knives in the hands of the bandits and being trampled under the hooves of the galloping horses. Some people wept while holding their smashed porcelain, while others wailed in despair at the rotten vegetables scattered on the ground, saying that their elderly mothers were waiting for them to sell vegetables to buy medicine. But having their stalls smashed wasn't the worst of it. The bandits then picked out a few strong men from the crowd, dragged them aside, and beat them severely. They felt that if they wanted to instill fear in the people, they had to show some real skill. However, everyone remembered Ling Chong's instructions and acted with restraint, avoiding any fatalities. The stutterer who kept clamoring to pick flowers also set his sights on a pretty young woman. He dismounted and cornered the girl against the wall, stammering, "Little lady." At first, the girl thought he wanted to acknowledge her as his mother, but when she understood what he meant, she was so frightened that she hugged her shoulders and squatted down. The stutterer chuckled, threatening that screaming at the top of his lungs would be useless. Just as he was about to step forward to pull her away, a steel knife suddenly slashed down in front of him, the blade grazing his nose. If he had taken another step forward, half his head would have been gone. Startled, the stutterer took several steps back, drew his knife, and demanded to know who the newcomer was. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the person blocking his way was actually a yamen runner dressed in official robes. The constable brandished his knife and roared angrily, "How dare you commit violence and cause trouble in broad daylight? You're asking for trouble." Immediately afterwards, several yamen runners carrying swords rushed over from the direction of the county government office. The stutterer was taken aback at first, then remembered what Jia Wu had told him last night. After the bandits entered the city, county yamen runners would come out to fight them. They were all his own people. Send some clever ones to act as their opponents, and be careful not to hurt any of them. The stutterer suddenly realized that his co-star had finally arrived. Chapter 35. Disregarding martial morality and engaging in sneak attacks. Despite his stutter, he was quite skilled, which is why he was chosen to be one of the 30 bandits in today's performance. He prepared for this scene all night, even thinking in advance about what to say and how to fight when he encountered the Yamen runners. He shook his head, pointed at his nose, and said, "Humph. What's wrong with committing violence in the middle of the street? We're waiting for your grandma." He wanted to announce the name of Quangfeng village so that the people would remember them, but he got stuck on the tip of his tongue and couldn't finish the sentence. The constable opposite him didn't give him a chance at all and slashed with his knife. "What grandma or grandpa? You dare to cause trouble in Ninghai County? You'll have to get past this knife first. Take this." The steel blade cut through the air, forcing the stutterer to retreat repeatedly, forgetting all the lines he had prepared. He hurriedly raised his knife to defend himself, shouting angrily, You young man, you have no martial ethics. You actually launched a sneak attack." The constable sneered. "What rules do you guys, these wicked bandits, have? I'm going to chop you up." After saying that, he pounced again. The other constables also acted at the same time, each entangled with one of the bandits. There were only a dozen or so Yamen runners in total, and they were no match for 30 bandits in a head-on fight. However, the bandits who were not chosen all thought it was just a show, so they stood by and watched without making a move. Someone noticed something was wrong and whispered, "Why are these constables acting like they're risking their lives?" Every stab is aimed at vital points. Old Stutterer almost got stabbed just now. Those around him, however, disagreed. "What do you know? This is called playing the part. There are so many people around. What if someone notices the flaw? Of course, we have to make it look convincing." Some people worried. "But what if someone gets hurt if we actually cut them down?" The man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Since the chieftain is cooperating with the county magistrate, he must have made arrangements in advance. It's not our place to worry about it." Ling Chong initially paid no attention, but when he heard his subordinates discussing it, he turned his gaze to the battlefield. After a few glances, his brows immediately furrowed. No, these constables aren't acting at all. They're really risking their lives. Fortunately, he brought only the best men from the stronghold. If they had been ordinary bandits, several of them would have been killed long ago. Ling Chong was cursing the county magistrate for being dishonest when he suddenly heard a short, sharp sound piercing the air. Turning his head, he saw a feathered arrow, gleaming coldly, hurtling straight towards his face. With a snap, Ling Chong raised his hand and firmly gripped the arrow. Not only did they really fight, but they even fired arrows? What on earth is going on? He then realized that the crowds that had once filled the streets were nowhere to be seen, and the doors and windows of nearby shops and houses were all tightly closed. Ling Chong's heart sank, and he immediately shouted, "Brothers, be careful. This is a trap." As soon as he finished speaking, even more arrows rained down from the heights. The narrow streets made it difficult to dodge arrows, and the 30 bandits were all gathered together. After this volley of arrows, more than 20 people were hit, and 5 of them were wounded in vital areas and fell off their horses on the spot. Ling Chong, being the most skilled in martial arts, was well prepared and deflected all the arrows with his weapon, remaining unharmed. Looking in the direction from which the rain of arrows came, several rooftops were filled with archers, more than 20 in total, lined up in a row. In the center of the crowd, a man dressed in official robes and wearing a black gauze hat stood at the very front. It was Qin Feng. Ling Chong instantly understood everything, his face turning ashen. "Damn it, we've been tricked." He pointed at Qin Feng and cursed, "Qin Feng, you corrupt official. You tricked my brother into coming here to die." Qin Feng stood on the rooftop and smiled coldly. "You are a thief, and I am an official. Killing you is doing the people a favor. It's only right and proper. If you use methods, that's called resourcefulness, not trickery." These words nearly choked Ling Chong to death. They had clearly agreed to cooperate, but the county magistrate suddenly turned on them and even set a trap to wipe them all out. Ling Chong grew angrier the more he thought about it, convinced that Qin Feng wanted to pocket the money donated by the people, which was why he wanted to kill him to silence him. "You corrupt, incompetent, and rotten official. You even dared to scheme against your own grandfather, Ling Chong. Aren't you afraid I'll skin you alive?" Qin Feng retorted without backing down. "You villain, you've harmed the people and endangered the region. You're the one who deserves to be skinned alive." He abruptly raised his hand and ordered, "Men, listen to my command. This man is the bandit leader, and I will take his life." All bows and arrows, Aim at Ling Chong and fire. The archers on the roof responded in unison, drawing their bows taut. Seeing the situation was dire, Ling Chong immediately roared, "Retreat! Take the wounded brothers with you. Don't worry about the dead. Retreat now." Chapter 36. The magistrate closes the net. Qin Feng's men simultaneously released their arrows, all aimed at Ling Chong. Ling Chong was shocked and hurriedly spurred his horse to turn around, fleeing frantically out of the county town along the original route. A loud shout came from behind Qin Feng. "Chase them!" Immediately afterwards, shouts of battle erupted from within the city. Could there be an ambush in the city? Is this all a trap set by Qin Feng? Ling Chong dared not look back, and could only crouch low and flee for his life. Fewer than 10 of his brothers escaped with him. The rest were either captured or killed by arrows. He gritted his teeth and resolved that he absolutely could not die here, much less at the hands of that despicable county magistrate. In reality, they had no pursuers at all. There weren't many government officials in the county town either, and many of the archers on the city walls were hunters hired on short notice. Qin Feng had already notified some of the villagers that bandits would be coming to the county town, asking them to cooperate in the charade and promising that no one would be harmed. He then hired hunters to ambush the city walls, deliberately creating the appearance of a large army besieging them. As a result, 2/3 of the 30 bandits who had come to the city to put on a show were left alive, and several others were actually killed by a hail of arrows. Qin Feng immediately ordered that the surviving bandits be imprisoned, the dead be sent to the mortuary, and the rest continue to proceed according to plan. The yamen runners led the people to the residences of local gentry, some pretending to be fierce bandits and others to be oppressed people, causing a commotion throughout the town. These local gentry are all shrewd. If Qin Feng tells them to stay home, they will definitely try to find out information in secret. If he doesn't put on a show in front of them, they'll inevitably become suspicious. Besides, once the bandits leave, they'll jump out demanding money and urging Qin Feng to hold a mobilization meeting. Qin Feng doesn't have time to deal with them right now. He must first keep these people firmly in their homes. At Master Hu's residence, the main gate was tightly shut, and several servants lay prone behind the gate, peeking through the cracks to observe the situation outside. Suddenly, an angry shout came from outside. "Stop!" Immediately afterwards, someone pleaded in terror, "Don't kill me, please. Wanna live? Give me the money to buy your life. Where would we poor people get money?" Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh came from outside, blood splattered, followed by a fierce interrogation. One of the commoners, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly shouted, "This is the home of Hu Dagwan. He's a local gentry. He's rich. Why don't you rob him?" The servants behind the door couldn't see what was happening outside, but upon hearing this, they immediately heard footsteps approaching the Hu residence. The next moment, a steel knife suddenly pierced through the crack in the door, nearly piercing the servant's head. The group was terrified and turned to flee inside. Loud bangs echoed outside the door, and the bandit shouted angrily, "Open the door! If you don't open the door, I'll burn your Hu mansion down." The servants hurriedly found wooden sticks and tables and chairs to prop up the gate, and then quickly sent someone to inform Hu Lai. Hu Lai was waiting to hear how the play was going outside, but when he saw the servants running in a panic, he quickly asked what was going on. The servant cried out urgently, "Master, something terrible has happened. Bandits are killing people in the city and have their eyes on our Hu residence. They're shouting and cursing right outside the gate." Hu Lai's face turned deathly pale. "That's not right. Shouldn't they know the magistrate's plan? Why are they banging on my door?" The servant stamped his feet anxiously, saying, "Master, they are bandits from the mountains. Why would they listen to the magistrate? You're confused." Hu Lai then suddenly realized that the bandits were not businessmen, and the 10% of silver they received was nothing compared to the wealth of the Hu family. These people are probably after money and really want to rob the Hu family. He immediately ordered all the servants to guard the Hu residence and not let anyone in. Afterwards, he summoned his most beloved concubines and children to the deepest part of the inner courtyard, closed the door tightly, and then blocked it with a cabinet. The concubine was confused, but Hu Lai said sternly, "Save your lives. No one is allowed to go out today. You'll eat, drink, and relieve yourself here. Just get through this." The same scene was playing out repeatedly in the homes of other local gentry in Ninghai County. All the local gentry began to complain about Qin Feng, feeling that he had insisted on putting on a show, which had actually brought out the true ferocity of the mountain bandits. Now, who knew when this would end? After completing their tasks, the constables returned to Qin Feng one after another to report back. They reported that the local gentry were so frightened that they kept their doors tightly shut and dared not step out, and their servants were also huddled together inside the mansions on guard. Qin Feng nodded, telling them to continue their performance and, ideally, to keep these people from leaving their homes for the next 2 days to avoid ruining things. That night, Wang Highland finally arrived with 500 soldiers as promised. Under the cover of darkness, they quietly entered the city and dispersed to ambush in various parts of the county. The net has been cast, and now we are just waiting for the enemy to walk right into it. Chapter 37. The bandit leader is stunned. Ling Chong led the remaining bandits on a wild run, only daring to stop and catch his breath when they were 10 miles away from Ninghai County. He immediately ordered his men to turn back and check. The one in charge of scouting was none other than the old stuttering flower picker. The old stutterer was lucky. He wasn't hit by an arrow, nor was he cut down by the constables. He actually managed to escape with them. Not long after, the old stutterer came running back, panting, shouting, "Chief, the soldiers behind us! Soldiers! Soldiers!" Ling Chong's expression changed drastically. He thought the government troops had caught up with them, and immediately shouted, "Go! Split up and go somewhere else. Don't go into the mountains. We can't expose the location of our stronghold." Before the old stutterer could finish speaking, he said, "None of the officers or soldiers caught up with us." Ling Chong was so angry that he kicked him over. "Can you stop talking so fast?" The old stutterer said aggrievedly, "Chief, I'm not panting, I'm just stuttering. You're my brother. Get out of my way." Ling Chong added another kick. After venting his anger, Ling Chong finally calmed down. Although he suffered heavy losses, at least he survived and didn't die at the hands of Magistrate Qin Feng. A bandit stepped forward, his face filled with grief, and reported, "Chief, more than half of our brothers have been killed." Ling Chong slammed his fist into the tree trunk, causing leaves to fall, and gritted his teeth as he roared, "Qin Feng, how dare you play this trick on me? I'll never let him get away with this." The bandits roared in anger. They had thought it was just a charade, but Qin Feng had taken it seriously, making a fool of them and causing the deaths of so many of his brothers. Someone immediately suggested that they simply drag everyone down from the mountain and loot Ninghai County. After robbing enough silver, they would abandon the mountain stronghold, disguise themselves as refugees, and go elsewhere to make a living, determined to vent their anger. Although Ling Chong was furious, he did not lose his composure. He remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, since this corrupt official wants to kill me, he must have made preparations in advance. We cannot fall for his tricks again, and we cannot act rashly." Someone asked, unwilling to give up, "So, we're just leaving it at that?" "Of course not." Ling Chong's eyes were filled with coldness. "But revenge requires planning first. Aren't there still those 2 corrupt officials locked up in the stronghold? I think they were sent by Qin Feng to spy on me and deliberately mislead me. When we get back, we'll torture them severely and interrogate them thoroughly before we talk about anything else." Looking at the wounded who had been rescued, he immediately ordered that the injured brothers be sent back to the village for treatment first. Without delay, the group hurriedly led the wounded back to Kunyu Mountain. Meanwhile, in the mountain stronghold, Jia Wu and Steward Liu were having a lively conversation with the bandits left behind. Steward Liu asked curiously how their chieftain distributed the silver he robbed each year, and whether he would go down the mountain to visit brothels after receiving his share of the money. The bandits shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They used to be starving refugees, and they were lucky to get a hot meal on the mountain, let alone dare to hope for women. Butler Liu immediately adopted a lecturing tone. "That's not right. Of the 3 unfilial acts, the greatest is to have no offspring. Even if you become a bandit, you can't delay getting married and having children. Otherwise, how can you face your ancestors?" The bandits sighed and said that they were already considered political achievements by the government and could be wiped out at any time. Their heads were hanging by a thread, so how could they implicate innocent women? The 2 sides couldn't find common ground at all, but the moment the topic turned to women, the atmosphere changed immediately. Jia Wu then said, "You'll get much more silver this time than in previous years. Say a few words to the chieftain and ask for some money to go down the mountain and have some fun." The new girl at Suixiang Tower, with her figure and skin, even if you lose your head right away, it's worth it to touch her. The bandits were itching to try it, and they chuckled to themselves. One of them slapped his thigh and said that the chieftain had always treated them well, and now that he actually had some money, they should all bring it up. Maybe the chieftain would really agree. Just as they were dreaming of a better life, a loud shout suddenly came from the direction of the village gate. "The chieftain is back." Everyone quickly stood up to greet him. Butler Lu and Jia Wu also stood up, thinking that Ling Chong's quick return was because the play had gone smoothly. The two pushed open the door and walked out, but before they could even take a step, they were kicked and sent flying back. Steward Lu scrambled to his feet, only then recognizing Ling Chong, who stood before him, his face contorted with rage and his body disheveled. His heart sank, but he still angrily demanded, "Chief Ling, what are you doing? Why did you kick me for no reason?" Jia Wu was already injured and couldn't get up immediately after the fall. He looked up at Ling Chong's face and immediately realized that something was wrong. Ling Chong sneered, "Kick him? You're dreaming." Thinking of his brothers who had suffered heavy casualties, his rage erupted completely. He waved his hand and shouted, "Men, hang these two scoundrels up and beat them severely." Before the bandits left behind could figure out what had happened, the bandits who had followed Ling Chong back rushed up, tied up Steward Lu and Jia Wu, kicked them over, spat at them, and cursed, "You two treacherous dogs." Chapter 38. Qin Feng is going to kill us completely. After going out, more than 20 brothers died, and Ling Chong could hardly contain his anger. He immediately ordered his men to hang Jia Wu and Steward Lu up, first giving them a severe beating, and then whipping them mercilessly. Before long, the two were covered in blood and no longer had the strength to scream. Those bandits who had escaped death hated them even more, beating and cursing them as they went, convinced that the two guys had colluded with Qin Feng to set a trap and kill their chief and brothers. Jia Wu and Steward Lu were completely bewildered. They had only come to discuss the play. So how did someone suddenly die and become a spy plotting to kill the chief? Jia Wu was already injured, and after this beating he was left barely alive. Yet he still struggled and begged for mercy, saying that there must be something fishy about this. After fighting for a while, Ling Chong gradually calmed down and gestured for someone to put the two down. He then thought that if Qin Feng really conspired with Jia Wu and Steward Lu to harm him, the two of them should have fled long ago. Why should he stay in the stronghold and wait for them to return? Moreover, he had never restricted their movements. It was they who had volunteered to stay in the village and wait for news. As soon as Jia Wu caught his breath, he asked in a trembling voice what had happened to make the chieftain so furious. Before he could finish speaking, a bandit slapped him across the face, making his vision go black. The bandits cursed angrily, saying that they had only gone to put on a show, but the people of Ninghai County were actually fighting them to the death, and had even ambushed archers on the rooftops. If it weren't for Ling Chong's superior martial arts skills, everyone would probably have died in the county town. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and asked, "In previous years, we cooperated well. Why did Qin Feng suddenly want to kill me this year?" Only then did Jia Wu finally understand that Qin Feng's charade had actually turned into a murder plot. But he also couldn't understand why Qin Feng would ruin the cooperation himself, since the idea was originally Qin Feng's. Butler Lu immediately cried out that he was innocent, saying that Qin Feng only asked them to come to discuss cooperation, and that Qin Feng alone decided on the acting, and they had no idea that there would be an ambush. After much deliberation, Jia Wu guessed that Qin Feng might be greedy for the silver donated by the people and wanted to keep all the money for himself, which is why he turned on them and killed them. Ling Chong still didn't completely believe it and angrily accused the two of being spies sent by Qin Feng to deliberately lure him to his death. Steward Lu cried out in distress, saying that they had clearly advised Ling Chong to send only 30 bandits to put on a show, but Ling Chong insisted on going himself. This statement startled Ling Chong. After careful reflection, he realized that he had indeed been in high spirits at the time and had taken the initiative to lead the group there. He continued to press on with a stern face, asking why Qin Feng would do such a thing if the two of them had no connection with him. More than 20 brothers have fallen into the hands of the government. How should this blood debt be settled? Jia Wu knelt on the ground, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Qin Feng deliberately had him and Steward Lu stay in the mountain stronghold, clearly intending to use Ling Chong and the bandits to eliminate them as well. He told Ling Chong with difficulty that Qin Feng had become a different person in recent days. Although he was still greedy, his methods were much more insidious than before. Qin Feng made them stay in the mountain stronghold, and then lured the bandits to the county town to stage a play to their deaths. It was clear that he wanted to wipe out the two of them and all the brothers in the stronghold. Jia Wu reminded Ling Chong that if he hadn't personally led the team, how many of the 30-odd bandits would have returned alive? Ling Chong's face darkened completely when he recalled the dense array of archers on the rooftop. At least 20 people were shooting arrows at the same time. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to block many arrows for his brothers, those 30-odd people would probably have been wiped out long ago. Taking advantage of the situation, Jia Wu said that Qin Feng not only wanted to swallow all the silver, but also wanted to use this incident to intimidate Ling Chong and make him obedient in the future. Ling Chong was instantly enraged. How dare a mere county magistrate presume to order him around? Today, Qin Feng killed more than 20 brothers. If he does not avenge this, Ling Chong swears he will not be a man. One sentence instantly ignited the murderous intent of the bandits in the room. Everyone volunteered, saying that as long as the chieftain gave the order, they would go down the mountain and cut off Qin Feng's head, even if it meant going through fire and water. Even the stuttering bandits were excitedly shouting that they should immediately go down the mountain and kill that corrupt official. Ling Chong raised his hand to stop everyone, saying that this matter should not be rushed. Given the large number of people in the mountain stronghold, Qin Feng's willingness to make the first move indicates that the other side must have been prepared in advance. To get revenge, we need to figure out what cards Qin Feng is holding. At this point, Ling Chong's gaze slowly fell on Jia Wu and Steward Liu. Chapter 39. What is Qin Feng up to now? Ling Chong pointed at Steward Liu and said coldly, "You get up." Steward Liu shuddered and timidly got to his feet. "What are your orders, Chief?" Ling Chong ordered him to go down the mountain immediately, find out why Qin Feng dared to oppose the stronghold, how many men and how many horses and arrows he had, and return to report within 12 hours. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Chong drew his sword and pressed it against Jia Wu's neck. If he doesn't come back, he's dead. Steward Liu was taken aback at first. What did it matter to him whether Jia Wu died or not? But then he thought about it again and realized that this was clearly a perfect opportunity to escape from the mountain stronghold. He had spent his entire life as a servant in a wealthy household, finally rising to the position of steward, and had never suffered such hardship. The beating he endured today in the mountain stronghold was the worst experience of his life. Over the years, he colluded with the Sino-Japanese War and amassed over 1,000 taels of silver. If he could simply return home to collect the silver notes, then travel south to Jiangnan to buy land, and become a wealthy man, he could still live a life of luxury. As for the Sino-Japanese War, he could just stay on the mountain and wait to die. What did it have to do with Steward Liu? Steward Liu immediately nodded. "I will definitely find out Qin Feng's background and report back as soon as possible." Jia Wu panicked and hurriedly said that he was a clerk in the Yamen and knew better where to go to gather information, and that he could not let Steward Liu go down the mountain alone. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and blood flowed down his neck. Ling Chong stared at him. "Say one more word, and I'll chop you up right now." The First Sino-Japanese War was so frightened that he shut his mouth tightly, full of bitterness, but dared not utter another word. Fearing that Jia Wu would see through his thoughts, Steward Liu quickly made a feigned assurance. "Master Jia, don't worry, I will definitely come back as soon as possible and not let the chieftain harm your life." Subsequently, Ling Chong sent a bandit to escort Steward Liu down the mountain. Steward Liu hurried back to Ninghai County. By the time he reached the outskirts of the city, the sun was already setting in the west, and it was getting late. Upon seeing the city gate, he quickened his pace, hurried into the city, and headed straight for his residence. But by the city gate, a Yamen runner watched his retreating figure, a cold smile on his lips, and then blew 3 whistles, 2 long and 1 short. The whistle quickly spread throughout the city, reaching all the way to the northwest corner. Under the tree, Sun Debao and Wang Long were playing tic-tac-toe idly. Hearing the signal, Sun Debao jumped up. 2 long, 1 short. Butler Liu is back. Get ready. Wang Long immediately went around to the back of the courtyard wall and instructed the 3 people dressed as commoners. "Have you all remembered the play I taught you today? At this crucial moment, no one can make a mistake." One of the old men patted his chest and assured him that even if he forgot the past, he would never forget what he had to say today. Wang Long nodded. "Once you see Steward Liu appear, you shall begin immediately." Not long after, Butler Liu sneaked up to the vicinity of the house. Once he enters the house, removes the innermost floorboards, and retrieves the Huitong Bank silver notes from the hidden compartment, he can completely escape the bandit stronghold and fly far away. But just as he was about to enter, 3 people suddenly passed by the door, chatting as they walked. One of them sighed. "Ergu, what are you doing here?" Another person said, "I'm keeping an eye on Steward Liu for Lord Qin. As soon as he returns, I'll report to the constable immediately." Who would have thought that Master Jia and Steward Liu had colluded with the bandits and acted as their henchmen for so many years? It's likely that all the money we donated has been swindled away by them. Fortunately, Lord Qin is discerning and discovered these 2 thieves. This year's 300,000 taels of silver is the real money used to suppress bandits. The men grew angrier as they talked, saying that Steward Lu and Jia Wu had become accomplices of bandits, and if they dared to return, the people would beat them to death. Someone else whispered that they carried a knife and would stab Steward Lu if they saw him. Lord Qin had already issued a kill order. Killing these two thieves would not only be a crime, but would also bring a reward. Butler Lu, hiding behind the wall, listened with trepidation, barely daring to breathe. A kill order? The common people are all carrying knives, ready to kill him on sight? He had only been gone for a day. How did he suddenly become a thief whom the whole county wanted to kill? Just as he was panicking and at a loss, two more familiar voices came. Steward Lu's expression changed drastically. It turned out to be Wang Long and Sun Debao from the Yamen. What are they doing here? Could it be that Qin Feng is up to something again? Chapter 40 Tomorrow's Bandit Suppression. You are the commander. Seeing Wang Long and Sun Debao guarding outside the Lu family's gate, Steward Lu did not show himself, but hid in the shadows, eavesdropping on their conversations with the people. Wang Ergu and his gang pretended to be concerned citizens, saying they were waiting for Steward Lu to return so they could rid the people of this menace. Wang Long, however, scolded them for being too conspicuous blocking the doorway, saying Steward Lu would have run away long ago if he saw them. Sun Debao immediately revealed his purpose, to confiscate the property on the orders of the county magistrate. He argued that Steward Lu had colluded with the 1894 to 1895 movement to commit evil deeds, and that there must be stolen silver in the house. Even if it meant tearing down the house and digging up the ground, they would recover the people's money. The three men quickly praised Qin Feng as a rare and benevolent official, and then asked whether the news of 3,000 soldiers outside the city was true or false. Wang Long deliberately lowered his voice, saying that this matter must not be revealed to outsiders. Qin Feng couldn't possibly borrow troops so quickly. His previous attempt to borrow troops during the Sino-Japanese War was nothing more than a lie. The archers who repelled the bandits today were actually hunters disguised as Yamen runners. Even if the general were willing to actually borrow troops, it would take at least 4 or 5 days to muster and march them, and Ninghai County currently has no reinforcements at all. Some people wondered, didn't everyone say that the troops were stationed outside the city? Wang Long sneered. That was just to scare the bandits and prevent them from launching a surprise attack. The steward, Lu, listening from behind the wall, was terrified, but more than whether the soldiers were real or not, he cared about his money. If they searched his house thoroughly, wouldn't all his hidden wealth be gone? He couldn't hold back his tears and burst into tears. Wang Long immediately became alert and rushed to the wall with Sun Debao, shouting who was lurking around suspiciously. Sun Debao even drew his sword and demanded sharply if it was Steward Lu who had returned. Steward Lu was terrified and screamed in denial before turning and fleeing toward the city gate. Wang Long immediately shouted that Steward Lu had colluded with mountain bandits and should be killed without mercy. Whoever got his head would receive a reward of 300 taels of silver. Dozens of people suddenly rushed out of the once quiet street, all shouting that they were chasing the traitor. Butler Lu looked back and screamed in terror again, running for his life at twice the speed he usually did. Wang Long and Sun Debao pretended to chase after him for a few steps, then stopped and laughed. Butler Lu's escape skills were so good that even if they really chased him, it would probably take them some effort. Knowing that their mission was complete, the two men, along with Wang Ergu and the others who had been acting, returned to the county government office to collect their reward. Inside the county government office, Wang Long and Sun Debao knelt before Qin Feng to report. As expected, Steward Lu had been released and wanted to go home. The plan had succeeded in scaring the man away. The two now admired Qin Feng immensely. Qin Feng's previous arrangements were so meticulous that they initially thought it impossible for someone, not a pawn, to predict everything so accurately. However, the location, time, and even the reaction of Butler Lu when he returned were not much different from what Qin Feng had expected. Qin Feng nodded and ordered the guards outside the Jia residence to withdraw. Only one of Steward Lu and Jia Wu would return. He then instructed the two men that Zhao should have already gone out. He told them to keep a close eye on the signals in the sky and to return immediately to report as soon as they saw any lights. The direction of the lights indicated the location of the bandits' stronghold. Wang Long and Sun Debao accepted their orders and left. Qin Feng watched their retreating figures, knowing full well that the two constables and Zhao were the men he trusted most. Next, all we need to do is wait for the bandits to launch a full-scale attack. Qin Feng picked up his teacup, looked at Wang Hailin across the table, and said with a smile, We'll have to rely on General Wang then. Wang Hailan laughed heartily and readily agreed. The 3-day appointment was tomorrow, and he had already arrived in Ninghai County with 600 soldiers as promised, setting up camp outside the city. Qin Feng didn't call him elder nephew in front of the servants to save face for Wang Hailan. He had called him elder nephew at the Dengzhou camp to use their seniority to boost his prestige. Otherwise, a county magistrate might not have been able to get into the camp. In ancient times, there was a clear distinction between superiors and inferiors. Wang Hailan was older and a general, so he had to maintain some dignity in front of Qin Feng's servants. Qin Feng understood this point clearly, and Wang Hailan was quite pleased with it. He gradually discovered that Qin Feng, who was rumored to be lazy and incompetent, was not a good-for-nothing at all. This man not only knew how to gauge the situation, but he could also predict the actions of the mountain bandits, clearly making him a resourceful county magistrate. Qin Feng then said seriously, "The bandits are fierce and will surely cause trouble in Ninghai County tomorrow. In order to prevent the people from being dragged into the war, I already have a plan, but I don't know if General Wang is willing to follow my orders." Wang Hailan raised an eyebrow. He would never entrust his troops to someone else's command if it were anyone else. But the person in front of him was his uncle, and he also wanted to see what Qin Feng had up his sleeve to protect the city's inhabitants during the bandit suppression. Wang Hailan immediately laughed and said, "Since Lord Qin is so confident, what's wrong with following your orders? I'll issue the order tonight. Tomorrow we'll be suppressing the bandits, with Qin Feng as our commander." Chapter 41. The matter of borrowing troops must be a lie. Steward Lu stumbled and fell countless times on his way to escape into the mountains. Only when he saw that no one was chasing him did he dare to stop and catch his breath. Little did he know that a constable was lurking in the shadows, secretly following his every move. As soon as Steward Lu returned to the mountain stronghold, he was brought before the stronghold leader, Ling Chong, by the bandits. Ling Chong was personally keeping an eye on Jia Wu, preventing him from escaping. When Jia Wu saw Steward Lu, he was quite surprised. This guy actually dared to come back? Upon seeing the Jia Wu, Steward Lu immediately rushed forward, crying out, "It's all over! It's all over! The magistrate is determined to kill us." He tearfully recounted that the entire population of Ninghai County knew about their schemes, and Qin Feng had even issued a kill order. If the two of them were to set foot in the county again, they would surely die. Jia Wu's face turned ashen, and he slammed his fist on the table. "Just as I thought. That idiot Qin Feng actually fooled me, Jia Wu." After finishing his tirade, he knelt down and took 2 steps toward Ling Chong, hurriedly explaining, "Chief, you heard it all. We're not Qin Feng's spies at all. He's trying to use you to kill us." Seeing Ling Chong remain silent, Jia Wu quickly promised that as long as they were allowed to leave, he would ask the prefect of Dengzhou to find a way to bring Qin Feng down. "When the time comes, I will become the magistrate of Ninghai County and continue to cooperate with the chieftain. We will still make money as usual. I will also avenge the chieftain's brothers." Ling Chong sneered. "Revenge? You think you can become a county magistrate? What makes you think you can avenge my brother?" A ruthless glint flashed in Jia Wu's eyes. "As long as Qin Feng loses his official position, I can easily frame him for a crime and take his life. With my abilities, I am more than qualified to be a county magistrate. The reason I stayed in Ninghai County as a secretary is just another reason." Ling Chong raised an eyebrow and pressed for details. But Jia Wu pretended to be mysterious, only saying that the matter was of great importance and could not be disclosed, making Ling Chong believe that he always kept his word. But Ling Chong still didn't react, and Jia Wu became really anxious, so he came up with an even bolder idea. "The chieftain has over 200 men under his command. Why don't we just go down the mountain and kill Qin Feng? You be the county magistrate, and I'll be the advisor. I'll collect taxes and amass wealth for you, guaranteeing the chieftain tens of thousands of taels of silver every year." He continued to describe a way out for the bandits, saying that after the land in Ninghai County was redistributed, it could not be guaranteed that everyone would become a landlord, but it could guarantee that everyone would have fertile land to cultivate. The bandits were originally farmers. If they had a peaceful life, who would want to hide in the deep mountains and risk their lives to oppose the imperial court? Jia Wu's words did indeed stir many hearts. But since Ling Chong didn't express his opinion, the others dared not speak up either. Jia Wu grew increasingly anxious as he waited. He was caught in the middle, pleasing neither side. Qin Feng wanted to kill him, and Ling Chong didn't trust him. If he couldn't gain their trust today, he might really die in this mountain stronghold. Over the years, he has been manipulating events in Ninghai County, completely outmaneuvering Qin Feng. On the surface, Qin Feng is the county magistrate, but in reality, He is the one who calls the shots in many matters. Who could have imagined it would end up like this? Just then, a bandit covered in wounds rushed into the hall and knelt before Ling Chong. Chief, I'm back. Ling Chong quickly helped him up and asked urgently what he had found out and why he was injured. The bandit, panting heavily, said, Chief, something terrible has happened. I followed that man surnamed Lu to Ninghai County, disguised myself as a farmer to enter the city, and heard the whole city saying that Qin Feng has borrowed a large number of troops to go into the mountains to suppress bandits. He was worried that the news was false, so he went to investigate and found a cluster of tents outside the county town, which was clearly a military camp. Chief, quickly lead the brothers and escape. Although we have weapons, how can we fight the Imperial Army head-on? After saying that, he collapsed to the ground and added that he was injured in a fight on his way back to the mountain. The man surnamed Lu has already been spotted by the constables. He was wearing a constable's uniform and was quite skilled. I couldn't stop him. Now Qin Feng definitely knows the location of the stronghold. Once the government troops arrive, we're all finished. Ling Chong slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Borrowing troops to suppress bandits has led to the discovery of the location of the mountain stronghold, which is absolutely terrible news. He was furious and kicked Butler Lu several meters away. Useless. Didn't you know to look behind you when you came back? Butler Lu clutched his lower abdomen and curled up on the ground, in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to immediately notify all the brothers to pack their things and evacuate as soon as possible. To confront the Imperial troops head-on would be tantamount to certain death. Just as everyone was in a panic, Jia Wu suddenly spoke up. Chief, there's no need to rush to escape. The matter of borrowing troops must be a lie. Chapter 42. The arrow changes the village chief's mind. Fuck you. You're a fucking bastard. Ling Chong kicked Jia Wu to the ground, and at this moment he had no mood to listen to this guy's nonsense. He immediately ordered that Jia Wu and Steward Lu be taken away together, so that if they ran into the pursuers, the two could be used as hostages. The entire mountain stronghold was immediately thrown into chaos. The 200-plus men had little personal belongings and could leave with just their knives. Their main task was to settle the horses and take some provisions for their escape. However, there are too many people, and it is not something that can be done in a short time to notify and tidy them up one by one. Ling Chong stood in the village, looking around, feeling an indescribable sense of suffocation. He and his brothers had been rooted in Kunyu Mountain for many years, and they had an affection for every blade of grass and every tree here. Initially, the stronghold consisted of only a small hall for gathering righteousness. The houses where the brothers slept and the stoves where they ate were all built up little by little. The cost of timber, manpower, and daily necessities alone amounted to an unknown amount of money, but now they can only be abandoned. This escape was not only painful for Ling Chong, but the bandits were also full of resentment, cursing loudly as they packed their things. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "That corrupt official, I'll come back and settle the score with him sooner or later." At this moment, the two bandits had already tied up Steward Lu and Jia Wu, and came to ask whether they should throw them onto the horse or put them in a cage and take them away. Jia Wu, however, was still unwilling to give up and desperately shouted at Ling Chong. "Chief, Qin Feng must be lying to you. Even I, Jia Wu, can't borrow soldiers. Where could a notorious civil official like him possibly borrow soldiers in a few days?" He quickly analyzed that Qin Feng was clearly afraid that the bandits would invade Ninghai County to seek revenge, so he deliberately spread the news of borrowing troops to suppress the bandits, hoping to use a bluff to force them to leave Kunyu Mountain. Jia Wu made it sound very plausible, because when the bandits first arrived at Kunyu Mountain, he was worried about his own safety and personally went to Dangzhou to borrow troops. The prefect sent him away with just a few words, and the Dangzhou military camp wouldn't even let him in. It was precisely because he had no hope of borrowing troops that he came up with the idea of colluding with mountain bandits to harm the people. In his view, if even he couldn't do it, how could Qin Feng possibly succeed? Besides, Qin Feng had just offended the prefect, so it was even less likely that Dangzhou would help him. Jia Wu had no idea that Wang Hailin of the Dangzhou camp was related to Qin Feng. In fact, according to seniority, Wang Hailin was Qin Feng's eldest nephew. Now, Jia Wu only wants to regain Ling Chong's trust. Otherwise, on the escape route, he, as a hostage, could be abandoned by the bandits at any time, or even be killed outright. Ling Chong didn't believe it at all. He kicked Jia Wu in the face and shouted angrily, "Bluster? How did my brothers die then? You said the county government only had a dozen or so yamen runners. But that day there were more than 20 people shooting arrows from the rooftop, and I saw it with my own eyes. If you didn't borrow any soldiers, where did those people come from? They're about to die, and they still want to lie to me. If you weren't alive to keep Qin Feng in check, I would have killed you right now. After saying that, Ling Chong immediately ordered someone to gag Jia Wu. Before Jia Wu could figure out why there were so many archers in the county government office, a dirty and smelly foot-binding cloth was stuffed into his mouth, making his eyes roll back, and he fainted on the spot. Upon hearing the word archery, Steward Liu suddenly remembered the conversation he had overheard in the county government office and cried out in terror. Chief, what Jia Wu said is true. There are no government troops at all. Those tents were deliberately set up by Qin Feng to deceive people, and the news was spread by them themselves. He was afraid the chieftain would take revenge in Ninghai County, so he pulled this stunt. Those archers weren't soldiers either. They were hunters he hired, dressed up as constables. The steward, Liu, was tied up and unable to move. Knowing that his fate was not good, he finally told all the details he could think of in order to save his life. Ling Chong frowned after hearing this. Although he was somewhat shaken, he still did not believe it easily. He simply ordered in a cold voice, "Gag him too." Although Ling Chong was a bandit, he never did anything without being sure of success. He didn't know the exact relationship between these two men and Qin Feng, so naturally he wouldn't easily believe them. Rather than heeding Jia Wu's advice to storm the county town and fight Qin Feng head-on, he preferred to escape with his men. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. A lost stronghold can be rebuilt, but if all the brothers die, then we truly have nothing left. While Ling Chong thought this way, the bandits around him did not entirely agree. Many people had already taken Jia Wu and Steward Liu's words to heart. Although they dared not refute them verbally, they began to waver and were unwilling to abandon the stronghold and flee for their lives. The stuttering man who had miraculously survived the hail of arrows was packing his things when he suddenly noticed the arrowhead he had pulled from his body. He originally intended to keep the arrow as a talisman, since it had almost cost him his life, but also saved it. But upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly ran towards Ling Chong with the arrow in hand. "Boss, arrow, arrow, arrow." Ling Chong retorted impatiently. "Who are you calling a jerk? You stuttering idiot. I don't have time to joke with you." The stutterer blushed with anxiety and hurriedly explained, No, boss. I mean, there's something wrong with this arrow." He handed the arrow to Ling Chong, and another bandit came over to take a closer look, his expression immediately changing. "Chief, this arrowhead is made of wood, not iron. The arrows used by government soldiers and yamen runners should all be made by the imperial court. How could they possibly use wooden arrowheads?" Ling Chong took the arrowhead, stared at the rough wooden tip, and his expression gradually darkened. Could those archers in the county government office really be hunters in disguise? Could it be that what Butler Liu just said was actually true? Chapter 43. Those who want to leave will not be forced. Ling Chong walked up to Steward Liu, ripped the rag out of his mouth, and asked with a grim face, "What you just said, is it all true?" Steward Liu nodded repeatedly and hurriedly explained that he and Jia Wu had been driven out by that corrupt official and were now desperate. They were already on the same side as Ling Chong, so there was no need for him to lie to him. The man beside him struggled desperately, making muffled noises. Ling Chong ripped the rag out of his mouth, and the man vomited on the spot. After catching his breath, he looked up at Ling Chong. "Chief, you have no choice but to trust me now, because even if you wanted to escape, you couldn't." Jia Wu told him that if Qin Feng had indeed borrowed troops, he would definitely be prepared to wipe them out completely and would not leave the stronghold any way out. No matter how large Kunyu Mountain is, more than 200 people still need to eat and go down the mountain to buy supplies. As long as Qin Feng has defenses in the surrounding counties and villages, news of the mountain stronghold will reach his ears wherever it goes. With so many people gathered together, it's too conspicuous. Unless we break up on the spot, we'll be caught sooner or later, and then it'll be a dead end. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and raised his foot to kick him. At this critical moment, this guy was still spouting discouraging words. Jia Wu quickly shouted, "Wait! I was referring to the situation where Qin Feng actually managed to borrow troops, but in reality, he couldn't borrow any at all. I already told the chieftain about this." He immediately proposed a plan. Ling Chong should lead his men directly into Ninghai County, kill only Qin Feng and the yamen runners, and then occupy the county government office. When the time comes, Ling Chong will be the county magistrate, and Jia Wu will be his secretary. The prefect is his relative, so there's no need to worry about the higher-ups. Ninghai County is far from the emperor's reach, and as long as no one exposes it, Ling Chong will be the real county magistrate. In this way, the more than 200 brothers in the mountain stronghold could also get rid of their bandit identity and live a peaceful life. The same words had been said before in the Jia Wu rebellion, but this time they carried a different weight in Ling Chong's ears. He had previously disbelieved in the Sino-Japanese War, naturally thinking these words were empty talk. But now that his men had brought back arrows, perhaps Qin Feng was indeed bluffing. Given this, the Sino-Japanese war plan might not necessarily fail. If it succeeds, his and his brother's hard times will truly be over. Seeing that Ling Chong did not immediately express his opinion, Jia Wu changed his tune again. Even if the chieftain doesn't want to be an official, this job is worth doing. Qin Feng has already taken more than 30,000 taels of silver to deal with me. And a few days ago, he even tricked the local gentry into donating money. I don't know how much silver they have now. As long as Qin Feng is killed, I won't take a single penny of this money. It will all go to the chieftain and the brothers. Then you can go wherever you want, buy land, build houses, and settle down. None of that will be difficult for you. As Jia Wu got more and more excited, he set his sights on the local gentry. Those families were wealthy. If the 200-plus men from the mountain stronghold went over and intimidated them a little, they could force them to hand over their money. The bandits, who had been packing their things, gradually stopped. Everyone listened intently, their eyes filled with longing. If one could truly live a peaceful life, who would want to spend their entire life hiding in the mountains as a bandit? One of the stuttering bandits spoke first. Brother, I think this bastard has a point. Chief, I also think he can do it. If Qin Feng manages to borrow troops, we'll die anyway if we flee, so we might as well fight him. If he couldn't borrow any soldiers at all, we might as well cut off his head and offer it as a sacrifice to the heavens for our fallen brothers. The crowd joined in, and the shouts grew louder and louder. Most of those who become bandits in the mountains are impulsive and hot-tempered. In the entire mountain stronghold, only the chief, Ling Chong, is relatively calm. However, encouraged by the crowd, Ling Chong could not suppress the anger in his heart. He recalled the scene in Ninghai County where Qin Feng stood on the rooftop, gazing at him from afar. Qin Feng was right. It was only natural for officials to catch thieves. But Ling Chong just couldn't swallow this insult. If you're going to fight like this, why not just lay an ambush with archers? Are we just going to throw our brothers' lives away like this? Ling Chong grew increasingly resentful, slammed his hand on the table, leaped onto it, and shouted down at the top, "Stop arguing. Qin Feng is indeed hateful, and our brothers' lives cannot be lost in vain. But whether he has managed to borrow any troops is still unclear. Going to seek revenge on him is likely to be a life-or-death situation. You've all followed me for so long, and I, Ling Chong, consider everyone a brother. As brothers, we should think of each other. Anyone who wants to come with me to seek revenge on Qin Feng, grab your weapons now. If you don't want to go, you can leave on your own. From now on, you are no longer a member of the stronghold. I will give him a share of the stronghold's wealth, and I will not force him. Even if he leaves, he will still be my brother, Ling Chong's brother. I will not say a word, and no one is allowed to make things difficult for him. Let's all express our opinions." Ling Chong looked down at the crowd, awaiting their answer. "I'm not leaving. I'll follow you to the death, boss. I'm not leaving either. From the day I came up the mountain, my life is in the hands of the chieftain. I'm going too." The crowd was in a frenzy, and the more than 200 bandits shouted louder and louder than the last, yet not one of them was willing to leave. Chapter 44. The door is wide open, inviting you into the trap. Ling Chong waited a moment, and after confirming that no one was willing to take the money and leave, he immediately raised his arms and shouted, "All right, since that's the case, let's risk our lives tonight. Whether we live or die, we'll see today. If Qin Feng really manages to borrow troops, I, Ling Chong, will do my best to cut off his dog's head." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and swung it fiercely at the stone table beside him. With a clang, a corner of the sturdy stone table was sheared off. The knife was indeed sharp, but without astonishing wrist strength, it would have been impossible to do this. Ling Chong sheathed his sword and shouted, "Everyone, grab your weapons and bring out all the horses in the stronghold. Follow me to Ninghai County." The bandits responded in unison, drawing their swords one after another. Some chopped at wooden pillars, others split rocks, all swinging their blades in the same manner as Ling Chong. This is the unspoken ritual of the counterfeiters. Once the knife falls, it signifies there is no turning back. Then, Ling Chong walked up to Jia Wu and Steward Liu, used the tip of his knife to cut the ropes binding them, and leaned down to stare at them. "You too. Come with me, understand?" He ultimately didn't trust these two people, so he kept them by his side, thinking they could be used as hostages in a critical moment. Steward Lu turned pale, filled with resistance. He was just a steward. He knew neither swords nor weapons, nor how to kill. Going into the city with the bandits was practically suicide. Jia Wu, however, was filled with resentment and said through gritted teeth, "Even if the chieftain doesn't say so, I'm going. I want to see Qin Feng torn to pieces with my own eyes, and it would be even better if I could personally cut him a couple of times." Ling Chong snorted coldly, not believing his nonsense at all. In his opinion now, the county magistrate and his lackeys were all good actors, and no one could say for sure whether the Sino-Japanese war was real or not. "Prepare. We'll depart at dawn tonight, head to Ninghai, and kill Qin Feng." A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the mountain stronghold. The hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m., was a time Ling Chong had deliberately chosen. At that time, the sky was just before dawn, the city gates had just opened, and there were the fewest guards, who were also the most likely to fall asleep. If Qin Feng had indeed borrowed government troops, a surprise attack at this time could catch the enemy off guard. Mountain bandits, who live off the mountains year-round, hunt and eat meat, have much better eyesight than the soldiers in the camp. The officers and soldiers, on the other hand, eat mostly coarse grains and rarely eat meat, and their night vision is already poor. In a real fight in the dark, whether the bandits fight desperately or run away, they can gain a lot of advantages. The mountain stronghold had a total of 203 people, but only 40-odd horses, so most of the bandits could only trot along behind. Just after dawn, the group arrived at a place 5 miles outside Ninghai County. A bandit stepped forward and reported, "Chief, 3 miles ahead is the location where I saw the military camp during the day." Ling Chong frowned and pondered for a moment, then patted his shoulder. "If there really are soldiers, they should still be asleep. Go and sneak over there alone to investigate, but don't expose yourself. Come back and report to me immediately once you've seen clearly." "Don't worry, Chieftain, I'll be right back." Although Ling Chong was a bandit leader, he was quite cautious in his actions. An ordinary bandit would probably have already charged towards the city gate on horseback and would not have sent anyone to spy. At this moment, Jia Wu was also riding a horse, but he was being watched by bandits in all directions, so he had no chance to escape. He couldn't help but say, "Chief, there's no need to be so cautious. I know Qin Feng's capabilities best. Even if there really is a tent, it's a deliberate lie. This kid has been incredibly cunning these past few days, like a completely different person." "Shut up," Ling Chong rudely interrupted him. "I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. If you want to keep your tongue, from now on, don't utter a single word." Jia Wu immediately swallowed the rest of his words, shrank back on his horse, and dared not utter another sound. He knew Ling Chong wasn't just making empty threats. To bandits, cutting out someone's tongue was hardly a big deal. On the other side, Steward Lu was trembling all over, feeling that these fierce-looking bandits around him might chop him up at any moment. Not long after, the bandits who had gone to spy finally returned, their faces beaming with joy. "Chief, good news. I went to that area and there are indeed many tents, at least 200, and soldiers in armor on night watch." Ling Chong's face darkened upon hearing this. What kind of good news was this? But the bandit immediately laughed and said, "However, I went into all 10 tents and checked them carefully, and they were all empty. There wasn't a single person inside. All empty." Ling Chong's eyes lit up. "That's right. I saw those 2 soldiers on night duty clearly too. Their mannerisms didn't seem like they had any martial arts training at all. They looked more like peasants in disguise. Master Jia is right. Qin Feng is just bluffing. He's deliberately using empty tents to scare us." Ling Chong finally relaxed completely, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "You, Qin Feng, dare to take on a job you're not qualified for? In all my years, this is the first time I, Ling Chong, have been almost scared off. You dared to kill so many of my brothers without even being able to borrow any troops. Today, I will make you pay for this in blood." He raised his steel knife high and roared at the crowd. "Brothers, follow me. We're going into Ninghai County, straight to the county government. Whoever can cut off Qin Feng's head will become the deputy leader of the stronghold." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chong spurred his horse and charged towards Ninghai County. The gates of Ninghai County were wide open, and the timing was perfect. Ling Chong didn't think much of it, assuming that the gates were meant to open at this moment. More than 200 bandits immediately flooded into the county town like a tidal wave. Chapter 45. My heart turns to the bright moon. The moon shines on the ditch. Ling Chong was the first to rush into Ninghai County, and turned around to shout sternly, "Where's the county government office? Tell me now." Jia Wu quickly pointed south. "Go that way. The county government office is just ahead." Ling Chong looked at the more than 200 people behind him, and then at the narrow street. He knew that if everyone squeezed into the county government office, there wouldn't be enough room to maneuver. He immediately changed his mind. "Those on horseback, come with me to the county government office. The rest of you, loot everything you can in the city and burn everything you can. Arrest all the common people and gentry, and I'll decide their fate." The bandits responded with a roar, finally revealing their ferocity. They split up, kicking down doors and breaking into houses, smashing everything in sight. The county town was immediately filled with the sounds of smashing and breaking. Ling Chong, leading more than 40 mountain bandits on horseback, continued to follow Jia Wu toward the county government. Halfway there, the stutterer suddenly stammered, Chief, wait, there's no one in this county town." Ling Chong's heart sank. When he entered the city, he was so preoccupied with seeking revenge on Qin Feng that he hadn't noticed anything unusual about his surroundings. There were no guards at the city gate, no people coming in or leaving the city, and his men broke into so many houses, yet not a single cry or scream could be heard. The entire Ninghai County was like a ghost town. Where had everyone gone? Ling Chong grew increasingly uneasy and pulled on the reins, but the horse only slowed down and continued to carry them forward. Soon, the group arrived at the small square in the county town. In the center of the square stood a man dressed in official robes, his back to them. In Ninghai County, who else could be wearing official robes besides Qin Feng? But why is Qin Feng standing here? It's as if they've been waiting for him. Ling Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly reined in his horse to stop. "Are you Qin Feng?" Qin Feng slowly turned around and smiled slightly at him. "It is indeed I. You have kept me waiting for quite a while. It took you all night to get revenge, making me wait for 4 or 5 hours for nothing." Ling Chong's expression changed drastically. It was indeed a trap. But why was Qin Feng so calm? Was he relying solely on the dozen or so yamen runners? The sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn, and the surroundings were no longer pitch black. Ling Chong looked up and saw that the rooftops were densely packed with figures, some of whom were still moving slightly. Looking at the streets and alleys on both sides, they appeared deserted, but at the ends, they were vaguely filled with ambushes. Ling Chong felt a chill run down his spine and gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! We've fallen for their trap. Get out of here." He had just ordered everyone to turn around when Qin Feng shouted, "You think you can just come and go as you please? What do you take Ninghai County for? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive." Smack, smack, smack. Qin Feng clapped his hands 3 times, and the ambushers on the rooftops and in the streets immediately appeared, blocking all 4 roads in an instant. A row of armored soldiers stood atop the wall, each with their bowstrings drawn taut, arrows pointed at the bandits. Qin Feng declared loudly, "These bandits have committed heinous crimes. Today, I have set a trap to lure you into a snare, intending to wipe you all out and protect the peace of the counties at the foot of Kunyu Mountain." He stared at Ling Chong and coldly offered him one last chance. "You're the bandit leader, aren't you? Now dismount and surrender obediently, and I might show you mercy, at most exiling you to the border as a soldier. If you dare to resist, you'll only face death." Ling Chong's lips twitched, his face full of disdain. "Surrender? Surrender to a despicable official like you? Dream on. We would rather die than bow our heads." Qin Feng sighed helplessly, his heart yearning for the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the ditch. Since the other party remained obstinate, he stopped wasting words and raised his hand, shouting, "Archers, fire!" More than 50 archers released their bows at the same time, and a dense rain of arrows whistled down, heading straight for Ling Chong and the others. "Brothers, watch out!" Ling Chong brandished his broadsword, desperately deflecting the arrows. But not everyone had his skill. After a volley of arrows, nearly a third of the 40-odd mounted bandits had fallen. The stutterer, who was the first to notice something was wrong, was shot in the chest and fell off his horse. Big stutterer, Black Wolf, 2 tigers. Seeing familiar faces fall one after another, Ling Chong's eyes widened in fury, but he had no time to save them. As soon as the rain of arrows stopped, the surrounding government troops charged in. Ling Chong knew that there was no other way but to break through the encirclement. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Brothers, follow me and charge out. The west side is weak, charge west." The remaining bandits immediately spurred their horses toward the government troops on the west side, but Ling Chong suddenly turned his horse around and charged straight toward Qin Feng. The two were only a dozen meters apart. When they charged on horseback, the distance was just a breath's distance. "You corrupt official! Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Ling Chong roared, raised his long sword high, and used the momentum of his horse to slash fiercely at Qin Feng's forehead. Jia Wu, who was being held hostage by bandits in the distance, was fortunate enough to escape being hit by an arrow. Upon seeing this, he excitedly shouted, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" But the next moment, both Jia Wu and Ling Chong were stunned. Faced with this thunderous strike, Qin Feng simply stepped to the side and easily dodged it. Then, he reached out and gripped the back of the blade, pulling hard. With a thud, Ling Chong was forcibly pulled off the horse. Ling Chong crashed to the ground, his face filled with horror. Where did this county magistrate get such immense strength? The Jiao Emperor was equally dumbfounded. When did Qin Feng acquire such abilities? Qin Feng acted as if he had done something trivial, loosening his grip on the back of the knife, clapping his hands, and looking down at Ling Chong. "Your swordsmanship is quite good. With that skill, you could do anything else. Why choose to be a thief?" Chapter 46. General and bandit leader clash with swords. As soon as Ling Chong and Qin Feng exchanged blows, Ling Chong knew that this man was not easy to deal with. Just his brute strength alone was something he could not withstand. Without another word, he discarded his knife, turned his horse around, and continued his breakout to the west. Wang Hailin brought 600 soldiers this time. Although the number was not enough to seal off the entire Ninghai County, it was far greater than that of the mountain bandits. However, these mountain bandits looked ordinary, but when they fought for their lives, they were all fierce and ruthless, and they fought the soldiers to a standstill. After the first volley of arrows, the soldiers on the rooftop dared not fire anymore. The two sides were already locked in a fierce battle, and firing indiscriminately would only injure their own men. The small county of Ninghai was transformed into a battlefield of carnage in the blink of an eye. Wang Hailin walked to Qin Feng's side, looked at the fearless bandits, and said through gritted teeth, "I never imagined these bandits would be so fierce." He then understood why Qin Feng was so determined to suppress the bandits. With such desperate criminals entrenched near the county town, no one could feel at ease. What was even more ridiculous was that some people actually wanted to negotiate with them or do business with them. It was utterly foolish. To catch the thief, first catch the king. "Uncle, you'll oversee the battle here. I'll go and kill that bandit leader." "Okay, I'll take charge of things from here." Qin Feng immediately agreed. He spoke eloquently, but in reality, he dared not take the field himself. When Ling Chong rushed over, he had already activated his scan and learned that Ling Chong's martial arts strength was 140. He possessed Class B martial arts techniques, and the system's threat assessment was extremely dangerous. This bandit leader was even stronger than Wang Hailin. Although Qin Feng possessed the strength of an ox, he had only learned basic martial arts. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the opponent's swords, spears, and superb martial arts skills. He had only been in this world for a few days and had just become an official. How could he risk his life for the sake of showing off? With the system around, his martial prowess, official prestige, and official rank would gradually improve. Staying put was the right thing to do. Wang Hailin ripped off his cloak, drew his sword, and charged into the battle, slaying two bandits who blocked his way, before quickly catching up to Ling Chong. At this moment, Ling Chong had already seized a long spear, and while riding his horse, he wielded it with impenetrable skill, forcing back the surrounding soldiers and officers, and leading his men in a fierce charge towards the weak point on the west side. Just as the battle reached its most intense moment, Ling Chong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Bandit leader, don't run. Take this." Wang Hailin roared and swung his long sword down. Ling Chong reacted quickly, leaping off his horse and narrowly dodging the attack. But his mount, Black Wind, couldn't dodge. The broadsword slammed into the horse's back, tearing a bloody gash. Black Wind screamed and fell, crushing a bandit who couldn't get out of the way. Black Wind. Ling Chong's heart was breaking. This black horse had been with him for 3 years. It was no ordinary animal. But now, in this life-or-death situation, he could only suppress his grief and glare angrily at Wang Hailin with his gun raised. Wang Hailin drew his long sword and sneered. "You little bandit, your martial arts are quite impressive." Ling Chong's ability to dodge the powerful manhwa split attack while his back was to him was truly unexpected. After all, Wang Hailin was no ordinary martial artist. He was the commander-in-chief of the Dengzhou land and naval camp. "Who are you?" Ling Chong asked in a deep voice. Wang Hailin, the commander-in-chief of the Dengzhou naval and land camp. At the request of Magistrate Qin, You have come to suppress the mountain bandits. It is an honor for you to die at my hands." Wang Hailin arrogantly swung his knife, the horse's blood on the tip drawing a line of blood, his killing intent already aroused. Ling Chong sneered, holding his spear horizontally in front of him. "A mere general dares to speak so arrogantly. The outcome is still uncertain." Several bandits immediately surrounded him. "Boss, we'll help you. Chief, kill this government soldier leader." Ling Chong waved his hand and shouted, "Don't worry about me. The government troops are too numerous. Staying here means certain death. You all take the brothers and break through immediately. Every one of you who can escape is a victory. I will catch up with him myself, and I will bring with me the general's head." The bandits always obeyed Ling Chong's every word. Seeing his resolute words, they could only grit their teeth, turn around, and charge again towards the west where there were fewer government troops. "You want my head, General? How arrogant." Wang Hailin was completely enraged. He dragged his knife and took 2 steps forward, then swung it suddenly after calculating the distance. The long sword traced a crescent-shaped arc in midair, carrying immense force as it cleaved straight at Ling Chong's head. This move was not only incredibly powerful, but also capable of locking down the enemy's aura. Those with slightly weaker courage would freeze in place in the face of the blade's momentum. But Ling Chong was clearly no ordinary bandit. At the critical moment, he dodged the blade to the side, and suddenly thrust out his spear with a move called Dragon Emerging from the Sea, aiming straight for Wang Hailin's heart. Wang Hailin had no choice but to sheath his knife and turn to the side, narrowly dodging the shot. He then retreated, his expression finally changing. "Good lad, you've got some skills." Qin Feng, resting his chin on his hand, silently watched the two clash, his mind filled with doubt. Is a difference of 20 points in combat power really that insignificant? Chapter 47. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Hidden weapons save lives. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng noticed a constable and a soldier not far away who were ganging up on a bandit. He then scanned the 3 men's combat strength. There were 30 constables, 40 soldiers, and 50 bandits. A bandit with a martial arts level of 50 was able to hold his own against 2 of them, which shows that a difference of 10 points in martial arts level can make a significant difference in actual combat. Qin Feng then thought that even though his combat strength was only 50 points after receiving the system's newbie reward, he was still able to subdue those Yamen runners. If that's the case, how could Wang Hailin, with 120 points, and Ling Chong, with 140 points, be evenly matched? Unless Ling Chong didn't use his full strength at all. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Nephew, be careful. This bandit leader is very skilled in martial arts. He's pretending to be weak while actually being strong." Although the warning was timely, Ling Chong had already made his move. He had deliberately feigned a disheveled appearance, dodging Wang Hailin's attacks while using his footwork to close the distance. As soon as Wang Hailin lowered his guard and entered the range of the spear, Ling Chong suddenly used the move Evil Dragon Tail Swing, slamming the spear in hard into Wang Hailin's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Hailin felt a tightness in his chest and immediately knew he was in trouble. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a single moment, and in that moment of hesitation, Ling Chong's killing move arrived. Ling Chong turned around and thrust his spear, the tip raining down on Wang Hailin's chest. Several muffled thuds mingled with the clang of metal on metal, and 2 more bloody holes appeared on Wang Hailin's body. Fortunately, Qin Feng's warning alerted Wang Hailin, allowing him to avoid vital organs like his heart. 2 shots grazed his chest, while the other 2 pierced his breastplate, leaving 2 small holes. Wang Hailin staggered back a few steps, cold sweat pouring down his face, staring intently at Ling Chong. "Was that the Yu family spear technique you just used?" Ling Chong snorted coldly, not answering at all, and raised his spear to thrust again. Wang Hailin was already injured and his movements were slow, while Ling Chong was stronger than him. Wang Hailin alone could not withstand this attack. Qin Feng was certainly not a hero, nor was he Wang Hailin's real uncle, so he didn't have much affection for this cheap nephew. However, Ling Chong had already been tricked into a trap by him, and the 2 had long become mortal enemies. If Ling Chong escaped, the first person he would want to kill would definitely be Qin Feng. Moreover, Wang Hailin was the strongest man on their side. With Wang Hailin dead, their commander would be gone, and morale would surely be thrown into chaos. These soldiers were not necessarily stronger than the bandits anyway, and if the bandits were to turn the tide, Qin Feng would also be in trouble. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. For my own life, this nephew must be saved. Qin Feng glanced around. Then his eyes lit up. He shouted at Ling Chong, "You villain! Watch out for the dart." Ling Chong's spear tip was already close to Wang Hailin's chest. Hearing the shout, he subconsciously turned his head to look. There was no dart at all. Instead, a huge wooden shelf was flying towards him. The shelf was aimed directly at Ling Chong's attack route. Ancient shelves were made of solid wood and were incredibly heavy. Qin Feng swung the entire shelf up and flung it more than 2 meters high, sending it flying a full 20 meters away. This thing was already heavy, and with Qin Feng's force, if it really hit solidly, a piece of the metal would be dented, and Ling Chong would have no chance of taking it head-on. Ling Chong quickly holstered his gun and dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a loud crash, the shelf fell to the ground and instantly disintegrated, with flying planks hitting 2 bandits. The soldier who was fighting the 2 bandits seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and cut the man down with a single blow. Ling Chong narrowly escaped death, glaring angrily at Qin Feng, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed killing intent. But by then, the surrounding soldiers had already reacted. Quickly, protect the general. Several soldiers quickly surrounded Wang Hailin, protecting their wounded commander in the center. Ling Chong knew he had missed his assassination opportunity and that killing Wang Hailin was no longer possible, so he simply turned and charged westward. He took the lead, sweeping his spear horizontally, and together with the remaining bandits, they took down several soldiers in succession, managing to tear a gap in the encirclement. "Run!" Ling Chong roared, snatched a warhorse, and mounted it. The nearby bandits followed suit. Those with horses rode them, and those without drew their knives and galloped away. Jia Wu and Steward Lu miraculously survived the chaotic battle without even being injured, and they broke through the encirclement with Ling Chong. Quick, after them! Wang Hailin and Qin Feng gave the order almost simultaneously. Ling Chong must not be let go. Now that most of the bandits have been wiped out, even if he escapes, he will be all alone. But the more skilled someone is, the more dangerous they become. Letting them go would be tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. A highly skilled martial artist who harbors a deep hatred for Qin Feng is wandering around. Who knows when he might suddenly appear before him? How can he possibly continue to hold his official position peacefully then? Chapter 48. Just because of one more glance. Ling Chong led his men out of the encirclement and rushed out of Ninghai County in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had already arranged for dozens of soldiers to ambush outside the city, but he still underestimated the ferocity of this bandit leader. Ling Chong took the lead and fought his way through another gap. Although he lost many men, he still managed to escape with more than a dozen bandits. Qin Feng and Wang Hailin chased after them to the city gate, but the ambush outside failed to stop them, so they could only grit their teeth and continue the pursuit. Wang Hailin almost died at Ling Chong's hands, and he couldn't swallow this insult no matter what. Qin Feng, on the other hand, knew even better that if he let these people go today, there would be endless trouble in the future. More than 100 cavalrymen then rushed out of the city gate. The pursuing troops were numerous and powerful, but after a while, the distance between the two sides not only did not shorten, but actually widened. Ling Chong and his men's horses were faster. Even the horses ridden by Jia Wu and Steward Lu were much stronger than those of Qin Feng's group. "Thieves, please leave." As Wang Hailin urged his horse on, he took out his large bow and fired arrows in quick succession. With his archery skills, the bandits behind him were hit by arrows and fell from their horses one after another until all those in front of him were shot dead, leaving only Ling Chong, Jia Wu, and Steward Lu, a few key figures. Unfortunately, he ran out of arrows at that moment. "Damn it!" Wang Hailin cursed angrily and spurred his horse's flanks. Qin Feng also tried his best to keep up, but his heart sank deeper and deeper. Steward Lu was just a steward. Even if he survived, he might not be able to cause any trouble. But the Sino-Japanese War was different. This man had connections in officialdom and would surely cause him trouble in the future. As for Ling Chong, he must not be let go. Qin Feng had killed so many of his brothers. The two were already sworn enemies. If Ling Chong escaped, Qin Feng would have to live in constant fear from now on. Just as he was getting anxious, Jia Wu suddenly turned around and gave Qin Feng a sinister look. His eyes were filled with smugness and resentment, clearly convinced that Qin Feng was out of arrows and his horse was too slow to catch up with them. Although he didn't speak, Qin Feng understood what he meant. The grudge we inflict today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Qin Feng immediately laughed. This advisor had committed numerous evils and bullied the original owner of this body for so long. He deserved to be in this state now, and yet he dared to glare at him? If you dare to glare, you have to pay the price. Qin Feng suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Master Jia, Steward Lu, if we don't act now, when will we?" The shout, louder than the sound of horses' hooves, clearly reached Ling Chong's ears. Ling Chong had been so focused on escaping that he hadn't paid any attention to Jia Wu and Steward Lu beside him. But upon hearing those words, a chill ran down his spine. When they fled the county town, Jia Wu and Steward Lu were both carrying weapons, and now they were following him on either side. This is clearly the most dangerous position. Ling Chong had long suspected that Jia Wu and Steward Lu were deliberately sent by Qin Feng to deceive him. Previously, when more than 30 of his brothers entered the city, Qin Feng killed several of them. This time, Jia Wu had also sworn that there were no government troops in the county town, and that it was all just Qin Feng's charade. Because he believed in the Sino-Japanese War, he led more than 200 brothers down the mountain to seek revenge, only to run headlong into an ambush. All these events, when pieced together, clearly show that Jia Wu and Steward Lu were Qin Feng's men. He had been so focused on escaping that he had allowed these two traitors to ride his fast horse and stay close to him. Ling Chong turned around abruptly, his eyes meeting those of the Sino-Japanese war leader, his killing intent undisguised. Jia Wu immediately cursed Qin Feng in his heart. Who exactly is the villain here? One sentence was all it took to drive him to his doom. When it comes to escaping for one's life, life and death hang in the balance. Ling Chong wouldn't give him a chance to explain, and even if he did, how could Ling Chong possibly believe him? The moment their eyes met, they moved simultaneously. Ling Chong drew his sword and slashed back, and Jia Wu had no choice but to bite the bullet and raise his sword to stab Ling Chong in the lower back. But Jia Wu's skills were no match for Ling Chong. He missed with his stab, but Ling Chong easily dodged it and slashed at him squarely on the head with his backhand. Before he could even scream, he was thrown off his horse like a rag doll. Before Steward Lu could figure out what was happening, Ling Chong had already turned his blade and slashed down again. Zhai. Before Steward Lu could even finish calling out, "Chief," he crashed off his horse. Several bandits rode past on horseback, and by the time Qin Feng and his group caught up, Jia Wu and Steward Lu had already become two pools of blood and flesh. Ling Chong, however, was still running for his life. The group had chased Ling Chong for more than 5 miles beyond Ninghai County, with dense forests on both sides of the official road. Ahead, a bend appeared, and Qin Feng saw Ling Chong gallop past it on horseback. But when they reached the corner, they only saw the horse still galloping forward, while Ling Chong on its back had disappeared. In the end, he still managed to get away. Wang Hailin and Qin Feng reined in their horses and stopped, their faces extremely grim. Looking at the dense forest on both sides, Wang Hailin said in a deep voice, "He must have taken advantage of being out of sight just now and disappeared into the woods." The forest stretched as far as the eye could see, making it impossible to determine where Ling Chong had escaped from. Wang Hailin had no choice but to order, "Everyone dismount. Go into the forest in groups of 5 and search. We need to find them alive or dead." "Yes." Qin Feng gritted his teeth and asked, "Can we still find it?" Wang Hailin shook his head and said truthfully, "The chances are slim. This bandit leader has probably really escaped. Uncle, you'd better be careful in the future." Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him. "Do I even need to say it?" Chapter 49. Each family must donate 5 taels of silver. The soldiers searched all day but returned empty-handed, and the bandit leader escaped in the chaos. In this era, it wasn't difficult for an individual to evade a large force of pursuers. By evening, Wang Hailin had no choice but to recall all his soldiers and declare the pursuit a failure. However, nearly 200 bandits in the county town had all been captured. These desperate men fought back fiercely, and 70% of them died in the chaos of battle. The remaining less than 60 were imprisoned in Ninghai County jail. The 600 officers and soldiers brought by the general were well equipped, and only a few dozen died in battle, but more than 200 were seriously wounded. Some lost hands and feet and would be disabled for the rest of their lives, while others had to stay in bed for half a year to recover. The battlefield in the entire county was almost entirely stained with blood, with the corpses and weapons of government soldiers and bandits scattered everywhere, a scene of utter carnage resembling a living hell. Qin Feng had made ample preparations for this bandit suppression campaign, and after knowing the number of bandits, he specifically deployed 3 times the number of troops. But only after experiencing this battle involving hundreds of people did he realize that the battlefield was far more cruel and bloody than he had imagined. But he didn't regret it. If the bandits weren't eliminated, they would only become more greedy and vicious, and sooner or later they would cause even greater disaster. The next day, Qin Feng ordered the county yamen runners to go door to door to notify the people and have everyone come out to clean the streets. The people, who had listened to the sounds of fighting all night, turned pale upon seeing the bloodstains everywhere and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Qin, what happened to those bandits?" Qin Feng looked at everyone and said directly, "The bandits have been eliminated. More than 100 have died and more than 60 have been captured. From now on, there will be no more bandits causing trouble in Ninghai County." Although he only wiped out one mountain stronghold this time, he had the confidence to say that this matter will soon spread throughout the province, and bandits from other places will know that Ninghai County has a county magistrate who dares to suppress bandits, so they will naturally not dare to set foot here easily again. Evil people are always cunning. They only bully the weak. When they encounter someone who is truly willing to fight to the death and use a knife, they run away faster than anyone else. Upon hearing that the bandits had been eliminated, the people knelt down in excitement. Lord Qin is truly a good official. Lord Qin has spoken out for the people. He is worthy of the title of a benevolent official. Kowtowing to Lord Qin, Qin Feng quickly told everyone to stand up and then pointed to Wang Hailin beside him. "If you really want to thank someone, you should thank General Wang. This is General Wang Hailin, the commander-in-chief of the Dengzhou Naval and Land Camp." General Wang was nearly injured during the bandit suppression last night. Of the 600 soldiers he brought, dozens died. Without them, our county would have been wiped out by the bandits long ago, let alone the bandit suppression. The bandit suppression was indeed Qin Feng's plan, but Wang Hailin and his soldiers were truly risking their lives. Qin Feng didn't want to monopolize the empty fame. Upon hearing this, the people immediately turned to Wang Hailin and kowtowed in unison, saying, "Thank you, General. Thank you, General." At this moment, a hunched old man walked forward shakily and knelt down in front of Qin Feng and Wang Hailin. "Thank you for your righteous act, Lord Qin, and thank you, General. In previous years when bandits caused trouble, we all had to donate money to Master Jia, and those who had no money had to sell their grain to donate as well. It's been like this every year, and the poor people really can't take it anymore. Now that the bandits are gone, we can finally have a full meal." The old man was filled with gratitude when a piercing sound suddenly came from the end of the street. "Who said you don't have to donate money this year?" The local gentry arrived in a group, led by none other than Master Hu. He walked up to the people and said with a disdainful look, "You poor wretches, didn't you see how much Lord Qin and the general have sacrificed to suppress the bandits? So many soldiers were borrowed, and they don't need to be paid? So many soldiers died, and they don't need to pay their compensation? Are you suggesting that Lord Qin and the general should foot the bill themselves?" Mr. Hu then pointed to the local gentry behind him and said, "We local gentry have already donated a considerable amount of silver. Every one of you must donate as well. At least 5 taels of silver per household. All of it must be handed over to Lord Qin today. Do you all understand?" The local gentry had been waiting impatiently for a long time. They had originally agreed with Qin Feng to let the bandits come down and cause trouble, frighten the people, and then hold a mobilization meeting to make the people obediently donate money. But they waited for 3 whole days, and instead of a mobilization meeting, they were restricted from leaving their homes by the yamen runners. Only today, when they were finally able to go out into the streets, did they send people to inquire and learn that the bandits had indeed been wiped out yesterday, and that the annihilation was complete. The streets were covered in blood, and they initially thought Qin Feng was putting on a very convincing act. But upon closer inspection, they realized something was amiss. The original plan was to have the people donate money first, and then everyone would take the lion's share. But now the bandits are gone, and the money is still nowhere to be seen. After discussing the matter with the local gentry, Hu de Guanrin concluded that Qin Feng had failed in his duties and that there had been a problem with the money collection process. So, he hurriedly came out to remedy the situation. The people were completely dumbfounded. In previous years, each family had to donate a few strings of cash, or at most a tael of silver, which was enough to make their lives difficult. Now, they were being asked to donate 5 taels at once. This was clearly forcing them to their deaths. Everyone could only look at Qin Feng in fear, their voices trembling. "Lord Qin, is what Master Hu said true? Is it really true that each household still needs to donate 5 taels of silver this year?" Chapter 50. The bandits have all been wiped out. What money are they going to pay? Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng burst into laughter, raising his hand to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Absolutely not. He told the people that the so-called borrowing troops to suppress bandits in previous years was just a show staged by the bandits during the First Sino-Japanese War, specifically to trick everyone into donating money. Now that the bandits have been wiped out, and Jia Wu was also killed because of his disagreement with the bandits. All future troubles have been eliminated, so why would the people need to spend money again? Please rest assured, everyone. Mr. Hu was just joking with you. Hu Lai and the group of local gentry were dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Feng would refuse donations from the people. How can they continue with their prearranged performance? Did Qin Feng hire people who didn't even want their wages? Hu Lai quickly stepped forward, about to ask a question, but Qin Feng didn't even glance at him and simply waved him aside. Then, Qin Feng addressed the people, saying, "Fellow villagers, please rise. I accept your thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, go and clean the streets and visit the wounded soldiers. There's no need for you to crowd around me any longer. As an official responsible for the people's welfare, it is my duty to suppress bandits and protect the people. You may all leave now." The people were finally relieved, and smiles returned to their faces. Some people went home to get brooms and began cleaning the streets. The women took out eggs, game, rice, flour, and pastries to comfort the wounded soldiers. Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Hu Lai finally lost his temper and, along with the local gentry, rushed up to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, what exactly are you up to?" Qin Feng feigned confusion and turned his back, saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about." At this moment, Zhao Yi rushed over from the yamen and handed over a stack of silver notes. "Sir, the silver notes you requested have been obtained." Hu Lai and the others recognized him at a glance. Those were the silver notes they had given to Qin Feng earlier. Everyone stared expectantly, thinking that Qin Feng was finally going to get his money back. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng immediately handed the silver note to Wang Hailan. "General Wang, we were able to achieve a great victory in suppressing the bandits thanks to your assistance in lending us troops. Please accept this silver. The 600 soldiers should not have made this trip in vain. The families of the fallen soldiers should also receive some compensation. This bandit suppression is a private matter of this county, and I have not reported it to the imperial court. I am afraid there will be no funding. The compensation will be borne by this county." Wang Hailan glanced at the silver notes and immediately gasped. The notes on them are all large denominations of 5,000 taels and 10,000 taels of silver. How many are there in total? Not much, 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels? Wang Hailan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His camp was short of food and pay. Each of the 600 soldiers received 10 taels, totaling only 6,000 taels. Each family of fallen soldiers received 100 taels, adding up to a total of 7,000 taels. The remaining silver was enough to subsidize many of the camp's expenses and would be sufficient to last until the next allocation of funds from the imperial court. When he arrived, Qin Feng didn't mention any compensation, and he didn't intend to ask for any compensation before leaving. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng offered 30,000 taels of silver on his own initiative. Wang Hailan was secretly overjoyed, but he still politely replied, "I can't accept this." Despite saying that, his hands were honest, and he immediately took the silver note. Qin Feng said solemnly, "Money is nothing but an external thing. General Wang and his soldiers risked their lives to suppress the bandits. What is a mere tael of silver to them?" After exchanging a few polite words, Wang Hailan accepted the silver notes without any qualms. Qin Feng added, "I will have to trouble the general to send someone with Zhao Yi to search the mountain stronghold. I am still worried because Ling Chong has not been found. Even if we can't find him, we will transport everything usable from the stronghold back to the county town as spoils of war. Uncle, rest assured, your nephew will personally lead the troops." With this sum of money, Wang Hailan even changed his form of address and immediately set off with his troops. Seeing the silver notes being stuffed into Wang Hailan's arms, Hu Lai and the others turned green with anxiety. Hu Lai walked around to stand in front of Qin Feng, glaring at him and demanding, "Lord Qin, what does this mean? Why did you give him all the silver?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Does anyone have any objections to giving this silver to General Wang?" "There are huge objections." Hu Lai pointed at himself, his voice changing. "This is the money we donated. It's fine if the common people don't donate, but you still have to return our investment." "That's right. The silver was indeed donated by you." Qin Feng nodded, then asked in return, "But what is the purpose of your donation?" Hu Lai was speechless for a moment. "Wasn't it to borrow troops to suppress bandits?" "That's right." Qin Feng sneered, "Since it was money borrowed to suppress bandits, now that the soldiers have arrived and the bandits have been wiped out, why should we pay back the money?" Hu Lai choked and swayed, then lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, "Qin Feng, stop pretending to be confused. We already agreed that you would find the bandits to cooperate in putting on a show to scare the people. We would take the lead in donating money and encourage the people to donate as well. We will return the donated silver in full, and the silver donated by the people will be split among you, the bandits, and us. Nonsense. Qin Feng abruptly flicked his sleeve, interrupting him sharply. I am an official appointed by the imperial court, responsible for the peace and tranquility of the people in this region. How could I possibly collude with mountain bandits? And even discuss staging a play and sharing the profits? Master Hu, you'd better watch your words. If you dare slander me again, be careful, or I'll give you a good beating. Hu Lai finally understood. Qin Feng was clearly turning his back on them and wanted to swallow all the silver. Enraged, he put his hands on his hips and shouted at the top of his lungs, Qin Feng, how dare you? These soldiers and generals are all imposters. The bandit suppression is not real. What right do you have to steal our money? I heard it clearly just now. He called you uncle. The bandit suppression wasn't real? Qin Feng turned around and shouted, General Wang, this man claims you're a fake general and wants to take back the pensions I gave to the soldiers. Come here and prove your identity. Wang Hailin had just put away the silver notes when he heard this, and immediately led more than 20 soldiers with swords over. He pulled out the military tally from his pocket, flashed it in front of Hu Lai, and glared angrily. I am Wang Hailin, the commander-in-chief of the Dengzhou naval and land camps, personally appointed by the imperial court. With the military tally here, who dares to say that I am an impostor? Chapter 51. The bandit leader escaped. What happens to the mission? Whether the military tally was real or not, the local gentry did not know, but the more than 20 gleaming broadswords were genuine. For a moment, no one dared to utter a single word of dissent. They had been staying at home these past few days to avoid trouble, only to find out later that Jia Wu and Lu Kang were both dead. Who knows if Qin Feng killed them by sneak attack? The Sino-Japanese War had a powerful background. If Qin Feng dared to kill even the Sino-Japanese War, then what were these few local gentry? The group looked at each other, but no one spoke. Why is everyone silent? Who is it that questioned my identity as general? Step forward, I want to have a serious talk with him. If no one stands up now, and anyone dares to gossip about this matter in the future, I will know and not let them off lightly. The local gentry swallowed hard and nodded instinctively. Hu Lai, standing at the very front of the local gentry, naturally received the general's gaze first. Feeling uncomfortable under Wang Hailin's glare, he had no choice but to step forward and say, Misunderstanding. That's not what we meant. What do you mean by that? And nothing. Nothing to do? Then why are you making things difficult for Lord Qin? What's the meaning behind this? We wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Lord Qin. We're just a little unclear about where the donation of 30,000 taels of silver went. 30,000 taels of silver, for you dozen or so local gentry. This amount of money is nothing, isn't it? Yes, it's nothing. I was just donating this money as a token of my appreciation. Well then, I'll gladly accept it. On behalf of the soldiers of the naval and land forces, I thank you gentry for your generosity. If any of your sons wish to join the army in the future, just come to me. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The local gentry all changed their expressions immediately. Although it is a time of peace, joining the army has always been a choice for poor people. It is usually young and strong men who have nothing to eat who go to the army to earn a living. The sons of these local gentry are born with silver spoons in their mouths, who would want to join the army for no reason. Leaving aside the possibility of going to the battlefield and fighting against the enemy, just the bandit suppression operation just the other day was very dangerous. If he died, wouldn't the family line end? The local gentry wouldn't be so foolish. General, you're joking. We juniors are all unruly and unfit for a place like the army, not fit at all. Now that the silver has been given to the general, it fulfills one of our wishes. The money has been used wisely, making the best use of the resources. We only suspected that Lord Qin had given the money to unrelated people. With the general vouching for him, we naturally believe him. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. We'll take our leave now. We won't keep Lord Qin and the general from discussing important matters any longer. The local gentry chuckled obsequiously, said a few flattering words, and left, bowing and scraping. These wicked gentry. Wang Hailin had no liking for these people and muttered a curse behind their backs. Qin Feng sighed. As expected, only those with real power can avoid being bullied. The same incident can be viewed differently depending on who is involved. Qin Feng would be questioned, but Wang Hailin would not only be free of questioning, but the local gentry would also speak well of him. This world is indeed incredibly realistic. Only those with the strongest fists have the right to speak. Should I recruit more constables? Watching the local gentry obediently leave, Qin Feng suddenly had this idea. Before long, preparations were complete, and Wang Hailin followed the Yamen runners to the mountain stronghold. Qin Feng then arranged things on the street and returned to the Yamen. He was puzzled by something. Now, Ling Chong has escaped, but the 200 bandits have been either killed or captured, and they have all been wiped out in one fell swoop. Does this result count as completing the task? Why is there no response from the system? Just as he was struggling with this, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the bandits and completing the mission. The rewards have been credited to your account. Host's official prestige plus 50, reputation plus 50, wit plus 50, and justice points plus 300. Gained martial skill, finger-flicking divine skill. Received one-time recovery talisman, which can be used to instantly restore one person to their optimal condition. Rewarded item, soul binding bell. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Feng felt some changes within himself. He felt more dignified, and his mind worked even better. With the detailed explanation of the finger-flicking skill in his mind, Qin Feng almost subconsciously tried it out according to the record in his mind. He bent his middle finger, pressed it down with his thumb, aimed at a large vase in the room, and released his thumb. Whoosh! Bang! A streak of green light suddenly flew out and struck the vase, causing it to sway several times. That's all there is to the finger-flicking skill? Isn't its power a bit too weak? Qin Feng frowned, thought for a moment, and saw a handful of peanuts in a small dish on the table. He picked one up, placed it on his middle fingernail, and used his finger-flicking technique again. Whoosh! Bang! Splash! This time, it wasn't the blue light that flew out, but the peanut. The effect was much stronger than before, and the vase was directly pierced by the peanut, immediately shattering into several pieces that were scattered all over the ground. That's more like it. Qin Feng was very satisfied. This martial art was Huang Yaoshi's ultimate skill in Jin Yang's martial arts novels. In the martial arts world, it would be a top-notch skill. He never expected that the system would reward him with such a powerful martial art just for completing a task. With this, Qin Feng will have a skill to rely on when traveling in ancient times. When encountering danger, he can suddenly use this move. Even if he cannot kill the enemy, he can scare them and buy himself time to escape. Very useful. After testing his martial arts skills, Qin Feng remembered the items that the system had rewarded him with. The soul-binding bell? Qin Feng looked at the small bell that had suddenly appeared beside him and uttered its name in confusion. The bell is bell-shaped, looks nothing special, is about the size of a palm, has a very ordinary construction, and feels like it's made of bronze. Shaking it by the ring at the top produces a clear, ringing sound. There were no other changes. There's no instruction manual or anything. How am I supposed to use it? Qin Feng made a comment. The system immediately provided feedback. Item supplementary description, soul binding bell. This can forcibly summon the soul of a deceased person from the underworld to your presence for questioning. Usage conditions can only be used on the deceased. The deceased must have been dead for no more than 7 days. It turns out it was for the dead. But why would I need to capture the soul of a dead person? Qin Feng shook his head, feeling that the prop was not good, and casually put it away. By the way, I was just 100 points short of being promoted before, but now that I've been given this much, I should be able to get promoted, right? Qin Feng's heart sank as he looked at the attribute panel. Chapter 52. A strange encounter. Could it be a child? Host, Qin Feng. Official rank, County Magistrate. Grade, rank 7. Official prestige, 260 points, /99999. Strength, level 1, the strength of 1 ox. Next level, the strength of 2 oxen. Martial arts skill, finger-flicking divine skill. Special item, soul binding bell, unlimited uses. One-time use item, recovery charm. Intelligence rating, 263 points, /99,999. Azure Sky value, 400 points, /99999. Reputation value, 250 points, /99999. The system panel numbers, as expected, included the reward from this event. At the end of the system panel, there was a selection box that read, Host has met the promotion requirements. Unlock the adventure? Yes/no. A serendipitous encounter? What the hell is that? Although Qin Feng didn't know what this extraordinary encounter meant, he made the right choice without hesitation. The adventure has been unlocked. Please wait patiently for your rank to increase. Do we have to wait patiently? Qin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. He He originally thought that the world might not be real. The system is so powerful that if the conditions are met, it will flash with light and instantly promote you, teleporting you directly from the county government office to the prefectural government office. That would create many problems. What would happen to the county government? Who would take over? What would become of the interpersonal relationships and the subordinates who had won people's hearts? What will the people, who already hold themselves in such high esteem, do? Will his existence as a county magistrate, Qin Feng, be completely erased from his memory? Qin Feng had already considered all of these things. But now it seems that's not the case. This is a living, breathing world. Promotions unlock special events, but they don't happen abruptly. It's quite realistic. However, this wait lasted for an entire day. Qin Feng was already starting to wonder if he should go out and find this extraordinary encounter himself. The system did not provide a more detailed explanation. Qin Feng was very frustrated. Although this kind of system that didn't bother people suited Qin Feng's taste, it didn't make him feel like he was being manipulated or restricted. But you should at least have given a clearer explanation. Fine, let's go out and see. Qin Feng stood up and was about to go out when he saw Zhao Yi carrying a child coming towards him. Didn't he take Wang Hailin and the others to the bandit camp? Why did he bring back a child? You're back. I'm back. Where did this child come from? I found it in the bandit camp. It's strange. When I and General Wang's men were searching the bandit camp for valuables, this kid seemed to appear out of thin air, showing up in a corner that I had already searched. I don't know if this is a bandit's child or an innocent child who was kidnapped by bandits and taken to the mountain. I didn't know what to do, so I told the general and rushed back to ask for your instructions. Zhao Yi's words perked Qin Feng up. What does appear out of nowhere mean? Qin Feng asked. The place where this child appeared was on a table right in the middle of the house. I clearly saw nothing on that table, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared out of nowhere. I was the only one in the room at the time. The general was outside, and I didn't see anyone go in or come out. Listening to Zhao Yi's description, Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was too strange for such a thing to appear out of nowhere. He took 2 steps forward and carefully examined the child. The child was at most 2 years old, fair-skinned and chubby, with delicate skin that looked like it could burst with water if you pinched it. With such an appearance, it's obvious that he's not from a poor family. Only a wealthy and powerful family could afford to raise such a child. Moreover, the child has a small cinnabar birthmark between his eyebrows, making him particularly easy to identify. Could this be what they call a miraculous encounter? Qin Feng muttered something to himself. Sir, what did you say? Zhao Yi didn't hear Qin Feng's words clearly and asked another question. Qin Feng cleared his throat and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. If we find a child, it's best to find his parents. All right, you don't need to do anything for the next few days. Just take care of this child. He's big enough that he shouldn't need to be breastfed anymore, so please take good care of him. I'll write a missing person notice and have someone put it up. If anyone comes looking for you, make sure you can clearly identify the child and bring him to me. It must be someone who can describe the child's appearance, understand? Yes, sir. Okay, you may leave. Qin Feng waved his hand. After thinking about it for a moment and realizing it wasn't appropriate, she called him back. Do you have any money? Well, Qin Feng took out 100 taels silver note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Yi. Don't mistreat this child. Before we find his birth parents, make sure he has the best food, drink, and other necessities. Yes, sir, don't worry. Zhao Yi then withdrew. Qin Feng felt that the child's arrival was suspicious, but he couldn't quite put his finger on whether it was related to the fortuitous encounter. He tried to contact the system, but it didn't respond, so this was the only thing he could do. In the evening, Wang Hailin led his soldiers back from the bandit camp with a lot of supplies. Some iron weapons, many bows and arrows, 2 large carts of grain, and several very complete, already dried and beautiful animal hides. Tiger skins, bear skins, wolf skins, deer skins, rabbit skins, you name it, they have it. Qin Feng put the weapons into storage and distributed the grain directly to the poor people on the street. As for the animal hides, he simply accepted them for himself. This thing was also very precious in ancient times, but it was definitely not as precious as the modern world where Qin Feng lived. Now that he had finally come across it, he had to enjoy it himself first. Qin Feng laid the bear skin in front of his bed as a rug and the tiger skin on the small couch in his study, lying down there for a while whenever he had free time. The deer skin was directly broken down, some of the hair was cleaned off, and it was made into a genuine deerskin towel, which was incredibly comfortable to use for washing your face. As for the wolf and rabbit skins, Qin Feng had them collected and planned to find a good tailor to make some warm clothes for them when winter came. There's no heating here in winter. Now that the banditry has been quelled and the two scourges, Jia Wu and Steward Liu, have been brought to justice, Qin Feng plans to focus on developing Ninghai County's economy. Lying on the tiger skin, Qin Feng began to plan for the future. Developing industry right away is unrealistic. We should focus on agriculture first and make sure everyone has enough to eat. With grain in hand, they wouldn't be afraid of the authorities collecting taxes. Tomorrow, let's see how these county residents farm. If their tools aren't good, we'll make more tools. If their skills aren't good, we'll teach them the techniques. Moreover, it's not enough to just grow millet. We need to explore and grow a variety of vegetables and other crops. Qin Feng's advantage lies in the fact that he was originally a librarian. He has read a lot of books. Although he is not a professional agricultural scientist, his understanding of planting is far superior to that of ancient farmers. Qin Feng became more and more excited as he thought about it, and eventually he got up, found a piece of paper, took a pen, and started writing down his plan. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, while he was busy envisioning the future, the gentry whom he had swindled out of 30,000 taels of silver during the day had also gathered together. Chapter 53. He must be made to lose his official position and disgrace. Hu Mansion. Hu Lai prepared a table of fine food and wine, and all the local gentry gathered together. But no one ate the food and wine. Every local gentry present was agitated and complained bitterly about Hu Lai. Master Hu, you're the one who started this whole thing. Now we're not getting our money back. You have to think of something. That's right. Master Hu, you need to give us an explanation. Qin Feng has already given all the money to that General Wang, and it looks like he'll never get it back. He won't even accept the people's money. We've lost everything. Sir Hu, let me make this clear. If you don't come up with a good idea today, we can't just let this go. We can't get the money back from Qin Feng, so we'll have to come to you to ask for it. The gentry who used to be so polite to each other turned their backs on each other the moment money was involved. Some demanded an explanation from Hu Lai, some asked Hu Lai to find a solution, and some even wanted to settle accounts with Hu Lai directly. Hu Lai was in a bind, unable to express his bitterness. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would do things differently? When they were discussing it, everyone acted like scoundrels, agreeing to swindle money from the common people together. How did he end up siding with the common people and swindling money from the local gentry? In previous years, the local gentry, county officials, and even the clerks were all the same kind of swindlers. The only ones who were deceived were the common people, and everyone made a fortune and lived happily ever after. Who could have predicted that Qin Feng would be upgraded this year, no longer satisfied with the role of liar, but upgraded to liar who deceives other liars? Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Alas, gentlemen, listen to me. Hu Lai slammed his hand on the table twice, and after everyone quieted down a bit, he spoke up. Gentlemen, how could I not understand your feelings? Don't forget, I, Hu Lai, am the one who suffered the most. You only donated a few thousand taels. I, Hu Lai, donated 6,000 taels. Of the total of 30,000 taels, Hu Lai contributed 1/5 of it himself. He had no choice but to complain. How long would it take him to squeeze 6,000 taels of silver from the common people? But before he could finish speaking, a local gentry man gritted his teeth and said, "Humph. When you first contacted Qin Feng, you didn't bring any of us with you. Who knows if you and Qin Feng were in cahoots? He returned your 6,000 taels in full, and you two families will split our money equally. Otherwise, why were you so concerned about this matter back then?" Upon hearing this, everyone realized it was indeed possible, and the room immediately descended into chaos once more. That's right, it's not impossible. In any case, I must get my 3,000 taels of silver back. If Qin Feng won't give it to me, I'll go to you, Master Hu, for it. My 2,000 taels. My 4,000 taels. Hu Lai was almost driven crazy by these people. Everyone was tricked, so why are these people blaming Qin Feng instead of criticizing him, the one who started it all? Stop talking. Hu Lai slammed his fist on the table and stood up. If I were colluding with Qin Feng, why would I have gathered you all together at this time? We can't continue to distrust each other like this. We must think of a way to deal with Qin Feng. He is the magistrate of this county. This magistrate doesn't stand with us, and he's cunning, unreasonable, and difficult to deal with. If we don't bring him down, neither of us will have a peaceful future. That shout was so loud that it silenced the discontent of the other gentry, and they all fell silent. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. But Qin Feng is the local official. He's the one who calls the shots in Ninghai County. Who can bring him down? It was for this matter that Mr. Hu called you all here. What are your plans, Master Hu? He's an official of the imperial court, so naturally the court has to step in to dismiss him. To get him dismissed, We need to get him sued. Didn't he embezzle 30,000 taels of silver from us? Let's sue him for bribery. The current emperor values integrity in officialdom highly. As long as this case reaches the higher authorities, Qin Feng's position will naturally be in jeopardy. Now we only lack an official who stands on our side, and whose rank is slightly higher than Qin Feng's. You are all local gentry, with official titles and your own connections. I wonder if any of you can recommend a suitable candidate? We will go and ask him to help us bring down Qin Feng. Hulai glanced around, looking at this and that. These local gentry all had some kind of background, but not all of them had a powerful enough background. Although a 7th-rank official is a low-ranking position, it is still appointed by the imperial court and cannot be dismissed casually. If you want to frame Qin Feng, you can. If things go well, that's fine, but if they don't, then the recommended official will be in danger. After much deliberation, no one was willing to take the lead. What if Qin Feng doesn't fall, but I lose my backer? Between a few thousand taels of silver and a powerful backer to guarantee the family's status, it's almost a no-brainer to say which is more important. It's definitely the latter. So when Hulai asked that question, no one spoke. Fortunately, among the local gentry present today, there was one who was an old nemesis of Qin Feng. It was none other than Zhang, the local gentry. In the first case Qin Feng had judged after his transmigration. This Qin Feng is truly hateful. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. If it weren't for Master who's stopping me, he would probably have already been punished by now. To punish him, we don't need a high-ranking official, just one rank higher. Coincidentally, one of my uncles is the prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture. If we ask him to take action, he can convict Qin Feng. Zhang said. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became excited. Oh, in that case, please, Master Zhang, try to contact your uncle. Let's all sue him together. With so many people, he won't be able to defend himself even if he wants to. Excellent. You and I will testify against each other. We must make Qin Feng lose his official position and his robes. Make him regret swindling our money. Zhang glanced at everyone, then suddenly changed the subject. However, my uncle is not a relative, but a good friend of my late father. He is getting old now and will retire to his hometown in a few years to enjoy his old age. He has never liked trouble, so if we go directly to ask him for a favor, it may be difficult to get it done. We must show some sincerity. Zhang meaning was quite clear. People who want to hire me can, but they can't hire me for free. They have to pay me. Upon hearing that money was required, the local gentry immediately deflated. How much silver would the prefect require to make this move? Zhang flipped his 5 fingers upside down and said, at least, it should be 10,000 taels, right? If we all contribute, each family will only need 2,000 taels of silver. Chapter 54. The governor travels 1,000 miles to find someone. At the entrance of Ninghai County, Zhao Yi held up a portrait of a child and pasted it on the notice board at the entrance. He commissioned the best painter in the county to finish the portrait, and the portrait was so lifelike that it was as if one were seeing the real person. The only difference was that the dot of cinnabar on the forehead was hidden. Many people gathered around to read the notice. Why is Lord Qin putting up such a picture of a child? Who can read? Look at what's written here. A scholar-looking man approached and read aloud. An infant has been found in Heishan village with the following appearance. Parents who see this missing person notice should contact the constable Zhao Yi immediately. Oh, so it's Lord Qin who picked up a child. This is truly a strange thing. Looking at the portrait, this child has a blessed appearance. Who are his parents to have the heart to abandon him? TSK, what a pity for such a good child. It might not be abandoned. Perhaps it was stolen? Didn't you hear the scholar say that our county magistrate found the child in Black Mountain Village? These bandits, robbing money and food is one thing, but why would they rob a child? The child looks fair and chubby. He must be from a wealthy family. Perhaps the bandits are using him as a hostage to demand ransom. That makes sense. As everyone was discussing it, suddenly someone pushed through the crowd, squeezed to the front from the back, carefully examined the portrait, read the words Qin Feng had written next to it, reached out and tore the notice down, then turned and left. Hey, why did this person tear down the notice? Hey, could it be that we found it already? The people watched as the man hurriedly left, walking straight out of the city gate and disappearing from sight. On the official road outside Ninghai County, a horse-drawn carriage was parked. Behind the carriage, there was a table and a chair. There was a teapot and a teacup on the table. A middle-aged man in fine clothes was sitting in the chair. Several people served him, pouring water, serving tea, fanning him, and shading him from the sun. A tall horse galloped in from afar. The rider pulled on the reins to stop the horse, jumped off, and presented a scroll of paper with both hands. He knelt before the middle-aged man and said, "Your Excellency, I went to Ninghai County to gather information as you instructed, and I saw this as soon as I entered the gate." He unfolded the missing person notice and placed it in front of the governor. "I saw that the child in this portrait looks similar to the child that Your Excellency is looking for, so I tore down this notice. Please take a look, Your Excellency." The governor initially didn't take it seriously, taking a sip of tea before glancing at the portrait. He hadn't meant to look, but the moment he did, the tea he'd just taken a sip of sprayed out, and the governor threw the teacup to the ground. He jumped to his feet, exclaiming, This portrait, it came from Ninghai County." "Exactly. It's so similar. I'm so glad I asked you to go and take a look." The governor gripped the edge of the notice, his hands trembling. "Heaven has finally helped me. Hurry. To Ninghai County. To Ninghai County." "My lord, the child in this portrait does not have a vermilion mark between his eyebrows. Perhaps I should go and investigate further and report back later." The person kneeling on the ground said that he naturally meant well. The governor has been searching for the child in the portrait for half a year. He has traveled to countless places and seen children who look similar, but in the end, either their appearance or age doesn't match. Each time, he returns empty-handed, wasting a lot of time. For this reason, the governor no longer went to every place in person, but instead sent his subordinates to find out the truth and inquire about any news related to the children. If there was nothing, he would leave directly. They traveled all the way from Jiangnan to eastern Shandong, getting further and further away from where their child had gone missing. The governor hadn't held out much hope for Ninghai County. Who would have thought that such a notice would appear in this seemingly hopeless county? "No, I must go myself. If this portrait is accurate, then this child resembles him more than anyone we've ever met before. Quick, turn the carriage around and head to Ninghai County." The governor got up and boarded the carriage, and the servants immediately put away all the tables, chairs, and parasols. Inside the carriage, the governor frowned as he read the report. The portrait is so lifelike, but why are the characters next to it written like they were scratched out by chicken claws? And many of them are simplified characters. Even a high-ranking governor had to half-read and half-guess what the notice said. Look at the signature at the end. Qin Feng. I don't recognize this name at all. But to personally write a notice for something as trivial as finding a child, he must be a responsible official. It's just that his handwriting is too ugly. Could he have gotten the position through bribery? The governor muttered to himself. Outside the carriage, "Sir, we've arrived at the county government office. When I went to answer the door and said I was there about the child, I was immediately turned away. They said they were looking for a constable named Zhao Yi, and that he would be in charge of the child's matter. Sir, it is extremely impolite of Qin Feng not to come out and greet us. Should we inform him of your identity and have him come out to greet us?" "No need. Since the matter of the children has been entrusted to the Yamen runners, let's go find that Yamen runner named Zhao Yi first," the governor said urgently. "Seeing the child is the most important thing. As for etiquette and status, they are nothing compared to this. Check the child first. If it matches, then ask about the others. If it doesn't match, just leave. We can't waste time here." "Yes, sir." After asking around among two constables, the group finally found Zhao Yi. "You're Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi had just finished feeding the child and was holding him, trying to lull him to sleep, when he saw someone barge in. He hurriedly put his index finger to his lips and said, "Shoo." He just fell asleep. He carried the child directly back to the room, placed him on a soft quilt, and settled him in before coming out himself. "What are you people doing?" "My master has come to see the child. The baby pictured on the notice at the city gate looks similar to the baby my master is looking for. Please bring him out for a closer look." The person next to the governor said to Zhao Yi. Qin Feng had already instructed that it was acceptable to come and identify people, but it was essential to ascertain whether the person was truly related to the child. "You can bring him out, but my family said that before you can see him, you must answer one question. Where is this child's mole located? You can only see him if you answer correctly." The governor behind him hadn't originally intended to step forward, but upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, he raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Is this sir you're referring to Qin Feng, the magistrate of this county?" "Exactly. Do you know why he asked you to do this?" "Naturally, it's to find the child's true relatives, to prevent them from being fraudulently claimed." Chapter 55. You've finished asking your questions, now it's my turn. Hee. This Qin Feng is quite interesting. He's thought things through very thoroughly. The governor nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward, pointed to his forehead, and said to Zhao Yi, "The child I'm looking for has a cinnabar birthmark here. I wonder if it matches the features of the child in your house." Zhao Yi grinned. "Exactly. The governor smiled too. After searching for half a year, they finally found him. Quickly, quickly, bring the child out so I can see him. Wait a minute. I have another question. How old is the child you're looking for? Zhao Yi asked another question. Why do we need to ask about age? It's just to make sure we're not mistaken. Otherwise, what if someone takes a fancy to this fair-skinned baby and tries to claim her as their own? Rational. The governor nodded again, did some calculations, and replied, more than 2 years old. Yes, that matches up too. Zhao Yi was very happy. The fact that Qin Feng completed the task he was given so quickly will definitely improve his standing in Qin Feng's eyes. By gradually building up the business, Qin Feng would never refuse Zhao Yi's request for help in the future. The governor was even happier. The age and features match up, and the appearance in the portrait looks so much like the child I'm looking for, so it's probably him. After being away for half a year, I can finally go back to report. Now that we've matched up, please, officer, bring the child out. The governor asked with a smile. No. Zhao Yi refused the governor's offer for the third time, then pulled out a piece of paper. Before that, your identity must be registered. May I ask where you are from, your age, your name, and where you live, down to the street, alley, and preferably the gate? You must be a permanent resident. In addition, you should write down your relationship with the child, how the child was lost, and where the child was lost. Zhao Yi spoke rapidly, but the guard beside the governor could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and interrupted Zhao Yi, saying, Insolence! What tricks are you playing? Do you know that the person standing before you is none other than Wei Chonglian, the governor of Guangxi? How dare a lowly yamen runner try to trick you again? Governor. Zhao Yi stopped abruptly before he could finish speaking and asked in astonishment. Snort. Wei Chonglian's subordinate took out an official seal and flashed it, which startled Zhao Yi so much that he knelt down on the ground with a thud. Your Excellency, please forgive me. I had no intention of mocking you. I was merely asking the question as instructed by the county magistrate. The seal was obviously genuine, and he dared not speak when he saw the displeased middle-aged man in front of him. The governor is an official with a higher rank than the prefect, the chief administrative officer of a province. Although this person is the governor of Guangxi, not the governor of Shandong, he is still someone that a mere yamen runner like him can't afford to offend. The governor was also a little displeased. He came looking for a child, and first asked about his features. Well, the child answered. When asked about his age, well, he answered that too. Even though everything matched up, I still have to write a ton of stuff, including my home address. What are they doing? Checking household registrations? But a high-ranking official is still a high-ranking official, and he still had some composure. Although he was very angry, he still suppressed his anger and asked, Zhao Yi, right? Were all the questions you just asked taught to you by your county magistrate? Yes. Why is he asking such detailed questions? Do you know? Your Excellency, I have also inquired with the county magistrate, who told me that this is just in case. If the child is tricked and taken away, and his real parents come looking for him later, this information can be used. No matter how much time has passed, we can trace the source and find some clues, so that there is no way to undo the mistake. Zhao Yi answered truthfully. He had indeed asked, and Qin Feng had given him a proper answer. It's normal for Qin Feng to have this kind of thought, especially when it involves children. In the world Qin Feng lives in, there are many child traffickers. Countless families have been ruined by these scammers, so Qin Feng cares deeply about anything involving children. Not to mention, this child is also related to his adventure, so naturally he has to take it seriously. Qin Feng didn't know much about ancient times, but he knew that ancient people valued sons over daughters, placed great importance on continuing the family line, and had difficulty having children due to limited medical conditions compared to modern times. Therefore, he guessed that there must have been people in ancient times who wanted to have children. Since he had posted missing person notices all over the streets, he naturally had to be wary of someone trying to claim the child. Actually, Zhao Yi hadn't finished speaking. Qin Feng not only demanded that Zhao Yi register all the information about the person who described the child's features, but also that Zhao Yi personally go with the constables to verify where that person lived and whether their description was true. Only after everything was settled would he hand over the child. Fortunately, Zhao Yi was interrupted before he could finish speaking. If he had spoken later, the governor would probably have gone crazy. Do you think you can just register my governor's house like that? However, after hearing Zhao Yi's explanation, the governor was no longer angry. Instead, he greatly approved of Qin Feng, whom he had never met before. In ancient times, the biggest fear in handling cases was unclear records. Some major cases, where the truth could not be ascertained at the time, are easily stalled when they are reopened a few years later due to a lack of information. Although Qin Feng was only a county magistrate, this kind of awareness was extremely rare, and many high-ranking officials might not have thought of this. A mere county magistrate, possibly even one who bought his position, has thought this through so thoroughly. Not bad, he's a promising talent. If this child is indeed the one I'm looking for, then I must give this minor county magistrate credit. He had accepted Qin Feng in his heart, but a governor is a governor, and he wouldn't play any registration games with Qin Feng. Wei Chonglian stroked his beard and said to Zhao Yi, "Get up. Your master's arrangements are quite good, but I don't need to. I am the governor of Guangxi." Just those 4 words are enough to trace the origins. There will be no mistakes. Quickly bring the child out so I can take a look. Yes. Zhao Yi got up and carried the child out. Wei Chonglian only glanced at him before she was on the verge of tears. "Oh, I finally found you. These past 6 months have been so hard for me." Zhao Yi didn't know what was going on with the governor, but judging from his excited expression, it must be the right person. He quietly walked to the side, picked up a pen, and wrote the 4 characters Guangxi Governor on the paper used for recording, which made the guard next to the governor grit his teeth. The governor chatted with the child for a while, then handed the child over to the people behind him, saying, "Take good care of the child." After saying that, he plopped down on the table in the yard and beckoned to Zhao Yi. "Come here, you've finished asking me questions, now it's my turn to ask you a few. Where did your magistrate find this child? How long have you had him? How long have you kept him with you? Does anyone else know about this child being with you?" Chapter 56. This humble official has been wronged. Please investigate thoroughly. Your Excellency, this child was found in the bandits' camp after our county magistrate suppressed the bandits. I was the first to see the child, so Your Excellency ordered me to take good care of him until someone claims him. Zhao Yi answered truthfully. "Oh, bandit suppression? Are there still bandits causing trouble in this small Ninghai County?" The governor became interested. He had just looked at the people of Ninghai County, and they all seemed to be in good condition, not like they had been disturbed by bandits. Zhao Yi dared not be negligent and recounted from beginning to end how Jia Wu colluded with mountain bandits to harm the people, how Qin Feng discovered it, and how he devised a plan to wipe out these mountain bandits in one fell swoop. These words impressed the governor so much that he exclaimed, "I never imagined that a mere county magistrate could be so resourceful and responsible. It seems I must meet him in person." No sooner had he finished speaking than a commoner outside shouted, "Something terrible has happened. A high-ranking official has come to cause trouble for Lord Qin and is going to punish him. Everyone, hurry and go see." Upon hearing this, the governor hurriedly asked Zhao Yi, "What's going on now?" Zhao Yi shook his head, "I don't know." "Okay, then you lead the way, and we'll follow and take a look." Meanwhile, Qin Feng was thinking about how to develop Ninghai County, so naturally he needed to have a comprehensive understanding of it. Early in the morning, he dug out the Ninghai County annals and read through all the major events in Ninghai County going back 200 years. He also found a map of Ninghai County and learned about its boundaries and what was around it. After figuring these things out, he also investigated the tax payment situation of Ninghai County over the years and finally got a thorough understanding of Ninghai County. Ninghai County is in fairly good condition, with fertile fields surrounding the county seat. The forest is only 10 miles away. To the east of the county seat is a large mountain, and to the west is a long and narrow lake, about 3 miles wide and more than 10 miles long, which is a bit far from Ninghai County. About 30 miles north of Ninghai County lies the coast, where some fishermen live, but that area is no longer within the boundaries of Ninghai County. Overall, Ninghai County has both mountains and water, and while the fields cultivated by the farmers aren't exactly fertile, they're still quite good. As long as the weather is favorable and there are no years of famine, after the grain produced is plundered by local gentry and confiscated by the government, each household will still have a surplus, enough to make a living. After reviewing all of this, Qin Feng made his decision to start with agriculture. Then we'll take people up the mountain to investigate and see what resources are available there. Just as they were preparing to make their mark, something unexpected happened. Sun Debao, a yamen runner, rushed in and said to Qin Feng, "Lord Qin, something terrible has happened." "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Your Excellency, the prefect has arrived and is waiting in the main hall. He says he has something to ask the prefect to do. He is accompanied by several local gentry. I think their intentions are not good." "Master Zhang." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, smacked his lips, and nodded. He could roughly guess that the prefect had come because of the 30,000 taels of silver. The prefect was an official slightly lower in rank than the governor. In today's terms, That would be equivalent to a deputy mayor, making him the second in command of Dangzhou. Unlike the lackey sent by the prefect before, this one is Qin Feng's proper superior. Qin Feng, as the county magistrate, was essentially the county party secretary, the top leader of the county. In terms of rank, a prefect is generally a fifth-rank official, which is much higher than Qin Feng's rank. Since we live in ancient times, we must abide by the ancient rules. Otherwise, if we are accused of disobeying the imperial court, we will be finished. Although Qin Feng was a modern person, he never thought of fighting against the entire imperial court by himself. Ugh, what a hassle. Qin Feng put down the book and map in his hand and said to Sun Debao, "Lead the way." Yes. Upon arriving at the main hall, the prefect was already seated and waiting. The servants in the yamen dared not delay and had already prepared tea. The prefect was now enjoying his tea beside him. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, the prefect put down his teacup, placed one hand on the table, and rhythmically moved his fingers. He did not get up, but merely glanced up at Qin Feng. "You are Qin Feng, the magistrate of this county? Your humble servant Qin Feng greets Your Excellency the Prefect." In officialdom, one must perform a grand ceremony when meeting someone of a higher rank. Qin Feng clasped his hands together and stretched them forward, bending over at a 90-degree angle. Seeing that he knew proper etiquette, the prefect smiled slightly and said, "Well, get up first. I've come today because I received news that you've had some misunderstandings with the local gentry. Zhang is the only son of the late Vice Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhang, and we were very close. I felt compelled to come and inquire about it. Whatever the conflict, we can resolve it. Don't you agree, Lord Qin?" "Haha, are they here to mediate?" Qin Feng straightened up, thought for a moment, and then looked puzzled. "Misunderstanding? I don't remember having any misunderstanding with Master Zhang. Could it be that Master Zhang is mistaken? Since I took office, I have always maintained a very friendly relationship with the local gentry. I have indeed adjudicated one case involving Master Zhang, but there has never been any misunderstanding. As for that lawsuit, Master Zhang has no objection to my judgment. This humble official truly has no idea what brings Your Excellency, the Prefect, here today. May I speak frankly?" The prefect's expression changed slightly as he looked at Qin Feng, thinking, was I too vague? I've already mentioned Zhang. How come he still doesn't know what's going on? Is this county magistrate truly confused, or is he pretending to be? Very well, then I'll make it even clearer. The prefect coughed twice, glanced back, and the two constables behind him understood and immediately went to close the door to the main hall. A few days ago, some local gentry donated some money. According to them, you originally intended to repay them, but you did not do so afterwards. This is what I care about. Now the local gentry have come to me, the prefect, to make a scene. I can't pretend I don't know. Accepting bribes is a serious crime. I hope Magistrate Qin will admit his mistake and immediately hand over the money. Otherwise, before the prefect could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him, saying, "Prefect, I am innocent. I have never taken any money from the local gentry. I beg you to investigate and give me justice." Several local gentry were also present, but they were all listening from behind a screen. Upon hearing that Qin Feng denied it, everyone became anxious and came out from behind the screen. "Qin Feng, do you dare to deny it?" Hulai pointed at Qin Feng and questioned him loudly. Chapter 57. Where is the written receipt for the money I received? Confronting these local gentry, Qin Feng was not intimidated at all. He stepped forward confidently and said to the crowd, "How can I, an official, admit to something that is completely fabricated?" Upon hearing this, the local gentry exclaimed, "Oh dear, how shameless Qin Feng is. He clearly accepted the silver notes in front of us, but today he's making it out to be completely fabricated." They were all quite angry with them. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng not only denied it, but also summoned the county yamen's yamen runners, pointed at the group of local gentry, and shouted loudly with an air of authority, "You lot, this is the inner hall of the county yamen. Without my permission, who let you in?" Still hiding behind the screen, acting suspiciously. Are they planning to assassinate me? Guards, seize them. Give them 80 strokes of the cane first. Let's see if they dare to trespass again. Several local gentry trembled at Qin Feng's drinking and instinctively backed away. Ever since Qin Feng judged Zhang Shun's case, he's become a completely different person. Even his words are intimidating. Behind Qin Feng, Sun Debao, Wang Long, and several other yamen runners immediately stepped out and walked towards the local gentry, reaching out to grab them. The prefect, sitting in his chair, was also stunned, perhaps intimidated by Qin Feng's voice. The power of official authority is not only effective on ordinary people, If the authority of an official is sufficient, it can also have a deterrent effect on other officials. Qin Feng's current official prestige is only 260 points, which is still a bit low. When facing officials who are 2 or 4 ranks higher than him, the effect is pitifully limited. After a full second of stunned silence, the prefect came to his senses and stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Qin Feng is quite adept at feigning ignorance. He came to inquire about the matter between Qin Feng and the local gentry. Without a doubt, the person must have been brought by him. As a result, Qin Feng, without distinguishing right from wrong, immediately tried to hit someone. How can this county magistrate be so arrogant? Slow down, slow down. The prefect hurriedly stood up, stopped the constables, stood opposite Qin Feng, and said angrily, I brought them in. Let's see who dares to hit them. Qin Feng clicked his tongue in regret. His underlings were far too slow. He didn't even get a chance to touch those gentry's clothes. If it were him, he would have acted quickly, grabbing one of them and beating him up before he could be stopped. Oh ha. So it was the prefect who brought them in. Misunderstanding. But why were those people hiding behind the screen, acting so suspiciously? I almost thought they were going to assassinate an official of the court. Qin Feng waved his hand, quickly signaling his subordinates to return to his side. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the prefect turned to look at the local gentry, who were all fat and round-bellied, panting for a long time after walking just a few steps. If you walk too fast, you might fall and roll forward on the spot. These few assassins of imperial officials? Isn't that utter nonsense? How can one carry out an assassination when one's movements are so restricted? Meatball tank, are you trying to roll me to death, Qin Feng? But they really did hide behind the screen and didn't come out. Qin Feng's suspicion was something he, as the prefect, couldn't find fault with. The prefect had no choice but to skip over this point and get straight to the point with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, don't play dumb. Now that I'm here, I know the whole story. You tricked the local gentry by saying you were going to collude with bandits to stage a play, extort money from them by demanding they hand over money as silver. You promised that after the people donated their money, you would not only return it all, but also give them a share of the silver they had donated. Do you know that your actions, according to the laws of our Great Zhou Dynasty, constitute the grave crimes of colluding with traitors, deceiving superiors, and embezzling public funds? I'll consider your youth. As long as you hand over all the money from the local gentry and all the wealth you've amassed over the past 10 years, I'll pretend nothing happened and turn a blind eye. You can still be your local official. As long as you remain honest and upright in the future and speak up for the people, I can suppress this matter and keep it from the court's knowledge. What do you think? The prefect glanced at Qin Feng sideways, waiting for Qin Feng's reaction. What do you think? It seems unfair that the prefect would come to interrogate them based solely on their one-sided account. Qin Feng stood ramrod straight and answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. I have never heard of the matter of bandit suppression and fraudulent donations mentioned by the prefect. There is indeed bandit suppression, but those are genuine mountain bandits. In order to eliminate the mountain bandits, I even borrowed 600 soldiers from the Dengzhou land and water camp, and General Wang Hailin also came in person. The bandits were just wiped out a few days ago. From beginning to end, these local gentry did not make any contribution. When the bandits came, they stayed at home. Now that the bandits have been wiped out, they come out to make trouble and frame me. It is really despicable. From beginning to end, all the people of Ninghai County can testify for this official. I hope that your excellency will conduct thorough investigations and not wrong this humble official. The local gentry were already getting impatient. 30,000 taels of silver notes. They had personally handed them to Qin Feng, without delegating to anyone else. How could he possibly deny such a thing? How shameless is that? Several local gentry members felt that their perception had been flawed. They believed that those who associated with them were corrupt officials, while those who opposed them were honest officials. Logically speaking, Qin Feng, who opposed them so much, should undoubtedly be an honest official. Shouldn't honest officials be fair, incorruptible, upright, and dignified? Why can't I see any of these qualities in Qin Feng? Spreading rumors and distorting the truth has always been a specialty of these local gentry. How come this county magistrate Qin Feng is more skilled and shameless than them? The prefect was also quite apprehensive. Compared to Qin Feng, he naturally believed Zhang Shun's words more. If this hadn't happened, Zhang Shun wouldn't have come to him for help. But Qin Feng, who clearly took dirty money and did dirty things, how come he's so self-righteous? He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shun and the others. Several local gentry were already getting anxious. Hu Lai personally stepped forward to confront Qin Feng. Qin Feng, that day at Chuanxiang restaurant, You were the one who personally took away the 30,000 taels of silver notes that we had pulled together. Can you still deny it?" Qin Feng sneered. "Oh, I really didn't know when I had received your silver notes. Since you claim that I have taken your money, then please produce the evidence. Where is the written agreement?" Qin Feng's words left these local gentry speechless. They felt that Zhang Shun had been taken advantage of by Qin Feng with written agreements, and were afraid that writing one would give Qin Feng leverage over him. So they didn't write one. Zhang Shun mentioned the written agreement and was ridiculed by a group of local gentry. They never expected that Qin Feng would ask them for a written agreement today. "This is unbelievable. If we'd known you wanted it, we would have signed a contract with you." Chapter 58, I'll sue you even if I don't want the money. The local gentry, of course, couldn't produce any written proof, and their faces turned as red as if they'd eaten too much cow dung and were suffering from internal heat. Only Zhang Shun was in a very good mood at this moment. Looking at the other local gentry, he felt inexplicably comforted. "Let you bastards laugh at me. Now it's your turn to be upset, isn't it? Since ancient times, it has been a matter of course to pay back debts, but everything must be based on evidence. They said they gave Qin Feng silver notes, but there's no written agreement. So how can he keep them? Even if he were the prefect, he couldn't just lie through his teeth and make Qin Feng pay for it under these circumstances." Seeing that Qin Feng was about to get through this ordeal, Hu Lai gritted his teeth and made a firm decision, kneeling down in front of the prefect with a thud, clasping his hands and saying, "Your Excellency, please don't listen to Qin Feng's sophistry. With so many of us, how could we possibly frame him together? We were all deceived by Qin Feng. We didn't know about the fraudulent donation at first. If we had known, we would never have done such a thing. We no longer expect to recover the 30,000 taels of silver that Qin Feng swindled from us. We only hope that the prefect can uphold justice and report this corrupt county official to the imperial court. We are jointly denouncing Qin Feng today. We beg the prefect to uphold justice for us and for the people of Ninghai County. I only ask that he be dismissed from his post, and that a truly upright and just official be appointed to Ninghai County. We are willing to offer the 30,000 taels of silver directly to the prefect afterward." Hu Lai took the lead in kneeling down, and the other gentry followed suit, kneeling together before the prefect. "Your Excellency, please do justice for us commoners." They were really going all out. They felt that Qin Feng was going too far, and even if they didn't want the money, they were determined to bring Qin Feng down. The local gentry were thinking long-term. Even if they lost 30,000 taels of silver, they could find a way to get it back later. If each family shared the loss, it would only amount to a few thousand taels. The key lies with Qin Feng. You might call him a corrupt official, but now Qin Feng doesn't associate with those local gentry. He's doing things to take care of the people. The case of Zhang Shun is another example, as is the matter of suppressing bandits. While he may be considered an honest official, Qin Feng's methods are even more ruthless than those of many corrupt officials. He's adept at distorting the truth, calling a deer a horse, and scheming and plotting. He's too difficult to deal with. If they don't remove him from office and let him remain in Ninghai County, how can these local gentry have a good life in the future? Upon hearing the words of the local gentry, the prefect grinned with delight. 30,000 taels of silver was a considerable sum, even for a prefect. Putting aside his relationship with Zhang Shun, even if it were just for the sake of those 30,000 taels of silver, Qin Feng, a mere county magistrate, could have easily handled the matter. He glanced at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, Qin Feng, I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. If you had just obediently handed over 30,000 taels of silver, why would I have made things difficult for you?" "Good." The prefect glanced at the local gentry, then at Qin Feng, and immediately declared, "Then I will borrow your county office to thoroughly investigate this case. Issue my order to convene the court." The prefect is Qin Feng's superior and has the right to handle cases in Qin Feng's territory. Even if the case was for Qin Feng's trial, Qin Feng was helpless. Two constables standing beside the prefect approached Qin Feng and reached out to restrain him, saying, "Lord Qin, you are the defendant, please?" But just as they touched Qin Feng's shoulder, they felt Qin Feng's shoulder move, and he slipped away, leaving their hands empty. "I can walk by myself. You two dare to touch my master. How dare you?" Sun Debao and Wang Long were furious that the prefect's officials dared to be disrespectful to their master, so they stepped forward to stop them. Qin Feng gently waved his hand and said to the two of them, "Step back." As he spoke, he gave the two of them a wink. The two then calmed down and took 2 steps back. Qin Feng said to the prefect with neither arrogance nor servility, "Your Honor, I have only one wish, that you judge this case fairly and justly, so that you may be worthy of the official hat you wear. TSK, do I need you to teach me? Take him away, let's begin court. The news that the prefect was going to interrogate Qin Feng was quickly spread by Sun Debao and Wang Long, and in no time, it became known throughout the county. If Qin Feng had been interrogated by a high-ranking official a few months ago, no one in the county would have cared, and they might even have thought that heaven had eyes. But recently, Qin Feng's image has undergone a dramatic change in the eyes of the people. He stood up for the people in the cases of Li Laohan and Zhang Shan. When bandits were rampant in Ninghai County, he borrowed troops to suppress them and eradicated them in one fell swoop. Needless to say, after the Sino-Japanese War ended, Qin Feng confiscated the silver that the Sino-Japanese War had embezzled, and the next day, he took out a portion of it and distributed it to the poor households in the county. In the past few days, they have been distributing food and setting up soup kitchens. It can be said that after more than 10 years, only in the last 2 days have the people of Ninghai County truly felt that they have a parent official. Such a good Lord Qin, who can stand by and watch him be unjustly tried. Not to mention, it was those unscrupulous and wicked gentry in Ninghai County who accused Qin Feng. By the time the prefect had finished his preparations, changed into his court robes, put on his official hat, and sat down in the main hall, a large number of people had already gathered around, completely surrounding the small county government office, to the point that the doors could not be closed. Court is in session. Bring in the prisoners. The prefect sat up straight and gave a direct shout. Qin Feng, as the defendant, had his official robes stripped off, leaving him only in his undergarments, and was brought to the courtroom. This was actually unreasonable, but since the prefect had given the order, no one in the yamen dared to disobey. On the other side of the hall, Hu Lai and a group of local gentry stood together, with Hu Lai at the head, holding a newly written petition in his hand. Who filed the report? What is the matter? Tell me quickly. The prefect slammed his gavel. Hu Lai immediately stepped forward, holding the petition in his hands, and announced loudly, I am Hu Lai, a local gentry of Ninghai County, and Zhang Shan. He rattled off more than 10 names in one breath. We are jointly accusing the current magistrate, Qin Feng, of corruption, embezzlement, collusion with bandits, and deception of the people. Under the guise of suppressing bandits, he has swindled us out of 30,000 taels of silver. We implore your honor to investigate this matter thoroughly. The prefect's attendant passed the petition up to him. The prefect pretended to examine it, then slammed his gavel and declared, Humph! How dare you, Qin Feng? As an official of the court, you dare to embezzle and pervert the law to enrich yourself. Do you know your crime? In short, the onlookers immediately erupted in uproar. How can you conduct a trial like this? That's right, they only questioned the plaintiff, but didn't even ask the defendant, and just demanded a confession. Who is this official? Does he have a grudge against our Lord Qin? Humph! Whoever he is, if he dares to convict Lord Qin today, I will risk my life to seek justice for Lord Qin. Me too, several people said indignantly. Among the crowd, a well-dressed man pushed his way to the front, looked at the situation in the hall, and asked the person next to him, Is that the one in white Qin Feng? Chapter 59. The governor arrives in time. The people were too anxious to do anything, but not in response. The man in fine clothes asked again, Isn't Qin Feng the magistrate of this county? What has he done to deserve punishment? His voice wasn't very loud, but many people around him still heard what he said. They all turned their heads. Lord Qin is an upright and just official. What could he possibly have done wrong? That's a frame-up. Didn't you see those fat, big-eared guys? Those are the real scoundrels. They colluded to frame Lord Qin for corruption and bribery. But have you ever seen a corrupt official distribute grain and silver to the common people? Have you ever seen a corrupt official personally travel to the Dengzhou camp to borrow troops to suppress bandits? If it weren't for Lord Qin, we common folk would have had to pay who knows how much money this year. Yes, we've been starving for years, and this year we finally got a big shot to stand up for us. But these people have framed us. This official sitting in the court, I don't know where he came from, but judging from his appearance, he's a corrupt official. Look at his crooked eyebrows and crooked eyes. He looks like a treacherous villain. How can he compare to our Lord Qin, who is upright and righteous? The common people, one after another, praised Qin Feng while hurling insults at the local gentry and the prefect in charge. The man in fine clothes nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then quietly left the crowd and went to the outer perimeter. He reported to a carriage, Your Excellency, I have already gone to inquire. The prefect of Dengzhou has come to Ninghai County and is currently investigating a case in which local gentry have accused the local magistrate of corruption and abuse of power. A deep voice came from inside the carriage. Is this really true? Yes, but the people all say that Magistrate Qin Feng is an honest and upright official, and that he was wronged. After a moment of silence inside the carriage, he said to the outsider, well, if it weren't for Qin Feng's bandit suppression, I wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. In fact, he helped me a lot. Let's go and see if he's truly innocent. If so, then let's help him out. As he spoke, he got off the carriage and strode toward the Yamen government office. In the main hall, the prefect kept urging Qin Feng to confess his crimes. Qin Feng, of course, wouldn't allow it. You're sticking to your own logic, trying to get me to confess? Produce the evidence. With so many people watching, the prefect couldn't make a judgment arbitrarily, so he asked the local gentry, who lie? Zhang Shun, do you have any witnesses or evidence to support your lawsuit against Qin Feng? Yes, of course there is. Hu Lai hurriedly replied. That day, Qin Feng lured us to Chunxiang restaurant, and it was there that he told us about the bandit suppression fraud. The restaurant owner can testify for us. Someone, summon the owner of Chunxianglu. The prefect slammed his gavel and shouted. Before long, the owner of Chunxianglu came over excitedly. The prefect raised his original question, and the owner of Chunxianglu immediately nodded and said, Your Excellency, that is not true. It is true that someone and some local gentry booked Chunxianglu that day, but I do not know who that person is. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had given him 50 taels of silver that day, and Qin Feng had also sent someone to return every penny of the money for the food and drinks to the shopkeeper afterwards. The shopkeeper understood the principle of taking money to solve problems for others. Several local gentry were enraged and pointed at the shopkeeper, cursing, You scoundrel! How dare you give false testimony? Oh dear, gentlemen, you wouldn't dare speak so carelessly. In the courtroom, how could a lowly person dare to speak so recklessly? Moreover, although Chunxianglu was booked out that day, there were many people around Chunxianglu that day. Everyone can testify that as long as Lord Qin went to Chunxianglu, someone must have seen him. The manager of Chunxianglu bowed slightly to the prefect. Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately recalled the day Chunxianglu was booked out, and they became indignant. That's right. I was outside Chunxianglu that day, waiting to see who was so generous as to book the entire Chunxianglu. The only people who came out of Chunxianglu that day were you local gentry, not Lord Qin. I can testify as well. Me too. The people started clamoring, and there were at least 80, if not 100, who volunteered to testify for Qin Feng. If it were just the manager of Chunxianglu, Hu Lai and the others could say that he had colluded with Qin Feng long ago. But with so many people testifying for Qin Feng, even these local gentry were helpless. After all, how many mouths do they have? They can't even win an argument. The local gentry were also curious about what methods Qin Feng had used to get the people to unanimously give false testimony for him. They remembered that Qin Feng left earlier than them that day. When the local gentry left late, the people outside Chunxianglu were also gathered outside. Logically speaking, they couldn't possibly have missed Qin Feng. Could Qin Feng really have such great charisma that he can make everyone side with him? Qin Feng was secretly overjoyed. If you could find fault with something I, a modern person, did, then I'd be 1,000 years younger than you for nothing. To prevent Qin Feng from being seen and to help him escape, Zhao Wu was made to jump into the moat dressed as a woman. When he left, everyone ran off to watch the excitement, and only after they finished watching did they return and wait outside Chunxianglu. Therefore, it wasn't that the people were on Qin Feng's side, but rather that they genuinely hadn't seen it. There are no witnesses and no physical evidence. How should this case be judged? The prefect, his brow furrowed, gripped the gavel and slammed it on the table. Silence. Who gave you permission to make such a racket in the courtroom? Guards, these people are interfering with my judgment. Throw them out and close the doors. We will continue the trial. How can you close the door? The Yamen has always been known for its fairness and transparency in judging cases. So why can't we be allowed to observe? We can't close the door. If we close it, Lord Qin will be ruined. This prefect is clearly trying to extract a confession through torture. Upon hearing that the gates were to be closed, the people immediately understood the prefect's plan, and filled with righteous indignation, they shouted out in protest. The corrupt officials brought by the prefect stepped forward and brandished their swords. All of you, step back. How dare you disobey the prefect's orders? Anyone who dares to utter another word, my sword will not discriminate. People cherish their lives, let alone the poor and destitute. Forced by the steel blades, they had no choice but to retreat. Qin Feng felt both angry and nervous as he watched the door about to close. If this corrupt official really tortured him, he wouldn't tolerate it. With his own strength, He could easily deal with a few mere constables. But if he resists, the prefect will have even more grounds to deal with him. One person's strength is limited after all, and Qin Feng did not want to be an enemy of the imperial court. What should we do? Just as I was hesitating, a voice came from outside. Wait a minute before closing the door. The governor has arrived. Outside the door, the young man in fine clothes pushed open the door that the yamen runner hadn't closed properly, and behind him, the governor, who had already changed into his court robes and official hat, strode in. Your Excellency the governor? Upon seeing the man's clothes, the prefect in the hall immediately sprang up as if his backside had been burned, walked around to the front, flicked his sleeves, and bowed. This humble official greets Your Excellency the governor. Chapter 60. The governor's official power is impressive. Qin Feng couldn't help but turn around and see the governor, as well as the little child being held in the arms of someone behind the governor. Could this be a miraculous encounter? Your humble servant Qin Feng greets Your Excellency the governor. Yes, no need for formalities. The governor walked by swaggeringly, and the prefect immediately had a chair brought up and respectfully invited the governor to sit down. Your Excellency, what brings you to Ninghai County all of a sudden? The prefect asked the question. The timing of the governor's arrival was quite unusual. I have been ordered to investigate a case and have been traveling all over the country. Today, I have happened to arrive in Ninghai County. I heard that the magistrate of Ninghai County is being interrogated, and out of curiosity, I wanted to come and see. Who are you? Oh, I am Bu Tsongming, the prefect of Dengzhou. Well, so the person standing down there is the magistrate of Ninghai County. Your Honor, it is indeed Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County. All right. No need to go into details. Continue the interrogation. I'll just take a look. Yes. The prefect bowed respectfully and returned to his seat with trepidation. Although this governor was not the governor of Shandong, but the governor of Guangxi, he was not the superior of the prefect. However, a governor is a much higher-ranking official than a prefect, and he, a mere prefect, dared not offend him. Moreover, his arrival was incredibly timely. This case. He winked at the local gentry, pulled Zhang Shun aside, and whispered, You brat, does this Qin Feng have some powerful backer? Why did the governor suddenly appear? Uncle, I already had someone investigate. Qin Feng is currently powerless in the court and has no powerful connections or backers. Zhang Shun was also puzzled. He first answered the prefect's question, then pondered for a moment and analyzed. Even if he's just passing through, there's no need for him, the governor of Guangxi, to come and see a case in Shandong. Uncle, I suspect that this governor of Guangxi might be short of money and is deliberately trying to get some benefits from us. Yes, that's possible. The prefect thought about it and realized that it made sense. It was like a dog trying to catch a mouse. The governor of Guangxi was in charge of Shandong's affairs. They're probably here to make money. If it's just about finding money, that's easy to handle. The case should be judged as it should be. After the court hearing, let the local gentry host a banquet for the governor and give him some money to send him away. Thinking of this, the prefect once again urged his yamen runners. Close the gate. Close the gate. Unexpectedly, the governor coughed and expressed a different opinion. Why close the gate? The yamen has always been an upright and just place for trials. Letting the people watch can also demonstrate that our court officials are fair and impartial, and that the mirror of justice is held high. The prefect's heart skipped a beat, and he explained with an awkward smile. Normally, the court should be open to the public for trials. However, the people here today are a bit noisy, and I'm afraid they'll cause a disturbance. Who dares to make a disturbance in the courtroom without cause? The governor raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the door. The governor was indeed a governor. With his high rank and imposing presence, his mere glance was filled with a chilling aura, causing the crowd of people to feel a shiver run down their spines and instinctively take 2 steps back. Even Qin Feng felt a little intimidated by that fleeting glance. This was the first time Qin Feng had felt the official's imposing presence, so he used the system's scanning function to check on the governor's situation. Zhao Yuren, a second-rank official, served as the governor of Guangxi, with an official prestige of 1,500. Upon seeing these attributes, Qin Feng immediately understood why he felt such a strong sensation. That official's prestige is 1,000 points higher than mine. This was just a casual remark, a mere glance. If this 1,500-strong official were to unleash his anger, who knows what the consequences would be? They're not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. For a time, Qin Feng felt a longing for a promotion in rank and official prestige. Imagine how awesome it would feel if you could rise to the level of 1,000, 2,000, or even 10,000 or 20,000 in official power, and with a loud voice, everyone in the room would be so scared that they would kneel down. Qin Feng then scanned the prefect's attributes again. Bu Songming, official rank, prefect of Dengzhou, grade, 5th rank. Official prestige, 100. This attribute is far inferior to that of a governor. A prefect of the 5th rank actually had the same level of authority as Qin Feng, a mere 7th rank county magistrate. No wonder Qin Feng didn't feel any pressure when the prefect questioned him in court. Just now, Qin Feng was thinking that the system wasn't powerful enough. Otherwise, how could it have 1,400 points less official prestige than the governor? But when compared to this prefect, Qin Feng understood that the system still had advantages. Otherwise, how could a 7th rank county magistrate have the same official prestige as a 5th rank prefect? It's not that the system isn't powerful enough, it's that the governor is too powerful. Come to think of it, Qin Feng only governs a county, and the prefect is only equivalent to governing a city, and is only the second in command. The governor, on the other hand, is a figure at the level of a provincial governor. With more jurisdiction over more areas and more officials under their command, an official's authority will naturally be 10 times greater than that of a lower-ranking official. This was just the governor of Guangxi. Historically, some high-ranking officials held the position of governor of several provinces concurrently. Their official prestige was certainly even greater than that of the person before us, probably reaching 4,000 or 5,000. With the governor speaking like that, how could the prefect dare to close the gate? He could only wave his men back to their posts. No noise is allowed in the courtroom. You commoners are welcome to watch, but anyone who dares to be disrespectful will be punished with a beating. The prefect misunderstood the governor's meaning, thinking that the governor wanted him to demonstrate the majesty of the imperial court, so he added that sentence. Then, he continued the trial, slamming his gavel down and asking, "Qin Feng, do you plead guilty?" Qin Feng held his head high, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and didn't even glance at the prefect. This humble official is innocent. How can I plead guilty? I beg your excellency to investigate thoroughly. Humph. I see you won't admit it until you're faced with the truth. So many local gentry have come to denounce you. Do you think we can wrong you? If you know what's good for you, hand over the embezzled money and return it to these local gentry. Otherwise, I will have to be very lenient with you. Qin Feng naturally refused to confess. Although he had indeed taken the silver, the prefect had no evidence and could not make a judgment arbitrarily. I have repeated myself many times, this matter is completely fabricated. It was made up by these local gentry to frame me, and many people can testify to this. Your Excellency, are you so biased towards the gentry that you have received bribes? Qin Feng's words struck at the prefect's weakness. The governor is right here. How could he be spoken to like that? You audacious Qin Feng. You committed a crime, but not only refused to confess, you also dare to make baseless accusations against your superiors. Guards, give him 50 lashes. Let's see how long you can keep up this stubbornness. The prefect drew a token and threw it forward. The bailiffs in the hall were Qin Feng's bailiffs. They looked at each other, but none of them moved. That's their county magistrate. Are you really going to beat him? Chapter 61. How can torture be used without proof or evidence? The prefect, seeing this, became even angrier and ordered the 2 constables who had come with him. Humph. If they won't do anything, you 2 will. Beat them hard. Just as the 2 were about to move, Governor Zhao Yuan, who had been observing coldly, spoke up. So, you're already resorting to torture? I still don't understand what Qin Feng did wrong. Your Excellency, why don't you speak to me first? The prefect's 2 subordinates immediately stopped. Although the governor spoke slowly and leisurely, a governor is still a governor, much more powerful than their superiors. With the governor in charge, the 2 constables dared not act rashly. The prefect opened his mouth. Why is the governor asking about the case? You're just an official from Guangxi. This has nothing to do with you. The prefect muttered a complaint to himself. But even though he could complain, since the adult had spoken, he couldn't pretend he hadn't heard, so he had to patiently explain. Your Honor, this case involves a group of local gentry from Ninghai County accusing the county magistrate, Qin Feng, of corruption, bribery, and fraudulent fundraising, which defrauded them of a total of over 30,000 taels of silver. As the prefect of Dengzhou, I am deeply responsible for the existence of such a despicable scoundrel who disregards the imperial court. Therefore, I have come to Ninghai County to uphold justice for the people and demand that Qin Feng return all the embezzled funds. In a few days, I will also report Qin Feng's embezzlement to the prefectural government, and then the prefect will submit a memorial to the emperor to have this greedy and corrupt official dismissed. As a county magistrate, he doesn't stand up for the people and instead spends his days thinking about extorting money from them. He's truly despicable. The governor raised an eyebrow. Bandit suppression, fraudulent tax collection? What's going on? Tell me about it. Well, the prefect opened his mouth, but he had never experienced this matter before. So how could he explain it? He had no choice but to turn to Zhang, Hu Lai, and other local gentry for help. Hey, why don't you all quickly explain things to the governor? Zhang and Hu Lai exchanged a glance, assuming the governor was just curious, and began to recount how Qin Feng found them, arranged to have the bandits put on a show, how they donated money, how they tricked the common people into donating as well, and how they planned to split the money, as well as how Qin Feng was untrustworthy and refused to return the money he had taken. The two men's account initially left the people speechless. They'd never heard of such a thing. After he finished speaking, the people were filled with anger again. According to the local gentry, Qin Feng should have mobilized them to donate money, but these days, Qin Feng has never mentioned donations. He has also mobilized many people and successfully driven away the bandits. Although Qin Feng had ordered that no one be left on the streets on the day of the bandit extermination, the people couldn't help but pay attention as weapons clashed and clanged on the streets. They peeked through the cracks in the windows and doors and got a pretty good idea of what was happening. That was a real fight. The bandits were slaughtered by the soldiers Qin Feng had borrowed, and the streets were filled with blood. It was real. It wasn't an act at all. That's the truth. The local gentry say that traditional bandits in Qin Feng stage plays, and that they'd risk over 100 lives for such a performance? That's utter nonsense. However, due to the governor's sharp gaze, the people, despite their anger, dared not speak for a moment. They could only stare wide-eyed, their faces flushed, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked, wishing they could rush into the main hall right now and give those local gentry a good beating. The governor listened to the gist of the story, and his brows furrowed deeply. The story told by the local gentry was completely different from the one he heard from the Yamen runner Zhao Yi. The governor's position today is not solely due to luck or connections. With his keen eyes, he could tell from the people's reactions that this matter was definitely not so simple. But the problem is, from Zhang and Hu Lai's accounts, it seems that neither of them is lying. That's really interesting. When I entered Ninghai County, I also heard the people discussing the bandit suppression, but what I heard was quite different from what you were telling me. Zhao Yuan said leisurely. Prefect, since you intend to torture Qin Feng, what evidence have you obtained? Well, the prefect clenched his fist nervously and shook his head, saying, no. But besides the plaintiff, who else can prove that Qin Feng actually embezzled the money? Well, no, not at all. The governor's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he curled his lip, rebuking. Without evidence or testimony, what makes you resort to torture? Aren't you afraid of extracting a false confession and creating a miscarriage of justice? You're a prefect, after all. Is this how you usually handle cases? The governor's voice suddenly rose as he uttered the last sentence, and the prefect broke out in a cold sweat, bowing his head like a shrimp. Your Excellency, please calm down. Although there are no witnesses or evidence, with so many local gentry suing Qin Feng together, I believe there will be no problems. Nonsense. The governor slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups on it bounce. Now that I'm accusing you, Bu Songming, of embezzlement and perverting the law, does that mean I can also use torture on you? I am the governor, and my words should carry more weight than those of these local gentry. Isn't that right? The governor's voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening. The prefect's ears rang, and his mind went completely blank. He subconsciously nodded and replied, yes. Is that so? Very well. Men, hold Bu Songming down and torture him. Give him 50 strokes of the cane and make him cough up the silver he embezzled from the national treasury. The governor stood up, took a few steps forward, pulled out a token, and threw it on the ground. The prefect was instantly terrified and knelt down with a thud, hurriedly changing his words. No. Your Excellency the Governor, I know I was wrong. Snort. The governor flicked his sleeve, sat back down, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and seeing the prefect still kneeling there, said leisurely, What are you still kneeling there for? Has the case been settled? Yes, sir. I will re-interrogate him. The prefect felt as if he had been granted a pardon, stood up, returned to his seat, and wiped away a cold sweat. The case can be retried. How should it be decided? While the prefect was worrying, the people were delighted and whispered among themselves. It seems this governor is a good official. That's right. I thought the governor was here to bully our Lord Qin too. Now it seems he's here to help our Lord Qin out of this predicament. Humph, with the governor backing them up. Let's see what kind of trouble this prefect and these local gentry can cause. That's great. Lord Qin's position should be safe now. Since the governor is in charge, we have nothing to fear. If we are needed to testify later, none of us will back down. Yes, anyone who doesn't stand up is a coward and a bastard. Chapter 62. How can false accusations be let off unresolved? The governor's attitude and the people's discussions made the prefect feel extremely uneasy. The local gentry came to him to sue Qin Feng. Originally, removing Qin Feng would not only avenge his descendant Zhang Shan, but also allow him to obtain the 30,000 taels of silver contributed by the gentry, which would be a win-win situation. Moreover, judging a case is really not a difficult task for him. Regardless of whether what the local gentry said was true or not, as long as Qin Feng was subjected to severe torture, he was sure he would confess. In this punishment hall, punishment is not limited to beating with a board. Flogging is the most basic form of punishment, used to intimidate and demoralize people. But if it's about extracting confessions through torture, then other methods, those that make people feel like they'd rather be dead, must be used. The tiger bench, kneeling on a board of nails, branding with hot irons, whipping, and forcibly pulling out fingernails with pliers. The cruelty of ancient punishments was beyond imagination. There was nothing they wouldn't do. If Qin Feng were subjected to all these methods, he would probably only want to die quickly, and would even be willing to die. Why would he be afraid to confess? Unfortunately, that plan can no longer be implemented. The governor forbade the use of torture. The prefect gripped the gavel, opening and closing his mouth on the stage, uttering "uh-huh" and "aha" for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a way to get Qin Feng to confess. He couldn't help but complain that these local gentry were not doing their job. Since you're going to sue Qin Feng, even if you don't have any physical evidence, you should at least prepare in advance, talk to a few people, and bribe them enough money to become witnesses. In the main hall, the murmurs of the common people gradually subsided as they waited for the prefect to reveal what other tricks he had up his sleeve. The governor, unhurried, picked up his teacup and took small sips. Before long, a cup of tea was gone, but the prefect still hadn't uttered a single word. The governor chuckled and said, "Prefect, your efficiency in judging cases is rather low." "Hee hee, Your Excellency the Governor, you flatter me." Ahem. To be honest, before the governor arrived, I had already inquired about the witnesses and evidence. However, the plaintiff could not provide them, and you forbade the use of torture. I couldn't think of a way to make Qin Feng confess obediently. The prefect said to the governor with a forced smile. The governor already felt something was amiss, and Qin Feng finding the boy he was looking for was a great help to him. So he had originally intended to help Qin Feng, and seized the opportunity to say leisurely, without evidence or physical evidence, "How does the prefect know that Qin Feng is definitely guilty? Why can't it be that these local gentry made false accusations?" The local gentry's expressions changed, and they hurriedly said to the governor, "Sir, we would never dare to falsely accuse an official of the imperial court. Qin Feng did indeed defraud us of our money, but we only wanted to get it back. We absolutely did not mean to wrong him. Then where's the evidence?" The governor's words left the local gentry speechless. They exchanged glances, filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they should have had Qin Feng write a written agreement or something. "All right, you can't even handle such a small case properly. I really don't know how you got to the position of prefect. Since there are no witnesses or physical evidence, we can't prove that Magistrate Qin has done anything wrong. Let's adjourn the court. I still have a few words to say to Magistrate Qin." The governor spoke slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, the prefect and his entourage became even more uneasy. To ask Magistrate Qin for a few words is tantamount to openly protecting him. The situation is more powerful than the person. The governor is a second-rank official, while the prefect is only a fifth-rank official. They are not in the same league in terms of rank. Even if Prefect Bu Songming had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to offend the governor, even though he is the governor of Guangxi and has no jurisdiction over Shandong. After a moment's thought, the prefect decided to give up on upholding justice for these local gentry. "Well, as Your Excellency the Governor said, since you few gentry cannot prove that Qin Feng took your money, then I have no choice but to announce." Just as he was about to leave the court, he heard Qin Feng in the main hall burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." The words the prefect was about to say were cut off by Qin Feng's laughter. He pursed his lips and said, "Qin Feng, what are you laughing at?" Qin, laugh at the prefect for his inability to distinguish right from wrong. "You? How dare you? Qin Feng, I have already decided to let you go. Do you still dare to mock me? Qin Feng gave a cold laugh and said, Alas, I only feel that the prefect's considerations are not thorough, but I have no intention of mocking you. Qin is the defendant in this case. As a part of this case, Qin would like to say that although there is no evidence to prove that Qin did take the money from the gentry, this case can still be tried. The prefect was stunned. The local gentry were stunned. The governor was stunned. The crowd of people were also stunned. Continue the investigation? What does that mean? To show off your intelligence, is it really necessary to go to such extremes? Is Qin Feng trying to find a way to prove that he embezzled public funds and committed fraud in the fight against bandits? The people were now in a panic. What does Lord Qin mean by this? He can't just jump into a fire pit himself. Yes, what exactly is Lord Qin up to? It's quite worrying. Some people frowned and whispered among themselves. But most people believe that Qin Feng isn't that stupid. Since Lord Qin dares to say this, he must have his reasons. Don't forget, everyone, our Lord Qin is no incompetent official. Indeed, Old Man Li's case was resolved clearly in just a few words. They even exposed Jia Wu, that parasite, on the spot. Such a shrewd official wouldn't do anything detrimental to himself. Well, Lord Qin has already wiped out the bandits. So how could they fall into the trap of a few local gentry? The governor sat in the hall, barely hearing the whispers of the common people. He frowned slightly and asked Qin Feng, Lord Qin, what do you mean by that? Your Excellency, the prefect has no evidence to prove Qin's guilt, but Qin has evidence to prove his innocence. If Qin has witnesses and physical evidence to prove his innocence, wouldn't this case be considered solved? Qin Feng raised his little finger, gesturing to himself, and said, Although I, Qin Feng, am just a lowly 7th-rank official, I am still an official appointed by the imperial court. How can I let this false accusation go unpunished? The governor immediately understood Qin Feng's meaning. This is a counterattack. He looked Qin Feng up and down and saw that although Qin Feng was not wearing official clothes and was standing in the court as the defendant, he still stood upright, calm and composed, with a strong presence and an aura of righteousness. It seems that he was not affected by his status as a defendant. There's a saying in officialdom, a higher-ranking official can crush you. In officialdom, rank is a deadly thing. Ordinary people, even if they are only half a rank lower than their superiors, have to be obsequious and subservient to them. In Qin Feng's understanding, this means being oppressed by the official power of high-ranking officials. But Qin Feng was unaffected, which made the governor look at him with new respect. This young man is not simple. He is a promising talent. Chapter 63. All the people of this county are witnesses. The governor immediately burst into laughter and said to Qin Feng, Magistrate Qin is right. If you can prove your innocence, the accusations made against you by the local gentry will naturally fall apart. What do you say, Your Excellency? The prefect stammered, and after thinking for a moment, he had no other words to say, so he could only nod and say, Yes, yes. Very well. Qin Feng, I'll hear how you prove your innocence. Where are your witnesses and physical evidence? The governor disdained the prefect's obsequious manner in front of him. He preferred to deal with upright people, so he simply skipped the prefect's step and, although he was not behind the desk, began to dominate the case in words. As for the prefect, just treat him as a tool. Anyway, the governor probably figured that no matter what he did, the prefect wouldn't dare to stop him. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, then looked at the dozen or so local gentry, his eyes narrowing as he shot out a sharp, sword-like gaze that swept over them. You have come here to accuse Qin of corruption, bribery, and embezzlement of 30,000 taels of silver during the bandit suppression campaign. Is that not it? Several local gentry had long sensed that something was amiss in the courtroom, but given the circumstances, they had no choice but to respond. Moreover, they felt that apart from suffering from a lack of evidence, there was nothing wrong with suing Qin Feng. Qin Feng did indeed take the money and did indeed discuss the matter of fraudulently collecting donations to suppress bandits with them. No, that's right. Qin Feng, don't think you can get away with this just because you have no evidence. Silence. Answer my questions only. No need for further words. The local gentry wanted to say a few harsh words to Qin Feng to curb his arrogance, but Qin Feng shut them up with a shout of, Shut up. The moment those two words came out of Qin Feng's mouth, even the prefect shuddered, and the common people felt that Qin Feng was incredibly powerful. Needless to say, these local gentry, who were already feeling uneasy, all felt as if they had been hit in the chest and were somewhat suffocated. Even the governor was jolted awake by Qin Feng's resounding words. What an imposing official presence. Such arrogance cannot be cultivated without a strong sense of righteousness. How could an official like that be corrupt? Zhao Yuran didn't believe it at all. You accuse me of fraudulently soliciting donations for the bandit suppression campaign. But it is true that I did suppress bandits, and I never asked the people for donations for this purpose. That is the truth. So, tell me, where did I commit fraud? Qin Feng continued to ask questions. The local gentry all gave Hulai a push, since Hulai was the one who negotiated the whole thing with Qin Feng, so naturally they wanted him to take the lead. From Hulai's perspective, Qin Feng is a treacherous person who turns his back on people. But Qin Feng turned on him too thoroughly and showed no remorse whatsoever. This was something even the wicked gentry couldn't flatter, and he felt that Qin Feng was not easy to deal with. When confronting Qin Feng, he could only barely speak, resulting in his words lacking any confidence. When you came to us, you clearly said you wanted to extort money from the people, and that you wanted to extort 5 taels of silver from each household. That's right. And you said it yourself, the bandit suppression was just a show, to fool the people. We believed you and fell for your trick, handing over all our money to you. Zhang Shun also chimed in from the side. Qin Feng nodded. But I can prove that the bandit suppression did take place. I can produce both witnesses and physical evidence. Slap, slap. Qin Feng clapped his hands twice. Wang Long and Sun Debao, who were holding large wooden boards on the left side of the courtroom, stepped forward. Sir, what are your orders? Sun Debao, take your men to the prison and bring 2 bandits to court. Wang Long, take your men to the mortuary and bring over 2 unburied corpses of bandits and soldiers. Let these bandits see whether the bandit suppression is true or false. The 2 constables received the order and left immediately. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they brought back 2 bandits bound hand and foot from the prison and the mortuary, and 2 corpses dressed in bandit clothes and soldiers' clothes, respectively. As soon as the 2 bandits entered the courtroom, they saw Qin Feng and excitedly twisted their bodies, shouting with bloodshot eyes. You dog of an official! Now that we brothers have fallen into your hands, you can kill us or torture us as you please. Give us a quick death, and when we become vengeful ghosts, we'll come back to take your life and avenge our dead brothers. Qin Feng ignored him completely, reached out and pressed down on his shoulder, causing the man's knee to crack. Behave yourself. Sun Debao tapped the bandit on the back of the head with a stick. Qin Feng turned his head to face the local gentry and said, Tell them who you are. I am Lei San Duan, a bandit from Black Mountain Stronghold. Qin Feng nodded and asked the local gentry, Do you think these bandits were actors I hired? These 2 bandits exuded a fierce aura, and their menacing appearance when they entered the hall greatly frightened the local gentry. One of the local gentry, in particular, found Lei San Duan's voice very familiar, as if he were the one who had broken into their door while they were all hiding at home. They really are bandits. The local gentry, with a pained expression, said in a low voice. Take him away. Qin Feng gestured to Sun Debao, then walked to the 2 corpses and said to the gentry again, The mortuary is now full of corpses, and these are just 2 of them. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check the mortuary. These soldiers can be matched with their names. They are all military personnel. You suspect that my bandit suppression is just an act? Then I must ask you, who do you think is acting, risking over 100 lives? Not to mention, among those 100 lives are soldiers of my Great Zhou. A group of local gentry were dumbfounded. Someone nudged Hulai from behind and said, Didn't you say that Qin Feng was acting, that it wasn't real? How did it all become real? Hulai, unaware of the details, waved his hand and said, How would I know? Let's consider this as physical evidence. Seeing that the local gentry remained silent, Qin Feng waved his hand, ordering Wang Long and the Yamen runners to carry the corpse away. He then bowed to the governor and the prefect, saying, What I just said can all be verified. Both the prefect and the governor have trusted officials with them. They can accompany my subordinate Wang Long to the mortuary to see if what I said is true. As for witnesses, Qin Feng turned around and looked out the door. Every citizen of Ninghai County can testify for this county. Your Excellency, you may freely choose 1, several, or even dozens of people to question. If even one person says that my suppression of bandits was an act, then Qin Feng is willing to accept the punishment. Furthermore, to prove my innocence, I would also like to trouble Your Excellency to send someone to the Dengzhou Naval and Land Forces camp to inquire with General Wang Hailan. He personally led troops to help me suppress the bandits. Whether it is true or not can be ascertained with a simple inquiry. He is a 4th-rank military officer, appointed by the imperial court, and he would not lie. Chapter 64. Slapping in the face. 80-odd hours, half-month sentence. Qin Feng spoke with absolute certainty and full of confidence, and the people, upon hearing this, rushed forward to speak. I can vouch for Lord Qin. I personally witnessed Lord Qin suppressing the bandits, and I even saw the general almost get hit by an arrow. It was Lord Qin who personally threw a cart to save him. I am a hunter from the east end of the county town. Lord Qin had anticipated that the bandits would come down from the mountain to cause trouble, and even ordered us to stand on the wall and use our bows and arrows to repel them. There were at least 100 or 200 bandits. If it weren't for Lord Qin borrowing troops, the old, weak, women and children in Ninghai County would probably have already fallen victim to the bandits and were lying in the river of blood. Me too, and me too. The people were incredibly enthusiastic, each one more eager than the last, and for a time the courtroom was filled with the voices of witnesses. The governor accepted Qin Feng's suggestion and sent his men to the mortuary. The governor was a high-ranking official, second only to the viceroy. He held military, political, financial, and administrative power over a province. Although he was not a military officer, he was familiar with the soldiers of the Great Zhou. Modern soldiers typically wear military identification tags. For example, in movies, American soldiers wear a dog tag around their necks, which has their name and a string of numbers engraved on it. Those numbers, carrying the identities and information of soldiers, are known as the black boxes of soldiers. They play an irreplaceable role in identifying soldiers, quickly treating wounded officers and soldiers, and identifying remains. However, this kind of thing already existed in ancient China. During the Xia and Zhang dynasties, this object was called a yezhong, a bladed artifact with a blade at the top, a rectangular shape at the bottom, and protruding fangs on both sides of the bottom. The general's jade scepter was made of jade, and as the rank decreased, the material became more and more ordinary. There were also tiger tallies during the Warring States period, which served a similar purpose. Fish-shaped tallies existed during the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Great Zhou, where Qin Feng is currently located, uses something called talisman. Every soldier in the Great Zhou carries a small wooden tag, which is unique in design and contains the soldier's basic information. This wooden tag is a soldier's identification mark and a pass for entering and leaving the military camp. Otherwise, if anyone could just enter and leave at will, wouldn't the military camp be in chaos, and it would be easy for spies to infiltrate? The soldiers who died in the bandit suppression campaign still had these wooden plaques on their bodies. Normally, when a soldier dies, these wooden plaques should be collected by the naval and land forces to record his death in battle. However, these soldiers died while Qin Feng was suppressing bandits, and Qin Feng promised to make a coffin for each of them and send them back to the sea and land camp. So the wooden sign had not yet been taken down. The governor's men took several tokens from the soldiers and brought them back for the governor to examine. Your Excellency, these were taken from the soldiers at the mortuary. My men have verified them, and they are indeed the identity tokens of soldiers of our Great Zhou. The governor nodded, now understanding that what Qin Feng said was indeed true, and there was no need to send someone to verify it with Wang Hailan. In this way, both witnesses and physical evidence are available, proving that Qin Feng's suppression of bandits did indeed take place. In this way, the local gentry's claim that Qin Feng's bandit suppression was just an act was refuted. They immediately changed their identities and became the criminals who falsely accused Qin Feng. The governor ordered his men to throw the wooden plaque onto the bill and said to the prefect, "Prefect, the matter is clear now. Do you know how to rule?" "I understand now. Qin Feng is innocent." The prefect had no choice but to reply, "Qin Feng is naturally innocent. But you, as the superior of the county magistrate, your subordinate was framed, and instead of investigating the truth, you wanted to torture your own subordinate. What kind of logic is this? You've wronged an honest official of my Great Zhou. If all the county magistrates of my Great Zhou were to suffer such treatment, wouldn't that chill the hearts of grassroots officials, who would wholeheartedly maintain the stability of the thousands of counties in my Great Zhou? You, a prefect, are so incompetent in judging cases. How can you be worthy of your position, your official robes, and the black gauze on your head? Today's events may require me to report to the emperor and see if His Majesty can tolerate someone like you remaining in your current position." The governor gave a cold laugh, then proceeded to give the prefect a thorough dressing down, before clasping his hands together and bowing towards the capital, saying he would report to the emperor. Upon hearing this, the prefect exclaimed, "How could this be allowed? If the emperor finds out about this, wouldn't he dismiss him from his post? That won't do. How many connections did he go through? How many favors did he offer? And how much effort did he put in to become the prefect? How can he be dismissed for such a trivial matter? Immediately, the prefect knelt on the ground with a thud. Your Excellency, please have mercy. Please have mercy. I was just confused for a moment. It's all the fault of these local gentry who said they would give me 30,000 taels of silver, and I was momentarily blinded by greed. I implore your Excellency, considering that nothing is settled yet, and that Lord Qin has proven his innocence, please spare me this time. As the prefect spoke, he suddenly confessed his own crimes, which made the governor even more furious. Well, you keep demanding that Qin Feng admit to embezzlement and breaking the law, but in reality, you're the thief crying, "Stop, thief." What a scoundrel. You don't need to beg for forgiveness. I'm not the one who's been wronged. The governor simply flicked his sleeves, disdainfully kicked the prefect aside. The prefect hurriedly crawled to Qin Feng's side again. Lord Qin Feng. As he spoke, he reached out to hug Qin Feng's leg. Qin Feng ignored him, shifted his feet to avoid the hug, and said to the constable, "Bring me my official robes." He was originally the magistrate of Ninghai County. This main hall was his main hall, and Ninghai County was his territory. Qin Feng, dressed in his official robes and wearing his black gauze hat, returned to the back of the bill with an imposing air. He sat upright, slammed his gavel, and said, "Now that the facts are clear, what else do you have to say?" Seeing that the situation was hopeless, who among the local gentry dared to say a word? Seeing that they dared not speak, Qin Feng was not polite and directly took out the command token and threw it in front of him. "Guards, Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and the other local gentry, you have fabricated facts and tried to frame an official of the imperial court with empty words. Each of you shall be slapped 80 times and sentenced to prison for half a month as punishment." The local gentry panicked and knelt down one after another. "Lord Qin, spare us. Spare us. 80 slaps to the face? Our mouths will be smashed to pieces. You can't hit him, Lord Qin. Hu Lai is willing to donate 2,000 taels of silver, not asking for a reduced sentence, just asking that you don't hit his mouth. I, Zhang Shun, am willing to donate 5,000 coins. I have 6,000. Qin Feng remained outwardly unmoved, but inwardly he sneered repeatedly. "Not fight. Do you think you'll learn your lesson if I don't fight you? You'll probably come back to mess with me again. Do you really think I need your little bit of money?" Chapter 65. Even if they let it go, a few words of advice are still necessary. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, the constables beat him even more severely. Each person received 80 blows. Not a single blow was missed. After the torture was administered, half of the dozen or so local gentry had several teeth knocked out. Zhang Shun and Hu Lai, the two ringleaders, received special attention, and the Yamen runners used extra force when beating them. Their mouths were swollen like sausages, and they could only whimper and couldn't speak. If they had known it would end like this, they wouldn't have filed a lawsuit against Qin Feng without any preparation. "Take them away." "Humph, you didn't believe those bandits were real, so lock them up with them." "Yes, sir." The local gentry were already suffering enough, but when they heard Qin Feng say this, they were utterly terrified and knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. They can be beaten, they can be imprisoned, but it would be too terrible to lock them up with those desperados. Those bandits are still uncertain about their fate. If Qin Feng sentences them to death, who can guarantee that they won't try to take someone down with them before they die? However, Qin Feng ignored the pleas of the local gentry and waved for his men to take them away. After all these things were done, Qin Feng looked at the prefect who was kneeling on the ground begging him to show leniency. "Your Excellency, I have no dealings with you and no grudges against you. I do not believe that your Excellency would intentionally convict me." Yes, that's exactly right. I have no grudge against Lord Qin, so why would I deliberately try to sentence you to a serious crime? Just now, I was just confused for a moment. The prefect quickly agreed, grabbed Qin Feng's arm, and said, "Lord Qin, no matter what mistakes I made, it was all my fault. But you see, the severe punishment was ultimately not carried out, and Lord Qin's innocence has been proven. There was no loss. I hope Lord Qin can have a good talk with the governor, and make sure the governor doesn't report this to the emperor. If the emperor finds out about such a small matter, wouldn't that be deliberately causing trouble for His Majesty? His Majesty will not only blame me, but will also have a bad impression of Lord Qin." Qin Feng remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he actually agreed with the prefect's words, especially after this matter reached the emperor's ears and his reaction. As the ruler of a country, the emperor has countless matters to attend to every day. This Great Zhou Dynasty covers a vast area, with more than 20 provinces alone. With so many provinces and so many things happening every day, The emperor simply didn't have the time to deal with the trivial matters of a mere county official. If he were to actually report this to the emperor, and the emperor remembered his name, Qin Feng, and began to see him as a troublemaker, then it would be a loss for him. Even so, Qin Feng couldn't let the prefect off the hook, and he had to give him a few words of advice. I agree with the prefect's point of view, but I hope that when the prefect encounters such a thing again in the future, he will keep his head clear and not resort to torture to extract confessions at the drop of a hat. Although I am quite magnanimous, everyone's patience has its limits. Upon hearing this, the prefect nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lord Qin is right. In the future, I will definitely think twice before acting in such matters. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Qin. Thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Qin. While saying this aloud, the prefect was inwardly thinking, who would dare to mess with you, Qin Feng? You have the governor as your backer, which is much stronger than mine. Only a fool would provoke you again. The governor raised an eyebrow, his admiration for Qin Feng growing stronger. This young man remained neither humble nor arrogant in the face of false accusations. After proving his innocence, he was able to quickly weigh the pros and cons, and while letting the other party go, he also knew to say something harsh to make the other party dare not provoke him again, which shows his meticulousness. He's a genius. The governor made his judgment on Qin Feng, remaining expressionless and not even glancing at the prefect, and said, "Since Lord Qin is not going to pursue the matter, then I will not hold it against you either. I hope you will remember what Lord Qin just said." Yes. Get out of here now." Yes, I'll leave right away." The prefect left with deep gratitude, finally breathing a sigh of relief as he left the gate of the yamen. "I thought I could make some money, but I almost lost it all. That damn Zhang Shun almost killed me. Qin Feng is so powerful. Why did he even call me here? Damn it." Bu Songming cursed under his breath and said to the accompanying officials, "You find someone to write a letter to the Zhang family, saying that all the favors between me and the Zhang family's ancestors are settled. From now on, we shall part ways and never come looking for me again, no matter what." Yes. Achoo. Zhang Shun had just been thrown into prison and was huddled in a corner when he suddenly felt something and sneezed, spitting out a loose front tooth that landed squarely on the forehead of a bandit opposite him. The bandit jumped to his feet, dragging his heavy shackles as he approached Zhang Shun. "Hey, old man, what did you do to get in here?" When the gentry were imprisoned, they were all wearing prison uniforms, so apart from being very fat, it was impossible to tell what they did for a living. When they came in, they were quite clever. They agreed not to mention anything about the outside world, so as not to let the bandits know that they were local gentry and cause trouble. I was hiding perfectly well, but I never expected that a sneeze would attract the bandits. Zhang Shun shuddered violently, his voice trembling as he repeatedly said, I didn't mean to. Please spare me, sir. Please spare me, sir. These guys, with their fat heads and big ears, must be from a rich family." Another bandit stepped forward and commented, "Do you think these people might be the local gentry who bribed the corrupt official to borrow troops to suppress the bandits?" Zhang Shun was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He immediately denied it repeatedly. "No, the money we gave Qin Feng wasn't for borrowing troops. It wasn't for borrowing troops." Upon hearing this, the bandits exclaimed, "Damn it, it really is a local gentry. Brothers, it was these bastards who paid for it. Otherwise, how could a small county town be a match for our Black Mountain stronghold? Damn it, beat them. Beat them to death. Beat." In an instant, fists and feet were exchanged. This should also be considered a case of good and evil being rewarded in the end. The prefect and the local gentry all received their due punishment. Qin Feng invited the governor to the inner hall, brewed fine tea, and expressed his gratitude for the governor's arrival. "Thank you very much, governor, for coming to my rescue." Qin Feng personally served the tea. Zhao Yuan chuckled softly, glanced at Qin Feng, and said, "Hee. Actually, you don't need to thank me. If you really want to thank someone, thank yourself. The reason I'm speaking up for you is because you've done me a great favor. This boy is someone I've been looking for. If you hadn't gone to Black Mountain Village to suppress the bandits, I would have missed him even if I had come to Ninghai. Do you know that you saved a great person? You're about to have a great fortune." Chapter 66. I won't lose out even if you don't come. How could Qin Feng not know? This is a reward from the system for this serendipitous encounter. Even before he saw the child, he knew that something good was about to happen to him, and that he would be promoted to a higher rank and title. But such things are best kept to himself. Naturally, he cannot mention them to the governor. Qin Feng feigned surprise. "Oh, a distinguished guest? Could this child be of extraordinary origin?" I humbly request your excellency to enlighten me. Who is this child? You don't need to ask anymore. Some things you should know, you will know naturally. Things you shouldn't know, knowing them will only cause trouble. The governor was very secretive and refused to reveal the child's identity. Qin Feng didn't ask any more questions, but simply nodded silently and fell silent. The governor looked at Qin Feng with satisfaction and laughed. Just know that in a few days, a stroke of good fortune will befall you. Ha ha ha. For an official, good fortune is undoubtedly being promoted and given a higher rank. The only question is what position this promotion will lead him to. Qin Feng knew what he meant and bowed slightly. Then this humble official thanks you in advance, Governor. The governor took a sip of tea, placed the teacup on the table, and scrutinized Qin Feng, feeling it necessary to give him a heads-up beforehand. Since we are destined to meet today, I, Zhao, have some words to remind you. After you have achieved great success, you must be careful not to show off your talents. There are many people in the officialdom, so it is best to be cautious. Take today, for example. If I hadn't arrived in time, you wouldn't be so carefree now. Don't you agree? The governor was thinking that it was because of his arrival that Qin Feng was spared torture. If he hadn't arrived in time at the crucial moment, Qin Feng would probably have been beaten to a pulp by now. He meant well, hoping that after Qin Feng was promoted, he would be careful to hide his talents in officialdom and not cause trouble for himself. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, Ha ha, even if the governor weren't here today, I would never let that prefect lay a finger on me. On the contrary, that prefect should be careful of me. The governor frowned. Oh? Then I'd like to ask, if this county official doesn't come, how will you extricate yourself from this predicament? Qin Feng said, Has your excellency forgotten that this is the territory of this county? Although he holds a higher official position than me, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. When he comes to my territory, how can I allow him to falsely accuse me? I might have to teach him a lesson and let him know what happens when you wrong someone. The governor asked in surprise, What? You dare to lay a hand on the prefect? Disobeying your superiors is a serious crime. But corruption and embezzlement are also serious crimes. He wanted to force me to confess under torture for no reason. He must have been bribed by those gentry. Even if Qin Feng lays a hand on him, he's only beating a corrupt official, a criminal. What do I have to fear when I'm beating a criminal? Qin Feng's explanation made the governor understand instantly. Even if he didn't come, Qin Feng already had his own plans and had even thought of a way out. He couldn't help but give Qin Feng a thumbs up. Good, good. I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a good official with both courage and wisdom. You will eventually have a place in the imperial court. Thank you for your praise, Your Excellency. The two chatted for a while longer before the governor glanced at the sky, rose to take his leave, and said, It's getting late. Thanks to you, I've accomplished the purpose of my trip. I must hurry back to the capital to report back. Lord Qin, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Qin Feng clasped his hands in a respectful bow to the governor, then announced loudly, Guards, see the governor off. The governor, accompanied by his men, left carrying the child, who appeared to be about 2 years old. No sooner had he left than a constable beside Qin Feng approached him and asked, Lord Qin, does the governor mean that you are about to be promoted? Qin Feng smiled, turned around and went back to the county office, saying with his back to them, Perhaps. Several Yamen runners were extremely excited. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Qin Feng has been promoted, and he will definitely need many people around him. Wouldn't their trusted confidants also have to go to a larger Yamen? Since Qin Feng's drastic change in temperament, the mentality of these Yamen runners has changed again and again. Although they were government officials, they used to be like thugs. Qin Feng's sudden change caught them off guard, and the things he had encountered and the things he had done in recent days had broadened their horizons. After being disciplined by Qin Feng, several Yamen runners considered leaving, feeling that following an honest and upright county magistrate wouldn't lead to a bright future. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would, by sheer chance, help the governor of Guangxi, who was thousands of miles away? Even a high-ranking official of the second rank, while not necessarily all-powerful, could easily arrange for Qin Feng to be promoted from a 7th-rank county magistrate to a 4th-rank prefect. Now they can't help but feel fortunate that they didn't rush to leave and stayed by Qin Feng's side. Perhaps it won't be long before they follow Qin Feng to Guangxi to take up their posts. The people around the county magistrate are called Yamen runners. When they get to the prefect's side, the Yamen runners will naturally no longer be needed by Qin Feng's confidants. It is estimated that Qin Feng will entrust them with important tasks. Perhaps they can use this opportunity to advance their careers, become minor officials of the 8th or 9th rank, and become government employees, receiving a government salary and a government stipend. Thinking of this, the constables were overjoyed. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. In fact, people often shouldn't have too much hope for something that hasn't happened yet. Just take it in stride, lest your hopes be too high and your disappointment too great. Inside the imperial study in the capital city, Governor Zhao Yuan knelt before the emperor to report back, recounting his experiences abroad. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to this magistrate named Qin Feng. If it weren't for his suppression of the mountain bandits, I would have definitely missed the opportunity to meet His Highness the young prince. Moreover, I observe that Qin Feng is a man of courage and wisdom, with a righteous spirit. He is a rare talent. I dare to suggest that your majesty recommend Qin Feng. The emperor sat behind his dragon-patterned desk, took a sip of tea, put down the memorial in his hand, nodded, and knew that Zhao Yuan had come to request a reward for Qin Feng. He said, merit deserves a reward. Let me see. The censorate is still short of a chief clerk. So let's transfer him to the capital and let him take up a post in the censorate. The emperor said casually. Zhao Yuan naturally dared not have any objections and hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Before he could speak, the eldest prince, who was grinding ink for the emperor, said, Father, I think it is inappropriate to appoint Qin Feng as the chief censor of the censorate. The emperor glanced at him sideways and asked, Oh, what's wrong? Tell me about it. Chapter 67. Promotion by 2 ranks. Position remains unchanged. Your brother was able to return safely, and Qin Feng did help out. So shouldn't he be rewarded? The emperor asked in a deep voice. There are no brothers in the imperial family. The emperor, having experienced it firsthand, naturally understood this principle. In order to ascend the throne, he and his brothers schemed against each other, and of the 7 sons born to his father, only 4 survived to adulthood. Of these 4, 1 was granted the title of prince, 1 died in battle, and the other was executed for treason. He is able to sit on this throne now, partly due to luck and partly due to some cunning. However, when he became emperor, he did not want his sons to be like him. Therefore, he strictly forbade his sons from forming cliques and hoped that they could get along harmoniously and work together as brothers. The effect was naturally not very good. Otherwise, the young prince wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Now that the young prince has been found, he is not showing it on his face, but is happy in his heart and is willing to give this Qin Feng some reward. At this critical juncture, if the eldest prince were to speak out and say something inappropriate, how could the emperor be satisfied? To everyone's surprise, the eldest prince replied, Of course he should be rewarded. Although Qin Feng's actions were unintentional, his brother's return is still a great achievement. Especially after he found his younger brother, he knew to post notices everywhere to find his brother's family. He also knew to tamper with the portrait so that his brother's face was not fully revealed, leaving key information. When Lord Zhao went to visit, he would repeatedly ask him to confirm that Lord Zhao was not the one who had falsely claimed the brother's identity. Such meticulous thinking is probably unmatched by many ministers in the capital. Qin Feng is undoubtedly a capable man, just as Lord Zhao said, a man of great talent. Moreover, the disappearance of the imperial brother is a matter of great importance, concerning the face of the court, and at the very least, the feelings of the emperor. If it weren't for Qin Feng, the imperial brother might still be suffering in the bandit camp. Qin Feng rescued him, which can be said to be a great favor to the court and the royal family. In my opinion, not only should he be rewarded, but he should be rewarded handsomely. The censor of the imperial censorate is merely a minor official of the 6th rank. Compared to a county magistrate, he's only been promoted 1 rank and 2 levels. This reward is far too lenient. Given Qin Feng's abilities and the importance of this matter to the imperial family, he should at least be promoted to the 3rd rank. Qin Feng is a local official, so he must have a lot of experience in governing the local area. He shouldn't be recruited to serve as an official in the capital. He should be kept in the local area to continue to use his talents. After hearing this, the emperor realized that he had misunderstood the eldest prince. The child wasn't trying to stop him from rewarding this benefactor, but rather he felt the reward was too meager. A smile of satisfaction appeared on the emperor's face. My son is right. In your opinion, what official position should I bestow upon him? I believe that he should at least be appointed as a prefect of the 4th rank. The emperor frowned, somewhat troubled, but it seems there are no vacancies in the positions of prefects in various regions. Minister Zhao, as the governor of a province, do you know of any prefects whose virtue is unworthy of their position? The emperor suddenly asked a question, seemingly intending to dismiss someone from their post. Although Zhao Yuren felt that Qin Feng deserved a reward, it was inappropriate to dismiss someone else from their official position just to reward him. Moreover, he couldn't say that any of the prefects in Guangxi was incompetent. If the prefects under him are incompetent, wouldn't it make him, as the governor, seem like he has no good leadership? Sweat beaded on his forehead. After careful consideration, he replied, Your Majesty, to my knowledge, the prefects of the various prefectures in Guangxi are all very responsible. Tisk. The emperor smacked his lips, expressing his regret. Since no one had any complaints, the official could not be dismissed. But if that's the case, there will be no vacancies. So what official position should Qin Feng be given? Other provinces? We'll have to summon other governors for questioning, which is troublesome. Other officials? At the 4th rank or below, there don't seem to be any other high-ranking local officials who could make Qin Feng shine. The reason he was appointed as the chief censor of the Capital Investigation Bureau was because the previous chief censor had just retired to his hometown a few days ago. This made it possible for Qin Feng to have a vacancy for his reward. But what should he do? Seeing the emperor's predicament, the eldest prince also looked conflicted. After hesitating for a while, he suggested, Father, since there are no vacancies, it's not appropriate to bestow rewards right now. Why not record Qin Feng's merits first? We can promote him later when a vacancy becomes available. All right then, draft an edict for me to promote Qin Feng by 2 ranks, but for now, let him remain in his original position as the magistrate of Ninghai County. The emperor, annoyed, waved his hand and gave an order to the eldest prince. The eldest prince frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his lips, and said with an awkward smile, Father, a promotion of 2 ranks means you're now a 5th-rank official. Where can you find a 5th-rank official serving as a county magistrate? What else can we do? It's settled then. There's no vacancy for the prefect position. If all else fails, we can give him some more silver. You can decide the amount. I am tired. All of you may leave. The emperor rose and went to the dragon bed in his study, lying down with his back to the eldest prince and Minister Zhao, and said no more. Your humble servant Zhao Yuren takes his leave. The emperor was asleep, so Zhao Yuren dared not disturb him. He bowed, gave the eldest prince a strange look, said nothing, and left. The eldest prince glanced at the emperor on the dragon bed, his face darkening. He gritted his teeth, ordered someone to bring paper and pen, and drafted an imperial edict according to the emperor's wishes. Qin Feng's side enjoyed a few peaceful days. Suddenly one day, a group of people arrived in Ninghai County and entered the county government office. The head eunuch was carrying an imperial edict. Qin Feng and the others immediately came out to greet them, kneeling neatly on the ground. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County, is an honest and upright official with outstanding achievements. He has quelled bandits and brought prosperity to the local people. Qin Feng is hereby granted 1,000 taels of silver and promoted 2 ranks. This is the imperial decree. Qin Feng was taken aback after hearing this. Why was there only a promotion of 2 ranks without any details about the change in position? Shouldn't these details be written in the imperial edict? While he was still in a daze, the eunuch who delivered the imperial decree coughed and said, Magistrate Qin, why don't you quickly accept your reward and express your gratitude? Your humble servant Qin Feng kowtows to thank your majesty for your grace. Qin Feng quickly bowed and accepted the imperial edict. All right, get up. The eunuch made a delicate gesture with his fingers, smiled slightly at Qin Feng, and said, Lord Qin, Governor Zhao of Guangxi recommended you for your merits and requested the emperor to promote you. The emperor agreed, but there are currently no vacancies in any positions, so he only promoted your rank but did not change your job title. I hope that Lord Qin will continue to serve as a good official in Ninghai County. If a vacancy arises in the future, the emperor will certainly not forget you. This is the emperor's will. The first prince specifically instructed me to tell you this. Do you understand? Chapter 68. The tax system is a bug. Is this what the emperor meant, or did the first prince specifically instruct you to tell me? Qin Feng couldn't help but find something wrong with what he was saying. The governor's previous gratitude towards Qin Feng didn't seem to be feigned, which could be considered as requesting a reward for Qin Feng upon returning. However, the fact that he was only promoted in rank but not in official position was certainly not the governor's intention. It was likely that something had gone wrong with the emperor or even the eldest prince. The identity of the little boy they had accidentally found earlier was now obvious. He must have some connection to the royal family. Royal families are complex and tangled, as depicted in countless history books, novels, movies, and TV series. As a librarian, Qin Feng was naturally aware of these things. He had no desire to get involved in any royal power struggles. Now that everything has been arranged, Qin Feng might as well just go with the flow. So what if he's a county magistrate? What's wrong with that? The county magistrate of the Great Zhou Dynasty was like a local emperor in this county. He controlled both military and political affairs, and he had the final say on almost everything in the county, including taxation, the treasury, the judiciary, supervision, and conscription. The emperor is far away and can't control the situation, so Qin Feng doesn't feel there's anything wrong with developing his career here for the rest of his life. Qin Feng's only worry was whether the system within him would agree. Speaking of Qin Feng's system, it is also quite special. Other people's systems are much more noticeable, constantly assigning tasks and offering a wide variety of rewards. Qin Feng felt that the system was frequently in a state of hibernation. For example, recently, whenever Qin Feng didn't remember to check the system panel and look at the attributes, he would almost forget that he had a system. But this is for the best. Having transmigrated once, Qin Feng doesn't want to be like a puppet, always following the system's instructions. Ultimately, one must take control of their own life to feel at ease. The imperial edict had been read aloud, and Qin Feng, as the head of a county, had no choice but to be polite to the eunuch in front of him. "Father-in-law, you must be tired from your long journey. Please come inside. I will have a banquet prepared to welcome you back." Qin Feng gestured for him to proceed. The old man covered his mouth and chuckled, waving his other hand as he said, "On my way south to Ninghai County, I passed by the prefectural government office. The prefect had already invited me to a banquet. He's probably already making preparations. I can't break my promise, so I have to hurry back. Therefore, there's no need for Lord Qin to go to any trouble. We'll meet again sometime." Hee. After finishing his speech, the eunuch waved his hand and left the government office with the soldiers behind him. Respectfully seeing off Eunuch Chen, Qin Feng quickly saw him off and watched Eunuch Chen leave, but after taking a few steps, he turned back. "Look at my forgetful mind. I forgot something. When I came here, the prefect asked me to pass on a message to Lord Qin. The tax collection day is approaching, and he hopes that Lord Qin will prepare the tax payment as soon as possible." Qin Feng nodded. "This humble official will prepare the tax payment as soon as possible, and please convey the message to him on my behalf, Your Excellency." Easy to do. After seeing his father-in-law off, Qin Feng returned to the yamen with a group of yamen runners. The constables were somewhat disheartened. They had hoped to follow Qin Feng to Guangxi and secure an official position. As a result, even Qin Feng himself only got promoted in rank, not an official position, and remained a minor county magistrate. This result is hardly something to be happy about. The constables didn't know whether to congratulate Qin Feng or not, so they all remained silent. Qin Feng remained calm and didn't complain much about the matter. He rolled up the imperial edict and had Zhao Yi carefully put it away. He then asked, "The tax collection day has arrived. This year is a bumper harvest, so there shouldn't be any problem with the tax payment. Which of you will volunteer to go out and collect the taxes these next few days?" Ninghai County did not have a dedicated tax official. In the past, it was Jia Wu, the clerk, who led the yamen runners to collect taxes. Now that Jia Wu was dead, Qin Feng had no choice but to assign them the task. The original owner of Qin Feng's body didn't care about taxes at all, which resulted in Qin Feng having no memory of taxation, and he didn't even have a concept of how much tax he paid each year. However, he knew that this year had been blessed with favorable weather and a bumper harvest of grain in Ninghai County. To everyone's surprise, the constables looked at each other, then glanced at Qin Feng and said with a troubled expression, "Sir, we're afraid we won't be able to collect enough taxes from the people to meet the amount stipulated by the court." "Huh? Why is that? This year is a bumper harvest, so why can't we pay the taxes?" Qin Feng frowned in confusion. Chapter 69. Ancient productivity levels were low. Wang Long chuckled twice and said, "I once followed Master Jia, no, during the Jia Wu year, to collect taxes for 2 years. After traveling through the entire county, the taxes paid by the people were at most only 1/3 of the amount required by the authorities. The rest were taxes donated by the local gentry that Master Jia found. Most of the land in our county belongs to the local gentry. The common people just rent it out, and the gentry take 80% of the grain they grow. When we collect taxes, we do it based on the amount of grain stored in each household, averaging it out, and then setting a percentage. But the higher-ups have set a percentage based on the total amount of grain to be collected. Although this year is a bumper harvest, it is only enough to allow the people to pay their share of the tax, and have a little surplus. Moreover, the amount collected is far from sufficient. This is because the local gentry, who are either officials or descendants of officials, are exempt from taxes. Is this even possible? Qin Feng was truly astonished. Wasn't this a bug? In Ninghai County, the local gentry took 80% of the grain, and then they didn't hand over any of it. When Qin Feng went down to collect taxes, he could only collect 20% of the grain. Moreover, he couldn't collect from every household. He had to leave some food for everyone. So, when the prefect asked Qin Feng for money, he demanded taxes based on 100% of the grain yield. Who could possibly pay that? Qin Feng was unaware that the prefecture's allocation of the tax quota based on grain production was already quite humane, considering that the imperial court didn't even consider this factor when levying taxes, directly stipulating a certain number of dan, a unit of dry measure, of grain that must be taxed that year. Sigh, Qin Feng sighed. Now he finally understood why there was collusion between officials and merchants and mutual protection among officials in ancient times. It seems that officials were forced into it. Failing to pay taxes might at best result in a lack of political achievements, but at worst, it could lead to accountability issues. But the people had neither food nor money, and forcing them to their deaths would be of no use. If they wanted to get promoted and make money, or avoid being dismissed or punished, they had no choice but to collude with local gentry and wealthy merchants to extort money from them. This is really difficult. He just gave those gentry a good beating, and they're probably itching to get their hands on him. Is it even possible to ask them for money? No. What to do? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Call the accountant over. Yes. Not long after, the accountant arrived. Originally, there was no such position as accountant in the county government. There should indeed be two types of assistant officials, county magistrate and registrar. Like Qin Feng, they were appointed by the imperial court and were officials of the 8th or 9th rank. However, Ninghai County was an exception. After the Jia Wu War, the original registrar and county magistrate were gone. The original owner of Qin Feng had this memory in his head, but did not know where they went. Qin Feng figured that either the two of them had been killed in the First Sino-Japanese War. Although he was a minor official, even lower than Qin Feng, he was still an official appointed by the imperial court. As long as he didn't die, how could he allow the Sino-Japanese War to bully them? So he must be dead. This matter would likely be stopped at the prefectural level, because the Jia Wu emperor had connections with the prefect, though Qin Feng was unclear about the specifics of those connections. But now that I think about it, the relationship between the prefect and the governor must have been quite close to the governor. Without a registrar, many things needed to be handled, especially the expenses within the county government, which needed to be recorded. That's why the original owner of this body, Qin Feng, found such an accountant. These days, you have to ask him about all the data-related matters in the county government. This humble servant pays his respects to Lord Qin. How much tax should Ninghai County pay to the prefectural government this year? Do you know? Tell me. Qin Feng asked. These figures are usually sent from the state government to their counties by letter at the beginning of the year. The accountant was clever. He had it all memorized from the start and knew it without having to look through ledgers or letters. Your Excellency, this year our county should pay 262,500 shur of grain tax to the prefecture. This number was determined by Dangzhou Prefecture based on the cultivated land area and yield per mu in each county. Qin Feng had only been in this place for a few days, but he knew that the county magistrate was in charge of tax collection, so he had already looked into some of the basic information about the county. Ninghai County has a population of about 200,000, including the elderly, women, and children, but only about 40,000 households are registered. On average, each household only needs to pay 6 shur of grain. The arable land area of Ninghai County is approximately 1.8 million mu. Qin Feng did a quick calculation, 1.8 million mu of land. And if each mu produces 500 jin of grain, that's 900 million jin. 120 jin equals 1 shur, so that's 7.5 million shur. If the gentry and landlords take 80%, there will still be 1.5 million shur left. Divide that by 40,000 households. Each household will still have 37.5 shur. Even if each household pays 6 shur of grain, they will still have 31.5 shur left over. 31.5 shur, or 3,780 jin of grain. On average, each household receives more than 10 jin, 5 kilograms, of grain per day throughout the year. It's a little tight, but it seems okay. After Qin Feng finished calculating the accounts, he felt that this hurdle was relatively easy to overcome. He couldn't count on the local gentry. If they were still willing to pay taxes for Qin Feng after he schemed against them like this, they'd be out of their minds. So this year, he can only make the people suffer a bit and collect 6 sure of grain from each household. He has to tighten his belt this year. Once he gets through this, what can't Qin Feng, a person from the future, do to benefit the local people? All right. Jia Wu is already dead, and we can't find a suitable tax official for the time being. You will be in charge of this tax grain this year, Qin Feng said to the accountant. The accountant glanced at Qin Feng, then stepped forward with a smile and said, I obey. In that case, you only need to have the yamen runners go door to door to inform the farmers that after the autumn harvest, they should prepare the grain they are supposed to pay and send it to the county granary. Well, as for the portion of support that the local gentry provide each year, please arrange for someone to bring it over. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. We don't need their support this year. Just collect taxes from the farmers. Huh? This isn't enough, is it? How much grain would a household have to pay to complete the tax collection? The accountant's eyes widened. Not much. I have already calculated it. Each family only needs to pay 6 sure. Qin Feng said confidently. It is indeed a little more than in previous years, but the county will explain the situation to the people in advance. Anyway, losing 6 sure of grain won't have a significant impact on their lives. The accountant frowned and hesitated for a long time before saying to Qin Feng, Sir, if we follow the collection method of previous years, each household only needs to pay a little over 1 sure, a unit of dry measure, which should be enough. If it's 6 sure, I'm afraid many people in our county will starve to death this year. I hope you will reconsider. Starving to death? How could people starve to death? Even if they only eat grain and nothing else, 10 or so kilograms a day would be enough for a household, right? Qin Feng asked in surprise. The accountant found it even more unbelievable. More than 10 caddies? Oh my sir, if each household consumes more than 10 caddies a day, then even if the people don't pay taxes, they will only be able to live for more than half a year. How could that be? Let me ask you, how much land does the average household in the county cultivate? About 45 acres. That's it. One household has 45 mu, approximately 2.6 hectares, and the yield is 500 jin, approximately 250 caddies per mu. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, the accountant shouted out, 500 jin? Huh? Isn't 500 jin, 250 caddies, normal? This year is a bumper year, isn't it? This number was not obtained through Qin Feng's investigation, but rather through his estimation. In Qin Feng's time, hybrid rice yielded 1200 jin per mu. Of course, Qin Feng knew that there weren't such good varieties or such good technology in ancient times, so he discounted it by 1/3. That would still be 400 caddies per mu, right? With favorable weather this year, 500 jin per mu should be about right? The accountant waved his hands repeatedly. Sir, you are joking. This year is indeed a bumper year, but the yield per mu will never reach 500 jin. There are still 2 months until harvest. If there is no disaster, and the crops continue to grow, the yield per mu may reach 300 jin. That is already a positive outlook. I really don't know how you could have the idea of a yield of 500 jin per mu. It's a pipe dream indeed. This time, it was Qin Feng's turn to be taken aback. A bountiful harvest. Only 300 jin per mu. Are you kidding me? This level of skill is just too bad. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Was the level of productivity in ancient times really that low? Chapter 70. The Gentry's Scheme Against Qin Feng. However, since these words came from the accountant, there shouldn't be any problem. He's in charge of the accounts and is very sensitive to numbers. Then this debt needs to be recalculated. Qin Feng racked his brains for a long time, but the result was truly disappointing. Based on a yield of 300 jin per mu, after the farmers paid 80% to the landlords, they would still have about 2,700 jin left. Even if we don't pay any of this little bit of grain, it will be difficult for a family to have enough to eat. According to Qin Feng's previous thinking, if each household consumed 10 jin a day, they would starve to death before the harvest was completed the next day. Qin Feng vaguely remembered that after he successfully suppressed the bandits, a commoner was so happy that he didn't have to pay the bandit suppression fee this year that he said he could finally eat his fill. I initially thought he was just being polite, saying eat your fill instead of eat well. Qin Feng now understood that he was telling the truth. These ordinary people are suffering terribly. Qin Feng calculated that 2,700 jin of grain per household would just be enough to eat. These grains can't all be eaten. Some must be sold to merchants and hunters, those who don't farm, to earn some silver to supplement their household income. People in ancient times lived a simple life and didn't have many expenses, but they didn't spend a penny at all. If we exclude this part and consider a family of 3, 2 men and 1 child. To have enough food to eat all year round, they would only be able to get about 6 jin, 3 caddies, of food per day on average. 6 pounds. Ancient people didn't live like Qin Feng did in modern times, where resources were plentiful. Ordinary people rarely had access to meat, vegetables, or oil. They mainly relied on grains. If an adult male eats only grains, he would need at least 3 jin, 1.5 caddies, a day, right? Women and children, even if you lose a little, 3 pounds combined wouldn't be enough. If we only relied on grains, we would probably be hungry every day. No wonder Qin Feng noticed that the farmers in Ninghai County were mostly skin and bones with pitifully small muscle mass. Can you gain weight if you starve yourself every day? They say this year is a bumper year, and we'll have enough to eat. This is probably a conclusion reached after taking into account all the family's income, and it couldn't be more realistic. 2,700 jin, or 22.5 shi. Qin Feng wants to collect 6 shi, which is equivalent to taking away nearly 1/3 of their food rations. How is Qin Feng supposed to accept this? Damn, this is outrageous. How the hell am I supposed to pay this grain tax? After calculating for a while, Qin Feng stood up in a hurry. Are we really going to swallow our pride and go to those local gentry? But even if he really swallowed his pride and went to ask, would those local gentry be willing to help? Even if they really help Qin Feng, they will definitely have ulterior motives in the future. If they ask Qin Feng to handle the case and protect them, how can Qin Feng be fair and just? Well, Qin Feng sighed heavily, put his hands behind his back, and walked out of the county government office. Where is Lord Qin going? Who knows? Maybe he went out to vent his frustrations. Yes, Lord Qin has offended the local gentry far too badly. This year's tax revenue is a dead end. Things are going to be tough for the boss this time. Meanwhile, at the home of local gentry who lie, a banquet was being held. The table was laden with fish soup, meat soup, and rice soup. All the dishes were meticulously prepared, unlike the style of serving whole chickens and ducks in ancient times. White flour steamed buns and dumplings were nowhere to be seen. The reason was simple. Most of these local gentry had no front teeth to chew on, and Qin Feng ordered them to be slapped 80 times in the face, knocking them out. Hu Lai was considered one of the better-looking among these gentry. He had only lost 1 tooth, and his other front tooth had been inlaid with gold. Only in front of him was there a whole roasted chicken. Everyone was watching Hu Lai gnaw on a chicken leg, and most of them were gritting their teeth and looking sullen. Master Hu, you didn't call us here just to show us your gold teeth, did you? Humph. If my mouth injury hadn't still been injured, I would have gotten them done long ago. A local gentry man watched for a while, then, unable to bear it any longer, slammed his fist on the table and said. The others immediately shared their opinions and began discussing the matter of getting dentures. There is a master dentist in the neighboring Lishan County who is skilled at making teeth. I have already sent someone to invite him. I am waiting for him to come and fix my teeth. Yes, I also want to find a better job. Getting dentures is not something to be taken lightly. You have to choose carefully. That's true. Hearing them talk about dentures, Hu Lai couldn't help but sneer and slammed his hand on the table. Humph. Teeth, teeth, teeth. You only care about teeth. Don't you ever think about how we lost our teeth in the first place? This Qin Feng is utterly shameless. Just because he's a county magistrate, he's trying to ride roughshod over us. Aren't you angry at all? Upon hearing this, the local gentry fell silent, but their emotions were stirred up by Hu Lai. Everyone wore a look of hatred on their faces, and it was obvious what they were thinking about Qin Feng. But they could only think about it and grit their teeth in silence. After a moment, one of them sighed heavily. Alas, what's the use of being angry? This magistrate of the county is fearless, and even your uncle, the prefect, can't do anything about him. Indeed, not to mention, with the governor as Qin Feng's backer, I think even the prefect would find it difficult to hold his head high in front of Qin Feng. That's true. Today I saw a big shot come to Ninghai County. I sent someone to inquire, and it said he's from the capital, a eunuch from the inner palace. He's here to deliver an imperial edict to Qin Feng. This Qin Feng is already a 5th-rank official. He's just still staying in Ninghai County, but if a vacancy comes up, he'll be transferred to a higher position immediately. Then I hope he gets transferred soon. Once he's gone, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I don't believe there's another Qin Feng as stupid as him in the world. We should try to win over the new magistrate, and things will be back to normal. Several local gentry sighed at Qin Feng, feeling both angry and helpless, and could only hope that he would be transferred away. Hu Lai curled his lip and glared at these spineless guys. Humph, you guys have quite the magnanimity. You can even tolerate this. You can tolerate it, but I, Hu, cannot. This is the first time in my life that I've been slapped in the face. I must avenge this. I'll make Qin Feng pay. Hu Lai first launched into a tirade, finally revealing to everyone his intention in summoning them. Right now, there's a chance for Qin Feng to suffer. That's why I called you all here today. But you all have really disappointed me. How can I trust you? Is this a chance to make Qin Feng unlucky? Several local gentry immediately brightened up, their spirits instantly changed, and they all crowded around. Master Hu, what opportunity do you have? Tell us. It's not that we don't hate Qin Feng, it's just that we have no way to deal with him. Since you have a plan, tell us. If you need us to do anything, how could we stand idly by? Hu Lai narrowed his eyes, shook his head, and said with a smirk, no. If you really want to deal with Qin Feng, then you absolutely mustn't do anything. Do nothing? Are you out of your mind, Master Hu? Everyone immediately objected upon hearing this. However, Hu Lai seemed confident. Don't worry, everyone. I'm not talking nonsense. What do you mean? Chapter 71. County magistrate buys grain at high prices. Have you all forgotten that the grain tax collection period is in 2 months? In previous years, how much have we local gentry helped with the grain tax collection? Without our help this year, how can Qin Feng collect the full amount of grain tax? Hu Lai sneered. As long as we ignore Qin Feng's pleas no matter how he pleads, there are only 2 outcomes for him. One is that he will be punished by the court for failing to collect the grain tax. The other is that he will forcibly collect the grain tax, causing the people to starve to death. If it is the latter, the court will not spare him either. This is a dead end. Only then did everyone realize why Hu Lai had called them over. It was all because of this. Hu Lai's reminder also gave all the local gentry a fresh perspective. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Every year, the grain tax in Ninghai County has been paid thanks to our concerted efforts. Without us, how could we have ever paid the full amount of grain tax? Finally, we can vent our anger. That bastard Qin Feng will be kneeling before us sooner or later, begging for mercy and our help. I can't wait to see what he'll look like that day. Are you still waiting? Do you still want to help him? No, I only want him to kneel before me, but I won't give him a single grain of food. I want to see him utterly destroyed. That's right. Seeing everyone's reactions, Hu Lai was finally much more satisfied. This kind of reaction is befitting of their status as local gentry. Which of these local gentry isn't someone of importance and influence? How could they be made to sigh and complain all day by a mere county magistrate? I've gathered you all here today not for any other reason than to remind you of this matter. Since you all share this attitude, I'm relieved, lest there be a traitor among us when it comes to dealing with Qin Feng in the end. Hu Lai picked up his wine glass, downed it in one gulp, and said to everyone, Gentlemen, let's drink. This time, we must work together. Let's see how Qin Feng overcomes this difficulty. Everyone finished their drinks, looked at each other, and a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. The path of becoming a local gentry is now blocked. In reality, even if the local gentry didn't discuss and oppose Qin Feng would never beg them for help. Qin Feng isn't a spineless coward like the original owner. He wouldn't do something so shameless. After leaving the government office, Qin Feng headed straight for the fields outside the city. He wanted to see why the yield per mu of farmland in the Great Zhou Dynasty was so low. He didn't know until he saw it, and once he did, he understood instantly. Qin Feng grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sighed. It's really tough on these farmers. It's already quite an achievement to get 300 gene per mu with this kind of soil. Sigh. The soil in Qin Feng's hand was so light in color that it crumbled as soon as he picked it up. This isn't soil, it's more like quicksand, and this is even with favorable weather this year, with plenty of rain and sunshine. The crops in the fields also looked miserable. The farmers probably wanted to harvest more, so they planted them very densely, with one crop right next to another. Each crop looked pitiful and wilted. For farmers like this, a yield of 300 gene per mu at harvest time is cause for celebration. Despite his size, Qin Feng's trip wasn't entirely in vain. At least he learned the reason for the extremely low yield per mu. First, the soil is not good. The soil in this area is not fertile enough. Secondly, their planting techniques are inadequate. They don't even have a basic understanding of planting density. The third issue is the variety of grain. In ancient times, there were probably no agricultural colleges. Farmers relied on the experience accumulated from generation to grow crops. Without specialized research, how can these farmers, who can't even read a single word, summarize their experiences and improve grain varieties? These are all problems that urgently need to be solved. Qin Feng sighed softly and straightened up. Although the difficulties are significant, as long as we know where the difficulties lie, there is still hope. Luckily, he was a librarian and he would read all sorts of books when he was bored, so he had a lot of strange and wonderful knowledge. Asking him to do things like breeding superior varieties, which are things only agricultural experts and professionals can do, is probably impossible. But he can still come up with ways to improve soil fertility. And planting density, that's something that can be tested. In terms of time, it's too late this year. Farmers in Ninghai County mostly grow millet, an annual grain. It's almost autumn now, and if they sow it now, it will be winter by the time it grows, and the temperature will be too low for it to survive. Even if there are experiments and improvements, we can only wait until next year. We need to figure out a way to overcome this challenge this year. Qin Feng stood in the field pondering for a long time before returning to the county government office with his hands behind his back. Upon returning to the yamen, he immediately wrote a notice and ordered his subordinates to post it. At the city gate, a notice board stood, and a crowd had gathered. Scholar, scholar, come quickly and see what proclamation Lord Qin has issued this time. Some villagers shouted and called the scholar over. The scholar began to read aloud, word by word. The magistrate of Ninghai County is now collecting grain from all farmers at a price of 3 qian of silver per shur, a unit of dry measure, with a maximum of 5 shur per household. Those interested can prepare their grain after the autumn harvest and sell it at the county granary. We will also purchase surplus grain from previous years. You can go and sell your grain today. The total amount of grain to be purchased is limited, and we will stop once we have purchased enough, so please sell as soon as possible. The people were puzzled after hearing this. Is the county magistrate collecting grain? Why is the county magistrate buying so much grain? Is he going to open a grain shop? What kind of grain shop is this? The grain shop owned by the Zhang family, a high-ranking official in the county, only sells grain for 2 qian of silver per shur, a unit of dry measure, but the county magistrate buys it for 3 qian of silver. How much do you expect to sell it for? Can you even sell it? Why is that county magistrate collecting this grain? Our magistrate Qin, since he wants to collect grain, he must have his reasons. Who cares what he's collecting the grain for? All I know is that this is a great opportunity to make money. After this autumn harvest, I might be able to sell 5 shur of grain. Yes, even if you sell it and then buy more from the grain store, it's still worthwhile. Hey, why don't we just go to the grain store first and buy it, then sell it directly to the county magistrate? That makes sense. Let's go? Let's go buy grain from Master Zhang. Although the people lived in hardship, the Chinese people have always known the importance of saving money, and every household could still afford 1 or 2 taels of silver. Many people flocked to Zhang Shun's grain shop, snapping up grain at 2 qian, a unit of currency. 5 shur, a unit of dry measure, of grain cost 1 liang, another unit of silver tael, and they could resell it for 1.5 liang. It was a free bargain. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of it. However, Zhang Shun's grain shop, contrary to its usual practice, refused to sell. The common people saw the notice, and naturally, the local gentry also saw it. How could they possibly let someone else have such a lucrative opportunity? Which gentry family doesn't have some grain stored up? They were simply too afraid of being tricked by Qin Feng, and they didn't know if he was up to some kind of scheme again. Out of fear, the group gathered together to discuss the matter. Hey, did you all see the notice at the city gate? I saw it. Qin Feng is buying grain for 3 qian of silver. Humph. I think he's gone mad. He had no choice. He had to prepare the grain tax in advance. But I'm curious, where did he get the money? Yes, where did Qin Feng get the money to buy grain? The local gentry were extremely puzzled. Chapter 72. The character of the grain collectors in this county. Whether he really has the money to buy grain or is just playing tricks, let's go to the county granary and see for ourselves, then we'll know. The local gentry had made a plan, and Zhang Shun and Hulai led a group of people to the county granary, carrying a shur, a unit of dry measure, of grain. Qin Feng had been waiting at the county warehouse for quite some time. He didn't know if the farmers still had any grain stored up, but he could think of what they could think of. He estimated that once the notice was posted, they would be able to collect enough grain before the autumn harvest. Moreover, he anticipated that these local gentry would not pass up the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and would eventually come over to inquire. Lord Qin, you were absolutely right. They've arrived. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng opened his eyes and sat up from the recliner. Hu Lai and Zhang Shun, leading a group of local gentry, approached Qin Feng from a distance. They placed a bushel of grain in front of them and asked, Lord Qin, we heard that you are collecting grain here. Is that true? That's true. So, is this grain 3 qian per shur? Not bad, 3 qian per shur. The local gentry exchanged glances. One of them nudged Zhang Shun and pushed him out. Zhang Shun chuckled coldly, patted the bag of grain they had brought, and said to Qin Feng, "All right, then pay up." "Don't want." Qin Feng shook his head. "Why not? You wrote in your own notice that you'd accept surplus grain from previous years too." Zhang Shun said guiltily. This grain he had was not just surplus grain, but a bag he had specially prepared. Half of the contents were moldy leftover grain, buried in the middle, so you couldn't see it if you opened the bag. The answer won't be known until you stick a fork in and pull out the grain from the middle of the bag. When the state government collects grain taxes, it always conducts thorough spot checks on the quality of the grain. If this is discovered, Qin Feng will definitely be in deep trouble. He just wanted to trick Qin Feng. Qin Feng refused without even looking at it, which greatly angered Zhang Shun. Qin Feng explained, "No matter who comes to sell grain, it must be 5 sure. I will not accept grain that is only 1 sure." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun's eyes darted around. They brought a bag of grain just to test the waters. For local gentry like them, 1 bag or 5 bags made no difference. At the current grain price, 5 sure, a unit of dry measure, would only cost 1 tael, another unit of silver tael. They usually spend 10 or even dozens of taels of silver on a single meal, so why would they care about this little bit? As long as it's not because of the mold that it gets noticed, it's fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Shun immediately called to the servant behind him. Go to the storeroom and fill 4 more bags. Then bring them over immediately." "Wait." Qin Feng called out to Zhang Shun's men, saying, "Pack 5 bags. I won't accept this one." "Why is that?" As if by magic, Qin Feng pulled an object from his lower back. It was an iron pipe with a pointed opening at the front and an opening on one side without any sheet metal. This is a grain scout that Qin Feng had the blacksmith rush to make for him. That is, a grain inspector. He raised his hand and tied the grain scout to the bag, and immediately grain entered the tube. Pull it out again, and you can immediately see the moldy grain in the middle. Since Qin Feng knew that these local gentry were at odds with him, how could he not be on guard? He had already thought of this. "You're selling this kind of grain to me? How am I supposed to pay the grain tax?" Mr. Zhang, you're not trying to deceive me again, are you?" Qin Feng's tone had a slightly dangerous undertone. The last time he spoke like that, Zhang Shun was slapped 80 times. The last time he spoke like that, Zhang Shun was beaten with a board, his buttocks and lower back were bruised and torn. Zhang Shun shuddered upon hearing this and quickly said, "This was all done by the servants. I knew nothing about it. I told them to be careful when they were packing it, and there's absolutely no way any of this kind of grain would have gotten in." "That's good. Go ahead." Qin Feng waved his hand. Zhang Shun's men then left. In less than half an hour, they brought over 5 more bags of grain. Qin Feng used the grain scout to inspect the grain again. This time, the grain was of good quality, so he ordered it to be carried to the warehouse. Afterwards, Qin Feng did not pay the money first. Instead, he quickly took a piece of paper, wrote a receipt, and then put up 3 qian of silver as collateral, which he then pushed to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun, along with the group of local gentry behind him, all frowned upon seeing this. "Lord Qin, that's not right. Didn't you say it was 3 qian per sure? I sold you 5 sure, so you should have given me 1.5 taels of silver. Why are you only giving me the price for 1 sure of grain? Aren't you afraid I'll go to the prefectural government and report you for oppressing the people?" Zhang Shun glared at Qin Feng and asked, "Finally, I've got something on Qin Feng." This time they were outdoors, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, surrounded not only by themselves, but also by many other county residents who were watching the spectacle. This time, Qin Feng clearly engaged in unfair business practices, paying less than he should. No matter how much they argue, they can't deny it. "Bully my ass. Read what's written on that piece of paper carefully." Qin Feng didn't even look at Zhang Shun and immediately swore. Only then did Zhang Shun notice the piece of paper under the 3 qian of silver. He pulled it out, and a group of local gentry gathered around to read it together. "Today we received 5 sure of grain from Master Zhang Shun. The due amount is 1.5 liang of silver, but we have paid 3 qian of silver. The remaining balance will be settled next year. Magistrate Qin Feng." It turned out to be an IOU, with Qin Feng's signature and fingerprint on it. Qin Feng estimated that they were almost finished reading before leisurely saying, "The price of grain is only 2 qian now. This county is not stupid. Why should we buy grain at a high price in cash?" He addressed everyone, including the farmers watching, saying, "Today, our county is purchasing grain on a fixed price basis with written agreements. Please understand that if you want to earn this half tael of silver, you will have to wait until next autumn's harvest. If you feel this is inappropriate, then don't come to sell your grain. Zhang Shun and the other local gentry exchanged glances, their anger mixed with a sense of relief. Something's definitely fishy. Luckily we came to try it out in advance. Otherwise we would have fallen into Qin Feng's trap again. Zhang Shun slammed the receipt and money on the table. I'm not selling. Qin Feng frowned. How dare you? What do you think this place is? Who do you think I am? The contract has been signed, the money has been paid, and the grain has been stored away. So many people have finished their work, and you're just going to say you're not selling? Are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Get out. If you don't leave, I'll have you beaten 50 times with a lash. Qin Feng suddenly stood up. The gentry had clashed with Qin Feng more than once or twice. Although Zhang Shun was furious, he dared not provoke him because Qin Feng was the county magistrate. Fortunately, he only lost 5 sure of grain this time before he saw through Qin Feng's trick, so he was not too heartbroken. Qin Feng, I knew it. You're trying to scam me. You said you'd pay next year, but who knows if you'll actually pay next year? Do you think everyone's stupid enough to sell you grain? You've only managed to scam me out of these 5 sure, a unit of dry measure. Any more than that, and you won't get a single sure. Zhang Shun raised his hand and tore up the agreement. Qin Feng smiled coldly. I am the magistrate of Ninghai County. You can run away, but you can't hide. If you say you'll pay next year, you'll pay next year. This county collects grain entirely based on character. But you don't have this copy anymore, because you tore up the document. Chapter 73. The grain still needs to be sold. Zhang Shun looked at the torn IOU on the ground and choked up again. Qin Feng looked around and saw that there were quite a few people gathered. So he stood up and said directly to the people of the county, as you all have seen, we can only pay 3 qian of silver for this grain purchase. The remaining 12 qian of silver will have to wait until after next autumn's harvest. The county magistrate will personally write an IOU for each person, sign it, and use his official position as collateral so everyone can rest assured. Several local gentry listened to Qin Feng's words and shook their heads with sneers. 5 bushels of grain will only be given 3 coins, and the rest will have to wait a year. Only a fool would fall for such a deceptive lie. I don't think Qin Feng can even collect a single sure of grain. I think so too. We knew something was fishy all along, but luckily we were smart enough to test him. Now that we've exposed his true colors in front of everyone, who will trust him anymore? Let's go, let's go. When he can't pay his grain tax, he'll come kneeling down in front of us and begging for help. Then we'll give him a firm rejection. Ha! Ha 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 ha. The group of local gentry laughed loudly and ran away. But the reality was not quite what they imagined. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the villagers in the nearby county began to discuss it. The original price of 3 qian per sure will be paid next year. Sigh, I thought I could get it back then. However, it's not impossible to give it to you next year. The key is whether you can trust us. Of course he's trustworthy. Lord Qin is such an upright and honest official. He defeated the enemy in the First Sino-Japanese War, wiped out the bandits, and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. What is there to distrust? I trust him. Yes, I trust him too. It's just that my family doesn't have much money. Otherwise, I would definitely buy more. Our family has saved up 2 taels of silver in 5 years. If we do the math, it's actually more profitable to buy grain and sell it to Lord Qin. 2 taels of silver can buy 10 sure of grain, and next year, Lord Qin will give us a total of 3 taels of silver. We'll make a profit of 1 tael for free. That's right. Lord Qin has signed and sealed the document. So what is there to worry about? There are so many people in our county, he can't possibly cheat us. Isn't he afraid that tens of thousands of households will all go to the prefecture to file a complaint? That makes sense. I'll go to Master Zhang's house to buy grain right now. I'm going to. The people discussed it for a short while before taking action. This outcome was inevitable. Although Qin Feng has only been in this world for a short time, the 2 major things he has done recently have already won over the hearts of the people of Ninghai County. Although 3 qian of silver is indeed a bit little, it won't prevent every household from eating this year. Moreover, in a year, this 1 or 2 taels of silver will increase in value by half. After calculating, the people realized it was still worthwhile. Most of the people in Ninghai County are uneducated, simple, and honest ordinary people who usually have no opportunity to make any investments or generate any returns. Qin Feng's grain purchase this time can be considered an investment for them. When the local gentry considered issues, they did so from their own perspective, completely unable to imagine how much these ordinary people desired to make money. As a result, Zhang Shun's grain shop was packed with people that day. When his subordinates reported the situation to Zhang Shun was quite surprised. How could that be? Are those ordinary people really that stupid? I don't know that. I only know that the grain store is almost empty and there are still many people clamoring to buy grain. So I've come to ask you, sir, if we can open the granary and bring out some more to sell. This, Zhang Shun frowned. He didn't care whether the people lost money or not. What he cared about was that the people bought the grain to sell to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng acquires enough grain, then the grain tax can be paid smoothly, right? How can this be allowed? Opening the granary to sell grain actually suited Qin Feng's wishes. No rush, let me think about it carefully. Zhang Shun hesitated for a moment, then ordered his subordinate, go and summon Master Hu, Master Gua, and the other local gentry. Yes, this humble servant takes his leave. In no time, Hu Lai and a group of local gentry arrived at Zhang Shun's house. Didn't we just disperse? Why are you calling us back together? What's the matter? My family's grain shop is busy with business. Yes, I'm busy selling grain too. I've sold almost more grain today than I usually sell in a whole month. Master Zhang, don't let this stop us from making our fortune. Speak up quickly. What is it that you called us here again? Several local gentry asked. Oh dear, you guys are so foolish. Zhang Shun briefly explained the situation and offered his suggestion. I called everyone here to remind you that we must stand together. This year, none of us can open our granaries to sell grain. Otherwise, we'll let Qin Feng get away with it. Upon hearing this, the local gentry all became serious. It seems that what Zhang Shun said is indeed true. They finally found an opportunity to make a fool of Qin Feng. How could they indirectly help him? But if Zhang Shun says that the grain shops will not sell grain, how much less money will they earn this year? That's all pure silver. For a moment, everyone was caught in a dilemma and did not immediately agree to Zhang Shun's request. Zhang Shun looked at him and became anxious. What? Do you only care about immediate gains and have forgotten what Qin Feng did to us? He's already knocked out our teeth, and you still want to help him? The local gentry were even more conflicted. Which was more important, making money or seeking revenge? These greedy fellows really couldn't decide for the moment. Hu Lai considered Zhang Shun's words, pondered for a while, and suddenly smiled. Master Zhang, if you ask me, it's better to sell the grain. Why? Hu Lai stroked his beard and analyzed. If we don't sell grain this year, the new grain will be harvested next year, and the grain will be stockpiled, which will inevitably lower the price of grain. In the long run, we will only lose money. On the contrary, Qin Feng's grain purchase has given us more opportunities to sell grain. I just calculated that if Qin Feng wants to pay the full amount of taxes by purchasing grain, he will have to spend more than 40,000 taels of silver. He can earn that much silver in just a few days. Even if we split it equally among our families, that's still more than 4,000 taels. Several local gentry members also had their eyes light up and nodded in agreement with Hu Lai's statement. Earning several thousand taels of silver in just a few days is a worthwhile business. Zhang Shun raised his eyebrows and said angrily, but that Qin Feng only pays for 1 out of 5 sure. What if he reneges on his promise next year and doesn't pay the rest? Master Zhang, you're being foolish. We're not selling to Qin Feng, we're selling to the people. If the county residents buy 5 sure from us, they have to pay us for 5 sure. As for whether Qin Feng will renege on his promise next year, what does that have to do with us? The only ones who will suffer are the people of Ninghai County. When public resentment boils over, it will be a bigger headache for Qin Feng than not being able to pay grain taxes. Chapter 74. Grain tax can be paid in advance. Think about it. Qin Feng has built such a good reputation among these ordinary people. He can ruin it all in just 1 year. 40,000 households. That's incurring the wrath of the masses. Do you think Qin Feng can have a good ending? Hu Lai's words enlightened everyone. Even Zhang Shun, who was initially furious, gradually calmed down and began to seriously consider the possibilities in Hu Lai's words. After thinking about it, it really makes sense. Hu Lai continued, Qin Feng only has the 10,000 taels of silver he obtained from the confiscation of property during the First Sino-Japanese War. Even if he can get through this year, what about next year? He won't have that much money next year. And even if he racks his brains, he won't be able to earn enough silver in a year. If he doesn't pay back the money he owes this year next year, do you think the people will still help him? Everyone shook their heads in unison. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Qin Feng is currently delirious and is bringing trouble upon himself. We just need to wait and see. It would be a good thing to see Qin Feng suffer a lot in a year. Zhang Shun was finally persuaded. He gritted his teeth and said to everyone, what you gentlemen say is correct. I was mistaken. I only thought Qin Feng would play tricks and overlook the fact that we don't have any contact with him at all. We can't miss out on making the money we're supposed to make. Guards, open the granary. Sell the grain. Ninghai County is not large, with a total population of only 40,000 households. The news that Qin Feng was going to buy grain spread like wildfire, and soon the whole county knew about it. At the county warehouse, long queues formed, with every household pushing carts or carrying bags by hand, each family carrying at least 5 bags. Some families were good at saving money and had a lot of silver, sometimes as much as 10 or 15 bags. Qin Feng personally supervised the process, checking the quality of each bag of grain with a grain scout. Once it was confirmed to be without problems, the grain was put into the county treasury, an IOU was written, and the scout signed and sealed. Later, in order to make IOUs, he even had someone make a printing plate for him so that he could just sign and put his fingerprint on it. On the third day, Qin Feng calculated that the quantity was about right and instructed the yamen runners to spread the word, telling the farmers who had not yet sold their grain not to go and buy any more. On the fourth day, the tax of 262,500 share of grain was collected. All 3 county warehouses were completely full. The county residents who missed it were filled with regret, but there was nothing they could do. Qin Feng confiscated 15,000 taels of silver from the Jia Wu War, and after purchasing it at 3 qin and 5 shur, he still had some left over. He spent over 100 taels of silver to hire some people and carriages to transport the grain directly to the prefectural capital, the prefectural government office of Dengzhou. Inside the yamen, a grand banquet was being held. Besides the prefect, there were many distinguished guests at the table, with the prefect seated in the seat of honor. Among these people sat a familiar face to Qin Feng, none other than the eunuch who had read the imperial edict to him. This eunuch was clearly of high rank. Even the prefect treated him with utmost respect and a beaming smile. However, at this time, he was not the one with the highest status at the table. He was pouring wine for a young man. "Your Highness, Dengzhou Prefecture is blessed with abundant water and soil, and its seafood is exceptional. Here, I've peeled a large prawn for you. Try it. It's much fresher than the frozen seafood that's been transported to the palace." The eldest prince nodded arrogantly, pointed to his plate, and the eunuch immediately put it on his plate. He enjoyed his meal, smiled with satisfaction, and looked up at the prefect, saying, "Tomorrow, I will be returning to the palace. Make sure you complete the tasks I assigned you." "Understand. Your Highness, rest assured. With me here, I guarantee that Qin Feng won't be able to cause any trouble. I don't just want you to keep an eye on him. You should know what will happen to Qin Feng for meddling in other people's business. As the prefect, you should think of a way to deal with him." The eldest prince was furious that Qin Feng had saved his 2-year-old younger brother, the youngest prince. Although he outwardly requested the emperor to bestow a title upon Qin Feng, he actually harbored resentment towards Qin Feng in his heart. "Yes, I understand." The prefect bowed to the eldest prince and said, "However, Your Highness, in fact, there's no need to deal with Qin Feng. Just wait 2 or 3 months, and it will be time to pay the grain tax. At that time, Qin Feng will definitely not be able to pay." "Oh, didn't you say a few days ago that Dengzhou had a bumper harvest this year with favorable weather? How come he couldn't deliver?" The eldest prince raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, it is true that there has been a bumper harvest, but the land in Ninghai County was bought up by the local gentry many years ago. Now, the farmers in Ninghai County are all renting land, and they only receive 20% of the grain. If we ask the people to pay the full amount of grain tax, they will probably starve to death by the end of the year." In previous years, the grain tax was paid by the clerk of Ninghai County, who pleaded with the local gentry to donate some of their money. According to our understanding, this year, Qin Feng schemed against the clerk Jia Wu and offended the local gentry. The gentry will certainly not help Qin Feng in the slightest. In that case, how can he possibly pay the grain tax in full? No sooner had the prefect finished speaking than a servant rushed in from outside. "Your Excellency, the magistrate of Ninghai County, Qin Feng, requests an audience." The prefect paused for a moment, then frowned. "It's like speaking of the devil and he appears. How did he end up here?" The prince glanced back and asked leisurely, "What brings him here? Could it be to request a reduction in grain taxes?" "Perhaps so." The prefect nodded hurriedly. He couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation either. "Then do you know how to handle this?" "Of course, it's a categorical rejection. We won't give him a tax cut." The prefect replied to the eldest prince with a fawning smile, then turned to his subordinates with a cold expression. "Did you hear that? You, go and send Qin Feng back immediately. Tell him that if he doesn't pay the grain tax properly after the autumn harvest, he can expect me to write a memorial accusing him of incompetence." After the prefect and the eldest prince finished speaking, a servant reported, Your Excellency, Your Highness, This magistrate Qin isn't here to request a tax reduction. He brought many people and dozens of large carts. He's here to pay his grain tax in advance. What? The prefect thought he had misheard. Tell me, what is he here for? He's here to pay his grain tax in advance. Paying grain tax in advance. The prefect was shocked. Even he, a high-ranking prefect, had never heard of paying grain tax in advance. In previous years, which county didn't delay paying its grain tax again and again? Some even dragged it out from the autumn harvest until the beginning of winter before finally paying the due grain tax. Collecting taxes is no simple matter. Pay in advance. What the heck? The eldest prince also looked displeased, glaring at the prefect. He felt that the prefect was unreliable. He had just said that Qin Feng definitely wouldn't be able to befriend him, and now he was proven wrong. He slammed his wine glass down on the table and said coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go see what's going on." The prince was a descendant of the true dragon, and his dragon aura was terrifying. The prefect trembled with fear and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Yes. Your subordinate will go and investigate immediately." Chapter 75. The prefect's grain inspection ends in a slap in the face. The prefect hurriedly ran out of the yamen and headed straight for the Dengzhou granary. Tax grain was collected annually from various regions and deposited into the state granary. It was then transported via the Grand Canal to the Taishan granary in Shandong province. Along the way, the prefect kept thinking that it was impossible for Qin Feng to have obtained enough grain to pay the grain tax so quickly, and the autumn harvest had not even started yet. But when he arrived at the state warehouse, he was shocked by the line of more than a dozen large trucks. Judging by the scale, they really collected all the grain taxes? How did you do that? Qin Feng was already waiting ahead. When he saw the person in official robes coming from afar, he immediately scanned him. The system returned the following information. Jin Taoyan, Prefect, 4th rank, official prestige, 300. Qin Feng is currently a 5th rank official, but compared to the prefect in front of him, he is still far inferior in terms of official position, rank, and authority. The lackeys sent down by the prefect were severely beaten by Qin Feng and imprisoned for several days before being released. The prefect couldn't possibly forget this, and he probably doesn't have a good impression of Qin Feng. Furthermore, Qin Feng still doesn't quite understand the relationship between Jia Wu and the prefect. He can only say that the two have a close relationship, otherwise the prefect wouldn't have sent his lackeys to his county. Therefore, the prefect will definitely not give Qin Feng a friendly look when he sees him. If Qin Feng's rank were high enough, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of him. But now, with such a gap between them, in this world where officialdom is paramount, the difference in strength is quite obvious. Even the system can't offer much help. Qin Feng adjusted his mindset, telling himself not to be too sharp or attract trouble. He stood properly and waited for the prefect to arrive before him. He then bowed respectfully and said, "Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County, greets Your Excellency the prefect." No need for formalities. Although the prefect was surprised, he did not show it on his face. "I heard from my men that you've come to pay the grain tax?" "Yes, sir. It's not even harvest time yet. Where did you get so much grain?" "It's not all of it. It's just old grain of very poor quality, is it?" The prefect's face suddenly twitched, and he pointed at Qin Feng, shouting, "Qin Feng, how dare you? This is official grain delivered to the imperial court, meant to supply the imperial troops. With years of war on the border, if the soldiers get sick from eating the grain you send, leading to losses in battle and land, can you bear that responsibility?" As expected of the prefect, he didn't investigate anything, just guessed, and then immediately accused someone of a serious crime. Moreover, perhaps because Qin Feng knew about the existence of official authority, he could clearly feel an invisible force pressing down on him when the prefect spoke. Moreover, it's not just official prestige. It seems that this disparity also exists in terms of rank. This feeling is really not pleasant. Fortunately, Qin Feng knew that he had previously beaten up the prefect's lackey, and the prefect must be holding a grudge. Qin Feng had anticipated this kind of offensive from the roaring style. To avoid unnecessary trouble when paying grain tax, he had made ample preparations long ago. This time, he strictly controlled the quality of the grain purchase. He personally inspected all 200,000 share of grain behind him, and not a single bag was problematic. With this confidence, Qin Feng smiled slightly, raised his head, cupped his hands, and said to the prefect, "Your Excellency, the tax law of this dynasty only stipulates the quality of tax grain, but does not stipulate that old grain from previous years cannot be paid. I guarantee that every bag of tax grain I have delivered this time meets the standards of the imperial court. If Your Excellency has any doubts, You are welcome to inspect it yourself. Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, spoken with neither arrogance nor servility. This is perhaps largely thanks to his 260 points of official prestige and his recent promotion to the 5th rank, which enabled him to achieve this. A normal 7th-rank county magistrate would only have a dozen or so points of authority and would be far from able to withstand such great pressure. Just one roar from the prefect would probably have him so frightened that his mind would go blank. Seeing that Qin Feng was not afraid, the prefect frowned and sneered. Oh, so confident? Then I've wronged you. Do you dare to let me inspect on the spot? Qin Feng nodded. Of course I dare. Good. The prefect ordered his men to bring over the testing equipment. He walked past several vehicles, randomly picked the middle one, pointed to a bag of grain underneath, and had someone bring it out. He ordered his men to open the grain sacks and scatter the grain on the ground. He then squatted down and grabbed a handful from the middle. Just by looking at this series of actions, you can tell that this prefect is no pushover. At least when it comes to inspecting grain, he has a knack for it. Knowing that someone is passing off inferior goods as superior ones, people usually put the lower quality grain at the bottom and bury it in the middle of the bag. However, after inspecting it for a long time, he found that there was nothing wrong with the grain, whether it was its size, dryness, or the degree of hulling. Although it was obvious at a glance that it was old grain, he couldn't find any more fault with it. Qin Feng waited for a while, watching the prefect's expression change several times, before finally asking, "How is it, prefect? Is everything all right?" "Well, barely passed," the prefect said in a muffled voice. With so many people around, he couldn't lie through his teeth, so he threw the grain in his hand on the ground angrily and said this. "Then please have the grain official count the quantity, Your Excellency. I am in a hurry to return to Ninghai County to handle other matters." The prefect squinted at Qin Feng for a moment, said nothing, and beckoned. His grain officer ran up to him and gestured with his chin. The grain officer immediately ordered his men to weigh and count the grain. The prefect, without even saying goodbye, left the state treasury directly. As they reached the corner, the prefect's taut face immediately crumbled. "Oh dear, how are we going to report this to the prince? Where did Qin Feng get so much grain?" After much deliberation, the prefect concluded that Qin Feng could only obtain such a large quantity of grain from the local gentry. But didn't the local gentry have a falling out with him? How could they possibly give Qin Feng grain? What exactly happened? He thought it over and realized that if he didn't figure this out, he would definitely be scolded to death by the eldest prince when he got back. After all, he had just boasted to the crown prince about how great Qin Feng was, only to be proven wrong. "I need to ask. You come here." The prefect summoned a servant. "You disguise yourself as a laborer carrying grain and go ask the magistrate's men how he obtained this grain." "Yes," your subordinate obeys. The prefect's men immediately changed their clothes and took advantage of the chaos to join the grain transport team. It would take some effort to count all 200,000 share of grain. His subordinate worked with them for a while, and during a break, he sat down in front of one of the workers. "I say, your county magistrate is quite something, delivering grain even before the autumn harvest? Did this grain fall from the sky?" Chapter 76. Qin Feng has a somewhat familiar face. "What are you saying? Grain can't just fall from the sky. This was all collected by our county magistrate with silver." The workers weren't cunning and couldn't keep secrets. They told the man in detail how Qin Feng had fallen out with the local gentry and how he had no choice but to spend money to buy grain, and they were quite proud of it. "Our magistrate Qin is a truly upright and just official. He cares about us common people in every way and even helps us get rich." The subordinate took it to heart, nodded repeatedly, rolled his eyes, and asked again, "How much silver would it cost to produce so much grain? Since he's an honest magistrate, where would he get so much silver?" "Hey, that silver was obtained by our county magistrate after he brought down a wicked clerk and confiscated his property." The worker then recounted the feud between Jia Wu and Qin Feng, embellishing it with his own imagination and adding details as he spoke. For him, this was another good deed that Qin Feng, the upright and just official, had done for the common people. It could be described as punishing evil and eliminating wickedness, and ridding the people of harm. After finishing his story, he also told the workers about how he had traveled with bandits during the Sino-Japanese War, fallen into Qin Feng's trap, and been killed by the bandits. The whole process was as lively as a storytelling performance, and many of the people Qin Feng brought also added details, making it a very enjoyable experience. The subordinate took it to heart, asked some other random questions, and then found an opportunity to return to the prefect's side. "Have you found out everything?" the prefect asked. "I've found out. Qin Feng bought the grain with silver, but he only used 3 qian to buy 5 shur of grain, and wrote an IOU for 1 liang and 2 qian of silver. Every household did this. The silver for buying the grain came from the more than 10,000 taels of silver found when the county magistrate's clerk, Jia Wu, was confiscated, along with Jia Wu himself. Jia Wu is already. What's wrong? He's already dead. The subordinate also informed the prefect of Jia Wu's death, which made the prefect's face turn ashen on the spot. He died during the suppression of bandits in the Jia Wu year. After his death, there were no more people from Ninghai County who were his. The prefect was busy receiving the eldest prince and hadn't paid attention to him, so he was unaware that the Sino-Japanese War had ended in 1894. That damn Qin Feng. Jia Wu was the son of an old friend of mine, and he actually died at his hands? How despicable. The prefect gritted his teeth, hating Qin Feng and wishing he could get rid of him immediately. But even if we were to take action against Qin Feng, now wouldn't be the time. The first prince is still waiting for his reply at the prefectural government office. Having obtained the information he wanted, the prefect immediately returned to his office, met with the prince, and explained what he had found out to him. However, he omitted the part about how Qin Feng obtained the silver. Because Qin Feng's silver came from Jia Wu, and Jia Wu's silver was all obtained through embezzlement, bribery, and the exploitation of the people. This world belongs to the royal family, and the common people are also the royal family's subjects. The royal family has always hated corrupt officials to the bone. Even a prefect like him has to pretend to be an honest official in front of the eldest prince and the eunuch. Although everyone knows it's unlikely, they all tacitly understand it. However, if he were to reveal the possibility of corruption and bribery during the First Sino-Japanese War and further implicate his relationship with the warlord, it would have a negative impact on his position as prefect. Therefore, the prefect did not want the eldest prince to know about this. Acquired? The tax grain of a county costs tens of thousands of taels of silver. Where would a mere county magistrate get so much money? I don't know. Perhaps it's from a wealthy family, accumulated over generations. The prefect told a lie. The eldest prince was skeptical and shook his head, saying, to spend so much silver so casually just to pay taxes, Qin Feng's wealth must be much greater than this. Prefect, you must thoroughly investigate Qin Feng. If you find any evidence of embezzlement or bribery, execute him on the spot. The prefect shuddered in fright. Indeed, the imperial family did not have much regard for corrupt officials. However, he still replied, yes, I will obey the crown prince's orders. The two's casual conversation suddenly reminded the eunuch beside them of something, and his narrow eyes widened immediately. Oh my! No wonder I felt that Qin Feng looked familiar when I first saw him. Now that the prefect has mentioned it, I suddenly feel that Qin Feng's appearance is exactly like someone. The prefect and the eldest prince were puzzled by the eunuch's sudden remark and looked at him. The eunuch glanced at the prefect, hesitated for a moment, then took small steps to the eldest prince, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered in the prince's ear, "This Qin Feng looks just like he did 10 years ago." At first, the prince didn't seem to care, but halfway through, his brows furrowed, and then, upon hearing more, he suddenly asked, "You mean?" He hadn't finished speaking, but the eunuch clearly understood the prince's meaning and quickly nodded. Exactly. The eldest prince gritted his teeth. So, we can't just take his life. The two talked at length, keeping things to themselves, leaving the prefect listening nearby completely bewildered. Although he meant well, he also understood that the more you know, the worse it will be. Since the eldest prince was unwilling to tell him, he would just pretend he hadn't heard it. Instead of wasting time worrying about trivial matters, you should think more about how to get rid of Qin Feng. The crown prince's single word, execution, revealed to the prefect his murderous intent towards Qin Feng. But the crown prince's words just now interrupted his train of thought. Why not just take someone's life? Qin Feng. Why? Does he have some secret that would make the royal family wary of him? These questions flashed through the prefect's mind, while the eldest prince's instructions reached his ears. Prefect, as I mentioned before, the matter of executing Qin Feng should be put on hold for now. I need to go back and investigate some matters, and it may take at least 10 days to half a month, or at most 3 to 5 years, to get the results. Until then, you keep a close eye on Qin Feng. Don't let him cause any too much trouble. Just make him stay obediently in his Ninghai County. And also, whatever you do, do not let him die. If he dies, I will hold you responsible. Oh. For the first few sentences, the prefect could nod and obey obediently, but the last sentence made him raise his head. Your Highness, the life and death of a person is not up to me. What if he suffers from any illness or disease and dies? What do we do? You're asking me? Who among us is the prince? The eldest prince glared at the prefect. I only care about the result. If anything goes wrong. The cold gaze added to the meaning of the eldest prince's words, causing the prefect to swallow hard. Let's go. Hurry back to the palace. You must immediately begin to investigate this matter thoroughly for me. The eldest prince said to the eunuch. Yes. The eunuch nodded and followed behind the eldest prince, skipping his meal to set off back to the capital. The crown prince's order left the prefect extremely frustrated. Looking at Qin Feng, can't we just let him die? How can we guarantee that? As the saying goes, the weather is unpredictable, and life is full of unexpected events. Who can completely guarantee that another person will live? Even setting aside the possibility of encountering assassins or killers or accidentally walking into a river alive, there's still a chance to salvage the situation if someone is watching over him. Who knows if he might suddenly develop a terminal illness one day? Who knows if a thunderstorm might strike Qin Feng on the head? Even if this thing dies, should we blame him? Chapter 77. The magistrate has another clever plan. As an ancient person, the prefect's dictionary clearly did not yet include the 4 words, force majeure. Since the crown prince's orders were so clear, he had no choice but to obey, so he immediately found 2 capable subordinates to come over. In a few days, you 2 will go to Ninghai County and find a way to infiltrate the county government office. You will take turns protecting Magistrate Qin day and night. If he dies, you 2 will bring your heads to me. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Meanwhile, it took Qin Feng a whole day to count the grain, and it would probably take another 2 or 3 days to move it into the warehouse. Fortunately, the car and the people were hired, and the money was paid in full. They would go back on their own when the time came, so Qin Feng didn't have to wait here. Qin Feng only took the tax payment receipt from the state treasury and then ordered his yamen runners to return to Ninghai County. The grain tax has been paid, but Qin Feng's challenges have only just begun. 15,000 taels of silver. He needs to earn at least that amount within a year to repay the farmers as agreed. Even if he can't earn that much silver, he needs to give them something of equal value. Otherwise, his reputation as a county magistrate would be ruined. And that's not the only thing. And then there's next year's grain tax. If this year's grain procurement solves the problem, what about next year? And the year after? This bug-like system's tax collection task greatly frustrated Qin Feng. Qin Feng could not rely on the local gentry, and he would never beg them or bow down to them. Even if Qin Feng had this idea in his mind, the system probably wouldn't allow it. Therefore, the only option is to spend this year. Reform. A comprehensive reform. The problem of barren land must be solved. Increase production to the point where every farmer can collect their grain tax, and the people will not go hungry. The issue of land ownership also needs to be resolved. Qin Feng had already learned that the land in this dynasty was distributed to farmers. In this county, the situation was that the local gentry had used various means, such as lending money and borrowing from others, to bully the people and make them unable to repay their debts. As a result, the people had no choice but to give up their land, which led to the current deadlock. This situation must also be changed. After returning to the county government office, Qin Feng went out again. This time, he not only explored the surrounding farmland, but also hired 2 hunters. The hunters accompanied him on a walk around the nearby hills to check out the situation, which took 2 or 3 days. The yamen runners, the accountants, and the common people who had seen Qin Feng go out were all wondering what he was up to. Why is this county magistrate so strange, always running into the mountains? Could it be that they've gotten addicted to suppressing bandits and now want to find a mountain stronghold or something? Unexpectedly, on the 4th day, Qin Feng locked himself in his room, had people deliver his 3 meals a day, and ignored everything else, not seeing anyone. And so another 3 days passed. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng called Zhao Yi over. Zhao Yi, go find me a few decent carpenters, tell them to bring their tools and luggage, and come stay here with me. Oh, Zhao Yi thought he had misheard. Qin Feng repeated. Hurry up, don't waste time. We need the most skillful and best carpenter. Yes, that's right. Zhao Yi didn't know what the county magistrate was up to, but as a lowly official, he only needed to follow orders. 2 hours later, the 3 carpenters, carrying their tools and bedding, followed Zhao Yi back to the county government office. Qin Feng led the carpenters to the backyard, arranged for each of them to stay in a room, and then instructed 2 constables, Wang Long and Sun Debao, to stand guard at the door and not allow anyone to come in and disturb them. He then closed the inner courtyard door. A day later, Qin Feng came out on his own. Zhao Yi, come with me to the prison. Yes. Qin Feng led Zhao Yi into the prison, which was overcrowded. The local gentry had been released after a while, But the bandits from Black Mountain Village were still in jail. These people were supposed to be beheaded, but Qin Feng has been too busy lately to pay any attention to them. When the jailers saw Qin Feng arrive, he thought it was finally time to execute these bandits, so he immediately started pleading poverty. Lord Qin, you've finally arrived. If these prisoners aren't executed soon, they'll eat all the food in our prison. Qin Feng noticed that the jailers seemed to have lost weight since the last time he saw him. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tell the brothers to bear with it. The county magistrate will find a way." Oh, the jailer was dumbfounded. What did this mean? They were still going to tolerate this? Weren't they going to kill these people? Qin Feng didn't offer any further explanation and went straight into the cell. When the bandits on both sides saw Qin Feng arrive, they were filled with righteous indignation and became extremely fierce. But that's about it. The prison food is only a little bit each day, just enough to keep them alive. This situation has been going on for a month. These people are so hungry that they are skin and bones and have no strength to cause trouble. They can't even bring themselves to shout or say a few harsh words. It consumes energy. Qin Feng looked to the left, then to the right, and asked, "You are all death row inmates. But I ask you, does anyone want to live?" No one spoke to either side for a long time before a voice drifted out from somewhere. What a question. If you can live, who wants to die? Everyone wants to live. Qin Feng, with a stern face, put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes, and said slowly, "You can live if you want, but once you live, your lives will no longer belong to you, but to this magistrate. If you want to live, you will do whatever this magistrate tells you to do. Those who are willing, step forward." No one moved. To be honest, these bandits in Black Mountain Village were all men. Although they must have done evil things by becoming bandits, they still had brotherhood among themselves. Qin Feng killed so many of them, and now he wants them to work for him and obey his orders just to save their own lives? Who would agree? Whoever stands up will definitely be cursed by the brothers. The crowd looked at each other, but no one said a word. Qin Feng sneered. "Humph, so you're all blockheads. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Fine. Then let's pretend this county magistrate was never here." Qin Feng, feigning indifference, turned to leave, when a voice finally came from the cell, the same person who had spoken to him earlier. "Wait. I want to live. I want to live." A emaciated fellow crawled out from the very back. He was so hungry he couldn't stand up, and his face was almost bloodless. Qin Feng recognized this person. He was quite thin to begin with. During the bandit suppression, this guy once tried to slash Qin Feng with a knife, but Qin Feng immediately kicked him back. Qin Feng glanced at him, and the first thought that popped into his mind was, it would be better to gain some weight. If he had any fat on his body, he wouldn't have starved to this state in just 1 month. "You want to live?" Qin Feng squinted at him. Chapter 78. What's the magistrate up to? Yes, I want to live. No matter what Lord Qin asks me to do, I will have no complaints, as long as, gulp. The man licked the dry, cracked skin on his lips and said weakly, "Just give me a full meal." "All right, but let me make this clear from the start. If you dare to play any tricks, I guarantee you'll die even faster than them." Qin Feng gave the jailer a look. "Let him out." The jailer opened the gate, swaggered in, and dragged the man out. Going back a month, the prison warden entering the cell was definitely not like this. It would take 3 or 5 jailers with knives and sticks to keep the prisoners in line and prevent them from causing trouble. There would also be 4 or 5 guards following behind to prevent any accidents. But now, all the bandits in the prison are too hungry to move, and even if they all gang up on them, they can't beat the burly prison warden alone, which is why he was so bold. The bandit who wanted to live had just been kicked out when the other bandits in the cell protested. Those who could walk left, while those who couldn't climb to the cell door grabbed the bars and spat on the man. "Coward! Bah! I even considered you a brother. Get out of here. Get out of here with this corrupt official. When I die, I'll become a vengeful ghost and find you. I'll kill you first, then this corrupt official." Everyone cursed him, but he didn't retaliate. He lay on the ground without uttering a sound. When they were tired of cursing, the man, his eyes bloodshot, turned to them and said, "As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. Brothers, why don't you come out and serve Lord Qin?" This sentence sparked another wave of anger among the bandits. "Roll! Go to hell, you lackey." Seeing that persuasion was useless, the man gritted his teeth and said softly, "Then I'll live too. After the brothers are gone, there'll still be someone to burn paper money for you during festivals. Go ahead and curse me all you want." Qin Feng, watching from the side, felt awkward and blurted out, "Get your facts straight. What are you doing, getting all sentimental? Take away." The two jailers carried the man all the way to the county government office and dumped him in Qin Feng's room. Zhao Yi, go and tell the cook to make a big bowl of porridge. Put some minced meat in it. Qin Feng gave the instructions. This prisoner has been malnourished for too long and is very weak. Even if we give him good food, he won't lose weight. We can only give him porridge for now. Yes. The man's throat moved up and down as soon as he heard the words big bowl, hot porridge, and minced meat. Zhao Yi went downstairs and quickly returned with a bowl of steaming hot porridge. When the dish was served to the man, he didn't mind the heat and swallowed it in large gulps, making Qin Feng's throat hurt just watching. Seeing that he had finished a bowl and was still not satisfied, Qin Feng ordered, "Give him another bowl." While waiting for the second bowl of porridge, Qin Feng asked the man, "What's your name?" "The petty man Yanli." "Where are you from?" "A native of Yongzhou, Hunan." "Why not stay at home and live a good life? Why go out and steal?" Yanli was silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. "If one could survive, who would want to be a thief? As long as one has land to cultivate and food to eat, who wouldn't want to get married, have children, and have a harmonious family?" When I was 7 years old, my hometown suffered from disasters for years, with no harvest and countless people starving to death in the surrounding villages. I have seen families share food as soon as they starve to death in order to survive. Adults have no worries about food and clothing, so I'm afraid they can't understand that kind of tragedy. If I hadn't become a thief, hadn't stolen, robbed, risked my life, or harmed others, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. It's all about survival. Why talk about thieves? His words were tinged with grievance, which touched Qin Feng deeply. He asked again, "Didn't any of your local officials or wealthy families open their granaries to provide disaster relief?" "I've heard about what happened in Hunan a few years ago, and I remember that the imperial court issued a disaster relief order." Disaster relief? I've never seen one anyway. Nobody knows how long the disaster will last. Those high-ranking officials will naturally hoard their own food. Who cares about our lives? The court is just putting on a show. All crows are black. I've been out here for so long, and I've never seen a single honest official. As he spoke, Yanli raised his eyelids and glanced at Qin Feng, then pursed his lips. "Lord Qin is the first county magistrate I've ever met who is always at the forefront of suppressing bandits. It is only natural for someone in a position to be loyal to the emperor and love the country, and to speak up for the people." Qin Feng casually made a few boastful remarks, putting on a little show of superiority. Yanli looked at Qin Feng and asked, "If Ninghai County suffers a complete crop failure, would Lord Qin be willing to open the granaries and distribute grain?" "Of course I'd like to," Qin Feng answered without hesitation. He is a modern adult whose values are basically established. His education and experiences prevented him from standing by and watching others starve to death. However, while we may be willing, if such a thing were to actually happen, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do, because our county's granaries simply don't have any grain. Qin Feng also sighed, noticing a hint of mockery in Yan Li's expression, as if to say that Qin Feng was only good at talking. Qin Feng looked at Yan Li intently and said, "Therefore, this county needs to make changes." "The porridge is here, sir." "Yes, watch him drink. After he finishes, find him a room and tell him to rest well and conserve his energy. The county needs him to do something tomorrow. Keep a close eye on him, don't let him escape." Qin Feng gave a brief instruction, then walked out the door with his hands behind his back. "Drink it." Zhao Yi pushed the minced meat porridge in front of Yan Li, who swallowed hard and immediately began to wolf it down. However, this time he had the energy to think while he was eating. He recalled Qin Feng's words. "Change. What needs to be changed? What has changed? What's Qin Feng up to? He brought me out of the house, gave me good food and a comfortable place to stay. What does he want me to do?" Chapter 79, What right do you have to call me a corrupt official? Yan Li never expected that Qin Feng would not only have his servants arrange a room for him, but also have bedding prepared for him. Even when he was enjoying himself with his brothers in Black Mountain Village, he had never slept in such a nice bed. Yan Li looked up at the ceiling beams, clutching the blanket in his hand, a sinister smile curving his lips. "Qin Feng, you corrupt official." Humph. The next morning, Yan Li got up early and looked out through the crack in the door. There were yamen runners on both sides of the door, clearly having changed shifts. Both of them were in high spirits and had weapons in their hands. He can't handle it. I'll just have to play it by ear. I wonder what that corrupt official wants me to do. Ideally, it would be something like killing someone. Then he'd have no choice but to assign me weapons. Yan Li muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, Qin Feng opened his door, carrying a thick roll of paper in his arms. He instructed the yamen runner to open the inner courtyard door and hand the paper to the carpenter inside. Take a look, everyone. Can you understand it? The carpenter examined the items, stroked his chin, hesitated, nodded, then shook his head. Sir, the two younger ones understand, but these over here. Come on, let's go inside. I'll have a good talk with you. Yes. Qin Feng and the carpenters entered the inner courtyard and disappeared from Yan Li's sight. What on earth is this corrupt official up to? Why is he being so secretive and bringing in so many carpenters? Yan Li frowned, unable to come up with a solution. After a while, there was another commotion in the inner courtyard. Qin Feng came out and went straight to Yan Li's room. Upon opening the door, Qin Feng saw Yan Li standing inside and smiled. Up so early? Did you get enough rest? I've rested well. Lord Qin, please feel free to arrange whatever you need me to do. All right, come with me now. Qin Feng nodded. He knew that the physical condition of these ancient farmers could not be judged by ordinary standards. People who look skinny aren't necessarily weak. They just lack fat and energy reserves, so their stamina might be a bit lacking. In any case, as long as they can get the job done, that's fine. Qin Feng didn't bring anyone else with him. He carried an axe and had Yan Li follow behind him. They went out of the city and up the mountain. The mountain was covered with tall trees. Qin Feng casually picked a sturdy-looking tree and tossed the axe to Yan Li. Chop it down. What the master wants me to do is cut down trees. Yan Li was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that if a dignified county magistrate wanted to employ a bandit like him, it must be for some shady business, and he never expected it to be cutting down trees. Otherwise what? What else can you do? Enough talk, just chop. Qin Feng said leisurely, then found another tree, sat down under it, and squinted his eyes against the trunk. Yan Li glanced at the axe, slowly walked up to it, and grasped the handle. An axe is a farming tool, but also a deadly weapon. Yan Li never expected that he could get a weapon so easily. He had spent so many years in the bandit camp with his brothers, so naturally he valued loyalty. To work for his enemy, just to survive? He couldn't do it. He agreed to come out to Qin Feng only so he could find an opportunity to kill Qin Feng and avenge his dead brothers. And now, the opportunity is right in front of us. With a sharp blade in hand, the enemy was completely unprepared, and the two were only 5 or 6 meters apart. That distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. This is the perfect opportunity. Yan Li no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet, and ran quickly to Qin Feng. He raised his axe high and brought it down with force, shouting, "You corrupt official! Prepare to die! I want revenge for my fallen brothers." Smack! There was no sound of a knife or axe piercing flesh, but a crisp sound. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed Yan Li's wrist, preventing his axe from falling even slightly. I knew it. Qin Feng pursed his lips, then with a strong lift of his arm, he flung Yan Li into the air, sending him flying in a wide arc before throwing him to the ground. Yan Li had been starving for a long time. He was skin and bones, but he still weighed about 100 pounds. It must feel terrible to be swung around and slammed to the ground like that. Fortunately, he was on a mountain with lush vegetation and soft ground, so he was not injured. You bandit, do you think I, an official, would be unguarded against you? Qin Feng walked up to Yan Li and looked at him coldly. Yan Li hadn't let go of the axe in his hand yet. He raised his hand, intending to swing the axe to chop off Qin Feng's head. Unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as Qin Feng, who stepped on his arm holding the axe, and said, "You can't hurt me. Save your energy." Qin Feng sighed softly and said slowly. The reason he released Yan Li so readily yesterday was because he had scanned Yan Li's physical condition. Compared to the bandit leader, Yan Li was far inferior. Qin Feng could easily deal with him. Otherwise, why would Qin Feng have come out alone with him and handed him the axe? You corrupt official. You were just faking it all along. You treacherous. You shameless scoundrel. You filthy piece of trash. Yan Li launched into a tirade of abuse at Qin Feng. He was disappointed in himself for failing to kill Qin Feng, blaming himself for not being patient enough and revealing his true intentions. Now that he's in Qin Feng's hands, Yan Li knows he's not going to live any longer. All he can do before he dies is curse and vent his anger. He cursed for a long time, but Qin Feng just listened without making a move. Yan Li couldn't hold back any longer and gritted his teeth, saying, "You corrupt official, I have nothing to say now that I'm in your hands. Do whatever you want with me. Do it." Qin Feng then spoke up. "Since you're at my beck and call, then get up and continue chopping down trees for me." After saying that, he moved his foot away and stepped aside. Yan Li was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sprang up and grabbed the axe to chop again. Qin Feng easily countered once again and subdued him. "You can't kill me. Save your energy and go chop down trees. Do some work for me, and you'll have food and lodging. Why not? Qin Feng advised. I'd rather die than work for a corrupt official like you, Yan Li said firmly. Qin Feng sighed, released Yan Li again, and took a step back. Before you make a move, let's get this straight. You, a bandit who kills and robs. What right do you have to call me, Qin Feng, a corrupt official? You killed my brother. Your brother is a bandit. As an official, it is my duty to speak up for the people and wipe out the bandits. Qin Feng pointed to the sky. If there are gods in the sky, and if there is divine retribution, it will definitely strike you, not me. You? What do you mean, you? You're just a bandit, and you think you're so righteous? You bandits burn, kill, and plunder. Aren't you more deserving of death than I am? Yan Li was furious. Stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you, although we Black Mountain Stronghold people are nominally mountain bandits, we have never bullied the common people. We only rob the rich to help the poor. In addition, we have received silver contributions from your counties in recent years. We haven't taken a life in years. Chapter 80. I have a brilliant plan. Would you like to hear it? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Oh, you don't kill people, so you bandits are righteous. Do you know where the silver your Black Mountain village receives from the Sino-Japanese, where every year comes from? That's all the hard-earned money of ordinary people, saved up bit by bit. In years of famine, they need those savings to buy food to survive. What difference is there between depriving them of their money and letting them starve to death, and simply killing them? Yan Li was once again rendered speechless by Qin Feng's retort. He could only snort coldly, then simply picked up his axe, found a tree, and began chopping it down in silence. Unable to defeat Qin Feng, he could only vent his frustration on the tree. Seeing that he had nothing more to say, Qin Feng pressed his advantage and changed his tone, continuing, Of course, life is hard. Although you have committed many evils, the root cause of the people's suffering is not you few mountain bandits. Yan Li worked silently, but his ears were not idle. Hearing Qin Feng's words, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does this corrupt official mean by saying that? Why are you trying to comfort them? No, we can't listen to them. We can't believe a word these corrupt officials say. They must be up to something. Thinking this to himself, Yan Li curled his lips into a disdainful expression and continued to swing his axe in silence. Qin Feng saw his appearance, but didn't seem to care much, and continued talking. Do you know where the root cause is? The root cause is that productivity is too low and there is too little food. Qin Feng didn't need him to answer. He gave his own answer. Yan Li didn't intend to listen to Qin Feng, but he couldn't just block his ears. The words were right next to him, and he could hear them whether he wanted to or not. When he heard that the problem was a shortage of grain, he couldn't help but retort. A shortage of grain. The imperial court collects heavy taxes every year, and the gentry and landlords also oppress the people. They are the ones who have taken away the grain. Take back all that grain. Not a single grain will be missing. Hey, you're wrong. The imperial court levies taxes to support its army. A country without an army is bound to suffer from war. You, a bandit, live your life with your head on the line every day. Do you feel good about it? Serving in the army is the same, or even worse. If a bandit is afraid of dying, he can still desert in the face of battle and find a place to hide and live a peaceful life. If a soldier dares to desert, it is a capital offense. We absolutely cannot do without soldiers. As the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. If our Great Zhou is invaded by foreign tribes, how many ordinary people do you think will survive under the iron cavalry and swords of the foreign tribes? What they want isn't people, but the vast territory, land, and resources of my Great Zhou. Therefore, the imperial court must pay taxes, especially grain taxes, regardless of whether the emperor is incompetent or not, at least in principle. As Qin Feng spoke, he observed Yan Li's expression and noticed that Yan Li's eyebrows twitched, indicating that he was clearly affected. The conversation seemed to have some effect, so they continued. Let's talk about the gentry and landlords again. It's a fact that they've seized a lot of grain. Take Ninghai County for example. Now 100% of the land in Ninghai County belongs to the gentry. But is this stipulated by the imperial court? Qin Feng shook his head, gave a thumbs up, and said, when my Great Zhou Dynasty was founded, the land was already distributed to farmers according to the number of people. We only required the farmers to pay a portion of the grain tax. This land was originally decided by the farmers themselves. But why did it end up like this? Let me tell you, it was during a year of famine when there was no harvest. The people didn't have enough to eat, so they had to borrow money from the local gentry. The gentry demanded high interest rates, which the farmers couldn't repay, so they had to use their land to pay off the debt. Of course, the imperial court will distribute grain to relieve disasters during famine years. However, some local officials are unscrupulous and embezzle all the relief funds for their own use, which is also a reason. But putting that aside, does it mean that as long as people have stored grain at home during famine years, they will not go hungry and will not need to ask those gentry for help? Then the land would still belong to them. They only needed to pay grain tax, and a household with just one able-bodied person could easily support 3 to 5 people. Yin Li, let me ask you, before you became a bandit, was there a similar situation in your hometown? So what if it is? Yin Li gritted his teeth and viciously chopped at the tree, muttering to himself, "Humph, as if you can get the land back for the common people." Qin Feng was delighted. That was the right thing to do. As long as Yin Li was willing to talk, everything would be fine. He shook his head and sighed. Although I sincerely hope to get the land back for the farmers, the loan relationship between these gentry and the farmers does not violate the laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Since it is legal, what reason do I have to demand it back for them? Then what's the point of all this talk? Isn't it because I can't do anything else that I had to become a bandit in the mountains? Otherwise, who wouldn't want a wife and kids, a warm bed, and toiling in the fields every day, without having to fight with guns and knives? You corrupt official. Yin Li felt that Qin Feng's words were meaningless, so he cursed Qin Feng again. Although he was being cursed as a corrupt official, Qin Feng was not angry and felt that he had chosen the right person. When Yin Li was taken out of the prison, he noticed a glint in Yin Li's eyes, indicating that he was a clever person. Now, seeing him, he was indeed quick-witted. When people communicate, it's naturally easier to communicate with intelligent people. If you find someone who's slow-witted and stubborn, they probably won't listen to anything you say. Qin Feng didn't release a bandit for no reason. With so many constables under his command, why would he need another laborer? He wanted to use Yin Li to persuade the remaining bandits as well. There were dozens of people, and they were all physically strong. Even if they lost weight from starvation, they still had their physique and could recover easily. He needed to utilize this workforce to resolve the current predicament. Otherwise, simply feeding them in prison would bankrupt him, the county magistrate. These bandits harbored deep hatred for Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't believe he had the ability to change their minds and make them work for him wholeheartedly with just one speech. So, he needed to find someone to persuade and understand first, and then let that person go and persuade his former accomplices. This person is undoubtedly Yin Li. Qin Feng, instead of getting angry at Yin Li's rebuttal, smiled and took a few steps closer to him, saying leisurely, "I cannot demand land from those local gentry, but I have other methods. Although I cannot help the people of the world, I can help the farmers of Ninghai County get out of their predicament in a year. Moreover, once this method is established, as long as people are willing to learn it, other prefectures and counties can also follow suit. If applied properly, farmers all over the world can live a good life." So, do you want to hear it? Chapter 81. Dare to make a bet with this official? From the moment Qin Feng spoke until now, Yin Li had been very resistant, but he had to admit that what Qin Feng said was the truth. Yin Li agreed with the 2 issues Qin Feng pointed out. Yin Li simply couldn't come up with a solution. With the land in other people's hands, how can farmers escape their predicament? They could only go hungry year after year, borrow money year after year, owe money year after year, and pay off debts year after year. The debts are never fully repaid in this generation, and the next generation has to pay them off when they grow up. This vicious cycle allows landlords to live in luxury for generations, while the landless people live on the brink of death. The gentry and landlords were like the people who had the peasants by the throat. If they were told to go east, the peasants could only go east and dared not disobey in the slightest. How can this deadlock be broken? Humph, what can you possibly do? Yin Li paused for a moment, then snorted coldly. Hee, my method is 2-step. First, we will increase the current yield per acre of the land. In previous years, each household would hand over 80% of the grain produced in the fields to the landlord, and after paying their share of the imperial grain tax, the remaining amount was barely enough to fill their stomachs. Sometimes, they would run out of grain before the end of the year. But since the grain is distributed to landlords and the imperial court according to a set ratio, if grain production increases, wouldn't there be more left over under the same ratio? Qin Feng said with a smile. Yin Li understood, but he immediately spat in Qin Feng's direction. Pa, wouldn't those gentry and landlords take even more then? Qin Feng frowned. He had just praised him for being quick-witted, but he couldn't wrap his head around it so quickly. TSK, don't worry about how much they took. Just focus on the remaining 20%. As long as that's enough to eat, At least you won't have to go into debt every year, right? And this is only the first step. The second step of the plan is to free the people from the shackles of the land. It is true that the land belongs to the gentry, but as long as one is not in debt to the gentry, there is no need to cultivate it for them. If one does not cultivate their land, one will naturally not have to pay them grain. In this way, however much land one cultivates, it is all one's own, and in this way, the people can naturally become prosperous. Yan Li simply stopped swinging his axe, stared at Qin Feng, and felt that Qin Feng was telling a myth. Lord Qin, our Black Mountain stronghold has been in Kunyu Mountain for many years. We probably know the situation in the nearby counties better than some corrupt officials. Take Ninghai County, for example. There's only so much arable land. Beyond that, it's all mountains. I'd like to ask you, Lord Qin, if you don't tell the farmers to cultivate the landlord's land, what kind of land do you want them to cultivate? To cultivate it in the sky? Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 we definitely can't go to the sky, but we can come to the mountain. I plan to reclaim this mountain into land within the next 2 years. You want to dig up a mountain? Ha ha ha. Yan Li laughed wildly. I've heard the story of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Even I, a bandit and an illiterate commoner, know that it's just praising his resilience, perseverance, and determination. But I've never heard of anyone actually trying to emulate him and move mountains. He raised his chin, waved his hand in the distance, and said, Look at Kunyu Mountain. It stretches for hundreds of miles, with countless peaks. There are so many mountains, you could dig them up even if you dug them up for 18 generations. Besides, the land you dig up might not even be suitable for farming. Lord Qin, you're dreaming. Furthermore, Lord Qin's claim to increase yield per mu is unheard of. Since ancient times, the amount of grain produced per mu has been predetermined. The harvest depends entirely on the weather. Favorable weather results in a large harvest, while drought and floods result in a small harvest. These farmers rely on the heavens for their livelihood. How dare you, a mere mortal, presume to change the will of heaven? I originally thought you were just a corrupt official, but now I realize I was wrong. It turns out you, Lord Qin, are not only a corrupt official, but also a muddle-headed and foolish one. You, as a county magistrate, were you perhaps given this position by your ancestors through donation? Yan Li launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Qin Feng was even happier. At the very least, he successfully captured Yan Li's attention. When it comes to persuasion, you're not afraid of the other party refuting you. You're afraid of them ignoring you. It's the same as selling something. If someone asks a question, it means they have doubts about what you're selling. On a deeper level, it means they have a need for what you're selling. He was simply trying to resolve his doubts through rebuttal. Yan Li's words were unpleasant to hear, but Qin Feng knew that deep down he wanted Qin Feng's help to solve the problems of increasing yield per mu and reclaiming land, even though he was not a farmer from Ninghai County. If Qin Feng can successfully resolve the issue, he can learn from Qin Feng's experience and return to his hometown to help his fellow villagers. In that case, why would he still be a bandit? He comes from the future, so naturally he has ways to increase yield per acre and ways to reclaim mountainous land into arable land. However, these advanced ideas could not be understood by people in ancient times simply by talking about them. They had to be put into practice. Qin Feng felt it was time, so he walked up to Yan Li with a smile, his hands behind his back, and said, Yan Li, what I say, I will definitely do. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Yan Li asked. Qin Feng said leisurely, It will take me 2 years to complete all the plans. I know you definitely wouldn't be willing to work for me for 2 years. Let's bet 3 months. Within 3 months, I will make you see with your own eyes an increase in yield per mu. If I do it, you lose. If I don't, you win. It must be said that Qin Feng's words all addressed the concerns Yan Li had. Having failed to kill Qin Feng, he had been plotting how to rescue his brothers from prison and escape Ninghai County since just now. He didn't want to keep working for the corrupt official he considered a threat. But 3 months isn't a long time. Moreover, as long as you eat well, you can also restore your body to its best condition. He narrowed his eyes. What's the definition of winning or losing? Qin Feng smiled. He knew his plan had succeeded. If I lose after 3 months, I will pardon you and your brothers in prison and release you immediately. You can go wherever you want. I will not stop you, and I will even write you pardon certificates. But if I win, you and your brothers will have to help me complete my 2-year plan. What do you say? Yan Li was worried that there might be a trap, so he pondered Qin Feng's words repeatedly but couldn't find anything wrong with them. Winning or losing, it seems to have no negative impact on him and his brother. because prisoners like them will inevitably be executed sooner or later. He promised Qin Feng that even if they lost after 3 months, everyone would live for 2 more years. Even a fool knows which one to choose. Chapter 82: Borrowing Your Land to Cultivate. Yanli stared intently at Qin Feng, trying to discern any flaws in his eyes. Qin Feng did not back down and looked directly into Yanli's eyes. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Qin Feng has the authority of an official, and the things he considers are not conspiracies or tricks. He is upright and has nothing to fear from others' scrutiny. Yanli watched for a while, then took a deep breath and said, "All right, I'll take your bet. I hope you, Lord Qin, will keep your word." "Good." Qin Feng took out a small bag from his person and tossed it to Yanli from a distance. "Here, take this for now. Consider it a reassurance. At least for the next 3 months, don't swing your axe at me again. Trust me for 3 months, and do whatever I say." Yanli was stunned for a moment, then took the small bag and opened it. Inside was a thick stack of slips of paper and a silver note worth 100 taels. This is the pardon document I've prepared for you in advance. I'm giving it to you now so you don't have to worry about me defaulting on my debt after 3 months. Consider the 100 taels of silver as travel expenses for your departure. It's not much, but it'll be enough for you to travel for a while. But I will have your brothers kept under close guard, so don't even think about letting them out secretly." Qin Feng turned his back. Yanli was stunned. Qin Feng actually gave him something so important ahead of time. "Aren't you afraid I'll run away by myself?" "Ha ha. Yanli, you'd rather be seen as a traitor by them than abandon your brothers to avenge them. Would someone as loyal as you really leave them behind?" Qin Feng seemed to see right through Yanli and shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not worried at all. But don't overthink it. This is just to reassure you. After 3 months, I will take back everything except the 100 taels of silver. Because I will not lose." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he pushed hard against the tree trunk that Yanli had cut down more than half of. The tree snapped with a crack and fell heavily to the side. "This tree isn't very thick. You can take it back. I'll be going now." Yanli watched as Qin Feng walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune, and stood there stunned for a long time. Looking around, there was no one there. He looked at his hand. He didn't recognize the words on the document, but he recognized the silver note. It was a genuine 100 taels. This corrupt official just left himself on the mountain and left? Is he really not afraid of running away? Yanli suddenly felt trusted. After standing there for a while, Yanli suddenly laughed to himself. This corrupt official is quite interesting. "All right, then I, Yanli, will risk 3 months and bet with you. Anyway, I have nothing to lose." Taking a deep breath, Yanli picked up the tree trunk and hoisted the tree onto his shoulder. This tree is neither too big nor too small. You can't carry it on your back. You can only drag it slowly on your shoulder, which is just the limit of what one person can drag. Yanli walked slowly down the mountain, 1 step at a time. Yanli went out in the morning, cut down a tree, and dragged it back home. It was already noon. He dragged a tree back to the county government office all by himself, and many people saw it. "That person looks unfamiliar to me. He's not from Ninghai County, is he? I saw him. He was in the bandit group that day. I saw him with my own eyes through the crack in the door. He was only 3 meters away from me. I was absolutely certain." "Why did you summon the bandits, Lord Qin? What are these bandits doing dragging a tree around? Could the other bandits have been released as well?" The people were talking about it. Just as the people were in a panic, Zhao Wu walked up to them and said, "Fellow villagers, this man is indeed a member of the bandits. But it was Lord Qin who personally asked him to help with farming. Lord Qin guarantees that he will not harm anyone, so there is no need for fear or discussion. There's one more thing. Who's responsible for cultivating that field 50 meters outside the city? Does anyone know?" Zhao Yi asked loudly. Qin Feng checked the initial land allocation records and knew that the land allocation outside the city corresponded to the areas inside the city, so he told Zhao Yi to come here to look. Sure enough, a man who looked honest and simple stepped forward. "It was cultivated by me. Yes, Lord Qin wants to borrow 1 acre of your land to grow grain for 2 years. This is the compensation Lord Qin is giving you." Zhao Yi took out 2 taels of silver from his belt and handed it to the man. In the hands of these farmers, even with favorable weather, an acre of land would only yield about 300 caddies of grain a year, equivalent to a little over 2 shur. A maximum of 5 shur, a unit of dry measure, in 2 years. Nowadays, the price of grain is 2 qian of silver per shur, a unit of dry measure. 2 liang of silver can buy 20 shur of grain. This compensation far exceeds the loss of land. The man immediately beamed and accepted. Good. Lord Qin, Please lend me your share. 1 acre isn't enough. 2 or 3 acres will do. Any plot will do. No, no. I'll go pick one right now, the best plot from my own land. Zhao Yi quickly stopped him. Hey, no. Lord Qin instructed that it's not allowed for him to take a fancy to your family's land. Just find the worst piece of land for Lord Qin. Just wait in the fields early tomorrow morning. The man was a little confused. It's unheard of for Lord Qin to want a farm. What county magistrate would personally go down to the fields to work? Now they want the worst piece of land, saying they're attracted to it because of its poor quality. What kind of logic is that? Could it be that Lord Qin isn't going to farm? Or is he going to do something else? The man thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Let the officials do whatever they want, since the money has already been given and the land belongs to the landlord anyway. If anything goes wrong, the landlord can just go directly to Lord Qin. The other villagers watched with envy, and one by one they stepped forward to Zhao Yi and said, Officer, why didn't you choose our land? Yes, the land we cultivate now is also in very poor condition. Officer, please tell Lord Qin to use my land. I don't need him to do the work. I'll do it myself. Zhao Yi smiled and shook his head. Fellow villagers, please don't make things difficult for me. This isn't something a lowly yamen runner like me can decide. Lord Qin only wants this one piece. There aren't any more. Just consider it a lucky day when a meat bun fell from the sky and didn't hit you. Ha! The people immediately lost interest and dispersed. Yanli dragged the tree past and listened to the people talking. He guessed what Qin Feng wanted that piece of land for. Presumably, it was the place where their gambling game was held. It seems Qin Feng is serious. Okay, you're serious? Then I, Yanli, will take a gamble with you. With that thought in mind, he dragged the log back to the county government office. As soon as we entered, several carpenters helped drag the wood into the courtyard, clearly at Qin Feng's behest. That afternoon, the carpenters used the tree and made 7 or 8 large wooden barrels. Qin Feng called Yan Li and the yamen runners over and pointed at the bucket. Come on, pee in it. Chapter 83. I've never seen this before. The group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Why are they being asked to urinate for no reason? And why do they have to urinate in this bucket? Seeing that they were all standing still, Qin Feng took off his pants and urinated first. After he finished, he shook himself off, put his pants back on, and urged, Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Your Excellency, I don't need to pee right now. No pee? No pee is easy to fix. Qin Feng pointed to the inner room and said to them, There's a big bucket of tea that I had my servants brew inside. If you don't need to pee, go drink the tea until you do. Both the yamen runners and Yan Li were receiving such a bizarre order for the first time. But Qin Feng is the county magistrate. No matter how bizarre his orders are, these yamen runners and prisoners have to obey them, right? So, those who needed to urinate didn't hesitate and immediately started to urinate. Those who hadn't urinated went to the inner room for tea. After they finished urinating, Qin Feng didn't let them leave. He called them over for tea and ordered the constables to fill the buckets in front of them with urine. These yamen runners have done all sorts of jobs and endured all kinds of hardships and exhaustion. Only today did they realize that peeing is also tiring work. The key question they couldn't understand was why the county magistrate would go to such lengths to make so many wooden buckets just to collect urine. Tell me, why did the county magistrate make us urinate? After Sun Debao finished urinating, he shivered and was then ordered by Qin Feng to drink tea. He went to the table and complained to the others. Who knew that drinking too much water would make me feel like I have diarrhea? Zhao Yi clutched his stomach. Hey, then you should go to the outhouse. The adults didn't tell you to poop in the bucket. I can guess what the county magistrate is planning. A chubby yamen runner took a sip of tea from the spout and said mysteriously to the crowd, Oh, then tell me quickly. I guess adults use it to boil eggs. In my hometown, there's a dish called eggs boiled in boy's urine. Eating it is said to cool you down and prevent heat stroke. Nonsense. The beginning of autumn is just around the corner. Why are you talking about protecting yourself from the heat? Besides, we're both old enough that we don't pee like virgins. Are you a virgin? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and posed a probing question. To everyone's surprise, the chubby constable answered matter-of-factly, Yes, that's me. Several constables asked in unison, How old are you? And you're still unmarried? Yes, I got married. I was 16, and now my child is 8 years old. The group exchanged glances and then fell silent, showing good sportsmanship. They were all colleagues, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to ask too many questions, lest they hurt their colleagues' feelings. The chubby constable, oblivious to the group's unusual behavior, muttered to himself, Well, that makes sense. Autumn is almost here, so there's no need for heat stroke prevention anymore. So what do you think this urine is for? Sun Debao pursed his lips and said, if you ask me, this urine is probably used to ward off evil spirits. As everyone was talking, Qin Feng's voice came from outside. What are you all whispering about? Hurry up and come out and pee for me. If you don't fill these buckets, none of you are leaving. The constables immediately stopped talking, came out of the room, and took off their trousers once again. At midnight, after much effort, the constables finally filled all the buckets with urine, squeezing every last drop out of their bladders. Qin Feng called out to Sun Debao and asked, where's the calcined gypsum that I asked you and Wang Long to buy? Bring it here. Yes. Not long after, Sun Debao and Wang Long brought over a small cart, which was completely full of calcined gypsum. Listen up, all of you. I now need you to mix this urine with calcined plaster and water and stir it thoroughly. The ratio is 1 part calcined plaster, 10 parts urine, and 5 parts water. After you've mixed it, seal the lid of the bucket tightly, and don't let anyone open it. I have a very important use for this stuff. Although no one knew what Qin Feng was going to do, they all answered in unison, yes. Qin Feng's move was, of course, aimed at increasing yield per mu. The low yield of land today is due to 2 main reasons. Firstly, the quality of grain seeds is not good enough, and secondly, the soil fertility is not high enough. Qin Feng was not an agricultural expert, so he could hardly improve the former, but improving fertility was feasible. He had once come across some simple homemade fertilizer mixing methods while reading in the library. One of them was a ratio for ammonium sulfate, which was so simple and easy to remember that he memorized it without paying much attention. 50 kilograms of human urine, 5 kilograms of calcined gypsum, and 25 kilograms of water, mixed together and sealed for 10 days before being applied to the soil, produce a fertilizer effect equivalent to ammonium sulfate. Ammonium sulfate is an excellent nitrogen fertilizer, suitable for ordinary soils and crops, and can improve soil fertility. It promotes vigorous growth of crop branches and leaves, improving fruit quality and yield. It also enhances resistance to disasters and can be used throughout the entire planting process, as a base fertilizer, top dressing, and seed fertilizer. It would be most suitable to use it on the land in Ninghai County. Qin Feng never imagined that this knowledge, which was useless in his previous world, would come in handy after he transmigrated here. Knowledge is never wasted once you've learned it. The constables worked together until the early hours of the morning, finally managing to mix all the urine they produced and seal it away. There was still a lot of calcined gypsum left, and Qin Feng was instructed to carefully store it away for future use. The next day, Qin Feng brought Yin Li to the edge of the field. The man who had been hit by the meat bun had been waiting obediently. He pointed to a spot and said to Qin Feng, Sir, as you requested, I have marked out the worst plot of land. You see, the grain here will probably die in a few days. This land is really no good. This year the weather has been favorable, and the grain in other places is growing so well, but this plot is too barren. Qin Feng smiled and said, Yes, barren is good. That's exactly what I want. Yin Li, since you've come with me today, you must have agreed to make that bet with me. From today onwards, for the next 3 months, you'll work here, taking care of these crops as I tell you understand. Then Lord Qin is doomed to lose. This place is so barren, the crops are almost dead, and after March, the harvest season will likely bring nothing. Before becoming a bandit, Yin Li had farmed the land. Seeing the current situation, he could imagine what the harvest day would be like. Qin Feng smiled and said, Hee, if I say I can beat you, I definitely can. Just do as I say. What if I don't do as you say? I'll just deliberately cause trouble for you so that I and my brothers can leave, right? Yin Li muttered disdainfully, thinking Qin Feng was really stupid. Giving him the betting opportunity meant he could get whatever outcome he wanted. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng smiled and asked Yin Li, Don't you really want to see if a miracle will happen if we follow my instructions? Yin Li fell silent. Qin Feng's confidence aroused his curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He really wanted to know what methods Qin Feng could use to increase the yield per mu. Chapter 84. It has that feeling. Trust is the foundation of everything. Yin Li, I trust you and you won't cause me any trouble. Let's go and get to work today. Qin Feng flicked his sleeves and walked into the field first. The crops planted in the land were quite neat. By the time of the Great Zhou Dynasty, agriculture had accumulated some experience. But in Qin Feng's eyes, the land these farmers cultivate is still unscientific. Qin Feng had limited knowledge of agriculture, but he did know that planting crops too densely was not necessarily better. Sowing must be done with proper spacing. Soil fertility is limited. If too many seeds are planted in the same space, nutrients will be divided, resulting in insufficient nutrients for all crops to grow. Naturally, their growth will be poor and the harvest will be low. Regarding this piece of land, the farmers wanted to harvest more grain, so they planted many kinds of crops, which were all crowded together and looked stunted. As a first step, Qin Feng instructed Yanli to carefully dig out the crops and rebury them at a more scientific density. Qin Feng simply had Yanli leave the extra crops aside. In just one day, 1 acre of land was finished. Many farmers in the surrounding area had never seen a county official farming before, so they all came to watch. When they saw Qin Feng having Yanli pull up all the good crops, they all shook their heads. This Lord Qin is simply being ridiculous. He only cares about appearances, but how much less land will be planted this way? Yes, what a waste. These that we picked were almost ripe. He's the county magistrate. Do you really think Lord Qin would come here to seriously farm? This is clearly a leisurely trip. Maybe he's just playing around with this bandit. I think so too. This bandit has probably offended Lord Qin, and Lord Qin is deliberately coming to torment him, right? Serves him right. He became a bandit and harmed the people. Oh, I'm not watching anymore. I'm going to get back to work. There's nothing interesting here. Let's go, let's go. The farmers generally shared the same opinion about Qin Feng. He was fooling around, and some even thought that Qin Feng was toying with Yanli. On the contrary, Yanli, the person involved, did not think so. He could hear the people talking, but he didn't feel like he was being played. He had never seen anyone give 100 taels of silver before playing tricks on someone. Moreover, although he did not understand Qin Feng's requirements, when he worked according to Qin Feng's requirements, Qin Feng would point out even the slightest deviation in any part. Even last night when Qin Feng asked them to mix urine, plaster, and water, he supervised the whole process. If anyone got the proportions wrong, he would immediately correct them. All of this made Yanli feel that Qin Feng was at least very serious. As a result, Yanli was also unconsciously influenced and diligently completed the first day's work according to Qin Feng's requirements. From now on, you just need to take care of the fields every day. The yamen runners will bring you lunch at noon, so you won't go hungry in the morning or evening. In the next few days, bring back more water to irrigate the fields. Also, pull out any weeds you see. I'll come back on the 10th day, so don't let me see any weeds. After the density was adjusted, it was only noon when the yamen runners brought the food. Qin Feng watched Yanli eat and gave him a word of advice. This meal has both meat and vegetables, and is quite oily. It's more than 10 times better than prison food. Yanli wolfed down his food. After listening to Qin Feng's words, he nodded and replied, "Don't worry, Lord Qin. When I said I would run away, it was just a joke. As a man, once I agree to a bet with you, I will definitely take it seriously. I will manage this field according to your requirements for the next 3 months, but after 3 months, I hope that Lord Qin will also abide by the bet. Okay, it's a deal." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he really walked away with his hands behind his back. The yamen runners who wanted to stay and watch over Yanli were also called away by Qin Feng. This feeling of being trusted and treated kindly made Yanli feel very comfortable, and the thought of escaping disappeared from his mind. After finishing his meal, he walked around in the fields, carefully searched for and cleared away the weeds, and then picked up a carrying pole to fetch water. 10 days passed. One morning, Yanli carried his farm tools to the fields, where Qin Feng stopped him and pointed to the urine buckets that had been sealed for 10 days, saying, "Take these 2 buckets to the fields and water the land. This official is going to increase the yield per moo, and that's what we're relying on." "Rely on it?" Yanli scoffed and shook his head repeatedly. "If Lord Qin thinks that human urine can increase grain production, why don't you just have people urinate in the fields every day? Stop talking nonsense. Just do what I tell you to do." Yanli nodded. "All right, I'll do as you say. But it seems that I, Yanli, will definitely be the winner of this bet. Lord Qin, don't go back on your word after 3 months. If you break the contract, I, Yanli, will fight to the death." Yanli himself didn't know that the reason he made those harsh words again was because he didn't really believe Qin Feng could win the bet. In other words, he was originally calm because, subconsciously, Qin Feng's confidence made him feel that Qin Feng would win, and since he would win, he certainly wouldn't cheat. Now that he has lost confidence in Qin Feng, he naturally has lost confidence in the bet as well. Qin Feng simply nodded and waved his hand, without saying anything more. He wasn't in a hurry at all. "We watered the field with these 2 buckets of fertilizer today, and we'll see results in no time." Yanli carried the bucket to the field, and as soon as he opened the lid, he attracted many farmers. "Hey Yanli, what is this thing? Why are we using it to irrigate the land?" the busybody farmer asked. These days, Yin Li is working in the fields. At first, the farmers were afraid that he was originally a bandit and would hurt people, so they avoided him. But after watching him for several days and seeing that he was honest and well-behaved, they were no longer afraid and would occasionally chat with him. Qin Feng didn't tell Yin Li to keep it a secret, so Yin Li naturally had no such concerns. When the people asked, he told them about his bet with Qin Feng. As a result, the people paid special attention to this piece of land. Today I saw Yin Li bring 2 buckets from the city, and I was very curious, which is why I asked him the question. This is human urine. Yin Li replied irritably. He didn't understand chemistry, but he knew that the urine was contributed by him and a group of constables, so he told the truth. Human urine? What are you doing bringing 2 buckets of urine? The farmers asked again. Lord Qin requested that these 2 buckets be used to water the fields, so that the crops there would yield more than what you planted. Yin Li's words elicited a burst of laughter. How is that possible? Yeah, I pee in the same spot in the field every day, but I haven't seen the crops there grow very well. Do you think that's possible? Yin Li rolled his eyes at everyone. How should I know? Qin Feng taught me to do it this way, so I'll do it this way. Who cares about all that? Get out of the way, don't get it on you. The crowd scattered in all directions. Qin Feng's plan to increase grain production and the bet made by Yin Li quickly spread throughout the county, becoming a topic of conversation among the people. Nobody thought Qin Feng could succeed. Qin Feng's novel approaches were met with disapproval from everyone. A county magistrate is just a county magistrate. He should just focus on being a good official. Why bother with farming? It's such a waste of time. Yes, it's absolutely ridiculous. A perfectly good acre of land has been ruined like this. Every few days, people would dump human urine all over the field, making me have to take a detour to get to the fields. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted by the stench. No, my land is right next to the land that Lord Qin cultivates, and I didn't smell anything too strong. Impossible. I heard that Lord Qin had someone urinate on him, and then deliberately kept it covered for 10 days. 10 days. It must have smelled terrible. But it really doesn't smell. And my nose isn't damaged. You're just used to being so close, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. Lord Qin is truly a god. The comments from the crowd were similar. They were naturally unaware that human urine and gypsum can react chemically, and the resulting ammonium sulfate is colorless and odorless. The news also reached the homes of the local gentry, becoming a laughingstock among them. That damn Qin Feng, he's really delusional. Yes, this is the first time I've ever heard of planting less and harvesting more. This is the first time I've ever heard of watering the land with urine. Gentlemen, since you have nothing better to do, why don't you come with me to urinate in Qin Feng's field? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Shun snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. Oomph. That piece of land is mine. I'll let Qin Feng do whatever he wants for now, but after a while, when he's ruined my land beyond recognition, I'll make him pay me 1,000 or 2,000 taels of silver. In that case, Master Zhang is still lucky. Why didn't Qin Feng choose the land we have? When Qin Feng paid his grain tax this year, I thought he would have some clever way to pay back the money he owed the people next year. Now it seems that this fool has no intention of paying it back. Indeed, I heard that Qin Feng spends his days in the inner courtyard of the yamen, tinkering with a group of carpenters, doing nothing of his own business. It seems that he doesn't want to be a proper county magistrate anymore. He's doing all this to attract attention and mislead the people. I wonder how he'll explain it to them next year. He can't explain it. If the people want to sue Qin Feng next year, I'm willing to pay for their travel expenses and send them to the capital. Let's just wait and see. Next autumn harvest will be the day Qin Feng loses his post. Well said. Let's just wait and see. Come on, let's drink. The local gentry thought Qin Feng was doomed, but things didn't turn out as they expected. Qin Feng was indeed busy in the inner courtyard every day, but he would also take some time to go to the fields to take a look. As the days went by, the crops in his fields actually got better day by day and slowly grew stronger. Originally, those crops were withered and shorter than those of the surrounding farmers, but after 2 months, they actually made a comeback. Each plant was thick and upright, and it produced more grain than other farmers. The ears of grain were so heavy that they bent the sturdy plants. The grain produced by one crop can be 5 or 6 times that of other crops. The farmers started gathering around this experimental field every day, marveling at it, and no one said Qin Feng was being ridiculous anymore. As the true cultivator of this land, Yin Li witnessed these changes firsthand, and his amazement grew day by day. Before the 3 months were even over, he already knew that he had probably lost. Sure enough, the 3-month period came, and the grain in the fields was harvested and piled up. Qin Feng ordered Yin Li to thresh all the grain from this land into millet, pack it into bags, and transport it back to the government office. He then summoned some local people and, in front of them, measured out the grain, 1 bushel after another. My God, it's only half full, and it already weighs 300 pounds. How is that possible? Yes, Lord Qin's fields clearly have fewer crops than ours. It weighs 400 jin, 200 kilograms. 500 caddies. 600 jin. Finally, the grain was measured and weighed out, 1 bushel at a time. 655 jin. The accountant moved the last abacus bead and excitedly announced, "The yield per acre is more than double that of a bumper year." The surrounding farmers also roughly estimated that the average yield of their land was only 290 jin per mu. The difference is just too big. Now, none of the farmers thought Qin Feng was being ridiculous, and they all started shouting, "Lord Qin, how exactly do you cultivate this land? Lord Qin, please teach us. If 1 mu of land can produce 600 jin of grain, we won't go hungry, even in a year of famine. Please advise, Lord Qin. We can raise the necessary funds. I beg for guidance, Lord Qin." The people knelt down in droves. Yin Li was utterly impressed by the result and immediately knelt before Qin Feng, saying, "Lord Qin, I am truly convinced. I never imagined that Lord Qin's methods would be so effective. A bet's a bet. If Lord Qin needs my brothers to do anything, just tell me. I'll risk my tongue to persuade them to work for you for 3 years." Yin Li is sincere. Qin Feng suggested increasing yield per mu and converting barren mountains into arable land, but he thought both were impossible. But now, this impossible thing has been accomplished. Perhaps, for Qin Feng, it is not impossible to reclaim the mountain land and let the people have their own land again. Ha! Great. Qin Feng was very happy and said to Yin Li, "We can talk about our business later. I want to say a few words to the people first. You can get up now." "Yes." Yin Li clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, then stood up and stood behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng stepped forward and personally helped up the elders and villagers kneeling before him, saying, "Fellow villagers, the purpose of my actions over the past 3 months has been to use this land as an experiment and a demonstration. My method isn't some secret. As a local official, it's my responsibility to ensure everyone has enough to eat and doesn't suffer from hunger. It's my good fortune that I came up with this idea. From this day forward, I will set up a school in the Yamen to teach this skill. Fellow villagers, you can each select 1 clever person from every few households to come and attend the class, and then they can go back and teach everyone else. Next year, when you plant, follow my method. In this way, next year, every family will have enough to eat, and thereafter, there will be surplus every year." Upon hearing this, the people were all moved to tears. They were so grateful that Lord Qin was willing to share his knowledge with them, and for free. The person who had just been helped up knelt down again and bowed. "Lord Qin is truly a good official. Your Honor, the upright official. What a kind of public servant." Chapter 86. This official will not keep his wondrous methods to himself. Qin Feng's fertilizer school was opened soon. He personally became the teacher, and Yin Li became his teaching assistant. He ordered his men to divide the farmers of Ninghai County into zones according to their residential areas, and have each household select 1 person to come and attend the lecture. In just 3 rounds of lectures, the method of making this organic fertilizer and the theory that reasonable crop planting density can actually promote high grain yields were spread throughout Ninghai County. If they didn't understand something the first time, Qin Feng allowed them to ask repeatedly. Yin Li, who had personally experienced the experience, also enthusiastically and patiently shared his 3 months of experience in the fields with the farmers. The farmers were no longer afraid of him because he was a bandit. Instead, they were even more grateful to him. Whenever they learned something from him, they would make some local snacks and send them to Qin Feng and Yin Li. Not to mention that Yin Li had never experienced such treatment in all his years in Black Mountain Village. Even before becoming a bandit, he had never been so glamorous in his hometown. Seeing the satisfied expressions on the farmers' faces as they carried knowledge home, Yin Li felt an inexplicable joy. This feeling was something he was experiencing for the first time: happiness, satisfaction, and a strong sense of accomplishment. These days, he sleeps soundly every night when he returns to his small room, with a smile on his face even in his dreams. This kind of life is 1,000,000 times better than being a bandit in the mountains, living in constant fear. After a while, the farmers in Ninghai County had all mastered these 2 techniques, and gradually no one came to the school anymore. Qin Feng then began working on the next step, ordering Yin Li to find a way to persuade all the brothers in prison to serve him. Qin Feng was not satisfied with just a testing ground. His second step was the real, practical thing he urgently needed to do. Yan Li said to Qin Feng, Lord Qin, I will do my best to persuade my former brothers, but please give me a knife so I can go in and talk to them with it. A knife? What do you need a knife for? After all this time, don't you trust Lord Qin? Zhao Yi, standing to the side, frowned and shouted angrily. Zhao Yi. Qin Feng called out Zhao Yi's name, signaling him to be quiet. Zhao Yi couldn't help but clasp his hands in a fist and bow to Qin Feng. My lord, you must not agree to him. If you're going to persuade someone to surrender, why bring a knife? You've always persuaded people with kind words and incentives, not with a knife. Do you think he can scare all those vicious criminals in the prison with just a knife? My lord, I suspect that Yan Li has ulterior motives. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. I, Qin, have always trusted those I employ and distrusted those I don't employ. Even if I give him a knife, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Zhao Yi, give him the knife. After saying that, Qin Feng turned to Yan Li. I don't know what method you want to use, but I will do whatever you want, as long as you can persuade all the brothers to come. We made a bet before. Yan Li and I agreed that you and your brothers would work for me for 2 years. But I didn't tell you everything. Qin Feng squinted at Yan Li and asked, You've experienced firsthand how the people of Ninghai County have treated you these past few days. Yan Li, if I were to give you a chance to escape punishment, would you be willing to become a citizen of Ninghai County? Yan Li's eyes widened immediately, and he nodded without hesitation. Yes, of course I'm willing. The people of Ninghai County are honest and simple, and they have Qin Feng, an upright official who speaks up for the people and sets an example. Who wouldn't want to be a resident under his jurisdiction? What official in this world would think of ingenious ways to help the farmers who cultivate the land and go to great lengths to ensure that the farmers have enough to eat? Yan Li only regretted that he was born at the wrong time and in the wrong place. Just a few days ago, he was thinking that if he had been born in Ninghai County and had been Qin Feng's person from the beginning, that would have been great. Qin Feng's sudden question gave Yan Li a glimmer of hope. Lord Qin, is your question perhaps because you said it yourself, your Black Mountain village didn't do much murder or robbery when you came to Ninghai County. The county is in need of manpower right now. If your dozens of brothers work hard for me for 2 years, I will pardon your crimes and make you all legal citizens of Ninghai County. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he helped Yan Li up and said, This is my greatest sincerity towards you. Now it depends on whether you can persuade your brothers to work for me. The yamen runners around me are really not enough. Yan Li excitedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely persuade all the brothers to turn back. I won't leave until I've persuaded them to turn back. We hope you'll keep your word and call us back in 2 years. What? After 3 months of getting to know each other, you still don't trust me, Qin? No. I trust you, I trust you. Yan Li, a strong and robust man, couldn't help but shed tears. Wiping away his tears, he smiled and said, Lord Qin is the best official I have ever seen in my life. If all officials in the world were like Lord Qin, what injustice would there be in this world? Why would anyone want to become an outlaw or a bandit? A man doesn't easily shed tears, especially not over something so sad. Go now. I await your good news. Qin Feng couldn't bear to see a grown man crying in front of him, so he quickly pushed Yan Li away. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Zhao Yi took Yan Li to the Ninghai County prison, gave him his own sword, and ordered the jailer to open the cell door and let him in. For the next 3 months, Qin Feng had given orders that the prison wardens were not allowed to starve any of the prisoners to death. The warden had no choice but to improve the prisoners' meals. However, the improvements were only enough to ensure they wouldn't starve. The bandits were still emaciated. Yan Li had been away for 3 months, and Qin Feng hadn't changed his clothes. However, the farmers who were attending his classes these past 2 days had made him 2 new outfits. Now he's gained weight, his clothes are clean, and he even brought a knife in, making the bandits in the prison grit their teeth in disgust. Ha ha, that damn traitor. He was used up by Qin Feng and then sent back, wasn't he? Scoundrel, you betrayed your brothers and are now working for the enemy. Foolish, shameless scoundrel. The bandits cursed Yan Li, one after another. But there are also things they don't understand, such as whether it's now allowed to carry knives while in prison. Qin Feng, is he really that carefree? No, Yan Li is dressed perfectly. Could it be that he was turned and brought in with a knife to kill them? Various thoughts arose, and while the bandits were puzzled, they also became wary. Yan Li glanced at everyone, took a step forward, and the bandits all took a step back in unison. Seeing this, Yan Li gave a bitter smile, decided not to go any further, knelt down with a thud, and threw the knife in front of him. Brothers, I originally planned to endure humiliation and go out to find an opportunity to assassinate Qin Feng, but unfortunately, I failed. To assassinate Qin Feng? Yin Li's single sentence caused all the bandits' expressions to change slightly. Chapter 87. Persuading his brother with heartfelt words. Did Yin Li assassinate Qin Feng? The bandits' expression changed upon hearing this. These bandits had been together for many years, and there was still some brotherhood between them. However, it wasn't as solid as that between normal people. When it came to life and death, they would still doubt each other. However, ever since Yin Li left, there have been many different opinions among them, speculating whether Yin Li betrayed them or something else. Some people suspected that Yin Li had deliberately gone out to find an opportunity to assassinate Qin Feng. Not many people think this way, but now that Yin Li has brought it up, it has attracted everyone's attention. One of the bandits immediately sneered, "Don't believe him. 3 months. If you were able to get a knife, how come you didn't have the opportunity to assassinate Qin Feng?" Exactly. Look how fat and strong he's become, and he's even wearing new clothes. He's clearly sided with Qin Feng. After a few people gave their opinions, all the bandits in the cell began to look at Yin Li with cold eyes again. Yin Li smiled. He had expected such a reaction. It was a normal response. Undeterred, he continued, "Yin Li knows that you may not understand what I did earlier. I, Yin Li, will not explain further. I came here today to talk to you brothers. After I finish speaking, if you brothers think I, Yin Li, deserve to die, then use this knife to kill me." The bandits remained silent, their eyes glancing at the knife. Although the knife was thrown on the ground, it was closest to Yin Li. Moreover, they were all extremely thin and weak, so they were definitely no match for Yin Li. If they tried to grab the knife, Yin Li would probably snatch it back first. They thought it was a trap, and no one dared to make a move. Upon seeing this, Yin Li immediately began to recount his experiences over the past 3 months. He began his story by recounting how he was released and how his repeated attempts to cut down trees on the mountain to attack Qin Feng failed, eventually leading to his conversation with Qin Feng. He explained to everyone the root causes of the peasants' hardships, and then he mentioned Qin Feng's 2 goals: to increase yield per mu and to reclaim mountain land so that the peasants could be freed from the exploitation of landlords. The bandits raised their eyebrows, clearly showing interest. Then, Yin Li talked about the bet he made with Qin Feng. Before the bet could be fully explained to the bandits, they all exclaimed that it was a lie. "Yin Li, do you think we're 3-year-olds? Humph. What good would this kind of bet do for Qin Feng? Humph. You say Qin Feng gave you a pardon and money. What proof do you have?" "That's right. Regardless of whether Qin Feng wins or loses the bet, he won't benefit. Why would a corrupt official like him gamble with you like this?" Yin Li suddenly retorted loudly. "Shut up. Lord Qin, he is by no means a corrupt official. I have been by his side for 3 months and know his character very well. You only care about the bet, but the bet is already over. Don't you care about the result?" "The result? According to that bet, the result should have been that we were all released. Now that you've come in yourself, doesn't that prove that Qin Feng is untrustworthy? Increase yield per acre? That's laughable. How much grain a mu of land can produce is a fixed number. It depends on whether the local earth god and the heavens are kind to us. If heaven doesn't offer a way out, what can a county magistrate do? That is." Looking at these bandits, Yin Li suddenly wanted to laugh, because he was once just as ignorant, thinking that Qin Feng couldn't do anything, but Qin Feng proved him wrong with irrefutable facts. "All right, listen to me," Yin Li interrupted everyone. "Today, I, Yin Li, wasn't thrown into this cell. I came in because I lost a bet, and I'm honoring my loss, so I'm here to persuade you brothers to work for Lord Qin with me. Lord Qin has won, and I have nothing to say about winning against Yin Li. I cultivated 1 mu of land for Lord Qin for 3 months. Originally, the crops in that plot were growing the worst, but following Lord Qin's ingenious method, I managed to make that 1 mu of land produce a full 650 jin of grain. That's twice the grain yield of other fields. Brothers, I believe in Lord Qin. If he can accomplish the first goal, he can accomplish the second." As Yin Li spoke, he took out a stack of papers from his pocket, unfolded them, and spread them out in front of everyone. That was the pardon document and 100 taels of silver that Qin Feng wrote when they made their bet, and Qin Feng hasn't taken it back yet. Brothers, if you don't believe me, come and see this. When Lord Qin made a bet with me, he gave me this document and some silver to gain my trust. He said that if I won, I could leave with the brothers. The bandits frowned, unable to believe Yin Li's words. "It's a lie. What document? It's probably just some random thing Qin Feng wrote to fool you. Yin Li, you're incredibly stupid. You worked for Qin Feng for 3 months for nothing, and now you're trying to fool us. Idiot. The crowd cursed incessantly, but among their voices stood one who stood out. Let me see. Most of the bandits were illiterate, but there were 1 or 2 who were educated and were originally scholars who had to become bandits for some reason. Upon hearing Yin Li's words, one of the scholars couldn't help but squeeze out from behind. He took the stack of documents from Yin Li, examined them carefully, and gasped. They really are pardons. That's right, it's written clearly in black and white. Look, each of these has our names on it. This one is for Hanbok, this one is for Guotai, this one is for Li Ming, and this one is for Hu Jizhu. Yin Li was delighted to see that someone believed him, and he flipped through the pages, pointing out the names on them. When the scholar bandit saw Yin Li pointing to the names and reading them aloud, he was taken aback again. He grabbed the scholar's hand and asked, Aren't you illiterate? How do you recognize these names? I hadn't finished speaking. Yin Li smiled and said, Lord Qin's method worked, so he opened a school and taught the county people how to increase yield per mu. I, Yin Li, worked there for 3 months and had first-hand experience. Lord Qin then taught me to assist in teaching and also taught me to recognize some characters. I can recognize all the words on this. After saying that, he took out the 100 taels silver notes from the bottom of the stack and waved them at the crowd. Although I was illiterate back then, I recognized these 100 tael silver notes. Lord Qin didn't have anyone watching me, and he just gave me 100 taels of silver. If I, Yin Li, hadn't been thinking of my brothers, I would have taken the money and run away long ago. 100 taels of silver. I could run to Jiangnan, run to the northern desert. I could live anywhere. Yin Li kowtowed to the bandits with a thud. Brothers, we've been brothers for years. I, Yin Li, only ask that you trust me this once. Qin Feng said that if we brothers work for him for 2 years, he's willing to pardon our crimes and set us free. If we're willing, we can become ordinary citizens in Ninghai County, be allocated land to cultivate, and no longer have to be thieves. I, Yin Li, will stake my life on Qin Feng's. As he spoke, Yin Li forcefully pushed the knife forward from in front of him, sending it more than 3 feet away. The bandits were extremely surprised. Yin Li pushed the knife away and buried his head in the ground. Wasn't he handing over his life to them? The cell door was locked. Any one of them could easily chop off Yin Li's traitor's head with a knife. The entire cell fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. What exactly is Qin Feng's ability to earn Yin Li's trust so much that he's willing to risk his life for him? Chapter 88. Helping others doesn't require hard labor. The bandits were extremely surprised. Yin Li pushed the knife away and buried his head in the ground. Wasn't he handing over his life to them? The cell door was locked. Any one of them could easily chop off Yin Li's traitor's head with a knife. What exactly is Qin Feng's ability to earn Yin Li's trust so much that he's willing to risk his life for him? The entire cell fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The tallest bandit stepped forward, picked up the knife, and examined it. It's a sharp knife, Yin Li. Do you know that even if I'm right now, with this knife in my hand, taking your dog's life would be as easy as turning my hand? The tall mountain bandit asked. Hey, Brother Gua is exceptionally talented and a master with a knife. Of course I know that. Yin Li looked up at him and responded with a smile. Fine. If you want to live, tell me honestly. Has that corrupt official Qin Feng deployed a large army outside right now? The tall mountain bandit asked again. Previously, Qin Feng had borrowed troops to suppress bandits. 600 government soldiers were no match for 100 bandits, and it was only then that they were defeated. If it were only the government officials, these bandits would not have been defeated so badly. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that Qin Feng had sent Yin Li in to seduce them, and that there must have been thorough preparations outside, making it impossible for them to actually be allowed to leave. Yin Li laughed and said, Lord Qin has been busy with things in the fields these days. How could he have time to borrow soldiers from the military camp? Right now, not to mention the soldiers, even the yamen runners are busy helping Lord Qin with his work. Is this really true? The tall bandit moved his arm, and the steel knife in his hand immediately fell to Yin Li's neck. Yin Li felt a chill run down his neck, but his body remained completely still. Looking at the tall bandit, he calmly nodded. It's true. Wouldn't it be better if we pretended to agree to his demands, then left now and escaped Ninghai County directly? When Gao Dashan said this, everyone nodded in agreement. If they were completely unprepared, they would have simply run away. Why would they have to work for 2 years for the corrupt official who killed so many of their brothers and imprison them? What's the point? Yin Li laughed. Escape Ninghai County and become a bandit again? Burning, killing, and robbing can't be a lifelong profession. How can it compare to having a piece of land of one's own to cultivate and live a stable life? Brothers, I know you don't trust Qin Feng, but think about it. If Qin Feng wanted to deal with you, why would he go through all this trouble? If I want you to work, I can whip you into doing it. But if I don't give you enough to eat every day, how can you have the strength to resist? There's no need to think Qin Feng will use tricks to harm us. If he wanted to harm us, why would he let you occupy prison cells, eat prison food, and waste the county granary's grain? If he were a corrupt official, he would just order us all to be beheaded and sell the grain. Wouldn't that be better? Yin Li's words made the bandits all seem thoughtful. Humans are like that. Sometimes, they act entirely on their emotions without considering the consequences, and only when someone points it out can they think things through. A moment later, the bandit sheathed his knife and threw it back to Yin Li. I'm not killing you because I still consider you a brother. If you vouch for Qin Feng like this, and he changes his mind 2 years later, even if I can't kill Qin Feng, I'll kill you first. Do you understand? The tall mountain bandit glared angrily at Yin Li. Yin Li immediately patted his chest and said, How could I, Yin Li, not consider you all my brothers? Since I dare to entrust my life to you brothers today, it will be the same 2 years from now. I vouch for Qin Feng. If he changes his mind, you brothers won't even need to lift a finger. I, Yin Li, will end his life myself. Gao Dashan, the bandit leader, pursed his lips and nodded to Yin Li, saying, I can't control what other people decide, but I'll trust you this once. It'll only be 2 years anyway. Yin Li was overjoyed. Who in the prison doesn't want to live? With one person taking the lead, I believe the others will soon make a decision as well. Count me in too. At least I can go out for 2 years and see the sunlight. Even if I'm in shackles, it's better than being in this cold and damp prison. Even if Qin Feng cheated, I can still live for 2 more years, so count me in too. If we have land to cultivate and enough to eat, who would want to go up the mountain to become a bandit? A group of men, not even a woman. I'd even count myself in if I saw a sow. In a short while, everyone in the entire prison had made their statement. Yin Li's last few words really persuaded them. Only one person has yet to express their opinion. After everyone had finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. We're all brothers, so naturally we want to be together. The scholar glanced at Yin Li, then squatted down on the ground and asked, Tell me first, what wonderful method did Qin Feng use to make 1 mu of land produce more than 600 jin of grain? Yin Li didn't know why he cared about this, but he still answered honestly. It all started with making the wooden barrels and then having them take turns urinating. Before they even got to the plaster cast, the scholar interjected, Human urine alone is completely useless. Did Qin Feng add something to the urine? Yin Li's eyes lit up. He hadn't gone into too much detail when he told the bandits about the past 3 months. How do you know? As expected. Then I guess what they added was probably jade flint. Jade flint is another name for gypsum. Yin Li was even more surprised when he heard this. He couldn't understand how the scholar had guessed it. Yes, but not entirely. Lord Qin called the jade flint gypsum, and it was heated before being added. The scholar already knew the answer from Yin Li's expression, and upon hearing Yin Li's reply, he raised his eyebrows and nodded. He said to Yin Li, I'm not leaving yet. I'll wait here in the cell. Tell Qin Feng about our conversation. Tell him he can use me, but I won't do hard labor. If he's willing, I can give him advice, which is also helping him. If he's not willing, I might as well die in this cell. You go ahead. I want to see how Qin Feng will react. Yin Li had no choice but to nod and lead the other brothers who had already agreed out first. He summoned the jailer, explained the situation, and the jailer opened the cell door without a word, because Qin Feng had already instructed him to follow Yin Li's orders. The bandits, their bodies limp, followed Yin Li outside. Sure enough, there were no yamen runners or soldiers, which made them believe Yin Li's words even more. Some of those who initially harbored ulterior motives and wanted to run away immediately suppressed their restlessness upon seeing this situation and decided to wait and see. Yin Li brought them all to the yamen courtyard, filling the entire space, and then went to report to Qin Feng. He gave a report on what happened in prison and repeated what the scholar had said. Qin Feng was drawing at his desk when Yin Li finished speaking, and he slammed down his pen. What a talent! Quick, take me to the prison immediately. I will personally invite him. Chapter 89. This prisoner is a promising scientific researcher. Qin Feng couldn't help but be excited. He never expected that there would be a scholar among the bandits. What is a shiozai? He's a cultured person who has read books. In Qin Feng's world, that's at least a junior high school education. Not to mention that this guy could guess Qin Feng's formula for making organic fertilizer just by hearing about human urine, and knew that he added gypsum to it. This guy is definitely talented. If Qin Feng hadn't traveled back to ancient times, he truly wouldn't have realized the importance of basic education. In the modern world he originally lived in, everyone had attended primary and junior high school, which was commonplace, and he didn't think that junior high school students were anything special. Arriving in this ancient era, he realized how difficult it was to communicate with and teach people who were illiterate and had no culture. In his school, a problem that could have been solved in one lesson took almost a month to teach everyone. Especially the theoretical knowledge. The difficulty of teaching it is no less than teaching a 1-year-old baby to say father and mother. This made Qin Feng realize that cultured people were extremely important to him. This is just the beginning of increasing yield per acre and developing some basic fertilizer. There are many more things he'll need to popularize in the future. Does he really have to go through all this trouble every time? He had long thought of finding some scholars in the county to organize and set up a free school so that all the farmers' children could study in the school before they were able to work. Education should start from childhood. This was a forward-thinking concept. In ancient times, cultural knowledge was firmly held in the hands of local rulers and nobles. Private schools were simply unaffordable for the poor. The reason Qin Feng valued this bandit scholar in prison so much was because this man was more intelligent than the average scholar. He wanted to find out how this scholar knew that he had added plaster to the urine. This person might not only be a cultured person, but also a smart one. Qin Feng hurriedly left the room, took Yin Li out of the yamen, and soon returned to the county yamen kitchen. He personally cut a piece of meat, put it on a plate, took a jar of wine, and rushed to the prison. A group of bandits were simply left standing in the yamen government office. These bandits were straightforward by nature. Having promised Yin Li, they wouldn't try anything else. No one paid them any attention, and they just stood there. The yamen runners around were all busy, some sawing wood, others carrying it inside after it was finished. No one paid any attention to them, and they didn't feel any pressure at all. Only then did the bandits believe that what Yin Li said might be true. Otherwise, when these bandits were released from prison, there should have been at least a few guards with knives watching over them. So even fewer people left. Qin Feng rushed to the prison, ordered the jailer to open the cell door, went inside, and placed the wine and meat in front of the scholar. Please. Qin Feng gestured for him to proceed. The scholar didn't stand on ceremony and directly tore off a piece of meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Pour him some wine, Qin Feng said to Yin Li. Yin Li was very obedient and immediately picked up the wine jar and poured a bowl of it. The scholar bandit picked up the bowl and chuckled. This sinner, Wan Kunming. Thanks Lord Qin for his hospitality. Qin Feng smiled slightly and shook his head gently. No need to thank me. You earned this wine and meat yourself. Yin Li has told me all your requests. It is fine if you don't have to do hard labor. I am also in need of manpower and hope that someone can come to my side to give advice. However, you must first tell me how you learned my fertilizer formula. Lord Qin is straightforward. When the scholar and the bandit heard Qin Feng get straight to the point without beating around the bush, they immediately praised him. Then that scoundrel will stop beating around the bush. The scholar put another bite of meat in his mouth and said to Qin Feng, Actually, this matter was discovered by me by accident. Although I am not the leader of Black Mountain Village, I am quite favored by the village chief because I am literate, and my words carry some weight. Behind Black Mountain Village, there's a place where the brothers often urinate. One day, I noticed that the vegetation there grew better than in other places. I wondered if it was because of human urine, or if human urine, like cow and horse manure, could fertilize the fields. So the scoundrel asked someone to change the place where he urinated to test it out, but the effect was not as good as expected. I was certain that there must have been another reason for the urine in that place, so I dug down and found some jade flint buried underground. Originally, I planned to do some further research. If it was indeed related to the jade firestone, I intended to cultivate fields in the mountains and grow crops. If we could grow grain, the brothers' lives wouldn't be so difficult. Unfortunately, the research failed before Lord Qin wiped us out. After the scholar finished speaking, he sighed. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. This was indeed a smart person. The biggest difference between smart people and fools is that smart people like to explore and are willing to use their brains. So many people from the mountain village went there to urinate, but he was the only one who noticed that the vegetation was more lush than elsewhere. And he was the only one who thought of finding a way to cultivate fertile land. If it weren't for the Sino-Japanese War and the collusion with mountain bandits, Qin Feng wouldn't have borrowed troops to suppress them. Perhaps their Black Mountain village could have truly cultivated a piece of land and become self-sufficient, and Kunyu Mountain would have had another paradise. That's another story. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. After listening to the scholar's words, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. This is a promising talent for scientific research. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, the title of Shoucai was awarded to those who passed the provincial examination. The state would provide them with a stipend, though not much. Moreover, a scholar who had passed the imperial examinations had a very high status and did not need to kneel before the county magistrate. This is why Qin Feng wasn't angry when the scholar sat there so casually after Qin Feng came in. The imperial examinations of the Great Zhou Dynasty were all in the humanities, and advancement was based on essays, unlike modern examinations which have subject divisions like mathematics, physics, and chemistry. But it wasn't that no one studied these things in ancient times. The quality of scholars varied greatly. Some could only compose poems and write essays. But others, besides writing, also focused on other things. The man before me is clearly one of the most accomplished scholars in the county, with a broad vision and a sharp mind. This was exactly the kind of person Qin Feng needed. He had long intended to find such talent, but unexpectedly, someone delivered himself to his doorstep before he even began the search. What was even more surprising was that this person turned out to be a bandit. Good. Wan Kunming, your conditions are acceptable to this county. This county does not need you to do hard labor. If you can truly help this county's plans, this county will not only pardon you after 2 years, but also consider hiring you as a secretary. Wan Kunming's eyes lit up. He had only met Qin Feng when he was suppressing bandits, and didn't know much about him. But now, seeing Qin Feng speak so uprightly, and without any pretense, he didn't seem like someone who would boast. He was somewhat satisfied with Qin Feng. He immediately stood up and said, "In that case, I thank Lord Qin for his appreciation. For the next 2 years, I will do my best to help you. As for what happens after 2 years, I hope you will keep your promise. If we wish to leave, please do not force us to stay. Of course, a man's word is his bond." Chapter 90, Devoted. Seeing that Qin Feng's attitude was good, the scholar Wan Kunming agreed to work for Qin Feng. After Qin Feng came out, he first arranged housing for all the other criminals. There weren't that many rooms in the county government office. However, Qin Feng had already prepared for today and ordered the yamen runners to clear out a large house in the northeast corner of Ninghai County. This house originally belonged to a local gentry, but he was an old man who lived alone and had no descendants. After he died, the house became ownerless. Qin Feng ordered his men to renovate the main house of the entire village, turning it into a dormitory for the bandits. He bought all the bedding and other necessities himself. The bandits followed them to the house and were quite satisfied. Although there were only 6 habitable rooms inside and outside the house, if they were divided equally, more than a dozen of them would have to squeeze together. But the room has a good structure, it doesn't leak rain or draft, and there are thick bedding. At least I won't have to suffer from the cold as winter approaches. This is much better than life in prison. The conditions were even better than when they were in Heishan Village. Black Mountain Village wasn't that crowded, but there were strong and weak members among the bandits, and some people in the village were bullied. Not everyone has such new cotton quilts and blankets. Some people sleep on straw mats all day long. Now, Qin Feng treats them all equally, with everyone receiving the same treatment, which makes them very happy. Even so, they didn't treat Qin Feng kindly. After all, Qin Feng had led troops to suppress bandits and killed them. They were just lucky not to be among the dead. This hatred couldn't be resolved with a blanket. Qin Feng knew this too, and said to the bandits, "I know that you all must have some opinions about me, Qin Feng. That's all right. I was on the side of the people, and I had to get rid of the bandits. I have no regrets about the matter of suppressing the bandits. I know that you all came here today because of your deep brotherhood and your willingness to listen to Yan Li's words. I don't ask anything of you in the future. As long as you can do as Yan Li says, that will be enough. In the next few days, someone will cook for you. First, you need to recover your strength. Once you are strong enough, I will naturally arrange for you to work. I always keep my word. And since you have agreed to help me, I hope you will do so wholeheartedly." Qin Feng addressed the crowd. He didn't say anything nice because he knew that nice words wouldn't work on these people. In fact, they would only make them feel resentful. Qin Feng genuinely wanted to use them and sincerely wanted to give them a way out. But these things are useless to say. They have to be done. Time will tell. As long as these bandits don't cause any trouble, they'll eventually understand. The scholar Wan Kunming also tried to squeeze into a room, but Qin Feng pulled him back. "Sir, you don't need to stay with them. I have other arrangements for you. Those who are clever and insightful should naturally be kept close at hand for best application. Wan Kunming and Yan Li will become the bridge between Qin Feng and these bandits." "Very well, I will do as Lord Qin arranges." Wan Kunming Deo. After returning to the yamen with Qin Feng, Qin Feng immediately ordered someone to add a bed to Yan Li's room, while he himself called Wan Kunming to his room. 2 years is a very tight time frame to reclaim the mountainous land into farmland. He had to make these bandits know what he wanted them to do in the shortest possible time. The task of communicating with the bandits was left to Wan Kunming. He only needed to explain things clearly to Wan Kunming. Mr. Wan, I have done a great thing in the past 2 years. I have reclaimed all the hills in the vicinity of Ninghai County into fertile fields. Upon hearing this, Wan Kunming chuckled to himself. Sir, you're being far-fetched. Even the foolish old man who moved mountains would have to go through generations to move 2 mountains. There are more than 2 mountains around Ninghai County. With just a few people like us from Black Mountain Village, we can't do such a thing. You're giving us too much credit, sir. Sir, you're not trying to work us to death, are you? Wan Kunming squinted at Qin Feng. He couldn't understand how a mountain could be reclaimed into land. Hey, why move mountains? Just cultivate the land directly from the mountain. Come on, come on. Qin Feng called out to Wan Kunming, took a roll of paper from a box in the room, and spread it on the table. Wan Kunming was puzzled. How could they reclaim land without chiseling away the entire mountain? Did they expect to grow crops on the hillside and make them grow at an angle? But when he understood the contents of the scroll Qin Feng had produced, his eyes widened instantly. These are called terraced fields. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said. On the scroll was a sample drawing sketched by Qin Feng. The sample drawing was clearly a mountain, but it was drawn as a series of steps, with crops drawn on each step. Wan Kunming was quick-witted and soon understood the contents of the painting, leaving him completely stunned. He originally thought of himself as a scholar, well-read and quick-witted, with countless ideas. He believed that by following Qin Feng, he could come up with many brilliant suggestions that would earn Qin Feng's utmost admiration. But before it even started, he was already stunned by Qin Feng's idea. How ingenious is Qin Feng's idea of terraced fields? If the design in this diagram is followed, there is no need to excavate the mountain. It is entirely feasible to simply cultivate the land layer by layer. With so many mountains surrounding Ninghai County, if this were to succeed, it would practically increase Ninghai County's arable land area several times over. Farmers rely on farming for their livelihood. Who wouldn't want a larger share of land? With more land, you can have more children. If a family has 2 or 3 strong men, they can live a very comfortable life by farming. The key issue is the lack of farmland. This is the situation across the country nowadays. Farmland has long been seized by local gentry through trickery and force. And now, Qin Feng has actually come up with this ingenious method, cultivating the land. Lord Qin, is this your idea? Qin Feng nodded. Wan Kunming's face immediately lit up with admiration. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant indeed. Lord Qin, this method is excellent. This land will be cultivated. Once the land is cultivated, it belongs to the government. Farmers can cultivate it voluntarily. The government collects 10% of the rent, and the remaining 90% of farmers only need to pay taxes annually according to the tax rate set by the imperial court. Only 1/10. Wan Kunming couldn't believe Qin Feng's words. Those landowners and tyrants, after seizing the land, would take 80% of the harvest. The farmers would only get 20%, and they would still have to pay taxes. If there were land that only collected 10% of the rent, which farmer wouldn't be doing well? Qin Feng smiled and said, Brothers of Black Mountain Stronghold, as long as you help me accomplish this, you will have a share of this land in the future if you wish to keep it. Wan Kunming swayed and knelt down with a thud. Grown-ups, my lord, please forgive me for showing off in front of you. I thought I was very clever, but compared to you, my little bit of wit is really nothing. Wan Kunming clasped his fists and looked at Qin Feng with sincere emotion, saying, If you, sir, are truly willing to take us brothers in, give us fertile land, and only charge us 10% rent, then I, Wan Kunming, assure you, sir, I will personally persuade everyone in Black Mountain Stronghold, and I absolutely guarantee that everyone will do their best. There will be no slacking off. Chapter 91, Your Majesty's Ingenious Plan. What am I? Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Qin Feng stood up, smiled slightly, and patted Wan Kunming on the shoulder. Your leader has escaped. The brothers of Black Mountain Stronghold are now in your hands. 2 years later, your merits and demerits will be balanced, and I will forgive you all your crimes, ensure your peace and happiness, let you live the life of ordinary people, get married and have children, and let every family live in harmony and happiness. I possess countless ingenious ideas. These terraced fields are merely the simplest of them. Follow me closely, and in the future, I will show you what true wisdom and resourcefulness are. Qin Feng put his hands behind his back and said leisurely. Looking at Qin Feng, Wan Kunming felt that the Lord Qin in front of him was like an insurmountable mountain, giving people a very great feeling. All right, take these terraces down first. This piece of paper contains some construction techniques that I've compiled. Since you've lived in the mountains for a long time, you can add some details based on the actual situation. Like them, you should also get a good rest for 2 or 3 days. I'm entrusting this grand plan of mine to you. Qin Feng then took out another piece of paper covered with writing. Those were some key points of construction that he had compiled. Only a small portion of them were about the principles of how to build terraced fields, while the majority were about construction safety issues. After seeing this, Wan Kunming felt that Qin Feng was truly a rare good person in the world. Landlords and officials who make people work are always concerned with how well the work is done, how fast it is done, and how good it is done. Who cares about whether the workers live or die? But Qin Feng's words conveyed the message that safety comes first and life is paramount. What kind of county magistrate is this? This is practically the reincarnation of Buddha, the manifestation of a bodhisattva. Rest assured, sir, for the future of our brothers, I, Wan Kunming, will do everything in my power to lead everyone in accomplishing this important task. Wan Kunming kowtowed 3 times to Qin Feng, then took the 2 pieces of paper and excitedly went back to his room to study them. Qin Feng sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. With this matter settled, it relieved him of a great worry. The problem of the county jail being too full was also solved, and these prisoners were put to good use. Next, we just have to wait for the construction progress and see the results. Wan Kunming truly lived up to his reputation as a scholar. He was quite capable. He added many useful details regarding the construction of the terraced fields, emphasizing the importance of paying attention to them. For example, he first planned out the hills around Ninghai County that were more suitable for terraced fields and excluded those with too steep slopes. For example, regarding the order of operations, he suggested that reclamation should be carried out from top to bottom for greater convenience. For example, he also carefully studied how wide and high each terrace should be to maximize the use of this hilltop. Most importantly, it's about mobilization. Both he and Yin Li are talented in mobilization. Yin Li was risking his life, unafraid of death. Wan Kunming didn't have that. He only knew how to reason. However, he was good at expressing himself. When facing the bandits of Black Mountain Village, he first praised Qin Feng to the skies, saying that everyone had misjudged Qin Feng and that Qin Feng was a good official. Then he repeated Qin Feng's plans and promises, trying his best to make sure everyone could understand him in his own words. He also added his own feelings and described what a wonderful future life would be like. A group of bandits were intrigued by what they heard. If you pay 10% rent, you'll still have 90% left. Even if you pay another 30% in taxes on that 90%, you'll still have 60% left. Qin Feng has another good way to increase production, and this 60% is far better than the 100% harvest in previous years. If that's true, every household will have more food than they can eat. And once that food is sold, every family will be able to live a very prosperous life. With such a good life, who the hell would become a bandit? So these bandits were all full of energy, going up and down the mountain with the same enthusiasm. However, while the bandits understood Qin Feng's arrangements, the common people remained confused and couldn't comprehend what Qin Feng was doing. Besides the common people, the local gentry also ridiculed Qin Feng for what he was busy with. What on earth is Qin Feng up to? He's released all the prisoners from jail and does nothing all day but move mountains. You don't know this, but the servants have brought back news that Qin Feng plans to cultivate all the mountains into farmland to grow grain. Isn't that ridiculous? Move the mountains? With just a few dozen people? That's wishful thinking. He can't move any of these mountains in Ninghai County in a year. That's right. If he had 2 more years, he could have succeeded. But he promised the people of the county that he would pay back the money next year. I've done the math, and Qin Feng owes the farmers in Ninghai County at least 40,000 taels of silver. I want to see where Qin Feng will get so much silver next autumn. If he still can't pay back the money, we'll incite the people to go to the prefectural and provincial governments to sue him. I'll pay for his travel expenses. Oh dear, Qin Feng. If he had been given 2 more years, he might have actually been able to cultivate the land, grow crops, and pay back the farmers. It's a pity he was too arrogant and only set a 1-year deadline, thus trapping himself in his own web. Ha! You're wrong. Even if you give Qin Feng a few more years, he still has a slim chance of succeeding. My servants went to check yesterday, and do you know how those bandits Qin Feng released moved the mountain? They actually started digging from the top of the mountain. Ha 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 ha. If they try to flatten the mountain, it'll be a million years. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Come on, let's drink. We'll wait and see here. This time next year, Qin Feng will be kicked out of Ninghai County. When a more decent county magistrate comes, our lives will return to normal. The wealthy and powerful men clinked glasses and chatted merrily. Unfortunately, they didn't understand at all that Qin Feng had never intended to move the entire mountain. Encouraged by Yan Li and Wan Kunming, the bandits worked very hard. Before winter arrived, one side of a hill had already been cleared, and the terraced fields were beginning to take shape. It will be officially put into use next spring. In winter, the land becomes hard and difficult to cultivate, so Qin Feng ordered the bandits to stop and assign them other work instead, specializing in logging. When reclaiming wasteland, the bandits would also cut down trees first, but they would only cut down trees on the plots they were reclaiming. Now, Qin Feng is asking them to cut down trees first, and then continue clearing land when the weather gets colder. Chapter 92. Next year's dinner table will be colorful. Qin Feng's arrangement puzzled the bandits. That day at mealtime, the group put their axes aside, gathered together, and chatted idly while eating their dry rations. Why do you think our county magistrate ordered so many trees to be cut down? Perhaps it's for better land reclamation next year. Actually, I think it would be better to clear land while cutting it down. Look at the slope we've created, isn't it beautiful? Never mind, Lord Qin is only doing this for our own good. It's freezing cold here, and the ground is hard to dig. It's much easier to cut wood. That's true. But with so much wood brought back, why isn't the space for stacking wood increasing? Where did all the wood go? The crowd looked at each other, shook their heads, and each had the same question in their eyes. Suddenly someone said, I heard from Yan Li that Lord Qin has been keeping a group of carpenters in the county government office. I wonder what they're up to. I think he wants to use these logs to build a house. Even the best officials have their selfish motives. No way. Tonight I'm going to walk around the county town and see if there's any extra house. If it's really for building a house, I don't want to work so hard. Let's watch it together. Just as the bandits finished their discussion, a voice came from the side. Not going to put in the effort? Do you want to go back to being bandits? The person who came was none other than Wan Kunming. You all, don't let your imaginations run wild. Lord Qin is definitely not the kind of person you imagine. These timbers are indeed for carpenters to use. I know some inside information, and you'll naturally find out what these timbers are for next spring. Now, stop talking nonsense and get to work, chopping down the trees. Do as much as you can. We are wholeheartedly committed, and Lord Qin will be wholeheartedly committed to us in the future. I, Wan Kunming, am willing to vouch for Lord Qin. Upon hearing this, the bandits immediately lowered their heads. Wan Kunming had considerable influence when he was in the mountain stronghold. He was considered a strategist for the leader, and his words still carry some weight. Both he and Yan Li vouched for Qin Feng, which is why these bandits were willing to work for them. Gaining Yan Li's approval alone is nothing, but the fact that even Wan Kunming acknowledges Qin Feng speaks volumes. Wan Kunming was known for his loyalty. Before Black Mountain Village reached Ninghai County, he had clashed with other mountain bandits elsewhere. At that time, Black Mountain Stronghold was weak. In one battle, its leader was seriously injured and had to hide back in his lair. But Wan Kunming was captured, and all the bandits thought they were finished. Their leader had also fallen. Wan Kunming was just a scholar, and he certainly couldn't withstand severe torture. As long as he revealed the location of Black Mountain Stronghold, the enemy would definitely come and wipe them out. To everyone's surprise, Wan Kunming's chest and back were scalded by the red-hot iron rod, and he still couldn't reveal the location of Black Mountain Village. This guy is ruthless. A ruthless guy who values loyalty above all else. After the leader recovered from his injuries, he led his men in a night raid on the enemy's stronghold, killing most of the enemy in their sleep before rescuing Wan Kunming. From then on, everyone in the village respected him as a true man. If he trusts Qin Feng so much, what reason do these bandits have not to trust him? Mr. Wan, please calm down. We just can't understand where all this would went. That's why. Lord Qin is full of ingenious methods. Even I, Wan Kunming, admire him greatly. How could you bandits possibly understand him? You don't need to think so much about it in the future. After lecturing them, Wan Kunming finally revealed some information with a smirk. I'll just tell you, Lord Qin wants to use these logs to irrigate these terraced fields next year. Just you wait and see. Ha 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 ha. Wan Kunming spoke but didn't say the whole thing, leaving it as a riddle, laughed a few times, and then turned and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell them, but rather that it was simply too difficult to explain to these bandits. They would understand once they saw the actual item. The bandits were even more confused and bewildered. What? Water it? Water it with wood. Did I hear that right, Mr. Wan? You mean Qin Feng is going to use wood to water things? That's really strange. Is he going to make a big wooden barrel? You can't make this much wood just by making barrels. How many barrels do you want to make? A person only has 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 shoulders. They can only carry 2 barrels at a time. Hey, are you probably going to make wooden barrels to sell? We eat this much every day. Don't we need to spend money? It's probably not that simple, but don't think about it anymore. Let's get to work. We'll see for ourselves next spring. Time flies, and the new year is here. This year, thanks to Qin Feng's debt repayment, the grain tax issue was resolved, and every farmer household has enough grain to eat. Every household was very grateful to Qin Feng, and on New Year's Day, people came to the yamen in an endless stream to deliver gifts. Some delivered grain, some delivered chickens and ducks, some delivered eggs and milk, and some delivered pork, beef and mutton. Although each household didn't give much, when added together, the amount was almost too much for Qin Feng's yamen, government office, to hold. This scene was something that neither the yamen runners nor the bandits who worked for Qin Feng had ever seen before. Qin Feng was overjoyed, feeling extremely satisfied. He feared that no other county official in the entire Great Zhou kingdom could enjoy such treatment. Who says that being an honest official means being penniless? He was an honest official, and the things he received during the new year alone were worth several thousand taels of silver. He ordered the cooks in the government office to keep cooking all day long, and to take as much food as they wanted. The tables in the courtyard of the government office were all filled to the brim. Qin Feng also invited some representatives of the common people to have a special New Year's Eve dinner at the yamen, along with yamen runners, bandits, and others. The only drawback was that the items on the table were a bit monotonous. There was plenty of meat, but the cooking methods were rather rudimentary. Vegetables were scarce, and the grains were mostly millet products. There wasn't even any wheat flour or rice. At this time of the Great Zhou Dynasty, rice was mainly produced in the south because the south had many paddy fields, which were suitable for rice cultivation. Wheat is grown in the north, but compared to millet, wheat is more dependent on the climate and requires favorable weather conditions for a good harvest. Millet is slightly better. It has less demanding growing requirements and needs less sunlight, which is why it is widely cultivated. But Qin Feng wasn't satisfied. If a modern person who transmigrated here can't even manage to eat well, then he's really incompetent. Next year, our county will plant rice, wheat, corn, all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Next year, during the spring festival, every household in our county will have colorful dishes on their tables. Qin Feng, who had drunk some wine and was feeling dizzy, suddenly stood up and announced to the people. The people were moved, feeling that this was a beautiful wish, but realizing it would be easier said than done. The nearest villagers rushed forward to support the swaying Qin Feng, who was almost unable to stand, patting him on the back and saying, "We know how kind Lord Qin is. You've had too much to drink. Please get some rest." No, it's not just about sentiment. I mean it. I, Qin Feng, the county magistrate of Ninghai County, mean what I say. Qin Feng pushed the commoner, made a grand vow. Then his head slumped and he fainted. It was just a minor incident, and nobody took it seriously. Chapter 93. If the water flows backwards, call me Godfather. Qin Feng had a very fulfilling year. They were busy reclaiming land, clearing wasteland, and producing fertilizer, and occasionally adjudicated a couple of small cases. Nothing major happened in the county. The main reason was that the local gentry knew Qin Feng wasn't on their side, so they all became obedient and dared not bully the common people. Minor disputes among ordinary people usually don't warrant going to the government. Qin Feng was really anxious. It had been a whole year, and the system still hadn't made a move. Without issuing tasks, your official prestige value won't last long. If it weren't for the fact that he could still browse the system shop, Qin Feng would have completely forgotten that he even had such a system. System, you're a total ripoff. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. What's the panic? Isn't it better to play it safe and develop your character? The system's leisurely voice echoed in my mind, as carefree as a grandpa. Qin Feng. After the new year, Qin Feng, following modern custom, gave the yamen runners a few days off in shifts. The bandits also gave them a break. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the bandits were ordered to resume their work. Another month passed, spring arrived, flowers bloomed, and the ice and snow melted. The weather has improved. The bandits had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of spring, hoping to cultivate the land as soon as possible. They remembered Qin Feng's words. They would eventually have a share of these fields. Qin Feng told them to stop cutting down trees, But instead of asking them to clear the mountains, he summoned them all to a large lake not far from Ninghai County. Starting today, I request that you all dig a canal. Begin digging from here all the way to the foot of the mountain, and then continue digging up to the top of the mountain. I have already told Mr. Wan the specifics of how it should be dug. You will all follow Mr. Wan's instructions. After Qin Feng finished speaking, the constables behind him immediately brought over a lot of digging tools and placed them in front of the bandits. The bandits had no objections to digging irrigation ditches. How can you dig all the way to the top of the mountain? Sir, this irrigation canal can only be dug to the foot of the mountain. It's useless if we dig it to the top. Water flows downhill, so even if we dig it to the top, it won't flow up. Yes, sir, are you mistaken? Perhaps you drank too much on New Year's Eve and haven't sobered up yet? Ha ha ha. The two bandits took turns making fun of Qin Feng. Having spent so much time together, Qin Feng had never shortchanged them on a single meal, and when he asked them to work, he never treated them like slaves, never hitting or scolding them, only encouraging and cheering them on. By now, their hostility towards Qin Feng had lessened considerably. As soon as the two men spoke, all the bandits burst into laughter. Qin Feng laughed and raised his eyebrows. I really do want the water to flow uphill. Oh. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't seem to be joking, everyone frowned and stared at each other, unable to figure out how the water could flow uphill. Could it be that Lord Qin not only has ideas, but also knows magic? Qin Feng didn't explain and simply said, just dig according to my requirements. Once the irrigation canal is completed, I will let you see it for yourselves. Since Qin Feng had already said so, the bandits didn't dare to ask any further questions. Wan Kunming also kept Qin Feng in suspense, offering little explanation, and simply stayed by the bandits' side to supervise the progress of the irrigation canal digging. In just 1 month, the irrigation canal was dug, running from the lakeside to the foot of the mountain, and then from the foot of the mountain to the top. A shallow pool was dug on the mountaintop to store water. On the day the project was completed, a group of bandits finished their meal and gathered together, pointing and commenting on the irrigation canal that ran from bottom to top. I still can't figure it out. How can the water flow upwards by itself? I don't understand it either. I think Lord Qin is probably just talking big. In the end, he'll probably still have to be carried up. The water will just flow upstream, won't it? No way. Lord Qin never said to use buckets or have people carry it. Then tell me how the water will flow upwards. I bet Lord Qin will end up using a bucket. If he can make the water flow upwards in some other way, I'll be his godson. He had barely finished speaking when Wan Kunming walked over. Brothers, have you finished eating? If you have, come back to the yamen with me. We need to transport some things up the mountain. Transporting things? What are you transporting? Of course it's something that makes water flow up the mountain. Wan Kunming smiled slightly. The bandit who had just made the bet jumped up. Huh, I knew it. The yamen has a bunch of carpenters working there. They must be making wooden barrels. Come on, let's go carry some barrels. The other bandits followed behind, wondering, could it be that after keeping us in suspense for so long, it really is just a wooden bucket? After coming down from the mountain, they returned to the county government office. When they opened the gate to the inner courtyard, everyone was stunned to see the things scattered all over the ground. The bandit who had just made the bet was also dumbfounded. What I saw in front of me wasn't a wooden barrel at all, but rather a series of strangely shaped wooden artifacts whose origins were completely indistinguishable. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the courtyard, carefully counting the items. Seeing the bandits arrive, he quickly pointed to the things on the ground, then to the large carts outside, and said to the bandits, "Come on, load them up and take all of this to the foot of the mountain." Everyone was stunned. This thing can make water flow up the mountain. Qin Feng chuckled. That's right. This thing can make water flow up the mountain. This is even worse than a wooden bucket. How can this thing hold water? I knew it was impossible. The bandit picked up a part from the ground, tapped it twice with his knuckles, and shook his head repeatedly. What? You don't believe me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Before the man could answer, the bandit beside him shouted, "That's right, sir. He doesn't believe you. He just said that if you could really make the water flow upwards, he would recognize you as his godfather." Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. So what? Anyway, it looks like I'm not going to be one. Humph humph humph. The man glanced at the crowd dismissively. The things scattered on the ground were varied. Some were square, some were long and narrow, some were cylindrical, and some were irregularly shaped with teeth. They were all sorts of things, but none of them could actually be used to fetch water. Qin Feng laughed, stepped forward to look at the boy who wanted to be recognized as his father. Seeing that he was not very old and had a good appearance and build, he said with a smile, "Kid, that's not necessarily true. It seems that you're destined to be his godson. Impossible. Just you wait. Load it up. The group quickly loaded everything onto the vehicle, transported it to the foot of the mountain, unloaded it, and Qin Feng began directing everyone to assemble it. Only then did the bandits realize that these logs could be connected to each other. The bandit who had recognized his father immediately had a bad feeling. Under the personal supervision of Qin Feng and Wan Kunming, the bandits assembled the parts as they walked up the mountain. When the last part was fixed at the top of the mountain, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He knew about water wheels and understood their principles, but designing one was actually quite difficult. After half a year of work, he finally managed to build it. He stepped on it a few times, and it worked perfectly. He declared with boundless enthusiasm, "Pass down the order. Release the water. The moment of witnessing a miracle is about to begin." Chapter 94. I don't want a son like you. At Qin Feng's command, the bandits opened the dam on the irrigation canal, and the water gushed out and flowed under the mechanism. At the mountaintop, Qin Feng had already arranged for his yamen runners to wait. As soon as they saw that the water was flowing, they immediately climbed up the mechanism and started pedaling. The water wheel's chain began to turn, and the wooden components, which originally looked like nothing, actually managed to slowly pull the water from the canal to the top of the mountain, layer by layer. This water wheel was nothing to Qin Feng, but to these ancient people, it was nothing short of a miracle. Some wooden objects are so ingenious that they can make water defy the laws of nature and flow towards the top of the mountain. It's practically magic. The bandits were shocked, and some villagers nearby, seeing it from afar, also found it unbelievable and gathered around. The water really is flowing up the mountain, just as Lord Qin said. This thing is so magical. Just by combining pieces of wood, it can have such an effect. Lord Qin is truly a genius. How did you come up with this? Everyone praised Qin Feng highly. The guy who said he'd call Qin Feng Dad if the water flowed backwards was completely convinced when he saw the scene before him. He stared wide-eyed, following the water wheel and watching the water flow all the way from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Then, like a child, he ran down excitedly. Lord Qin, no, I should call you Godfather. I'm willing to accept my bet and become your godson. Qin Feng, I'm not married yet. I don't want a son like you. The main problem is that raising a son costs money. Qin Feng has no money. The bandit was so excited that he didn't see Qin Feng's expression. At this moment, in his eyes, Qin Feng was already comparable to a god. To even know such an exceptionally intelligent person is an immense privilege. How could someone capable of creating such a marvelous object possibly end up as just a county magistrate? Becoming his godson is a win-win situation. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. It was just a joke. I'm not married yet. How could I have a son? Forget it. I have no intention of betting with you anyway. His words displeased the bandit, who exclaimed, How can that be? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. How can I, Wang Kuei, take back what I've said? No way. From today onward, I will change my surname to Qin. You can all call me Qin Kuei from now on. He unilaterally declared their father-son relationship, leaving Qin Feng both amused and exasperated. You need to start fertilizing the land now in a planned way so that it can be used directly when it's time to plant. Qin Feng said to the bandits, This is only the first step. I hope that within 2 years, you can turn all the surrounding land with suitable soil into terraced fields, using this as a template. As for this piece of land, if you keep it, it will be your land. He directly granted the land to the bandits, which motivated them even more. Rest assured, Lord Qin, we will work day and night to fulfill your wish within 2 years. The bandits all expressed their opinions. All right, then I'll leave this matter to Yan Li and Wan Kunming. You just need to follow their instructions. Yan Li and Wan Kunming thanked Lord Qin for his trust. The two men clasped their hands in greeting. Qin Feng set an example in the matter of mountain land reclamation. Because it's located in the mountains, a bit far from the county town, not many farmers know about it. Qin Feng didn't intend to let the bandits make a fuss. He repeatedly instructed them to keep it a secret and just do their work. He then returned to the government office and summoned some small merchants who frequently traveled between the north and south, asking them questions about southern agricultural products. After that, he sought out Sun Debao. Sun Debao, I hereby order you to take 3 men and go south to purchase high-quality vegetable and fruit seeds, as well as rice seedlings. You must return before planting this year. Here is your money. Qin Feng found the last bit of silver. What he said during the Chinese New Year was not just empty talk. If Qin Feng had given this order a month ago, his subordinates would have certainly questioned it. Can grains from the south be grown in the north? They had never heard of such a thing before. But in the past few months, Qin Feng has accomplished several major tasks, from reclaiming mountain land to producing fertilizer, each of which has exceeded their expectations and ultimately achieved great success. Now, no one in the entire government office doubts Qin Feng's actions anymore. Everything Lord Qin says must have a reason, and everything Lord Qin asks them to do must have a cause. There's no need to ask anything. In the end, it will definitely be Lord Qin who is right. Without saying a word, Sun Debao took the silver and knelt on one knee, saying, "Rest assured, sir, I will definitely complete the mission." The next day, Sun Debao, accompanied by his yamen runners, set off in a horse-drawn carriage. This matter quickly reached the ears of the local gentry, who scoffed at Qin Feng's actions. This Qin Feng is really delusional. How can southern crops be grown on northern land? An outsider like him will ruin the farmers of Ninghai County sooner or later. Humph, the greater his crimes, the more advantageous it is for us. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just wait and see him fail to repay the farmers and make a fool of himself. Chapter 95. Good growth that the gentry can't stand it. The local gentry were still foolishly thinking that Qin Feng was doing something futile, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But Qin Feng's plan was gradually approaching perfect completion. Within a month, Sun Debao had acquired various seeds and seedlings. Qin Feng did not promote it to farmers, but decided to plant it on his own terraced fields first. 3 bandits with farming experience were selected, and the terraced fields were divided up. Qin Feng planted various fruits and vegetables, such as cucumbers, cabbages, soybeans, and green onions, in the higher areas. Qin Feng designated the lower-lying areas as rice-growing zones. The climate in the north is not as good as in the south, and relying on rainfall is definitely not enough to support the growth of rice. Water wheels are the only option, and this is also a test for Qin Feng's painstakingly designed water wheel. If his fields are successful in growing rice and various vegetables, then he can promote this method in the future, and leading the farmers of Ninghai County to become rich will be secondary. First and foremost, Qin Feng himself is able to eat well. After all, the food in ancient times was far inferior to that of modern times. Qin Feng was busy working here, and the farmers also began sowing seeds. Qin Feng's school only opened for a few classes, but the disciples who completed their studies returned to their homes and talked to the local people about it. They also watched as the students made the products themselves, which took a lot of effort. The farmers also wanted to try it out and see if the fertilizer that Qin Feng made was really as magical as it seemed. Spring is short and passes by in the blink of an eye, followed by the sweltering summer. In ancient times, there were no fans or air conditioners, so people could only rely on palm leaf fans to keep warm. This made Qin Feng not want to do anything, and he was listless all day long. Especially at noon, no one could get Qin Feng to go out. Qin Feng was relieved that Dengzhou, where Ninghai County is located, is a coastal city, so the climate wasn't too unbearable. If he were transported to sweltering cities like Wuhan or Nanjing, he really didn't know if he could survive the scorching summer. The only thing that comforted Qin Feng was that there was usually a natural breeze blowing from the sea in the morning and evening, which felt very comfortable on his body. It was only in the morning and evening that Qin Feng would go out into the mountains to check on the reclamation and his crops. Thanks to the ammonium sulfate produced by Qin Feng, the millet in the farmers' fields grew exceptionally well, making the farmers extremely happy. Upon seeing Qin Feng, they couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow, wishing they could worship him as a god of agriculture. Qin Feng was pleased to see this and wondered if he should discuss with the farmers the possibility of settling the debt with this ammonium sulfate. However, although he thought so, he couldn't make up his mind. Because of the system within him, although he hadn't heard from the system in a long time, he knew that this system was very approachable. Who knew if the system would think he was using teaching to pay off his debts, which would be considered bullying ordinary people? If we punish him or something, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Everyone is happy when the crops grow well. Apart from the landlords and gentry, despite the bad weather this year, the crops are growing much better than in previous years. Yes, I heard from the farmers that it's all because of Qin Feng. He came up with some kind of fertilizer, and the farmers all followed his example, which improved the fertility of the soil. Yes, according to what my men have heard, the land Qin Feng used to test his skills last year yielded over 600 jin of grain per mu. How did Qin Feng come up with this? It's so incredible, doubling the grain yield of the land. This is something that has never happened before. The local gentry gathered at Hu Deguanren's house again, each taking turns to talk about recent events in the fields. Zhang Shun led the conversation, his expression not very good. The others also looked worried. No sooner had they finished speaking than a local gentryman frowned and asked, Increased crop yields are a good thing. So why are you gentlemen not only unhappy, but also looking so worried? Today's gathering of local gentry includes not only the original group, but also a Mr. Su, who is speaking at this moment. This Mr. Su, whose full name is Su Sheng, was originally from a family of gentry in Ninghai County. Some of his family's properties were rented out to farmers, but the Su family did not rely on the produce from the land. Instead, they made a living through business, mainly by running restaurants. Chungxianglu, the #1 restaurant in Ninghai County, is their business. The Su family's restaurant business is not limited to Ninghai. They have branches in every county of Dengzhou, and business is booming in every place. Many years ago, the main store in Dengzhou Prefecture was renamed the #1 restaurant under heaven. With so many restaurants, the Su family was the richest family in Ninghai County. In modern terms, they were the wealthiest. The Su family was large and prosperous, but it couldn't handle having too many branches and needing manpower everywhere. This resulted in the Su family's old home in Ninghai being empty for many years. Naturally, the local gentry of Ninghai County couldn't contact the Su family when they gathered to discuss matters. Although he was with the local gentry, Su Sheng was not actually the head of the Su family. The person who truly holds the reins of the Su family's operations now is a remarkable woman named Su Jin. Chapter 96. The Su family, the richest merchants in Ninghai. When the Su family returned, Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and others received the news and immediately sent people to invite them. They were all fellow countrymen and gentry, and out of courtesy, they should have been given the honor. However, Su Jin was a breath of fresh air among the gentry, and he had never liked to associate with these greedy fellows, so he simply sent his servant, Su Sheng, over. Upon hearing Su Sheng's words, several local gentry replied, "Well, it's a long story. We are naturally happy about the increased grain production. After all, the land cultivated by the farmers is our land. However, this increased grain production has benefited one person, which makes us feel a little resentful." Su Sheng was even more puzzled and asked in confusion, "Oh, that's strange. Today, all the prominent gentry and landlords of Ninghai County have gathered here. I have no idea who this person could cause such a headache for you gentlemen. Grain production has increased, so why should he benefit from it? Could it be that you have been extorted for your grain?" Su Sheng was unaware of the grudges between them and Qin Feng, and could only make this speculation. "This guy is indeed a headache for us, and we wish we could kill him. But as for who he is, Zhang Shun was furious when Qin Feng was mentioned. "He's nobody. Speaking of which, even Master Su knows him. He's Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County." The county magistrate. Su Sheng rubbed his forehead. He had been surprised too much today. The wrinkles on his brows were probably going to stay there forever. How could that be? I remember Qin Feng. Isn't he a lazy county magistrate who never leaves his house and spends all his time enjoying himself in the county government office? Besides, isn't this Lord Qin on good terms with all of you? Why would he be so disliked by you? The local gentry looked at each other, but in the end, Hu Lai stepped forward. The Su family has never been to Ninghai and knows very little about what's happening there. Qin Feng was originally a useless, incompetent, lazy, and corrupt official. But not long ago, Master Zhang got into a lawsuit and relied on Qin Feng to solve the case. As a result, Qin Feng's personality changed drastically from that day on, and he's been causing quite a stir these days. He has forged deep-seated hatred with us. Hu Lai first expressed his dissatisfaction with Qin Feng, and then recounted what had happened recently. Examples include how Qin Feng convicted the original head of the county government in the Jia Wu case, how he disregarded the people sent by the prefect, and how he used the pretext of fraudulently collecting donations to suppress bandits to not only actually wipe out the mountain bandits, but also outmaneuver the local gentry, turning their backs on them. They even used the power of the Guangxi governor to teach them a lesson. And how did he manage to pay the grain tax without the help of local gentry, while still owing money to the people? How did he manage to get fertilizer made so that everyone in the county learned how to use it and became grateful to him? He recounted everything in great detail, from beginning to end, until his throat was hoarse. Even so, how could we not hate Qin Feng to the bone? Hu Lai poured himself a cup of tea, gulped it down in a few mouthfuls, and let out a long sigh. Su Sheng, standing to the side, listened as if he were listening to a storytelling performance. The content was so wonderful that he almost couldn't help but clap and cheer at some parts. But he held back, because the parts he wanted to praise were all instances where Qin Feng displayed his power, either slapping people in the face or making them slap their mouths. At those times, Hu Lai's expression was the fiercest, his brows furrowed with hatred, and his words were the most vicious. Now that Su Sheng is standing in front of Hu Lai and the others, he naturally cannot have any positive reaction to Qin Feng's side. In that case, Qin Feng is truly despicable. With this increase in grain production, although we have more grain to temporarily store, are we short of grain? The grain in my Hu family granary is still enough to last us a year. That's right. Even if there's no harvest this year, my Zhang family will still get by. Zhang Shun chimed in. But this increase in grain production will also benefit Qin Feng. This year, let alone the 6 sure of grain per household. Even if it were doubled, judging from the growth of the crops in the fields, those farmers would probably be able to pay their grain tax. And it will probably be the same in the future. Then we, who were hoping to see him make a fool of himself, won't be able to see it anymore. We're all waiting for Qin Feng to fail to pay his taxes, be unable to repay his debts, and end up disgraced, losing his official position and his post. Master Su, if it were you, seeing Qin Feng about to revel in his success and overcome this hurdle, would you be able to swallow this insult? By the end, Zhang Shun's teeth were grinding together. Other gentry and Qin Feng only had hatred for the money and slaps, but Zhang Shun not only had those, but also had been beaten by Qin Feng. If we're talking about hating Qin Feng, he's definitely the first one to come to mind. Su Sheng nodded quickly, indicating his agreement. Qin Feng really went too far. This Qin Feng, the grain tax is no problem for him. How should we deal with him? Several local gentry began to ponder and discuss the matter again. Just then, a servant pushed open the door and entered from the outside. My lord, something terrible has happened. I just heard that there is a locust plague in the neighboring province, and it may spread to our area, possibly right during the autumn harvest. Chapter 97. Locust plague arrives in neighboring province 2 months later. Locust plagues, whether in ancient or modern times, are major disasters. A locust plague means a reduction in grain production. The normal reaction of the landowner upon hearing this news should be one of deep concern and worry. But these local gentry were not worried at all. On the contrary, they were overjoyed. Locust plague? Good. This locust plague is a good thing. Zhang Shun's eyes lit up as he asked the servant. How serious is the locust plague in the neighboring province? How long is it expected to take to reach here? The locust plague in the neighboring province only became apparent last month, and the local authorities didn't take it seriously. But in less than a month, it has spread like wildfire, leaving nothing but barren land and devouring all the crops. Those locusts will surely spread to Ninghai within 2 months. Gentlemen, what should we do? Should we immediately seek out extraordinary people and find a way to control the locusts? The underground man reported hopefully. Several local gentry members said in unison, No need. Isn't Qin Feng capable? Let him figure out his own way. How many people know about this locust plague? The servant pondered for a moment, then pointed to himself. As soon as I returned to Ninghai, I came to report to you gentlemen. No one else knows about this news yet. Hu Lai's lips curled into a smile. He adjusted his sleeves, calculated for a moment, and said, In Ninghai County, not many people travel to neighboring provinces. Only a few shop owners go there to buy and sell goods. According to past practice, they won't be back for at least another half-month. He patted his servant on the shoulder. Listen to me carefully. Pretend you know nothing about the locust plague, and under no circumstances should you tell anyone, especially not the people in the government. Huh? Why is that? Why? Humph, Hu Lai sneered. Naturally, we want to catch Qin Feng off guard with this locust plague. Ideally, by the time he finds out, the locust plague will have already spread throughout Ninghai, so that even if he wants to control it, he will be powerless to do so. Upon hearing this, many local gentry stepped forward and praised. Indeed. That's exactly how it should be done. If there's a locust plague this year, the old grain in our warehouses will finally come in handy. Grain prices in the autumn will be under our control. At that time, we can sell the old grain as new grain, and even the moldy grain will probably be in high demand. That's right. They'll either starve to death or spend money to buy grain. That way, we can make a fortune. When the people have no money, they'll definitely come to Qin Feng with IOUs. Their crops will be damaged, and Qin Feng will definitely not be able to pay this year's grain tax. Let him be in a mess, and see how arrogant he is then. That's right. If he can't pay the grain tax, the imperial court will definitely have a problem with him. And if the people file a joint complaint against him, his time as county magistrate will be over. Once Qin Feng is finished, we'll figure out how to control the locusts. As long as we can guarantee next year's harvest, that's fine. Su Sheng, who was standing next to him, frowned as he listened. These local gentry actually hoped for the locust plague to spread? If there really is a locust plague, wouldn't it make the people suffer? These local gentry would clearly suffer losses as well, but they didn't care. This was simply a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of their own. Why bother? Su Sheng shook his head slightly, feeling that the ideas of these local gentry were extremely unwise. Judging from their expressions, they probably wouldn't listen to any advice, so he could only remain silent, agreeing with them quietly until the meal was over and then leaving the gathering. Back home, Su Sheng found Su Jin and told her in detail what he had seen and heard at the party. Young miss, it seems that the situation in Ninghai County is not good this year. It just so happens that you have returned to Ninghai, but the business of Chungxianglu is not very prosperous. In my opinion, it would be better to close down the business of Chungxianglu and try to come back to Ninghai as little as possible in the future. Especially this year, we must leave as soon as possible within 2 months. Once the locust plague arrives, the crops will be destroyed, and most farmers will have no savings. I don't know how many refugees will be in Ninghai. If they are not properly resettled, there may be great chaos. Opposite Su Sheng sat a woman with a beautiful face and an impeccable figure, dressed in gorgeous clothes. It was Su Jin, the person in charge of the Su family. After hearing Su Sheng's description, she found it somewhat unbelievable. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she asked in confusion, "Those local gentry would actually give up this year's harvest for Qin Feng? It's really hard to understand. He not only swindled bandits and extorted money, but also outsmarted the local gentry and even killed the Yaman's clerk. This Qin Feng is quite different from the county magistrate I remember." Su Jin was originally from Ninghai County. Although she didn't stay in Ninghai much, she would come back every now and then. Qin Feng served as the county magistrate here for 10 years. It's impossible that he had never met him. She held a square jade pendant at her waist and rubbed it repeatedly. This is her habitual action. When thinking about problems or reminiscing about the past, I will do it unconsciously. She didn't have a very good impression of Qin Feng. She remembers meeting him only 3 times in total. One time was at his own Chungxianglu restaurant. Chungxianglu restaurant never offered credit, but Qin Feng ate there one time and refused to pay, insisting on putting it on the tab. When the manager disagreed, he had the Yaman runners beat the manager. The second time was at the entrance of the Rouge Pavilion. Rouge Pavilion is a brothel, but its location happens to be near Chungxianglu. Su Jin had to pass through Chungxianglu on her way from home. That day, Qin Feng got very drunk. When he came out of Chungxianglu, he saw Su Jin and was amazed by her beauty. He mistook her for a girl from Yanzhij and tried to pull her away. It was nighttime, and there weren't many people around. Qin Feng was drunk and unsteady on his feet. Su Jin found an opportunity to kick him, which allowed her to escape. Afterwards, Qin Feng didn't cause any trouble for Su Jin, but he ordered the Rouge Pavilion to be demolished, probably because he didn't remember what Su Jin looked like. The third time was at the Yamen government office. The county magistrate was a very important position. In a county, he was like an emperor, wielding all kinds of power. When Su Jin wanted to apply for the expansion of Chungxianglu that year, she had to obtain permission from the county magistrate. She was worried that seeing Qin Feng would remind him of the night she kicked him, but when she went to the Yamen, she only saw Qin Feng's back. The clerk at that time was from the Zhou era. He wrote the document and signed it. When he gave Su Jin permission, he even asked Su Jin for money. According to the laws of the imperial court, this was soliciting a bribe. Su Jin was an upright woman and was unwilling to do such a thing as offering a bribe. She immediately refused and wanted to find Qin Feng, the county magistrate, to reason with him. As a result, Qin Feng simply shouted from inside that he was not responsible for the permit matter, and if she didn't do the job, she should get out. If she did the job, she should hand over the money to the clerk, and that was how he sent her away. These 3 memories are hard to forget. None of the memories matched the Qin Feng that Su Jin heard today. Qin Feng was originally very close to Master Jia and the local gentry, and he was insatiable. How could he offend these local gentry who had long been his accomplices in the anti-banditry fraud? Qin Feng is a lazy official who doesn't even want to take responsibility for his own work. He is irresponsible and extremely lazy. Why would someone think of increasing farmers' yields by developing homemade fertilizers? And even offering free courses? What's in it for them? Qin Feng was originally a lecher who frequented brothels. When he saw that Old Man Li's daughter was beautiful, how could he be fair and clear Old Man Li's name, thus offending Zhang Shun instead? Qin Feng relied on Master Jia for his livelihood, and Master Jia usually controlled all the affairs of the government. How could such a person have plotted to eliminate Jia Wu? Su Jin felt something was off and wanted to find Qin Feng to see if he was the same person she remembered. However, she held back. She heard Su Sheng's advice, and if it was for her own protection, she could naturally leave. Cheng Xiangla's business has been sluggish for some time now, and she had already been considering closing it down. Is it appropriate to leave at this time? The locust plague is approaching, but the people of Ninghai County are unaware of it and have made no preparations. When the locust plague arrives, all the crops will be destroyed, and countless people in the county will starve to death. The unrest that Su Sheng predicted will likely occur. Once unrest occurs, the imperial court will inevitably suppress it. The county government will inevitably be the frontline force in suppressing the unrest, and it's unknown how many people will die under the yoke of the imperial court. Su Jin couldn't bear to think about these things. Wait a while before you go. Uncle Sheng, please inform the Su family servants to spread the word that the locust plague is coming soon, so that the government offices and the people of Ninghai County know. I'll stay for 2 more days and think about whether there's any good way to help combat the locust plague. If Qin Feng has truly changed his ways as you said, perhaps he can find a solution. Chapter 98. The Clear Stream of Ninghai County. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng frowned. Oh dear, miss, why are you doing this? By doing this, aren't you offending the local gentry of Ninghai? Locust plagues are natural disasters, so what can we do? Has anyone in history successfully controlled a locust plague? You shouldn't count on Qin Feng either. We all know what kind of official he is. Take my advice. Leave Ninghai County as soon as possible to avoid getting yourself into trouble. Su Jin is a woman of her own mind. Once she has made a decision, she will not easily change it. After listening to Su Sheng's words, she said calmly, "Are you done? If you have nothing else to say, then hurry up and do as I say. Even if there is no way to control the locusts, we must tell our fellow villagers to prepare for the locust plague. From now on, we should find ways to store food for the winter. Whether it's hunting or picking fruit and drying it, it's better than knowing that a disaster is coming but watching them starve to death." Seeing that Su Jin wouldn't listen to advice, Su Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Although he was Su Jin's uncle in terms of seniority, he was far less influential than Su Jin in terms of influence. Su Jin made her decision, and he had no choice but to follow it. The servants of the Su family received the order, and the news quickly spread until the whole county knew about the locust plague in the neighboring province. County Government Office. Qin Feng was working on his latest invention, blueprints, when Wang Long, a yamen runner, rushed in. "My lord, something terrible has happened. Rumors are spreading like wildfire that a locust plague has struck the neighboring province, and it's said that it will reach us within 2 months. This year's crops are going to be ruined." "What? A locust plague?" Qin Feng threw down his brush and stood up abruptly. "Yes, the news is going crazy outside. They're saying that the locust plague has left nothing but barren land, and that all the crops in the neighboring province this year have been destroyed," Wang Long reported. Not only Qin Feng and Wang Long were in the room, but Wan Kunming was also right next to Qin Feng. He was intelligent and had a high IQ. After learning about Qin Feng's idea for the water wheel design, he gave Qin Feng a lot of good suggestions during the design process. Now that Qin Feng wants to make another invention, it's natural to call him back for advice. Upon hearing the news of the locust plague, Wan Kunming frowned and sighed heavily. Although Ninghai County hasn't had a particularly good harvest this year, with the help of fertilizers from adults, proper planting, and the hard work of the people, they should have had a good harvest. If this locust plague really spreads to Ninghai, I'm afraid there will be a famine this year. Qin Feng was even more frustrated after hearing this. Why did a locust plague suddenly occur? Is God trying to kill us? What bad luck. Qin Feng had never seen a locust plague in person. He had only seen images of locusts swarming everywhere on the news. The scene was extremely horrifying. You could feel the despair even through the screen. Swarms of locusts flew over the fields, and even a single bite from one locust could instantly destroy an entire patch of land. Qin Feng had originally thought that since the harvest was good this year, even if he collected more grain tax, the people would still have food to eat and wouldn't be too resistant. In another year, the terraced fields will be fully cultivated. When the land is divided up, the people will be even more satisfied, and he will be able to completely get rid of his dependence on the local gentry. But he never anticipated the locust plague. In the future, the approach to locust plagues will combine prevention and control, mainly relying on spraying pesticides to kill insects. First, Qin Feng didn't have an effective pesticide formula for killing locusts. With the locust plague approaching and less than 2 months to go, there wasn't enough time to research it now. Research on pesticides is different from that on fertilizers. It requires repeated trials. Otherwise, if the pesticide is too strong, locusts and crops may be killed together. Secondly, in the future, Pesticides will be sprayed by airplane, while in ancient times, it was all done by manpower, which was inefficient and difficult to completely cover locusts. If protective measures were inadequate, it could also affect the health of the people spraying pesticides. This really stumped Qin Feng. How should we deal with this locust plague? He paced back and forth a few steps, then suddenly remembered modern biological locust control. Oh, right, you could raise ducks. Poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese are natural enemies of locusts, feeding on them. Among these, ducks and geese are the best choice for locust control. Ducks and geese have long, flat, and wide beaks, making them easier to catch locusts than chickens. We must take early action to deal with this locust plague. Locusts have short lifespans, living only 2 or 3 months. But their remarkable ability lies in their extremely high reproductive capacity, ensuring a continuous supply. If they cannot be eradicated within a year, the larvae and eggs left behind in winter will return the following year, causing extremely serious damage. This matter needs to be put on the agenda immediately. But then another problem arose. The government office is broke these days. He only had a little over 10,000 taels of silver in total. He spent 10,000 taels on collecting grain from the people to pay the grain tax, and the remaining 5,000 taels were spent on making water wheels and producing fertilizer. He had already spent most of it. Qin Feng had already prepared for a frugal life, waiting for the terraced fields to be fully cultivated within 2 years. He planned to live off the terraced fields covering the mountains and collect rent from the farmers. Who would have thought that a locust plague would strike? Farmers in Ninghai County also raise chickens, ducks, and geese, but not many. Some families have 1 or 2, and the most they have are only 5 or 6, which is not enough to serve as the locust control army. To control locusts, you must buy ducklings to raise. Sigh, where can I get some silver? Qin Feng muttered under his breath. The common people certainly didn't have much money, so after thinking it over, Qin Feng decided that he could only borrow money. From whom to borrow? From the local gentry. But how could the local gentry possibly lend him the money? As he thought of this, Wan Kunming, who was standing beside him, also thought of this and suggested, "If you are troubled by money, sir, why not offer high interest rates and borrow money from the wealthy merchants in this county?" Qin Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Alas, you don't know this. These local gentry would never lend me money. I had a very unpleasant falling out with them before." To everyone's surprise, Wan Kunming laughed. "I understand the contradictions you're talking about. Of course, those gentry can't lend money, but there's one wealthy merchant you can try. I believe we should be able to lend the money." Who? Naturally, it was the Su family who released the news of the locust plague. Wan Kunming waved his palm leaf fan, adopting the demeanor of a strategist. "Although I haven't been in Ninghai County for long, I've learned quite a bit about what's going on here. The Su family is a breath of fresh air among Ninghai's wealthy merchants and gentry." Chapter 99. Meeting a Beauty at Chunxiang Tower. Qin Feng had no recollection of the Su family. Wan Kunming then recounted in detail what he knew about the Su family. Although the Su family were wealthy merchants, they never mingled with other gentry in Ninghai County. They had an excellent reputation among the people and had never had any conflicts or disputes with the people of Ninghai County over the years. Over the years, the Su family has opened restaurants all over Dangzhou and made a lot of money. Whether they are willing to lend or not, they at least have money on hand. I heard a few days ago that Su Jin, the current head of the Su family, has returned to Ninghai County. These days, she's either at the Su residence or at Chengxianglu. You may try to find her, sir," Wan Kunming suggested. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly after listening to Wan Kunming's description. He didn't have a deep impression of the Su family. He only remembered that in the original owner's memories, the Su family seemed to have come to the government office to apply for a piece of land to expand Chunxiang Tower. During the Sino-Japanese War, they demanded bribes, but the Su family not only refused to give them, but also dropped the expansion project. Qin Feng remembered that the amount demanded in the Sino-Japanese War was not much, only 2,000 taels of silver. For a wealthy merchant like the Su family, it was just a pittance. But for such a small amount of money, the Su family directly abandoned their expansion plan. Do they lack money? Definitely not. There is only one explanation for this outcome. The Su family has a stubborn streak and doesn't want to bribe officials. In this light, the Su family truly seems like a breath of fresh air. Furthermore, since the news of the locust plague was also released by the Su family, Qin Feng thought about it and decided that he could really try going to the Su family to see if he could borrow some money. It was almost noon, and Qin Feng was hungry. Qin Feng simply called Wan Kunming and headed straight for Chengxianglu. "Oh, isn't this Lord Qin? Come, please come inside." Lord Qin's presence is truly an honor to our humble establishment. Someone come here. Escort Lord Qin upstairs to a private room. The shopkeeper was very welcoming. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he came out to greet him and led him inside. Qin Feng nodded politely and went upstairs without saying anything. The weather is bad today, there's no wind. Although there was no scorching sun inside, the hot air from outside poured in, turning the small private room of Chengxianglu into a steamer. This made Qin Feng cry out in discomfort, his clothes already soaked with sweat. It's so hot today, who the hell can stand it? Wan Kunming chuckled and said to Qin Feng, Lord Qin, don't be impatient. I think the fan you conceived is quite good. When we get back today, we'll work on the details and make one as soon as possible so that we can have it carried around when we go out. Qin Feng smiled faintly and nodded reluctantly. He's drawing a diagram today because he wants to create a fan. In ancient times, there was no electricity, so he thought of relying entirely on human power. It was just that some details hadn't been designed yet. But even if the fan were actually made, he wouldn't be particularly happy. On such a hot day, even a human-powered fan blows hot air, which is nothing compared to the comfort of air conditioning in the future. Just as he was complaining in his heart, two waiters from Chengxianglu carried 2 large basins of ice into the room, making Qin Feng's eyes widen in amazement. Where did this ice come from? The waiter looked at the ice, then at the magistrate, and laughed. Your honor is too kind. This ice was naturally taken from the ice cellar. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had seen something called an ice cellar in a book. The ancients weren't stupid. They knew how to cool off in the summer. In his world, ice cellars existed as early as the Tang and Song dynasties, and were divided into government-run and privately run ones. Typically, in winter, huge blocks of ice are chiseled out of the lake, lifted onto vehicles using special iron tools, and transported to pre-dug ice cellars for storage. When summer comes, open the ice cellar, collect some silver, and make it available for people to use. Some ice cellars are also used to store perishable items, serving the same function as refrigerators. Qin Feng knew these things. However, after Qin Feng transmigrated, he forgot about this matter. He hadn't seen any of the local people use it, so he ignored it. Ice cellar? There are ice cellars now? Where are they? What's the price for ice? As soon as the 2 large basins of ice were placed inside the house, Qin Feng immediately felt much cooler. This feeling was so wonderful that he had to find out more about it and order someone to buy some ice to cool off later. The shopkeeper laughed and said, We don't have ice cellars in Ninghai County. This ice is transported from Liang County. It's very precious. Only someone as distinguished as Lord Qin would be willing to use it. As for the price of ice, people of our status don't know. If you want to know, sir, you can ask the shopkeeper. Qin Feng nodded and said to the waiter, Understood. Go and call your manager over. Yes. A moment later, the shopkeeper arrived, bowing and scraping to Qin Feng. Sir, I heard from the waiter that you wanted to inquire about the price of ice. I'm so sorry, I don't know the price of ice. The ice has always been delivered by our boss, Miss Su. I'm only responsible for its storage and use. Oh, that's perfect. Then call your Miss Su here. I want her to answer in person. Qin Feng said. The county magistrate wanted to see the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper had no choice but to comply. At the Su residence, after listening to the shopkeeper's account, Su Jin frowned. That Qin Feng called me over just about the price of ice? Yes, young lady. Su Jin sighed in disappointment. It's laughable that I actually thought Qin Feng had changed his ways. Turns out he's still as incompetent as ever. With a locust plague locusts approaching, instead of thinking about how to control them, he has the leisure to host a dinner party at Chunxiang restaurant and even inquire about ice prices. Son, go back and tell him yourself. The price of ice is 5 taels of silver per piece, 3 feet square. The price of ice will rise in the height of summer, and at the most expensive time, you might not be able to buy it even for 10 taels. After the height of summer, the price of ice will drop. There are 2 ice cellars in Liang, and Boss Wang in the South City is fairer in his business. Su Jin explained it in great detail. However, it wasn't because she gave Qin Feng extra face or valued him more. Rather, she didn't want to have too much to do with Qin Feng and wanted to make things clear once and for all to avoid trouble. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper said with some difficulty, But miss, Lord Qin's original words were that you must go here in person. He just wants to know the price of ice. Why would he need me to go over there? You can just go back to him yourself. I have too many things to do to deal with idle officials who only know how to eat and drink all day. Su Jin's face showed a hint of anger, and the shopkeeper, seeing this, dared not say anything and quickly lowered his head and retreated. It seems I can't count on this county magistrate, Su Jin sighed inwardly. The shopkeeper returned to Chengxianglu and explained the price of ice to Qin Feng in detail. But Qin Feng didn't just ask about the price of ice. He came today to borrow money. Didn't I ask you to invite your boss? Why isn't your young lady here? Could it be that I'm not qualified to invite her over? Lord Qin, please calm down. The young lady is a bit busy, and since you only wanted to inquire about the price of ice, she sent me to deliver the message. The entire Su family has no intention of disrespecting you in the slightest. Please do not take offense. The shopkeeper lowered himself and explained to Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed softly. Never mind, I didn't explain clearly. Go again and tell her that I'm looking for Miss Su, not just to inquire about the price of ice, but because I have something very important to discuss. Please make sure to invite her over. All right, please wait a moment, sir. I'll go and fetch him right away. The shopkeeper made another trip, and Su Jin felt a little worried after hearing his words. What important matter could Qin Feng have to discuss with her? Could it be that he remembered that he was the one who kicked him back then? Chapter 100. Borrowing money always needs some setup. Recalling the past, and remembering Qin Feng's anxious expression when he was drunk, Su Jin felt uneasy. What if he's rude to me if I go? But what if he uses this as an excuse to harm innocent people if I don't go? He demolished Rouge Tower back then. What if he gets angry again this time and demolishes Chunxiang Tower as well? No matter how bad business is at Chengxianglu lately, it is still an enterprise, and the manager and the staff all depend on Chengxianglu for their livelihood. Moreover, Su Jin is in Ninghai, so even if he doesn't go to Chengxianglu, he can't stop Qin Feng from coming. After much thought, it seems that there is only one way out, the past. In any case, Qin Feng cannot escape this situation. All right, since there's something to discuss, I'll go there myself. Let's go. Su Jin stood up. Su Sheng, who was inside the house, immediately stepped forward to stop her, saying, Miss, you mustn't do that. Who knows what Qin Feng wants from you? Why don't we leave Ninghai today and make sure he can't find us? Su Jin smiled wryly. The Su family has such a large business. They can run away, but they can't hide. If he can't find me and gets angry, it will ruin the Su family's business, which would be undesirable. What is meant to be will be, and what is meant to be will be. It's broad daylight, and we're in a restaurant. Even if he's a county magistrate, he still has to be reasonable. Then I'll go with you, Su Sheng said. Su Jin nodded. Then thank you, uncle. We'll settle the household accounts when we get back. The group headed straight for Chengxianglu restaurant, where the manager led Su Jin and Su Sheng to the private room where Qin Feng was. My lord, this is the eldest daughter of our Su family, and also the current head of our Su family. The shopkeeper reached out and welcomed Su Jin in from outside the door. Her graceful steps, her beautiful face, and her captivating figure immediately drew Qin Feng's attention, leaving him stunned for a full 3 seconds. This woman, without any makeup, she is more eye-catching than a woman who is carefully dressed up. She is not only beautiful, but also has a refined air. She is like a simple lotus flower, budding and waiting to bloom, pure and ethereal. As soon as she entered the room, the whole room seemed less hot. Su Jin felt displeased when she saw Qin Feng's staring gaze. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she still suppressed her impatience and bowed to Qin Feng. This humble woman, Su Jin, greets Lord Qin. Qin Feng shuddered, then came to his senses and hurriedly said, No need for formalities. No need for formalities. Just by looking at Su Jin's expression, Qin Feng could imagine what he must have looked like just now. Staring straight at a beautiful woman in front of you is definitely impolite. He quickly composed himself, composed his expression, and said in a more normal tone, He, I never expected that the owner of Chengxianglu, the person in charge of the Su family, would be such a young and beautiful young lady. My apologies. Su Jin came with prejudice, thinking that Qin Feng was a good-for-nothing. Now that she was being stared at by Qin Feng the moment they met, and was even told that she was a beautiful young woman, she was naturally not happy at all. She replied with a straight face, You flatter me, sir. However, Qin Feng's reaction relieved Su Jin. It seemed that Qin Feng really didn't remember who kicked him that night. I wonder what business you have with me, sir. I am busy with worldly affairs, unlike you, sir, who have much free time. Su Jin asked directly, without any politeness. Qin Feng simply assumed that Su Jin was just straightforward and didn't think much of it. But you can't just ask for money like that. There always needs to be some setup. Chapter 101. The magistrate's exorbitant demands. To set the stage for borrowing money, Qin Feng gestured for her to come over. I called Miss Su here because I have a favor to ask. Please, Miss Su, have a seat. Let me explain. When Qin Feng first saw Su Jin, he was indeed amazed and stared at her blankly for a while. But as a modern man, he still knew how to be polite. After restraining himself, he never showed his lecherous side again. When he invited Su Jin to sit down, he had a smile on his face, but it didn't make him seem greasy. Help? Su Jin hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to sit, didn't want to help Qin Feng, and didn't even want to have anything to do with someone like Qin Feng. But he's a county magistrate. If she doesn't sit down when he tells her to, he'll probably be unhappy and won't let her leave. So she sat down anyway, intending to listen to what Qin Feng wanted her help with. Su Jin is not only exceptionally beautiful, but her every move is also captivating. Her rise to the position of head of the Su family is inseparable from the feminine charm she exudes at all times. Every move she makes, every smile she gives, is captivating. She smiled slightly at Qin Feng. Please speak frankly, sir. If it is within my capabilities, I am willing to help. As she answered, Su Jin imagined in her mind what kind of help Qin Feng would ask her for. Was it to buy him ice to cool him down? Or should Chung Xianglu help him prepare a banquet? Her family runs a restaurant business, so there's not much they can do to help. Qin Feng looked at Su Jin and couldn't help but swallow. In his previous life, he was a librarian who managed the lending and returning of books. He only looked at the books and the cards and never at people's faces. Where had he ever seen such a stunning beauty? Su Jin's smile almost made him bleed from the nose. But he came here on business, so he can't focus all his attention on women. Realizing this, he quickly closed his eyes and composed himself. Miss Su, was it you who ordered the news of the locust plague in the neighboring province to be released? Locust plague? Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Qin Feng had taken the locust plague to heart. That's right. The Su family's businesses are spread throughout Dengzhou, and some rare ingredients need to be purchased from neighboring provinces. My men came back a few days ago and said that there has been a locust plague. The situation is very serious, and it is showing a trend of spreading to our province. Su Jin thought that the villagers should know as soon as possible so that they could take precautions, so he sent someone to spread the news. Su Jin gently lifted her chin with her hand, smiled faintly, and answered softly. This action almost broke Qin Feng's defenses again. He quickly picked up his teacup and took a sip of cold tea to suppress his anger. Uh-huh. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, composed himself, and said to Su Jin, Miss Su, the crops in the fields surrounding Ninghai County are growing very well this year. It should have been a bumper harvest. But if the locust plague spreads to Ninghai within 2 or 3 months, then not even 1 in 10 of these crops will survive. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even be able to pay the grain tax, let alone leave enough grain for our own use. If people don't have enough to eat, there will inevitably be riots among the people, and theft and robbery will probably be rampant in the streets. Ninghai County is under my jurisdiction. I have a responsibility to prevent such a riot from happening. Therefore, we must take precautions against this locust plague in advance to ensure that the land of Ninghai County is not disturbed. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he paused, pointed to Wan Kunming beside him, and said, This is Scholar Wan, who is full of wisdom and strategy. In the future, if he is willing, he will be the new clerk of my Ninghai County government. The new advisor? Su Jin glanced at Wan Kunming. Wan Kunming's demeanor was that of a scholar, but his appearance and physique were far from that of one. He looked burly and rough, with dark skin, and the muscles on his arms were more robust than those of the porters who worked for the Su family year-round. Could someone like that be a scholar? And Qin Feng still wants to hire him as his advisor? Su Jin felt that something was not quite right. This is actually not hard to understand. Even a scholar who has been a bandit or a mountain bandit would need to take care to exercise in such an environment. Otherwise, when you first go up the mountain, you never know when you might find yourself picking up soap. Su Jin simply didn't know any of this. Su Jin had her doubts, but this was not a matter for her to question. Su Jin became the head of the Su family entirely through her keen eye and persuasive skills. She never utters a single unnecessary word, and whenever she does speak, it is always with conviction. So she suppressed her doubts and nodded to Scholar Wan. Greetings, Su Jin. Wan Kunming reacted calmly, clasping his hands together and saying, You're too kind. Seeing Wan Kunming's calm reaction, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. With such a beautiful woman in front of you, how can you remain so calm? Truly admirable. Seeing that the two had met, Qin Feng continued. Today, Mr. Wan suggested a brilliant method for controlling locusts, which I believe is feasible. However, there is currently a problem that we cannot solve. We need Miss Su's help to resolve this urgent issue. Finally, you've gotten to the point. Su Jin smiled faintly, her eyes alluring. Instead of immediately agreeing, he continued to ask for details. Lord Qin, please feel free to ask what kind of help you need from Su Jin. Su Jin is willing to share Lord Qin's burdens, but I don't know if I have the ability. Yes, of course. Qin Feng chuckled. He had come to borrow money. If Su Jin didn't have any, he wouldn't have come here. This matter is nothing more than a small thing for Miss Su, and helping me will also greatly benefit the Su family. Having said that, Qin Feng finally stated his request. I need to borrow 100,000 taels of silver from Miss Su to help control the locusts. These words shocked everyone in the room. 100,000? Qin Feng must be crazy. Su Sheng, who was standing to the side, and the shopkeeper both gasped in shock. Even Su Jin was moved. Borrow 100,000 taels of silver? And you still say it's a trivial matter? Is this a joke? Controlling locusts? How? Do you need so much silver to exchange the banknotes for cash and throw away the dead locusts? Chapter 102. You really dare to say that? Qin Feng's outrageous demands reminded Su Jin of what Su Sheng had told her about the major things Qin Feng had done recently, one of which was swindling tens of thousands of taels of silver from the local gentry. Although those local gentry colluded with bandits and did inhuman things, Su Jin could not agree with Qin Feng's use of evil to control evil. Now it seems that Qin Feng has no intention of punishing evil at all. He is simply greedy for money. Using the pretext of suppressing bandits, they swindled tens of thousands of taels of silver and got a taste of success. Now, taking advantage of the locust plague, they've reached out to the Su family. If this money is actually given, I'm afraid it will never be returned. Su Jin figured out the key point, and when she looked at Qin Feng again, she couldn't help but sneer. Do you think she, Su Jin, is as easily fooled as those incompetent fools like Hu Lai and Zhang Shun? Hee. Su Jin covered her mouth and giggled, her voice like silver bells, resonating in Qin Feng's ears. Lord Qin, you are quite bold to ask for such a sum. 100,000 taels is no small amount. My Su family's restaurants are located in all the counties of Dengzhou. It would take us a year to earn 100,000 taels of silver. I wonder what ingenious method for controlling locusts Lord Qin and Mr. One have come up with that costs so much money. Su Jin raised her eyebrows, her hands twirling the thin gauze sleeves of her dress, a barely perceptible hint of disdain flashing across her face. I think that even if this method can really cure the locusts, it's not worth it. It would probably cost less to just spend money to buy grain in advance and store it for disaster relief during times of unrest. Moreover, the adults use the word borrow quite cleverly. If you borrow, you should repay. If I have indeed lent out 100,000 taels of silver, I wonder if Lord Qin would be able to repay it? And when would you be able to repay it? 10,000 taels of silver is not a small amount for the Su family. If the payment period is too long, it could bring down the Su family. Su Jin remained silent until she spoke, then launched into a barrage of questions, her offensive relentless. But given her appearance, movements, and expressions, it's impossible to feel any aversion towards her. She's like a knife coated with anesthetic. When she stabs someone, they don't feel the pain, and instead, they laugh along with her. Her question is indeed very valid. These are all real concerns. If Qin Feng can't answer even one of these questions, she has a reason not to lend him the money. No matter what the county magistrate is up to, as long as I don't hand over the money to him, what can he do to swindle me? Su Jin felt smug. She believed that her words would leave Qin Feng speechless. This might even enrage Qin Feng, causing him to forcibly demand money. But Su Jin wasn't afraid of any of this. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, even the magistrate of a county couldn't act so recklessly. If Qin Feng really dared to abuse his official position and let his subordinates run amok, she wouldn't be afraid of trouble. With such a large business, the Su family has no shortage of people. If things really get out of hand, she has her own ways of protecting herself. She didn't even care about a minor county magistrate. Like many local gentry and landlords, the Su family's business was able to grow so large because they had powerful backers. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he immediately spoke. What Miss Su is worried about is not a problem. Qin Feng gave a wink, and Wan Kunming immediately took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and placed it on the table for Su Jin to see. There were 2 items on the table, which turned out to be a loan agreement. Chapter 103. There's a chance of borrowing money. Miss Su, this is a loan agreement drafted by our master. If you agree to the loan, we'll put it all in black and white, in duplicate. With this contract, Miss Su can rest assured. Lord Qin is essentially guaranteeing his own future. If he can't repay the money, Miss Su can appeal to the prefectural government, the governor, and the imperial court. Lord Qin will definitely not be able to renege on his debt. The loan term is 3 months, and Lord Qin is not borrowing this money for nothing. After 3 months, in addition to the principal of 100,000, Lord Qin is also willing to pay 20,000 taels of silver in interest. As Miss Su just said, even with a business as large as the Su family's, it would take a year to earn 100,000 taels of silver. Now, you can earn 20,000 taels of silver for free in just 3 months. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Miss Su should not miss it. The contract had been drafted before they arrived. Wan Kunming pointed to the terms and explained them in detail, thus answering all the questions raised by Su Jin. Aren't you worried about not being able to repay the money? Okay, let's draw up a contract. If you don't pay back the money, you can sue me all the way. After all, the magistrate can run away, but the monk can't hide. Are they worried that the deadline will be too long and bankrupt the Su family? The contract has a time limit of 3 months, which isn't a long time, is it? The principal and interest will be returned together at that time. Qin Feng had heard that the Su family had a good reputation, did not bully ordinary people, and were sincere in borrowing money, so he prepared this contract in advance. The contract was now laid out in front of Su Jin, effectively silencing her. She glanced at Qin Feng, her expression changing slightly. Did this county magistrate anticipate all of this and make preparations in advance? He answered all the questions I asked in the blink of an eye, and he did it all through such a formal process. How could she refuse? Su Jin was immediately stumped. After Wan Kunming finished explaining, he released the contract, allowing Su Jin to examine it word by word. Qin Feng waited quietly beside her, watching Su Jin read the whole thing 2 or 3 times before she looked away, and then he spoke. Miss Su, is there anything else you're concerned about? If there are no further concerns, then let's sign the contract and lend the county the money. The county is borrowing money solely to combat locusts, and if Miss Su helps with this, it will benefit the people of Ninghai. After the locust control is completed, I will naturally gather the people to commend Miss Su and ensure that the Su family will gain both fame and fortune. Qin Feng patiently and skillfully guided him. Su Jin hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so well prepared, and precisely because Qin Feng was so well prepared, Su Jin trusted him even less. They concluded that there was fraud involved. She read the contract 3 times, word by word, carefully examining each sentence and every word, trying to find any traps in it. But in the end, she couldn't find anything wrong. This appears to be a normal contract. She glanced at Qin Feng secretly, met his gaze, and tried to glean something from his eyes. But the Qin Feng in front of her gave her a feeling of complete openness and honesty, and there was nothing wrong with him. Was he genuinely planning to borrow money to combat locusts? Lord Qin, there's nothing wrong with the contract. But I'd like to know, what ingenious method for controlling locusts has you come up with that requires so much silver? This method is... Just as Wan Kunming was about to answer, Qin Feng suddenly reached out and stopped him, gave him a look, and then gently shook his head. Qin Feng said, Miss Su, there's no need to ask further. Since our county has decided to control the locusts, we already have a good plan. But this method cannot be revealed in advance. If too many people know about it, it will be difficult to implement. It must be kept secret. Su Jin's doubts deepened. Keep it a secret? I'm afraid it's not that it's a secret, but rather that they can't tell. Is that even a valid reason? This Qin Feng is definitely here to scam money. How could a county magistrate possibly have the ability to earn 20,000 taels of silver in interest over 3 months? He made a promise and signed an agreement, but when the time came he just couldn't pay back the money. What good would it do if Su Jin sued him? Not to mention the possibility that he might disappear immediately after receiving the 100,000 taels of silver. Having made up her mind, Su Jin gave Qin Feng and Wan Kunming a charming smile and said apologetically, Lord Qin, Mr. Wan, please forgive me for not being able to lend this 100,000 taels of silver. I understand that the method of locust control must be kept secret, but I don't think Lord Qin can actually do what the contract says. Return the principal to the Su family in 3 months, plus 20,000 taels of silver in interest. Unless. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, her bright eyes flashing with a playful light. Chapter 104 Profits doubled within 3 days. Unless you can prove that you do have a talent for making money, Su Jin will not dare to lend it out. Otherwise, if you can't repay the debt, and the Su family falls, how will Su Jin, a mere woman, make a living in this world? Do you expect me to support you, Lord Qin? Su Jinjiao said with a smile. She was adept at using her beauty to achieve her goals, and she also loved seeing men's expressions of longing for her, but being unable to have her. Speaking to Qin Feng like this was clearly a way of playing tricks on him. and he was also hoping to take the opportunity to trick this greedy county magistrate. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, without considering any other possibilities, immediately asked, "Then, Miss Su, how does this county official intend to prove it?" Su Jin pondered for a moment, then smiled sweetly. "This Chengxianglu is the only property of my Su family in Ninghai County. Although it is the largest restaurant in Ninghai County, business has not been very good lately. I am even thinking of closing it down. Since you can make such a bold promise and give me 20,000 taels of silver in interest over 3 months, you must be a genius at making money." Su Jin really wants to see for herself. "Let's use the profits of my Chengxianglu as a bet. If you can increase the profits of my Chengxianglu by 30% within half a month, Su Jin will consider that you really have the ability to repay the money. In this way, I will lend out 100,000 taels of silver, which will give me an explanation to my uncles and elders in the Su family." Su Jin smiled broadly, her eyes revealing a slyness and a hint of smugness. Chengxianglu restaurant's poor business has been a long-standing issue, mainly due to the low purchasing power of consumers in Ninghai County. It's simply too difficult for a small number of local gentry to keep it afloat. Su Jin tried many methods, but none of them worked. How easy is it to make business improve by 30% within half a month? Su Jin's true intention was to create a difficult problem for Qin Feng, while also finding a way out for herself, using this bet to shut Qin Feng up. "It's not that I don't want to lend you the money. It's that you simply can't convince me that you can pay it back." In this way, the 100,000 taels of silver were not because Su Jin refused to lend it to Qin Feng, but because Qin Feng himself was unable to obtain it, so Su Jin could not be blamed. As the person in charge of the Su family, Su Jin is naturally no ordinary person. It would be hard for an average person to come up with such a method. She fully expected Qin Feng to back down and give up on lending her the money. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. At first, he frowned and looked around the room before finally settling on the ice. He then relaxed his brows and readily agreed. Controlling the locusts is an urgent matter. Half a month is too long. Qin Feng said to Su Jin, "How about this? Miss Su, give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I will make sure that Chengxianglu's daily profits double. What do you say?" Now it was Su Jin's turn to be taken aback. Qin Feng is talking nonsense. He thinks he can make the store's business boom in just 3 days? How is that possible? Could it be? Su Jin covered her mouth and laughed, then winked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes, before making a restraint. "If you invite a group of friends to my shop to eat and drink and spend a lot of money, that won't count." "That's natural." Qin Feng patted his chest and said, "Since I have agreed to this bet and want Chengxianglu's business to double, I will naturally have to come up with a sustainable way. When the time comes, Miss Su Jin can judge for herself." Su Jin frowned slightly. He spoke with such certainty. Could it be that there really is a solution? Moreover, how did they come up with it in such a short time? How is that possible? Chapter 105. Lord Qin is so confident. Beside Qin Feng, Wan Kunming was also puzzled by Qin Feng's words. This Lord Qin was far too arrogant. He's not a businessman. How could he possibly make a shop's business double in just 3 days? But Qin Feng was no ordinary person. Wan Kunming had witnessed this many times. Whether it was the concept of terraced fields or the design of water wheels, he admired Qin Feng to the point of prostration. He felt that Qin Feng's wisdom was even greater than that of the legendary, divinely inspired Zhuge Liang. Therefore, although he couldn't understand it, he suppressed his doubts and silently stood on Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng had already expressed his opinion and even shortened the bet from half a month to 3 days, so Su Jin found it difficult to refuse. She thought about it and decided that it was only 3 days, so it wouldn't hurt to let him give it a try. In any case, the Su family won't suffer any losses because of this bet. All right, since Lord Qin is so confident, let's make the bet. But let me make this clear beforehand. If you intend to win the bet with some trickery, then forget it. Although I am a woman, I am not easily fooled. Don't blame me for backing out later." Su Jin's words left herself a way out, indicating that she might change her mind. Qin Feng wasn't angry. He clasped his hands together and said to Su Jin, "I understand. Miss Su has the entire Su family behind her, and I certainly won't make things difficult for her. Qin, will just do my job. Whether the bet is won or lost will be up to Miss to decide. I believe that since Miss Su dared to gamble with me, she certainly won't renege on the bet." Qin Feng took another step back, directly pushing the decision of whether the bet would win or lose entirely to Su Jin. This surprised Su Jin even more. Just how confident is Qin Feng? Or is it that he no longer expects to borrow the 100,000 taels of silver, and is only saying it to save face? Before Su Jin could figure it out, Qin Feng had already stood up to say goodbye. The bet is settled, and I can't waste any more time. I will make sure Miss Su sees the result at noon 3 days from now. Excuse me. All right, see you off, Lord Qin. Startled from her daze, Su Jin watched Qin Feng pass by with slight surprise. She paused for 2 seconds before following behind and seeing him off. Qin Feng left, and Su Sheng, who was beside Su Jin, looked in the direction Qin Feng had left and sneered. This Qin Feng is utterly ignorant. He's a laughingstock. I don't believe he can come up with a way to double Chengxiangla's business within 3 days. Is he treating this like a business transaction, or is it some kind of children's game? Humph. Su Jin remained silent because Qin Feng didn't seem to be joking. Qin Feng's repeated concessions made her feel that this man had complete confidence that he could win the bet. Even Su Jin herself couldn't understand it. How exactly can Chengxiangla's business be doubled? She is a recognized business prodigy. In just a few years after taking over the Su family, she expanded the Su family's business empire by more than double. But that took several years, and it was the result of working day and night with the Su family's substantial capital as a foundation. Qin Feng was just a minor county magistrate with no money and no prior business experience. What gave him such confidence? Miss, Qin Feng definitely can't keep this bet. I think he only agreed to it to buy time. Who knows? He might go back and find some charge to frame us for, forcing us to lend him money. Young miss, let's leave Ninghai as soon as possible. Su Sheng considered a terrifying possibility and offered a warning. Su Jin frowned slightly after hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, she rejected his suggestion. Since Qin Feng has agreed to the bet, how can I just leave? What if Qin Feng is not what you think and wants to frame us? Wouldn't that make me, Su Jin, a traitor who goes back on my word? If word gets out, wouldn't I, Su Jin, become a person without integrity? The Su family's business relies on honesty and trustworthiness. If even I, the person in charge, lose my integrity, who in the world would dare to do business with the Su family? Su Sheng said anxiously, but what if? What if Qin Feng really is as you think? Then it's his fault. But I think this Lord Qin speaks frankly, looks straight ahead, and is respectful and polite. He doesn't seem like the bad person he was before. Perhaps the rumors are true, and he has suddenly changed his ways and become a good official? Su Jin muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, he saw Su Sheng's worried look and knew that he meant well. So he instructed, your concerns are not unfounded. One should always be wary of others. Now, tell more people about our agreement with Lord Qin, so that if Qin Feng really does something shameless, there will be someone to testify for us. But the Su family must never break the agreement. Well, all right, it's all up to you, Mississippi. Chapter 106. The Su family's integrity must not be destroyed. As soon as Su Sheng left, he followed Su Jin's instructions and spread the word about the bet between Qin Feng and the Su family. Soon, the news reached the ears of the local gentry. The local gentry gathered together again. That Su Jin is simply despicable. It's one thing that she didn't come to the local gentry's gathering in person, but the Su family promised not to spread the news of the locust plague from the gathering, and she actually told Qin Feng as soon as she found out. Sigh. Who can blame them when the Su family is at the height of their power in Ninghai? It's just laughable that she bet on the wrong horse, actually thinking she could rely on Qin Feng to control the locust plague. What a joke. Do you think Qin Feng really borrowed 100,000 taels of silver from Su Jin to control the locusts? Who knows? Even if it's to control the locusts, what good will it do? Can he really control the locust plague? Our Great Zhou has been around for hundreds of years, and we've experienced at least 8 or 10 locust plagues. Every time, the fields were completely destroyed and people starved to death everywhere. How many of them can truly control locust plagues? What merit or ability does Qin Feng possess? I think he's just trying to swindle Su Jin out of 100,000 taels of silver. That Qin Feng seems to have a grudge against the rich. Whoever has money, he'll try to take advantage of them. He's already swindled us, and now he's gone after Su Jin. It's a pity that Su Jin is still unaware that Qin Feng has his eye on her. Humph. Let's just sit back and watch the show. What's the show? Do you think Su Jin is easy to deal with? She's just a woman, yet she managed to develop the Su family into such a large enterprise in just a few years. She's got some skills. Besides, I don't think she ever intended to lend Qin Feng any money. Otherwise, why would she make some kind of bet with Qin Feng? She could have just given him the money directly, right? The most ridiculous one is Qin Feng. Su Jin thought he couldn't do it even in half a month. But Qin Feng is so arrogant as to say he can do it in just 3 days. In just 3 days, he can double the business of Xianglu. Who can do that? Can you do it? Or can you? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads repeatedly. If they were truly capable, why would they be stuck in Ninghai? They would have already learned from Su Jin and expanded their business to various places. Let's have a few people keep an eye on Qin Feng and see what he's up to this time. Although this matter is none of our business, we can't let Qin Feng get away with it. Let's find out what he's up to, and then have someone secretly create some difficulties for him. What master who says is true? Then each of our families will send someone to follow that scoundrel Qin Feng. Excellent. Excellent. Come, drink. Everyone raised their glasses. Xianglu. After Qin Feng left, Su Jin did not leave, but waited at Xianglu. Xianglu has quite a few customers every day. Su Jin said that business here is not good, not because there are few customers, but because their spending power is low. Compared to stores in other places, the profits are too low. Investing manpower here would be better done in counties and prefectures with higher spending power. The limited spending power of Xianglu's daily turnover does not mean there is anything wrong with Xianglu. Even Su Jin herself couldn't think of a way to double Xianglu's business within 3 days, and for this change to continue. No one thought Qin Feng could double Xianglu's business within 3 days. She felt that since Qin Feng was going to fulfill the bet, whatever method he came up with, he should return to Xianglu as soon as possible. As a result, they waited until evening, and Xianglu was already closed, but Qin Feng still didn't come. Qin Feng accepted the bet, but didn't come to the shop. How can we improve this situation? Su Jin was completely baffled. Su Sheng, who was standing nearby, advised, Miss, you see, Qin Feng has no intention of even trying. I think he just wants to play tricks or target the Su family in a couple of days. You should take my advice and leave Ninghai. This matter should not be mentioned again. Even if I am leaving, I, Su Jin, will not leave until Qin Feng admits defeat. Su Jin refused decisively. Then, she bit her lower lip and instructed Su Sheng. At noon 3 days from now, bring more people to the shop. Qin Feng can't just falsely accuse you and me in front of everyone. Sigh, okay. Let's go back. I informed the villagers of Ninghai about the locust plague in advance. Unfortunately, I, Su Jin, have no way to control the locusts. After the bet with Qin Feng is over, we'll leave. We'll come back after the autumn harvest when there's a food shortage and set up some soup kitchens to distribute porridge. Su Jin sighed and returned to the Su residence. Chapter 107. The magistrate's arrangements are unpredictable. After returning to the yamen, Qin Feng summoned Wan Kunming and locked him in a room for half an afternoon. After opening the door, he threw a few sheets of paper to the carpenter and told them to expedite the blueprints he had. This item needs to be carefully polished. I've sculpted a shape out of clay for you to refer to. You must make it according to this shape, and give it to me by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Yes, sir, we will do our utmost. Several carpenters took the blueprints, glanced at them, and frowned. Hiss, what is this? Is the master going to make a windmill? It doesn't look like a windmill. Windmills aren't made of wood. Hey, let's just focus on making it. Who cares what it is? Isn't this how it's always been done before? Once it's built and Lord Qin uses it, we'll understand. That makes sense. Come on, let's put the water wheel parts on hold for now and get this done quickly. A group of carpenters got to work. Qin Feng didn't sit idly by either. He immediately summoned several yamen runners, gave them a few instructions, and the runners took the silver, drove a horse-drawn carriage, and left the county town. After that, he went back to his room and stayed there silently for the entire afternoon. The next day, Qin Feng dragged Wan Kunming to the kiln again. He walked around, always followed by several taels. These taels, having learned of Qin Feng's movements, took turns going back to report to Hu Lai and the others. Where did Qin Feng go today? If he buys any ingredients, you should compete with him for them. If he's soliciting customers and promoting his business on the street, you should be one step behind him and say bad things about Xianglu to those people. Remember this. Whatever Qin Feng does, you must find a way to sabotage it, understand? Reporting to you, gentlemen, Qin Feng stayed at the yamen yesterday, but came out early this morning. However, he didn't go to buy any strange or unusual ingredients. Instead, he went to the kiln. Hu Lai didn't hear clearly, frowned, and said strangely, What? He went to a brothel? Wasn't he the one who smashed and shut down Ninghai's only brothel? It's not a kiln, it's a pottery factory, a place where porcelain is fired. Hu Lai and the group of local gentry were even more bewildered. Qin Feng's trip to the kiln factory was even more unbelievable than his trip to the brothel. Wasn't he planning to double the business of Xianglu within 3 days? What did he rely on? Was it making porcelain? Zhang Shun frowned and clicked his tongue, saying to the few taels around him, "This Qin Feng probably got his hands on some rare and fine wine. He intends to use it as a prized possession to boost Chengxianglu's business." Hu Lai nodded, thinking it was possible. "Listen up, you lot. Follow Qin Feng to whichever kiln he goes to. When it's dark and no one's around, smash all the jars waiting to be fired in the kiln. Understand?" "Yes, sir." Several servants withdrew, and Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and the local gentry exchanged smiles. "Umph. Smash your jars, and see what you use to hold your wine." That night, the henchmen indeed went to the kiln, lit candles, and looked around, searching for the wine jars. "Here, there's a wine jar here," one person shouted. "Smash it." After smashing them, the henchmen were bewildered. "How come there are only a few?" "Huh? What's that?" One person with sharp eyes noticed several oddly shaped objects in the area of the unfired, freshly shaped embryo. Before the lackey was a cone-shaped container with a narrow opening and a wide base. It didn't look like a vase, nor like a jar. He had never seen anything of this shape in all the years he had worked for wealthy families. The shapes of the things next to it are even stranger. Some have round bellies with a small opening. Some were simply shaped into a tube-like object, thin and long. Some of their necks are curved and twisted, and their appearance has an indescribable beauty. There were so many strange and unusual things that even the lackeys were overwhelmed. "What are these things for? Should we smash them or not?" one of the men asked. Another person quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't touch them. These things are strange. We don't know what they are. Ordinary people wouldn't need them. I guess they were commissioned by some high-ranking official. If we break them, we'll be in big trouble." "No, I think these strange things are definitely not for us ordinary people. They are probably ritual implements that some Taoist priest or Buddhist monk wanted to make. Shouldn't cutting tools be fired in a porcelain kiln?" "Then what do you think this is?" I don't know." "You don't know anything. So what are you talking about?" "I heard a story from the poor scholar next door. In it, there was a Taoist priest with great magical powers who could exorcise demons and ghosts, all thanks to a strange gourd by his side. This thing looks a lot like the gourd he was talking about." As they were talking, the gourd suddenly moved. Hiss! As the man spoke, a chill ran down his spine. He spread his arms and pulled his companions back a few steps, shouting, "Quick! Back up! There might be a monster coming out of here. We've already smashed the wine jars. Let's get out of here quickly." The thugs were terrified. Their expressions changed, and they fled the kiln as fast as the wind could carry them. After they left, a mouse darted past behind the gourd-shaped bottle. Chapter 108 The county magistrate closes the door to study chemistry. The next day, Qin Feng arrived at the kiln and, upon hearing the news of its destruction, became extremely anxious. He rushed over to check, only to find that the chemical tools he was about to use for firing were unharmed, which relieved him. The kiln owner nearby was cursing. "Whose beasts are these, daring to smash my Wang heir's things? They deserve to die. Tonight, I'm bringing my dog to guard them. If they dare to come again, I'll make sure they die in the dog's mouth." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly came over and handed over a few pieces of silver. "Boss Wang, how much did your kiln lose? The county will make up for it with silver. Don't bring your dog tonight. Send someone to guard it, and don't let it ruin my business." "Call the dog? What's the worst that could happen? Don't you know that dogs love to destroy things when no one is around?" With money in hand, Boss Wang was naturally no longer angry. Good, Lord Qin, please rest assured. I will definitely make the utensils you requested." "Good." Qin Feng nodded. In the afternoon, several constables sent out by Qin Feng returned from out of town. Their carts were bulging with thick straw and covered with cotton quilts. When the outer layer was removed from the gate of the yamen, everyone realized that Lord Qin had sent the constables to buy ice. They even bought a whole carload at once. How much money will this cost? The people, suffering from the unbearable heat, were filled with envy, wishing they could afford ice in their own homes. When the news reached the ears of the local gentry, they were all completely bewildered. What exactly is Qin Feng doing? Similarly, the news also reached Su Jin's ears. Su Jin was greatly disappointed when she heard that Qin Feng had gone and bought a whole truckload of ice himself. The 3-day agreement has now passed by 1.5 days, and Qin Feng has neither visited the shop nor dealt with anything related to Chengxianglu. Instead, he's been wandering around, firing porcelain and buying ice to cool off. This is clearly, they've given up on the bet. Another day passed, and Qin Feng still hadn't set foot in Chengxianglu. Poor Su Jin waited at Chengxianglu for another day. That evening, Su Jin ordered the shopkeeper to close the door and, accompanied by Su Sheng, headed home. It seems Uncle Sheng was right. Qin Feng is probably up to no good if he can't fulfill the bet. Su Jin gave a self-deprecating laugh and said to Su Sheng beside her, her words filled with deep disappointment. The test she gave Qin Feng was indeed a difficult one. Qin Feng readily agreed. His calmness, composure, and confidence made her believe, and even hoped, that he truly had the ability to double the business of Chengxianglu within 3 days. In that case, it wouldn't matter if you lost the bet. She would feel at ease lending 100,000 taels of silver to someone like that. However, based on what we see now, we probably had too high expectations for Qin Feng. That makes sense. If even a genius like her couldn't do it, how could Qin Feng possibly do it? Sigh. Uncle Sheng, prepare the carriage. Once the bet is settled and the result is known, we'll leave Ninghai immediately. Su Jin said. Su Sheng nodded. All right. Don't worry, miss. I will make sure to arrange the transportation. No matter what tricks Qin Feng plays, I will make sure you leave this place. Su Jin nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was in his room with Wan Kunming, busy with a bunch of bottles and jars, sweating profusely. Quickly light the candle and try it. Yes, sir. Wan Kunming responded and immediately lit a candle, placing it into the last jar-shaped container in a string of bottles and jars. The candle flame flickered twice as soon as it was placed in the tub, then suddenly went out. Wan Kunming exclaimed in surprise, It's really destroyed. If it's destroyed, then it's a success. Qin Feng chuckled. Qin Feng didn't fire porcelain for fun. He did it to study chemistry. Why study chemistry? Of course, it's for the bet with Su Jin. He has been in the Great Zhou Dynasty for so long, and he has never seen glass before. It is likely that the Great Zhou Dynasty does not have glass. Even if it did, with the current technology, it is probably impossible to make the bottles and jars he needs for chemical experiments. After much thought, he decided to use porcelain instead. Those strange-looking things in the eyes of the gentry's men were all specially made. Curved-necked bottles, wide-mouthed bottles, flasks, and long, thin porcelain tubes. Currently, Qin Feng is producing carbon dioxide. Chapter 109 Secret Weapon. Carbon dioxide is not difficult to produce. It can be obtained by burning limestone. The difficulty lies in collecting carbon dioxide. Qin Feng spent a long time researching before he came up with this method, and unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. He produced carbon dioxide in order to make baking soda, something that couldn't be bought in Dezhou. Having made baking soda, he could also create a secret weapon that would allow him to win the bet. However, making baking soda requires carbon dioxide and soda ash. Since neither of these two items could be purchased, Qin Feng had to start from scratch and prepare everything himself. Although Qin Feng was just a librarian, he was fairly good at chemistry. The industrial standard for soda ash production is impossible for him to achieve under his current circumstances, but it is not difficult to produce a crude version. He had also read about a preparation method with few requirements in the book, the wood ash soda ash production method. Mr. Wan, keep experimenting. When the candle goes out immediately after being put into the jar, it means the jar is full of what I need. Then, immediately seal the jar for me. Do you understand? Huh? But there's clearly nothing in here. Wan Kunming looked at the empty jar, wondering what Qin Feng had asked him to seal. I'm telling you to keep quiet because there's something there. It's just that not everything in this world has a visible form. Just do as I say. Qin Feng's words seemed unfathomable. Although Wan Kunming did not understand the meaning, he still obediently kept lighting candles and putting them into the jar. A moment later, he exclaimed, There really is something in here. I was supposed to put the candle at the bottom of the jar to extinguish it, but now, I only need to put it in the center, Lord Qin. What exactly is inside? There's a gas in there called carbon dioxide. If you're interested, I can teach you about it slowly later. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. For now, don't ask any questions. Qin Feng busied himself preparing another set of tools using various porcelain flasks and beakers. Then he went out and brought back some dried grass that had been drying for a day and a half, and began to burn soda ash. He first burned the hay to get wood ash, then put the wood ash into a bag and washed it, collecting the liquid that came out, which contained soda ash and potassium carbonate. Next, he poured the liquid into a prepared container, started heating it, and stirred it continuously with a porcelain rod. After a series of processes, he finally obtained some white powder. Those powders are soda ash. Is the jar full? After obtaining the soda ash, Qin Feng immediately asked Wan Kunming, who was standing nearby. Wan Kunming had just finished sealing the jar when he replied, It's sealed. This jar is full of that. Itchy charcoal. It's carbon dioxide. Qin Feng chuckled and casually corrected him, then collected all the soda ash and said to Wan Kunming, Come on, move the jars to that table over there. Qin Feng's room only had one round table, one square table, and one desk, which were now completely filled. Qin Feng put the soda ash into the container he had prepared beforehand and poured in water. He then instructed Wan Kunming to turn the jar upside down and place it high up. He then took a porcelain tube, carefully poked through the paper seal, and inserted it into the jar, while putting the other end into the soda ash solution. Hold the jar tight and hold it firmly. Qin Feng gave the order. Wan Kunming nodded. Qin Feng immediately placed his hand on the bottom of the vessel. This jar container was specially designed by him. The bottom is movable. With this press, the carbon dioxide in the jar is forced into the porcelain jar and blown into the soda ash solution. Wan Kunming stared blankly at the unchanging liquid, but after Qin Feng finished, he said, "It should be done." When excess carbon dioxide is blown into a solution of baking soda, a chemical reaction occurs. Baking soda can be obtained by distilling the resulting solution. The two worked until late at night, finally reaching the most crucial step. Qin Feng poured the bag of baking soda he had obtained into the water and added a lot of sugar. "Where are the green oranges?" I've bought the oranges, but they're all unripe and can't be eaten." Wan Kunming replied. "No, I want the unripe ones. Hurry up and get those oranges, then slice them all thinly and throw them in here. Quickly." "Yes." Hearing Qin Feng urge him, Wan Kunming rushed out like the wind and quickly returned with a basket of freshly sliced oranges, which he threw into the container in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng put the lid on, called Wan Kunming, and together they carried the full bucket to the cellar and placed it among the ice blocks they had bought the day before. After finishing all this, Qin Feng clapped his hands and chuckled. "Ha! That's a great mission accomplished. Tomorrow morning, we'll take this to Chungxianglu. This is called soft drink. This is his secret weapon that allowed him to win the bet with Su Jin." Chapter 110, Bringing Everything In. On a hot summer day, it's so comfortable to have it by my side. Speaking of which, I have to thank Su Jin. If she hadn't made a bet with me, I wouldn't have remembered that I could do this job. Qin Feng licked his lips. Wan Kunming simply couldn't believe it. This Lord Qin spent the whole night firing porcelain, buying ice, and buying oranges, creating the invisible and intangible wonder of itchy charcoal, all just to make a bucket of soda. "My lord, tomorrow is the last day that Miss Su agreed upon with you. Could it be that you have already given up?" Wan Kunming didn't believe that he could turn the tide with just a bucket of so-called soda. "Give up? Nonsense. How could I possibly give up? Just you wait and see. I'm certain of victory tomorrow." "You'll rely on that." "Yes, it depends on it. But it doesn't depend on it alone. There are others too." Qin Feng pointed to a corner of the room, where two strange things had been made by carpenters working overtime. Wan Kunming only knew that the thing was for fanning, but he still didn't quite believe that just by relying on this so-called soda and something that could fan, Chungxianglu's business could immediately double. "What? You don't believe me?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, noticing Wan Kunming's expression. Wan Kunming didn't answer verbally, but the expression on his face said it all. "Then you just wait and see what happens." Qin Feng was full of confidence. One night passed. The agreed deadline is noon. Early in the morning, Qin Feng summoned Wan Kunming and had a dozen or so constables accompany him. He then selected 2 men to carry the buckets and went to Chungxianglu. He brought so many yamen runners with him, intending for them to solicit customers on the street. To their surprise, when they arrived at Chungxianglu, they found that it was completely unnecessary, as the restaurant was packed with people. The first floor was completely full. These were guests that Su Jin had specially invited to Su Shang's house. They came here today not for a meal, but simply to keep an eye on Qin Feng and prevent him from acting recklessly. Even county officials cannot afford to offend the public. Su Jin and Su Shang were waiting on the first floor. They had packed their things in the morning, and the carriage was waiting outside. They were just thinking that if Qin Feng didn't come after noon, they would leave Ninghai immediately. Therefore, Qin Feng's appearance, and so early at that, was somewhat unexpected for them. Besides these people, there were also some old acquaintances of Qin Feng, namely Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and other local gentry. These people came to Chungxianglu with ill intentions. They were deliberately there to watch the spectacle. In the past 2 days, they deliberately had their subordinates spread the word throughout the county that everyone knew about the bet between Qin Feng and Su Jin. They all knew what Qin Feng had been doing these past 2 days. Qin Feng wanted to use fine wine to win the bet by surprise. Fortunately, they had already taught Xia how to destroy those wine jars, so Qin Feng was bound to fail today. They wanted to see for themselves, and let the people see for themselves, how their county magistrate had been utterly defeated. However, regardless of how many groups of people they were, or what they were there for, Qin Feng was happy to see so many people. Doesn't this save him the trouble of attracting customers and doing advertising? Lord Qin, I never expected you to come. Su Jin glanced at Qin Feng with disappointment and said sarcastically, Are you planning to come here and admit defeat to Su Jin? Admit defeat? What? Qin Feng shook his head resolutely, straightened his chest, and said, I have come here recently to win the bet, so how can I admit defeat? Hee. Su Jin covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes rolling imperceptibly upwards. Lord Qin has been having a very carefree time these past few days, making porcelain, buying ice and fruit. I thought Lord Qin had already forgotten about our bet. You've been busy with so many pointless things for days, and you still dare to boast that you can win the bet. Ha! What is there for me, Qin, to be afraid of in such a trivial matter? Qin Feng laughed. So Su Jin thought he hadn't been doing anything productive these past few days and was angry? Su Jin sighed and said to Qin Feng, Lord Qin, I have been in business since I was a child, and I have traveled all over the country. I have seen all kinds of people, but I have never seen anyone as shameless as you in my life. I don't want to waste any more time. Lord Qin, you should just admit defeat. Let's settle this bet. I need to get back to Dangzhou as soon as possible. The #1 restaurant there is doing booming business, and it can't function without me there. Qin Feng objected. That won't do. It's not noon yet, and the outcome is still undecided. How can I let Miss Su leave? Someone come here. Qin Feng waved his hand outside and shouted to the constables, Bring everything in. Chapter 1:11 Invention of the Air Conditioner Fan. Qin Feng's order startled Su Jin and Su Sheng. They thought Qin Feng was about to order someone to take action. Just as Su Jin was about to say something, Qin Feng's men carried in a lot of things. There were 3 large wooden chests, a huge sealed jar, and many other oddly shaped things they had never seen before. Several yamen runners placed 3 large boxes in 3 corners of the room, and then busied themselves attaching oddly shaped wooden fittings to the items. The sealed jar was placed in the most conspicuous position next to the counter, with a ladle on it. Su Jin and Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they weren't going to attack them. Only, Lord Qin, what do you intend to do with these things that you had your men bring here? Su Jin asked. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What for? What else could we be here to fulfill our bet? Could it be that Miss Su has forgotten the bet between us? Didn't we agree that if I, Qin Feng, could double the income of your Chengxianglu within 3 days, Miss Su would lend me 100,000 taels of silver? Miss Su, you wouldn't be going back on your word, would you? Although Su Jin is just a woman, she knows that a word spoken is a word that cannot be taken back. So how can she go back on her word? After Su Jin finished speaking, her expression relaxed considerably. She frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, It's only a 3-day agreement. Lord Qin didn't even come for the first 2 days. Now that there's only half a day left, do you think it's still necessary? Of course. Hasn't Miss Su heard the saying, Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of chopping wood? Half a day is more than enough for me. Qin Feng shook his head and lectured Su Jin for a while, then held out a hand to her. Please bring me the account books of Chengxianglu so that I can know how much silver Chengxianglu earns each day and have a reference later. Su Jin couldn't understand what Qin Feng was trying to do, or where he got the confidence to double Chengxianglu's business in just half a day. She also didn't believe Qin Feng could do it. Qin Feng's words, however, were correct. It was only morning, and Chengxianglu had just opened. It wasn't even noon yet. The agreed-upon time hadn't arrived, so they couldn't end the meeting prematurely. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jinchong nodded to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately understood, retrieved the ledger from behind the counter, and presented it to Qin Feng with both hands. Qin Feng handed the task directly to Wan Kunming beside him. Mr. Wan, take a look at the revenue situation these past few days and find an average. Yes, sir. Wan Kunming nodded. Everyone else, don't just stand there. Get to work as I instructed this morning. Qin Feng gave the order again. The men following behind him also rushed into the restaurant and split up to close all the windows, both upstairs and downstairs, tightly. There were already quite a few customers inside the restaurant. Only a small portion of these people actually came for food and drinks. Most were called by Su Jin and Su Sheng because they were worried about Qin Feng and feared he might come and rob them of their money. There were also a dozen or so people, Qin Feng's old rivals, including Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and other local gentry from Ninghai County. After Qin Feng arrived, the things his men were busy with were incomprehensible to everyone. At first, packing the wooden crates was fine. Everyone just ate and watched the excitement. But if you close all the windows, everyone will be unhappy. Hey, Lord Qin, what are you doing? It's so hot in the summer. Why are you telling people to close the windows? Exactly. It's so hot today. We sweat even if we sit here without moving. We rely on opening the windows to let in some fresh air and cool breeze to cool us down. You're telling us to close the windows? Aren't you just trying to make us suffer from the heat? Yes, Lord Qin. Forgive my bluntness, but the bet between you and the Su family has already spread far and wide, and I've heard about it too. If you do this, forget about doubling Chung Xianglu's business. I'm afraid Chung Xianglu won't even earn a single tael of silver today. If you don't open the windows soon, we're leaving. The people talking were guests of Chung Xianglu, especially a few who came down from upstairs, who were making a lot of noise. The Chung Xianglu restaurant has a good location, with good ventilation in both the front and back, and no buildings blocking the way. As long as there is a bit of wind, opening the windows of Chung Xianglu will ensure that the air inside circulates very well. Especially upstairs, there are few buildings in the entire Ninghai County that are as tall as Chung Xianglu, with 3 stories. With the window open, a gust of wind blows through. Even though it's a hot summer day and the wind is still hot, as long as there's a breeze, it can carry away the heat from your body. Sprinkling some water on the ground or wiping yourself with a damp towel makes it quite comfortable. But once the windows are closed, the entire Chung Xianglu restaurant becomes a giant steamer, and the guests are all stuffed up like steamed buns. Who can stand that? Those few gentry who came to watch the spectacle with ill intentions chuckled to themselves upon seeing this. This Qin Feng, he must have lost his mind. It's already hot, and he still wants to close the windows. Isn't he afraid of offending the customers? Haven't you heard that the business of a restaurant depends entirely on its customers? Only when the windows are open can people outside see how many customers are inside, and only then will they be tempted to come in and try the food and drinks. Qin Feng actually had the doors and windows closed tightly? Isn't that going against the grain? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Don't even mention giving him a morning's work. Even if you give him 10 days or half a month, he might not be able to win the bet. What's the point of talking about winning? If he's given that much time, he'll bankrupt Chung Xianglu. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. They mocked and ridiculed Qin Feng. The two sides were already enemies, like fire and water, so naturally they didn't lower their voices. Everyone heard their mockery of Qin Feng. Beside Qin Feng, the Yamen runner Zhao couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go over and reprimand the local gentry, but Qin Feng grabbed him and glanced at the gentry, ignoring them. A bunch of frogs in a well, defeated opponents. What's there to care about? The large wooden crates had already been set up, and the Yamen runners had attached the oddly shaped pieces of wood to the crates. The pieces of wood were put together to form a strange thing with a wheel, several seats, and a few pedals. Qin Feng later had the Yamen runners go in groups of 3, each find a wooden box, ride on it, and vigorously pedal. Before long, the guest closest to the wooden crates suddenly felt a wave of comfort and exclaimed, "Ouch! Where did this cool breeze come from? It feels so good." After the first exclamation, the second person quickly sensed it as well, a look of disbelief on their face. What's going on? What's going on? Why is there a cool breeze? Aren't all the doors and windows closed? Where is this wind coming from? Then came the third, the fourth, and slowly, everyone in the room felt a cool breeze. This cool breeze was much more refreshing than the hot wind blowing in through the window. It felt as if someone was rubbing ice on them, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Su Jin also felt the chill and looked around for the source of the cool breeze. Being able to become the head of a family requires intelligence. The cool breeze only appeared after Qin Feng arrived, and she immediately thought of the boxes Qin Feng had brought in. As I got closer, I could indeed feel the cool breeze coming from one side of the box. On the side where the wind blew, there were rows of wooden pieces. As the Yamen runners behind them pedaled the device under their feet, those wooden pieces would sway from side to side, and the cool breeze would blow from left to right and from right to left in a continuous cycle. 3 wooden crates blew the entire first floor of the restaurant over. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chung Xianglu had transformed into a summer paradise. Why can this box blow air on its own? Lord Qin, what exactly is this thing? Su Jin covered her mouth, looking extremely surprised as she asked Qin Feng. Chapter 112 Divine Baby Air Conditioner Fan. When Su Jin asked, everyone realized that the cool breeze was coming from inside. They excitedly stood up from their seats and ran to the box. Real. A cool breeze really does come from this box. My God, this is simply amazing. What kind of magical treasure is this? How wonderful it would be if I had one of these treasures at home. Lord Qin, what is this? Lord Qin, where did you get this box? Lord Qin, how much does this item cost? May I buy one? I know a gentleman doesn't take what others love, but I really covet this treasure. Why don't you name your price? Those who could afford to dine at Chengxianglu were either large landowners and gentry like Hu Lai and Zhang Shan, or families in Ninghai County with some savings. Seeing such a treasure naturally makes them want it, so it's perfectly normal for them to say such things. Qin Feng chuckled. This treasure is not for sale for now. At least we'll have to wait until I win the bet. Hey, I remember someone just said that Qin closed the doors and windows to kick people out. Why don't you leave already? Leave already. Qin Feng looked at everyone with a mischievous grin. Those who had just complained about closing the doors and windows immediately scratched their heads and laughed sheepishly. I won't leave. Even if Lord Qin tries to get rid of me, I won't go. This cool breeze is much more comfortable than being exposed to the scorching sun. I absolutely refuse to leave. I'm not leaving either, boss. Bring us another pot of good wine. We've almost finished all the food on this table. Manager, tell the kitchen to cook 2 more big dishes. With this cool breeze, it won't hurt to eat something hot. Suddenly, many people in the lobby started ordering drinks, dishes, and adding dishes. There weren't enough waiters, so the manager had to come out and keep records himself. Those who had just run downstairs to protest the closed windows felt the cool breeze and thought they had arrived at a summer resort. Instead of making way for Qin Feng, they shouted that they wanted to go downstairs. Manager, hurry, add a table for me in the lobby on the 1st floor. I'm calling all my friends upstairs down to eat. Give me a table too. Just put it next to that box. Upon hearing this, the first person who wanted to get off objected. Hey, you. I was the one who said first that it should be placed next to the box, which is my table. Humph, there's an order to things. Didn't you say that just now? The person who spoke later quickly ran to the box, sat down on the ground, and said, I'm going to add the table here. I'm all over here now. You have nothing to say, right? You can come over? But I can't. Get out of my way. The one who spoke first rushed over. He was a bit fatter than the other person, and with a thrust of his butt, he pushed the other person aside. You're deliberately trying to make me unhappy. Humph, whatever you say, so what? How about we have a contest? Whoever can stand up can move the table here. The two started arguing, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Many people around, eager for a good show, started to jeer and make a fuss. Skinny, you're no match for him. You'd better make room. Hey, don't say that. This guy is too fat and not agile enough. Just keep dodging, and when he gets tired, you can take him down. Go for it. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Hurry up. A real man doesn't just talk the talk, but walk the walk. Su Jin was extremely annoyed. This was inside Chengxianglu. If a fight broke out and things were destroyed, she would be the one who would feel the pain. She pondered for a moment, then stepped forward gracefully, a faint smile playing on her dimples, and said, Both of you are distinguished guests of Chengxianglu. Since you both wish to dine here, why not push your tables together and enjoy your drinks together? You can both enjoy the coolness without causing any awkwardness, and if you get along well, you might even make some friends. Upon hearing this, the two realized that it made sense, and since the eldest daughter of the Su family had spoken up, how could they possibly refuse to give her face? What you say is true, Mississippi. I have no objection. Sharing a table is a good idea, and I'd be happy to. I was rash before. No, I also made mistakes. The two shook hands and made peace. They put 2 tables together at that spot, not only bringing down the food and drinks from upstairs, but also ordering a lot more. Su Jin was overjoyed to see the sudden surge in ordering extra dishes throughout the hotel. In just a short while, the amount of food ordered by these people had more than doubled compared to when they first arrived. Indeed, in the sweltering summer heat, it's unbearable to feel hot all over. Unless someone is extremely hungry, who can eat or drink anything. After eating a couple of bites of hot food, you'll break out in a sweat. After drinking alcohol, your stomach will feel incredibly hot inside. If there's no breeze, sweating all over is extremely uncomfortable. Thanks to the cool breeze coming out of the box, the guests not only felt much cooler, but their appetites were also whetted. With this wind blowing, it doesn't matter how much you eat or drink. Could this bellows be Qin Feng's winning weapon? Su Jin walked up to Qin Feng with a smile and asked, Lord Qin, may I ask what these boxes you brought? Qin Feng chuckled. This is a summer cooling device that I invented and made myself, called the human-powered air conditioner. A human-powered air conditioner fan? Su Jin tilted her head and repeated the name. Suddenly, she realized that the important thing wasn't the name of the thing. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, Lord Qin just said that you made this yourself? Chapter 113 The elixir sold for 5 coins a bowl. Qin Feng smiled smugly and nodded slightly. Indeed, it was designed and made by me. What does Miss Su think of it? How does this thing called an air conditioner fan blow out cool air? It's truly a miraculous anti-inflammatory device. I wonder if Lord Qin could tell Su Jin how it's made. Su Jin would be extremely grateful. Su Jin praised the air conditioner fan highly, but she had already secretly started to consider buying it. If we could make more and install them in every one of our shops, wouldn't that be wonderful? At that time, no matter which prefecture or county it is, all the guests in the city will gather at the Su family's restaurant to cool off. Restaurants thrive on having a lot of customers. As long as people are seated, there's no need to worry about not being able to sell anything. No rush, no rush. We can talk about this later. Let's finish today's bet first. Qin Feng waved his hand casually. Su Jin hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. She didn't believe Qin Feng could win the bet. It took a lot of effort just to install those air conditioning fans. It's less than an hour until noon. The customers in the restaurant had already ordered their food and drinks. With this cool breeze, they probably wouldn't leave until noon. The current turnover was only 50% higher than usual, far from doubling the profit. What? Miss Su, are you still dissatisfied? Do you think I can't double the restaurant's revenue today? Qin Feng noticed Su Jin's expression. Su Jin was quite frank. Seeing Qin Feng bring it up, she smiled slightly and said, if we had another half day, we should be able to finish it. However, we made the bet at noon, so I'm afraid Lord Qin will have to lose. However, this air conditioning fan is so ingenious. Su Jin was very pleased with it. So why don't we? Su Jin was overjoyed at the sight of the magical artifact that could blow out a cool breeze. This one thing alone was enough to make her want to build a good relationship with Qin Feng. She wanted to suggest that they cancel the previous bet. She could lend him the money, but on the condition that Qin Feng would tell her how to make the air conditioner fan, or, as a compromise, make it for her and let her buy it with her own money. But she didn't expect that Qin Feng would interrupt her before she could finish speaking. Ha ha ha, failure? The word failure doesn't exist here. Just you wait and see. Before noon, I'll make sure your restaurant earns more than double what it usually does. Qin Feng clapped his hands as he spoke. Zhao Yi, the yamen runner beside him, immediately walked over to the sealed jar that had been placed next to the counter. Kai Feng took a bowl, dipped the ladle into it, and filled the bowl. Because of the air conditioner fan, Qin Feng has become the focus of attention in this restaurant. Everyone is paying attention to Qin Feng's situation while eating and drinking, and they are curious about what is in the jar. Qin Feng, who can make air conditioning fans, must have something special about the jars he brought. After completing his series of actions, Zhao Yi placed the bowl in his hand on the table closest to him. The county magistrate is offering you all a bowl of divine water to relieve the heat and fatigue. The crowd immediately gathered around and found that it was indeed as they had thought. The liquid in the bowl was crystal clear, unlike the off-white color of wine, but as clear as spring water. What was most peculiar was that bubbles were constantly rising from the bottom and the sides of the bowl. This is a sight no one has ever seen before. What is this? Is it wine? TSK. Didn't you hear? The officer said this is called miracle water. Aside from constantly bubbling, this seemingly ordinary miracle water doesn't deserve the title of miracle water. Who knows? The officer even said it would relieve the heat and fatigue. You guys talk too much nonsense. What is it? Just drink it and you'll know. The group around the table stared at it for a long time, but then someone from the next table reached in and snatched the bowl from among them. Hey you! Everyone turned around and saw that the man had already tilted his head back and downed a bowl of miracle water. Huh! Hiccup! After finishing, the man wiped his mouth, his expression one of utter astonishment. What does it taste like? Is this wine dry? Shaku, say something. A group of people urged them on from the side. The person, having no experience with carbonated drinks, was experiencing a sore nose and tears were streaming down their face. Even though he was crying his eyes out, the miracle water still brought him indescribable pleasure. The carbonic acid in the water stimulated his tongue, flowed into his throat, and was swallowed, all of which made him feel extremely comfortable. Qin Feng had added a lot of ice to the jar beforehand, so the fairy water was now both icy and refreshing, making it incredibly enjoyable to drink in the summer. This fairy water isn't wine. It's sweet. After it enters your mouth, I don't know what to say, sir. Could I have another bowl? The man didn't know how to describe it. After trying for a while, he gave up and looked at Zhao Yi with the bowl in his hand. Zhao Yi chuckled and, following Qin Feng's instructions, said, no, each person can only enjoy one bowl of the immortal water for free. From the second bowl onwards, you'll have to pay 5 qian of silver per bowl. Huh? 5 qian of silver? That's expensive. 5 chin of silver is enough to buy 2 shur of rice. Upon hearing the price, everyone involuntarily shrank back. This is the price of a bowl. It's basically equivalent to the price of a top-quality wine. The finest daughter's red wine costs no more than 5 taels of silver per jar. Even those who frequently dine and drink in restaurants and have a little money in their pockets only buy it when entertaining important guests. Is this miracle water worth it? Is it expensive? Zhao Yi ladled another bowl and placed it on the table. Whether it's expensive or not, you have to taste it to know for sure. Regardless of whether it's expensive or not, this first bowl is free. Who wouldn't want to try something new? Zhao Yi first stated the price, giving them the impression that this thing was expensive. Such an expensive thing, being offered for free, was naturally not something they would let go of. A group of people reached out at the same time, but it was eventually snatched away by a strong young man sitting on the side. Hee, I want to try it and see what this miracle water tastes like. After taking a sip, he was immediately choked by the carbon dioxide, and tears and snot streamed down his face. However, after the tears, the exhilarating feeling immediately overwhelmed him. 5 coins. Give me another bowl. He immediately shouted. Me too. I'll have another bowl. The person who shouted along with him was the first to taste it. Zhao Yi smiled and served 2 more bowls, took their money, and then turned to give it to the shopkeeper. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Is it really that good? After finishing their drinks, the 2 men were still not satisfied. No. I want another bowl. Me too. Chapter 114 Revenue is 4 times the normal. Those who had been watching from the sidelines finally couldn't hold back any longer and immediately swarmed forward. If they don't taste it soon, these 2 will probably drink the whole jar. Isn't it supposed to be a free tasting? Officer, give me a bowl too. Me too, me too. Zhao Yi moved to the front of the jar, blocked their way, and said, Hey, what are you all doing? Step back. It's true that it's free to sample, but I still have to consider the people who paid for it, right? You all step back. Let me satisfy these 2 guests first, then it'll be your turn. That won't do. Zhao Xi's stomach is notoriously bottomless. This jar of divine water might not be enough for him. I'll spend money too. I'll pay to try it. Is that all right? I'll spend money too. This principle holds true throughout history and across the world. First, things are valued for their rarity. Second, people have an insatiable curiosity and always have a strong affinity for things they haven't tried before. These drinkers are now governed by these 2 rules. There was only 1 jar of the miracle water in total. Even though it was expensive, they still wanted to try it and understand its effects. Everyone started taking out their money. Zhao Yi hurriedly said, Hey, don't make a scene. Start with you and line up. Everyone who wants a drink, come and buy one by one. If anyone cuts in line, this officer won't sell to them. If it were the innkeeper speaking, the customers might not listen, but Zhao Yi is an official, so his words carry some weight. A group of people immediately lined up, scrambling to get a drink. Those who couldn't get to the front licked their lips and craned their necks to look ahead, afraid they wouldn't get a chance to drink. The tables of customers in the restaurant were all lined up in a row, stretching from Zhao Yi all the way to the door. Qin Feng had no choice but to have the door opened again so that the line could continue outwards. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Zhao Yi sold them bowl by bowl, and everyone who bought and drank them cried and sneezed, but then immediately felt their mouths and noses clear. No one knew how to describe it. 1,000 words were on their lips, but they could only express it with 1 word. Awesome. Those who drank it gave it a thumbs up and praised it highly. Some even went back to the end of the line, hoping to get another bowl. This reaction made those who hadn't yet tasted it even more convinced that this miracle water must be extraordinary. So, almost no one wanted just 1 bowl anymore. Everyone wanted 2, 3, or even 5 bowls at a time. The restaurant was bustling with activity, attracting the attention of passers-by who came forward to inquire about what was being sold. But as soon as these people reached the entrance of the restaurant, before they could even speak, they stopped and stood still for a moment before darting inside. Why is this restaurant so cool and refreshing? It's simply a summer resort. I was just saying why the restaurant kept the windows closed. Wouldn't that suffocate the customers? But I never expected that it would be like a paradise on earth inside. Oh no, I'm going to splurge today. I won't be eating at home. Shopkeeper, bring me a side dish, a pound of meat, and a pot of good wine. People kept coming in from outside, and the shopkeeper hurriedly came out to greet them, constantly adding tables to the main hall. Originally, there were only 12 tables in the lobby, which were arranged loosely and were very spacious. But today, the shopkeeper ordered 22 more tables, which almost filled the entire hall. You had to squeeze in and out sideways. The patrons all enjoyed the cool breeze. After understanding what the people in line were doing and seeing their expressions after drinking the miracle water, they were all very curious and willingly lined up to pay. The business is booming beyond imagination. There was only one table of people in the restaurant who were not making any noise. They were the local gentry who had come to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. At this moment, they were enjoying the cool breeze. Seeing everyone so excited about a bowl of miracle water, their expressions were not very good. What exactly is Qin Feng up to? How can he always do things in such an unpredictable way? What on earth is Qin Feng up to? At this rate, could he really win the bet? What a blunder. I wanted to see him make a fool of himself, but instead he got to show off in front of us again. I wonder what kind of mind-altering potion he's selling, that it can bewitch everyone like that. How despicable. We must not fall for Qin Feng's trick. None of us should buy anything. Of course, even if I had money, I would never let Qin Feng earn a single penny. Well, knowing yourself and your enemy is the best policy. I've already sent a servant to get a bowl. I'm going to try this stuff later and see if it's really as miraculous as they say. A moment later, the moment arrived. It smelled amazing. Wow, this is absolutely divine. How can such sweet and refreshing water exist in this world? It truly deserves the name divine water. Master Lu, sit down. What's going on? Didn't we agree that what you're doing is just creating momentum for Qin Feng? What kind of behavior is this? Hulai complained. The wealthy Mr. Lu put down his empty bowl, wiped the snot that had come out of his nose from the cough, and not only refused to sit down, but also muttered to himself. Dealing with Qin Feng is one thing, but we have no grudge against this divine water. What's wrong with me drinking a bowl? If you don't want to drink it, that's your business. I'm going to have another bowl anyway. After saying that, Master Lu left his seat and went to queue up himself. In less than half an hour, the entire jar of miracle water was sold out. Those who didn't get to drink were greatly disappointed, while those who did were smug. Although the one who drank the most drank 10 bowls and spent 5 taels of silver, he was still not satisfied. That one jar of divine water alone yielded 200 bowls, which sold for over 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver is not much, but the number of guests kept by this magical water is so large that the Chungxianglu restaurant is almost overflowing. The food and wine on each table add up to at least 5 or 6 taels of silver, and some guests order fancy dishes that cost 20 or 30 taels. At noon, the shopkeeper did some calculations and reported an astonishing number to Su Jin and Qin Feng. Young Miss, Lord Qin, from this morning until now, our shop has received a total of 1,600 taels of silver, which is the usual amount. The shopkeeper excitedly stretched out his hand, his fingers trembling as he flipped the item 4 times. It's 4 times the usual price. What? Even Su Jin, a powerful businesswoman, was stunned by this result. She had previously doubted whether Qin Feng could complete the bet, but he exceeded it by so much. 4 times. If it were like this every day, with so many restaurants owned by the Su family, how much extra money must they make? Qin Feng looked at Su Jin with a smile and asked, Miss Su, I should have won our bet, right? Chapter 115. Have you forgotten your identity? Miss Su, I think I've won our bet, haven't I? Qin Feng's voice pulled Su Jin out of her surprise and optimism for the future. She quickly replied, Of course, Lord Qin won. With the facts laid bare, what else can Su Jin say? Even Su Sheng, who was standing next to her, now only had admiration for Qin Feng. Both the air cooler and the SK2 facial treatment essence were incredibly unexpected. Rest assured, Lord Qin, although Su Jin is a woman, she always keeps her word. She can raise 100,000 taels of silver within 5 days and deliver it to the Yamen herself. Su Jin took a step back and bowed to Qin Feng. I previously thought that you were just talking big, and that your words were disrespectful to you. I thought that this bet was designed to make things difficult for you. Now it seems ridiculous. I hope Lord Qin will forgive me. It's all right. Those are all minor matters. Qin Feng waved his hand. As long as Miss Su doesn't go back on her word, that's fine. The county needs 100,000 taels of silver to control locusts. Please make sure to raise it as soon as possible. After 3 months, I, Qin, will definitely return the principal and interest in full. Lord Qin, please rest assured. In previous years, Su Jin could have produced this much silver on the same day. However, in recent years, his business has gradually expanded to other areas, and the main family property has been moved to Dangzhou. Su Jin will set off for Dangzhou City today and will return in 5 days. That's good. The two made an agreement. Su Jin pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, but still asked what was on her mind. Lord Qin, What about the air conditioner fan and the miracle water? Hee hee. I know what Miss Su is thinking. This air conditioning fan and the miracle water were both invented by me. The formulas and design drawings are all in my hands. If Miss Su wants to apply them to other businesses in the Su family, that's not impossible, but it must wait until after the locust plague is over. Qin Feng straightened his back and said righteously, I am the magistrate of Ninghai County, and the people must come first in everything. If the people are safe and sound, we can sit down and talk about business matters. But with the locust plague looming, I have no time to think about such things. I hope Miss Su can understand. Qin Feng refused her at the last minute, but Su Jin felt even more favorably toward him. How vast is the Su family's business? Su Jin is never stingy with her investments as long as it benefits the business. The design drawings and formulas are all in Qin Feng's hands. If he wants money, he will definitely be eager to cooperate with the Su family. The Su family will certainly not treat him unfairly and will definitely let Qin Feng make a lot of money. But the enormous profits right before his eyes could not sway Qin Feng in the slightest. He still put the people first and prioritized controlling the locust plague. How few officials are there? Su Jin felt as if she had been blinded by illusions and had misjudged Qin Feng. How could such an upright person be a corrupt official? Could it be that everything before was just an act? Or did he suddenly change his mind and have a change of heart, deciding to become a good official? She didn't know, nor did she want to investigate. All she knew was that lending 100,000 taels of silver to Qin Feng was not a problem. What you say is true, sir. Then let's wait until after the locust plague, and then we can sit down and discuss it slowly. Lord Qin, please remember, you mustn't give these two treasures to anyone else. Su Jin blinked her alluring eyes, exuding charm, and gave Qin Feng a quick flirtation. Although Su Jin was born with a seductive nature, she didn't show such a charming side to just anyone. She was flirting with Qin Feng because he had impressed her so much that she felt he possessed an irresistible charm. Qin Feng felt a shiver run through him and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Miss Su, please rest assured. In fact, everything Qin Feng said before was just an excuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to cooperate with Su Jin, but the preparation of this miracle water was simply too complicated, and there were also many areas for improvement in the air conditioning fan. Both of these require ice. Ice is too expensive now, and the cost is too high. I don't know how much money 3 air conditioner fans would cost in a day. Technology is fine for winning bets, but for commercial use, it's probably only affordable for high-ranking officials and wealthy people who don't care about money and bleed the people dry. However, these problems can all be improved. Qin Feng already has ideas, but with the locust plague at hand, he doesn't have time to conduct experiments in this area. Thank you, sir. With Qin Feng's promise, Su Jin smiled at him, then turned to Su Sheng and said, Uncle Sheng, let's hurry up and come back quickly, so as not to keep Lord Qin waiting. Yes, Mississippi. Su Jin left, and Qin Feng stood there for a long time before moving. He was a young man full of vigor, and naturally he was attracted to the beauty Su Jin flirting with him in person. It's not that he's lustful, it's just that Su Jin is too tempting. Even Liu Xiaohui, a legendary figure known for his chastity, probably couldn't resist her. However, as a county magistrate, he couldn't just walk around like that. He could only stand there with his butt sticking out for a while to avoid letting people see his embarrassing situation. After a long while, when he calmed down, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Someone, take away the jars. The 6 of you are responsible for the air conditioning fans. Bring them in every morning and move them back in the evening. Qin Feng instructed. He had to leave some profit for the Su family's restaurant, but the air conditioning fans and ice packs had to be installed in his government office to prevent others from seeing this not-so-difficult-to-learn core technology. Yes, the subordinate responded. Qin Feng finally accomplished a major task and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jin rushed to Dengzhou overnight and arrived at his residence there. This is the Su family's current headquarters, where all the important members of the Su family are gathered. The Su family is a large family, and although Su Jin is in charge, she does not hold absolute power. For some important matters, especially those involving money, such as lending out 100,000 taels, she couldn't make the decision alone. She had to get the consent of all the elders of the Su family. Su Jin recounted the events that had occurred in Ninghai County from beginning to end. Uncles, Qin Feng borrowed money to control the locusts, which can be considered as doing a good deed to help the people. Moreover, he promised to return 120,000 taels in 3 months, which would be a considerable profit for the Su family. Furthermore, Su Jin has already verified Qin Feng's abilities and believes he has the capability to do so. Please give your approval, uncles and elders, so that Su Jin can collect the silver notes and return to Ninghai as soon as possible. Su Jin spoke in great detail and with sound reasoning, and she thought she could easily persuade the older generation of the Su family. However, as soon as she finished speaking, objections arose. Lend 100,000 taels to a county magistrate? Humph. Su Jin, have you forgotten your place? Chapter 116, How to Borrow Money When Someone is Dying. When asked about her identity, Su Jin's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She said in a deep voice, Su Jin has never forgotten her identity. Today, Su Jin borrowed money simply because she didn't want to see the people suffer from the locust plague. Qin Feng, as the local official of Ninghai County, is genuinely good to the people and also has the ability. Lending him money will allow us to make a lot of money in a short period of time. No matter how you look at it, this is a worthwhile deal. Several uncles from the clan smacked their lips and earnestly advised, but you're lending money to a high-ranking official. Aren't you afraid he'll investigate your background? If he discovers the true identity of the Su family, our Su family might face annihilation. How can you face him then? Su Jin smiled. Even with a mocking expression, her stunningly beautiful face remained captivating. Why worry about a mere 7th-rank county magistrate? Since I, Su Jin, took over as the head of the Su family, I have been fighting in the business world for so many years and have never revealed my identity. Have you uncles forgotten who the Su family's biggest client is now? Su Jin can handle him with ease, let alone a county magistrate. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately fell silent. They couldn't say it, because the Su family's biggest partner now, strictly speaking, was far more risky than a mere county magistrate. Su Jin pressed her advantage. All right, I understand the good intentions of my uncles, but I am currently the head of the Su family. I've already made up my mind about this matter. I called you all here simply to inform you. You may all leave now. Su Jin flicked his sleeves and then ordered Su Sheng. Uncle Sheng, quickly send someone to fetch 100,000 taels of silver notes. We will set off back to Ninghai first thing tomorrow morning. Su Sheng, on the other hand, supported Su Jin. He bowed and answered yes, then ordered his men to carry out the task. The remaining members of the Su family, seeing Su Jin's resolute attitude, were all indignant but helpless and could only leave. Once outside the gate, one of them exclaimed, "This is outrageous. If anything goes wrong, we'll both be dead." Another old man chimed in. Who says otherwise? But the young lady. No, I mean the young master. Won't listen to advice. The old man uttered the word princess, then immediately changed his words as if his mouth had been burned, glancing around to see if anyone had heard. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night, and there weren't many people outside. No, we can't let her run wild. Our lives are secondary to our grand ambitions. How can we lend money to an official of the court? 100,000 taels? Miss is really naive. How can she possibly repay 100,000 taels in 3 months, plus an additional 20,000 taels? If it were a prime minister or a high-ranking official of the 1st or 2nd rank, it might be possible to do that. But a mere county magistrate, even if he were to embezzle and exploit the people, couldn't possibly raise that much in 2 months. The two old men started talking again, this time focusing on silver. There's an old saying that describes the corruption in officialdom. A clean prefect for 3 years can amass 100,000 taels of silver. That's an exaggeration. Putting aside everything else, even in a small place like Ninghai County, a county official like Qin Feng, even if he wanted to be corrupt and make money, couldn't possibly make that much. Unless he confiscates all the houses of the local gentry and landlords within 2 or 3 months. The young lady won't listen to advice. We'll have to think of another way. I think so too. If the young lady can't figure it out, we old men can't be confused. But now that the young lady has all the power, we can't really control the flow of funds. The money issue is difficult for us to resolve, but if we can help the person who borrowed the money. An old man with a face that looked like it had been hacked and cleaved, extremely resolute, and full of murderous intent, suddenly spoke up. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to him. You mean, take that county magistrate? An old man made a throat-slitting gesture. The murderous old man nodded. My Su family raises so many assassins precisely to deal with this kind of situation. You don't need to worry about this matter. I have my own plans. All right, then it's all up to you, sir. Thus, a group of former officials, on a dark and windy night, devised a plan to assassinate County Magistrate Qin Feng. That night, the city gates of Dengzhou Prefecture were opened in the middle of the night, and 2 masked men dressed in black rode away on tall horses under cover of darkness. On Su Jin's side, Su Sheng had already ordered someone to prepare the silver notes and send them to Su Jin. After tapping it lightly, Su Jin carefully put the silver notes away from her body. Even though she had accomplished something, she still felt uneasy and paced back and forth in the room with a furrowed brow. "Miss, it's getting late. You should get some rest too. I'll go to bed now." Su Sheng bowed and gave the message before preparing to leave. "Wait a minute." Su Jin quickly stopped him. "Uncle Sheng, I always feel uneasy. Do you think the uncles in the clan might make some decisions that exceed my authority?" "Miss, you're worried. Those people were only thinking of the Su family, which is why they said those things last night. It's understandable. Now that the young lady has come of age, the responsibility of being in charge has fallen to you. Without your orders, they shouldn't act easily." Su Sheng smiled slightly and offered his advice. Su Jin's brows remained furrowed as she shook her head and said, "No, I still feel uneasy. Hurry up and prepare the carriage. Let's set off now. Doesn't the Su family have someone planted at the city gate? Let's ask him to open the city gate." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng repeatedly advised, "The journey has been arduous. Miss only returned today and has rested for less than 3 hours. Setting off now will exhaust her. Uncle Sheng, you yourself said that I am now the person in charge of the Su family, so you must obey my orders. My mind is made up. Just do as I say. My body, Su Jin's body, is not that delicate." "Sigh, okay." Su Sheng could not persuade Su Jin otherwise, so he had no choice but to order a carriage to be prepared immediately. That night, the city gates of Dengzhou were opened for the second time. Before leaving the city, Su Jin asked the Su family members in charge of the city gate if anyone had left. The Su family member replied, "There were 2 people earlier who showed me the Su family's token and taught me how to open the city gate, so I opened it and let them pass." "What? Weren't they arranged by Miss?" "Oh no. Run." Su Jin sensed something was wrong and, without time to explain, immediately ordered Su Sheng to set off. With a flick of his whip, Su Sheng sent the 3 tall horses galloping off towards Ninghai County. "Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, please, please don't let anything happen to you." Su Jin thought to herself, her hands clenching slightly. She didn't know why she was so worried about a mere county official. She only knew that Qin Feng gave her a very special feeling. Chapter 117: Ice-Making Medicine and Saltpeter Mines. The following day, Ninghai County. Qin Feng sat in his room, his brow furrowed in worry. The locust plague can be solved as long as there is money. Qin Feng has already made the arrangements and is just waiting for Su Jin's funds to arrive. He spent most of the day working on chemistry. The miracle water he sells in Su Jin's shop is actually homemade soda water made with baking soda, water, sugar, and citric acid from citrus fruits. Qin Feng made soda water just to try it out. After all, he wasn't sure if people in ancient times would accept such a taste. The result was an excellent response. If we can make a big success of these soda water and air conditioning fans, we're sure to make a lot of money. Although Qin Feng did not intend to become a corrupt official, the system did not allow him to do so. But that doesn't stop him from being a money lover. No matter what area you live in, the more money the better. Qin Feng knew the importance of money. As long as the source is legitimate, it's acceptable. As a modern person who traveled from the future to this place, it would be too low if I couldn't monetize the advanced knowledge in my head. So here's the question. This method can certainly produce miracle water, but it's too complicated and expensive. Qin Feng had asked around and found out that there were no lemons in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Citric acid could only be extracted from citrus fruits. Sugar is quite common in Dezhou. The most crucial issue is baking soda. Not only are there no finished products available, but even baking soda, also known as soda ash, is extremely difficult to find. Everything had to be made by Qin Feng himself using his limited knowledge of chemistry. Burning wood ash to obtain soda ash, and then using soda ash to make other products, is not impossible, but it's a bit inefficient. But the most crucial element isn't any of these, it's the ice. Ice was extremely expensive in ancient times. But both the miracle water that Qin Feng sells in Chengxianglu and the air conditioning fan used in Chengxianglu are inseparable from ice. Without ice, soda water wouldn't feel so refreshing, and air conditioning fans would degenerate into human-powered fans, probably producing the same effect as a heater in the hot summer. I only stayed at Chengxianglu for half a day that day, and most of the ice in the air conditioning fan was already used up. That big block of ice that I put in the refrigerator cost a full 50 taels of silver. Chengxianglu might not care, but Qin Feng is different. 50 taels a day, 1,500 taels a month. That's just burning money. He also hopes that his invention will benefit the people and allow everyone to enjoy a moment of coolness in the summer. An air conditioning fan is simply a bunch of wood assembled together. The cost is not high, and it can be widely used. But ice is an extremely expensive consumable. So Qin Feng spent the whole day racking his brains trying to figure out how to reduce the cost of ice. Build ice cellars? To store more ice for winter? Qin Feng rejected the idea first, as digging ice cellars and chiseling ice in winter are not easy tasks. With labor costs fixed, no matter how much ice is stored, the price of ice won't come down. I wish I could make ice. The thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have read in a book that saltpeter absorbs a lot of heat when it dissolves in water, causing the water inside to freeze into ice. Perhaps this reaction method could be used to study ice-making processes? Qin Feng immediately had someone summon Wan Kunming. Mr. Wan, do you know anything about saltpeter? Wan Kunming pondered for a moment, then asked in return, is what Lord Qin is referring to the kind of thing that Taoist priests often use when refining elixirs? Yes, that's it. Qin Feng said excitedly. I know a little bit, but not much. Wan Kunming said with difficulty. Just tell me where I can get it. Qin Feng urged. I am unaware of this matter. Perhaps you could ask a Taoist priest who knows alchemy. After saying this, Wan Kunming suddenly showed a regretful expression on his face. Looking at Qin Feng, he said earnestly, My lord, in previous dynasties, there were emperors who pursued immortality, but I believe that immortality is just an illusion. Life and death are preordained. How can one escape the cycle of reincarnation? I hope you will not be confused and waste your time chasing after such illusory things. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized that Wan Kunming was trying to persuade him. Is it because he wants to cultivate immortality? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, we're not that foolish. The reason people live is because they will eventually die. If people could live forever, they would probably lose their will to fight and just drift through life aimlessly. I don't like that kind of life. Qin Feng patted Wan Kunming on the shoulder. Then what is Lord Qin's inquiry about alchemy? Who asked about alchemy? I just want saltpeter. Could you find me a Taoist priest so I can ask him properly? Qin Feng put his hands behind his back, looked out the window, and muttered to himself, saltpeter is a good thing. It seems that the Great Zhou doesn't have any firearms yet. If I could get my hands on some saltpeter first and study it, maybe besides making ice, I could even invent gunpowder. No matter what happens in the future, it's always good to have some ability to protect yourself. Wan Kunming didn't hear Qin Feng's mutterings clearly, but he did hear clearly that Qin Feng wanted saltpeter. As long as Qin Feng doesn't pursue immortality like those foolish emperors recorded in history books, Wan Kunming can feel more at ease. He said to Qin Feng, if you only want saltpeter, sir, there's no need to seek out Taoist priests or ask anyone else. Huh? What do you mean? Qin Feng was puzzled. The Lord ordered Yan Li and me to supervise the reclamation of the terraced fields, and neither of us dared to take it lightly. The initial hilltop reclamation was basically completed, so a few days ago, I went to the nearby hilltops to investigate and excavate the soil. I discovered an area where a lot of saltpeter was buried underground. Is that really true? Qin Feng excitedly turned around and supported Wan Kunming's shoulder. How dare I speak such nonsense? Quick, take me to see this. Qin Feng immediately ran to the chair, put on his outer robe, and urged Wan Kunming to go into the mountain under the scorching sun. My lord, please look, this is the place. Wan Kunming pointed to an area that had been partially excavated and said. Qin Feng looked over there, and sure enough, beneath the shallow layer of soil, there were white, frost-like crystals, which were natural saltpeter deposits. Judging from the spreading trend and the density, the amount of saltpeter deposited underneath was probably quite large. Qin Feng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said to Wan Kunming, You've done a great service. Once you get back, immediately send people here to start digging. They're starting to dig already? That's right. This is the key to prosperity for our Ninghai County. Chapter 118 Black-clad and masked, unable to be seen by others. For Qin Feng, saltpeter meant much more than just making ice. In the future, it could also become a means for Qin Feng to protect himself. After all, when saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal are mixed together in a certain proportion, they can become the revolutionary invention of gunpowder. According to Qin Feng's understanding, the Great Zhou Dynasty has not yet invented gunpowder. As long as he masters gunpowder, he can be said to have mastered power. Qin Feng led Wan Kunming around the mountain until sunset, personally exploring the area. They discovered that the saltpeter content was extremely high. The surface layer alone covered almost half the mountain, not to mention the saltpeter buried deep underground. This excited Qin Feng greatly. When he returned to the yamen that night, he immediately ordered the cooks to prepare plenty of good wine and food. so that everyone in the yamen could enjoy a good life. He also announced that 1/3 of the people who were cultivating the terraced fields would be transferred to mine saltpeter. As night fell, Qin Feng was too excited to sleep, thinking that once he mastered the power of gunpowder, what would he have to fear in the Great Zhou Dynasty? At that time, even the Great Zhou Dynasty would have to think twice before taking action against him. Although this Great Zhou is good, and Qin Feng is also a part of the power structure, it is ultimately a ruthless society where the strong prey on the weak, and the legal system is not as sound as it is in the future. If he wants to live peacefully in this society, he must make himself strong. First, I need money. Secondly, we must possess overwhelming military power. Neither of these two things posed a problem for Qin Feng, who had traveled from the future. In the middle of the night, Qin Feng finally felt sleepy and was about to fall asleep when he heard a rustling sound coming from the roof. He suddenly became alert. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Qin Feng tiptoed out of bed, took down the long sword hanging above the bed, crouched down at the door, and listened carefully to the sounds outside. He carried the long sword for self-defense. After all, who in their right mind would visit someone late at night? Qin Feng was certain that the people outside were likely assassins or killers, but he didn't know who was behind it. Although he possessed the strength of an ox, his basic martial arts skills were not considered particularly impressive in the Great Zhou Dynasty. In terms of martial arts, he couldn't even beat 80% of the bandit leaders, let alone assassins. Therefore, the correct approach is to lie in wait in the shadows and launch a surprise attack. The sounds outside were extremely faint. If Qin Feng were asleep, he would not have heard them at all. Qin Feng heard the commotion outside and fell from the wall to the door. He gripped his steel sword tightly, ready to make his move, when he heard the commotion outside start on its own. Ping, bang, clang. Who? Asked the king of hell. After a brief exchange, the people outside started fighting, but Qin Feng didn't recognize either of them by their voices. What the heck? Could it be that two groups of people who want to harm me have collided? Qin Feng was a little confused, but this was a question that couldn't be explored too deeply at this time. The fact that the people outside didn't rush and presented him with a golden opportunity. Hearing the fighting sounds outside were some distance from the door, he mustered his strength and shouted, "Help! There's an assassin!" There were yamen runners on duty at night. When they heard the magistrate shout that there was an assassin, they didn't dare to delay. They rushed over from all directions with their knives, shouting as they ran, "Catch the assassin! Protect Lord Qin!" The lights in the yamen's guardhouse immediately came on, and the yamen runners rushed out, pulling up their trousers. Yan Li, Wan Kunming, and others also came out together. Hearing that there were more people outside, Qin Feng pushed open the door and went out. He immediately saw 4 men in black fighting in pairs in the middle of the courtyard. "Take them down." Qin Feng gave the order. "Yes." The constables immediately stepped forward, but to their surprise, the 4 men in black were all experts. Although they could not defeat each other, they were able to handle the constables with ease, and even in the life-or-death struggle, they were still able to deal with the constables. However, even the strongest can't fight against a large number of people. No matter how powerful they are, they can't overcome the sheer number of people Qin Feng has. The 4 men in black, working in perfect unison, seized an opportunity, leaped high into the air, and used their light-footed skills to scale the wall and climb over the wall of the government office. Well, a muffled groan came from outside the wall. Clearly, one of the 4 had fallen into a trap. Qin Feng immediately ordered his men, "Quickly, chase after them. Someone outside has been injured. Capture them immediately alive. We must find out who wants to harm him." If it were someone arranged by those local gentry, well, the constables responded and filed out, soon bringing back 2 injured men in black. 2 or 3 constables restrained each of them, tied them up, and forced them to kneel before Qin Feng. Qin Feng personally removed their masks and examined them. Neither of these 2 people are from Ninghai County. "Who are you? Why are you dressed in black at night in my county government office? Speak." One of them clenched his teeth and remained silent, while the other raised his head, gave Qin Feng a cold smile, and moved his jaw slightly. Qin Feng didn't react at first. By the time he realized what was happening and grabbed the man's chin, it was too late. A lot of white foam came out of the man's mouth, his eyelids rolled back, and he was gone. Wow, those TV dramas are really true. There are actually characters who put poison pills in their mouths. Qin Feng made a sarcastic remark, and immediately pinched the mouth of the man in black next to him with his other hand. The man in black grimaced, but no one noticed that there was a dumpling in his mouth. It's obvious that these 2 people are not working together. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, looked at the man in black who had not committed suicide, and asked again, Speak. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in coming here in the middle of the night? The man gritted his teeth and turned his head to the side. Oh, this is still a tough nut to crack, so you're not going to say anything? Zhao Yi Sundebao. Take him away and interrogate him day and night until you find out who ordered him. You absolutely cannot let him die. Qin Feng gave the order. Yes. 3 constables immediately stepped forward and dragged the mute man in black away. The corpse was also taken away by the constables. Sir, are you all right? Wan Kunming stepped forward and asked with concern. Qin Feng shook his head, his brows furrowing. When I came out, the 4 men were already fighting, but I was unharmed. He was saying this, but his mind was racing. If they came to kill him, even if they were sent by different people, wouldn't it have been easier to attack together? Why would they fight? If Qin Feng hadn't been so excited that he couldn't sleep today, and if the 2 groups hadn't clashed but instead worked together, Qin Feng would probably be dead by now. Why did they start fighting? Mr. Wan, in your opinion, what are the identities of these 2 groups of people? Clad in black and masked, he must be either a thief or an assassin. Just as Qin Feng predicted. That's strange. Even if they're not in cahoots, what kind of conflict could there be between thieves and assassins? Qin Feng was completely baffled. Just then, the city gate official arrived panting on horseback. He dismounted and, seeing the Yamen gates wide open, rushed in with some doubt and knelt before Qin Feng. Your Excellency, a carriage carrying a man claiming to be Su Jin arrived outside the city last night. He said he has important business to discuss with you and requests that the city gates be opened. Please grant my request. Chapter 119, The County Magistrate and the Beauty flirt with each other. Su Jin? Why would she rush back in the middle of the night? Even if you were to send him money, would you really need to travel at night? Qin Feng vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Open the city gates and let them pass. Call all the soldiers guarding the city to be careful. Yes. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Jin's carriage arrived from outside the city. The carriage curtain opened, and Su Jin got out of the carriage. She hurriedly walked to the entrance of the yamen and saw that the yamen was brightly lit inside. She became very anxious. Could it be that the assassins arranged by my uncles have already succeeded? She breathed a sigh of relief when she entered the inner courtyard and saw Qin Feng. It's good that you're all right. Lord Qin. Seeing that the courtyard was almost full of yamen runners and there were still some bloodstains on the ground, Su Jin knew that the assassins arranged by her uncles had probably already come. However, since Qin Feng was all right, she didn't need to remind him anymore. Since an assassin had come, a county magistrate like him would naturally be on guard, and with so many precautions in place, his safety should be no problem. After all, she has a special status, so it's better for her to keep her distance from Qin Feng. She was in such a hurry that she completely overlooked the fact that arriving so late at night was already quite unusual. Miss Su, why are you traveling back to Ninghai so late at night? I just heard from the city gate official that you have something important to tell me. May I ask what it is? Traveling at this late hour is not very safe. Qin Feng's words were tinged with doubt. The assassin had barely made his move when Su Jin returned in the middle of the night. Both events were strange and might be related. Su Jin was slightly taken aback, her expression faltering. She was quick-witted and could naturally sense Qin Feng's suspicion. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. She had come back because she was worried about Qin Feng, but she was being suspected of having ulterior motives. Who wouldn't feel wronged? But she could only keep this grievance to herself, since it was her Su family who had ordered the assassins to come. She composed herself and quickly regained her composure, replying with a faint smile, what else could this humble woman possibly have to do? Naturally, I've come to deliver money to Lord Qin. The fight against locusts is urgent and cannot be delayed. Su Jin did not want to delay Lord Qin's plans because of herself, which is why she rushed here overnight. Su Jin took out a stack of silver notes from her sleeve, turned around, and handed them to Su Sheng, who was following her. Su Sheng stepped forward and handed the notes to Qin Feng. Lord Qin, please count these. Here are 100,000 taels of silver notes, which can be exchanged at any bank in the country. Thank you. Qin Feng accepted the silver notes without any hesitation and looked at Su Jin. So, it was just to deliver silver notes. Actually, there's no difference between delivering silver notes in the middle of the night and delivering them tomorrow. But Miss Su is so thoughtful, so I thank you very much. After saying that, he added jokingly, alas, I am still a little disappointed. I thought that Miss Su missed me, which is why she rushed back so quickly. Su Jin was stunned for a moment. She's always the one teasing others. When did it become her turn to tease them? Missing Qin Feng? This county magistrate is truly shameless. Su Jin's lips curled into a charming smile. What you say is true, my lord. I do miss Lord Qin, but I don't miss him as a person. What I miss is his promise to repay the 120,000 taels of silver. In this world, there is truly no man who can be compared to money. Although Lord Qin is outstanding, he is still not as good as money. The implication, no less, is simply, you think I miss you? You don't deserve it. Qin Feng could tell that Su Jin was being sarcastic, but he wasn't annoyed. He just chuckled and said, no wonder Miss Su can run the Su family so well. She's just naturally greedy. You must be a Taurus. What did you say, sir? Su Jin didn't understand. Nothing. What I meant was that Miss Su underestimates me. I am far more valuable than silver. Having me is like having countless silver. If Miss Su truly loves money, she might as well consider me. Qin Feng's words were half a joke and half his true feelings. Su Jin is so beautiful. Qin Feng is a normal man, so it's perfectly normal for him to want to marry her. But no matter how much he likes a woman, he would never shamelessly pursue her. If a man wants to win over a woman, he needs to figure out what she wants and then fully demonstrate his advantages in that area so that the woman will take the initiative to come to him. You must never pester or chase after someone relentlessly. A simp will end up with nothing. The more you treat a woman like a goddess, the less she will cherish you. If you want a stable relationship, you need to strengthen yourself and become someone she admires. Lord Qin, you should think about how to repay the 120,000 taels of silver to this young lady in full within 3 months. If Lord Qin can truly do this, then I can spend more time observing him. Oh dear, I'm exhausted from traveling all night. It's the middle of the night now, so I shouldn't disturb your rest. I'll take my leave now. All right. Someone, escort Miss Su's carriage back. Yes. Su Jin boarded the carriage and left the yamen. Qin Feng clutched the silver note, lost in thought. Wan Kunming, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and said to Qin Feng, Sir, this Su Jin. Yes, I know. Qin Feng interrupted Wan Kunming before he could finish speaking. Su Jin's reaction was off. The yamen was filled with yamen runners, the atmosphere was so tense, and there were faint traces of blood on the ground. Su Jin wasn't blind, so she must have seen them. If she had truly only come to deliver the money, she would have been puzzled by the situation and asked questions, instead of acting as if she hadn't seen anything as she did just now. This Su Jin is probably related to these two groups of men in black. However, she shouldn't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a big fuss by knocking on the city gate and sending someone to deliver a message to me. After some thought, Qin Feng came to this conclusion. After hearing this, Wan Kunming nodded repeatedly. That's true. All right, there's still one survivor among the men in black. Question him first. If you can't get any results, put this matter aside for now and have your men keep watch day and night, and be extra vigilant. Qin Feng glanced at the silver notes in his hand and said, The locust plague is imminent and there is no time to lose. Right now, we should focus all our efforts on controlling the locusts. Now that you're all up, I'll make the arrangements. Tomorrow morning, you will go door to door to inform every farmer in the county to send one person to each county in Dengzhou. Each household must buy 10 ducks. Ducklings or adult ducks are both acceptable. Buy out all the ducks in Dengzhou. Tell them that the ducks are for me to raise. If they can pay for the ducks in advance, they can do so. I will settle the principal and interest, plus the cost of feed and labor, all together in the future. Those who don't have the money can come to me to ask for it first. Did you all understand? A group of people responded loudly. Yes. Chapter 120. The prefect arrives, showing off his power. The next morning, all the officials in the government office went out to notify all the farmers in the county. Why does the county magistrate suddenly want to raise ducks again? I don't know. Our county magistrate is always unpredictable. Who cares? Didn't the constable say that helping the county magistrate raise ducks is free, and we can even earn a service fee? My mother is still healthy, and my wife and kids can help out too. Since there's money to be made, why not? I heard that farmers in Lizhou County are raising a lot of poultry and will be setting off soon. Are any of you going with us? Count me in. I'll go too. Can't we wait? I plan to get the silver from the county magistrate first. What money? Our magistrate is an upright official. Do you think he'll cheat you? How much can a few ducks cost? I'll lend you the money first. Okay then. The people couldn't understand Qin Feng's actions, but they had long been accustomed to them. Because Qin Feng's previous actions, which they couldn't understand, always ended up with results that greatly surprised them. Trusting Qin Feng, 99% of the people in Ninghai County followed his instructions. Some went out and came back on the same day, while others went further and returned the next day or two later. Many returned empty-handed because all the adult ducks and ducklings in Dangzhou had been sold out. Qin Feng had someone count the number of ducks in Ninghai County. It was estimated that there were more than 200,000 ducks, averaging 5 or 6 per household. This is half the number of Qin Feng's plan, but 200,000 ducks seems about right. Pass down the order. Tell the farmers to take good care of these ducks. They are my property. Not a single duck is allowed to die within 2 months. Yes. The news of Ninghai County's frenzied duck-buying spree quickly spread throughout Dangzhou. Su Jin was devastated upon hearing the news. What on earth is Qin Feng up to? I lent him money to fight locusts, but he used it all to buy ducks? Is he planning to use these ducks to solve the post-disaster famine? Does he even know how to do math? A family has 5 or 6 ducks. No matter how thrifty they are, they can only eat for a few days without grain. How are the farmers going to survive the winter? Su Jin looked worried. When she lent Qin Feng the money, she still had some confidence in him, but now that confidence was rapidly disappearing. Su Sheng, standing anxiously to the side, said, "Miss, this is 100,000 taels of silver. Even for the Su family, it's a considerable sum. What if we can't get those people back? Won't that threaten your position, miss?" Su Jin closed her eyes, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly opened them. "It's all right. They probably don't have the guts." When the local gentry of Ninghai learned that Qin Feng had bought ducks, they all gathered together. What is Qin Feng up to now? I don't know. He asked the farmers to buy a flock of ducks, and he paid for it all, including the cost of feed. He spent almost 100,000 taels of silver. Does he really expect a flock of ducks to help him control the locusts? What a joke. The more confused he is, the more advantageous it is for us. This year, we'll just watch him make a fool of himself. Once he can't pay his taxes and can't feed the disaster victims, we'll file a joint complaint. I don't believe we can't bring down this little county magistrate. Zhang Shun suddenly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about Qin Feng anymore. Gentlemen, I have reliable information that the new prefect has taken office and will be arriving in Ninghai County today. Shouldn't we make preparations in advance and make some arrangements so we can deal with Qin Feng in the future? Making arrangements is necessary, but what's more important today is to see if Qin Feng gets into trouble. What could possibly happen to Qin Feng? Zhang Shun took out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is a circular from the prefect to Qin Feng. I intercepted it a few days ago and kept it hidden. Qin Feng doesn't know the prefect is coming yet. So what should we do? Zhang Shun whispered a few words to the others. That afternoon, the prefect arrived from the prefectural capital. The local gentry were already waiting for him outside the city. They first invited the prefect to Hu Lai's residence and treated him to a good meal. The prefect was fat and had a big ear. He was a former official from the capital who had been demoted. He had a fierce face and looked very dignified. Several local gentry served him very well and kept flattering him. May I ask what official business the prefect has brought to Ninghai? Hu Lai poured the prefect a cup of wine and asked him a question. The prefect, without any politeness, downed his drink in one gulp, wiped his face, and said, I am here on the orders of the prefect to go to various counties to teach them methods for controlling locusts. I sent a formal letter down a few days ago, and the magistrate of Ninghai County, who is he? He didn't even send anyone out to greet me? He has no manners at all. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai and the others were overjoyed to learn that the prefect was dissatisfied with Qin Feng, and chimed in. To be honest, sir, the magistrate of this county is named Qin Feng, and he is indeed a man without manners. This isn't the first or second time he's been disrespectful to his superiors. Indeed, the former prefect suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin Feng. Yes, sir, you must be careful when dealing with Qin Feng. He is also capable of using tricks and schemes. The former prefect was stripped of his official robes by Qin Feng's tricks. Several local gentry quickly added fuel to the fire, fabricating stories about Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, the fat-headed, big-eared prefect slammed his wine cup on the table. Even if I gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks on me. I came down from a high position in the capital. What storms haven't I seen? I am only a 5th-rank official. How dare a mere 7th-rank county magistrate be so insolent to me? If he dares to be insolent when I see him, I will cleave him in two with my sword. The prefect was clearly unaware that Qin Feng had been promoted from the 7th rank to the 5th rank, and he spoke drunkenly. The prefect is truly awe-inspiring. Several local gentry flattered him repeatedly, though they didn't say it aloud. They were all secretly shouting, Please hurry up and chop this Qin Feng down. After the meal, the fat, big-eared prefect, accompanied by his entourage of officials, made a grand entrance to the county government office, with the local gentry following behind. The yamen runners at the gate recognized his official robes immediately and rushed forward to greet him, saying, "This humble servant greets Your Excellency the Prefect." "Get out of my way." The prefect kicked over the constable at the door and sneered. "Where is your magistrate Qin Feng? Quickly bring him out to see me." The constable dared not delay, immediately scrambled to his feet, nodded, and replied, "The Lord is inside the mansion. I will go and report right away." "Hurry. Tell Qin Feng that I sent a formal letter long ago, but he ignored it. This is disrespectful to his superior. Tell him to come out and kneel before me." The prefect swayed, his mouth twisted, exuding an air of authority. A large crowd gathered around, and seeing the prefect's demeanor, they couldn't help but feel worried for Qin Feng. Chapter 121 System rewards new skills. This is bad news. This official doesn't seem like someone to mess with. Lord Qin is probably in deep trouble this time. Alas, what should we do? The local gentry listened to the people's worries with smug satisfaction. They had suffered repeated humiliations at Qin Feng's hands, and now they finally had the chance to see him get his comeuppance. "Damn Qin Feng, let's see how you get through this." At this moment, Qin Feng was tinkering with saltpeter in his room, trying to see if he could actually make ice. The gatekeeper rushed in, knelt down in front of Qin Feng, and reported in a panic, "My lord, something terrible has happened. There is a prefect outside who wants you to come out and see him. He said that he sent a formal letter, but you did not greet him. This is a great disrespect, and he wants you to kneel down and leave." Qin Feng looked up. "A circular? What kind of bullshit circular is this? He never received such a charge. Isn't this a completely fabricated accusation? Is that prefect the same guy who was invited by that group of gentry last time to torture me?" Qin Feng asked casually. "The last time the Guangxi governor was here, the prefect was so timid and fearful. He shouldn't be bothered by him now. Reporting to Your Excellency, it's not that one. It's a different fat man. This lord has some official airs and seems quite intimidating. Your Excellency, you must be careful." "Oh, they changed the person?" Qin Feng put down his experimental equipment, dressed, and walked past the constable. Let's go out and meet this guy." As he was leaving, he pointed to a bundle in the corner of the room. "Take that with you." Yes. Logically speaking, when the prefect arrives, the county magistrate should take the initiative to greet him. If not to treat him with the utmost courtesy, he should at least gather everyone in the yamen, line them up in 2 rows, and have them all kneel on the ground to show respect. But Qin Feng did not. He did not inform anyone and walked out the door alone with the yamen runners behind him. From a distance, Qin Feng activated the system's scanning function. Name, Zhou Daming. Official position, Prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture. Official rank, 5th grade. Official prestige, 90. Qin Feng glanced at his basic information casually, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The fat man in front of me looks incredibly imposing, but in reality he's all show and no substance. His official airs are actually 10 points lower than those of the former prefect, Bu Songming. His official rank was the same as Bu Songming's. In the past, his official rank was higher than Qin Feng's. Although Qin Feng is now a county magistrate, he has been promoted to the 5th rank by the emperor. How dare a mere 5th rank official be so insolent in front of him? He immediately stepped outside. Qin Feng was dressed in official robes, and it was immediately obvious that he was the magistrate of Ninghai County. When the prefect saw Qin Feng, who dared to disobey his orders and not kneel, he swaggered out. Moreover, he was alone, showing no fear or trepidation whatsoever. Enraged, he pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, "How dare you? You've seen me, don't you know?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng shouted from the other side, "Kneel down." Qin Feng had already figured it out. His official prestige could be used as a weapon, especially in the officialdom. As long as he had high official prestige, he could use it to intimidate others. This shout made Zhou Daming feel as if he had been hit on the head with a club. His mind went blank and his legs went weak. What's going on? This lowly county magistrate actually dared to make him kneel down? Isn't that his line? He should be the one telling Qin Feng to kneel down. So why did the magistrate speak first before he even finished questioning him? How could you be so rude? So presumptuous? So arrogant? The onlookers were stunned. What's going on? Isn't our county magistrate a bit too awesome? The prefect is your superior. How dare you ask him to kneel down? They were worried sick about Qin Feng, but the county magistrate didn't take the prefect seriously at all. The people looked at each other and suddenly felt more confident. If the county magistrate isn't afraid, what are they worried about? Immediately, everyone straightened up. The local gentry who came with Zhou Daming were there to see Qin Feng get his comeuppance. But Qin Feng's reaction was completely unexpected. They actually turned defense into offense, preemptively struck, and overthrew their superiors? How dare you do that? Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? Do you know that the person standing in front of you is the prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture? Qin Feng, why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Zhang Shun and Hu Lai each said a sentence, loudly rebuking him. Qin Feng suddenly glared at the two of them and said, "Do you even have a place to talk here? Shut up. You? What? Have you two already forgotten how it felt to be slapped last time?" Zhang Shun and Hu Lai immediately fell silent. They were so focused on relying on Zhou Daming's influence that they forgot Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with. The moment the topic of slapping was brought up, the two men felt a burning pain in their mouths again and immediately lost their voices, unable to utter a single word. However, their rebuke of Qin Feng still served as a reminder to Zhou Daming. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. I am the prefect, and he is the county magistrate. My official rank is higher than his. How can I let him steal my words? How dare he make me kneel before him? How can the magistrate of Ninghai be so arrogant? He swallowed hard, gathering his anger, and pointed at Qin Feng again. You. This time, he only managed to utter one word before Qin Feng interrupted him again. You scoundrel. Can't you understand human language? I'm telling you to kneel down. Zhou Daming's official prestige was only 90, much lower than Qin Feng's 260. Coupled with the difference in their ranks, he was completely overwhelmed in terms of aura, even though he didn't know that Qin Feng's rank was higher than his. Startled by Qin Feng's words, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. The feeling was like eating too much and feeling nauseous, and after finally vomiting, someone forced it back in. It's incredibly frustrating. Congratulations on mastering the skill interruption. Special reward, 50 points of official prestige. An unexpected surprise. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly emitted a notification sound, and it was an unprecedented skill comprehension. Qin Feng remained outwardly calm, but he had already secretly opened the panel to check it. Sure enough, a new interrupt skill was added to the skill list following the basic attributes. Interruption, a conversational skill. When conversing, arguing, or debating, this skill can be applied to any sentence to interrupt the conversation and silence the other person. The silence duration increases with proficiency, up to a maximum of 5 minutes. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He never expected that he would accidentally learn such a skill. This skill may seem ordinary, but it's actually incredibly powerful. In the past, if he wanted to interrupt someone, he had to rely on his official authority and always had some reason. Otherwise, the other party would always refute him if they were right. But now, once you get skilled enough, you can use a single skill to shut you up, no matter if you're right or wrong. In official circles, this is an incredibly powerful tool when faced with arguments. Chapter 122. This county magistrate is a bit strange. Imagine someone falsely accuses you, fabricates all the evidence against you, and is about to present it when you tell them to shut up, leaving them speechless for 5 minutes. How would that feel? 5 minutes. That's enough time to turn black into white and reverse the tide. Qin Fengguang just imagined the scene and thought it would be extremely interesting. Zhou Daming was repeatedly interrupted by Qin Feng, which made him very frustrated, and his face turned bright red. He was an official who had been demoted and demoted. He used to work in the capital, and he would have looked down on a small place like Dengzhou. He actually lost face in such a small place. How could that be acceptable? He clutched his heaving chest, deciding to take a hard line with Qin Feng. How dare you? Qin Feng. Shut up. Qin Feng immediately put the skill he had just mastered into practice, focusing on those 2 words. Zhou Daming's wide-open mouth suddenly closed unnaturally, as if it had been pressed down hard by a pair of invisible hands. The incident happened suddenly. The upper and lower teeth clashed, biting off a piece of flesh from the tip of his tongue, causing him to burst into tears from the pain. The interrupt skill has taken effect. At the same time, due to the subsequent silence, Zhou Daming was unable to even utter a cry. Only the pain on his face was obvious to everyone. Qin Feng silently counted, and after a full 10 seconds, Zhou Daming finally let out a howl, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Depend on. This skill is so useful and so fun." Qin Feng decided that he would need to find more opportunities to practice in the future. Qin Feng. Shut up. 10 seconds. You. Shut up. 10 seconds later. I. Shut up. This time it was 11 seconds. Qin Feng played the game over and over 10 times, thoroughly outmaneuvering Prefect Zhou Daming. Even the slow-witted Zhou Daming eventually noticed the problem. The matter was terrifying to think about, and an inexplicable fear rose in Zhou Daming's heart. There's definitely something strange about Qin Feng. Otherwise, why couldn't I speak when he opened his mouth? This is too eerie. Therefore, Zhou Daming dared not speak. Seeing Zhou Daming's reaction, Qin Feng realized that he couldn't play it this way. After all, this skill was too unreasonable and would easily be mistaken for a monster. Looking at Zhou Daming's slightly fearful eyes, Qin Feng knew that this was probably what he was thinking. Forget it, I'll practice slowly later. There's no rush to improve proficiency. Qin Feng glanced at the trembling Zhou Daming and snorted coldly, kneel down now. Qin Feng's official prestige had increased, and he could absolutely crush Zhou Daming, who had a score of 90. In addition, Zhou Daming was now afraid of Qin Feng, and upon hearing Qin Feng's order, his legs went weak and he knelt down. That's right. I am a county magistrate of the 5th rank, and you, a mere prefect of the 5th rank, should bow to me. Qin Feng spoke leisurely, then gave a wink to the constable behind him, who immediately brought over the bundle he had brought from the room. Qin Feng reached in with his fingers, pried open a small opening, took out the imperial edict, and displayed it to the prefect and the crowd. Everyone was astonished when they saw the contents of the imperial edict. Previously, when someone from the palace came to read the imperial edict, only the people in the government office knew that Qin Feng had been promoted. Since no one was promoted at the same time, Qin Feng didn't ask anyone to make a fuss about it. However, the state government should know about this. Qin Feng glanced at Zhou Daming with disdain. Didn't you inquire about my rank before coming to Ninghai County? How dare you be so insolent in front of me? You really don't know anything. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of him. His official rank was even higher, and he possessed a strange ability to render him speechless. Zhou Daming dared not be presumptuous at this moment. He quickly bowed and said, Lord Qin, please forgive me. I am new to Dangzhou and was unable to investigate this matter in time. Just because we didn't find out in time? Didn't you just say you sent a circular to this county? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he demanded, This county has not received any such notification. What explanation do you have? Huh? This. Zhou Daming trembled, feeling extremely aggrieved. I did send a letter by my subordinate 3 days ago. Oh, so you mean the county has wronged you? Qin Feng's tone was not very friendly. I wouldn't dare. Something must have gone wrong in this matter. Zhou Daming, having lost all his arrogance as a prefect, immediately knelt down. After thinking for a while, he looked up and said, The messenger who came to deliver the letter is currently watching the carriages outside the city. Perhaps I could ask him to come and inquire. Very well, summon him here. This magistrate wants to confront him face to face. Zhou Daming dared not delay for a moment and immediately sent his servants to the city to fetch the messenger. Zhang, who was standing next to him, changed his expression, shrank his neck, and quietly lowered his body, trying to slip away. Unexpectedly, he turned around and bumped into a farmer herding ducks. He stepped on one of the ducks' feet, causing the flock to squawk loudly. The duck that was stepped on even twisted his thigh hard with its beak. Ouch! Master Zhang, you stepped on the ducks I was herding, and now you're yelling at me? The farmer herding the ducks picked them up with a pained expression, saying, These are ducks I'm herding for the county magistrate. I'll pay you back. I'll make it up to you later. Zhang turned to slip away, but Qin Feng spoke up behind him. Master Zhang, you've been enjoying the show. Why are you leaving? There are still things to do at home. Zhang turned around, gave Qin Feng a sheepish smile, and replied, What's the matter? Qin Feng pressed for answers, and at the same time, used his interrupt skill on those 4 words. Zhang had already come up with a reason to escape, but found himself unable to open his mouth. Qin Feng's lips curled up. After listening to him cover his mouth for 5 or 6 seconds, he said, Since you can't explain what's wrong, you might as well stay here. Otherwise, if you're in such a hurry to leave, I'll start to think you have something to hide. Zhang had no way to express his suffering. He was panicked and afraid, and could only stand there in place. It's not that he can't say what's wrong, it's that he simply can't speak. What the hell is going on? Not long after, the prefect's men brought over the messenger. After a thorough interrogation, the constable felt utterly wronged. I did deliver the letter. A kind-hearted citizen offered to help me deliver it to the county government office. It was him. The constable suddenly saw Zhang and pointed at him. You're making false accusations. My lord, I swear on my life that it was this man who took the letter. As for whether he delivered it to the county government, I have no idea. Now that he said it, Zhang has no way to deny it. Qin Feng sighed. It's you again? You even dare to intercept a circular addressed to this county. How dare you? Guards, drag him away and give him 50 lashes. My lord, spare my life. I'll never do it again. Chapter 123. The prefect orders early harvest. Qin Feng ordered his men to give Zhang Shun a severe beating. Zhang Shun inwardly groaned. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come to watch Qin Feng's spectacle. Other local gentry were also extremely shocked. This Qin Feng. How can a mere county official have a higher rank than a prefect? This doesn't make sense. They couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it, but the imperial edict was right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe it. After dealing with Zhang Shun, Qin Feng finally began to have a proper conversation with Prefect Zhou Daming. I wonder what brings the prefect to my Ninghai County. Surely it's not just to come to my residence and show off your power. How dare I? Lord Qin is too kind. Zhou Daming chuckled twice, knelt on the ground, bowed twice to Qin Feng, and said, I have come here on the orders of the prefect to travel to various counties in Dengzhou to convey the strategy for controlling locusts. Oh, a strategy for controlling locusts. Indeed, the prefect knows that the locust plague from the neighboring province is about to spread to our Dengzhou. He is worried that there will be no harvest this autumn, so he has issued a special order requiring farmers to harvest the grain a month in advance to avoid too much loss. Zhou Daming said in a humble voice. Early harvest. Qin Feng frowned. What kind of locust control strategy is this? This is essentially forced stop-loss, a violent stop-loss. That's not scientific at all. Harvesting millet a month early can still yield some harvest, but the cost of early harvesting is a huge reduction in yield. When the harvest is finally received, taxes will likely be the priority, and these farmers will still go hungry, just like there was no governance at all. Lord Qin, this humble official. Zhou Daming's lips twitched twice. He was really not used to referring to himself as this humble official in front of a county magistrate. He didn't know if it was appropriate, because in terms of official rank, he was indeed higher than Qin Feng, but in terms of grade, he was indeed lower than Qin Feng, which made him feel conflicted. But if he didn't address him that way, he was afraid Qin Feng would mess with him. He couldn't stand Qin Feng's ability to tell him to shut up so easily. Well, I came here to deliver a message. Now that the message has been delivered, I can return. All I need is for you, Lord Qin, to sign and stamp this document so that I can report back to the prefect. Zhou Daming took out a document. The content written above was roughly the prefect's order. After reading it, he understood and promised to do as the prefect asked. Below, many county officials from neighboring counties had already affixed their official seals and written their names. Qin Feng glanced at it and rejected it outright. I will not sign. Go back and tell the prefect that this county has its own locust control strategy and there is no need to harvest in advance. Huh? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhou Daming paused for a moment, then explained, after signing this document, this year's tax revenue can be reduced as appropriate, Lord Qin. It would be better for you and the people of Ninghai County to sign it. Enough with the nonsense. I've said I won't sign, and that's final. Qin Feng turned and left, leaving behind a sentence from afar. Ninghai County will not shortchange a single grain of grain in the grain tax that is due. You can tell the prefect to rest assured. Well, Zhou Daming didn't know where Qin Feng's confidence came from, but since Qin Feng had said so, he wouldn't press the matter. When Qin Feng returned to the yamen, all the yamen runners outside followed him inside. Only then did Zhou Daming get up from the ground under the watchful eyes of the people of Ninghai County and slink away. Dengzhou Prefecture, the prefectural government office. Zhou Daming reported his trip to Ninghai County to the prefect, who frowned deeply. Did Qin Feng really say that? That's what they said. Not only did they refuse to sign, they also claimed they had a way to control locusts without having to harvest in advance. Zhou Daming said. The prefect pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Let him be. Zhou Daming was extremely surprised. He himself was of lower rank than Qin Feng and dared not do anything to Qin Feng, but the prefect was a fourth-rank official, so why did he seem to be tolerant of Qin Feng? It's no wonder the prefect was in this situation. The eldest prince had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on Qin Feng, to prevent him from achieving anything remarkable that would spread far and wide, and also to ensure his survival. The prefect was also distressed. Just a day ago, one of the two capable men he had sent to secretly protect Qin Feng had returned, saying that someone was trying to assassinate Qin Feng and that one of them had been killed while protecting him. The prefect was more concerned about Qin Feng's safety than about controlling the locusts. That was secondary to him. It's even better that Qin Feng refuses to harvest early, leaving his Ninghai County with no harvest at all. This gives the prefect a reason to suppress him and prevent him from rising to prominence. All right, I already know about this. You can go now. Yes. Zhou Daming went downstairs with a puzzled look on his face. Meanwhile, in Ninghai County, the people were already discussing Qin Feng's method of controlling locusts. The locust plague is coming soon. I saw a couple of locusts scattered in the fields a couple of days ago. Yes, I saw it too. What do you think is the locust control strategy that Lord Qin mentioned? Who knows? Oh dear, the prefectural government ordered us to harvest ahead of schedule, which was a well-intentioned move. Why did Lord Qin refuse? Not only did they refuse, they also strictly forbade us from harvesting this stuff in advance. If it gets completely devoured by locusts, what are we going to eat this year? Many people didn't understand Qin Feng's actions, but they still obeyed his orders. After all, everyone has seen what Qin Feng has been doing these past few days. There were many things they couldn't understand, but in the end, Qin Feng never betrayed them. Who is Lord Qin? Since he has made arrangements, we don't need to worry about it. We just need to do as Lord Qin asks. How are your ducks doing? Hey, our family is absolutely expert at raising ducks. Our ducks are all plump and healthy. I've seen all the ones you raise. Compared to mine, they're much thinner and weaker. How dare you boast about them? Hey, what are you saying? If you're not convinced, let's have a contest. Let's have a competition. Come on. The crops in the fields were almost ripe and didn't need much tending, so the farmers who had some free time were all busy raising Qin Feng's ducks. But what they didn't know was that what they were raising was not just ducks, but also Qin Feng's secret weapon for controlling locusts. 40-odd days have passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Qin Feng was explaining chemistry to Wan Kunming. When saltpeter dissolves in water, it absorbs a lot of heat, so the water temperature drops and then freezes. Do you understand? Why does the temperature drop even though it absorbs heat? Wan Kunming's brows furrowed deeply. Just as Qin Feng was about to explain, a constable rushed in from outside. Sir, something terrible has happened. A locust plague has struck. Chapter 124 Officials show no benevolence amidst locust plague. A locust plague? Where is it? Quick, take me to see. Qin Feng immediately put down his teaching materials and spoke to the constable. The constable nodded and pointed southwest. The locust plague is so dense that it has already reached the top of Nanshan Mountain. In a few more hours, it will reach the fields of our Ninghai County. Those locusts are terrifying to look at. The farmers are going crazy, scrambling to harvest their crops. Bang! Qin Feng slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Quickly gather all the constables and stop them all. By this time, it was already too late to harvest the grain. Can their speed even match that of locusts? Tell the people to drive all their ducks out to the fields. Whether or not this locust plague can be controlled depends on them. Yes. The bailiff received the order and immediately went downstairs. In the county town, all the able-bodied men carried farm tools and held sickles, rushing to leave the town. In fact, the grain would be fully ripe in another 10 days or so. It seems that rushing to harvest will inevitably reduce the yield, but it is still much better than letting the locusts eat it all. But when they reached the city gate, they found they couldn't get out at all. The constables formed a human wall at the city gate, prohibiting anyone from carrying farm tools out of the city. Lord Qin has decreed that no one in Ninghai County is allowed to take farm tools out of the city. Everyone, drive your ducks out of the house and take them to the fields to graze. The yamen runners kept repeating Qin Feng's orders. The people were extremely anxious. Officer, the locust plague is just around the corner. Why do you still want us to go herd ducks? Yes, sir. We usually help Lord Qin raise ducks out of gratitude for his kindness to us common people. But now, with the locust plague raging, who has time to care about those ducks? Officer, you must hurry back and tell Lord Qin that we can't be left to die. Without food, how are we going to survive the winter? The ignorant people thought that Qin Feng wanted to harm them for his own selfish interests, so they cried out to heaven and knelt down to beg to be allowed to leave the city. The local gentry of Ninghai County had also received news of the impending locust plague long ago, and they all showed up one by one. Several of them appeared in groups at the city gate, standing with the people, fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. Fellow villagers, how could Qin Feng care about your lives? Even at a time like this, he actually wants you to herd ducks for him. It's utterly unreasonable. What qualifications does this kind of official have to be our public servant? That's right. Qin Feng only knows how to use you to his advantage, and he doesn't care about anything that involves your interests. A few days ago, the prefectural government ordered you to harvest the grain ahead of schedule, but Qin Feng insisted on stopping you, even claiming he had some good strategy for controlling locusts. Bah, I think he's just trying to fool you. That's right. Now that the locust plague has arrived, he's not showing his face. He's become a coward and hidden away. Fellow villagers, in my opinion, after the locust plague, we must unite as one, sign a petition with 10,000 signatures, and send it to the capital to bring down this corrupt and incompetent official, Qin Feng. The local gentry stirred up the emotions of the people with great effort, speaking vividly and successfully arousing the emotions of a portion of the population. Some of the people kneeling at the city gate, filled with indignation, stood up and rushed toward the gate. There were only a dozen or so yamen runners. How could they possibly stop hundreds or thousands of people? Even though they formed a group, they were still driven to the city gate. Fortunately, the city gates had already been lowered according to Qin Feng's orders, so no one was able to go out with a sickle. As the saying goes, one is influenced by one's company. The yamen runners, having followed Qin Feng for so long, had forgotten how to use their old tricks of oppressing the people and were now just struggling to resist. They also knew that it was Zhang Shun, Hu Lai, and other local gentry who were causing trouble and inciting the people. While trying to stop the people from rushing through the city gate, they were also trying hard to explain and shout loudly. Fellow villagers, don't listen to their provocations. Lord Qin will never abandon you. Please trust the magistrate. He must have his reasons for not ordering you to harvest. Zhang Shun and Hu Lai mingled in the crowd and loudly retorted. You don't even harvest the grain. Just let the locusts eat it all up. Is that what you call not abandoning your fellow villagers? You keep talking about the county magistrate, but where is Qin Feng now? You corrupt officials, you're accomplices to evil. It's one thing on ordinary days, but if we can't collect this grain today, the people will starve to death. Folks, charge out. That corrupt official Qin Feng has become a coward and dares not show his face. You think you can wait for his explanation? No way. A few words of incitement made the crowd even more frenzied. Just then, an incredibly loud voice came from behind the crowd, completely drowning out all the chaos. Like a shrew's roar, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Who do you think is the coward? Qin Feng, we've arrived. With the added prestige of his official position, even ordinary people and gentry unconsciously felt inferior in front of Qin Feng. Just moments ago, the crowd was in high spirits, but as soon as Qin Feng arrived, they became much more subdued. The crowd automatically parted to the left and right, and Qin Feng, dressed in official robes, came from behind the crowd to the front. Hu Lai, Zhang Shun. Qin Feng called out two names as soon as he arrived. The two men sheepishly replied, Sir. You still know how to call me, sir? Weren't you just saying that I was a coward who dared not show my face? Qin Feng questioned. The two of them had been shouting very loudly to stir up emotions, and Qin Feng could hear them from a great distance. Sir, you can't say such things. We are all law-abiding citizens, and we are all educated people, knowledgeable and reasonable. How could we possibly speak rudely to you? Zhang Shun and Hu Lai offered their guilty explanations, thinking that Qin Feng had no evidence and couldn't do anything to them. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. Is Qin Feng someone who needs to provide evidence? He had no intention of letting them off the hook. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be wrong? You two have shown contempt for me, spoken disrespectfully, acted recklessly, and spouted nonsense. Guards, slap each of them 20 times in the face. Yes. Two constables, who had been silenced by the local gentry's words, immediately stepped forward and slapped them hard across the face. Zhang Shun and Hu Lai couldn't avoid it even if they wanted to. Being beaten only fueled their anger. Zhang Shun, rubbing his swollen face, angrily accused Qin Feng. Yes, I did curse, so what? Qin Feng, you're bullying me by abusing your power. With the locust plague upon us, it's wrong of you to prevent the people from harvesting their grain. You lied and claimed to have effective disaster control measures, but you've been lining your own pockets by using the people to raise ducks. Now that the locusts have arrived, you still won't let your fellow villagers off the hook. Tell me, what kind of official are you in this world? Yes, for a corrupt official like you, scolding you is too lenient. What did we say wrong? Hu Lai gritted his teeth and questioned her. Chapter 125, Can an army of ducks really control locusts? Qin Feng sneered. What's wrong with you? Humph. You're all wrong. Who told you that our county is incompetent in disaster relief? Who told you that our county is making the villagers raise ducks so that they can line their own pockets? Zhang Shun and Hu Lai exchanged a glance and sneered. The locust plague is right in front of us, and you still dare to say you have a good disaster relief strategy? This county magistrate really dares to say that. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Time was of the essence, and Qin Feng didn't want to waste time with these local gentry. In any case, right and wrong would be cleared up today. Some things cannot be slandered with words alone. Qin Feng turned around and walked up the steps to the city gate tower of the county town, looking down from above. Fellow villagers, Lord Qin, Lord Qin, please call us out quickly. Before the locust plague arrives, let's gather as much grain as we can. Yes, Lord Qin, we should have listened to the prefect and harvested the grain earlier. I just rode back from outside and saw it with my own eyes. The locusts were so dense, it was like a heavy snowfall. When they get close, I'm afraid even we common folk won't be able to open our eyes. The people complained bitterly and begged Qin Feng to let them pass. Qin Feng took a breath, pressed his hands together as if to interrupt, and uttered 2 words, silence. In an instant, the chaotic crowd was all gripped by an invisible force, their jaws clamped shut, and they couldn't utter a sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng said, "Fellow villagers, I am your county magistrate, and I naturally know how important grain is to you. The county ordered you to herd the ducks out of the city for no other reason than to deal with the locust plague. Those ducks you're raising are the county's secret weapon against the locust plague. Please trust me, gather the ducks together and drive them to the southwest end of our county's farmland. Today, let our ducks subdue these damned locusts." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Feng finished saying everything he needed to say. Thanks to the effect of the silent skill, the surroundings were completely quiet, and Qin Feng's words reached everyone's ears. When the silence ended, the people looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Shun, Hu Lai, and other local gentry burst out laughing. What a pipe dream. You think you can fight off locusts with just a few ducks? Nonsense. Folks, you don't actually believe that, do you? That corrupt official is just fooling you. The local gentry dismissed the claim that Qin Feng's ducks could control locusts. The farmers, however, calmed down. They already regarded Qin Feng as an upright and just official, and had a basis for trusting him. After Qin Feng explained it this way, everyone was willing to give it a try. Those ducks, are they used to control locusts? How are we going to control the locusts with these ducks? Are we going to expect them to eat all the locusts? There are so many of them. Never mind, since Lord Qin has said so, we have no choice but to do as he says. We'll see what he's made of. Let's go, let's herd the ducks. Let the ducks out. Trusting Qin Feng, the people of Ninghai County quickly reached a consensus, took their farm tools and sickles home, and promptly released all their ducks. For a time, the streets and alleys of Ninghai County were filled with ducks. There are 40,000 households, and each household has about 5 or 6 ducks. With so many ducks, it's impossible for everyone in the county to come out and herd them. A dozen or so households gathered the ducks together and selected one person to drive them out of the house. Once they reached the city gate, the duck army was all gathered together. The farmers spontaneously stood around the flock of ducks, guiding them to prevent them from straying off course. Looking down from the city gate tower, Qin Feng saw that the ducks at the entrance of Ninghai County were densely packed, not much different from the locust swarms that were already beginning to take shape in the distance. Locusts and ducks flew out, one heading southwest towards Ninghai, and the other coming from Ninghai County. Both sides were incredibly powerful and densely packed. Looking at it from above, it really does look like a battle of armies. A surge of heroic feeling welled up in Qin Feng's heart. He thought that the scenes that those famous generals of the 3 kingdoms saw when they led their troops in a battle must have been similar to the scene before him. They just replaced the ducks and locusts with people. Someone, prepare the command flag. Yes. At Qin Feng's command, several constables who had been standing on the city gate placed various command flags in front of them. This was something Qin Feng had secretly arranged long ago. The constables had undergone special training with command flags over the past few months. Now, some of the yamen runners are with Qin Feng, standing on the city gate tower, looking down from a high vantage point, so that people in the distance can easily see what flag the people on top are holding. Another group of yamen runners were scattered among the farmers herding ducks, responsible for observing changes in the command flags so that they could transmit instructions to the farmers and adjust the direction in which the farmers herded the ducks. Qin Feng observed from afar, grasping the overall situation, and constantly changed his gestures and commands. The duck army made several adjustments and finally engaged the locusts in close combat. Ducks are natural enemies of locusts. What farmers see as a scourge of locusts are, in the eyes of ducks, waves of delicious food coming their way. When they saw the locusts, they all got excited, flapping their wings and half-flying, half-hopping, speeding up. Once they spot the locusts, they open their mouths and eat them without needing any instructions. The scene was absolutely spectacular. Wow, ducks really can control locusts. Lord Qin's method really works. We tried to stop Lord Qin, but we wrongly accused him. We are truly ashamed. The group of farmers who had just stormed the city gate were filled with shame. They gathered together and knelt down before Qin Feng to beg for forgiveness. Qin Feng gently raised his hand. Get up. I don't blame you for this. You were also misled by treacherous people. Guards, bring Zhang Shun and Hu Lai up here. After Zhang Shun and Hu Lai were slapped, Qin Feng was busy directing locust control and had no time to deal with them. But the constables at the city gate were unwilling to let these two troublemakers get away with it, so they detained the two of them, along with the local gentry who had come with them. Now, at Qin Feng's command, they immediately escorted the group of people from below the city to the top of the city wall and made them line up and kneel before Qin Feng. Sun Debao, your subordinate is here. Having taken command, from today onwards, I will work with the farmers daily to direct the locust eradication army. Your subordinate obeys. Zhao Yi, your subordinate is here. Bring Master Zhang and his entourage over here and let them have a good look at them. Yes. Chapter 126 Cash Rewards to Encourage Locust Control. Soon, Zhang Shun and the others were led to Qin Feng by the Yamen runners. Master Zhang, didn't you say that the locust plague couldn't be controlled by the ducks in this county? Look outside. All the local gentry craned their necks to look outside, and were all stunned by the scene in the farmland. As soon as the locusts landed, the ducks swallowed them one by one. Some ducks, unable to get any food, flapped their wings and jumped up, catching locusts flying not far above them in their mouths. This duck really can control locusts. This. Zhang Shun was dumbfounded and speechless. You, a frog in a well, dare to question our county magistrate, Lord Qin? Zhao Yi shoved Zhang Shun aside and kicked him in the back of the knee, forcing him to kneel down. Then he turned to Qin Feng. Hurry up and kowtow to Lord Qin to apologize. The people who had just been misled by him were also filled with righteous indignation. It's all your fault, you scoundrel, talking nonsense and fooling us. You almost made us commit a terrible mistake. Hurry up and kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, our fists won't allow it. Forced by circumstances, Zhang Shun had no choice but to kneel down. Just as he was about to kowtow, Qin Feng said, There's no need for an apology. The country has its laws. Today, you local gentry have spread rumors and caused trouble here. This county sentences you to 3 years in prison. My lord, spare my life. The local gentry were horrified. They were used to living in luxury. How could they endure 3 years in prison? They feared they would die inside before their sentences were served. Qin Feng sneered, knowing that these spineless cowards wouldn't go to jail. He raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering the concept of bail money from his previous life. If you don't want to go to jail, each of you can contribute 2,000 taels of silver to offset part of your crime, and you'll only have to take a beating. You can choose for yourselves. After weighing the options, the local gentry had no choice but to accept their defeat. We are willing to pay money and be beaten. A dozen or so local gentry immediately sent someone to bring the money, and they voluntarily paid to receive their punishment. After being flogged, they were all too weak to walk. Even in this dire situation, this group of local gentry still gathered together at night. I never expected that Qin Feng could actually control the locust plague. Damn it. Now we'll have to find another way to deal with him. There's plenty of time. Everyone has weaknesses, and everyone has their down days. Qin Feng is no exception. It doesn't matter that this locust plague didn't bring him down. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ouch my butt. We'll wait and see. I refuse to believe that a flock of ducks can really cure all the locust plagues. Exactly. Those locusts swarming everywhere are a dark, overwhelming swarm. No matter how much a duck eats, it will eventually get full. How can his ducks possibly eat so many locusts? I bet in a few days, those ducks will be stuffed to death, and Qin Feng will be finished. The local gentry were all indignant and wished they could kill Qin Feng as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they didn't have the guts and could only wait for a new opportunity. A day later, the efforts to combat the locust plague began to show results. However, this locust plague is so widespread that it cannot be resolved overnight. Qin Feng ordered all farmers to use ducks to fight off the locust plague, and also called on them to use their wisdom and brainstorm other ways to control the locusts. Everyone has their own unique perspective. Pooling wisdom is the best approach. Someone, post this notice out for me. Yes. The next day, a notice posted by the county government appeared on the bulletin board at the city gate. Locust control is of paramount importance to ensuring people's livelihood. However, the power of government agencies alone is negligible. It requires the spontaneous efforts and enthusiastic participation of the general public in locust control. First, starting today, every 7 days will be a round of evaluation and ranking by household. The first to third place, who have contributed the most to locust control, will be awarded 100 taels, 70 taels, and 50 taels of silver respectively. Secondly, a reward will be offered for a good method to control locusts. If the method can be verified, a reward of 100 taels of silver will be given. Third, the county government will purchase locusts at a price of 1 qian of silver for 10 jin. Only 2,000 jin will be purchased, and the purchase will stop once they are all gone. A learned scholar read aloud the contents of the notice board, swaying his head as he did so. The crowd immediately erupted in uproar. 100 taels? So much reward money. They couldn't help but be surprised. For an ordinary farmer, saving 5 taels of silver a year was considered a lot. 100 taels of silver, based on the daily expenses of most poor farmers today, is enough for them to live on for a lifetime. That's a huge sum of money. Buying locusts? My God, isn't our Lord Qin just trying to give us money in a roundabout way? That's right. Controlling locusts is our own business. If we let the locust plague run rampant, we'll be the ones who suffer in the end. But our Lord Qin not only spent money to buy ducks to control the locusts, but also introduced such a reward policy. Lord Qin is truly a good official for Ninghai County. Even in previous years when there was a disaster, the most we got was a tax reduction. There was never any reward. No way. I have to get the whole family out here and herd the ducks to the fields. We'll take turns day and night. I'm going to. Hurry home, hurry home. You've worked hard for a few days, but if you can get the bonus, you'll never have to worry about anything again. Everyone rushed home and mobilized their families. So, starting the next day, the people of Ninghai County, men, women, and children all pitched in and busied themselves in the fields. The adults were responsible for herding ducks to eat locusts, and the children were also sent out to catch locusts. After catching them, they were stuffed into the cages they carried with them. With the locust plague raging, there were countless locusts, and they would just run into any locust they could reach out. There was no problem catching them at all. Farmers in other counties were busy harvesting their grain ahead of schedule. Ninghai County, despite having rejected the prefect's order, was even busier than the farmers in other counties. Qin Feng led his constables out of the city every day to patrol and personally observe the situation on the front lines of locust control. As soon as he reached the edge of the field, a man rushed out and knelt in front of him. Your Honor, I, Li Hozi, have a brilliant plan to control the locusts. Oh, get up and tell me quickly, Qin Feng said hurriedly. That Li monkey was quite small, with a pointed snout and monkey-like cheeks, and really did look like a monkey. His eyes darted around. He was clearly a clever person. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he immediately stood up and replied, reporting to Master, this effective method was discovered by chance last night. I had my family take turns working in the fields day and night to control the locusts. At night, we had to light torches, and we discovered that the locusts would actually run into the fire on their own. I thought this might be a good method, and I would appreciate it if Master Qin could verify it. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Locusts are insects, and most insects are attracted to light, just like moths to a flame. Locusts may indeed be attracted to light. If some light traps are set up in the fields at night to attract locusts, the locust control effect will be better. Mr. Wan, go back immediately and find a way to make a long burning lamp that can be used in the fields. It must burn for a long time without threatening the crops that are almost ripe. Once it's done, bring it to the field for testing. Qin Feng immediately instructed Wan Kunming. Wan Kunming bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Then, he hurriedly went back to take care of some business. Chapter 127 Locust Control Rewards are real and valid. Li Hozi, you should go back and continue to control the locusts. If your method is truly effective, the county will give you the reward money as soon as possible. Qin Feng glanced at Li Hozi, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Ha, you look like a simple and honest guy, but I didn't expect you to be the first to offer a suggestion. Go back now, and I hope you can continue to offer good ideas. Oh, what if you offer another plan? Of course, I'll take an extra reward. Upon hearing this, Li Hozi was overjoyed and immediately knelt down to kowtow, expressing his deepest gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. I will think about it day and night when I get back and try my best to come up with more ways to control the locusts. Their conversation took place in the fields, and many farmers nearby heard it. While they were envious of Li Hozi, they were also greatly encouraged by Qin Feng's words. No, I need to think carefully about how to exterminate the locusts more efficiently. A burly man next to him said in a deep, muffled voice. His wife, watching him from the side, gave him a light tap, saying irritably, Go herd your ducks. Li Hozi is clever enough to come up with a solution, so it's not surprising. What about you? Listen to your name, Zhao Tiniu. It sounds stupid, and you look just like an ox. With your blockhead, what can you possibly come up with? Upon hearing this, the neighbors burst into laughter. Zhao Tiniu's wife blushed, pushed him, and said, "You'd better focus on eliminating more locusts, try your best to get a good ranking, and have the children catch more to sell to the government. Go now." Upon hearing his wife scolding, Zhao Tiniu immediately chuckled sheepishly, scratched his head, and said, "Hee hee, you're right, my wife is right. I'll go herd the ducks right now. We need to step up our efforts." Although Zhao Tiniu is honest and simple, he has great stamina. He only went back at midnight last night. If this continues, he'll snatch the first reward. Yes, let's work harder. Our Lord Qin has come up with such a good idea. Even if it costs us our lives, we must control these locust plagues and prevent them from ruining our crops. Let's go. Let's herd the ducks. The people were excited and got busy again. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction and continued his inspection tour, returning to the yamen after most of the day. In the evening, when the women and children of farmers came to the yamen to sell locusts, the county yamen set up a special area for purchasing locusts. Since the notice was posted, this place has been packed with people every day. When Qin Feng came to check, the farmers' lines were already more than 10 meters long. At the purchasing office, the accountant exchanged a large basket of copper coins and placed it at his feet. After weighing them, he paid the money on the spot. "Sister Zhang, 1 Jin, here's your 10 coins. "Thank you so much, sir." Zhang's wife gratefully accepted the money. Although 10 coins wasn't much, every little bit counts. The poor farmers' lives were built up little by little. "Brother Lu, you're quite the catcher, 3 Jin. Here, this is your 30 coins. "Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm off to buy some steamed buns." Little Lu took the large wad of money, skipped and hopped around, humming a little tune as he ran off. His family had already instructed him that with the money from selling the locusts, he could buy steamed buns and eat his fill, and only the leftovers could be returned home. That's why he worked so hard and caught 30 pounds of locusts all by himself. "Accountant, come and weigh this. Let's see how many pounds it is." A woman's voice came, and then 2 huge bags were thrown in front of the accountant. The bags were bulging and full. The accountant was astonished, and Qin Feng was equally amazed. The number of locusts caught by this peasant woman was several times greater than the largest number caught by other families. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng recognized the peasant woman. She was Zhao Tiniu's wife from earlier that day. The accountant was startled and quickly weighed the bag, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh my, this bag weighs almost 50 caddies. 2 bags weigh 100 caddies, which is exactly 1 tael of silver. Here, Zhao's wife, take your money." The women standing nearby were incredibly envious. That's an ounce of silver, enough to buy several bushels of grain and a good amount of meat. Women have always been talkative creatures, and they immediately started chattering away. How did she catch so many? Hey, they're good at having kids. And Tainyo is a strong guy. The 2 of them have raised 5 kids in the last few years. The youngest one is already 6 years old. How can we compare to them? Even if there are 5 dolls, you can't grab that many. Can each person grab 20 pounds? That's true. After the women's discussion yielded no results, they simply went to ask Zhao Tiniu's wife, Zhao family's daughter-in-law, "How did you catch so many locusts? Teach us. They're everywhere, and we can't possibly catch them all." That's right, that's right. You have to tell everyone about this great thing so we can all make some money too. We all know you're clever. This method must be yours. Quickly share it with everyone." Zhao's wife smiled shyly and said embarrassedly, "It wasn't my idea. It was our simple-minded son. His ancestors were fishermen by the sea, and he went out to sea with his elders when he was young. Today he said that the locusts in the fields are similar to the fish in the sea, and it is easier to catch them with a fishing net. I just took a few pieces of tattered, leaky cloth that I had made myself. My cloth wasn't woven very well. It looked more like a denser white net. I had 2 children run around in the field pulling on it, and before they knew it, they had caught this much." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. So this method is so simple. Zhao family's daughter-in-law, do you still have any fabric like that at home? I'd like to buy a few yards from you. Give me some too. The crowd immediately surrounded Zhao's wife. She was flattered and overjoyed that someone would buy the rag she had woven. She exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. Please come with me." After Zhao's wife left, those in line stepped forward one by one. An old man, hunched over, sold the 3 pounds of locusts he had caught. Seeing Qin Feng standing there, he asked curiously, "Lord Qin, please forgive my impertinence, but may I ask why you are paying for these locusts with silver? Could it be that you have some use for them?" "Ha ha ha, that's for sure. You all don't know. Although this locust plague is bad for crops, The locusts themselves are actually a delicacy. Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Delicious? Locusts can actually be eaten? Locusts have been considered a delicacy since ancient times. However, swarms of locusts should not be eaten, as they release large amounts of hydrocyanic acid, which can be fatal even in the smallest quantities. However, hydrocyanic acid is only found in mature locusts. Locust larvae that have not yet changed color are edible, but they must be cooked thoroughly. What? You don't believe me? Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Qin Feng chuckled, clapped his hands, and ordered the constables behind him. Bring me the cook. Yes. A moment later, the cook arrived, and Qin Feng ordered, go and pick out 2 pounds of locust larvae, the kind that haven't changed color yet. Blanch them in hot water, sprinkle them with salt and wine, marinate them for a while, then fry them in oil. Bring them to me when they're done. The cook paused for a moment. Fried locusts? Chapter 128. Locusts are actually a delicacy. That's right, just go and do it. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he looked at the old man who had asked the question. Just you wait. I'll show you how delicious these locusts are in a moment. About half an hour later, the cook returned excitedly with 2 large plates. The plate contained fried locusts, their golden color making them particularly beautiful in the setting sun. As you get closer, the aroma wafts out from the plate, so enticing that it draws the noses of all the locust sellers around you. It smells so good, but can we really eat it? The farmers still couldn't believe it. Qin Feng chuckled, grabbed one, put it in his mouth, and bit down hard. Click, click. A crisp sound rang out, and just hearing that sound made one's appetite soar. It tastes good. It would be even better with more seasonings. After giving his evaluation, Qin Feng said to the farmers, Come, have a taste. Let me tell you, these locusts are a real delicacy. Their meat is just as good as pork, crispy, delicious, and leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth. And this stuff is good for your health. It makes you stronger. If a man eats it, his wife is guaranteed to give birth to a big, healthy son. I am buying locusts to provide nutrition for my men who are clearing land. Really? The old man who initially asked the question hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to grab one and put it in his mouth to taste. The county magistrate has already eaten. What is there for him to fear when he is over 70 years old? With a crunch, the old man's eyes lit up. Hiss, this locust is really delicious. The old men, women, and children waiting around to sell locusts couldn't resist any longer. The elderly and children, in particular, all rushed forward to take one and try it out. Delicious. These locusts are perfect for drinking with. Delicious. I never imagined that locusts could taste so good. The elderly and children all shouted this, and even the farm women couldn't resist, grabbing some to taste, and then there was another wave of praise. After tasting it, a peasant woman bit her lip, pondered for a moment, smiled, and left the group, turning her head and walking away. A neighbor beside her asked, puzzled, Jilian, where are you going? It's almost your turn in line. Are you not selling locusts anymore? I won't sell them. I didn't catch many, and they won't fetch much money. I'd rather keep them for my husband to cook. Jilian blushed and stammered. Oh, I see. You heard from Lord Qin that eating these locusts can help you give birth to a big, fat son, right? Oh dear, you're blushing, huh? You guys are so annoying. Jilian took off running, and everyone laughed even harder. However, with her taking the lead, many farmers also said they wouldn't sell anymore. These poor families can't afford to eat anything good all year round. These locusts taste so good when cooked, and they don't sell for much money, so why not eat them themselves? If the county magistrate is willing to spend money to buy it, then what he said about the benefits of eating it must be true. But you must remember that you cannot eat the mature locusts. You can only eat the larvae that have not yet changed color. Otherwise, eating it will not only fail to provide nutrition, but will also kill you. Qin Feng had no choice but to explain the science to these villagers. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the importance of the matter, and after remembering it, they dispersed. As darkness fell, the locust-selling procession finally dispersed. Qin Feng walked into the yamen, but ran into Wan Kunming, who was just about to leave. Grown-ups, it's so late, what are you doing here? The things that you ordered to be made during the day, I have already designed and had them made. I will now take them to the fields to test them. Okay, I'll go too. The 2 men were in front, while the yamen runners pushed a small cart behind them. On the cart was a cage-shaped object, encased in metal with holes in the metal sheet, inside which was fuel. When they arrived at the fields, Wan Kunming had someone mount the cage on a pillar, then hammered the pillar into the ground so that the cage was just about thigh height. The locusts can reach the crops, but they can't burn them. After everything was ready, Wan Kunming ordered his men to light a fire. In an instant, the firelight inside the cage illuminated the surroundings. As soon as the light came on, the surrounding locusts reacted, and many fluttered their wings and flew into the cage. It seems this stuff really works. Locusts are indeed attracted to light. Wan Kunming was overjoyed. This was the first time Qin Feng had asked him to design something, and if it was effective, he would be credited. However, many locusts flew in, but then felt the heat of the flames and flew out again. Only a few were burned to death. Wan Kunming was extremely anxious, as this was quite different from what he had expected. Qin Feng looked around the cage for a while and pointed out, "Have someone modify this cage. Make it double-layered, with large holes on the outside and small holes on the inside, connected inside and out, and make it into a cone shape. That way, it will be easy for locusts to fly in, but difficult for them to fly out." Wan Kunming quickly understood Qin Feng's words and gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. "You are wise, sir." He immediately ordered people to make one overnight and tested it again. Sure enough, almost none of the locusts that were attracted inside were able to fly out. They were all burned to death inside. "Your Excellency is wise and resourceful. I admire you greatly." "Oh, you flatter me. You flatter me." Qin Feng waved his hand modestly. After daybreak, Qin Feng and his men posted the blueprints for the cage on the bulletin board, instructing farmers to replicate it themselves and promote its use. Then, they led their men to the fields and found Lu Houzi. "Grown-ups, Lu Houzi, your locust control strategy has been proven effective and feasible. Here is your reward of 100 taels of silver. Please keep it safe." In front of the farmers, Qin Feng distributed the silver to Lu Houzi. Overjoyed, Lu Houzi wept tears of joy. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, magistrate. Thank you, magistrate." Qin Feng immediately helped him up. "Hey, this is what I promised before. No need for formalities. Please get up quickly." "Yes." The surrounding farmers looked at Lu Houzi with envy, but being simple and honest, they were not jealous and instead congratulated him. "Lu Monkey, what great luck. You're the first one here. Congratulations. You won't have to suffer like we did from now on." Lu Houzi repeatedly clasped his hands in thanks. A woman came out and winked at Lu Houzi. "Lu Houzi, I remember you're not married yet. Are you? Aren't you always spying on my daughter? Why don't you come to my house and propose marriage?" "Huh? Is it okay?" Lu Houzi was flattered. He used to peep at her daughter, and if he was caught, he would be scolded at best and beaten at worst. Now he was being invited to propose marriage? I never imagined that just helping Lord Qin come up with a strategy to control locusts would have such benefits. Not only has it solved our livelihood problems, but it's even going to solve our marriage problems. Of course, come to my house tonight, and I'll have my daughter cook you 2 dishes. Well, Lu Houzi beamed with joy. Then Qin Feng asked, "Where is Zhao Tiniu?" Chapter 129. The prefect returns and complains. The honest-looking, burly man squeezed out from the crowd, looking at Qin Feng with a blank expression. "I am here. What are your orders, magistrate?" "Here, this is your 100 taels. "Me? I have one too." "That's right. When your wife was selling locusts yesterday, she told us about your method of catching locusts with nets. The county had someone try it, and it worked well. So hereby, I'm giving you this reward. But you can't just take this money for nothing. You have to go door to door and teach them your method of catching locusts with nets. Understand?" Qin Feng said. "Yes, I promise I'll teach them all." Zhao Tiniu excitedly took the silver, looked back at his wife, stuffed the silver into her arms, and chuckled. "My wife, you're really amazing. It's all thanks to you. Why are you praising me? You were the one who came up with that idea." Zhao's wife smiled shyly, threw herself into Zhao Tiniu's arms, and said softly, "I will never call you silly ox again. You are actually quite smart." Hee hee. Zhao Tini didn't know how to respond, so he could only shake his head with a simple laugh. 2 farmers received rewards in a row, and those farmers who had previously doubted that Qin Feng would actually give them money suddenly changed their minds. For several days in a row, the people began to offer suggestions and ideas, and all sorts of methods for controlling locusts emerged one after another. Some of them were really quite effective, and Qin Feng ordered them all to be promoted. In Ninghai County, locust control efforts are in full swing. The prefect of Dengzhou finally returned to the prefectural government office after visiting all the counties. Upon meeting the prefect reported on his mission to deliver orders. When he mentioned Qin Feng from Ninghai County, the prefect burst into tears. "Your Excellency, Qin Feng doesn't respect you at all. He refused to harvest the crops ahead of schedule, disobeying orders, and telling me to come back and refuse you. He said he has his own way to fight the locust plague. What? This is outrageous. The prefect was furious. Of the two people he had sent to protect and monitor Qin Feng, one returned, while the other was imprisoned by Qin Feng. So he hasn't received any news about what's been happening in Ninghai County recently. He thought that Ninghai County had also dutifully harvested its crops ahead of schedule. Harvesting the crops ahead of schedule is an order issued by the imperial court. How dare a mere county official disobey it? The prefect glared at the prefect. You're just a prefect, and you came back after he refused you? Why weren't you and Ninghai supervising him to act according to the imperial orders? What good would it do him if he didn't harvest early? If all the crops are destroyed by the locust plague, it will be trouble for him too. Why doesn't he respect the orders? This humble servant is not of the proper rank. This humble servant is wondering why Qin Feng, a mere county magistrate, is a fifth-rank official. The prefect lamented, not only did I fail to give him orders, but I almost got beaten up by him. As for why he disrespected us, he said he had a way to control the locusts, and that harvesting them would only affect the harvest. I don't know the details. Your Excellency, you must do justice for me. I went to deliver an imperial order, and Qin Feng is blatantly disobeying it. The prefect pleaded with the prefect to avenge him. The prefect gritted his teeth and shouted, All right, you may leave. I will make my own decision on this matter. Prefect Zhou Daming left. The prefect pondered for a moment. Not long ago, before the crown prince left, he gave two orders. The first was that Qin Feng must not die. The second was that Qin Feng must not be allowed to show too much prominence. It seems that the crown prince is extremely wary of Qin Feng. When the men he sent out to monitor Qin Feng returned, they reported on some of Qin Feng's previous feats. Qin Feng has a constant stream of ingenious ideas. Since he claims he can control locusts, he might actually be able to. But if he were to successfully control the locusts, wouldn't that go against the wishes of the eldest prince? No, we have to stop him. The prefect immediately ordered, Guards, prepare the carriage. I need to go to Ninghai County. Ninghai County. Farmers were walking in the fields as usual, busy with locust control. Thanks to the farmers' many efforts, the locust plague has been somewhat mitigated, with the locust infestation in the fields reduced by 70%. If this continues, the loss of this year's grain will not exceed 10%. Because Qin Feng's production of fertilizer increased grain yield, all things considered, this year's production is significantly higher than in previous years. The farmers in the fields, though drenched in sweat, were all beaming with joy as they saw how well their crops were growing and how almost all of them had survived. They can be harvested in large quantities once they are fully ripe. They were working enthusiastically in the fields when suddenly a carriage arrived from afar. The man in front was holding the insignia of the prefect, which made him immediately noticeable to the farmers. The prefect? What's he doing here at a time like this? Ninghai County has been fighting locusts for almost half a month now. I wonder if the prefect came here to learn or to cause trouble. Regardless, the prefect is a high-ranking official, and these farmers cannot be neglected. When the carriages and horses approached, the farmers who were working hard in the fields immediately knelt down to pay their respects and watched the carriages and horses until the prefect had passed before they could get up and continue their work. The carriage stopped, the curtain was lifted, and the prefect climbed out. He stood on the car, looked around, and saw that the crops were still growing in the fields. He gritted his teeth. After scanning the room, he blurted out, This Qin Feng has some nerve. Is he really disobeying orders? Guards, go to the Ninghai County government office and bring Lord Qin Feng here. Yes. Two of his men immediately set off for Ninghai City, carrying knives. The prefect looked around and shouted, The imperial court has ordered that all grain be harvested ahead of schedule this year to protect the people's grain production. What are you trying to do by disobeying the government's orders? The farmers looked at each other, bewildered. Locust plague? Isn't it almost completely resolved? Harvesting ahead of schedule? That won't do. The grain will be fully ripe soon. Harvesting it prematurely will result in a loss of at least 60%. How can we harvest earlier? Several bold farmers raised their heads and reported to the prefect. Your Excellency, other counties may have suffered severe disasters, but in our Ninghai County, under the leadership of Lord Qin, the impact of the locust plague on the crops is negligible, and there is no need to harvest in advance. Yes, harvesting prematurely will actually delay the grain production. The prefect curled his lip, and his lackey immediately shouted, Insolence! Did the prefect ask you to speak? As he spoke, he drew his sword with a clang. Several farmers sensed something was amiss. Were they about to be attacked? So they immediately lowered their heads and dared not utter another word. The prefect then said leisurely, The early harvest is an order issued by the imperial court. How can we disobey it? You all, why don't you hurry up and harvest the crops? The farmers didn't move. If they harvested now, they would go hungry again in winter. Nobody wanted to do something that would skin them alive. Seeing that no one moved, the prefect snorted coldly. Guards, these lowly people may not understand what I'm saying. You show them what it means to harvest ahead of time. Yes. Chapter 130. The prefect forces the people to harvest. Several henchmen immediately rushed to the field, picked up farm tools, and searched around, but couldn't find a sickle for harvesting, so they started wildly swinging hoes and other farm tools around the field. They weren't harvesting grain. They were wantonly destroying it. Sir, you can't dig it up. My whole family depends on the crops in the field for food. You can't dig it up. An elderly man with white hair felt sorry for them and couldn't help but stepped forward to snatch the farm tools from the henchman's hands. The lackey's fleshy face twitched, and with a shove of his hands, he used the wooden handle of his farm tool to smash the old man down. Get out of my way. You dare to obstruct the prefect's orders? Are you looking for death? I'll grant your wish. Bang! Bang! The blows landed on the flesh, and the farmers watched with intense hatred, yet dared not utter a word of it. The prefect was surrounded by more than a dozen men, each wielding a steel knife. If he spoke out of turn, he might be in mortal danger. The prefect himself stood by and watched coldly, as if his subordinates beating people was a perfectly normal thing. The farmers couldn't help but compare him to the county magistrate Qin Feng in their minds, and the difference in their abilities was immediately apparent. This prefect is a complete scoundrel. Although he holds a high position, he's not even worthy of carrying Qin Feng's shoes. Behind the farmers kneeling in a row, a man said to the child beside him, "You're small, so crouch down and hide among the crops as you run back to find Lord Qin. Be quick. Otherwise, Grandpa Huang will be beaten to death." Xiaofeng was only 7 or 8 years old, but he was already very sensible. Upon hearing the order, he immediately crouched down and disappeared into the fields. Neither the prefect nor his men noticed. County Government Office. Qin Feng was taking a short break from his busy schedule. A sudden knocking sound at the door startled him awake. What is it? Qin Feng stood up, stretched, and asked in a loud voice. Reporting to your excellency, the prefect has arrived. He is currently in the fields and has sent 2 men to report that he wishes to invite your excellency to come. The prefect. Qin Feng frowned. What was he doing here? Before he could figure it out, there was another knock at the door, this time from a childish voice. Master, something terrible has happened. Grandpa Huang is about to be beaten to death by a high-ranking official from outside. You must come and see for yourself. Xiaofeng was not very old. He crawled in through the dog hole in the backyard of the yamen. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng realized the high-ranking official from outside was naturally the prefect. He was beating someone. Why? As the local official in Ninghai County, Qin Feng felt responsible for the people of the county, so he immediately opened the door and asked, "Do you know why that high-ranking official beat someone?" The high official wants to harvest the crops, but Grandpa Huang refuses. So the high official is a big shot. Sir, you must go quickly. My father said if you don't go, Grandpa Huang will be beaten to death. Although Xiaofeng is small, his expression is quite serious. Qin Feng immediately understood. It turned out to be a troublesome affair involving premature harvesting. He immediately summoned the constable who had knocked on the door. You, tell Wang Long to bring all his constables over. I'll go ahead first. Hurry. Take this child to the carpenter and tell them to take care of him. Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir. After making the arrangements, Qin Feng immediately rushed to the fields. When he arrived, the officials had already stopped, and old man Huang was beaten to the point of near death. Before Qin Feng could greet the prefect, he went up to check on old man Huang and said to the farmers around him, "Quick, take him to the clinic. There's still hope." Yes. Several farmers hurriedly helped the man up, just as the prefect spoke up. How dare you? Who gave you permission to take him away? This man has defied the imperial orders, and I haven't even dealt with him yet. So who dares to take him away? Several farmers had to stop again. Qin Feng sighed, frowned, turned around, and bowed to the prefect. Prefect, I was unaware of your arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. This old man is on the verge of death and urgently needs treatment. Tell them to take him away quickly. You lot, take him away right now. After Qin Feng finished speaking with the prefect, he urged the people around him to speak before the prefect could even give his approval. Without further hesitation, the farmers picked up old Huang and left. When the officials from the prefectural government who had just beaten old Huang saw that the prefect hadn't said anything and was already walking away, They shouted, "How dare you!" and raised their sticks to chase after the farmers. After taking 2 steps, Qin Feng tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. When the official tried to get up, Qin Feng took the opportunity to stomp on his calf again. How strong is Qin Feng? The strength of an ox. That kick nearly broke the officer's leg, leaving him crippled and unable to continue the chase. "Oh dear, I didn't see you. Are you all right? Come on, get up quickly." Qin Feng then lowered his head and bent down, making a gesture to help the official up. He pretended to make these movements unintentionally, but anyone with eyes could see that he did it on purpose, and the prefect could see it too. The prefect was furious. "Qin Feng, how dare you disobey my orders? Who told you to let him go?" Qin Feng chuckled and threw the half-supported official back to the ground, inflicting a 3rd injury on him. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood tall and said to the prefect, "Sir, even if old man Huang has done something wrong, he doesn't deserve to die, does he? Let's heal him first and then deal with him later." "How dare you? You, a mere county magistrate, overturn the decisions of this prefecture." The prefect glared at Qin Feng, gritting his teeth. "Humph. Qin Feng, you can't even protect yourself, yet you have the mind to protect others? It's laughable. I ask you, do you know your crime? What crime have I committed? Stop pretending." The prefect shouted sternly, "With the locust plague upon us, I have ordered all prefectures to send messages instructing farmers to harvest their crops ahead of schedule. Everyone in the counties has obeyed the order, but you, Qin Feng, have disobeyed it. This is a suggestion from the imperial court. How dare you, Qin Feng, disobey it? Isn't this a crime?" The prefect was indeed a prefect. He stood high and had a strong voice, and his words carried a sense of authority. Unfortunately, Qin Feng remained unfazed. "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Feng laughed a few times and asked in return, "May I ask, Your Excellency, what is the purpose of issuing this decree?" "This is an order from the imperial court. The imperial court issued this order naturally to ensure the people's food production and to prevent locust plagues from causing a year of disaster," the prefect replied. Qin Feng chuckled and pointed to the surrounding farmland. "Your Excellency, please take note. The people of Ninghai County have been working tirelessly to control the locusts these past few days, and the locusts have not caused much damage to the crops in Ninghai County. It is estimated that by harvest time, the loss will be no more than 10%. Moreover, the grain yield will be far higher than in previous years. Given this situation, is it necessary to harvest prematurely? Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse?" Chapter 131. Why do you want to try something tougher? The prefect was speechless. He wasn't blind. From what he saw, the situation in Ninghai County was indeed not serious at all. He could only see a few locusts occasionally, and the crops in the fields were growing very well. By the autumn harvest, it was likely that, as Qin Feng had said, grain production would increase. But the more this was the case, the less he could let Qin Feng go. Why? Because the eldest prince said that Qin Feng must not be allowed to cause too much trouble, must not be allowed to achieve political success, and must not be allowed to be promoted. In this year of disaster, all the affected areas experienced reduced grain production. If only Qin Feng's area saw an increase instead of a decrease. Once the news spread and the higher-ups found out, how could they not commend Qin Feng? That's definitely a political achievement. The previous bandit suppression had already promoted Qin Feng to the 5th rank. If he were to be promoted again, even if it was only to the lowest rank, the prefect would not accept it. If he were promoted 1 rank, he could be on equal footing with him. If he were promoted 2 ranks, then this prefect would have to kneel down when he saw Qin Feng, the county magistrate. When that day actually comes, how will he feel? Therefore, no matter what, the people of Ninghai must be urged to harvest their crops ahead of schedule. Having made up his mind, the prefect decided to take a hard line. He said rigidly, "Stop talking nonsense. The early harvest is an order from the imperial court. If you refuse, you are disobeying the imperial court. Guards, convey my order that all farmers immediately harvest all the grain in their fields. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded on the spot." "Yes." His subordinates responded enthusiastically. The prefect brought more than 10 yamen runners with him to Ninghai this time, just to make things easier. Although the number of people was small, he was the prefect, and with his official position, he was not afraid of others rebelling. Disobeying the imperial court's orders is a capital offense. Unexpectedly, just as the prefect's men were about to take action, Qin Feng was suddenly pursued by all the county's yamen runners. Protect Lord Qin. In the past few months, to make things easier, Qin Feng has expanded the number of yamen runners in Ninghai County to more than 30. Now, these 30-odd people came out in full force and surrounded the prefect's men. Each of them held a knife hilt and looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The prefect was shocked. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Tell them to leave immediately. You dare to touch even my people. How dare you? Qin Feng sneered. Prefect, if the fields and crops in Ninghai County belong to me alone, then I will obey your order to harvest them. Unfortunately, these crops do not belong to Qin alone. The crops harvested from the fields are the food and sustenance of the people. Asking them to harvest them ahead of schedule is tantamount to cutting flesh from their bodies. If there isn't enough food, there will inevitably be a famine. When the people have nothing to eat, will you, prefect, take any action or not? Qin Feng spoke eloquently, leaving the prefect speechless. After a long pause, the prefect stammered. This prefect is merely carrying out the imperial court's orders. What does it matter to this prefect if the people go hungry? Nonsense. If an official doesn't serve the people, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Qin Feng uttered a profound saying he had heard in his childhood in his previous life. You may not care about the lives of the farmers in Ninghai County, but I, Qin Feng, cannot sit idly by. Guards, invite the prefect and his men to the yamen as guests and treat them well until the locust plague is over and the harvest is complete. Qin Feng gave the order directly. Qin Feng, you dare. The prefect panicked. Why are you asking about daring and not daring when we invite the prefect as a guest? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Nonsense. You say you're visiting, but actually, you want to imprison me. You could interpret it that way. But judging from the prefect's reluctant expression, does he perhaps want me to use force against him? Qin Feng, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyelids a crack, and his sharp gaze flashed like a knife in front of the prefect. The prefect was immediately rendered speechless. Go for the hard line. What do you mean? Hit him? Kill him? The prefect dared not even think about it. No wonder the crown prince told him to keep a close eye on Qin Feng. He didn't understand how Qin Feng, a mere county magistrate, could catch the crown prince's eye. Now it seems that Qin Feng is no ordinary person. Take away. At Qin Feng's command, the yamen runners immediately escorted the prefect and his men away from the fields. The farmers, kneeling in a row, thought their year was over. Since the prefect was a higher-ranking official than the county magistrate, they assumed Qin Feng would obey the prefect's orders and tell them to harvest ahead of schedule. At that time, every household will go hungry. No one expected Qin Feng to be so tough. They took the prefect away immediately. Your Honor, the upright official. Thank you so much, Lord Qin, for protecting our crops. Thank you very much, Lord Qin. One expression of gratitude followed another. Fellow villagers, there's no need to thank me. Get up quickly and continue fighting the locusts. The locust plague is still raging, so we must not let our guard down. Qin Feng gestured for the farmers to stand up. The farmers were moved to tears. If this were today, they would surely want everyone to call Qin Feng Father Qin. This official is simply a benevolent ruler, even better than the emperor. Ninghai County, the old Su family residence. Su Jin paced back and forth in the yard. She hadn't left the house for days. Firstly, she was born into a privileged family and didn't want to be bothered by locusts. Secondly, he didn't think Qin Feng had any way to deal with the locust plague and felt that he had bet on the wrong horse this time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The servants opened it, and Su Sheng walked in with a happy expression. Uncle Sheng, how serious is this locust plague? It's serious. It's extremely serious. This year's locust plague is the worst I've ever seen in my life. Huh? That's serious? Then how can you still laugh? Su Jin frowned. She had placed all her hopes for locust control on Qin Feng, and even under pressure from her elders, she lent him 100,000 taels of silver. However, after more than a month, she had not seen Qin Feng use the silver to control the locusts. Instead, she heard that he had bought a lot of ducks and asked the people to raise them for him. The locust plague is severe, and Qin Feng is unable to cope with it, leaving Su Jin in a state of utter confusion. She was worried about what would happen if the farmers were affected by the disaster. Secondly, I felt bad about wasting 100,000 taels of silver. If I had known it would turn out this way, I would have kept the silver to buy grain from other places for disaster relief and porridge distribution. Su Sheng grinned and said to Su Jin, Young miss, please calm down. This locust plague is indeed severe, but Lord Qin is even more formidable. So the ducks that Lord Qin ordered the people to raise were for locust control. Now those ducks have all come out in force, encountered the locust plague, and are eating the locusts as if they were a delicacy. Su Sheng described in detail what he had seen and heard, speaking with great enthusiasm and vivid detail, his mouth spittle flying everywhere. As Su Jin listened, Her brow gradually relaxed, and a smile finally appeared on her face. So he had planned this all along? He actually used this method to control locusts, and it's effective. Chapter 132 Loan Due, Su family presses for debt. That's good, that's good. But why did this scoundrel keep us in suspense all along? Why wait until today to reveal it to the public? Su Sheng pondered for a moment and guessed. Perhaps it's to keep it a secret from outsiders. Otherwise, if everyone knew that ducks could control locusts, it probably wouldn't be so easy to buy them. In the end, having money but no ducks would be a waste. Su Jinfeng then realized and nodded repeatedly. So that's how it is. Thinking about it carefully, it really makes sense. Qin Feng really thought things through. Su Jin praised Qin Feng softly, a blush creeping onto her face. Since ancient times, beauties have loved talented men and heroes, and Su Jin was no exception. In her eyes, Qin Feng was a smart man. They could make money by producing strange items like air conditioning fans and miracle water, and they could also come up with ingenious plans like using ducks to control locusts. They would even use command flags to order their yamen runners to notify farmers, who would then drive away the ducks. This indirect but effective way of leading their duck army was effective. All of these things prove that he is a great talent. Indeed, this Lord Qin is no ordinary county official. Su Sheng didn't notice Su Jin's similar behavior and praised Qin Feng as well, but what he was most concerned about was the Su family's money. But there's only a little over a month left of the 3-month period. I wonder what methods Lord Qin will use to earn money and pay off his debts. He seems to have endless ingenious methods. It's quite something to look forward to. The reason why locust plagues are so difficult to eradicate is not only because locusts swarm in large numbers, but also because locusts have a very strong reproductive capacity. The locusts have many cycles from nymph to adult, which is why they seem to keep coming back. Qin Feng's army of ducks, used for biological locust control, has a remarkable effect on locust plagues. More than a month later, the farmers finally made it through, and the crops in the fields ripened and were successfully harvested. Su Jin was overjoyed, but before she could congratulate Qin Feng, she received a letter from the elders of the Su family. The letter stated that the 3-month deadline was approaching, and she needed to quickly recover the 100,000 taels of silver that had been lent out, not a single tael less. If there are fewer people, her position as the person in charge can be changed. Su Jin read through the letter, her head throbbing. She sighed heavily. How can my uncles be so unreasonable? Lord Qin has just finished dealing with the locust plague. Where would he find the energy to earn money to repay them? Although this silver was lent to Lord Qin, it was spent on the people, which is clearly a good thing that benefits the world. Why can't you uncles see that? Does our Su family really lack 100,000 taels of silver? Hearing Su Jin's complaints, Su Sheng said earnestly, Miss, business is business. Since Lord Qin and you have a prior contract, it is reasonable for the elders of your clan to ask you to ask for the money. I think you might as well go to the county government office to urge them. No, I won't go. The locust plague has just ended, and Lord Qin should rest for a while no matter what. Let's put this matter aside for now. I'll have my own explanation if my uncles ask. Su Jin put the matter of demanding payment on hold, not wanting to make things too difficult for Qin Feng. But to her utter surprise, her uncles seemed to have anticipated her actions and arrived in Ninghai County in less than 3 days, bypassing Su Jin and going directly to the county government. When Qin Feng heard that someone from the Su family of Dengzhou Prefecture had come, he immediately knew that it was about money, so he dared not delay and ordered his men to invite them to the inner hall. Gentlemen, Qin Feng greets you. You didn't even give me advance notice of your arrival, so I could have had my servants prepare a proper welcome. Qin Feng exchanged a few polite words, looked around, and not seeing Su Jin, asked in confusion, Where is Miss Su? Among the elders of the Su family, one who seemed to be the leader looked at Qin Feng with a smile and spoke. Lord Qin, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure you know why we've come here. It's about the 100,000 taels of silver you borrowed from my Su family. Now that the 3-month deadline is approaching, we've come to collect the debt. That girl Su Jin, perhaps she's become too familiar with Lord Qin. A few days ago, when we urged her to come, she was embarrassed. We old folks were forced to come in person. We hope Lord Qin will forgive us. We are also members of the Su family, and in a sense, we are Su Jin's elders. Su Jin only provided the loan with our consent. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Su Jin or not we repay the loan. Please rest assured, Lord Qin, we have brought the IOU. Now it's just a matter of when you can produce 120,000 taels of silver. Qin Feng frowned slightly, chuckled softly, and shook his head. That won't do. As the saying goes, The one who tied the knot must untie it. When the loan was first made, it was Miss Su who handled it. Now that the money is being repaid, how can she not be present? Please trouble the elders to invite Miss Su over. Upon hearing this, the men looked displeased. What? Does Lord Qin think we are in disguise? My Su family is a prominent and influential family in Dangzhou. Lord Qin, you are overthinking it. We old men are qualified to handle the loan matter. Oh, not at all. Please don't misunderstand. Qin Feng chuckled twice and said, I didn't mean that you gentlemen are unqualified. I just feel that Miss Su should at least be present. Please, gentlemen, invite Miss Su out. Several elderly members of the Su family thought that Qin Feng was going to ask Su Jin to come out and delay paying the debt, so they said impatiently, It's not that we can't call her, but the money must be returned in full when it's due. No matter who says what, it won't matter. We old guys will never agree to anything like an extension. That's natural. Hearing Qin Feng's statement, the Su family reluctantly agreed and sent someone to Chengxianglu to summon Su Jin, who was busy working at the restaurant. When Su Jin arrived at the yamen, she saw several of her uncles, and their faces turned pale. Uncles, why did you return to Ninghai without informing Su Jin? You just rushed over to Lord Qin's place? This. She was quite annoyed by the uninvited visits of her uncles from the clan. What do you mean, what? We're just here with the IOU to collect the debt. It's nothing serious. Do we need to inform you, the person in charge? An elderly man who was the leader of the Su family spoke up. He was the one who voiced the loudest opposition to lending money back then. He waved the IOU in his hand, leaving Su Jin speechless. However, Su Jin still felt embarrassed by this incident. It was really disrespectful to the other person to go to such lengths to ask for money back, and it also tarnished Su Jin's reputation. How is she supposed to face Qin Feng again after this? Chapter 133. This county relies on ducks to repay its debts. Lord Qin, Su Jin has arrived as well. You've seen her. Her way of addressing us old men and our identities shouldn't be a problem, right? That's natural. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Even if Su Jin didn't come, he had a way to confirm the identities of the old men. When does Lord Qin plan to repay this money? Qin Feng took a piece of paper out of his pocket. The loan agreement was signed in duplicate, and he has a copy on hand, which the Su family also knows. He spread out the paper and read it word by word silently, then pointed to one of the clauses. Gentlemen, the date is clearly still more than half a month away. Please be patient. When the date on the IOU arrives, Qin Feng guarantees that every penny of the 120,000 taels of silver will be returned to the Su family. What do you say? As Lord Qin also said, there is less than half a month left, and this little bit of time is negligible. If you are capable of repaying, you should do so now. If you are not capable of repaying, even if you are given another half month, it will be of no use. I wonder how much silver Lord Qin can come up with right now. Why don't you pay back part of it first? The old man from the Su family pressed him relentlessly. Qin Feng stood up and shook his head. No, since there's a written agreement, we should abide by it. Miss Su, don't you agree? Su Jin originally wanted to help Qin Feng by some time, so she immediately spoke up when Qin Feng asked the question. Lord Qin is right. My Su family is neither large nor small, and our reputation in Dangzhou is of utmost importance. We naturally value integrity. Since there is a written agreement, we should speak according to the date on the agreement. Upon hearing that Su Jin had brought up the Su family's reputation, the elderly people's expressions immediately turned sour. Many people around were listening. If word got out that the Su family was dishonest and had come to ask for repayment before the agreed repayment date, wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? You silly girl, why are you always siding with outsiders? Have you forgotten that you're a member of the Su family? The elderly man at the head of the group said unhappily. Su Jin smiled and said, Su Jin has never forgotten her identity. As the person in charge of the Su family, she must always protect the interests of the Su family, especially to prevent the Su family from suffering reputational damage. Uncles, do you all disagree? Do you all think that Su Jin was wrong in what she just said? That's true, but we're just worried that Lord Qin won't bring the money when the time comes. Please rest assured, uncles. Lord Qin is the magistrate of Ninghai County, an official appointed by the imperial court, and is under the court's jurisdiction. Would he really give up his post for 100,000 taels of silver? Su Jin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then shook her head. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Su Jin understood this, and the elders of the Su family naturally understood it as well. Since things have come to this point, it's definitely not going to be possible to get the money today. The old men had nothing more to say, but they emphasized the number, saying, It's 120,000 taels. Gentlemen, rest assured, I, Qin, will repay the 120,000 taels of silver on the agreed date, not a penny less. Then let's leave it at that for today. We apologize for the inconvenience, Lord Qin. We'll take our leave now. The leader exchanged a few polite, albeit forced, smiles with Qin Feng, then glared at Su Jin, snorted coldly, and left. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feng. Lord Qin, I think we should just destroy this agreement. The repayment date is approaching soon, and this 120,000 taels of silver. Qin Feng chuckled. What do you mean by this, Miss Su? Destroying the agreement won't do you any good. I'm just worried you won't be able to pay it back. 12,000 taels of silver is no small sum. How can you possibly raise it in just a few days? Su Jin sighed softly. To be honest, I have had my men find out exactly how Lord Qin spent those 100,000 taels of silver. Now all that silver has gone to ducks and duck feed. It's not going to turn back into money anytime soon. If Lord Qin wants to repay the money, he can't rely on these ducks. Qin Feng suddenly interrupted her. Who says we can't rely on these ducks? From the very beginning, I planned to sell ducks to pay off my debts. Oh, Su Jin frowned, looking at Qin Feng with confusion. Selling ducks to pay off debts? How is that possible? These ducks are all grown up now. They can only be sold to restaurants and eateries. Ordinary people can also buy them. But how can so many ducks be sold all at once? And even if we sold everything, it wouldn't be enough. Of the original 100,000 taels of silver, a large portion was used to buy feed for the ducks. Qin Feng said mysteriously, You don't need to worry about Miss Su. I have my own way. Just make sure all these ducks are sold quickly, and that they fetch 120,000 taels of silver. However, we really need Miss Su's help with this matter. Su Jin blinked her beautiful, dark eyes and hurriedly asked, What kind of help? Qin Feng bowed respectfully. Please, Miss Su, pass down the order that all branches of the #1 restaurant under heaven in Dengzhou allow the people sent by this county to pass. Our county sells ducks and needs to borrow your territory, Miss Su. I wonder if Miss Su would agree. This business is viable, but even if all the ducks were cooked into dishes and sold, it wouldn't amount to more than 100,000 taels of silver. Su Jin reminded her again. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Hey, if I say it's enough, it's definitely enough. It's not just 100,000 taels, but with interest, I can sell it for 120,000 taels. Miss Su, just wait for good news. Miss, please excuse me. I must hurry and make preparations. Please go and give the orders as well. Good. Su Jin agreed in a daze. No sooner had Su Jin left than Qin Feng arrived at the Yaman's kitchen. In the kitchen, several cooks were enjoying their meal around a table. It smells good. It smells so good. Indeed. Adults are adults, far superior to us cooks. We've never tasted such delicacies before. The way you cook this duck, sir, is truly unique and amazing. The oven that you made specifically for roasting ducks is simply incredible. Yes, yes. Continue. Continue with what? Keep talking. Keep praising Lord Qin. I'll listen while I eat. Don't stop. Don't stop, or I won't be able to eat my fill. The cook's mouth was almost full, and he spoke indistinctly. Upon hearing this, the others realized that this kid wanted to eat all the remaining delicacies, and they were not about to let him have his way. Immediately, the group fell silent and began to eat intently. Qin Feng came in and watched for a while before anyone noticed his arrival. Oh, Lord Qin, what brings you here? Why didn't the people outside announce your arrival? Chapter 134. The county magistrate and the shopkeeper, unconvinced, make a bet. Several cooks quickly got up from their chairs and went to greet Qin Feng. Let me see how well you've studied the methods I've been instructed to use. Qin Feng entered the room and went straight to the table where everyone was sitting. Several cooks quickly replied, Reporting to you, sir, we have prepared the duck as you instructed and roasted it in the hanging oven. It tasted really good after it came out. Qin Feng nodded and told them to make it themselves and try it first. This was Qin Feng's arrangement. After all, if you can't even cook to your own taste, you shouldn't be someone else's chef. My lord, please have a seat. Let me fetch you a roast duck so you can have a taste. No need. Qin Feng smelled the aroma of roast duck as soon as he entered the door and waved his hand gently. In his past life, he ate a lot of roast duck, which made him know exactly how to make it. From cleaning to stuffing the duck, to inflating it until it's bulging, and then stuffing it with spices and various seasonings. Most importantly, fruitwood was worthless in those days, so Qin Feng brought back a large batch, and the furnace he used to burn was entirely made of fruitwood. Qin Feng made authentic fruitwood roasted duck. Come, listen carefully, all of you. Starting today, you will split up and take the ovens I ordered to be made to the #1 restaurant in Dengzhou's counties to make and sell roast ducks on the spot. You must sell all the ducks in the shortest possible time. Yes. On that day, Ninghai County dispatched 18 large trucks to the Tianxia Dailu branches in various counties of Dengzhou Prefecture. Ninghai County also sent one to Chengxianglu restaurant, where Qin Feng personally roasted the duck. He dispatched all the yamen runners to various parts of Dengzhou, leaving only 2 people on duty at the Ninghai County yamen. Today, only Qin Feng and Zhao Yi came. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Zhao Yi was responsible for feeding, oiling, and blowing air onto the raw ducks, while Qin Feng put the ducks on racks, hung them one by one into the oven, lit the fire, and started roasting. While roasting, he also had to crank the handle next to him to make the ducks inside the oven rotate back and forth. The waiters and cooks at Chengxianglu were quite curious at first, circling around the hanging oven. Upon seeing the ducks and realizing that Qin Feng was going to make roast duck, they immediately lost interest. This county magistrate is really dreaming. He actually wants to make money selling ducks at our Chunxiang restaurant. Yes, the chefs at Chengxianglu are top-notch. No matter what the county magistrate does, he can't compare to them. The county magistrate is probably going to have worked for nothing today. Ducks? Anyone can cook them. Chengxianglu was a well-known restaurant in Dengzhou Prefecture, offering a wide variety of dishes. Duck was just one of the most common dishes, prepared in various ways, such as roasting, stir-frying, and steaming. Chengxianglu could serve it all. The manager had already received instructions from Su Jin, knowing that Qin Feng wanted to earn money to pay off his debts, and instructed his servants to let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted at Chengxianglu. However, since Qin Feng was the county magistrate, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He should at least offer his greetings. So he moved closer to Qin Feng. "Sir, if you need anything, please just ask. I'm right here." However, sir, let me give you a piece of advice. You won't make any money selling these ducks at Chengxianglu." Is that so? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, not taking his words to heart. The manager chuckled twice. Of course. Although the dishes at Chengxianglu may not be the best in the world, no other restaurant in Dengzhou Prefecture can compare. If nothing unexpected happens, next year Chengxianglu will also be able to change its signboard to #1 restaurant under heaven, just like the other counties. You're an outsider, selling food at the #1 restaurant under heaven. How do you think you can make money? Although the shopkeeper spoke respectfully, his words were full of sarcasm. Qin Feng glanced at him, called Zhao Yi to take the crank from his hand, and said to the shopkeeper with a smile, "Shopkeeper, if you dare to say that, how about we make a small bet?" "That won't do. It's not that I'm afraid of losing to you, but I'm just a lowly shopkeeper, and this business isn't mine. I can't gamble with you using Chengxianglu's money." The shopkeeper shook his head and said. Qin Feng immediately blocked his escape route. "Hey, am I an unreasonable person? How can I let you gamble the Su family's property with me? Don't worry, I won't gamble with you. I'll gamble with you. Bet on me." The shopkeeper was intrigued. Why would he bet on a stinky old man like me? "That's right. Let's bet on whether the money our county makes selling ducks today can exceed the money your Chengxianglu makes selling food and wine in a day. If this county wins, then please, shopkeeper, start working for this county from today. It's not tiring at all. You just need to crank this handle every day until this county earns enough silver to repay the Su family." "What if I lose?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said to the shopkeeper, "Well, I'll give you 500 taels of silver. How about that?" The shopkeeper was startled and, holding up 5 trembling fingers, asked, 500 taels? 500 taels. Is this really true? A gentleman's word is his bond. That's 500 taels. The temptation is too great. For an ordinary poor family, 50 taels of silver could feed them for half a lifetime. The shopkeeper's family was slightly better off, but 500 taels was enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. As people get older, who wouldn't want to leave themselves some money for their funeral? Besides, the shopkeeper has children at home. Who wouldn't want to leave some money for their children? After considering the odds, the manager was 99% confident of winning the bet, because as the manager of Chengxianglu, he had great confidence in the restaurant's dishes. "Lord Qin, I'm willing to take your bet. Please wait a moment. I'll go and write up a written agreement right away." The shopkeeper was shrewd and knew he needed to keep evidence. He immediately went behind the counter, tore 2 pieces of paper from the last page of the ledger, and quickly wrote 2 betting agreements to have Qin Feng sign. Qin Feng not only signed the document, but also put his fingerprint on it, which finally put the shopkeeper at ease. "Then, Lord Qin, if I win, when will you pay me the 500 taels of silver?" "I'll give it to you today." Qin Feng pulled out a silver note from his pocket and waved it in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper beamed with joy and reached out to grab it, but grasped only empty air. Qin Feng took the silver note back. What's your hurry? You have to beat me first before this silver note is yours. Yes, yes, yes. Then let's wait until we close today. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, agreeing verbally, but in his heart he had already considered the 500 taels as his own. Chapter 135. Ducks are too expensive, I won't eat them. There was still some time before lunchtime when the first wave of customers arrived at Chengxianglu. The three of them were chatting and laughing. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to come from relatively wealthy families. I wondered which family's young masters they were. These days, Chengxianglu is like this every day. Because Qin Feng had arranged air conditioning fans at Chengxianglu, these people came ostensibly to eat, but actually to take advantage of the air conditioning. Upon entering, one immediately sees Qin Feng and the large hanging furnace placed in the center. In the sweltering summer, there was an oven in the room with fruitwood charcoal burning inside. Logically, it should have been very hot, but thanks to the air conditioning fan, the temperature at Chengxianglu was well regulated. But the hanging furnace had a peculiar shape, and Qin Feng was constantly cranking the handle, which aroused the curiosity of these people. Isn't this Lord Qin? Why aren't you busy with official business at the county government office? What are you doing here? Government affairs? This county is busy with government affairs right now. Qin Feng glanced at the man and said leisurely, to control the locust plague, this county borrowed 100,000 taels of silver to organize a locust control army, and now it's time to repay it. I've used all 100,000 taels of silver for the benefit of our people. Don't you think it's good for the county to earn money to pay off its debts? Thanks to Qin Feng's locust control measures, Ninghai County not only escaped the locust plague this year, but also reaped a bumper harvest. Every household, after paying rent and taxes, still had enough food to celebrate the new year. Every household was filled with joy, and smiles were on the faces of all the people in Ninghai County. Whose credit is this? It's naturally Qin Feng's. Although the guests before him were not farmers, the people of Ninghai County were his fellow villagers. He was genuinely happy that they could have enough to eat, and he sincerely wanted to thank Lord Qin. So he nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's government affairs. This is legitimate government affairs. But the man peered inside. You think you can make money and pay off your debts with just this big furnace? What's in there? As soon as they approached, a fragrant aroma wafted over, causing the commoner to close his eyes and exclaim with a look of pure enjoyment. Hiss, Lord Qin, what delicious food is in here? This is a roast duck made in this county. It's 3 taels of silver a duck, including sauce. How about it? Want to try some? Qin Feng chuckled. 3 taels of silver. The man's closed eyes widened instantly. So expensive? A cooked duck only costs 7 yen of silver at most. You've quadrupled that price. He shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. Oh no, I can't afford such an expensive duck. Upon hearing this, the others also subconsciously took 2 steps back. Selling a duck for 3 taels of silver is an outrageous price. It's a rip-off. At this moment, the innkeeper, seeing that their conversation had stalled, quickly stepped forward and interjected. Gentlemen, it's only natural that the duck roasted by Lord Qin himself is a bit more expensive, but we ordinary folks simply can't afford it. If you gentlemen would like to eat duck, our Chengxianglu restaurant has it too. Steamed duck, stuffed duck, roast duck, we have it all. The most expensive one is only 8 yen of silver. As the shopkeeper spoke, he glanced at Qin Feng, his eyes gleaming as if to say, Lord Qin, please don't blame me. Since we have a bet, we're in a competitive relationship, so I won't let you win. Qin Feng saw this, but he was neither angry nor spoke, and just continued with his own work. The betting game lasts all day, and this day has only just begun. He is confident about today's game. Now that the shopkeeper is showing off, let him be smug for a while. Tonight, he will be the one to slap him in the face. The guests took their seats and nodded as they listened to the innkeeper's introduction. That's right, that's a reasonable price. We weren't planning on having duck today, shopkeeper. You have to thank Lord Qin. If it weren't for him whetting our appetites, you wouldn't have been able to sell any vegetables. Yes. Of course we must thank our Lord Qin. He not only provided our Chengxianglu with cool breezes and divine water, but also helped sell vegetables for Chengxianglu. He truly deserves to be called a benevolent official. The shopkeeper smiled and glanced at Qin Feng again, then nodded at her. The shopkeeper's words were rather irritating, and even Qin Feng, who had a good temper, couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the shopkeeper, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since you're so loose-lipped, Don't blame me for being ruthless. The customers waved their hands and said to the shopkeeper, in that case, one of each kind of duck, please. It's not that we can't afford duck, but for the same amount of money, we could eat 3 ducks. Why only buy one? What do you say? That makes sense. The 3 chatted and laughed, their words subtly implying Qin Feng's involvement. Qin Feng remained unmoved and even gave them a slight smile, which made the group of people feel uneasy. After them, several more groups of guests arrived. Just like the previous table, almost every table of guests had the same reaction. First curiosity, then inquiries, and then complaints about the price. The shopkeeper would also come out at this time to promote his own ducks. At noon, Chengxianglu was already full, and almost every table had ordered duck. Moreover, the ducks for the first few tables have already been prepared and served. The diners began to pick up their chopsticks and drink, creating a lively atmosphere. The shopkeeper walked up to Qin Feng with a smug look on his face and said boastfully, Lord Qin, thanks to you, all the ducks in my shop are almost sold out. He glanced at the dozens of slaughtered ducks Qin Feng had brought today and said kindly, it's the height of summer now, and these slaughtered animals will spoil in a day, which is too wasteful. I think it would be better if, when guests come and order ducks, I would buy ducks from Master Qin to cook. How about that? It would save us from wasting food. I'm willing to pay for Qian of silver per duck. What do you say? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Give it to you? How can I use it if you give it to me? I don't even have enough for myself. Go away, get out of my way. Qin Feng calculated the time and figured the first batch of ducks should be roasted by now. He opened the hanging oven, took out an iron tool, and pulled one out. The duck has a brown body, and its skin and meat look as if they are coated with syrup. The duck is plump and glossy. The manager had worked at Chengxianglu for so many years, but he had never seen such a beautiful duck before. He was so surprised that he forgot to speak. The aroma wafts out even when the stove is covered. Now that the duck has been brought out, its aroma, unhindered, immediately spreads and fills the entire Chengxianglu restaurant. Diners enjoying steamed duck, stuffed duck, and stir-fried duck were jolted awake by the rich aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Is this the taste of duck? I've never smelled this before. It's so tempting. The diners all reacted in the same way. Their chopsticks stopped halfway, and they squinted their eyes, enjoying and greedily smelling the aroma of the roast duck. However delicious it was, everyone still felt that Qin Feng's ducks were too expensive. If someone sells 1 duck for the price of 4 ducks, who would be so foolish as to eat their duck? Chapter 136 Free Tasting of Deliciousness. The aroma wafted for a while, and everyone smelled it for a bit before starting to eat the dishes they had ordered. However, the steamed duck tasted rather bland. Those who had been complaining about how expensive Qin Feng's duck was, all fell silent after smelling the aroma. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this. Next comes the main event. He placed the duck on a table that had been prepared beforehand, picked up a knife from the side, and with a swift stroke, sliced off a piece of meat with crispy skin from the duck and placed it on a small plate beside him. Repeating this process, he soon sliced the whole duck into 108 pieces, each piece resembling a clove leaf, uniform in size, with skin and meat attached, in perfect proportion. Zhao Yi, bring out everything that has been prepared. Yes. Zhao Yi immediately took out a stack of palm-sized porcelain plates that he had prepared beforehand from a drawer under the oven and placed them in front of Qin Feng. Then, another jar was taken out. Then came a bag of peeled and shredded scallions. Finally, there was a stack of thin, translucent, scalded pancakes. Qin Feng took a small pancake, picked up a piece of duck meat with his chopsticks, opened the jar, dipped it in the sauce inside, and then placed it on the pancake. I took some shredded scallions and arranged them, then rolled up the small pancake and placed it on a plate. Then, following the same method, he made 3 more scrolls, filled a small dish, and instructed Zhao Yi, go. Zhao Yi responded and picked up the plate, placing it on the table of the first group of guests who came in today. Please enjoy, everyone. The guests hesitated for a moment, glanced at the small dishes, and quickly said, Officer, you're not trying to force us to buy, are you? We didn't order any of Lord Qin's dishes. We can't afford it, so please take it away quickly. Zhao Yi pushed the plate forward again. It's free, just let the guests have a taste. The group paused for a moment, then hesitantly asked, really, it's free? Qin Feng, standing to the side, said loudly, why should I pay for a taste? This county loves its people like its own children. In front of so many people, would I force you to buy or cheat you? Just try it. The group chuckled and agreed. Qin Feng has always had a good reputation. Today, it is indeed expensive for a duck to sell for 3 taels of silver, but that doesn't mean he's an official who bullies people. The guests no longer hesitated and began to examine the contents of the plate. Isn't this supposed to be roasted duck? Why is it prepared like this? Putting everything else aside, the design itself is quite novel. Indeed, such an ingenious idea makes it acceptable to sell at a higher price, but 3 taels each is still too expensive. Zhao Yi, who was standing next to him, had already tasted the roast duck and knew that it was something special. He smiled and said to the other guests, "Don't just look at it, try it while it's hot. To be honest, I think this roast duck is not expensive at all at 3 taels of silver." "Officer, aren't you being a bit too confident? A duck is a duck, how much difference can the taste make?" "Yes, all right, let's give Lord Qin face and have a taste. Come on, it's free anyway. There are 4 of us at the table, 1 roll each." As they talked, each of them picked up their chopsticks and simultaneously put the small pancakes filled with roast duck meat into their mouths. The first sensation upon tasting it is its softness. The dough made with scalded water is soft and elastic, with an excellent texture. After biting into the dough, your teeth first encounter the crispy duck skin. Qin Feng used the Peking duck method to brush the outside of the duck skin with oil and sauce, and also brushed on a layer of honey. After roasting, the duck skin is taken out of the oven and its temperature drops, causing the honey on the surface to solidify into a crispy skin. With a bite, it makes a crunching sound, the crisp texture bringing ultimate pleasure to the diner's teeth. Coupled with the crisp sound, it is transmitted from the diner's teeth and bones to the eardrum, providing ample auditory stimulation. Next up is the tender and flavorful duck meat. The duck meat is tender and smooth, and after special treatment, it is fatty but not greasy, complementing the crispy texture from before. 2 distinctly different textures are transmitted to the teeth one after the other, making the teeth seem to feel the rhythm of the world's delicacies. Finally, there's the special sauce. With 1 bite, the secret sauce bursts out, instantly coating the diner's tongues. Sour, sweet, and savory, paired with the unique, slightly refreshing spiciness of scallions, all 4 flavors explode in your mouth at the same time, bringing the ultimate and most exhilarating stimulation to your taste buds. Ah, this duck is delicious. Delicious, absolutely top-notch. This is comparable to divine water. It's a rare treat in this world. The 3 guests at the table couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, while their other friend didn't even have time to say anything. After taking a bite, he stuffed the whole roll into his mouth, chewed it repeatedly, and closed his eyes to enjoy the unique, crispy, and fresh taste. After the 4 of them finished the free roll they had been given, they were still not satisfied, but their plates were already empty. On the table were only 3 ducks prepared in different ways, meticulously cooked by the chefs of Chengxianglu. These 3 ducks are actually of the highest quality. Not to mention in Dengzhou, even in the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, they would be considered top-tier dishes. If it didn't have this level of expertise, Chengxianglu wouldn't dare to claim it should change its name to the #1 restaurant under heaven. However, after tasting Qin Feng's roast duck, the 3 plates of duck in front of them lost all appeal to these 3 diners. Worlds apart, these 4 words can only describe the difference between these ducks and Qin Feng's roast duck. They now have a feeling that trading these 3 ducks for Qin Feng's one would be a huge win. Since the quantity is insufficient, we can simply buy more. Taste is something that cannot be easily bought with money. The group looked at each other, exchanging glances, and without saying a word, they all understood each other's meaning. The 4 men stood up abruptly and went straight to Qin Feng, their eyes gleaming. "Lord Qin, 3 taels of silver each. Just give us 1 for this table." "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lord Qin, we were rude to you earlier. Please forgive us. Please, please pick out the biggest one." "That's right, that's right, that's right." Qin Feng grinned, satisfied. "Of course, but it's only 3 taels of silver. That's for the duck, plus 1 tael for the accompanying pancakes, sauce, and scallions. And the local duck slicing fee is also 1 tael. So, I'll charge 5 taels for 1 duck. Are you sure you want one?" "Want." Almost immediately, the 4 answered in unison. They are now certain of one thing. Lord Qin is Lord Qin, and he would never deceive them, even when it comes to making delicious food. Chapter 137 Repeated Order Cancellations. The shopkeeper is deceived. Qin Feng chuckled, took a duck out of the oven, and with astonishing speed, sliced it up with his cleaver and plated it. He then placed the sauce, scallions, and pancakes on another plate. "Gentlemen, please take this. The duck meat is dipped in sauce, topped with scallions, and you can roll it up and eat it yourself." "Thank you, sir." The 4 of them happily took their plates and returned to their seats. After sitting down, He couldn't wait to roll it up and put it directly into his mouth without even using chopsticks. Fragrant. This taste. Absolutely amazing. He showered them with praise once again. Chungxianglu was full, and the surrounding customers had been watching them ever since those few people exclaimed in surprise after eating the roast duck. Now, seeing that they were willing to spend 5 taels of silver to eat a whole roast duck, and that they lost their composure after eating it, everyone was greatly surprised. Is it really that delicious? Really? A duck is just a duck. What tricks can it possibly pull? Yes, I think these 4 people are probably hired by Lord Qin to put on an act, right? Some people are skeptical. Many people want to give it a try, but are afraid of wasting their money. At this moment, a shameless customer shouted from afar, Lord Qin, why are you only letting them taste the duck for free? Don't we deserve to taste it for free? Qin Feng was busy with his work, and because the cutting board in front of him was blocking the view, the diners couldn't see what he was doing. Hearing someone ask, Qin Feng looked up and smiled. Our county has always treated everyone equally, regardless of status. But roasting this duck will take some time, so please wait a moment. Today, everyone at every table will be able to enjoy our county's special fruitwood roasted duck. But you can only try one roll. You'll have to spend money after you finish it. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he went back to work. Soon, he had rolled up all the ducks from the first duck into small curls and had Zhao Yi distribute them to each table. Wow, it's delicious. It's so delicious. This duck can be cooked like this? It's so crispy and crunchy, and there's not a trace of fishiness. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. After tasting it, everyone exclaimed that it was delicious. After swallowing his food, one diner, still wanting more, muttered, "Oh no, I want more. What am I going to do? This duck is so expensive. Then let's eat. This is duck personally prepared by Lord Qin. How many chances do you think you'll have to eat it? I'm afraid Lord Qin has sold out. Officer, please bring one to this table. I want this too. And here too. 2 of these will be taken home for my family to enjoy. 3 of these for this table." In no time, the entire Chungxianglu restaurant became incredibly popular. Every table ordered at least 1 duck. The shopkeeper, who was originally quite proud and thought he would definitely win 500 taels of silver from the magistrate, was stunned. 5 ounces for a duck, and it's selling like hotcakes? This is simply outrageous. It was only noon, and all the customers on the first floor had already ordered duck. Qin Feng sold at least 30 ducks in that last batch. The diners at Chungxianglu are a constant flow of customers. Because of the air conditioning, there is no shortage of people coming every day. Some people will stand and wait inside Chungxianglu even if there are no seats available. So many people are Qin Feng's clients. If this continues, how many ducks will Qin Feng have to sell by the time the store closes at night? The shopkeeper dared not think about it, but he could foresee that he was destined to lose his bet with Qin Feng. The shopkeeper immediately frowned. Just as I was feeling down, the first customers of the day suddenly called out, "Hey boss, come on, have a turn." As the innkeeper, he had to greet the guests with a smile. So he composed himself, put on a friendly smile, and walked up to the group, asking, "Oh, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" "Here's the thing, shopkeeper. Look, we haven't touched these ducks at all. Could you please take them back? Just pretend we didn't order any." The shopkeeper's smile vanished instantly, and he glared at her, refusing. How can that be? The dishes are already on the table. But we didn't eat anything. It's not right if you haven't eaten. How can you take back the dishes that have already been served? Please, gentlemen, don't make things difficult for me. Smack. One of the guests, who seemed rather arrogant, slammed his chopsticks on the table and angrily said, "Manager, it's not that we're being unreasonable, but the duck you've prepared is just too inedible. How are we supposed to eat it like this? Unpalatable. How could that be?" The shopkeeper frowned. If the food here wasn't good, then he had no reason to refuse a customer's request for a refund. Doing business relies on honest operation, and running a restaurant relies on delicious food and drinks. If your food and drinks aren't good, how can you expect to keep your customers? Dream. He quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and picked up one of the 3 kinds of duck from Chungxianglu, putting one of each into his mouth. It's flavorful and fragrant. It tastes just like the original, no problem. So why is it so hard to eat? The innkeeper put down his chopsticks and advised the diners, "Gentlemen, please don't be unreasonable. These dishes are clearly fine. How can you say they're inedible? Lord Qin and the constables are right here. Causing trouble is not a wise move." Among the diners, one with a short temper immediately became angry. "Hey, what do you mean? Do you think we've wronged you? Your duck dish wasn't good to begin with. Hey, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Let's keep the peace. Sit down, sit down." His companions pressed him back to his seat, picked up the last piece of roast duck from the Qin Feng roast duck they had ordered, dipped it in sauce, rolled it with scallions into a pancake, and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, please finish this before you make your judgment." The shopkeeper frowned, but since they were being so polite, he couldn't very well refuse. "All right, it's fine to try it. It's just that there's nothing wrong with my own dishes. It's just that I've tried other restaurants' food, and mine is the same." Before the shopkeeper could finish his grumbling, the customer stuffed a roll of roast duck into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, the shopkeeper's expression changed, showing a mixture of surprise, enjoyment, and a touch of emotion. He couldn't utter a single word. He finally understood. It wasn't that Xianglu's dishes were bad, but rather that Qin Feng's roast duck was just too delicious. After eating such delicious roast duck, who would want to eat any other duck? This. Retreat or not? The burly man urged. Chapter 138. The prefect's servants share the joy with the people. Retreat. The shopkeeper reluctantly agreed. Even he himself thought the roast duck was 100 times better than their ducks, so it was only natural that the diners were dissatisfied. But the moment he uttered the word retreat, Xianglu immediately became lively again. Because Qin Feng roasted duck in front of everyone in the restaurant, and it was expensive, people tend to have a rebellious mentality. As a result, almost every table of customers ordered a cheap duck from Xianglu. There are still quite a few people who haven't touched their chopsticks after the food has been served. Upon hearing that they could return the dishes, they immediately started shouting, "Shopkeeper, I'm sorry, I can't eat this dish either. Please refund me. And ours too. Let's cancel our order. We've already had roast duck, and this duck is really hard to swallow." The shopkeeper was on the verge of tears. He had been smug, saying that he probably wouldn't have enough ducks for the day, and had even mocked Qin Feng. As a result, he suffered retribution in less than an hour. Their duck dish resulted in over 20 plates being returned. This caused them to lose more than 10 taels of silver. Moreover, nowadays everyone eats roast duck, which has also piqued the interest of new customers who are eager to buy it. Qin Feng sells roast duck at Xianglu. The more roast duck he sells, the less other dishes Xianglu sells. It's a zero-sum game. Not only will the manager lose the bet today, but Qin Feng will also take away a large portion of Xianglu's normal business. The shopkeeper could only watch helplessly, swallowing his anger, powerless to stop it. After all, Qin Feng had Su Jin's permission to sell roast duck at Xianglu. The first batch sold out quickly, and when the second batch was hung up, the customers who hadn't gotten any simply sat there and waited. The store is getting more and more customers, but not many are leaving. So it got more and more lively, and slowly it developed into the scene when they sold the SK2 facial treatment essence that day, with people queuing up to buy it, and the scene was incredibly popular. Qin Feng prepared 200 ducks today, and they were all sold out before evening. Many people who lined up later were unable to buy any, and Qin Feng could only tell them to come back the next day. The people dispersed with disappointment, and Qin Feng found the shopkeeper. "A bet's a bet. From tomorrow onwards, I will obey your every command, Lord Qin." "Okay, but there's nothing much to tell you. Just keep turning that lever for me nonstop." Qin Feng smiled and casually offered the shopkeeper a suggestion. "Shopkeeper, I advise you to stop selling ducks starting tomorrow. Customers can't just eat roast duck. You can recommend other dishes. Also, sell more drinks. Otherwise, with my roast ducks around, I'm afraid your shop won't make any money." Yes, what you say is true, sir." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Ha. All right, that's it for today. I'll bring back more ducks tomorrow, so we don't run out." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he called Zhao Yi, who was exhausted from a long day, and together they pulled the cart back to the yamen. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a commotion inside the yamen. "Where is Qin Feng? Summon him to see me. How long are you going to keep me locked up?" It was the prefect's voice. The locust plague had just passed when Qin Feng was busy guiding farmers in harvesting their grain, and then he encountered the Su family pressing him for repayment of debts. For a moment, I completely forgot about the prefect. A higher-ranking official can have a crushing effect. After all, the prefect was Qin Feng's superior, and his rank was even higher. Although Qin Feng was not afraid of trouble, it wasn't right to keep the prefect locked up all the time. He had to release him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng hurriedly went inside. When he arrived at the inner courtyard, he saw the 2 yamen runners he had left at home blocking the prefect from leaving. "Stop!" Qin Feng called out and stepped forward, saying to the 2 men, "You two, step back." "Yes, sir." The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief. As government officials, they were under immense pressure to stop the prefect. After all, He was the prefect, a high-ranking official who could cost them their lives with a single word. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, the two were finally relieved and slunk away. For some reason, the prefect, who could be so arrogant in front of others, automatically became timid when he saw Qin Feng. He coughed twice, trying his best to hide his nervousness, and said with a displeased expression, "Qin Feng, how dare you? How long are you going to keep me under house arrest? Household confinement? How can your excellency accuse me of such a thing? If this county were truly to place you under house arrest, why are there only 2 people left in such a large yamen courtyard?" Qin Feng chuckled and walked up to the prefect. "They are here to protect the prefect's safety. Whenever you wish to leave, please let me know, Your Excellency. I was merely being overly hospitable by inviting you to stay as a guest. I have been so busy that I forgot about you until today. I beg Your Excellency's forgiveness." Qin Feng chuckled. Anyone with eyes could see that his apology was completely insincere, but the prefect couldn't refute it. Even if he hated Qin Feng to the core, he couldn't do anything to him, since Qin Feng was the person the first prince had specifically asked him to protect. The prefect cursed inwardly. What a disaster. "So you mean I can leave at will?" Qin Feng cupped his hands and smiled. "Of course. If Your Excellency is willing, I will arrange a carriage to send you away right now." "My men." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Oh, right. All of your men have been sent by me to enjoy themselves with the people. They're happily going up the mountain to work every day, sweating and having a great time. They probably haven't returned yet. In my opinion, why don't you rest for another night, sir? Tomorrow at dawn, I will have someone inform your men to return, and we will go back to Dengzhou together. What do you think?" The prefect, upon hearing this, cursed Qin Feng in his heart for being shameless. "What do you mean by sharing joy with the people, working hard in the mountains, and sweating it out? It's nothing more than being dragged up the mountain to do manual labor by you, the county magistrate. And you make it sound so nice. Will I truly be able to leave tomorrow? Once the locust plague is over, the prefect will no longer need to worry about Ninghai County and can naturally leave." Qin Feng said with a smile. "The unspoken message is, anyway, I've already finished controlling the locusts and harvested the crops, so what's the point of keeping you around? You might as well get the hell out of here." The prefect nodded. "Very well, then I will set off tomorrow." After saying that, he turned and went into the room Qin Feng had prepared for him to go to sleep. At this time, the prefect's men had all gone back and were cooking and eating with a group of bandits. They were government officials. When Qin Feng first brought them here to work with these bandits to dig and reclaim wasteland, they were quite temperamental. But they never expected that Qin Feng would throw them into the middle of a group of bandits. They were beaten so badly that day that they were completely subdued. After learning that these people were actually mountain bandits who had fought soldiers in real battles, they became even more obedient. So every day they dutifully followed Yan Li and the others up the mountain, working diligently and providing Qin Feng with a significant increase in manpower. The terraced fields that have been cultivated on the hills surrounding Ninghai are partly thanks to the efforts of the prefect and his subordinates. That same night, in the Su family compound, the older generation of the Su family was criticizing Su Jin, the current head of the family. "Su Jin, you've really grown some guts. You're siding with outsiders. Have you forgotten who you are?" Chapter 139. The elder doesn't believe the 1,000 taels sale. The elders of the Su family slammed their fists on the table and questioned Su Jin. Su Jin lowered her head slightly and replied softly. "Su Jin dares not forget, but regarding Lord Qin's matter, we had an agreement beforehand. And what? You're still defending him. Su Jin, what will you do if Qin Feng can't pay back 100,000 taels of silver? We old folks are asking him to give us some first, and that's for the good of the Su family. Why don't you understand? What's the point of talking about possibilities? Qin Feng definitely can't repay this 100,000 taels of silver." "I think so too." Qin Feng said he would pay off his debts by selling ducks, but those ducks cost less than 100,000 taels when he bought them. How could he possibly sell them for a higher price now? Even if he really had the ability to sell them for a high price, how long would it take to sell so many ducks? Not only that, you actually let him sell in our Su family shop? Aren't you afraid he'll affect our business?" Just then, a servant knocked on the door and came in. "Young miss, the managers of Chung Xianglu restaurant have arrived and say they have something to report." The Su family had just started talking about their shop when the shopkeeper arrived. "He's just in time. Call him in and let Miss ask him herself how many ducks Qin Feng sold and how many taels of silver he made." "Humph." Soon, the servant called the shopkeeper in. Although Su Jin is the head of the Su family does not belong to her alone. She had to respect her uncles, which is why she remained silent. Moreover, Su Jin also thought that Qin Feng making money by selling ducks was simply a pipe dream. Their Chengxianglu restaurant's daily turnover was only 500 or 600 taels of silver at most. Even if Qin Feng could sell as well as the Su family's restaurant, he still wouldn't be able to repay the money within the deadline. But calling the shopkeeper over to question her is going too far. Isn't that deliberately trying to embarrass Su Jin? Su Jin gritted her teeth, her pretty face falling, clearly displeased. You've come at the right time. Tell Miss, how many taels of silver does Qin Feng earn in a day? Have Miss calculate how long it will take Qin Feng to pay back the money. The shopkeeper was taken aback. So you already knew? That Lord Qin is going too far. He's selling ducks in our shop and stealing our business. Miss, you absolutely mustn't let Qin Feng continue selling ducks in our shop tomorrow. We've already had over 30 plates of ducks returned today, resulting in a loss of 100 taels of silver. Gentlemen, Miss, this is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Feng for selling the ducks too well. Anyway, I, a mere shopkeeper, cannot afford to bear the losses. The shopkeeper had a long face. His words left Su Jin and the other shopkeepers completely bewildered. They looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Did I hear that right? He said Qin Feng's ducks are selling well. And you're saying it's affecting our own business? They also said that the duck we ordered was refunded for over 100 taels of silver? How is this possible? A group of elderly members of the Su family stared in disbelief, but Su Jin's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed the old shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what exactly happened? Tell us everything from beginning to end. The shopkeeper then recounted the day's events to everyone, starting from the morning. A duck costs 5 taels each. Qin Feng sold a total of 269 ducks by evening. I calculated it carefully. The materials and cooking cost him only about 1 tael of silver. That means he made 4 taels of silver per duck for free. Today, Qin Feng made 1076 taels of silver in one day. The shopkeeper's announcement of the number terrified the Su family. Miss, you must tell Lord Qin that he can't come tomorrow. If he does, our Chengxianglu restaurant will go out of business. If all the customers eat his duck, how will we do business? It's urgent, the shopkeeper said. Actually, there was another reason he didn't mention. He didn't want Qin Feng to come because he lost the bet and didn't want to crank the handle anymore. The shopkeeper is almost 60 years old. In ancient times, that would have been considered a long life. His health is all right, but how can he handle working hard all day? Su Jin was already laughing at this point and said to the shopkeeper, No, as the head of the Su family, I can't go back on my word. Tomorrow, you just need to do your own thing. As for Lord Qin, let him handle his own affairs. Just don't get in the way. Anyway, he's making money to pay off the debts of our Su family. Oh dear, the shopkeeper sighed. The elderly members of the Su family pondered and laughed for a long time, still unable to believe it. 5 taels of silver? Shopkeeper, you're an elder of the Su family. Don't spout nonsense. How dare this old man? 5 taels of silver for a duck? Such an expensive duck, who would buy it? You're not acting on the young lady's orders to swindle us, are you? I'm innocent. We're all from the Su family. How could I possibly deceive you elders? Selling 269 ducks a day? That many? Does the whole county come to buy his ducks? A lot. This is not enough. He didn't prepare enough ingredients himself, and there wasn't enough time to kill the duck on the spot. Many people didn't get to eat it. They all said they would line up early tomorrow just to have a taste of the ducks sold by Lord Qin. The elders thought the shopkeeper didn't seem to be lying, but the news was truly astonishing. What kind of ducks are they that can sell so many in a single day? With a cost of 1 tael of silver and a profit of 4 taels, this business is even more profitable than the Su family's most lucrative and highest profit. Buddha jumps over the wall. This is simply a ghost story. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Several clan elders expressed their doubts. Su Jin was both surprised and delighted. What surprised them was how well Qin Feng made money. What pleased them was that this news had embarrassed the clan elders, leaving them with no reason to criticize Su Jin, the person in charge. She hadn't conspired with the shopkeeper beforehand, and she knew he was telling the truth and wouldn't lie. Earning 1,000 taels a day, and Su Jin knew that Qin Feng had already sent people to various counties in Dengzhou Prefecture, covering a total of 18 locations. If every city was in this situation, then the 120,000 taels of silver could be paid off in less than 7 days. Let's see how the elders will have the nerve to criticize her then. Uncles, Su Jin has always been upright and honest, and disdains to play tricks behind people's backs. What the shopkeeper said is true. Now, do you still think I was wrong to lend Qin Feng 100,000 taels of silver? Since Su Jindu said so, and the elders knew her inside and out, they immediately believed her to be 90% certain. Young Miss isn't lying. But who knows if Qin Feng might be up to some trick? Yes. Tomorrow morning, let's go to Chengxianglu. I want to see if this Qin Feng really has the ability. Su Jin sighed inwardly, but she also planned to go there early in the morning to see how Qin Feng had managed to do it. Chapter 140, Selling the Formula to Pay Off Debts. The next day, the elders were indeed waiting in the shop early on. They scoffed when they saw the hanging furnace being brought in. They were indifferent when they saw Qin Feng start working. Their expressions finally changed when the aroma of roast duck wafted out of the oven. This fragrance. The nearest elder closed his eyes, savoring the aroma wafting over. The Su family ran the #1 restaurant in the world, and most of the elders were highly skilled in cooking, having tasted almost every delicacy in the world. But the taste of this roast duck was so novel to them, and it was really delicious. Just as I was enjoying myself, chaos suddenly broke out outside. You go after me, I'll go first. Nonsense, I was here first. You two hurry up, can't you go in together? Don't let someone beat you to it. Several men rushed into Chengxianglu restaurant, not even bothering to find seats, and stopped right in front of the hanging stove, lining up in a queue. Lord Qin, we agreed yesterday that this first duck today is mine. You tell me, am I early enough? Well, I guess I'm early now. We keep our word, you can't give it to someone else. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Of course, but the duck isn't ready yet, so please wait a bit. Yeah, I know. The man rubbed his hands together. The elders of the Su family found this situation quite novel. They've run restaurants their whole lives, and they've never seen any food so delicious that people come so early to wait. The sun has only been up for a short time. Chengxianglu is not a breakfast shop. They don't serve breakfast in the morning. Normally, they only open at noon. What shocked them even more was yet to come. After those few people, customers came in an endless stream, one after another, all lining up spontaneously, and soon the line stretched outside the door, creating a long queue. Oh dear, I'm still too late. I was hoping to be among the first few to arrive. A man at the window muttered. One of the clan elders, who was puzzled, poked his head out and asked, May I ask, is Lord Qin's duck sold for 5 taels of silver? Yeah, so what? You're buying it for 5 taels of silver? Don't you know that a live duck is worth at most 6 or 7 shin of silver? Sir, please come inside and have a seat. Our Chuanxiang restaurant is the best restaurant in the world. Our ducks are absolutely superb, and they only cost 1 tael of silver each. The clan elder kindly advised. Oh, forget it. The young man chuckled and said, the duck at Chengxianglu is not bad, but compared to the roast duck made by Lord Qin, it's like heaven and earth. TSK, the ducks at Chengxianglu are up to the standards of the imperial kitchen, the taste that the emperor himself usually eats. The clan elder said indignantly. So what? If Chengxianglu's food tastes like the imperial kitchen's, then Lord Qin's roast duck must be a delicacy only a god could taste. I finally got to the front of the line. I'm not going to fall for your tricks and sit inside. The young man smiled at the clan elder and refused outright. This conversation astonished the entire Su family. A duck is just a duck. How can you make it taste like a delicacy? Is Qin Feng's roasted duck really that miraculous? Soon, the first duck was ready. The young man at the front of the line beamed as he took the duck, pancakes, and dipping sauce, then found a table and sat down by himself. Boss, give me 2 ounces of Shaoxing wine. This was Chengxianglu's first order, and the manager dared not delay. All right, it'll be right there. Not long after, the second person also brought a roasted duck to the table and sat down with the first person. They were clearly friends, but during the meal, they each ate their own food, 1 plate each. Boss, give me half a gin of daughter's red wine. Can you drink half a gin of liquor? With this roast duck to go with my wine, I could drink 2 gin. After the drinks were served, the two raised their glasses. Come on, bottoms up, for finally getting to eat such a delicious roast duck. This is the first time I've heard of people sitting together drinking because the food is good. What happened to these 2 people was not an isolated case. Many people followed suit, each carrying a plate. In less than half an hour, Chengxianglu was full, and all the private rooms on the second floor were occupied. Every table had roast duck, and some customers would also order some of Chengxianglu's wine and other traditional dishes, which boosted Chengxianglu's business. Before noon, Qin Feng had already sold 200 ducks. If he sold them by evening, he could sell 400, earning 1,600 taels of silver that day. The elders of the Su family finally couldn't resist any longer. After discussing it, they told Su Jin to go to Qin Feng and ask for a duck, wanting to taste just how delicious it was. Su Jin went there and quickly learned how to eat from Qin Feng. She brought back a duck and taught everyone how to cook it. Qin Feng would never allow others to cut in line, but this person is a creditor. A moment later, it smells so good. This roast duck is simply amazing. No wonder so many people are buying it, even at 5 taels of silver. It's so delicious. The elders of the Su family all praised the roast duck highly. Su Jin also tried 2 rolls, and the fresh taste immediately won her heart. Soon, the Su family devoured the duck, still wanting more. I'll go buy another one. An elder licked his lips and was about to leave when he was stopped by another person. What else should I buy? He grabbed the man, turned to Su Jin and said, Su Jin, I don't like it. Go tell Lord Qin to sell this roast duck recipe to the Su family and let him name a price. Su Jin had the same idea. This roast duck tastes so good, it's sure to sell like hotcakes. Rather than letting Qin Feng sell ducks to pay off his debts, she might as well buy the recipe. Uncles, I'm afraid Lord Qin won't sell this recipe unless there's sufficient sincerity involved. After discussing it for a while, the elders gritted their teeth and stamped their feet, saying, Go tell Qin Feng that this recipe is worth 120,000 taels of silver. In addition, we can also pay for all the ducks he has. Isn't that sincere enough? Buying this formula for 120,000 taels of silver isn't expensive at all. You have to understand, once the Su family gets their hands on this formula, they can recoup their investment in a month and double it in 2 months. The money they'll earn in a year will be far more than they could pay back Qin Feng. That should work. Su Jin secretly calculated for a moment, then nodded slightly and said. She immediately went to Qin Feng and discussed it with him. Su Jin knows that the recipe for this roast duck must be extremely valuable. But Lord Qin, you are an official after all, and you can't just sell ducks every day. Therefore, if my Su family buys the recipe, Lord Qin won't have to worry about paying off his debts anymore. Su Jin carefully chose her words, hoping Qin Feng wouldn't refuse too quickly and would leave her some room to try. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng agreed very readily. Okay, then I'll sell it. Oh, I'm exhausted from just applying seasonings all day. I'm finally free. Chapter 141. The prefect comes to Qin Feng's door to make trouble. They sold it so easily? Su Jin was somewhat incredulous. Looking at the elders of the Su family, she whispered to Qin Feng. These conditions were set by my uncles. Lord Qin, your roast ducks sell so well that they are probably the best in the world. If you feel that the money is too little, you can ask for more. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. Is there anyone in the world who would complain about not giving others enough money? What does that mean? It feels like Su Jin is siding with him. Qin Feng wasn't a blockhead. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Su Jin had fallen for him? Qin Feng thought about it more and more, and it made sense. Otherwise, why would Su Jin care about him so much? If she's already calling him uncle, then they're definitely closer as a family. But right now, Su Jin is only concerned about Qin Feng's interests. Qin Feng chuckled to himself as he watched Su Jin whisper her reminder. Su Jin realized the oddity of her words and quickly explained. Don't misunderstand. I just think that Lord Qin loves his people like his own children and is very resourceful. He must have racked his brains to come up with this roast duck recipe, so? Su Jin stammered. So what? Qin Feng was overjoyed. His quick agreement was so obvious that most people's first reaction would be that he had asked for too much. Su Jin was worried that he had asked for too little. Was that normal? When a man and a woman develop feelings for each other, they will wholeheartedly care for each other, just like Su Jin. Think about those women from my past life who called me husband and darling all the time, but when it came to crucial matters, they were incredibly calculating. What kind of love was that? They were all female liars. Qin Feng already had feelings for Su Jin. It was impossible for him not to have any thoughts about such a beautiful woman. However, he was not rash. The feelings between men and women should develop gradually from shallow to deep. If he were to express his feelings too hastily, it might backfire. Qin Feng composed himself, smiled faintly, and said, It's all right. As an official of the imperial court, I don't have the energy to do business. This roast duck recipe will only be used once. After selling it to repay your Su family, it will be useless. Since the Su family is interested in buying it, let's sell it. Very well. Thank you very much, Lord Qin. With this roast duck, my Su family's #1 restaurant will surely prosper in the future. At that time, my Su family will not forget Lord Qin. Su Jin smiled gently, took out the IOU from back then, and tore it up in front of Qin Feng. Without saying a word, Qin Feng picked up his pen and wrote down the entire process of making roast duck. I have taught many people how to roast this duck, but the recipe for this sauce is unique. Your Su family can buy it, but no one else can replicate it. Su Jin was very grateful. She took the prescription and bowed slightly, saying, Su Jin, thanks Lord Qin. Miss Su, you don't need to be so polite. Qin Feng responded and said to Zhao Yi, who was busy working nearby, let's go. I've sold the roast duck stall. From now on, the roast duck will belong to Chengxianglu. Go and call the chef in the back and teach him how to roast the duck. Although Zhao Yi felt regretful, it was Qin Feng's property to begin with, and as a mere yamen runner, he had nothing to say, so he simply replied, yes. Now that the debt has been cleared, I will return. If Miss Su needs anything, please come to the yamen to find me. Lord Qin, please wait. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, Su Jin stopped him. Lord Qin, please also sell the ducks you purchased for locust control to the Su family. As Su Jin spoke, she took out a stack of silver notes from her sleeve, each note worth 1,000 taels. My uncles and I have discussed it, and this price is calculated based on the price of an adult duck. Lord Qin will definitely not lose money. I wonder what Lord Qin thinks. Excellent. Excellent. Qin Feng accepted the silver note directly. He was worried about what to do with the remaining ducks. With so many ducks, if the people in his government office have to sell them, how can the head of the county government possibly keep his job? The fact that the Su family bought it all out has really helped him a lot. Su Jin handed the silver notes to Qin Feng, when suddenly a sharp shout came from the doorway. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Turning around, I saw that it was the prefect who had arrived. Qin Feng, Su Jin, and all the guests in the restaurant stood up, knelt down, and paid their respects to the prefect. This is the top official of Dengzhou. He deserves our utmost respect. The prefect had been detained in the county government office. Qin Feng had only agreed to release him yesterday. Sure enough, this morning, all the officials and constables in the prefect's office were released. The group of people helped the prefect out and planned to return to the prefect's office, but they couldn't find Qin Feng, the county magistrate, anywhere. The prefect is leaving, and his subordinates don't come to see him off. What's the meaning of this? The prefect had been under house arrest by Qin Feng for over a month and was feeling extremely frustrated. Now that he had a reason to do so, he naturally wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson. So he ordered his men to search for Qin Feng's whereabouts. Finally, I found it at Chengxianglu. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Feng counting money. There was a huge stack of 1,000 tael silver notes. The prefect estimated that there were at least 20 or 30,000 taels. Why is so much money in Qin Feng's hands? Why would this beautiful woman give Qin Feng silver? It's obvious, this is a bribery scene. Qin Feng, how dare you? In broad daylight, you dare to openly solicit bribes? What do you think of the law? Guards, arrest Qin Feng. The prefect, who had been holding back his anger for a month, finally unleashed it all at this moment, his voice so loud that the entire restaurant could hear it. The constables behind him immediately moved and walked towards Qin Feng. These yamen runners didn't look to be in good spirits. They all looked exhausted. They had arrived looking greasy, but now they were all skin and bones. This is all thanks to Qin Feng's help. He told the bandits that the prefect had come to Dengzhou to force the farmers to harvest early, and the bandits were furious when they found out. Qin Feng has been clearing land in the village for several months now. He provides them with food and lodging and lets them work every day, so they live a peaceful and stable life. Many of them considered Ninghai County their home, and its people their fellow villagers. Their crops were growing well, yet the prefect insisted on harvesting them prematurely, using the imperial decree as a shield. Wasn't this bullying? If the harvest is done ahead of schedule, what will happen if the people don't have enough food? In the eyes of the bandits, the prefect was a corrupt official, and the yamen runners were his lackeys. How could you possibly treat a lackey well? As a result, these yamen runners were often hungry and unable to sleep well. They also had to work hard during the day, or they would be beaten. After a month, they all had dark circles under their eyes, looked listless, were skin and bones, and had sunken eyes. People would believe they were about to die. This group of yamen runners surrounded Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately snorted coldly. Insolence! Who dares to touch me? Get out of here. Chapter 142 Refugee Outbreak at Dengzhou Prefecture Government Office. Qin Feng exuded official authority, and his words struck the group of yamen runners like a thunderbolt, causing them to tremble and involuntarily take several steps back. Qin Feng stepped forward and asked, Your Excellency, without any evidence, why do you accuse me of accepting bribes? Isn't what you're holding proof of ownership? You're just a county magistrate with an annual salary of 50 taels of silver. How could you possibly possess so many banknotes? These banknotes are worth at least 30,000 taels of silver. The prefect was very excited. Of course, he was actually envious and wanted to get his hands on the silver in Qin Feng's hands. As long as he could suppress this charge, arrest Qin Feng, and bring him to his side, Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Then the silver notes would naturally fall into his hands. He just didn't expect that so many Yamen runners behind him would be so useless, and Qin Feng could shut them up with just one sentence. Now that we can't rely on these constables, how can we capture Qin Feng? For a moment, the prefect was in a dilemma. Qin Feng looked at the silver notes in his hand and chuckled. Your Excellency, you have wronged me. The silver notes in my hand came from selling ducks. The Su family bought my secret recipe for roast duck and 200,000 ducks that I raised to control locusts. If you don't believe me, Your Excellency can ask them here. The Su family elders and the head of the Su family, Miss Su Jin, are all here. With so many people around, Qin Feng wasn't afraid that the prefect would wrong him. Su Jin felt it was necessary to speak up for Qin Feng and stepped forward. Your Excellency, everything Lord Qin said is true. Lord Qin has invented a new way of eating roast duck, which is extremely delicious. Now Chuanxiang restaurant is packed with people every day, and it is difficult to get a duck. A single duck can sell for as much as 5 taels of silver. That's why the Su family spent a lot of money to buy Lord Qin's roast duck recipe and ingredients, and there is a written agreement to prove it. As Su Jin spoke, she asked someone to bring out the document she had just prepared. She had originally intended to give it to Qin Feng and have him sign it. Upon hearing Su Jin's words, the prefect frowned, looked around, and said, Nonsense. How could a few ducks sell for so much money? 5 taels each. Do you think these are tributes to the imperial court? Are you trying to fool me? The prefect still didn't believe it. This time, it was the turn of the people to stand up and speak for Qin Feng. Your Excellency, this duck is worth at least 6 taels, let alone 5 taels. That's right. I queued for 2 days to get to eat one of these. Your Excellency, you have indeed wronged Lord Qin. Lord Qin loves the people like his own children. He not only raised ducks to control locusts and save the crops of our farmers in Ninghai County, but also invented such a delicious food. He is truly a good official who cares for the people of Ninghai. We beg Your Excellency to investigate this matter thoroughly. We beg Your Excellency to investigate this matter thoroughly. The people all spoke up, leaving the prefect speechless. In this situation, even if he wanted to frame Qin Feng, he couldn't, so he had to give up. Very well, then I will leave this matter aside for now. The prefect swallowed hard and then launched another attack on Qin Feng. I said yesterday that I was concluding my inspection of Ninghai County and returning to Dengzhou today. As the magistrate of Ninghai County, shouldn't you have seen me off? Qin Feng, I think you are showing contempt for your superiors. What should your punishment be? Qin Feng chuckled. According to the laws of this dynasty, disrespecting the emperor is punishable by death, but I have never heard of a law against disrespecting superiors. I would like to ask the prefect to clarify, what is the punishment for disrespecting superiors? The prefect pointed at Qin Feng's nose. Disrespecting superiors is a crime. Qin Feng calmly interrupted the prefect, saying leisurely, I advise the prefect to think it over carefully before speaking. If what you say contradicts the laws of this dynasty, you will be punished for the serious crime of slandering the imperial court. The prefect suddenly felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a single word. With so many people here, and all of them being Ninghai citizens who side with Qin Feng, if he were to speak recklessly here, even if he wasn't afraid of Qin Feng reporting him to higher authorities, he would still be afraid of these people spreading rumors. If word gets out and reaches the capital, and the imperial court hears about it, then his position as prefect will be in danger. You? The prefect pointed at Qin Feng, but after stammering for a long time, he couldn't come up with a coherent answer. Finally, he dejectedly let go and said, Let's go. After saying that, they turned and left. TCH, you think you can beat me with this little skill? You're nothing but a pushover. Qin Feng watched their departing figures and muttered a disdainful remark. A moment later, Qin Feng said goodbye to Su Jin and left for the Yamen. The locust plague was over, but he still had grand goals to achieve and much to do. The prefect and his entourage finally left Ninghai. As soon as they stepped out of Ninghai city gate, the prefect gave his entourage of Yamen runners a thorough dressing down. Useless. All of you are useless. I ordered you to capture Qin Feng. What were you doing? A group of Yamen runners hung their heads and remained silent. They had been tortured beyond recognition by the bandits and had no strength left to argue with the prefect. They just listened to the prefect's curses. The prefect cursed for a while, but no one responded. Feeling bored, he shut up. But his mind didn't stop there. Looking at the fields around him, where the harvest was plentiful, the prefect couldn't help but think. This Qin Feng is really a tough opponent. He actually managed to control the locusts with his own abilities. Moreover, the money borrowed for locust control was actually paid back so quickly. He had heard about Qin Feng's actions these days. and knew that he had borrowed 100,000 taels from the Su family. 100,000 taels. Qin Feng actually paid it back and even made an extra fortune? The prefect was envious just thinking about the stack of silver notes in Qin Feng's hand. Why wasn't that money his, the prefect's, right? That damn Qin Feng. The prefect grew angrier the more he thought about it, wishing he could immediately remove Qin Feng from his post as county magistrate. Unfortunately, he didn't have any leverage over Qin Feng. How could he come up with a way to deal with Qin Feng? As the prefect was considering this, a fast horse galloped from afar. Upon seeing the prefect and his party, the rider immediately reined in the horse, dismounted, and trotted to the prefect's side. "Your Excellency, why are you only turning back now? Something terrible has happened." The visitor was an advisor from the prefectural government office. Upon hearing this, the prefect realized something was terribly wrong and hurriedly asked, "What? What happened? Speak quickly." "Your Excellency, this year's grain harvest is too low. Many local people in Dengzhou have sold all their possessions to survive. Now, large numbers of refugees have emerged in various counties. In Dengzhou alone, there are several thousand people. These refugees have nothing to eat, so they'll do anything. Stealing chickens and dogs is considered relatively mild. Some refugees even rob people in the streets just to get a bite to eat. The people of Dengzhou are suffering terribly and are all waiting for you to return and uphold justice." The advisor said with a pained expression. "What? Refugees? Several thousand people? This is terrible." The prefect's face changed drastically. What officials fear most is famine and displaced people. The more people there are, the more officials fear them. With more migrants, public security deteriorates, which leads to blame from higher authorities and is also bad news for the local area. Quickly, return to the Dengzhou government office. Chapter 143. Refugees head to Ninghai County. The locust plague in the neighboring province broke out earlier, resulting in a large number of refugees, with several thousand of them ending up in Dengzhou Prefecture. However, these refugees were still lucky, because many more starved to death on their way from neighboring provinces. They passed through many cities, but no one was willing to take in these refugees. The locust plague has affected more than one place. Other places have also been affected. Everyone is in danger, so how can they spare the energy to save lives? Some cities simply closed their gates, while others even sent troops to drive them away. With the prefect absent and the people leaderless, the refugees were at a loss and many flocked into the city. After days of starvation, chaos erupted, with looting and vandalism occurring frequently. On their way back, the prefect and his entourage witnessed quite a lot. Fortunately, the prefect had many yamen runners with him. Although they were all thin and emaciated, they were all armed, so no trouble was caused. Back at the yamen, the prefect's troubled face turned into a chrysanthemum-like shape. "Damn it! How did these refugees end up in my Dengzhou County? You bunch of good-for-nothings. No other place gets afflicted by refugees, so why is it that only our Dengzhou Prefecture has been invaded by these refugees? I was only allowed to stay in Ninghai County for a month, and you've turned the prefectural government office into this mess. How am I supposed to explain this to the governor?" The prefect was furious, and his men all hung their heads, afraid to speak, lest the prefect name them. At this moment, remaining silent was the best option. "Why aren't you all saying anything? Have you all become mute? I've been supporting you all this time, but when it comes to the crucial moment, you don't utter a single word? Hurry up and think of a solution. If you can't deal with these refugees, don't blame me for being ruthless and disposing of you all." The prefect made his statement. Now everyone is on edge, and in their fury, who knows how the prefect will handle the situation. If they are only dismissed from their posts, that would be fine, but I'm afraid the prefect will punish them for some crime and behead them. At this point, silence is no longer an option. Whatever you say, you must come up with a solution. Whether the solution works or not is another matter, but at least you can't give the prefect something to say. "My lord, I believe that these refugees are struggling to survive, and all they ask for is a meal. I think it would be better for the state government to open its granaries, set up soup kitchens, and give them enough to eat, so that there will be no trouble." One of the aides spoke up. "Distribute grain? Do you even know how much grain the prefecture has? If we distribute grain to thousands of people every day, the granaries will be empty in just a few days. What a load of rubbish." The prefect rejected the suggestion on the spot. The prefectural government actually had public granaries. These public granaries were originally used to store grain on ordinary days and release it for disaster relief in years of famine. The design was excellent, but unfortunately the granary of the prefectural government was always empty. The grain inside was delivered every year, but it was empty every year. Where did it go? Of course, it was disposed of by the prefect. A clean prefect earns 100,000 taels of silver in 3 years. If you don't embezzle or accept bribes, where does the money come from? The grain in this public granary is one source. However, generally speaking, no official would go to such extremes as to leave a granary empty of grain, leaving them helpless in the event of a famine. It was only because the weather had been favorable for the past few years and no problems had arisen that the prefect lowered his guard and sold off all the grain in the granary. Otherwise, how could a mere prefect be treated with royal honors for several days by the eldest prince? In my humble opinion, since these refugees are not citizens of Dengzhou Prefecture, we should send troops to drive them out and let them go wherever they want. Dengzhou Prefecture was never established for them, was it? Another aide said. The prefect roared, "Drive them away? What about my reputation? These refugees have mouths and legs. If I don't take care of them, they'll surely speak ill of me when they go elsewhere. Do you know how important reputation is to this prefecture? If this gets to the ears of our political enemies, one day the emperor will issue an imperial edict to dismiss and investigate this prefecture. The court only cares that they are all citizens of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Who cares whether they are from our Dengzhou Prefecture or not? Your method is also not good. Think of another one." The prefect slammed his fist on the table and said fiercely. A group of advisors were stumped. Nothing seemed to work. There was no perfect solution. The prefect, at a loss for words, could only leave them in a difficult position. Although no one said anything, everyone was already cursing the prefect in their hearts. At this moment, a weasel-faced yamen runner knelt down at the door and shouted, "Your Excellency, I have a method, but I don't know if I should tell you." In ancient times, the hierarchical system was very strict, and lowly officials like yamen runners had no say in such situations. But the prefect was already overwhelmed with problems and didn't care about anything else. He said bluntly, "Tell me, as long as the method works, I will reward you handsomely." The yamen runner was overjoyed, bowed 3 times, and said, "Your Excellency, most places in Dengzhou are suffering from famine and have no food this year. These thousands of refugees can't go anywhere else. There is only one place they can go." "Where?" "Has Your Excellency forgotten that Ninghai County did not harvest early and successfully controlled the locust plague, resulting in a bountiful harvest this year? All we need to do is post notices and arrange for these refugees to go to Ninghai County." The magistrate of Ninghai County, Qin Feng, is a subordinate of Dengzhou Prefecture, and he has both grain and money. It is only right that he should take charge of the refugee issue. Upon hearing this, the prefect's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. That's right. How could I have forgotten about Qin Feng? On his way back, he witnessed firsthand the farmers in Ninghai County harvesting grain in the fields. The golden crops, under the sun, looked like mountains of gold. It couldn't be more appropriate to push the refugees onto Qin Feng, who possesses a mountain of gold. Your Excellency may issue an order requiring Qin Feng to accept refugees from various places. If he can properly resettle the refugees, that will be due to Your Excellency's reasonable arrangements. If he fails to resettle them properly, resulting in a large number of deaths among the refugees or riots, it will have nothing to do with Your Excellency. It will all be due to Qin Feng's inhumane official conduct. The constable then spoke. The prefect was very pleased. This yamen runner was truly wasted on talent. He could come up with such a good idea, which pleased him greatly. Excellent. That's a good idea. Send the document to Ninghai County immediately, and also post notices widely to spread the word that Ninghai County has money and grain, so that all the refugees know. Not only the refugees in Dengzhou Prefecture, but also the refugees in other counties and surrounding areas must be notified. Give him 50 taels of silver. The prefect glanced at the yamen runners, then at the crowd, and cursed. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you're not even as good as a yamen runner. Chapter 144. The magistrate has a ghost-slaying bell. On that day, notices from the Dengzhou government were posted on bulletin boards and at all 4 city gates. In order to properly resettle the displaced people, Qin Feng of Ninghai County is hereby appointed as the official in charge of resettling the displaced people. From this day forward, the displaced people may go to Ninghai County on their own to seek a living. Dengzhou Prefecture issued this notice. Not only were notices posted, but the prefect also specially dispatched some advisors, disguised as scholars, to explain the contents of the notices to the displaced people. In addition, many people were planted among the refugees to lead them to Ninghai County. Qin Feng, who was far away in Ninghai County, was completely unaware of this. He was busy dealing with other things. Did you speak? No, that kid is very stubborn. No matter what, he won't say a word. TSK, so difficult to deal with? Whose side are they on anyway? The person Qin Feng mentioned in his conversation with the constable who refused to speak was the surviving one of the two men in black arrested at the Yamen a few months ago. After that assassination attempt, Qin Feng has been very careful to protect his safety. However, with the locust plague raging, he hadn't had time to interrogate the man in black. Now that the locust plague has subsided and the money has been repaid, and the affairs of the government office are temporarily arranged in an orderly manner without any problems, Qin Feng remembered this person. If someone wants to assassinate him, he must find out who these people are. Unfortunately, after a long interrogation, they still couldn't get any answers. Two men in black, one dead, the other alive, was surprisingly tough. They tortured and whipped him for days, but couldn't get any information out of him. How about we increase the punishment further? In my opinion, unless he's subjected to branding irons, the tiger bench, forced to sit on ropes, or had his fingernails pulled out, he probably won't say a word. The jailer in front of Qin Feng spoke very professionally. Qin Feng's brows furrowed as he listened. Just hearing about these instruments of torture was enough to make him miserable. Although it was useful, Qin Feng, who had received education from a future civilization, regarded it as dross and did not want to use such severe punishment again. No, let's hold off for now. Qin Feng shook his head and suddenly asked, where is the other man in black now? Has he been buried? Without the adult's orders, how could we dare to bury him? But that man in black was left in the courtyard of the mortuary, exposed to the sun all day long. Now his flesh is gone, and he is just a skeleton. The jailer, somewhat puzzled, asked, why do you ask this, sir? That man was an assassin. He committed suicide by biting into a poison pill. His body didn't die from some unknown cause, so there's no need for an autopsy. It's good that it's here. As for what I need it for, you don't need to ask. Qin Feng stood up. Lead the way to the mortuary. Yes. Since he couldn't pry open the mouths of the living, Qin Feng wanted to try the dead. He remembered that the system had previously rewarded him with a soul-binding bell, which he hadn't used yet. He didn't know if it was reliable or if it truly bound souls in the literal sense. Moreover, this person has been dead for 2 or 3 months, and it's unknown whether he's still of any use now. Upon arriving at the mortuary, the jailers searched for a while and found the body. My lord, this is the man. Qin Feng took 2 steps forward and immediately smelled a fishy stench. I covered my nose and took a look. The corpse was still wearing black clothes. The fabric was intact, but many parts of the body had rotted into bone, and the flesh was gone. That's truly dead. Carry him inside. You stay outside, close the door, and don't come in no matter what noises are coming from inside, Qin Feng said to the jailer. The jailer didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do, but he did as he was told. He dragged the skeleton into the mortuary and threw it on the ground. Qin Feng walked in. The jailer went out and closed the door for Qin Feng, and then Qin Feng took out the soul-binding bell. Dingling, dingling. Qin Feng tried shaking it twice, and the bell rang crisply and melodiously, echoing continuously in the small, empty room. A moment later, a cold wind swept through the sealed room, and then a semi-transparent human figure suddenly floated up from the skeleton. It had a nose and eyes, and its upper body was faintly visible, while its lower body was completely transparent. It really can capture souls. Qin Feng was a little surprised, swallowed hard, and took a small step back. But after thinking about it, since the system had given him the tool, the soul that the tool had obtained should not have the ability to harm him, so he was no longer afraid and stood calmly in place. Raise your head. As soon as Qin Feng spoke, the bewildered gaze of the semi-transparent figure gradually focused on him. It's you? No, I didn't. You crushed the poison pill. What? You are already dead. It was I who brought your soul here. Soul? Ah. The semi-transparent figure looked down at itself, let out a scream, as if it were frightened by itself. After the initial shock, he stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. You're just a county magistrate? How can you summon souls? I can do much more. Not only can I capture your soul, but I can also make it vanish into thin air. See this bell in my hand? This is the treasure that can condemn you to eternal damnation. Qin Feng threatened. You came to assassinate me, and before I could even get any information out of you, you bit into a poisoned pill and died. Do you think I'll let you off so easily? If you don't explain yourself properly today, I will not let you off lightly. Upon hearing this, the shadow immediately began to wail. My lord, spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I am a bodyguard raised by the Su family, and I am here on orders to take your life, sir. Once you are dead, the Su family will no longer need to lend you 100,000 taels of silver. The shadow said with fear. For 100,000 taels of silver, the Su family dared to assassinate a high-ranking official? What audacity! How do I know if what you're saying is true? Qin Feng pressed for an answer. The shadowy figure didn't argue, but repeated itself like a broken record. I am a bodyguard raised by the Su family. I was ordered to take your life that night. Once you are dead, the Su family will no longer need to borrow 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Feng frowned. Something was wrong. What the heck? Why does it keep repeating the same sentence? Could there be something wrong with this bell? He looked down at the soul-binding bell, shook it twice, and just as he was wondering what was going on, the long-lost system voice rang in his mind. The soul-binding bell is an item specially made to match the ancient background. Its effect is to recreate the events experienced by the dead after the bell is rung, simulating the ghost. It can talk and ask questions, but the content of the questions is limited to what the user knows from their memories in life. I see. Qin Feng suddenly realized. So, does that mean this guy doesn't know anything else? He probably doesn't know anything about the other man in black either. But he could make use of this simulated ghost. Qin Feng had a good idea. He rang the bell to get rid of the ghost and opened the door. You, take the body to the cell and place it next to the other man in black. I want to interrogate a ghost. Chapter 145 Killed Without Speaking, Retrial. Following Qin Feng's instructions, the jailer moved the man's remains into the cell, placing them next to the black-clad man who refused to speak, and then left. The man in black had just been interrogated during the day and was in low spirits. Hearing the noise, he woke up from his sleep, saw a skeleton beside him, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Trying to scare me with a corpse? Humph. The man in black was a trusted confidant of the prefect. Without loyalty and patience, how could he have gained the prefect's favor? Even if you threaten him with a corpse, or even kill him outright, he won't utter a single word. Qin Feng glanced at the man from a distance, nodded to himself, checked the sky, and said to the jailer, I'll come back tonight. Go and make some preparations. As he spoke, he leaned down and whispered a few words in the jailer's ear. After hearing this, the jailer cupped his hands and replied, Yes, sir. I will arrange everything as soon as possible. After Qin Feng left the prison, the jailers ran around looking for the things he needed. They searched everywhere and finally got everything by evening. These things included a cow skull and a horse skull, covered with animal hides and smeared with mud to represent flesh, making them look like the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. These two bones can be worn on the head to cover the face. In addition, there were two sets of clothes, one black and one white, and two different colored soul-summoning banners, all of which were borrowed from families in the county who frequently held sacrificial rites. Several jailers looked at these things, puzzled, and whispered among themselves. What do you think the adults are going to do with all these things? I don't know. The master only said that he wanted to interrogate the ghost. Exorcising ghosts. Our master has that ability? I don't believe that if he could exorcise ghosts, he wouldn't just be a county magistrate now. He would probably have already risen to prominence and be by the emperor's side. That's hard to say. Our master is quite capable, isn't he? So many bandits, ruthless killers, were sent out to be used just like that. I saw that after they went out, they all behaved themselves and didn't cause any trouble. Not only that, our master can also make the farmer's grain harvest more than double. Yes, the locust plague was also controlled by the adults this year, which is unique in our Great Zhou. The harvest in Ninghai County was affected to some extent this year, but the amount of grain harvested is still several times more than in previous years. The Lord is no ordinary person. If he says he can interrogate ghosts, then he probably really can. Let's wait and see. At night, Qin Feng arrived at the prison, looked at the things the guards had prepared, nodded, and said to them, Put these on. In a moment, you will be the ox-head and horse-face, the black and white impermanents. The group exchanged bewildered glances. They were being asked to impersonate the black and white impermanents. Ox-head and horse-face? What kind of act was this? But since it was Qin Feng's order, they had no choice but to obey. After getting dressed, Qin Feng called over two people and explained in detail what they were going to say and do later. Then the group went into the interrogation cell. Following Qin Feng's instructions, the four jailers moved slowly, swaying from side to side, clearly not walking like normal people. Because it was nighttime, the lighting wasn't very good. The torches cast long shadows, creating a visually striking effect that was somewhat eerie. The man in black in the cell wasn't interrogated much during the day, but Qin Feng specifically instructed the jailers not to let him fall asleep. So, whenever the jailers saw him close his eyes, they would beat him to keep his eyes open. He was feeling listless and drowsy at the moment, but as a skilled bodyguard of the prefect, he still maintained a degree of vigilance even in this situation. Hearing a noise outside, he couldn't help but open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw 4 things that were neither human nor ghost. Ancient people believed in ghosts and gods. Even if they had never seen them, they were still afraid. Upon seeing this scene, the man in black was visibly frightened and asked, "What are you? What are you?" The 4 men did not approach him or pay him any attention, as if they had not heard the man in black's question. Instead, they went to the skeleton. "It's him. Finally found it. It wasn't in the mortuary, it was in the prison. What a mess. This soul is 3 whole months late. I wonder how the King of Hell will punish us when we get it back." "Don't worry. Even if the King of Hell punishes us, we have an excuse. We can just say that Magistrate Qin Feng hid the remains, which is why we couldn't find them. Isn't that enough?" "Oh dear, you're being foolish. You can't shift the blame to Lord Qin Feng." "Why? Don't you know? Qin Feng is a close friend of Yama, and they have a very deep relationship. In the past, he often went through Yama's back door to interrogate ghosts. If he wanted to use a corpse, would he need to hide it?" "Is this really true?" "That's true." "Then, what should we do?" As they were talking, Qin Feng, dressed in official robes, staggered in from behind. Unlike during the day, Qin Feng was moving slowly. His face was deathly pale, and white steam was billowing from his body. "Don't panic. It's true that I, Qin, am responsible for the fact that the ghost messengers couldn't find this corpse. However, I had matters to investigate and haven't had the time to do so. I could only seal it in the coffin and have someone put up a talisman to prevent its soul from escaping. I will explain to your majesty yourself. It has nothing to do with the ghost messengers." Oxhead, Horseface, Black and White Impermanence finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I need to interrogate this soul and ask him a few questions. After that, you may take him away," Qin Feng said. The 4 ghost messengers nodded repeatedly. "Please proceed, Lord Qin." After saying that, they craned their necks and waited. They knew Qin Feng was trying to scare the man in black, standing to the side. But if Black and White Impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface are in the roles, who will play the ghosts? Qin Feng shook the bell, and a semi-transparent phantom floated up from the skeleton. This gave the 4 ghost messengers quite a fright. "The ghost in front of me looks absolutely real. Is this Lord Qin really capable of judging ghosts? Raise your head. It's you? Didn't I die from biting into the poison pill? How could this be?" Qin Feng and the ghost had another conversation, exactly the same as the one in the mortuary. This ghost was indeed something simulated by the soul-binding bell. In essence, it was just a repeater carrying memories. However, its appearance and effect are enough to scare people. The man in black standing to the side was already terrified, his eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. He realized he had underestimated Lord Qin. He could even interrogate a dead man, let alone a living one. After Qin Feng finished the interrogation, he shook the bell, and the ghost slowly disappeared. He took out a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to the 4 ghost messengers. "You 4 have worked hard. The soul has been collected in this bag. Please take it back to report." After finishing all that, Qin Feng suddenly looked at the men in black beside him and said to the 4 men who had just swayed and walked less than 10 meters away, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment. There's one more person here. He hasn't spoken for days during interrogation. We might as well kill him and take him back with us and ask King Yama to interrogate him. Just give me a message when the time comes." Chapter 146. The person behind the scenes is actually a prince. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the black-clad man beside him turned deathly pale, his mind racing. "When you're in front of Yama, the King of Hell, you definitely can't lie. Qin Feng seems to have some connection with Yama. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to summon ghosts from corpses so easily. He originally thought that even if it cost him his life, he would keep the information about the prefect who sent him from behind the scenes to himself, and that taking the secret to the underworld would be a sign of loyalty. But now it seems that whether he is dead or alive, Qin Feng can get the answer he wants. So what excuse does he have left to give? If they told Qin Feng directly, he might live a couple more days. After all, they were sent by the prefect to monitor Qin Feng and had a responsibility to protect him. If it weren't for the 2 of them coming that day, Qin Feng might have been killed by the other 2 men in black. Just as he was struggling with this, he heard the bull-headed one of the 4 ghost messengers speak. "My lord, this man's lifespan has not yet ended. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Oh, I overlooked that. I wonder how much life he has left," Qin Feng asked. The bull-headed man shook his head and said, "I, a lowly ghost messenger, cannot tell the exact number of years. I can only see that his 3 fires are burning quite fiercely. Based on experience, he should have at least 40 or 50 years left to live and should be able to die peacefully. For you, sir, This is precisely the turning point in his fate. Qin Feng frowned and shook his head, saying, "No, this boy and 3 others sneaked into my government office late at night, for reasons unknown. Although I am not a bloodthirsty person, he will not talk no matter how I interrogate him. I think he must have come to harm me that night, and there must be a mastermind behind it. I will not be at ease until I find out the truth. Who cares how long his lifespan is? Just kill him first. Anyway, I have connections with the king. It's just a matter of marking a line in the book of life and death." The 4 ghost messengers looked at each other and finally nodded. "Since Lord Qin has said so, then please do it. We will report your words to King Yama." The bound man in black listened intently, and when he heard that he only had 40 or 50 years left to live, he instantly became uneasy. Who would choose to die if they could live? He's in his early 20s this year, and in his 40s or 50s he'll be in his 60s or 70s. So, even if he doesn't achieve great success, he'll have a stable life. Why would he give up such a good life and let Qin Feng kill him right now just to keep a secret? No, absolutely not. No, no. Lord Qin, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to ask. Don't kill me. Let me live out the rest of my days." He was extremely excited and hurriedly spoke, twisting eagerly toward Qin Feng, the chains on his limbs clanging loudly as he shook them. Qin Feng slowly turned around, raising an eyebrow at the man in black. "Oh, you're willing to talk now?" "Yes, I'm willing to talk." Qin Feng curled his lip and squinted at the man in black, saying, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Don't think you can stall for time. Even if the ghost messengers leave, I can still take your life first and then capture your soul. Sending you to meet the king of hell is the least of my worries. See that bell in my hand? If I wanted, it wouldn't be impossible for me to make your soul vanish." The man in black trembled violently and said repeatedly, "I will tell you the truth without hiding anything. Please, sir, let the 4 ghost messengers leave first." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and turned to the 4 jailers, saying, "In that case, you 4 may go back first. I have my own arrangements for this man. If he is not obedient, I will personally go to the Yellow Springs to send him there, and I can also meet with the king at the same time. Lord Qin, farewell. Goodbye." After saying goodbye to each other, the 4 of them swayed and left the cell with unusual steps. Qin Feng swayed his body, turned around, and found a chair. When he turned back, his face was no longer so pale, and there was no longer any white mist emanating from his body. This change sent chills down the spine of the man in black, making him even more convinced that Qin Feng was no ordinary person. "My patience is limited. My men have been interrogating you for days, but you haven't uttered a single word. Now that you're willing to talk, go ahead and speak. I'm listening." Qin Feng sat down, staring intently at the man in black. The man in black swallowed hard and said slowly, "Lord Qin, my name is Han Jun, and I am a bodyguard under the prefect. I arrived in Ninghai County several months ago and have been protecting your safety along with another bodyguard, Jinlin." "Protect?" Qin Feng found this intriguing. Someone dressed in black came to his office at night to protect him? Well, besides protection, it's also to monitor Lord Qin's every move and relay his actions to the prefect. But the most important thing is to protect your safety. However, the prefect has explicitly forbidden any leaks, so I've refused to say a word, even at the cost of my life. "Humph, Han Jun, do you think I'm easy to fool? I have no dealings with the prefect, and we even have some grudges. Why would he kindly send someone to protect me? I think you're still not being honest. Fine, I'll just kill you and let the king of hell interrogate you. Even if you don't talk, it's clearly recorded in the book of life and death." Qin Feng got up, walked to the side, and picked up a steel knife. Han Jun was terrified and hurriedly said, "My lord, please wait. Everything I have said is true. If it weren't for the 2 of us discovering those 2 thieves that day, Lord Qin would probably already be beheaded." Qin Feng stopped what he was doing. During the interrogation of the skeleton, it had confessed that it had come to assassinate Qin Feng. Moreover, when Qin Feng came out that day, he did see 2 groups of people fighting each other, so it's plausible that Han Jun said he was protecting him. He still couldn't understand why the prefect had sent people to protect him. "Then tell me, why did the prefect send people to protect me?" "This humble servant truly has no idea," Han Jun said with a bitter face, then suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "When the prefect gave us the order that day, I seemed to hear him mention the first prince. At that time, the first prince and the eunuch who delivered the decree had only just left. Perhaps it has something to do with the eldest prince?" "The eldest prince?" Qin Feng frowned again and asked Han Jun, "Do you remember the exact date?" "Remember, it's right here." Han Jun told Qin Feng the date, and Qin Feng calculated that he had just received the imperial edict at that time. Moreover, after the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict, he also mentioned the eldest prince. Could it be related to the eldest prince? The eldest prince wants to protect him? But why? Qin Feng looked at the man in black's terrified expression and guessed that he had nothing left to hide. An ordinary person has limited access to information. If he wants to know more, he has to find another way. He glanced at the man in black and said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will spare your life today, but you will not escape punishment. You will stay in this prison for now." Chapter 147: The Arrival of Farmers and Migrants Who Repay Their Debts. After leaving the prison, Qin Feng walked back to the government office, lost in thought the whole way. It's simply incomprehensible that the prefect would send people to protect him. He personally killed Jia Wu, and Jia Wu and the prefect were distant relatives. Based on this alone, he and the prefect should have been enemies. Instead of plotting against you, your enemies are secretly protecting you? What kind of tactic is this? This doesn't make sense. It can only be said that there were other reasons besides the prefect. This was outrageous enough, but I never expected it would involve the eldest prince as well. Could it be that the crown prince ordered the prefect to protect Qin Feng? What merit or ability does Qin Feng possess? After much thought, I realized that neither my own time travel nor the original owner's memories had any connection to the first prince. Logically and emotionally, the eldest prince should not be interested in a lowly 7th-rank official from a remote county. Princes are not ordinary people, and the imperial palace is not an ordinary place either. Qin Feng had a very good understanding of the imperial palace, although most of my understanding comes from palace dramas and movies. But art is a microcosm of reality, and history also records many power struggles and intrigues within the imperial palace, which are more exciting than novels and movies. Living in such a place, does the eldest prince have no sense of crisis at all, and still have the leisure to focus his attention on a mere county official like himself? That doesn't make sense. But Qin Feng was almost certain that this matter was related to the eldest prince, because when the eunuch came to deliver the imperial edict that day, he specifically mentioned the eldest prince. The edict was issued by the emperor, so there must be a reason why he specifically mentioned the eldest prince. So why is the eldest prince paying attention to him? Qin Feng was completely baffled. After thinking about it all the way without any results, Qin Feng simply put the matter out of his mind. He still has a lot to do. Last year, in order to pay the grain tax, he bought up a large amount of grain and gave the farmers IOUs. Now it's time to give them the money. Just in time, Qin Feng had earned 20,000 taels of silver from selling the roast duck recipe. He decided to return the village first, and then talk to the farmers about changing their farming location this spring. He wants to lift the farmers in Ninghai County out of poverty in one fell swoop. Only when people's lives are prosperous can society be stable. Zhao Yi. Qin Feng walked into the yamen and shouted a greeting. "Your Excellency is here." Zhao Yi rushed over immediately. "Go and summon the leaders of all the streets in Ninghai County." Yes. Previously, Qin Feng had farmers raise ducks. To facilitate task allocation, he divided Ninghai County into different areas, named streets, and had each area elect a leader to facilitate communication with the government. Although the ducks have been collected, the street divisions remain, and the names of the leaders are still recorded. Zhao Yi immediately withdrew and, along with several constables, ran around, and within about half an hour, they had summoned all the farmers. "We pay our respects to the county magistrate. No need for formalities." Qin Feng waved his hand, telling them to stand up, and said to everyone, "Last autumn, when I collected grain, I owed the farmers a lot of money. Today, I will begin to repay it. Arrange yourselves in order, from east to west, and from north to south, and go back to tell the farmers to come and collect the IOUs I wrote last year, so they can receive their money. I only recognize IOUs, not people. Tell them to keep a close eye on their own papers. Do you hear me?" The farmers' faces lit up with joy, and they kowtowed one after another, saying, "We heard you." Afterwards, they quickly sorted the farmers in their respective areas according to Qin Feng's requirements and set the dates for them to come and collect their money, then went back to relay the message. The news immediately caused a stir in Ninghai County. Those who eagerly sold their grain last year were all incredibly excited. However, many more were those who were afraid Qin Feng would cheat them, so they didn't dare to sell their grain last year, or wanted to sell their grain but missed the deadline. They could only watch enviously as other farmers received their money. Seeing each household receive their share of silver, these people felt incredibly envious. Just as they were distributing the silver, Wang Long suddenly came running from a great distance. "My lord, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened." Qin Feng frowned, tore up the IOU he had just received on the spot, and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? What kind of behavior is this? Just say what's wrong. Is the sky going to fall?" Wang Long shrank his neck, knelt on one knee, and said, "Reporting to my lord, a lot of refugees from other provinces have come here, scrambling to enter the city. Some of them even saw unharvested crops in the fields and rushed in to eat them, fighting with the farmers in our county. They outnumber us, and several people from Ninghai County have been injured. This is outrageous." Qin Feng was furious upon hearing this. How dare these refugees from another province steal grain and assault people on his territory? This was utterly outrageous. Wang Long, immediately notify all Yamen runners to leave the city and bring me a horse. Yes. Wang Long hurriedly went downstairs. Qin Feng instructed the accountant who was distributing money to check carefully and read the IOU before giving him the money. Once Wang Long brought the horse, he immediately rode out of the city and rushed to the scene of the conflict. He heard Wang Long say there were many refugees, but he didn't really have a definition for many in his mind. He thought it was just a dozen or so, but the scene on the ground startled him. There were at least several hundred refugees outside. Some were clamoring at the city gate to enter the city, while many more were lying in the fields outside the city looking for food. Wow, why are there so many people? Qin Feng reined in his horse and looked around at the dark mass of refugees. These refugees were even more terrifying than a locust plague. When Qin Feng arrived, several farmers from Ninghai County immediately rushed forward, kneeling on the ground and wailing, "My lord, you must do me justice. My family member was seriously ill, so the harvest was delayed by a few days. I never imagined that these refugees would steal and eat it all. When I tried to stop them, they beat me. Me too, and my crops. These people have ruined several acres of land." Qin Feng glanced at them, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, get up. I will take care of you. Wang Long, Zhao Yi, Sun Debao. Each of you take 5 constables and, as these farmers step forward to identify them, arrest those who assaulted people." "Yes." The 3 responded and split into 3 teams. The farmers also got up and followed the instructions to enter the crowd of refugees. "He's the one who hit him. He smashed the little man's head open. And him too." The farmers pointed to several people who were wolfing down raw grains and said. Several constables spotted the men and immediately swarmed them, pinning them down and tying them up tightly. Qin Feng rode forward, holding his whip high, and pointed at the refugees, asking, "Where did you come from? Why are you causing trouble in my Ninghai County? Speak." Chapter 148, A New Mission, Resettling Refugees. An old man emerged from among the refugees. "Your Excellency, we all fled from a neighboring province. The locust plague is raging, and the harvest is completely lost. If we don't come out to find a way to survive, we will all starve to death. We beg you, sir, to have pity on us and take us in." Qin Feng frowned. "How many cities and counties have you passed through along the way? My Ninghai County is located east of the East China Sea. How did you manage to get here? And with so many people?" The refugees looked at each other, then pushed forward a slightly younger person. The young man held a notice in his hand and knelt down in front of Qin Feng, presenting it with both hands. "Your Excellency, we have come to Ninghai County to seek refuge with Lord Qin on the orders of the prefect of Dengzhou. This is the proclamation issued by the prefect." Qin Feng gave the constable a wink, and the constable stepped forward, took the notice, and handed it to Qin Feng. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. Once he did, Qin Feng was nearly driven mad with anger. This prefect is really something else. He actually treated Ninghai County as a place to resettle refugees. Of the more than 10 counties in Dengzhou, this notice only mentions Ninghai County. Is it trying to gather all the refugees from Dengzhou here? If that's the case, then these few thousand refugees are just the first wave, and there will probably be many more refugees coming in the future. Although Ninghai County had a bumper harvest this year, after paying grain taxes and rents, the people's income didn't increase much, only about double that of previous years, leaving them with just enough to make a surplus. Accepting a portion of the refugees is fine, but if it goes on and on, no one can stand it. This prefect is deliberately trying to cause him trouble. I knew that old bastard was up to no good, Qin Feng muttered through gritted teeth. However, these refugees in front of us were all ragged and emaciated, and they were truly pitiful to look at. With a heavy sigh, Qin Feng said, "No matter how hungry you are, you can't forcibly take our food. This is all grown by the hard work of the people of Ninghai County. Not to mention beating people. Guards, take those men who started the fight and give them 20 lashes each, then lock them in jail." "Yes." Several constables hurriedly arrested the violent thugs identified by the county residents and, in front of everyone, beat them severely with a board until their skin was torn and they were barely alive before they were dragged away. This was to establish authority in front of these refugees. We must make them know what they can and cannot do, and instill fear in them. Otherwise, if these several thousand people really cause trouble, Qin Feng's few dozen constables will not be enough. The punishment was indeed very effective. After witnessing the beating of those people, the refugees scattered the grain they had stolen and knelt down to bow repeatedly. Lord Qin, please have mercy. We didn't hit anyone. We really had no other choice. Please forgive us, Lord Qin. We have heard that Ninghai County is rich and has plenty of grain. We only ask that you give us a full meal so that we can live. We promise we will not cause you any trouble. Please, Your Honor, I beg you. Please, Lord Qin. The refugees cried out in unison. Even if Qin Feng had no order, let alone the fact that he now had the prefect's notice, he couldn't possibly ignore the refugees who came here. He pondered for a moment, then instructed his men, find some people to set up thatched huts at the city gate, along with 10 earthen stoves and cooking pots. There's still some grain in the granary. Open it and distribute porridge. Make sure to maintain order. I need to carefully consider how to resettle these refugees. Yes. The constables responded, and Zhao Wu stood in front of the refugees, raising his arm and saying, "Listen up, everyone. Lord Qin is willing to open the granaries and distribute grain, giving you a way to survive. If you want to live, follow his orders. All of you, line up over there and walk to the city gate one by one." "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Your Honor." The refugees had starved to death along the way, and those who were still alive were already lucky to have food and water. Who would dare to cause trouble now? Soon, the refugees gathered in a procession and slowly made their way toward the city gate. The yamen runners set up a few temporary stoves at the city gate, placed large iron pots on them, and brought out dozens of bags of grain from the granary. The soup kitchen was quickly set up. The refugees took turns coming forward to receive their bowls. Qin Feng watched from the doorway for a while, then instructed Zhao Wu, "Make the porridge thicker and serve it twice a day, at noon and in the evening, and try to make sure they are full." "Yes, sir, don't worry." Qin Feng nodded, mounted his horse, entered the city, and returned to the county government office. He needs to carefully consider how to accommodate these refugees. If I had known about these refugees, I wouldn't have paid off my debt so quickly. The granary didn't have enough food, so the porridge distribution could only last for a day or two before it couldn't continue. What should we do? People are the guarantee of productivity, and Qin Feng was actually happy to have more people. With these refugees, perhaps the terraced fields could be cultivated more quickly. The surrounding mountains of Ninghai County have been fully reclaimed, covering an area of at least 3 million mu. Such a large area can easily accommodate tens of thousands of displaced people. The problem is that the initial period is quite difficult. There are only a few thousand refugees at the moment, and Qin Feng can send them all up the mountain to cultivate the land together with the bandits. They are capable of working, but Qin Feng has no food to feed them. Ninghai County had a bumper harvest this year, but 80% of the grain is in the hands of the local gentry. Given Qin Feng's relationship with those local gentry, they certainly wouldn't offer their help. Just as I was worrying, the system suddenly issued a task. System task: properly resettle the refugees. Task timeframe: 1 year. Task objective: the refugee mortality rate should not exceed 10%. Reward objective: incorporate all refugees into Ninghai County. Rewards for successful task: 1 special item, 1 serendipitous encounter, 99.99 reputation, 300 official prestige, 50% increase in all attributes, 2 strengthening pills, and 1 intermediate martial arts manual. Penalties for failed task: rank reduction by 2 grades, reputation and prestige reset to 0, and 70% deduction of attribute values. Qin Feng's spirits lifted after reading the mission instructions. This reward is too generous. It's even more than the reward for eliminating bandits. Attributes, items, and martial arts have all been improved. And the most crucial element is a fortuitous encounter. This fortuitous encounter means a promotion. Qin Feng recalled the 2 skills the system had mentioned before, namely invincibility and empathy, that he would gain after his official rank was raised, and he was incredibly excited. However, the system's punishment is also quite terrifying. If the placement is not successful, 70% of the attribute value will be deducted, and the official prestige will be reset to 0. Isn't that the same as making him start from scratch? That won't do. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. I'm afraid I can't do it on my own. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with the Su family. I still need their help with this matter. Qin Feng thought of Su Jin, immediately got up and left the yamen, heading towards the Su family. Chapter 149 Seeking help from the Su family is rejected. Bang bang bang. Qin Feng knocked on the Su family's door. The person who came out to open the door was none other than Su Sheng. Su Sheng was very surprised to see Qin Feng. Lord Qin? What brings you here so suddenly? What? You're not welcome. Qin Feng chuckled. Su Sheng dared not be negligent and quickly replied. Not at all. Not at all. It's just that the Su family elders are gathered today to discuss Su family affairs, and representatives from all over the Su family have come. It's really a bit. Qin Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Oh? Everyone's here. That's perfect. I've come here for a very important matter, which requires the Su family's decision. Your eldest daughter alone might not be enough. After saying that, without waiting for Su Sheng to say anything more, he stepped into the Su family home. Qin Feng was a dignified county magistrate, and he had a good relationship with Su Jin, so Su Sheng couldn't really stop him. He could only take the lead and run ahead of Qin Feng. In that case, I, Su, will go ahead and report this. Qin Feng slightly raised his eyelids and touched his chin. Why is Su Sheng being treated like a thief? Could it be that the Su family has some unspeakable secret? Qin Feng thought about it casually, but since there was no basis for his guess, and he didn't want to make any wild guesses, he simply quickened his pace. Upon entering the Su family's main hall, Su Sheng had already announced his arrival. The dozen or so members of the Su family remained silent, waiting quietly. Su Jin stepped forward to greet him. I was unaware of Lord Qin's arrival. I am so sorry for not welcoming you sooner. You're too kind. Lord Qin, your timing is unfortunate. Today is a significant day for the Su family. We have important matters to discuss concerning the future development of our family. May I ask what brings you to see Su Jin today? If it is nothing important, perhaps we should arrange to meet another day? Su Jin said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. The members of the Su family either sipped their tea or closed their eyes, clearly not welcoming Qin Feng's arrival. Su Jin was the only one who had a good relationship with Qin Feng, and she even had a smile on her face. The atmosphere wasn't pleasant, but Qin Feng didn't seem to care. He waved his hand and said, No need to reschedule. I've come to see you today for the sake of the Su family's future development. Upon hearing this, someone immediately snorted coldly. Oomph. Lord Qin is the magistrate of a county. When did he become involved in the affairs of the local gentry in Ninghai County? That's right, Lord Qin isn't a member of the Su family. So how can he talk about the future development of the Su family? Lord Qin, you should be careful with your words, lest you lose the dignity of the emperor. Those who spoke were all elderly members of the Su family. The Su family was not only a local gentry, but also a prominent family. These elderly members were all influential figures decades ago, holding positions in both officialdom and business. When they were young, they also dealt with people in the officialdom, and they were all high-ranking officials, at least at the level of prefect. They really looked down on a small county magistrate, so it's no wonder they spoke like that. Qin Feng chuckled, sensing their rather impolite tone. Aren't you all making conclusions before even hearing what I'm talking about? Isn't that a bit premature? You are right. I am the magistrate of this county, and everything I think and do is based on Ninghai County. What I am about to say today is first and foremost a good thing for Ninghai County, but it is also indeed beneficial to the development of your Su family. Don't you all want to hear it? Qin Feng stood tall and composed, chest out and head held high. These old fellows were different from the group who ate roast duck at Chengxianglu a couple of days ago. Those people were all members of the Su family from Dengzhou, while these older folks were scattered all over the country. They had traveled all over the country and had seen a lot, so they would normally look down on such a young official. But seeing Qin Feng's extraordinary demeanor, they found him somewhat interesting. Su Jin then spoke up at the opportune moment. Elders, to be honest, the roast duck we're discussing today, which can be promoted nationwide within the Su family's business, was purchased from Lord Qin. Lord Qin has always been a man of his word, so since he dares to say it, let's hear what he has to say. Upon hearing that the roast duck Su Jin had so enthusiastically gathered them to promote was actually invented by Qin Feng, the old men couldn't help but have ulterior motives. They stroked their beards and chins, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. All right then, a guest is a guest, so someone please bring Lord Qin a seat and some tea. The servants of the Su family quickly invited Qin Feng to sit down and brought him a cup of fine tea. Lord Qin, please have some tea. This is a fine tea that I specially brought from Hangzhou, pre-reign Longjing. An old man spoke up. Qin Feng picked up the teacup, held it to his nose, and smelled the fragrant aroma. He smiled with satisfaction. I took a sip, and my mouth watered. As I swallowed, I felt the aroma of the tea permeate my entire being. This is tea that Qin Feng had never tasted in his previous life. It must be top grade. It is indeed excellent tea. Qin Feng sincerely praised him. That's for sure. The tea gardens of my Su family are among the best in the country. The tea that Lord Qin mentioned can only be enjoyed by high-ranking officials in the capital and the emperor, in addition to us old folks in the Su family. An old man said proudly, and after boasting for a while, he said rather impolitely, "We've had the tea. So Lord Qin, why don't you tell us what brings you here today?" Qin Feng was delighted when he heard the words tea garden. In a place like this, people are definitely needed. The one who opened the door is just the one who runs the tea garden. The other old men may come from all over the country and have different businesses. In this way, it should be no problem to arrange for some refugees. Then I will be frank. I have two things to do here. First, to provide labor for the Su family. Second, I would like to gain some support from the Su family. Qin Feng explained in detail. As you all know, this year the locust plague in the neighboring province once spread to our Shandong. In the entire Dengzhou prefecture, only Ninghai County is in a better situation. Most of the other counties have harvested ahead of schedule, and every household is not enough to eat. Some of the destitute became refugees, and many of them have now come to our Ninghai County. These people are destitute and helpless. They'll do anything as long as they're fed. The Su family is a powerful clan with countless businesses. I think we should take these refugees in and have them work for the Su family. The Su family won't have to pay too much money. Just enough to feed them will suffice. This would reduce the Su family's labor costs. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, there are many refugees, and the Su family alone is probably not enough to accommodate them. I will also think of other ways for these refugees, but even if we give them land to cultivate, we will not see a harvest for a while. Right now, we still need to provide them with relief through grain donations. Therefore, I would like to borrow some more silver from the Su family. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, several members of the Su family stood up. No. Chapter 150. This official can condense water into ice. Lord Qin has a clever plan. He actually intends to send these refugees to our Su family for resettlement. Those refugees have unknown origins. How could the Su family possibly take them in? What if they harbor malicious intentions? Wouldn't that be detrimental to our Su family? Lord Qin just repaid my Su family 120,000 taels of silver, and now you want to borrow money again? Do you think our Su family is a money exchange? Ha ha ha. Lord Qin, how you arrange the refugees is your business. If you want food relief, you should report it to the higher authorities in the court. How can you come to our Su family for help? That's right. Our Su family is just a small aristocratic family. We have no obligation or responsibility to these refugees. Lord Qin, aren't you making things difficult for us? We cannot agree to this. Lord Qin is quite the smooth talker. He's clearly pushing all the trouble onto the Su family, yet he claims it's for the Su family's future. It's only because all of us old men are here that we're safe. If we weren't here, and it were just Gina alone, she would probably have been fooled by your sweet talk. The Su family was in a chaotic uproar, each member offering their own opinion, rejecting Qin Feng's requests completely and thoroughly refuting them. Su Jin couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Qin Feng listened silently, watching the old men's words flow rapidly, and agreed with what they said. It's only because these old-fashioned men are here that things are so difficult. If it weren't for them, and it were just Su Jin, things would be much easier to handle today. Although Su Jin's first reaction would probably be disagreement, she would definitely listen to Qin Feng's explanation. Given the precedent, Qin Feng's image in her eyes had already become much more impressive. And since they're all around the same age, communication isn't too difficult. Perhaps this is what the generation gap is all about. The old men were indignant, each saying something sarcastic and mocking. After a while, they must have gotten tired, because they gradually quieted down. Qin Feng then cleared his throat. You are all too impatient. Since Qin Feng has a request to the Su family, he must also bring benefits to the Su family. Qin Feng has only stated his request. He has not yet explained the real benefits he can bring to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Jin immediately chimed in. Indeed, esteemed elders, Lord Qin has always been incredibly generous to his partners. Take this roast duck recipe, for example. If Lord Qin had wished, he could have found several buyers to inflate the price, but he chose to sell it directly to our Su family. So, please listen to what Lord Qin has to say. Why are you siding with outsiders, you silly girl? Oh dear, daughters grow up and leave home. It's true. Su Jin, you are too immature. If it were anything else, there might be room for maneuver, but the resettlement of refugees is a hot potato. The clan elders began to speak, but Su Jin still insisted. Please, elders, give Lord Qin a chance to explain. Several old men sighed heavily. One of them rolled his eyes and said reproachfully, Su Jin, do you really expect Lord Qin to sell the air conditioner manufacturing method to the Su family? This guy arrived in Ninghai early. When he arrived, Qin Feng hadn't yet ordered anyone to remove the air conditioner fans from Chengxianglu, allowing the old man to enjoy them for a few days and learn about their benefits. As a result, Qin Feng later had the air conditioner fan removed, leaving him feeling stuffy and hot for a long time. Now, picking up where Qin Feng left off, he directly brought up the air conditioner fan, his implication being very clear. If you want my Su family's help, easy, just exchange it for the air conditioner fan. Qin Feng understood the old man's meaning immediately and chuckled. What's an air conditioner fan? The benefits I want to offer the Su family are far greater than an air conditioner fan. As soon as Qin Feng said this, the entire Su family perked up their ears. This air cooler was already a hot commodity in their eyes. What could be even better? Everyone was intrigued. Is this really true? Of course it is true. I have had this idea for a long time. Look, this is the design blueprint for the air conditioning fan. You will know what is inside that big box at a glance. Qin Feng took out a blueprint from his pocket and displayed it directly in front of the Su family. The most technically advanced part of this air cooler design is nothing more than the fan blades and gears. The real principle is actually quite simple. It's the same as having someone fan a breeze from behind a block of ice. Even wealthy young men with a little money who can afford ice to cool off know this. It's not even a little trick. The Su family members crowded around, looking left and right, and those with quick minds soon understood. So the structure here is actually that simple? No wonder it can blow out a cool breeze. It's all thanks to the ice inside? Humph, I thought it was something amazing. Then this air cooler becomes useless. Ice is so expensive. If we want to promote this air cooler in the summer, we have to buy a lot of ice. The more we buy, the higher the price of ice becomes, and the higher the cost becomes. I was thinking of installing these air conditioning fans in all of the Su family's properties so that we could attract more customers during the hot summer. But if the cost is so high, it's not worth it. That's right. If we want to reduce costs, we'll have to dig our own ice cellars. We'll need to store ice all over the country, and the manpower and resources required will be enormous. I thought it was something really important. This is not right. This is not right. The Su family looked around and were quite disappointed with the air cooler. An old man bluntly said, Lord Qin, even if you gave us this air cooler for free, we wouldn't need it. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng laughed upon hearing this, then suddenly changed his tone. What if I told you that there's no need to dig ice cellars, nor to have people dig lakes to extract ice in winter? No ice? Then what's the point of this air cooler? Everyone was even more puzzled. Qin Feng said mysteriously, what if I told you that I can make ice anytime, regardless of the season? Making ice. Everyone looked on incredulously. Lord Qin is joking. Ice only forms during the cold winter months. How could it be unrestricted by the seasons? Could it be that the lake freezes over in the sweltering summer? Qin Feng nodded. You don't know the secret, so you'll naturally say it's impossible. But for me, summer water can freeze. If you don't believe me, feel free to bring a basin of water. I'll demonstrate it to you right here. Very well. The late summer heat is scorching these days. Let this old man see how you condense water into ice. Someone, bring some water. Soon, a servant from the Su family brought over a basin of water and placed it in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng pulled a small bag from his pocket, scanned the crowd, and said, You all better open your eyes and take a good look. After saying that, he opened the small bag, which was full of white powder. Qin Feng grabbed a handful and sprinkled it into the basin of water. Chapter 151 Using Industry as a Lure for Another Loan. All eyes were focused on the wooden tub. The white powder melted instantly upon entering the water, and then the originally clear water in the wooden basin actually began to condense from the center, turning into a large block of ice in an instant. How is this possible? It really turned into ice. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The Su family members who had gathered around were all startled. They looked at the basin of water, then at Qin Feng, speechless with astonishment. Everyone had the same thought. Could it be that Qin Feng knows magic? The old man who had agreed to let Qin Feng give it a try stared at him for a long time, then swallowed hard and asked, Lord Qin, how exactly did you do that? Ha 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 ha. Qin Feng laughed a few times and said to the crowd, Not to mention me. Any of you can make ice blocks at any time. The secret lies in, could it be the powder that Lord Qin just sprinkled in the water? Su Jin asked. As expected of the head of the Su family, you guessed it right away. That's right. As long as you have the powder I just had, anyone can make ice. Qin Feng clapped his hands, glanced around, and then asked, if I tell the Su family the methods for making ice and air conditioning fans, would the Su family be willing to cooperate with me to solve the problem of displaced people? The group of old men from the Su family began to discuss the matter. Ice is a scarce commodity in the summer because it's difficult to store and labor costs are extremely high, which keeps the price high. If we could make ice, the cost would be reduced. We could not only install air conditioning fans in our various businesses, but also sell ice at low prices and profit from the ice market. Indeed, this is a huge business. The amount of ice used by the palace every year is astronomical. If we can secure all the ice in the palace, we might even be able to get involved in other areas. Who in the world can have more money than the emperor? No one's money is as good as the money from the imperial court. In the summer, we can even use ice cubes as gifts to give to some high-ranking officials and dignitaries, asking them to give us more support in the business world. The method of making ice will greatly help the development of my Su family. After whispering among themselves, the Su family reached a consensus. They absolutely had to get their hands on the ice-making method. Among the clan elders, the most prestigious one looked at Qin Feng, his tone no longer as impolite as before. Ha! Lord Qin is indeed amazing. You actually have such abilities. You are the local magistrate, serving the people and advocating for them, which is truly admirable. Those refugees are also pitiful people, and my Su family is willing to help. I just don't know how my Su family can cooperate. And how much does Lord Qin plan to sell the ice-making method for? Although the Su family is willing to help Lord Qin, the Su family is, after all, just a small aristocratic family with limited capabilities. If Lord Qin's requests exceed the Su family's capacity, then we are unable to assist you. The old man was very clever. He first said he could help, and then laid the groundwork beforehand. In this way, if Qin Feng made an exorbitant demand, they could refute him by saying they were not capable enough, and perhaps even accuse Qin Feng of being insincere. Qin Feng knew these were all cunning old foxes. How could they cooperate without offering some benefits? He said directly, I have no intention of selling the method of making ice. No plans to sell? Is Lord Qin just making fun of us old men? The Su family members' faces darkened. You didn't intend to sell it, so what are you displaying here? Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, I didn't intend to sell it because this method isn't worth much. Let me just tell you directly. What I added to the water just now is saltpeter. When this stuff is added to water, it dissolves and causes the water to freeze. It's not some rare secret. Why would I use something that everyone would know sooner or later to extort the Su family? If you spend a lot of money and then find out that the method of making ice is so simple, won't the Su family resent me, Qin Feng, and regard me as a treacherous person? The Su family was stunned. No one expected that Qin Feng would reveal the secret so directly. No matter how simple the secret is, it has value if you don't know it and you need it. Is Qin Feng stupid, or is he genuinely generous? The elders of the Su family were all cunning old foxes. None of them would pay for a secret they already knew. They all wore inexplicable smiles. The old man at the head of the group asked, Oh dear, this is troublesome, now that we already know this secret. All you know is the method of making ice. Qin Feng knew what the old man was capable of saying, so he interrupted him and said, But you also need to buy saltpeter. Coincidentally, I happen to have a saltpeter mine with huge reserves. I want to cooperate with the Su family, supplying them with saltpeter while they develop their own ice-making market. We can cooperate to form an industrial chain and make money together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Nitrate. The old man's expression changed several times as he realized how formidable Qin Feng was. Yes, so what if we know that saltpeter can turn water into ice? The Su family will have to find a way to purchase saltpeter, while it would be much more convenient if Qin Feng had readily available mineral deposits. So this is the real secret of Lord Qin. I admire you. The old man from the Su family stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, Lord Qin, the Su family is willing to cooperate with you, but we don't know how the Su family can help with the matter of the refugees. I agree. Having achieved his goal, Qin Feng directly stated his needs. Firstly, there are currently 4,000 or 5,000 refugees. I know that the Su family has businesses in various places. I hope that as many refugees as possible can be assigned to work in the Su family's businesses in various places, so as to alleviate some of the pressure on our county. Secondly, I know that the Su family cannot afford so many people, and my saltpeter mine is also short of manpower. But the problem is that we don't have enough food. Therefore, I hope to use the Su family's connections to purchase some food. The money for purchasing the food can be considered as a loan from the Su family to me, Qin Feng. In the future, we can either use saltpeter to settle the debt or repay it in cash. Let's draw up a written agreement to make it clear in black and white. These are my 2 requests. I wonder what the elders of the Su family think. The group of old men discussed it and quickly made a decision. For the first point, the entire Su family's assets can probably help Lord Qin with the burden of about 1,000 people. Any more than that, the Su family won't need. As for the second point, regarding the purchase of grain, Lord Qin should take care of that himself. As before, our Su family is willing to lend another 20,000 taels of silver. If that's not enough, we can add more, for a period of 2 years. I wonder if Lord Qin thinks the Su family is sincere. Okay, it's settled then. Qin Feng smiled. In that case, let our leader, Miss Su, communicate with Lord Qin about the rest. I hope we can reach a long-term cooperation. Chapter 152 The moral character of the local gentry leads to rising grain prices. Because of this incident, the elders of the Su family essentially approved of Su Jin and no longer objected to her decision. Qin Feng is indeed a county official worth befriending. Qin Feng got his wish and soon received 20,000 taels of silver notes from Su Jin. With this money, he could then freely resettle the displaced people. When Qin Feng returned to the county government office, he saw Zhao Yi pacing back and forth at the door. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, Zhao Yi hurriedly came to greet him. Lord Qin, you're finally back. While you were away, a large number of refugees arrived, adding more than 1,000 to the population. The grain in the granary is too little. We expect to use up half of it by tonight. These refugees have settled down today, and they can hold out for another day tomorrow. But what will we do when the food runs out? Please advise, sir. Qin Feng sighed, patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder, and said, No need to worry. I had anticipated this matter and have already begun to resolve it. He pulled out 2 large silver notes worth 10,000 taels from his sleeve, handed them to Zhao Yi, and said, Take this money. Use half of your manpower to maintain the soup kitchens. You take the rest of your men and go to the grain shops in the county town to buy grain. Wow, so much silver. Zhao Yi immediately laughed. How much grain would that take? Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder, left without saying a word, and went straight to the accounting office. You calculate for me. If all 20,000 taels of silver were converted into grain, how long could it feed these refugees? The accountant fiddled with his abacus for a while, then cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, if the number of refugees stops increasing, we can sustain this for half a year. But if the number of refugees increases every day, it's hard to say. Perhaps a month, perhaps 2. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He nodded and left. Now that the prefect has given the order, all the refugees who have arrived in Dengzhou will flock to Ninghai County. Simply providing porridge won't solve the problem. We can't just let them eat for free all the time. Although the Su family was willing to lend more money, Qin Feng was not willing to lend more. Who wants to keep owing money to others? Qin Feng wasn't worried about the large number of migrants. In this technologically backward agricultural society, population was productivity. If used properly, these migrants could create value for Ninghai County. The problem is that we need to find a sustainable way to support them. We absolutely cannot keep them on a pedestal for nothing. Qin Feng was deep in thought when Zhao Yi ran back, panting. Grown-ups. Qin Feng frowned and asked Zhao Yi, Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to go buy grain? Zhao Yi's face turned green, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Reporting to your excellency, we cannot buy that grain. How? When the local gentry saw us going to buy grain, they immediately raised the price. What was originally 2 qian of silver per share of grain, they increased the price tenfold. They're selling it for 2 liang of silver per share. With grain so expensive, I dared not act on my own, which is why I returned to report. Zhao Yi said helplessly. What? This is outrageous. Qin Feng slammed his fist on the table. These bastards, are they retaliating against us? They're actually taking this opportunity to raise prices? Take me to see this. Yes. The 2 men rushed to the grain shop owned by Hu Lai, where his yamen runners were arguing with the shopkeeper. You heartless bastards. We adults are spending our own money to buy grain for disaster relief. It's not like we're not giving you money, or that we're not making a profit. Yet you're raising grain prices. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Are you really going to just watch these refugees starve to death outside? A bunch of heartless bastards. Several yamen runners, each with their own words, surrounded the grain shop owner and began to speak. The shopkeeper, left speechless by the rebuke, said with a bitter face, Officer, I'm just a shopkeeper. I can't make decisions like this. The master said he won't sell if it's cheap. What can I do? 2 taels of silver per sure, a unit of dry measure. Take it or leave it. If not, you'll have to look elsewhere. A large crowd had already gathered at the scene, including not only Qin Feng's Yamen runners, but also many county residents. The county residents were aware of the refugees' plight. Qin Feng had arranged for the refugees to stay outside the city, which did not cause any trouble for the residents and was widely praised. Everyone saw the plight of these refugees. Although they couldn't help them, they felt empathy and some sympathy for them. Seeing Hu Lai's grain shop raising prices and profiting from refugees, no one could tolerate it. That guy surnamed Hu is filthy-hearted and rotten-necked, utterly wicked. Exactly. Heaven is blind. To think someone like this was born into a rich family. Bah, from now on, I will never buy grain from the Hu family's grain shop again. Let his grain rot and mold, and see who he can sell it to then. It's not just him. Apart from the Su family, every single one of the other gentry in our county is a bad person. I went out to buy grain today, and after walking around, it's like they all conspired to raise prices. Hey, Hunter Wong, if you're short of grain, buy from me. Same price as every year. I don't have enough grain to go around this year. Yes, after buying from his store, they bought from mine. I probably have some savings left over. The people were talking about it. Although the farmers in Ninghai County had suffered from the disaster this year, they had received much more grain than in previous years, thanks to Qin Feng's teaching on fertilizers and planting techniques. They all started selling their own grain, because life can't just be about eating grain. They also need to buy meat, vegetables, salt, oil, and other necessities. As they were discussing this, Zhao Yi shouted from behind the crowd, "Make way, Lord Qin has arrived." The crowd immediately parted, and Qin Feng walked closer, looking at the price sign hanging up at Hu's grain shop, which read that today's grain price was 2 taels of silver per sure, a unit of dry measure. He gritted his teeth. "Shopkeeper, your grain prices are too high." Qin Feng glared at the shopkeeper. "Oh, Lord Qin, please calm down. I'm just a laborer. This grain price was set by Master Hu. This year, apart from Ninghai County, all the other counties suffered from disasters, so it's normal for grain prices to be a bit higher. Even the highest prices aren't this ridiculously high. Anyway, it's not up to me to decide. If you have any objections, go find our Master Hu." Just then, a series of smug laughs rang out from outside. "Ha! Who's looking for me, Hu? Oh, it's Magistrate Qin. Greetings, Lord Qin. May I ask what business you have with me?" Not only Hu Lai came, but also several other local gentry. Without a doubt, these scoundrels were hiding somewhere and came out to cause a ruckus when they saw Qin Feng arrive. Qin Feng glanced at them and pointed to the sign. "This price is too high. I need to buy grain for disaster relief, so change the price back." "Haha, Lord Qin has quite the airs of an official. He's telling us to change it back right away," Hu Lai said sarcastically to the local gentry, then turned to Qin Feng, raising his eyebrows, and asked, "But why? The laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty don't specify what price to sell grain for, do they? Is Lord Qin trying to use the imperial court's name to blatantly rob us of our grain?" Chapter 153, Don't Regret Making Me Your Enemy. "Lord Qin, let's make this clear today. If you dare to force us to sell grain, we'll report you to the prefect for breaking the law." "That's right. Although you are a county magistrate, you can't be too nosy. If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it." The local gentry were foul-mouthed, and their faces were sharp and sarcastic. The constables behind Qin Feng were so angry that they wanted to go up and give them a good whack. "Lord Qin is offering you silver in exchange for grain to save lives, not to take it from you for nothing. Don't you all have any conscience?" Zhao Yi couldn't help but criticize. "Yeah, haven't you heard that no merchant is honest? This year, many places have suffered from locust plagues, and only a few of us old folks have had a bumper harvest. Even without Lord Qin, grain prices would have gone up this year. You still have the nerve to say that? Why do you think your fields yielded such a bountiful harvest? Isn't it all because of the wonderful methods that Lord Qin taught the farmers? You are all ungrateful bastards." "All right, that's enough." Qin Feng stopped Zhao Yi and looked at Hu Lai, Zhang Shun, and the other local gentry. "I paid for the grain. If you sell it at the normal price today, our relationship can be somewhat eased. I'm giving you one more chance. Are you sure you want to make things difficult for me?" Qin Feng spoke coldly and indifferently, raising his head and squinting his eyes, looking at the gentry with disdain. The local gentry were provoked by that look. "Haha, it's clearly you, Qin Feng, who's desperate and begging us. Yet you're putting on this act. Reconcile relations? Lord Qin, you're oversimplifying things. Is there any room for reconciliation between us? You've beaten us, you've punished us, You've swindled us out of our money, and you even put us local gentry in jail for the first time ever. All of this is your doing, Lord Qin. If you really want to ease tensions, then kowtow to us right now and apologize. If you do, then we might have a chance to forgive you. Even so, we won't sell this grain cheaply. If you don't buy it here, someone else will. There are many places lacking grain this year, and we're not worried about selling the grain we're waiting for. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The local gentry all felt they finally had a legitimate opportunity to take revenge on Qin Feng, and they were very pleased with themselves. Qin Feng faced two options: either buy their grain at a high price, or find another way to settle these refugees. The former would allow these local gentry to make a fortune, while the latter, although they wouldn't make money off Qin Feng, wouldn't lose out either. Watching Qin Feng in such a state of distress would be a kind of enjoyment for these local gentry. Perhaps this problem of displaced people could overwhelm Qin Feng and cause a major upheaval in Ninghai County. If the local gentry were to manipulate things behind the scenes, Qin Feng's official position would be in danger. Therefore, none of the local gentry had any intention of giving in. Qin Feng nodded slightly, giving the assembled gentry a meaningful look. Fine, you've brought this upon yourselves. Don't regret making enemies of this county later. I was originally going to spare your lives, but now. Qin Feng shook his head and waved his hand to the constables behind him. Let's go. Zhao Yi and the other constables were stunned. Leave? Did this mean they were admitting defeat? Although they didn't understand Qin Feng's actions, the county magistrate had spoken, so they dared not say a word and followed behind Qin Feng. Lord Qin is resourceful and wise. He must have another way. Everyone thought so. Qin Feng left, and the local gentry at the entrance of the grain shop were somewhat surprised. Leaving so decisively. Is this meant to strain us? Yes, we must unite as one and not fall into Qin Feng's trap. I think this is a ploy to lure us in, a deliberate show. Grain prices cannot be lowered. I want to see what Qin Feng can do. It's so satisfying to see Qin Feng get his comeuppance. That's great. Let's go to Chengxianglu restaurant, eat roast duck, and drink some divine water. Ha ha ha. The local gentry also dispersed. Back at the yamen, Zhao Yi couldn't help but ask Qin Feng, Sir, are we just going to let this go like this? What about the refugees outside? Of course we can't just let it go like this. Qin Feng glanced back at Zhao Yi and ordered, Go and summon the farmer representatives from each district to me. Call them over? Are we going to borrow their grain again? No, this isn't a loan, it's a purchase. We'll buy as much as we can, enough to last a few days. Call them here. I have more important business to attend to. On that day, Qin Feng convened a secret meeting with all the farmer representatives. The contents of the meeting were unknown to anyone except the farmers and Qin Feng himself. The farmer representatives were also very secretive and did not tell anyone else, only conveying the spirit of the meeting to the farmers in their own areas. The local gentry of Ninghai County closely followed Qin Feng's every move and went up to ask the farmers about him. But when the farmers realized that he was not from their area, they did not reveal anything. Those who went to gather information tried to find out nothing, only that the farmers had somehow received some benefit and were all smiling broadly. The next day, every household in Ninghai County contributed a bag of grain, giving it to Qin Feng for free without asking for any money, which slightly eased the pressure on the soup kitchen for refugees. That same day, Qin Feng dispatched several of his trusted yamen runners, instructing them to take silver notes and horse-drawn carriages. One group headed south, while the other drove to the unaffected northern provinces. The elders of the Su family who had come to Ninghai from all over the country also returned to their respective provinces on this day. Qin Feng personally saw them off and said something to these old men at the city gate. The old men nodded repeatedly, looking as if to say, Don't worry, Lord Qin. This series of actions puzzled the local gentry, who then gathered together to discuss the matter. This Qin Feng is really something. He actually managed to persuade each farmer to pay 1 share of grain, and he didn't even ask for any money. I really don't know what kind of magic potion he used on these farmers. What good is 1 share of grain per household? My men have reported that another group of refugees has poured in today, several thousand more. With so many refugees like reincarnated starving ghosts, the grain they consume will only increase. The little grain donated by the farmers is nothing. These damned farmers, we just can't let them have enough to eat. I think we should all raise the rent together. If we collect 90% of this year's harvest as rent every year, they can still survive. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. The farmers are easy to deal with, but Qin Feng has actually stopped coming to us for help. Could it be that he has some other way to resolve our current predicament? Chapter 154 Local Gentry Raises Rent. farmers return rent. Hu Lai and Zhang Shun were practically the leaders of the local gentry. They had the most conflicts with Qin Feng, suffered the most losses, and accumulated the most experience. Hu Lai stood up and said to the assembled gentry, "Gentlemen, there's no need to overthink it. Qin Feng has always been cunning. His refusal to come and beg us is probably just a ploy to make us panic. We should remain calm." "That's right." Zhang Shun also stood up to agree. 80% of the grain in Ninghai County is in the hands of us local gentry. If Qin Feng wants to solve the problem, he will definitely have to rely on us. If the refugees don't get enough to eat for a day or two, they will cause trouble. He'll be in big trouble then. We don't need to panic. We just need to wait patiently. Anyway, we have the food in hand, so neither of us will suffer any losses, right? Upon hearing this, the local gentry seemed to find it reasonable and were all reassured. After a short while, amidst the clinking of glasses, they all toasted Qin Feng, finding the situation quite perplexing. A day has passed. 2 or 3 days have passed. 5 or 10 days have passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the local gentry still hadn't heard from Qin Feng. Qin Feng's side really relied on the farmers' grain to not only survive for half a month, but also improve the meals of these refugees. Originally, it was just porridge distribution, but now the refugees are eating almost the same meals as normal farmers. This uses several times more grain than the previous porridge distribution. However, Qin Feng stopped providing free meals. Apart from the newly arrived refugees who were weak in the first 2 days, the rest of the refugees who had been staying outside the city for some time all had to work in order to earn a meal. Many refugees joined the mining of saltpeter, and some formed small groups to cut down trees and exchange the wood for a full meal. There were also some who were quick and efficient, and Qin Feng picked and chose them to go and work with the bandits to clear the mountains, which greatly increased the speed of clearing. Thanks to the prefect's tireless efforts in promoting the cause, more than 40,000 refugees have come from various places. However, 40,000 people is almost the limit, and the number of new migrants is decreasing every day. The Su family took more than 1,000 people with them. Qin Feng was responsible for settling the rest. Standing on the city wall, Qin Feng looked at the dark mass of people outside and felt a little scared, but there was also a hint of joy in his eyes. He ultimately withstood the pressure from the refugees, and after he did, these refugees became his allies. Winter is just 2 months away, and the weather is already getting cold. We can't let the refugees sleep in the open air anymore. Qin Feng muttered a few words to himself, then said to Wan Kunming beside him, "Yin Li, starting today, I order you to contact those refugees and arrange for them to build houses for themselves, using the timber they themselves cut down. Try to settle all 40,000 people before winter. Is that all right?" "Yes, sir." Very good." Qin Feng smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, and glanced at the more than 40,000 refugees below the city. When building houses, consult Mr. Wan on how to lay them out. Make reasonable use of the idle land and make them orderly. In the future, these new houses should also be incorporated into our Ninghai County. The city wall should also be expanded outwards. "Sir, building houses is no problem, but there might not be enough space outside the city for over 40,000 people. Our county is surrounded by farmland, all of which belongs to the local gentry." Yin Li looked around Ninghai County. The space between the farmland and the city wall was not large. After estimating, he realized that it was not enough to build enough houses. He frowned and asked. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously, calculated the days, and said to Yin Li, "You just focus on the planning. I'll take care of the land issues soon." "Huh? How do we solve this? You can't expect the local gentry to sell you the land, can you?" "Humph. That's right. The gentry will indeed sell their land to me." Yin Li was puzzled, but Qin Feng was a man of deep thought, and all that had happened before had proven that he wouldn't speak without reason. So Yin Li didn't press him further, nodded, and went to study how to plan houses for these refugees. Another day passed, and Qin Feng's trusted confidant finally returned. "My lord, I have completed all the tasks you requested." When Zhao Yi arrived at the Yamen gate, he saw Qin Feng waiting for him outside. He excitedly jumped off the carriage, pointed to the cart full of goods covered with cloth, and said, "We will not fail in our mission." "Good. Very good." Qin Feng lifted the veil covering the carriage, looked inside, and smiled with satisfaction. He turned to Zhao Yi and ordered, "You, go and tell the farmer representatives to pass on the message. The previous plan can begin." "Yes." The next day, the bandits who used to carry hoes and picks to clear the mountains every day changed their tools and carried farming implements out of the city. When the news reached the ears of the local gentry, they were extremely puzzled. The cultivation of crops has always been done by sowing in spring and harvesting in autumn. What are Qin Feng's bandits doing carrying farming tools out of the city at this time? They sent people to inquire, and soon they got the results. My lord, Qin Feng bought some vegetable seeds from another place. He said they are cabbages and spinach that can be grown in winter and can be harvested in 2 months. He wants to plant some before the freezing cold arrives to help cope with the predicament of having no food to give to the refugees. That Qin Feng, he really knows how to do things. He can even get cabbage seeds. Upon hearing this, Hulai couldn't help but praise the enemy. Cabbage isn't found in Ninghai County, but the well-informed official knew it could indeed be grown in winter. It seems Qin Feng really can manage to support so many refugees on his own. Damn it. If I had known, I should have lowered the price a bit and sold him grain. Even if it was only half a tael of silver per share, I would have made twice as much profit as before. Just as he was regretting it, Zhang and a group of local gentry arrived after hearing the news and went to Hulai's house to discuss the matter. I never expected Qin Feng to actually pass this test. It's all right, we haven't suffered any losses, have we? That's not the point. We can put Qin Feng's matter aside for now. We couldn't farm in the winter before because the land was barren and nothing could grow except crops. Now that the soil is fertile, if Qin Feng can grow crops, so can we. Why keep the farmers idle? That makes sense. Let's quickly send people to buy vegetable seeds from other places and tell our farmers to start planting. We are all of the same ilk, so we can send people out together. It's much easier than dealing with Qin Feng. That's excellent. After discussing it, the local gentry sent people out to buy seeds. In half a month, they brought back the seeds, divided them among themselves, and then went to instruct their respective farmers on how to plant the vegetables. Hulai summoned his farmers and ordered 2 things. First, starting next year, our land rent will increase by 90%. Second, tell our tenant farmers not to be idle this winter. Plant plenty of cabbages and spinach in their fields. It'll be hard work, but you'll all have something to eat. My lord. Before Hulai could finish speaking, the farmer interrupted him. Sir, I've come here today to inform you that we're canceling our lease. We won't be farming your land this year. Hulai thought he had misheard, and after a moment of surprise, he asked, What did you say? Chapter 155. Why don't the farmers turn back? We're saying we won't be farming for you, Master Hu, this year. We've never owed you any rent in the past, so we're even. We won't be farming for you this year. The farmer honestly repeated himself. Hulai listened with interest. If you don't farm our land anymore, how will your whole family feed themselves? Let me tell you. Oh, I see. You're upset that I raised your rent, aren't you? Hulai slammed his fist on the table and stood up angrily, saying, Humph. You'd better think this through. If you don't plant, plenty of others will. Now that the yield per mu has increased, even 10% of the grain is enough for you to live on. If you don't plant, you won't even have 10% of the grain. No. Anyway, I'm not planting anymore. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I still have work to do. The farmers didn't take Hulai's words to heart at all. They simply bowed and left. Hulai's brows furrowed deeply. Have you lost your mind? A mere year's harvest, and you dare to haggle with me? Get out. All of you get out. If you don't plant, plenty of others will. I want to see how you'll survive next year without land to cultivate. Hulai hurled insults and curses at the farmers, then sat down. He was a little surprised when the farmers terminated their leases, but he didn't take it to heart. The rent increase was agreed upon by these local gentry, and these farmers would pay 90% of the rent regardless of whose land they wanted to cultivate. 99% of the farmland in Ninghai County is in the hands of these local gentry. Unless these farmers change their professions and stop being farmers, they will eventually have to obediently return and accept their exploitation. But now that all those farmers have left, he can no longer grow winter cabbage. Damn it, I'll see how long you can hold out. When you come back begging me, I'll take 95% of your earnings. Plant it or not, it's up to you. Hulai muttered to himself, calculating that these farmers would ask all the other gentry, and in no more than 3 days, they would obediently return and kneel before him, begging for a meal. However, 3 days passed, and none of the farmers who had terminated their leases came back to him. Oomph, these farmers are getting cunning. They're trying to take advantage of this year's abundant harvest. Bah, Hulai cursed. 3 more days passed, and the farmers still hadn't heard anything. However, the other local gentry from Ninghai County, as if they had planned it all along, all came to the Hu family's house. They were all extremely anxious and worried. Mr. Hu, have your farmers also terminated their lease? Oh yeah, why? All the farmers I employ have canceled their leases. At first, we didn't think much of it, since we had agreed on the rent increase. But several days have passed, and not a single one has come back. I felt something was wrong, so I asked a few of them, and it turned out they had all canceled their leases. What? Such a thing exists? Hulai was shocked. If it were only the Hu family doing this, he could understand it as farmers being dissatisfied with the rent increase. But if all the tenant farmers under the gentry in Ninghai County were doing this, as if they had planned it all along, then there was a big problem. Are these farmers trying to gang up on us? Someone said. Hulai's eyes darted around, his heart pounding. He couldn't rule out this possibility. Could it be that Qin Feng is behind this? He considered one possibility. It's almost certainly true. When they were fighting the locusts, Qin Feng divided the farmers in Ninghai County into several areas, and even elected representatives for each area, managing them like an army. It's extremely convenient for him to pass messages to these farmers. If he wanted to mobilize these farmers to oppose us, it would be a piece of cake. Zhang Shun clicked his tongue for a moment, and then spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Zhang Shun couldn't help but grit his teeth. That bastard Qin Feng is playing dirty tricks on us again. Ha, no problem. If Qin Feng tries anything funny, we'll fight him to the death. Hulai glanced at the crowd, puffed out his chest, and said, with the land in our hands, what do we have to fear? These farmers might listen to him for a while, but once they run out of food and have nowhere to go, they'll turn back sooner or later. Qin Feng, you're playing with fire. But these farmers have surplus grain this year. If they delay spring planting, they won't have any grain to harvest next year. What's there to be afraid of? Hulai snorted coldly. The grain you all receive this year is almost double that of previous years. What's wrong with letting this land lie fallow for a year? Qin Feng is dragging so many farmers along to wear us down. How could he possibly be a match for us? Once the farmers come to their senses next year, they will definitely lose trust in Qin Feng. At that time, we don't even need to think too much. The anger of these farmers alone will be enough to finish Qin Feng off. Hulai was truly determined to risk letting his fields lie fallow for a year, rather than comply with Qin Feng's wishes. Some of the local gentry supported the idea, while others felt it was inappropriate to suffer such a loss and opposed it, leading to a disagreement. Those grains are worth a lot of money. Why go through all that trouble just to deal with Qin Feng and turn down money? Yes, Mr. Hu, I suggest you think this through carefully. We can't turn down money. If the yield per mood doubles, the grain we get every year will already double. Let those farmers get more, so they can eat their fill and have more energy to work. Several local gentry members spoke earnestly and persuasively for a long time before finally calming down Hulai's anger. The key issue is that the local gentry must reach a consensus. Hulai believes that you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub, but others don't think so, making his plan difficult to implement. After much deliberation, he could only sigh heavily. You lot. Fine. We gentry are all of one mind. Since you disagree with my approach, then this is a dead end. Let's just stick to the original 80% rent. Men, bring all the farmers from the Hu family here. Not long after, the farmers who had just waived their leases a couple of days ago were summoned back. Although they had no connection with Hulai anymore, he was still a local tycoon. Poor people were used to being bossed around, so they obediently came over when Hulai's people arrived. Master Hu, what brings you here again? Nothing much. I've thought about it, and raising the rent abruptly wouldn't be good for you. From now on, I'll still charge 80% of the rent. You should come back to work as soon as possible and plant some cabbages in the fields. Master Hu, the farmer interrupted Hulai again. Master Hu, didn't we already terminate the lease? We agreed not to farm your land anymore. Are you trying to push your luck? What? You think 80% rent is too much? You want to haggle? Hulai was furious, and the other gentry also showed expressions of disgust. These farmers are so ungrateful. Chapter 156. The county magistrate turns the tables on the local gentry. To everyone's surprise, the leader of the farmers chuckled and said, Hee, even if it's only 50%, let alone 80%, we won't farm your land anymore. The county magistrate has allocated us new land. We only need to pay 10% rent each year, plus grain tax, and the rest belongs to us farmers. Although the land we received is only half of what it used to be, it's still much more profitable than farming your land, and it's not as tiring. If there's nothing else, Mr. Hu, we'll be leaving now. We still have work to do in the fields. The farmers smiled simply, greeted each other, and headed out. Hulai and the local gentry were still in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. These farmers actually have land to cultivate, only charging 10% rent? How is that possible? After all the farmers had left, Hulai finally realized what was happening and looked at the other gentry, only to see that everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Let's go take a look. Yes, we need to go check it out quickly. The local gentry scrambled to get out, and several squeezed into a carriage, heading out of the city. Qin Feng had never hidden the fact that he had ordered people to cultivate the mountains into terraced fields. However, the mountains were not very close to Ninghai County, and the local gentry had never taken Qin Feng's plan to move the mountains seriously. As a result, they had never sent anyone to check on it in the past year or so. Now that they had arrived at the scene in their horse-drawn carriages, the local gentry finally saw the truth. Before everyone's eyes, the hills that were originally full of rocks and trees have been transformed into terraced fields, and farmers from all over the county have come here to plant spinach and cabbage. And it's not just one mountain. The gentry not only saw farmers, but also many displaced people who were also working in the fields. How is this possible? I originally thought Qin Feng's plan to reclaim mountains and create farmland was just wishful thinking, but I never expected him to create fields in this shape. After the initial shock, the local gentry immediately realized the crisis. Now that the farmers have all planted Qin Feng's fields, who will cultivate their fields? Their land rent is high. Farmers work themselves to the bone all year round and only receive 20% of the harvested grain plus grain tax. Qin Feng only charges 10% rent for his land. Anyone with a brain knows which option to choose. Major crisis. Major crisis. Disaster. That damn Qin Feng is trying to cut off our source of income. Hu Lai finally understood the key point, stamped his feet, and beat his chest in anger. Although these local gentry did not rely solely on the land for their livelihood, the land still accounted for at least half of their assets. If the fields are left to lie fallow, it is as if half of their flesh has been cut off. No, this won't do. We need to find Qin Feng. Hu Lai jumped onto the carriage, and the other gentry followed suit. The carriage turned around and returned to the city, stopping directly in front of the county government office. Hu Lai and his companions got off the carriage and were about to rush into the county government office. The constables at the gate drew their swords and blocked their way. How dare you? Is the county government office a place you can just barge into? We want to see Qin Feng. Hu Lai shouted excitedly. The guard at the gate kicked him as soon as he arrived. How dare you call Lord Qin by his name so casually? Get out. Lord Qin is too busy with state affairs to see you. You? Hu Lai plopped down on the ground, staring incredulously at the yamen runners at the door. Once upon a time, these local gentry held a higher status in the county town than the county magistrate. When the yamen runners saw them, they were all smiles and fawning over them. They had never received such treatment before. Ever since Qin Feng's personality changed drastically, even the yamen runners have become unruly. Zhang quickly helped Hu Lai up and gave him a wink. Times have changed. We're here today to resolve a big problem. We shouldn't act impulsively. Hu Lai glanced at Zhang, stood up, flicked his sleeves, and went straight to the back. After considering the matter, Zhang realized that if this wasn't handled properly, the interests of the local gentry would be severely eroded. Even if it was just for money, he had to negotiate with Qin Feng carefully. He stepped forward and said to the constables at the door, "Officers, we have come to pay our respects to Lord Qin. We have important matters to discuss." "Are you deaf?" "I already said, Lord Qin is extremely busy and has no time to see you. Get out." The yamen runners were not polite at all. Before the words were finished, Qin Feng's leisurely voice came from inside the yamen. "Who is causing trouble outside?" The yamen runner at the gate immediately went in to report. "Your Excellency, it is Zhang. Hu Lai and a group of local gentry are outside clamoring to see you, saying they have important matters to discuss." "Oh, then let them in." "Yes." Having received Qin Feng's order, the yamen runners came out and said to Zhang and the others, "Come in with me. The magistrate wants to see you." All right. Please lead the way, officer." Upon entering the main hall, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. "The gentry have arrived, sir." "Okay, you can go now." Qin Feng dismissed the officials, turned around, and looked at Hu Lai, Zhang, and the others with a smile. "Aren't these Master Hu and Master Zhang? May I ask what brings you to my office?" "Qin Feng, stop pretending you." "Hey." Zhang quickly stopped Hu Lai, saying, "You shouldn't get angry." Hu Lai then shut up. Zhang said, "My lord, when we went out of the city today, we saw that you had actually turned the mountains into fertile fields. It's truly gratifying. Your generosity is truly impressive. We admire you greatly." Qin Feng smiled slightly, but did not reply. Zhang then went a step further and asked, "Sir, as the county magistrate, you have too many things to worry about. Managing so much land is probably difficult. I wonder if you would be interested in selling the land to us." Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. These guys were really dreaming. Not only did they oppress the people and seize their land by trickery and force, they even coveted the fields that he and his people had painstakingly cultivated. Do you want me to sell it to you so you can collect 90% of the farmer's land rent? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Hee, you don't need to worry about the rent, sir. As long as you want to sell these fields, we'll buy them all. You'll get a lot of pure silver. Isn't that better than you toiling away every day? We're willing to buy them at the highest price. Even if you quit your official post and live off your savings, the money from the land sale will be enough to live on for generations. Zhang said with a smile that he believed no one would refuse money, a good thing. Qin Feng hadn't expected that these local gentry were so wealthy. They had already cultivated hundreds of thousands of acres of land, and buying them all would be an astronomical sum. Just as Zhang said, with this money, he could really live off it for several lifetimes. Unfortunately, no need. I didn't cultivate these fields to sell them. But what about the land you all own? Will no one cultivate it next year? I'm interested in buying it. Does anyone have any thoughts on selling? Qin Feng turned the tables on Qin Feng. Chapter 157. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? You want the land we hold. You're dreaming. Hu Lai was furious and, regardless of where they were, pointed at Qin Feng's nose and yelled. Fortunately, Qin Feng was in a good mood as he watched these gentry walk into a dead end, and he didn't bother to argue with this guy at all. I was just mentioning it casually. Whether you sell it or not is your business. Qin Feng chuckled twice and said leisurely, Ha ha ha. Ninghai County has a limited number of farmers, and the land that has been reclaimed by the county is all fertile land, and they only charge 10% rent. Although there are more refugees now, there are unlimited hills that can be cultivated. As long as you don't lower the rent to the same level as the land rent under my jurisdiction, no one will be foolish enough to work for you. This year is the same, and every year will be the same. To be honest, it's more worthwhile to sell the land to the county government than to let it lie fallow in your hands year after year. Upon hearing this, the local gentry looked as if they had been forced to eat excrement. 1% of the rent? How could that be? Those who used to get 10% were the poor farmers. If only 10% of the rent is collected, wouldn't the farmers be better off than the gentry over time? The harvest is so small after a year, it's not even enough to keep us busy. Absolutely not. Several local gentry huddled together, whispered among themselves, and looked at Qin Feng as if he were their enemy. They never expected Qin Feng to pull such a stunt. He was deliberately trying to cut off their source of income. In the eyes of the local gentry, Qin Feng is now synonymous with a treacherous villain. A cunning man offered to buy their land, which they naturally refused. Qin Feng, no matter how sweet your words are, we won't fall for them. We've been wealthy families in Ninghai County for generations. The only problem is the lack of harvest. It won't affect our very foundation. Forget about this land. We'd rather use it to build houses and sell it than sell it to you. After discussing it, Hu Lai, Zhang, and others came up with this counterattack. Qin Feng slowly shook his head, took 2 steps closer to the group, and said, That won't do. Although this land was given to you by the farmers, the imperial court has clearly stipulated that this land can only be used for farming. If you dare to build houses on this land, you will be violating the laws of the imperial court. Believe me, the moment you build, I will have your houses demolished. Qin Feng's words left the local gentry speechless. Although these local gentry had some connections with officials, those were ultimately private relationships. They would never dare to oppose the imperial court. Qin is offering to buy your land out of kindness. Whether you sell or not is up to you. But if you don't sell, you can either cultivate the land yourselves or leave it to fallow. It's up to you. I have some miscellaneous business to attend to. If you have nothing else to do, you may leave. Guards, see them out. Qin Feng issued an order to leave. Several yamen runners immediately came up and shoved the local gentry out. Walk. Get out of here. Don't delay our magistrate's business. The local gentry, whether they wanted to leave or not, were all pushed out, and the group was in a state of panic. Some of these gentry owned both land and shops, so they wouldn't starve even without someone to farm for them. But some are simply landlords who rely entirely on oppressing farmers, making them grow crops to enrich themselves. If no one cultivates the land, it's as if they're going to die. No, let me go back. I need to ask Lord Qin how the land will be acquired. No. If you sell the land to Qin Feng and he rents out 10% of it, what will happen to our land? We should be united now. It's easy for you to talk when you're not in the same boat. You can leave your land barren for years, and you won't have to worry about anything. You still have shops to sell. But what about us farmers who rely on farming for a living? How are we going to survive? If we lose our income, will you give us money? The local gentry started arguing, and as they argued, someone said, It's all because of that greedy official whose insistence on raising rents, which has forced all the farmers to take over Qin Feng's land. Hu Lai panicked upon hearing this and shouted, "How can you blame me? How could I have imagined that Qin Feng would pull this stunt? You should have known this would happen long ago when Qin Feng ordered people to clear the mountains and cultivate the land. Even if I don't raise the land rent, do you think you can keep those farmers? Qin Feng only charges 10% of the rent." Hu Lai's words hit the nail on the head. After Qin Feng learned that the land distribution in Ninghai County was so distorted, he intended to rectify it. From the very beginning, he had been thinking about this day by sending people up the mountain to cultivate the land. Even if these gentry and he had always had conflicts, things would still have developed to this point. Qin Feng, after all, was a person who had traveled back from the future. His ideas and concepts were naturally much more advanced than those of the gentry, who only knew how to exploit farmers. And he had much more empathy than these landlords who only thought about how to eat people. It is truly a blessing for the people of Ninghai County to have Qin Feng as their county magistrate. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, the local gentry fell silent and said nothing. After lingering for a long time at the entrance of the government office, someone finally made a decision. "No. If this land continues to lie fallow, my whole family will starve to death in a few years. It's better to sell the land and get some money to start a business. My family owns the most land and can't afford such a disaster." The local gentryman ran to the entrance of the Yamen, government office. "Officer, please inform Lord Qin that I am willing to sell the land and would like to discuss the price." "Wait." The constable turned and went inside. The other landlords couldn't hold back any longer and stood with that man. Seeing this, Hu Lai and the other local gentry knew they couldn't stop them. After thinking it over, they realized that Qin Feng had already cultivated a lot of fertile land, and with the land these people were selling, it wouldn't be very meaningful for them to hold on to the land. So they all stepped forward and waited outside together. Before long, Qin Feng came out in person. "What? Have you changed your mind?" Qin Feng asked. The local gentry, who was preparing to sell the land, looked distressed. Instead of discussing the sale, he asked, "Lord Qin, we really don't understand why, since you have cultivated so much fertile land, you don't charge more rent? If you collect 80% of the rent like we do, you can accumulate a fortune in less than 2 years. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Qin Feng sneered twice, offering no explanation, only saying, "How can sparrows understand the ambitions of swans? You are all short-sighted, only seeing what's in front of you. Even if I told you my plans, you might not understand. Let's not ask anymore. Let's just talk about the land." Qin Feng wasn't just making things mysterious. He genuinely had a far-sighted vision. What kind of skill is it for someone to get rich by cheating, swindling, and exploiting others? The real skill is being able to lead a group of people to get rich. Even if you're rolling in money, what good is it if your quality of life still doesn't improve, given the current level of production? What he wanted was a life that these gentry dared not even dream of. Chapter 158. 1 mu of land sells for 3 taels of silver. Putting aside everything else, let's just talk about diet. In such a large county as Ninghai, vegetables are not readily available. Fresh vegetables can only be eaten in the autumn each year. The rest of the time, it's basically just rice. Meat is mostly obtained from hunting by hunters. There are butchers in the county, but they only kill and do not raise livestock. Out of the county's population of over 200,000, only a few thousand households raise pigs, chickens, or ducks. Most people eat rice on a daily basis. Most people can afford meat, but most people cannot buy meat, even if they have money. In addition, there are basically no public facilities. The only things that are shared by the whole county are a few dozen wells scattered throughout the county, plus the big drum for people to appeal at the county government office. Unable to go out at night, Qin Feng would never have known what it meant to be in complete darkness if he hadn't traveled to ancient times. Without the moon, the surrounding darkness was terrifying, and nothing could be done once the sun went down. Medical conditions were poor, and there were very few people in the county who went to school, let alone studied medicine. If you had a headache or fever, even if you were the county magistrate, you might not be able to find a doctor. It's not that the doctor isn't coming, but rather that he's very likely not here. Is it that no one wants to study medicine? No, it's that everyone is too busy making a living to have the time or inclination to study this or that. Farmers have all their time to work in the fields, leaving them no time for anything else. Entertainment is another story. The most popular entertainment venue in the county was the former Quixing Lu, which was shut down due to the previous owner's actions. Of course, even if there was no investigation, Qin Feng wouldn't dare to go. With the current state of medical care, if you catch any disease, It's practically a death sentence. In conclusion, is Qin Feng happy? Qin Feng was unhappy, even though he was a county magistrate. So he wants to change all of this. The goal is to alleviate the plight of the county's residents who are struggling to make ends meet, enabling them to obtain more food and vegetables in a shorter time to sustain their lives and replenish their nutrition. Use the remaining time to develop all aspects of society. Heroes are not judged by their origins. Even the poorest families can produce intelligent children. By educating these people and sending them to various professions, we can gradually transform this ancient Zhou Dynasty into Qin Feng's ideal land. Ninghai County, the possibilities are endless. This is Qin Feng's goal. For this reason, he would never collect as much as 80% of the land rent as other gentry. It's pointless to have a pile of grain at home. A pile of silver can only buy food, which is meaningless. It can't be used for anything else, which is also meaningless. In that case, I am willing to sell my own land. I only wish to ask Lord Qin if he has enough silver to purchase our property. A local gentryman spoke up. Qin Feng smiled slightly, crossed his hands, and twirled his two thumbs around. How much do you plan to sell some land that is destined to be abandoned for? 8 chen of silver per mu? Take it or leave it. What? 8 coins. The local gentry were furious, pointing their anger at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. 8 chen of silver, where can you buy land? Qin Feng, your price is absolutely outrageous. In my Great Zhou Dynasty, a mu of good land costs 5,000 coins, and even the most barren land costs 3,000 coins per mu, which is at least 3 taels of silver. You only offer 8 chen of silver? You might as well just rob us. Qin Feng glanced at them and sneered. The county will set the price. Whether you sell or not is up to you. If you don't want to sell to the county, you can try to sell to someone else. We'd rather sell to farmers than sell to you. You heartless person. The gentry cursed indignantly. Qin Feng chuckled. Haha, if you're willing to sell to farmers, then go ahead and sell. It's your prerogative. I just don't know if the farmers have enough money to cover all this land you own. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around and entered the yamen without looking back, not even giving the local gentry a chance to negotiate. It's not impossible for the gentry to sell an acre of land to farmers for 3 taels of silver. The problem is that now that yields per acre are higher and farmers don't have to pay rent when the land is sold, a family that used to need 40 or 50 acres to make a living only needs to cultivate half of it. This means they will inevitably have half of their land lying fallow and unsold. Moreover, even if a family owns more than 20 mu of land, it would cost 60 taels of silver. These local gentry usually don't care about spending thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver, but how could these farmers possibly come up with so much money? Farmers lived in poverty, and it was difficult for them to survive each year, let alone save any money. If a family could come up with 10 taels of silver, they were already considered to be living very well. Most peasants, exploited by these gentry, probably couldn't even afford 5 taels of silver. The local gentry were immediately caught in a dilemma. Selling it to farmers wouldn't be enough for them. Selling it to Qin Feng, however, would be too cheap. After much thought, they came up with one person, Su Jin. Go find the Su family. The Su family is so powerful that even if they sold her all the land in the county, she should be able to handle it. Yes, even if it benefits the Su family, we can't sell it to that heartless Qin Feng. But will the Su family accept it? Even if they buy the land, they'll be in the same boat as us, unable to hire anyone because Qin Feng charges a hefty rent. Why do you care about her? As long as we can sell the land, isn't that all that matters? After much bickering, the local gentry finally reached a consensus and went to the Su family to find Su Jin. Su Jin warmly received them. To be honest, my Su family has limited resources and originally planned to dispose of our own land and stop running the grain shop business. Unexpectedly, we've come to the same conclusion as you all. Su Jin smiled charmingly at everyone. Several local gentry chuckled and echoed. Great minds think alike. We're not planning to get into the grain business either, but we're all old folks, mainly because we're getting on in years. You're still young. It would be a shame to pass up such a good opportunity. Indeed, after we all stop selling grain, you'll be the only grain seller in Ninghai County. That's a unique advantage. Then, your Su family will have the final say on grain prices throughout the county. That's right. So, Miss Su, you see, all this land we have isn't as good as your Su family's. Why don't you take it all? We've agreed on a fixed price, 3 taels of silver per mu. Several local gentry said with smiles. Su Jin giggled, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. It's not that I can't take your land, but the price you're asking for is too high. Here in Su Jin, I'll only offer 1.5 taels of silver per mu. This is too low. It's better than the 8 Qin of silver that Lord Qin gave you, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the local gentry's face immediately fell. So you knew all along. That's right, whether you sell or not is up to you. If you don't sell to Su Jin, your land will really rot in your hands. The local gentry never expected that even Su Jin would try to lower the price. They, who had always been bullying others in Ninghai County, would one day be driven to a dead end. Although the local gentry were indignant, they were powerless to change the reality of the situation. Selling the land would bring in some money, but if we don't sell it, no one will cultivate it, and in a few years, the land will be abandoned. They'll be worth even less then. They suddenly realized that the days of exploiting farmers were gone forever. After all, with a 10% rent for farmland, one could live a comfortable life by doing half the work of the past. So who would come back to be exploited by them? After much deliberation and internal debate, the local gentry finally reached a consensus. Sell it to Su Jin. Even if it breaks my heart, I have to sell it. Chapter 159. The girl couldn't hold back any longer. That same day, the local gentry reached an agreement with the Su family. 1.5 taels of silver per mu of land. All the land owned by the local gentry in Ninghai County was thus acquired by Su Jin. When Su Jin told the clan elders about the land purchase, she also omitted the fact that Qin Feng collected 10% of the rent from the terraced fields. The clan elders thought that by buying it, they could monopolize the entire grain production in Ninghai, so naturally they had no objections. The Su family didn't have that much cash, but their business spanned the world and they had a good reputation everywhere. Su family members in various places borrowed money from banks, raising a total of 3 million taels, and sent the banknotes from all over the country. All the transactions were completed by the end of the month. Neither the local gentry nor the elders of the Su family expected that Su Jin would present all the land deeds to Qin Feng so soon after the transaction was completed. Lord Qin is indeed very shrewd. He knows which local gentry will come to me, Su Jin said. This was a scheme Qin Feng used to acquire the land from the local gentry at the lowest possible price. If he were to purchase directly, let alone 8 Qin of silver per mu, even 2 liang per mu might not be enough to secure the deal. If the local gentry really fight to the death and refuse to sell, the land will be barren after 2 years, and even if Qin Feng gets it back, it will be useless. By cooperating with Su Jin, he could first offer an absolutely impossible low price of 8 Qin, which would make Su Jin's offer of 1.5 taels of silver seem reasonable and thus facilitate the transaction. Su Jin placed the thick land deed on the table in front of Qin Feng and pushed it forward. This time I'm doing you a favor behind the backs of the entire Su family. This isn't just a few 100,000. 3 million taels of silver is no small sum. Consider this money as me covering your expenses, and you must repay it as soon as possible. Rest assured, Miss Su has helped me many times, and I, Qin Feng, am grateful and will never betray her trust. Qin Feng patted his chest and assured them, then took the land deeds and looked at them with a smile. Su Jin felt somewhat frustrated. Although Su Jin may not be the most beautiful woman in the world, she is still extremely beautiful. In Ninghai County and Dengzhou Prefecture, no one can compare to her. As the head of the Su family, she inevitably appears in public everywhere. No matter where she goes or who she does business with, as long as the other party is a man, his gaze will be on her 99% of the time. During the cooperation, these men would frequently organize dinners or find excuses to hang around in front of Su Jin every few days. She could understand those men's nature. Food and sex are basic human needs, but deep down she still looked down on them. Qin Feng is different. Every time Qin Feng approached Su Jin, it was either to borrow money or to ask for her help. Even now, with the two of them alone in a room, Qin Feng was only focused on checking the land deeds one by one, without even glancing at her. If Su Jin hadn't known Qin Feng before, she would have suspected that he was gay. But Su Jin clearly remembered meeting Qin Feng before and almost being molested by him, so it was obvious that Qin Feng was a normal man. What exactly caused this situation? Is it because I lack charm? Su Jin stared at Qin Feng with a troubled expression for a while, then suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that Qin Feng remembers being kicked in the butt by her before, and his current indifference is actually a way of hiding his true desires? With this in mind, Su Jin couldn't help but want to test Qin Feng. Women, especially beautiful women, cannot tolerate men ignoring them. Even if they lose something by testing Qin Feng today, it's still better than being ignored by him. Once the thought arose, it was like an ant, constantly scratching at Su Jin's heart. Finally, she moved. Su Jinying stood up gracefully, moved lightly to stand beside Qin Feng, leaned down to Qin Feng's ear, and was almost pressed against Qin Feng's body. Sir, don't just focus on looking at the land deed. You should at least agree with this woman on when she will repay the money, right? Su Jin spoke softly, then breathed into Qin Feng's ear, making him incredibly itchy. After saying that, Qin Feng stopped what he was doing. Qin Feng is a normal man, and he also thinks Su Jin is very beautiful. But ancient times and modern times are different after all. He was a time traveler. The Great Zhou Dynasty was at least several hundred years away from his previous life. In modern society, several hundred years later, how developed is the women's skincare and cosmetics industry? With the care of various skincare products, even girls from ordinary families can grow up to be fair and clean-looking, unlike in ancient times when only rich girls, who lived pampered lives, could grow up to be like Su Jin. And how open society will be in the future. In the middle of summer, the streets will be full of long legs, bare backs, and tiny waists. Looking around, there will be a vast expanse of white skin, and among them, there will be many beautiful faces. This is the case on the streets, not to mention the tens of gigabytes of resources on Qin Feng's computer hard drive. Growing up in this environment, Qin Feng wasn't indifferent to beautiful women. He just had an exceptionally strong defense against them. Su Jinmei was beautiful, but even in the sweltering summer, she was always wrapped up tightly, not revealing a single bit of skin. When she didn't need to use her hands, they were even hidden in her sleeves. All they ever do is stick their heads out. Moreover, in ancient times, men and women were not supposed to have physical contact. Every time Su Jin met Qin Feng, the two of them were separated by a great distance and never even shook hands. Su Jin also had to deliberately keep her distance from Qin Feng. In this situation, even if she were a beautiful woman, how much temptation could she possibly evoke in Qin Feng? But now, things are different. Su Jin actually blew a breath into his ear. Qin Feng already felt that Su Jin had a bit of a crush on him, and this feeling became even stronger after the roast duck incident. Qin Feng wasn't stupid. He also quite liked Su Jin. But since he was in ancient times, Qin Feng planned to follow the ancient customs and wait for his career to develop and his relationship to progress naturally before asking someone to propose marriage to Su Jin. Su Jin's behavior now puzzled Qin Feng. Is this girl finally unable to contain herself? Qin Feng had never had a girlfriend before and lacked experience in this area, so he was stunned. He was thinking about what to do. Should I take the opportunity to hug her and then just go all out? Or should they exchange glances and then take it a step further? Or should we act more like gentlemen and keep our distance? Chapter 160, Su Jin's Test. Difficult choice. Fine, I'll just go for it. A man and a woman alone in a room. She's practically offering herself up. It would be too humiliating not to do it for her. Qin Feng had this last thought in his mind. He took a deep breath and planned to put his arm around Su Jin's waist. However, Su Jin had already gotten the answer she wanted and sat up straight with satisfaction, returning to her seat. Qin Feng was left with nothing. Lord Qin, what are you doing? Su Jin smiled and pointed to the arm Qin Feng was holding, her eyes full of satisfaction. It turns out that Lord Qin wasn't unresponsive to me. Okay, that's good. Well, Qin Feng was very embarrassed. He shook his arm, which was in a hugging gesture, and cleared his throat. There are too many land deeds. My arm is sore from holding it up for so long. I'm moving it around. As he spoke, Qin Feng's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Seeing Qin Feng's embarrassment, Su Jin's smile deepened, and she softly asked, Lord Qin hasn't answered my question yet. When does Lord Qin intend to return the 3 million taels of silver? Oh, yes, 3 million taels. Qin Feng came to his senses, sorted out his thoughts, and calmed down a bit before saying to Su Jin, 3 million taels of silver may seem like a lot, but it's actually not a huge sum. These fields, when put together, cover a total area of 1.8 million mu. The current yield of rice per mu has reached 600 jin, which is about 5 sure. This year, 3 provinces in Dezhou you have experienced locust plagues, which will cause grain prices to rise for the next 2 or 3 years. Let's take the lowest estimate. 1 sure of grain is worth 2 qin of silver, so 5 sure is worth 1 liang. I plan to distribute all 1.8 million mu of land to displaced people for cultivation. The terraced fields I ordered to be reclaimed now cover nearly 900,000 mu. Farmers who cultivate my land only need to pay 10% rent each year. But for the first 2 years, I can only leave them enough for their own food and forcibly collect 50% from them, which is like collecting their land rent for the next 10 years in advance. This food is all rice, and the money earned from selling it in various places is about enough. Besides, I don't intend for all of this land to be used for rice cultivation. I already had people test the rice cultivation on the terraced fields last year, and with water wheel irrigation, the rice grew quite well. The original farmland can also have irrigation canals built. Rice is more expensive than grain, and I also plan to set aside some areas to grow various vegetables and cotton. Based on these calculations, paying off 3 million taels in 2 years will be more than enough. Qin Feng explained his repayment plan in detail. After starting to settle accounts with Su Jin, the awkwardness from before gradually faded. Su Jin watched Qin Feng write and calculate on the paper, drawing symbols she didn't recognize, and muttering to himself, and she was momentarily confused. When are men most attractive to women? When you focus and do something seriously. Now, Miss Su, you can rest assured, right? I will definitely be able to pay back the money. Moreover, I have many plans for the future. The Su family is large and powerful, and has a natural network in the Great Zhou. I will definitely need to ask the Su family for help in the future. I will absolutely not jeopardize my future for such a small amount of money. Miss Su. Su Jin snapped out of her daze. Are you relieved now? I'm relieved. Su Jin gave an awkward smile, lowered her head, and stole several glances at Qin Feng. Then, the two of them suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, Qin Feng asked, May I ask if Miss Su has anything else to say? Oh, no, it's getting late. I should head back soon, Lord Qin. Su Jin takes her leave. Su Jin stood up, gave Qin Feng a graceful bow, and then Qin Feng escorted her out of the yamen until she got into the carriage. Upon returning to the Su family home, Su Sheng greeted her. Miss, where have you been? Why didn't you ask me to come along? I didn't go anywhere. I just went out to take care of some small business. Su Jin casually replied. Did you go to the clinic? Why is your face so red? Could you have caught a cold? Su Jin wasn't sick. She was just so engrossed in watching Qin Feng that she felt embarrassed when he woke her up. She touched her face. It was burning hot, which showed just how red it was. What cold? I'm fine. I'm going back to my room. Uncle Sheng, you're really free. Why are you staring at people's faces like that? If you have nothing to do, go help out at Chengxianglu. Su Jin scolded him playfully, covered her face, and ran back to her room. Su Sheng stood there innocently. Free? How am I free? Miss, how can you have such a temper like this? But she had already given the order, so Su Sheng had no choice but to obey. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, Oh dear, I forgot to mention the important matter. Young miss, please wait. I wanted to tell you that the old lady wants Zaiduzi to come and stay with you next month. Su Sheng turned around and chased after Su Jin. The next day, Qin Feng had his clerk write dozens of notices early in the morning and summoned the yamen runners to his side. Come, let's distribute them. Everyone take a few. Once you have them, hurry to the counties of Dengzhou to post them. Make sure to tell the magistrates of the other counties to keep an eye on them, and make sure they are posted at the city gates so that no one can destroy them. Qin Feng said. Qin Feng had the idea of getting a movable type printing press, but he didn't need it for the time being. In ancient times, literacy rates were low, so printing too many leaflets was pointless. He planned to wait another 2 years until the poverty line was lifted out of poverty and he could start focusing on education before considering the printing press. Some of the yamen runners were literate, and they read the notice aloud after receiving it. Ninghai County has abundant farmland, grain, and resources, and migrants from all over can go there to find resettlement. Farmers from other counties who have no criminal record and are of good character can also move to Ninghai County and register their household registration at the county government. In Ninghai County, farmland rental is subject to a tax of 10% of the land price, with the remainder going to the farmers. Limited spots available, first come, first served, with priority given to migrants. The inscription at the end reads, Qin Feng, magistrate of Ninghai County. After reading it, the group of yamen runners were stunned. Sir, what is the meaning of this? The prefect is deliberately making things difficult for us by driving refugees to Ninghai County. Why should we recruit them ourselves? Yeah, isn't this just asking for trouble? My lord, please reconsider. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at them. Enough nonsense, just do what I tell you. Hurry up and put them up. Looking for trouble? Not at all. I just bought so much land, and I need people to farm it. The refugees who came recently only number about 20,000, and among them are the elderly, women, and children who cannot cultivate the land. I can't possibly farm all this land. Many hands make light work. Many hands make light work. What Qin Feng wants right now is people, and more people. The county's livelihood and children's development is too slow. He's going to rob them outright. He'll rob the refugees, And if that's not enough, he'll rob farmers from other counties. Chapter 161. The prefect puts on an act to welcome the imperial envoy. Dengzhou Prefecture. The prefect got up very early. Quickly, quickly, are the ceremonial guards I asked you to prepare yesterday ready? The servants reported, Your Excellency, everything you asked us to prepare has been completed. Everyone has changed into new clothes and looks very smart. Very good. The prefect clapped his hands and ordered the yamen runner beside him. You, go and keep watch at Shirley Slope outside Dengzhou City. If you see a large group of people appear, immediately ride back and report so that I can go and greet them. Yes. The yamen runner left in a hurry. A very beautiful woman, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning repeatedly, walked up to the prefect and said with dissatisfaction, Sir, what's the point of making such a big fuss so early in the morning? Honestly, I haven't been able to get a good night's sleep. Oh my goodness. The prefect turned around and saw that the woman's clothes were not properly arranged, and most of her cleavage was exposed. He hurriedly came over to tidy her up. You should at least put some clothes on before you come out. What month of year is this? Don't you know it's cold? No. Doesn't master like me to look like this the most? It's cold, but my heart is warm. What's a little cold for master? The woman swayed her serpentine waist and snuggled into the prefect's arms. Upon seeing this, the maids and servants sweeping around the courtyard quickly left. Do not look at what is improper. You cannot watch the prefect and his fourth concubine commit such filthy acts in broad daylight. The maids were both shy and disgusted by the prefect's and his four concubines' behavior. What a corrupt official and his slut. Get out of here, don't sully our eyes. Let's go. They were talking in hushed tones. The male servants also walked at a brisk pace. They were quite happy to see this, but these people had the desire to steal but not the courage to do so. They were afraid that if they displeased the prefect, he might find some excuse to lock them up. At best, they would suffer a few injuries. At worst, they might lose an arm or a leg. Only the prefect and his four concubines remained in the large courtyard. One of the concubines was quite bold. She took off most of her clothes, leaving her upper body bare, and actually tried to have sex with the prefect right there in the courtyard. Upon seeing this, the prefect hurriedly lifted her clothes. Oh dear, Grandma, quickly put your clothes on and dress properly. You usually love me the most, so why don't you want to look at me or touch me today? Could it be that you found someone new outside, and you don't want me anymore? The concubine was stunned for a moment, then covered her clothes and burst into tears. The prefect quickly explained, How could that be? You are my favorite person, but today is really not the right time. Don't you remember what I told you yesterday? A very important person may be coming to Dengzhou today. I must take this seriously. What big shot? Is he bigger than me? Upon hearing the prefect's words, the concubine stopped crying immediately, but then started throwing a tantrum again. Who in this world is greater than you? You are the apple of my eye, my precious darling. However, the official who came today is of a higher rank than me, so I must treat him with utmost respect. He is an imperial envoy dispatched by the court to inspect disaster relief efforts, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes. The prefect waved his little finger in front of his concubine's eyes. If even the slightest mistake were to occur, I would lose my official hat. Then, how would I cherish you, my little darling? Upon hearing how serious the matter was, the concubine dared not cause any more trouble and obediently put her clothes back on. Imperial envoy, wouldn't that put you in danger? Dengzhou Prefecture is plagued by locusts this year. The harvested imperial grain hasn't even fully ripened, and it's uncertain whether it's even edible. The people are all dirt poor. What will happen if the imperial envoy sees this? The concubine said worriedly. That's why I'm so nervous. But don't worry, I've already made arrangements. As long as nothing goes wrong, the imperial envoy won't see what you just mentioned. Just serve him well for a couple of days and wait for him to leave. That's what the prefect said. But I heard that when the imperial envoys come down to inspect, it's to arrest people. I also heard that they all carry the imperial sword bestowed by the emperor, so they can execute first and report later. Oh my, how scary. Can your plan really fool him? The concubine didn't want anything to happen to the prefect, because if something happened to him, all her wealth and honor would be gone. Don't worry, if he wants to arrest someone, I have people to arrest him for him. The prefect chuckled coldly a few times, gazing into the direction of Ninghai County. When the refugees started to flock there, I posted notices to drive them all to Ninghai County. Now, more than a month has passed, and tens of thousands of refugees have arrived. A small county town suddenly has tens of thousands more mouths to feed. The magistrate of Ninghai County, Qin Feng, must be in a complete mess. I had people investigate around him. His yamen has fewer than 30 yamen runners in total, plus jailers, making no more than 100 people. It's impossible for such a small number of people to manage so many vagrants. At this time, Ninghai County must be rife with petty thieves, and countless cases of murder and arson. Master, all I need to do is steer the conversation toward Ninghai, let the imperial envoy know, and lead him to arrest Qin Feng. Wouldn't that solve the problem? The prefect's concubine clapped her hands and tapped the prefect's nose with her pretty hand. What a clever scheme to shift the blame and kill someone with a borrowed knife. You are truly cunning and treacherous, sir, full of evil intentions. TSK. What nonsense are you talking about? I call this being resourceful. The prefect corrected her and straightened the concubine's clothes. Go. Tidy yourself up and be more dignified. The imperial envoy is coming. You will serve him from the side. Huh? I'm just a concubine. How dare I enter the main room? That's what the principal wife should do. Why bother with formalities? My darling, in my eyes, you are my wife. The prefect pinched the concubine's cheek, signaling her to go back to her room to prepare. The concubine had barely stepped inside when the constable who had gone out earlier rushed back. My lord, I was at Shirley Slope when I saw a large entourage approaching on the official road in the distance. It was quite a sight, and the entourage consisted mainly of government troops. It must be the imperial envoy who has arrived. Upon hearing this, the prefect hurriedly went outside, shouting, Quick, quick, come with me to greet them. A moment later, the prefect and his entourage were ready at the gate of Dengzhou City. At the city gate, besides the officials from the prefectural government, there were also many commoners carefully selected by the prefect. These people were given 2 days' worth of food and a set of clothes in advance. Although they didn't gain weight, they were in good spirits. As soon as the imperial envoy's entourage arrived at the gate, the people all knelt down and shouted in unison. The people of Dengzhou Prefecture respectfully welcome the imperial envoy. The prefect stood at the front, bowing respectfully and shouting, The prefect of Dengzhou respectfully welcomes Your Excellency, the imperial envoy. After a long while, a voice came from the carriage in the middle of the carriage. Such a big fuss? Chapter 162, Where are the refugees? Before you see him, you hear his voice. The imperial envoy's tone was clearly not pleasant, carrying a hint of reproach. How did you know I was coming? The prefect was prepared. He chuckled and said respectfully, The magistrate of Changji County in Shaanxi is my fellow townsman. A few days ago, the imperial envoy came to Shaanxi to provide disaster relief and showed great compassion for the people. He was deeply moved. Knowing that the imperial envoy was coming to Shandong, he wrote me a letter in advance to inform me, saying that the imperial envoy was working hard for the people and had made great contributions and had not rested even after traveling to several disaster-stricken provinces. He told me to prepare in advance to welcome the imperial envoy and to let him rest well before going on official business. One cannot hide a smiling face, the prefect said, his words carrying weight. Even if the imperial envoy harbored some suspicions, he couldn't say anything harsh. The carriage curtain was lifted, and the person beside him helped him out of the carriage, slowly walking to the prefect. Your Excellency, the prefect is very kind. Your Excellency, please don't stand on ceremony. Just address me by my name. My name is Jia Chong. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please. Yes, all right, Lord Jia, please. The prefect's enthusiasm was overflowing, but the imperial envoy's reaction was extremely lukewarm, and the smile on his face was clearly forced. The prefect ordered his men to settle the large entourage brought by the imperial envoy, dismiss the people who were putting on a show at the gate, and invite the imperial envoy into the city. When he passed by the notice board, the prefect glanced at it casually and almost scared his heart out. Surprisingly, a notice was still posted on the bulletin board, directing refugees to Ninghai County. Your Excellency, please go ahead. I have a small matter to attend to, but I will be done in a moment. When guests are at ease, how can I go first? I will wait here. If there is anything, please go and take care of it quickly. The imperial envoy said calmly. Yes. The prefect quickly walked a few steps to the back, glanced back at the imperial envoy, and seeing that neither he nor his men were looking this way, tore down the notice from the bulletin board and pulled over a yamen runner from Dengzhou to scold him in a low voice. What kind of work is this? Didn't I tell you to clean this up a long time ago? Why is it still posted here? You idiot, didn't know? I clearly cleaned it up. Bullshit. You call this a cleanup? Look at this notice telling the refugees to go to Ninghai County. How could the imperial envoy see this? You scoundrel, are you trying to harm me? The yamen runner looked wronged and tried to explain, But the prefect didn't have time to listen to him. He turned to look at the imperial envoy, and, seeing that the envoy still hadn't turned around, breathed a sigh of relief. He crumpled the notice in his hand into a ball, threw it into the yamen runner's arms, and glared at him. "I'll settle accounts with you later." After finishing his business, he immediately returned to the imperial envoy's side. "My subordinates are careless in their work and can't even do the smallest things right. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself in front of your majesty. It's all right. Is it all taken care of?" All right. Please, imperial envoy." The prefect was standing to the right of the imperial envoy and did not see the envoy make a gesture with his left hand to the person behind him. Upon seeing the gesture, the imperial envoy's attendants immediately slowed their pace. When they reached the back of the group, they quietly left and headed towards the notice board. The reprimanded constable frowned deeply as he held the notice in his hand. "I clearly tore it down. This is unbelievable. How did it get pasted up again? Hey, why is this paper so new?" The yamen runner touched the texture of the paper, curiously unfolded the notice, and read it from beginning to end. The meaning was almost the same as before, telling the refugees to go to Ninghai County, saying that Ninghai County had money, grain, and land to cultivate. However, the signature had changed. The original signature was the prefectural government office, but now it was Qin Feng of Ninghai County. This is not a single image from the original at all. However, the yamen runner was even more puzzled. Could it be that the magistrate of Ninghai County wrote this himself and had it posted here? With such a severe famine, he still actively recruits refugees to his place? He's insane. He made me get a severe scolding from the prefect. No, I have to keep this safe. If the adults come after me later, this will serve as evidence. The constable carefully folded the notice a few times and tucked it behind his back. Just as it was stuffed away, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and silently snatched the notice away again, the movement so light that not a sound was made. The owner of the hand was none other than the imperial envoy's attendant. If you look closely, you can see that although his clothes are very loose, he is actually a slender figure underneath. Perhaps because he was so thin, his steps were incredibly light, and he could walk on the sand without making a sound. Having taken the item, he turned away from the constable as if nothing had happened, quickly creating distance between them. His actions were so natural, as if he had never appeared behind the constable and stolen the notice. He strode quickly to catch up with the procession, then quietly returned to the imperial envoy's side from the back and whispered in his ear, "It's a notice." His voice was so weak that no one except the imperial envoy could hear him. The imperial envoy didn't turn his head, but subtly nodded to indicate that he understood. The man then straightened up and continued to follow the imperial envoy closely. "Your Dengzhou prefecture is doing quite well. It seems to have escaped the locust plague unscathed." The imperial envoy suddenly spoke to the prefect. "On my journey, passing through Shaanxi, Hunan, and all the way to Shandong, I have witnessed countless deaths from starvation, and the people are suffering terribly. The locust plague is truly devastating." Alas, the prefect looked pleased and modestly boasted. "When the locust plague reached my Dengzhou prefecture, it was truly severe, covering the sky and the earth. Fortunately, I followed the imperial court's orders and harvested the locusts in advance, thus avoiding losses. This year, in all the counties of Dengzhou prefecture, as long as they followed the imperial orders, the losses were not very severe." The imperial envoy's eyebrows twitched, but he remained outwardly calm, only letting out a soft, "Oh, so the reason there was no disaster was because of the early harvest?" He's strange. Dengzhou is located in the eastern part of Shandong province, in the peninsula region. It borders the Bohai Sea to the north, and just a little further east, across a prefecture, lies the Yellow Sea. Before the imperial envoy arrived in Dengzhou, he also went to the western prefecture, where the harvest had also been carried out ahead of schedule. However, it didn't yield much success there. The crops harvested early didn't produce much grain, and after paying taxes and rent, the people probably didn't have enough left to last until next spring. Adding to the chaos were the refugees who had fled from neighboring provinces, and wherever the imperial envoy went, there was utter chaos. Why was Dengzhou spared from the damage? Yes, where are the refugees? Why can't we see any refugees in Dengzhou prefecture? Your Excellency, why don't you see any refugees from other provinces in Dengzhou prefecture? On my way here, I saw quite a few people walking this way. Why is there no one here? Chapter 163. The prefect disguises himself as a refugee. This imperial envoy was specially dispatched by the emperor to inspect the disaster situation in various regions. The laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty stipulated that if a natural disaster occurred among the people, causing them hardship, officials at all levels should bear responsibility. This law was established by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. He was clear-headed and knew that the foundation of the Great Zhou Dynasty lay in its people. The daily expenses of the Great Zhou royal family, the military expenditures of the Great Zhou, and the salaries of officials at all levels of the Great Zhou were all ultimately created by the people. If the people perish, the Great Zhou Dynasty will perish as well. Therefore, he used this law to restrain the royal family and officials, urging them to prioritize people's well-being and place the lives of ordinary citizens at the forefront. Especially when natural disasters strike and the people are unable to cope, these officials must utilize their abilities to save the people from suffering. But no matter what the concept or rule is, no matter how good the intention of the person who made it, it's all for nothing if the people below don't follow it. In the 200 years since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty, it has experienced several floods, droughts, and insect plagues. Each time, it has exposed many local officials who disregarded the lives of the people. When ordinary people suffer disasters and become refugees, begging for a way to survive, they not only fail to help, but also take advantage of their misfortune, swindling them out of their money and exploiting their labor, making their already difficult lives even more unbearable. The emperor sent this imperial envoy, but disaster relief was secondary. After all, an imperial envoy couldn't possibly lead a grain convoy to inspect every place. Their main purpose in going to various places was to investigate whether local officials were lazy or inactive, or whether they were oppressing the people. Once an official is found to have violated the law, depending on the circumstances, he or she may be convicted or even killed on the spot, with the execution carried out first and the report submitted later. The prefect was well aware of the situation. When he received news that the imperial envoy was coming to inspect the area, he realized the problem and made preparations accordingly. Your Excellency, it's not that Dengzhou Prefecture is without refugees. It's just that, under my supervision, they have all been properly resettled. Where is it placed? Take me there to see it. The imperial envoy looked at him with distrust. What a coincidence, it's right ahead. The prefect led the imperial envoy forward for a while, and then turned at the entrance of an alley. Inside the box, there were many disheveled men, women, and children gathered around a desk. Hey, one at a time. Don't rush. Everyone will get food and a bed. Inside the desk, a person was bowing their head and asking someone's name, which they would then write down in a notebook and register. The imperial envoy followed the prefect to the front, observed for a while, and silently nodded. It does have some orderliness. You flatter me, Your Excellency. What about these refugees? After their names are recorded, the people I have arranged will take them inside to be invited by the imperial envoy. The imperial envoy followed the prefect into a courtyard where a pot was set up and the refugees were gathered around it, waiting to be served rice. Some had clearly already eaten. They lay side by side in the courtyard, on makeshift beds made of thatch. Each pair of people had a thick, warm quilt to keep them warm. The imperial envoy nodded repeatedly. That's quite well done. These refugees have suffered disasters here, and it's already remarkable that they've been taken care of like this. It seems that your Dengzhou Prefecture has not suffered much from the disaster, and is still able to open the granaries and distribute porridge. I am very pleased to see this. The imperial envoy highly praised the prefect's preparations. This prefecture has already issued a clear order to all counties in the prefecture and county to do the same. The imperial envoy nodded. The slender figure behind him leaned in and whispered a few words, which the imperial envoy listened to and nodded slightly. Then he said to the prefect, "Very good. You've done well. I'm tired. Then please come to my residence to rest, Your Excellency. I have already ordered a banquet to be prepared." The prefect hurriedly replied. The imperial envoy nodded and followed the prefect away from the refugee resettlement site. As they walked out of the alley, the imperial envoy followed the prefect toward the prefectural government office. But once again, the tall, thin figure behind the imperial envoy quietly slipped away from the group. Resettlement site for displaced people. Those refugees who were lying or sitting all got up after the soldiers and officers had all left. They've left. Shoo. Keep your voice down. We haven't gone far yet. Ugh. When have I ever worn clothes like this? They're filthy and smelly. Hey Chin-san, can't you cook porridge properly? What was that dark powdery stuff in the bowl of porridge I just drank? Change clothes. Change clothes. The performance is finally over. It turns out that these refugees were actually actors in disguise. The constable in charge of cooking the porridge shouted, "No disorderly conduct. Lie back down. The prefect has ordered that as long as the imperial envoy stays here, we must perform for a full day." We cannot slack off for a moment. Hey, it's not that serious. Imperial envoys live a good life in the capital. Why would they go to such a dirty and chaotic place for no reason? You're overthinking it. I bet this Imperial envoy will never want to come back again after this trip. Haha. Enough with the nonsense. You all better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning on you and reporting this to the prefect. You'll be in for a world of hurt. Upon hearing the constable's harsh words, the group immediately fell silent, lying back down on the straw beds with resentful expressions, and continued their performance. The constable Chen San then snorted with satisfaction, threw the large ladle used for cooking porridge into the pot, and turned to go to the inner courtyard. But as soon as he stepped inside, a long, thin arm reached out and struck him hard on the neck from behind. Chen San felt a sharp pain in his head and fainted. The owner of the hand was the tall, thin figure accompanying the Imperial envoy. He looked at Chen San, then glanced back at the fake refugees outside, and unfolded the notice he had just taken off the notice board to read it carefully, seemingly lost in thought. Qin Feng, Ninghai County, humph, interesting. He chuckled softly, but this time the voice that came out was actually a woman's voice. It turned out that she was a woman dressed as a man. She looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took a rope from her person, tied Chen San up, hoisted him onto her shoulders, threw him over the back wall, and then leaped over the wall and left. About half an hour later, she reappeared at the prefectural government office and stood beside the Imperial envoy. At this moment, the Imperial envoy was enjoying a banquet prepared by the prefect. She leaned close to his ear again and said, "Those refugees are imposters. Try to get some information out of him, and also try to find out if he knows the name Qin Feng." The Imperial envoy nodded obediently again, as if he were completely following the woman's orders. "Prefect Jia, I have a few questions for you." The Imperial envoy spoke softly, and the prefect, who was personally picking bones for the envoy, quickly looked up and asked with a smile, "Your Excellency, please ask any questions you may have. I promise to answer everything I know." Chapter 164, Shifting the Blame Eastward and Slandering Qin Feng. The Imperial envoy raised an eyebrow and asked, According to you, all the counties in Dengzhou Prefecture were treated according to your method of accepting refugees." "Exactly," the prefect nodded solemnly. "Initially, I even summoned all the county officials to the prefectural government for 2 days of training, just so they could properly settle these refugees." The Imperial envoy nodded repeatedly. "Yes, if they can all do it, then when I return to the capital to report back, I will definitely praise you before the emperor. Today the disaster is so severe, yet your prefecture is managed in an orderly manner, which is truly remarkable." The prefect beamed with joy. "Then I thank the Imperial envoy in advance. Zhang, hurry up and pour wine for the Imperial envoy." With a shout, the concubine in the inner room was summoned out. The woman, who was originally alluring and seductive, was now completely covered up, dressed in an elegant and dignified manner. But even the finest clothes cannot conceal a person's true nature. Her eyes and brows still held a seductive charm, even when she looked at the Imperial envoy. Zhang, carrying a pot of wine, gracefully approached the Imperial envoy, her eyes sparkling with allure as she poured him the wine. "Your Excellency, please have a drink." "Who is this?" The prefect hurriedly said. "Haha, this is my wife." "Oh, hee, Your Excellency the prefect is truly blessed." The Imperial envoy said something cryptic, glanced at the woman, picked up his wine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. "Sir, would you like another drink?" "No need. You may leave." The Imperial envoy waved his hand, refusing. "I still have things to discuss with the prefect. You may leave." "Yes." Zhang turned around and immediately rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Tisish, does she think she looks down on me?" After she left, the Imperial envoy inquired again. "Prefect Jia, the focus of my inspection this time is to investigate and punish those officials who are harsh on displaced people and lazy in their duties. I wonder if there are any such people in your prefecture?" Well, just as the prefect was about to reply, the Imperial envoy added, "Isn't there a county magistrate named Qin Feng in your prefecture?" The prefect's eyes lit up. He was just about to smear Qin Feng. "Yes, there is such a Qin Feng, and I was just about to report him to the Imperial envoy. This Qin Feng is the magistrate of Ninghai County in Dengzhou Prefecture. He is an eccentric man who often disobeys his superior's orders. When I came to Ninghai County to announce the imperial order to have the farmers harvest their grain ahead of schedule, he dared to talk back to his subordinate and disobey orders. I am really furious. Not only that, this man is lazy in his duties and Ninghai County has been utterly ruined under his rule. He is arrogant and domineering, oppressing the people. He is simply wicked beyond measure. Whenever I go to Ninghai County and see those poor and destitute people, I can't help but feel a deep sorrow in my heart." The prefect sighed deeply, his expression one of sorrow. The imperial envoy was very curious. "You're just a prefect. Can't you even manage the officials under your jurisdiction? A county magistrate is a 7th-rank official, but you're a 4th-rank official." The prefect, with a bitter face, held up one finger and said, "Your Excellency, you may not know that Qin Feng had some great fortune and made some great contributions a couple of years ago. The emperor decreed that his rank be promoted to the 5th grade, which is only a tiny bit lower than mine. He only cares about me because of the emperor's favor." The prefect complained bitterly. The imperial envoy frowned upon hearing this. Such a thing actually happened? With a loud thud, the imperial envoy slammed his chopsticks on the table. "This is outrageous. I refuse to believe I can't deal with him. Prefect Jia, please make the arrangements. Let's go to Ninghai County." "Yes, I will obey your Excellency's orders." The prefect was overjoyed. His plan was progressing very smoothly. Not only did he show the imperial envoy the achievements he had meticulously planned, but he also, as planned, shifted the blame eastward, throwing all the mud at Qin Feng. In the prefect's mind, Qin Feng must be in a terrible predicament right now, and Ninghai County must be in complete chaos. Those are tens of thousands of refugees. Settling them down is no easy task. Although Ninghai County had a bumper harvest this year, the prefect knew that 80% of the harvested land in Ninghai County belonged to the local gentry, and the relationship between those gentry and Qin Feng was so bad that even the word bad wouldn't be enough to describe it. The local gentry would certainly not help Qin Feng. With only 20% of the grain remaining, after deducting the grain tax, how could he possibly resettle so many displaced people? No matter how powerful Qin Feng is, it's still impossible. The prefect posted a notice, urging the refugees to go to Ninghai County to fight for their lives with hope. However, once they arrived, they found that there was no money or food as the notice had stated, which would surely make them feel dejected and resentful. At that time, Ninghai County must have been rife with petty theft and thievery, and the streets were filled with rioters who were looting and vandalizing because of hunger. When the imperial envoy arrives and sees the state of Ninghai County, Qin Feng's crime will be truly grave. However, there was one thing that made the prefect somewhat worried. He was afraid that the imperial envoy would actually kill Qin Feng with a single sword stroke. That won't do. Qin Feng is someone the first prince specifically requested to live. The prefect fell into deep thought. I need to think of a reason to save his life. All I need to do is strip him of his official robes to avenge the great grudge of having imprisoned this fellow for over a month. After lunch that day, the imperial envoy impatiently urged the prefect to set off for Ninghai County. It's already past noon. The journey from the prefectural capital to Ninghai is quite long. By the time we reach Ninghai County, it will probably be night. Your Excellency, are you really in such a hurry? With such an arrogant official in my Great Zhou, how could I, the imperial envoy, not be anxious? The emperor gave me the imperial sword, ordering me to execute such incompetent and immoral villains who are unworthy of their official positions. I will execute them by day and by night. Let's go. Seeing the imperial envoy's fury, the prefect was relieved and nodded, replying, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will immediately order people to prepare carriages and horses." In order to kill Qin Feng, the prefect continued, "In my opinion, there should be no ceremonial procession. Just take a few close attendants. It would be best to disguise yourself, change out of your official robes, and go to Ninghai County incognito. Since the purpose is to investigate Qin Feng, we should find evidence of his corruption and dereliction of duty. We should make sure he can't refute our claims, even in front of the emperor." The imperial envoy glanced back at the slender woman behind him. Seeing her nod, he agreed to the prefect's suggestion. Prefect Jia's method is excellent, and it coincides with my own. I am here mainly to check on the resettlement of displaced people. Why don't I disguise myself as a displaced person and see how the magistrate of Ninghai County handles the resettlement? Excellent. Excellent. The prefect clapped his hands. Since Qin Feng has seen me, I can no longer disguise myself. Therefore, Your Excellency the imperial envoy, go first to obtain the evidence, and I will follow with my officers to arrest Qin Feng and ensure he cannot escape. Chapter 165 Imperial Envoy in Disguise in Ninghai. The prefect and the imperial envoy had already discussed and devised a plan. Immediately, the imperial envoy took off his official robes, hiding only his official seal on his person, and changed into a set of dirty, tattered clothes of a refugee, smearing soot on his face. The slender woman accompanying them also found a secluded spot to disguise herself, covering half her face with a tattered cloth so that no one could clearly see what she looked like. The 3 or 4 bodyguards who accompanied them also dressed up in the same way, instantly transforming them into a small group of impoverished refugees. The group boarded a horse-drawn carriage and headed to Ninghai County. By the time they reached Ninghai County, it was already dark. The farmers in Ninghai County had already finished their day's work and gone home to rest. They didn't encounter anyone along the way. When the group could see the gate of Ninghai County in the distance, they got off the carriage and walked to the county town. This was mainly because they were poor and destitute refugees, and they didn't have any carriages to ride in. When they arrived at the city gate, it was just about to close. Sir, please slow down and don't close the city gate. Upon hearing the shouts, the city gatekeeper ordered his men to halt their actions and waited for them. The imperial envoy ran to the city gate, panting, and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. We are refugees from Shaanxi. Please, Your Excellency, grant us a way to survive. Please let us into the city and give us some food." The city gatekeeper glanced at the group and nodded slightly. "Consider yourselves lucky. I had some wine and overslept today, which is why I was a little late in ordering the gates to be closed. If you had arrived any later, you wouldn't have been able to get in. Go on in." The imperial envoy was taken aback. "So easy to talk to? Hurry up and go inside. What are you standing there for? You should have closed the door a long time ago. If I don't close it now, the county magistrate will probably dock my pay." He glanced back, and the slender woman disguised as a male refugee behind him nodded. The imperial envoy quickly said, Yes, thank you, sir." The group entered the city gate and were about to go further in when they were stopped by the guards. Hey, don't run around. Come here. The guard called out. The imperial envoy frowned, thinking the soldier was trying to extort money, and feigned a pitiful expression. "Sir, we've been fleeing all this way, and we have no valuables, not even a single piece of rations left." The guard curled his lip. "Did I ask you for anything? Stop talking nonsense and come with me." The imperial envoy was somewhat worried. What was going on? Were these refugees going to be bullied first? Or was something even more terrible waiting for them? He nervously turned around and saw the slender figure nod again, giving him a signal with his eyes. The imperial envoy had no choice but to nod and, with his men, followed the guards in a specific direction. After crossing 2 streets, they arrived at an open area in the city where there were many simple wooden houses not far away. The wooden house has a simple structure, and the roof is covered with straw and crop stalks. The house was clearly newly built, and it was completely enclosed on all 4 sides. It was very large, even comparable in size to the emperor's main hall. It is also about 3 times higher than ordinary dwellings. Inside the wooden house, the lights were on, and there were many rustling sounds coming from inside. What place is this? And what's that sound coming from inside? Before the imperial envoy could figure it out, the guard leading the way stopped. "Wait here, don't wander off. I'll be right back. Don't worry, it's a blessing from your ancestors that you've managed to end up in Ninghai County." The guard's words were unclear to the imperial envoy, but he had no chance to ask and could only guess at his meaning. Can he survive? The imperial envoy repeated himself, then turned to look at the slender woman. The woman spoke up. "Just act according to the situation. With the guards following, nothing serious will happen." "Yes." The imperial envoy treated the woman with great respect. Upon hearing her words, he said no more and waited patiently. After a while, the guards came over with a scholar-looking man, talking to him. "Are there still refugees coming into the city this late?" A scholar-like man asked. Our boss drank heavily during the day and couldn't stay awake all afternoon, so the city gates closed late, and we happened to run into these refugees. We'll trouble you, Mr. Wan, to make another trip." The guard chuckled, then suddenly remembered something and quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, Mr. Wan, please don't tell our boss that I snitched." Wan Kuan glanced at him and said, "Having a little drink is fine as long as it doesn't interfere with things. It's a good thing we closed the gate late. Otherwise, these people would have been left to freeze outside the city all night." The magistrate values refugees highly, and Ninghai County is currently in dire need of manpower, so naturally the more the better. "What do these men look like? Do they seem like respectable people?" The guard recalled. There was an old man with an honest and kind face. There were also 4 other men, all young and strong, who looked quite healthy. It was interesting that they hadn't gone hungry along the way. There's another person who's a bit thin and small, like a chopstick, and doesn't seem very useful. He's decent looking, but you can't tell if he's a decent or dishonest person. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Even if someone looks like a good person, they might not actually be a good person. Wan Kunming raised an eyebrow. You, a mere city guard, actually have such profound insights? Not bad. This is all thanks to Lord Qin's kindness. And the fact that he set up classes for us servants is also thanks to Mr. Wan's excellent teaching. Sycophant. Wan Kunming smiled. The two chatted and laughed as they walked to a desk outside the wooden house. The design of this desk is exactly the same as that of a school desk in the 21st century, with a flat top and a table hole underneath. Wan Kunming unlocked the door, lifted the tabletop, and took out the 4 treasures of the study and a thread-bound notebook from the floor. He shook the inkstone and said, the ink isn't dry yet, so I don't have to grind it again. After placing these items on the table, Wan Kunming lifted the hem of his shirt and sat down, waving to the imperial envoy and his entourage standing not far away. Come over here. The imperial envoy and his entourage walked over, completely bewildered. Policeman, just call me Mr. Wan. Are you all vagrants? Yes. Where are you from? Wan Kunming opened the notebook, turned to the latest record page, filled the ink with his pen, and held it there. From Shaanxi. We're in Shaanxi. Shaanxi. Wan Kunming frowned. How come you don't even know your own home? The woman behind him quickly added, Shaanxi. Wan Kunming was slightly surprised. He hadn't even realized that the tall, thin person behind him was actually a woman. Didn't you find a place to stay along the long journey? Wan Kunming first recorded the origin of the story. No, there was no food anywhere. We survived the journey by eating wild vegetables and fruits, sleeping in the open and enduring the elements. The imperial envoy said bitterly. This was something they arranged on the way. Wan Kunming glanced at the guards behind the imperial envoy. Each one was burly and didn't look like they were starving at all. He rolled his eyes and said, Is that so? Not at all. But in any case, once you're in Ninghai County, you'll have better days ahead. Names. Chapter 166 The Resettlement of Refugees is well organized. What? You lot. Tell me your names and I'll register you. This is what Lord Qin requires, and every refugee must do it. Wan Kunming glanced at them and felt that something was off about these people. When the imperial envoy arrived, he never expected this turn of events. They planned to disguise themselves as refugees and enter the city, find a place to rest for the night, and then wander around Ninghai City the next day to see how Qin Feng had settled the refugees who came here. These things should have been done in secret, so as not to be discovered by Qin Feng, the subject of the investigation. Otherwise, the information obtained from the investigation might not be true. Unexpectedly, they were blocked by Qin Feng's men as soon as they entered the door. They were merely in disguise and never intended to use any particular name. The imperial envoy was a little nervous and stammered, but the woman behind him reacted quickly and took over the conversation, introducing everything in detail. My name is Li Jiafeng. I was separated from my family. This is my uncle from next door and 3 brothers from my hometown. My uncle's name is Shang Dongxing, and his 3 older brothers are Lin Zhongjiu, Jia Wu, and Dao Yumian. Even though Wan Kunming was a scholar, he had never heard of such strange names before. He couldn't help but complain. The young lady and the old gentleman's names are relatively normal, but what kind of names are these 3 of you? They're so weird, and some even have the surname Jia, and some have the surname Dao. The 3 exchanged strange glances and said with dry laughter, Among the people of the world, there are always a few who use it less often. Perhaps it's because there are fewer people, so it's not surprising that we've become familiar with each other. Wan Kunming nodded, accepting the explanation, and then questioned them thoroughly about every detail. Their place of origin, age, and previous occupation were all written down along with their name and recorded. All right, it's getting late. You've all traveled a long way, so get some rest. Just bear with it tonight. There will be food tomorrow morning. Wan Kunming put the notebook away and locked it carefully in the desk drawer. He then instructed the Yamen runner who had brought the imperial envoy and others, and turned to leave after finishing his business. The Yamen runners said to the imperial envoy and his entourage, Come with me, and I'll find you a place to stay. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. If you had arrived in Ninghai County earlier, there wouldn't be such good accommodations. The first refugees to arrive slept outside the city at night. As the imperial envoy and his entourage walked, they listened to the Yamen runners muttering under their breath. Upon entering the wooden cabin, it was neatly arranged and filled with beds, A rough estimate suggested that at least several hundred beds were placed on this floor. These beds are all three-tiered, with gaps between them large enough for people to walk through. The imperial envoy and his entourage were all natives of the Great Zhou Dynasty. They had never seen such a three-tiered bed before, let alone so many beds arranged in one room. This scene shocked them for a whole year. As they followed the constables inside, they discovered that each bed had bedding, which, though thin, was better than nothing. Many of the refugees had already gone to sleep. They had worked all day, and Qin Feng couldn't provide them with much food. After a day of labor, no one was in the mood for anything else, so they went to bed early. The Yamen runners led the imperial envoy and his entourage around the first floor, but couldn't find any empty beds, so they went up to the second floor. A night watchman dressed as an official stood guard at the second-floor entrance. Seeing someone approach, he asked, "Who is this?" "New guy, are there any shops left on the second floor?" "No, but there are still a few spots on the third floor. A few days ago, some capable refugees built small huts in the area designated by the county magistrate and moved out. There should be exactly 5 or 6 empty beds. Then I'll take them up." So the imperial envoy and his entourage followed the Yamen runners up to the third floor, where they finally found their sleeping quarters for the night. "Sleep here. It's cold at night, so wrap yourself up tightly in the blankets. Tomorrow morning, wait at the door. You don't need to go with the others. They've already arranged for the servants. Go find Mr. One first tomorrow. Understand?" "Yes, I understand. Thank you, officer." The imperial envoy gave a simple, honest smile. The woman, using the alias Li Jiafeng, winked at the group, then lay down on the bed and covered herself with the blanket. The imperial envoy and his 3 attendants were terrified by this action, but they could not show it. They could only follow Li Jiafeng's example and lie down. Upon seeing this, the constable turned and left. Once he had disappeared from sight, the imperial envoy jumped up and knelt before Li Jiafeng. The 3 attendants did the same. The imperial envoy whispered remorsefully, "Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Please rise quickly. How can you sleep peacefully in such a filthy place? Please, Your Majesty. Shoo, get up, stop calling us princess, we're refugees now." Li Jiafeng made a shushing gesture and said softly, "This woman's true identity is Princess Li Lihua of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The alias Li Jiafeng is quite interesting. Isn't a princess of the Li family of the Great Zhou the phoenix of the Li family?" The people in the surrounding beds were all asleep and fast asleep, undisturbed by their voices. The imperial envoy still felt it was inappropriate. How could a princess sleep among refugees? "Your Highness, we can't stay here. When we return to the capital, His Majesty will find out that I instructed you to sleep in such a place. I can't bear the blame." "Enough, stop talking. It's just one night's sleep, nothing serious." Back then, Father Emperor and Prince Yin almost lost their positions as heir apparent because of Prince Yin. They were forced to hide with me in the deep mountains and forests, sleeping under the open sky every day. It was much worse than this. If you're really scared, when we get back to the capital, I promise you won't mention this to Father Emperor." She tugged at the corner of the blanket and said, "This is better than those refugees in the prefecture sleeping on thatched roofs. At least there's a bed and blankets. This wooden hut is simple, but it can still shelter us from the wind and rain. For refugees stranded here, being able to sleep in a place like this is already a great blessing." After giving her assessment, she raised her eyebrows and her face showed obvious anger. This prefect of Dengzhou had people pretend to be refugees to whitewash the situation, and even said that the magistrate of Ninghai County was so arrogant. I think the magistrate of Ninghai County is much better than him. At least he didn't cheat. I just took a look, and these people are all skin and bones. This is what a true vagrant should look like. It's all very well organized here. Putting everything else aside, the magistrate of Ninghai County has at least done a good job in resettling the displaced people. On their way here, Li Jiafeng had already told the imperial envoy about the prefect's plan to have people disguise themselves as refugees. The imperial envoy was about to turn around and arrest the prefect, but Li Jiafeng stopped him, wanting to see just how bad Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County whom the prefect described as utterly terrible, really was. He planned to kill him on the spot if he was really as bad as the prefect said, as a warning to others. To their surprise, things turned out to be much better than they had imagined. "Your Highness, I feel this matter is not so simple. Didn't the Yamen runners say that Mr. One would make arrangements for us tomorrow? Perhaps Qin Feng is just imprisoning these refugees here as slaves. What if he or his men turn against you tomorrow?" Chapter 167. The princess's apparent name conceals a mystery. The princess frowned, not ruling out the possibility, but she still shook her head slightly and said to the imperial envoy, "If it is really as you say, then let's fight our way out. I, Princess Annalilihua, am not made of clay. Besides, surely the imperial envoy's personal guards can't even protect a woman like me. Are you all willing to give up your lives to protect me?" The three youths immediately clasped their hands in a fist salute and said in unison, "We are willing to protect the princess's safety with our lives, even at the cost of 10,000 lives." The imperial envoy was a civil official, a bit slow to react, but very resolute. This humble subject feels the same way. The group had been talking quietly, but suddenly they all spoke at once, raising their voices and disturbing the sleeping refugees nearby. The man mumbled, half asleep, "What's all this fuss about not letting people sleep? Are we not going to work tomorrow?" Princess Annal quickly covered her mouth, glared at the group, and raised her chin, signaling them to go to sleep. The imperial envoy and his three attendants immediately shut their mouths and climbed into their own beds. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, but Princess Annal didn't seem to care much. She closed her eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the group was awakened by the rising migrants. By the light streaming through the window, they could see that although these refugees were thin, they were all in high spirits with bright eyes, a completely different state of mind from the refugees they had seen in other provinces. Their eyes were full of hope. After getting up, the refugees quickly tidied themselves up and then all went out. The princess and her entourage were unfamiliar with everyone and did not speak to them. Following the instructions of the yamen runners the night before, they went downstairs and left the wooden house at the very end of the line. Wan Kunming was already waiting outside. Hearing a noise behind him, he didn't turn around and said, "Lord Qin said that refugees who arrive on their first day can rest for an extra half day. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wan, but we don't need it. I slept well last night and have recovered a lot." The imperial envoy stepped forward and first responded to Wan Kunming, then pressed on. "Yesterday, the envoy said that Mr. Wan would have arrangements for us today. Is that true?" "Ah, is that so? Ninghai County doesn't support idlers. The magistrate has ordered that if refugees are weak or sick after arriving here, they can rest and receive treatment for the first day or two, during which time they will be provided with free meals. Once they recover, they must start working." Wan Kunming flipped through the booklet in his hand, explaining to himself without looking up. He's been in charge of these things lately, and the phrases have almost become clichés. Upon hearing this, the imperial envoy's expression changed. He glanced bitterly at the princess and whispered, "What did I tell you? This Qin Feng really is treating refugees like slaves. Otherwise, why would he have sent people to post notices in the prefectural government? His purpose is to trick people into working for him. He's exploiting the people." Princess Annal gently shook her head. "I don't think so. People who have been enslaved must harbor resentment. Look at those refugees who walked past us this morning. Did you see any of them filled with resentment?" The imperial envoy thought about it and realized that there really wasn't any resentment. Not only did those people not harbor any grievances, they even seemed quite happy. "Mr. Wan, we've rested well. We just don't know what tasks Lord Qin intends to assign us. Farming, mining, and land reclamation. That's all there is to it. How did you know your surname is Qin? Did I mention it?" Wan Kunming finally turned around. "We heard it from other refugees last night." Wan Kunming nodded and continued to make arrangements. "The weak woman and the old man can go to farm, while the three of you look strong and robust, so you can consider going to the mines. You can choose for yourself?" "Of course." Wan Kunming pulled out 5 slips of paper from the book and handed them to the imperial envoy, saying, "If you want to choose for yourselves, then I won't record them for you yet. These are your meal vouchers for today. Take them carefully. I have already filled in your names. Just go and get your meals with the others. After you finish eating, you can go and see what's going on. Come back to me at noon." The imperial envoy took the 5 pieces of paper and paused for a moment. "You can choose which job to do. I told you these refugees weren't slaves." The princess's words reached my ears. The imperial envoy looked at the princess, but the princess had already gone to say goodbye to Wan Kunming. "Thank you, Mr. Wan. We'll go get our food now. Go." Wan Kunming watched the 5 strange refugees walk away, scratching his head. "When you came yesterday, weren't everyone else asleep? And you think I tell you my master's surname is Qin? TSK. After thinking it over, he picked up the register and walked towards the government office. "This is too strange. I need to report it to the adults." When Wan Kunming arrived at the yamen, Qin Feng was looking at a drawing at his desk. There were already many crumpled pieces of paper on the ground, indicating that he had drawn many times but was not satisfied with any of them. "Grown-ups." Qin Feng raised his head and replied, Mr. Wan, please come in. What brings you here? Wan Kunming walked up to Qin Feng, took out the booklet in his hand, opened it, and placed it in front of Qin Feng. Sir, last night when the city gate was about to close, 5 strange refugees came. Their behavior was strange, and their names were strange too. I clearly did not mention your name to them, but the woman among the 5 knew that your surname was Qin. Don't all the refugees know that my surname is Qin? Perhaps they told me. Qin Feng didn't take it to heart. Wan Kunming hurriedly said, no. It was already late when they arrived. By the time I recorded their names, hometowns, and registered them, the other refugees had already gone to sleep. Sir, I really felt that these people were not right. Hearing Wan Kunming say this, Qin Feng finally raised his head, looked at Wan Kunming seriously, and seeing his serious expression, put down his pen, crumpled the unfinished blueprint a couple of times, and threw it aside. Tell me what's wrong with this. This name is wrong. Wan Kunming spread the roster out. Sir, please take a look. The names of Li Jiafeng, Shang Dongxing, and Lin Zhongju are fairly normal. But the names of the next 2 are too strange. I am but a scholar, and although I cannot be considered learned, I am still somewhat knowledgeable. But I have never seen anyone with the surname Jia before, and the surname Dao is also extremely rare. As far as I know, it is only found among small ethnic groups in remote areas. But this Li Jiafeng said that they were all from Shaanxi, and that their ancestors had grown up in Shaanxi for generations. Qin Feng listened to Wan Kunming's analysis and nodded repeatedly, scrutinizing the names for a while. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his expression changed slightly, and he leaned down to look at the names, his right hand scribbling a few lines on the table. Hiss. Mr. Wan, where are these people now? Time to get your food. TSK. Oh dear. Quick, take me to see them. Chapter 168 The Daughter of Heaven Eats Disaster Relief Meals. Seeing Qin Feng's anxiety, Wan Kunming didn't dare to delay and immediately took him to the refugee resettlement site. On the road. Why are you so panicked, sir? Qin Feng gave him a disgruntled look. He used to think Wan Kunming was quite clever, able to learn anything quickly. But judging from today's events, Wan Kunming was only better than those illiterate farmers and brutes. He couldn't be considered truly clever. Since you found their names strange, didn't you also discover some other mystery? Another mystery? Wan Kunming repeated Qin Feng's words, rolling his eyes as he pondered them. Even after the 2 arrived at the refugee resettlement site, nothing particularly unusual happened. Greetings, Lord Qin. Greetings, Lord Qin. This humble subject kneels in gratitude to Lord Qin. As soon as Qin Feng entered, he was immediately recognized by many refugees. If it weren't for Qin Feng taking them in, these refugees might already be corpses in the wilderness. They were all extremely grateful to Qin Feng and naturally came up to talk to him. For a moment, they blocked Qin Feng's path. Qin Feng thought to himself, going in like this probably won't work. There were even more refugees inside. It was mealtime, and the refugees had nothing to do. When they saw him, they would surround him in layers. Then there's no point in even mentioning looking for someone. Okay, everything's fine. Eat quickly, and then go to work. I will obey Lord Qin's orders. Don't worry, Lord Qin, we will definitely do a good job on the tasks you have assigned. We promise we won't slack off. Do you even need to tell me? This job is for Lord Qin, and it's also for ourselves, so we definitely won't slack off. Qin Feng exchanged a few sarcastic remarks with the refugees, then left. He found a secluded spot, pulled Wan Kunming aside, and instructed him, go inside quickly, find those 5 people, and then bring them to me. Listen carefully, it's please. Your attitude must be absolutely respectful. Please, sir, are those 5 people not just ordinary refugees? Those 5 people are very powerful. Go quickly. Qin Feng urged him on, and Wan Kunming responded and plunged into the crowd of refugees. The imperial envoy and the princess were lining up to receive their meals. This kind of food was generally considered relief food. For these refugees, it didn't need to be particularly delicious. As long as it filled their stomachs and kept them from starving, that was enough. The imperial envoy and the princess traveled through the severely affected areas. Some local officials were doing their best to provide disaster relief, but due to limited food supplies, the meals provided by the soup kitchens they set up were really not very good. Both the quality and the taste are so bad that they can't be improved upon. Standing in line, the imperial envoy was preoccupied. Several times he wanted to speak to the princess in front of him, but he couldn't open his mouth because there were too many refugees around him. The woman in front is the emperor's own daughter. Why would he make her eat this kind of food? If he were to develop any health problems from eating it, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences even if he had 10 heads. Just as it was almost the princess's turn, the imperial envoy finally couldn't resist and stepped forward, whispering, "Your Highness, we should just look. It's best not to eat this food. It's for refugees." "So what if they're refugees? How will they know what Qin Feng is feeding them if they don't taste it for themselves?" The princess was unconvinced. She looked around and whispered to the imperial envoy, "I see that these refugees all have smiles on their faces after receiving their food. Perhaps the food is quite delicious." The imperial envoy looked bitter. Wherever the food for disaster relief was, it was barely edible. How could it possibly be delicious? But the princess was adamant, and he, a mere imperial envoy, couldn't stop her at all. Finally, it was their turn in line. The person responsible for serving the rice was none other than Zhao Yi, a yamen runner. The princess handed over the meal receipt, and Zhao Yi took it, glanced at it, turned around, and pressed the paper onto a long nail next to him. "Hey, new here. What would you like to eat?" Zhao Yi asked. The princess paused for a moment, then tilted her head. "You can even choose from this?" The steaming heat made the princess unable to see clearly at first glance. Once she got used to it, she realized how lavish the meals were for these refugees. In front of her were several wooden buckets standing side by side, each filled with different kinds of stir-fried dishes. Although the meat was not visible, each bucket was glistening with oil. There was also a large basket next to it, filled with cornbread made from millet flour. There was also an enormous basin filled to the brim with white rice, the kind of rice you can only find in the south. There was also a stack of wooden plates next to it, uneven and divided into several compartments. These are plates that Qin Feng had a carpenter rush to make, specifically for these refugees. The princess had never seen this before, and when she first saw refugees carrying it, she found it quite amusing. You can choose. Normally, you can choose 2 dishes. The maximum staple food is 4 steamed buns or 2 bowls of rice. You newcomers get special treatment. The first meal is unlimited. As long as you don't leave any leftovers, you can eat as much as you want. Zhao Yi explained, then kindly advised, "I suggest you don't eat too much. Eating too much suddenly after being hungry for a long time is bad for your health." When this place was first set up, a refugee ate too much and almost died. Luckily, our superiors arranged for a doctor in advance, and he was saved in time. The princess wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't heard it with her own ears. Disaster relief efforts have always been hampered by food shortages. Refugees are given whatever they can eat, and they live hand to mouth. Qin Feng can actually be picky. The princess glanced at the wooden bucket in front of her, casually pointed to 2 kinds of vegetables, and then asked for a bowl of rice and 2 cornbread buns. Although the princess had made herself look disheveled in order to disguise herself, her natural beauty was undeniable, and Zhao Yi found her pleasing to the eye, so he scooped out an extra half spoonful of food when serving it. "Thank you. No need to be polite. Once you've recovered, you can't just eat for free anymore." Next, after the princess and her party of 5 finished receiving their meal, they found a corner and squatted down to eat. The place where the food was distributed was a large courtyard with some tables, but there were just too many refugees, and it wasn't enough to serve them all. Many people had to stand. Although the imperial envoy wanted to drive away the 2 refugees for the princess and ask her to sit down, reality did not allow him to do so. Putting aside the fact that they came here to conduct a covert investigation, even if they didn't investigate or ask any questions, it would still be dangerous for them to stand out among so many displaced people. Although the 3 guards were highly skilled in martial arts, they would probably be beaten into mud by a single punch from each of them when facing so many people. 5 people sat side by side, each holding a plate, but none of them started eating. "Your Highness, why don't we find a place to dump this? You are the darling of the heavens. How can you eat the same things as refugees? If the emperor blames us, I cannot bear the consequences." The imperial envoy pleaded in a low voice. "Keep your voice down. Don't call me your highness in front of so many people. Just call me nephew." The princess craned her neck, sniffed the plate, and said, "It doesn't smell strange. If others can eat it, then I can eat it too." The princess took a breath, picked up the cornbread, and mustered up her courage to take a bite. The next moment, her eyes widened. Nephew Gongxian, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 169. The life of a refugee is too comfortable. "My dear nephew, if you can't handle it, just spit it out." The imperial envoy was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and he couldn't even control his voice. The princess chewed the small piece of cornbread in her mouth, swallowed it, and glared at the imperial envoy. "I'm fine." "So, just now, you suddenly widened your eyes? I didn't expect this to be so delicious. It's a little salty and has a unique aroma." The princess's answer nearly made the imperial envoy burst out laughing. The daughter of the emperor, a favored daughter of heaven, a rising star of the nation, has tasted all kinds of delicacies. Even in the palace, she rarely praises the food she eats. Yet today, she actually says that a cornbread is quite delicious. Perhaps I've starved you along the way? I'm so sorry. The imperial envoy looked bitter, thinking that if this were to reach the emperor's ears, and he knew that his daughter was so hungry on her trip that she even found cornbread delicious, wouldn't he be beheaded on the spot? Keep your voice down. The princess coldly rebuked him, then took another bite of the cornbread. It's really delicious, soft and sticky. You should try it if you don't believe me. The imperial envoy lowered his head after being reprimanded, still unable to believe how delicious the cornbread in front of him could be. Not only him, but even his 3 close followers hesitated and did not speak. Even they, who were servants, ate refined rice and white flour in the capital on a daily basis, and had never eaten this kind of millet-based cornbread before. But the princess had already taken the bite. How could they, as her subjects, remain uninvolved? The 4 of them exchanged glances, shared their thoughts, and then grabbed the cornbread together and took a bite. The next moment, all 4 of them widened their eyes in unison. It's really delicious. Right? The princess smiled, put down the cornbread, picked up a bite of vegetables, chewed twice, and commented, although this dish doesn't look very appealing, it tastes quite good. The imperial envoy and his entourage immediately tasted it and nodded in agreement. It's indeed quite good. They had lunch yesterday and came from the prefectural capital. It was already evening when they arrived here, meaning they hadn't eaten or drunk anything for at least 6 hours. The people in the inner palace are different from ordinary people. Ordinary people eat 2 meals a day and do not eat after noon, but in the palace, they can eat whenever they want, and the imperial kitchen is on standby 24 hours a day. 3 meals a day is just a normal thing. Although the princess had been away for a long time, the imperial envoy had served her well and dared not neglect her. It was the first time she had been so hungry, which was probably one of the reasons why she found the food delicious. Regardless, she ate with relish, though she choked on the rice several times and had difficulty swallowing. Young lady over there, are you new here? See that big tub over there? There's soup in it. Just ladle it in here. A concerned refugee in the distance saw the princess's predicament, pointed to the deepest dent in his plate, and shouted. The princess thanked her, nodded, got up, and walked to the large barrel. There was firewood burning at the bottom of the large barrel, and the soup inside was bubbling and hot, smelling of meat. The princess swallowed, scooped up a bowlful with the large spoon beside her, and blew on the plate. There's a specially made groove on the edge of the concave hole for holding soup, making it very convenient to drink from. After taking a sip, the princess couldn't help but ask the person next to her, "What kind of soup is this? It's so delicious." The homeless woman next to me, an older woman, replied with a smile. "If you ask someone else, they might not be able to answer you. This is old duck soup, made with duck carcasses. It's very delicious, and it's even better with rice. You can try it. Made with duck." The princess was astonished. Qin Feng is truly capable. He even managed to make soup with ducks to resettle refugees. They're really rich and powerful. The princess and her entourage traveled through many provinces, and even in the best-equipped places, they could only provide enough food for homeless refugees. Those soup kitchens were truly soup kitchens. There were no various dishes, no cornbread or white rice, and no meat broth. Even the porridge they distributed was just watery soup, with hardly any grains of rice in a bowl. What merit or ability does Qin Feng, a mere county magistrate, possess? Where did he get the money to do all this? The food these refugees eat here is much better than what farmers in many poor areas eat. They don't look like refugees at all. The princess was becoming increasingly interested in Qin Feng. When I see Qin Feng, I'm going to ask him how he managed to do all this. The princess made a silent vow in her heart. After the 5 finished their meal, they followed the example of the refugees and put their used plates into a large bucket. The refugees each had their own plans and went to work with their tools. The imperial envoy dared not let the princess do hard labor and suggested, "Your Highness, why don't we follow these refugees to see what kind of work they do, and you can go back and rest?" The princess licked her lips and asked, "Do you still think Qin Feng is treating these people like slaves, exploiting and oppressing them? I've never seen a slave living such a good life." "Well, this old man isn't entirely certain either. It's just a suspicion. But as things stand, perhaps Qin Feng isn't enslaving these people." The princess nodded. "No need to rest. I'd like to see what Qin Feng has arranged for these refugees to do. Let's go find that Mr. Wan." Before he could finish speaking, Wan Kunming's voice rang out from behind. "So you guys are here. I've been looking all over for you. Why do you have to hide in this nook and cranny to have a meal? Mr. Wan, we were just looking for you. The 5 of us don't need to rest, so please arrange some work for us immediately. Didn't you say you don't keep idle people? Wan Kunming smiled and said, that's the rule. But let's put the work aside for now. The master wants to see you. Remembering Qin Feng's instructions, Wan Kunming considered for a moment, nodded slightly, and gestured for them to follow him. Gentlemen, please follow me. The princess and the imperial envoy gave Wan Kunming a deep look. He's suddenly become so polite. Could it be that he's discovered something? All right, we'd like to meet this Lord Qin as well. The princess smiled and walked ahead. Wan Kunming finally realized something was wrong. How could it be that these 5 people were vaguely led by this woman? Filled with doubt, Wan Kunming led the 5 people to Qin Feng. This must be Lord Qin. Qin Feng looked at the 5 people in front of him. A dignified-looking elderly man, 3 incredibly strong young men, and a beautiful young woman whose fair skin was still undeniable despite her disheveled appearance. He became even more certain of his guess. These 5 people are nothing but vagrants. Qin Feng took a breath, stepped forward, lifted his official robe, and knelt on both knees. Qin Feng, magistrate of Ninghai County, greets your highness, the princess, and the imperial envoy. Both the princess and the imperial envoy couldn't help but tilt their heads slightly upwards. Could it be that the prefect of Dengzhou has arrived? The prefect? No, he hasn't arrived in Ninghai County yet. Then how did you know our identities? Chapter 170. The princess ran away. Your highness, I learned this from the alias you used. Qin Feng lowered his head and explained. The surname Li is the royal surname of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and Jia Feng indicates the princess's identity. The princess raised an eyebrow slightly, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said softly, you're quite clever. The imperial envoy standing nearby then asked, how did you know that I am an imperial envoy? Qin Feng replied, it's also because of names. Among the names of you, sir, and these 3, your surname is Zhang, and the other 3 names each have their own meanings. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The character represents uprightness, and we can take this square apart from it. If you have jade in your home, replace the character under the roof with the character for jade, and you will get the character for treasure, bak. The face is like a moon. If you cut off the moon on one side of the face with a knife, and then just change its position, you get the character sword. These 4 characters combined form the phrase, Shangfang's sword. Only an imperial envoy appointed by His Majesty can carry this sword and travel eastward. Qin Feng's explanation made the imperial envoy nod repeatedly, and he turned to the princess to praise her. So it turns out that the name your highness chose so casually actually has such a profound meaning. The princess was very satisfied with this explanation, nodding repeatedly and praising him lavishly. Lord Qin is truly astute. How can such a perceptive person be merely a county magistrate? Qin Feng cupped his hands and said, the difference in official rank makes no difference to me. As a county magistrate, I am in charge of a region and more than 40,000 households. I am already struggling to manage everything. Perhaps I am not capable enough to shoulder this great responsibility. Modesty. They chatted for a long time, one sentence after another, before Wan Kunming finally came to his senses. These 5 vagrants in front of us actually have such a big background. The reigning princess. He swallowed hard and knelt down with a thud. This humble subject, Wan Kunming, kowtows to your highness, the imperial envoy. The imperial envoy was unaware of your identity and spoke carelessly. His crime deserves death. We beg your highness to have mercy and show leniency. Wan Kunming knelt on the ground, trembling all over. This is a princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the emperor's daughter, the emperor's precious flower, who can take a person's life with a single word. This was the case in ancient times. Power was centralized, and the imperial family wielded immense authority. Regardless of their original identity, whether they were bandits, bullies, or even chivalrous heroes who dared to kill corrupt officials, they all had to back down when they met members of the royal family. Just because you offended the royal family is the same as offending the whole world. No matter if you are right or wrong, you will die. Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. The only way to survive is to cross the ocean to seek a living overseas, or to cross mountains and rivers to hide in foreign lands. Otherwise, as long as they stay in the Great Zhou, they will eventually fall into the hands of the royal family. In this feudal society, the emperor could get rid of anyone he wanted. Although Qin Feng traveled from the future and had seen the new world, he was not afraid of powerful figures and even dared to contradict and imprison the prefect. However, when he encountered the royal family, he still had to submit. How can an individual, even with the aid of future knowledge, contend with royalty? Unless you're tired of living, you'll only survive by putting yourself in a life-or-death situation. Qin Feng not only wanted to live, but also wanted to make a name for himself in this era. Therefore, faced with the royal family, which truly existed like heaven, he could only submit. If he couldn't defeat them, he had to join them. At least for now, Qin Feng had to make this choice. Mr. Wan, there's no need for that. Ignorance is no excuse. I disguised myself first, and your failure to see through it only proves how skillful my acting was. The princess smiled at Wan Kunming and said, Yes, yes, yes. Wan Kunming nodded vigorously, repeatedly agreeing and flattering. Princess's performance was superb. Yesterday, and even today, I really thought you were some kind of refugee from somewhere. I didn't see anything strange about you at all. Uffed. The princess scoffed. Really? You really didn't notice anything strange about us? And how did Lord Qin find us? As clever as the princess was, she immediately understood that Wan Kunming must have realized something was wrong, sought out Qin Feng, and Qin Feng had seen through her alias, which led to the current situation. Wan Kunming was extremely nervous, his face contorted with grief. This humble subject is innocent. This humble subject was merely reporting to Lord Qin as usual. All right, no need to be nervous. I won't eat you. In any case, I pardon you. Lord Qin, Mr. Wan, please get up. The princess said, Now that we've been found out, quickly find me a place to wash up and get some women's clothes. Qin Feng bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Yes, your majesty, I obey. In the entire Ninghai County, there are no high-class places, except for the Su family mansion, which is the richest family in the county and should be able to catch the princess's eye. But Qin Feng had no intention of arranging for the princess to go there. He naturally wanted to keep such a precious person as the princess by his side and take good care of her. Otherwise, if something happened to her in Ninghai County, he, a mere county official, couldn't afford to pay for it even with 10 lives. On the way, Qin Feng noticed that the princess and the imperial envoy seemed to have a decent impression of him and their attitude was acceptable, so he tentatively asked, I wonder why your highness and the imperial envoy are disguised as refugees? What if something unexpected happens? The princess smiled faintly and explained, This year's locust plague has affected many provinces. My father is concerned about the people, so he sent Minister Lan as the imperial commissioner to investigate and visit various places to see how local officials are handling the disaster relief and how they are treating the homeless refugees. Displaced people are also citizens of the Great Zhou. When they suffer, they should receive the care of the court. If any officials in any region are lazy, corrupt, or accept bribes, they shall be stripped of their official positions at best and executed without mercy at worst. The princess had a clear and melodious voice, but being of royal birth, she possessed a royal aura. Although her voice was not loud, it was extremely powerful. Since we're going to investigate, we should investigate thoroughly and completely. Disguising ourselves as refugees will allow us to see the real situation more clearly. This approach has been very effective. I traveled all the way from Shanxi through Hunan to your Shandong province, and I saw many officials trying to pull tricks on me. I have severely punished many of them. The princess suddenly changed the subject, glancing at Qin Feng. I never expected that you would see through my plan. Your humble servant deserves to die. I had no intention of interfering with the princess's investigation. However, after guessing the princess's identity, I was worried about her safety and well-being, which is why I rushed to see you. Qin Feng explained that he wasn't afraid of being investigated. When the refugees first arrived, they did keep him extremely busy, but now the resettlement of refugees has a mature and systematic process, making things much easier. Qin Feng is confident that he can't find any fault with the resettlement of the refugees. He felt something was off about the princess's words. After thinking about it for a while, he wondered why the emperor had sent Lord Lan on an inspection tour, and why the princess, a woman of noble birth, was allowed to accompany him. He frowned, a bad feeling creeping over him. Your Highness, you didn't sneak out, did you? Chapter 171 The Princess is a Potential Client. The imperial envoy frowned and said, The princess is here to supervise me on the emperor's orders. Not bad. Qin Feng glanced at the princess's obviously unnatural expression and sensed that things weren't so simple. Qin Feng had been here for quite some time and knew a little about Princess Li Lihua. Li Lihua was 18 years old and was the emperor's darling daughter, whom he doted on terribly. Other princesses of this age would have already married and had children and moved to their own princess residences. However, she has always lived in the palace and has never married, because the emperor lets her choose her own partner, but she has never been satisfied with any of the men he has chosen over the years. At this time, she was still living in the inner palace, residing alone in Fengning Palace. Living in the palace meant less freedom. You had to let the emperor know when you came and went, and leaving the palace without permission was a serious matter. After all, he is a royal descendant. If anything were to happen to him, those accompanying him would be implicated. Qin Feng asked that question just in case. An imperial edict? In those days, there were no recordings, so anyone in the palace could lie and say they had received an imperial edict. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. Lying about receiving an imperial edict would come at a price. If discovered, it would be considered falsely conveying an imperial decree, a crime punishable by death in a heartbeat. But now that the princess's own father is saying this, he can't very well kill his own daughter. He'll probably just lock her up for a few months, and that'll be enough. The cost of committing crimes is extremely low. Qin Feng was genuinely worried. But now that the imperial envoy has spoken, he'll be the one to take the blame if anything goes wrong. He had witnesses around him. Wan Kunming was terrified in front of the royals, but he was different in front of officials. After spending so much time together, he would definitely stand up for Qin Feng in a critical moment. Qin Feng didn't pursue the matter further and returned to the yamen with the princess and the imperial envoy. As soon as she entered, the princess was attracted by the air conditioning fan on one side of the courtyard. In the cold winter, Qin Feng didn't need to bring out the air conditioning fan. What's in this wooden box? And why is there this strange-looking thing attached to the back? That's a fan I made, for use in the summer to keep cool. Blows wind. What do you mean? You mean this thing can blow wind? Yes, but someone needs to sit in the back and operate it. The princess circled the air conditioner fan, touched the pedals that powered it, and was surprised to find that it could still turn. How does this thing blow air? Quickly demonstrate it to me. It's the middle of winter. Too cold, so let's not demonstrate. Qin Feng said with difficulty. Summer flew by amidst the locust plague and the busy work of resettling displaced people. Now, with only half a month left until the Lunar New Year, it is the coldest time of the year. It's rare to have a calm day, yet we still have to turn on the fan. Upon hearing this, the imperial envoy flew into a rage. How dare you? You dare refuse the princess's request? Why don't you demonstrate it now? All right, Kunming, go up and kick it a couple of times. Qin Feng called out, and at the same time stepped forward and said to the princess, Please move aside, Your Highness. Don't stand directly in front of her. It's windy, and you might catch a cold. The princess nodded, walked a little further away, and frowned as she looked at the large box. Wan Kunming mounted the bike, put on the pedals, and pushed hard, causing the fan blades inside to begin rotating slowly. This air conditioning fan uses gears to rotate, and the key parts are all lubricated, so it's a bit difficult to start, but it's much easier once it's running. The princess was standing directly in front of the air conditioner fan, and soon felt the cold wind, which grew stronger and stronger, causing her tattered clothes to flutter in the wind. Although it was a bit cold, she was very excited. Like everyone else who saw an air conditioner fan, she clapped her hands and shouted, It really blows air. This thing really can blow air. Hey, the air can even move. The set Qin Feng used was an upgraded version of the original air conditioning fan. A wooden grill was added to the front air outlet, and the transmission device was connected to the foot pedal. As the operator pedaled, the wooden grill in front would swing back and forth to change the airflow direction. She shouted and called the imperial envoy and his 3 attendants to her side so that they could experience it together. The imperial envoy and his entourage also experienced it and found it novel as well. Seeing that they had all finished their experiences, Qin Feng quickly told Wan Kunming to stop, lest the princess catch a cold while she was with him. These days, there are no quick-acting cold medicines. If you catch a cold, you either drink bitter water or cover yourself with blankets, and it takes a long time to recover. If the princess suffers, Qin Feng will suffer too, so he must be careful. This thing is quite interesting. The wind it blows is much stronger than that of a fan. It should be very refreshing to have it in the summer. It's wonderful, wonderful. The imperial envoy praised him. The princess, however, was more interested in the underlying principle. What's inside? Can you open it up and let me see? Sure. Qin Feng dared not disobey and hurriedly cooperated with Wan Kunming to remove the outer shell, revealing the fan blades inside. The princess, quick-witted as ever, smiled knowingly. So it was because a windmill was added inside. Wind can make a windmill move. So if you make a windmill move, it can blow wind, right? Qin Feng smiled and praised. The princess saw through the reasoning at a glance. She is indeed intelligent. What is the purpose of the space after this? The princess asked again. This is for holding ice. In the summer, you put ice here and the breeze will be cool. The princess clapped her hands and exclaimed, this is truly excellent. Lord Qin certainly knows how to enjoy life. If the princess likes it, she can take a few sets with her when she leaves. I'm currently designing a new one that not only blows cool air, but also draws out the hot air from the room. Once the doors and windows are closed, the whole room will become cool and comfortable. How many sets are you taking? Do you have many? Qin Feng smiled. After this product was designed, it was loved by the villagers. Many people wanted it, so the county set up a workshop to make it. The finished products for next summer have basically all been pre-sold. This happened recently. Being in debt is a terrible feeling. Relying solely on land rent to pay off the debt, who knows when it will be possible to clear the Su family's debt. Qin Feng simply wanted to explore every avenue for making money. Given the large number of migrant workers, some of whom were not farmers but artisans, Qin Feng made the most of them by setting up this factory. The princess seemed to suddenly understand and looked at Qin Feng with approving eyes. Oh, so you're selling them. Well, I won't take them for nothing. Next summer, you make 10 sets of the latest ones and send them to the capital. I'll give you 500 taels of silver for each set. You can give one set to your father, your elder brother, your younger brother, and all your close friends. This princess is a potential client. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. This item is not difficult to make, nor is it expensive. 500 taels of silver is enough to make 10 sets. I will deliver it to the princess next summer. It's all right. Consider the extra as a reward. The princess made a casual remark and turned to walk inside. Chapter 172. Pushing open the door, I bumped into a beauty emerging from the bath. Since the princess was wealthy and generous, Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and simply nodded his thanks before following behind. This is my bedroom. I will first have someone boil water for the princess to wash up, then find some women's clothes, and then have someone prepare this room for the princess to rest in. Qin Feng walked to his door, pushed it open, and spoke to the princess. The imperial envoy was displeased upon hearing this. How dare you, Qin Feng, allow the princess to live in your own room? Quickly find the best, largest, and most comfortable house in your Ninghai County and requisition it as the princess's temporary palace. Qin Feng looked troubled. How can that be? Forcibly requisitioning a house would be bullying the people. Besides, the princess is a precious person, and only my county government dares to let her live here, since it's safer. Also, in terms of comfort, I'm afraid you can't find another place in the whole of Ninghai that's more comfortable than mine. Qin Feng wasn't boasting. He was simply stating the facts. After controlling the locusts and before the arrival of the refugees, Qin Feng enjoyed a brief period of leisure, which lasted only a dozen days, but he did not waste it. The first winter he spent here was freezing cold. The brazier in the house wasn't very effective. So, for the past 10 days or so, he specifically asked a blacksmith to make a heating system and a matching boiler. Without futuristic industrial equipment, the finished products were not entirely satisfactory, but they were still much more effective at heating than simply burning charcoal. The key is that the boiler is located outside, which makes it less likely to cause carbon monoxide poisoning accidents. Not only did he have the equipment, he also had the walls of his room renovated, with cotton layers added between the brick walls for insulation. His bed was also custom-made with a spring mattress. The manufacturing process of springs is not very difficult. You just need to have someone try a few times to make a material with sufficient elasticity, then burn it into wire, and then wind it around a stick to make it. It's certainly not as simple as using industrial equipment to do it manually, but it's not impossible. It took 10 blacksmiths half a month to make Qin Feng's spring mattress. It had a total of 2,400 springs, combined with a sturdy iron mesh. There were thick cotton pads on the top and bottom, and the outermost layer was wrapped with tiger skin. It cost a little money, and sleeping on it was both warm and breathable. Putting everything else aside, the material of this cowhide alone would be worth a lot of money in the future world, but it's not hard to get in the Great Zhou. Hearing Qin Feng's confidence, the princess said to the imperial envoy, "It's all right, I'm not that delicate. I want to see just how comfortable Lord Qin's bedroom is." The moment she stepped inside, she immediately sensed something was different. This room is so warm. Even though she couldn't see the brazier, she was surrounded by heat, so hot that she wanted to take off her clothes. This is even more comfortable than when she was in the palace. Even in the palace during winter, with charcoal braziers burning, you still have to wear thick clothes to keep warm. Moreover, if you want to keep warm, you have to stay by the fire pit all the time. You can clearly feel the difference if you are more than 5 meters away from the fire pit. How can it compare to Qin Feng's room? Qin Feng, why is your room so warm? Well, it's all thanks to this thing. It's a heater I had someone make. Qin Feng patted a large piece of iron hanging on the wall. Seeing that the princess also wanted to touch it, he hurriedly reminded her, "This thing is very hot. Princess, be careful not to get burned." The princess withdrew her outstretched hand, glanced to the side, picked up a cloth to cushion her hand, placed it on the radiator, and felt it. "This thing is really hot. Is it a branding iron?" Qin Feng chuckled to himself. Who the hell would keep a torture device in their room for no reason? No, this is a heating system. It's hollow inside and filled with water. There's a stove outside that boils the water, and once the water boils, the heating inside gets warm. Of course, the room is warmer because the room is well constructed, insulated, and doesn't let in drafts. Interesting. The princess pointed to the radiator. I want this too. Is 1,000 taels enough? Oh, that's enough. Qin Feng frowned. Why did he have the feeling of having landed a big client? Yes, when it comes to doing business, selling to the emperor is better than selling to anyone else. He is the richest person in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Perhaps a single business deal could pay off the entire 3 million taels of silver owed to the Su family. The arrival of this princess may not be a bad thing. We can use her as a go-between to expand our business into the palace. Why shouldn't Ninghai County become rich then? Qin Feng had long wanted to get into industry, but unfortunately, he wasn't an engineering student. He knew a lot about the principles, but actually putting them into practice was quite a challenge. I only regret that I am a librarian. I know a little bit about everything, but I can only rely on what I know to slowly figure things out and come up with some rudimentary technology. He had long wanted to create a tool similar to a machine tool. When Wan Kunming came to tell him the news, he was drawing design drawings, but he couldn't get anything right, which is why he ended up with a room full of papers. With that kind of standardized production equipment, many things can be done. The original parts can be slowly forged and ground. Without electricity, we can use manpower or even research and develop a steam engine to transform the Great Zhou into a steampunk world. As long as the principle is understood and the structure is sound, the finished product can be used to a minimum, which can effectively improve production efficiency and achieve industrialized production. Do business. Open factories. Develop industry. We absolutely must take good care of this first big client. Sir, the hot water is ready. A yamen runner came to report. Qin Feng put on a smile and respectfully said to the princess, Your Highness, please wash up first. I will go and find you a set of women's clothes. Go. Seeing that the princess was quite satisfied with the room, the imperial envoy immediately said, In that case, we will go and keep watch outside. Qin Feng led his group out of the room, and as soon as he stepped out, he heard the princess's voice from inside. Haha, how did you make this bed? It's so soft? No, it's so bouncy. Qin Feng turned around, but didn't see the princess leave. He assumed she was talking to herself, giving Wan Kunming a few instructions, bidding farewell to the imperial envoy, and leaving the yamen. You can borrow women's clothes from anyone's house. Lending women's clothes to a princess is not such a casual matter. Ordinary clothes are not suitable for a princess, and rashly sending them to her might lead to reprimand. After much thought, Qin Feng concluded that only one person's clothes could meet his needs, Su Jin. Therefore, he went straight to the Su family. Are you Lord Qin? The Su family's gate was wide open, and a servant stood at the entrance to answer it. Qin Feng frequently visited the Su family. The servant knew that he had a good relationship with the young lady, so he neither stopped him nor announced his arrival, and simply let him in. As they walked into the inner courtyard, they ran into Su Sheng. Is your young lady here? I need to speak with her urgently. Su Sheng turned around and looked at the room not far behind him. Young miss? Oh, she's in her room. Qin Feng started walking inside before he finished listening, and Su Sheng was stunned for a moment before hurriedly following behind. Hey, sir, you can't go in. My young lady is taking a bath. By the time the words were spoken, it was too late. Qin Feng had already pushed open the door and stepped into the room. Turning his head, he saw a painting of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. Chapter 173, You Have to Marry Me. Qin Feng and Su Jin looked at each other, both of them frozen in place, as if petrified. Time seemed to stand still, with only Su Sheng outside, slapping his thigh in frustration. My lord, how could you barge in like this? You've ruined my young lady's reputation. His words were heard by Qin Feng and Su Jin, and the two of them seemed to thaw out. Su Jin casually grabbed a red object and threw it at Qin Feng. Without a second thought, Qin Feng caught it, then immediately left the room, closed the door, and leaned against it, his chest heaving, a strange smile on his face. Blood began to slowly flow from his nostrils, and the hem of his clothes bulged high. That scene was absolutely breathtaking. Su Jin has fair skin, is beautiful, and has a figure that is 1 in a million. The fat on my body is all in the right places. Any more would make me look fat, and any less would make me look thin. Its exquisite curves are captivating and mesmerizing. It is simply a work of art meticulously sculpted by God. Especially since this body had just climbed out of the bathtub, it was so fresh and alluring. Just one glance ignited a fire within Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his hand to look at what he had just instinctively caught, and the blood flowing from his nose became even more profuse. That's a belly band that Su Jin had gathered up. Immediately, Qin Feng's smile became even more sinister. Just for the beautiful scenery he just saw, even if a bolt of lightning struck Qin Feng dead right now, his life would be worth it. No matter how much Su Sheng stomped his feet, it was no use. The deed is done. The young lady has been seen naked by Qin Feng, and that cannot be changed. Su Jin is Su Sheng's junior, so it's normal for him to be angry as an elder. He looked at Qin Feng, whose nose was still bleeding profusely, with disgust, and said through gritted teeth, "Lord Qin, please wipe the blood first and stop laughing." "Huh? Am I bleeding? Your clothes are all red. Take me to get cleaned up quickly." Su Sheng sighed heavily, led Qin Feng to a place, gave him a basin of cold water to wash his face and cool him down, and then found him a set of clothes. It took Qin Feng a long time to suppress his lust and calm down. He came to borrow clothes, but ended up seeing Su Jin naked. What the hell is he going to do now? Just as he was getting anxious, Su Jin's voice came from outside the door. "Lord Qin, please come out and talk to me." Qin Feng walked out of the door with an embarrassed look on his face and saw that Su Jin had already put on her clothes, but her hair was still wet, neatly combed, and hanging over her shoulders. Facing Su Jin, he didn't know what expression to use. "Miss Su, I'm really sorry about earlier. I really didn't expect you to be taking a bath in there. You really are something. Why didn't you lock the door when you were taking a bath?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin blushed and glared at Qin Feng, saying, "Ew, you come with me." Reaching the doorway, Su Jin pointed to a broken wooden bolt on the ground and said, "Look, I clearly bolted the door, but you pushed it open, and even the bolt broke." Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Come to think of it, he had an elixir given to him by the system, which gave him the strength of an ox. He rushed over in a hurry to borrow clothes for the princess, and he didn't hold back. Perhaps he did push the door too hard. Can a cow push open a broken door tied with a log? He was speechless. As a result, Su Jin had already been very lenient by not calling him a lecherous scoundrel. "I really didn't mean it. I just urgently needed to speak with you. That's why." Su Jin was on the verge of tears, biting her lower lip, her face flushed, filled with shame and indignation. In ancient times, men and women were not allowed to touch each other. This was a matter of propriety. For women, chastity is more important than anything else. Even a strong woman like Su Jin, who is out in the public eye and can no longer be measured by the standards of an ordinary woman, still holds this belief. She usually covers herself up tightly, even in the sweltering summer, and no one has ever seen her except for her hands and the area above her neck. Today, Qin Feng saw her completely naked. How could she accept that? Su Jin bit her lower lip for a long time, tears welling up in her eyes, before finally saying a few words to Qin Feng. "You have to marry me." "Huh? Is this appropriate?" Qin Feng subconsciously took a step back. He was more than willing, but this happiness came too quickly and caught him off guard. "You're just going to marry me like that? Don't you even need to test me anymore?" Men in ancient times were so damn lucky. For a moment, Qin Feng stammered as he tried to speak. But when Su Jin saw him backing away and heard his hesitant words, she frowned and tears streamed down her face. "You won't agree? Then I won't live." Su Jin let out a howl and crashed into the door frame beside her. That speed, that momentum, it was a real collision, not a joke. The Su family's doors are made of expensive rosewood, which is very hard. If someone were to bump their head into it, they would immediately suffer a head injury and have a high chance of dying instantly. Fortunately, Qin Feng reacted quickly, taking 3 steps at a time to grab Su Jin's waist and pull her back, holding her tightly. Su Jin was pulled back, looking back at Qin Feng with grief and indignation, struggling to shout, "What are you doing? I'm willing to marry her. I'm willing to marry her. Don't get excited. Miss Su is a beauty of unparalleled grace. If she's willing to marry you, Qin Feng would be more than happy to do so. How could I refuse?" Su Jin stopped struggling, her expression softening slightly, and she asked through sobs, "Really? Of course it's true. I hesitated just now because I was worried I wasn't good enough for you. Su Jin's face fell again. You lecherous scoundrel, you are naturally not good enough for me. But you just said that Su Jin has lost her innocence, and she only has two paths left, to marry you or to commit suicide. I really didn't mean to. I know. If you were doing it on purpose, why would I? Su Jin's breathing gradually calmed down. She looked at the door, which was still open, and saw Su Xing watching from outside. She quickly said to Qin Feng, You put me down first. Oh. Qin Feng released his arm from Su Jin's, and after they separated, he stuck his butt out to avoid Su Jin seeing the strange appearance on his face. Su Jin walked to the door, nodded to Su Sheng, closed the door, turned to Qin Feng, and said, From now on, I'm yours. As a county magistrate, you are a man of some standing. Let me make this clear first. Although I, Su Jin, can only marry you, you cannot be negligent. All the proper etiquette must be observed. If you don't have enough money, you can ask me for it, but it must be a proper marriage. Although I come from a merchant family and am of humble status, I still have a certain pride. I will only be a wife, not a concubine. Qin Feng took 2 steps forward, grabbed Su Jin's hand, and said affectionately, Miss Su, rest assured, I, Qin Feng, only want one wife in this life, not a concubine. We will spend the rest of our lives together, one lifetime, one love. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Su Jin's face. Really? Really? Chapter 174, A mattress worth 10,000 taels of silver. In ancient times, women had a low social status and were taught from a young age to obey the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. But to be honest, what woman doesn't want her man to love only her? Love is always selfish, regardless of the era or background. Social rules are one thing, but everyone's intentions are another. Therefore, upon hearing Qin Feng's assurance, Su Jin finally smiled. She pouted and said, You're good at sweet-talking people. You make promises you can't keep. Men always say nice things, but in the end, aren't they all having multiple wives and concubines? Qin Feng tightened his grip on Su Jin's hand. I'm serious. Time will tell. Since you're going to marry me anyway, why not choose to trust me first? Whether I'm just flattering you or I can really do it, only time will tell. A blush rose on Su Jin's face, and she nodded gently. An awkward situation was finally resolved. Of course, this was also based on the premise that Su Jin already had feelings for Qin Feng. Su Jin wouldn't choose to marry just because someone barged in and saw her taking a bath. If it were anyone else, either she would die, or that person would die. Qin Feng unexpectedly gained a beautiful wife for free, and was so happy that he completely forgot the purpose of coming here. Su Jin asked again, Did you come to see me today because of something? Is it because you don't have enough money to buy food for the refugees? Qin Feng suddenly remembered the important matter and jumped up. Oh no, I forgot about the important thing. I came to borrow clothes. Women's clothes. Borrow clothes. Women's clothes? What would a grown man like you want to borrow women's clothes for? Su Jin's expression gradually turned like Daiyu's. Could it be? Women are creatures with rich inner lives, and Qin Feng, having read many books on female psychology, knows this deeply. A man and a woman are talking, each saying a sentence. But a man might only have that one sentence on his mind. A woman, however, might conjure up an entire world from that one sentence, which is quite frightening. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feng quickly stopped her, preventing Su Jin from overthinking, and laid it out directly. I lent the clothes to the princess. I shouldn't have told you this, but since you already... Qin Feng gestured back and forth between the 2 men to indicate their current relationship, and continued, There's nothing to hide anymore. Her Highness the Princess and the Imperial Envoy disguised themselves as refugees and arrived in Ninghai County yesterday. They even stayed overnight in a wooden hut where refugees temporarily reside. I only found out this morning. I was afraid something might happen to her, so I brought her to the yamen and had someone boil water for her to bathe. She didn't bring any clothes with her, so I had to find some women's clothes to take back. Ordinary clothes wouldn't do. They had to be from a wealthy family. I thought about it and decided that I could only ask you for help. So I came here. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Su Jin asked in surprise, Your Highness? Could it be Li Lihua, the one rumored to reside in Fengning Palace? Exactly. Su Jin nodded, her emotions calming down. There was another woman by Qin Feng's side, which did make her feel uneasy, but she knew that the difference in status between a princess and a county official was too great to be true. The fact that the matter of borrowing clothes was delayed means Qin Feng is more likely to be in trouble. The 2 of them are practically a couple now, so Su Jin naturally wants to put herself in Qin Feng's shoes. What is the princess's figure like? Is she tall or short, thin or plump? She asked a question, and then walked up to the wardrobe and opened the drawer containing the clothes. Not much different from yours. Su Jin thought for a moment, then picked out a few outfits from the drawer. These are all outfits I often wear. The fabrics are top quality, and I like the styles. You can take them and let the princess choose. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Su. Su Jin glared at Qin Feng resentfully. From now on, just call me Xiangming. That's the nickname my mother gave me. She said that when I was born, my body smelled like tea. Qin Feng smiled and sniffed her. You live up to your name. The intimate gesture made Su Jin blush and pushed Qin Feng away, saying, You should leave now. Don't make things worse. Okay, I'll come to propose marriage once I'm all ready. Qin Feng left the Su family with several sets of clothes in his arms. Upon returning to the yamen, he handed the clothes to a maid in the county office and asked her to take them to his room. Then he waited outside with the imperial envoy and others. Before long, the princess finished washing up, changed her clothes, and came out. The clothes fit perfectly. After changing her clothes and cleaning herself up, Li Hua seemed like a completely different person, no longer the refugee whose gender was indistinguishable. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. A man who can choose his wife from all over the country will surely have a beautiful daughter. Her appearance was comparable to Su Jin's, but she was 2 years younger than Su Jin. Born into the imperial court, Su Jin, from a merchant family, had a very different temperament. Although Princess Li Hua was rather flamboyant and a daring and outspoken person, she still retained the noble air that only royalty could possess in her every move. Compared to Su Jin, she only lacked a touch of gentleness and charm. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on the princess for a moment longer, immediately drawing a rebuke from the imperial envoy. Qin Feng, how dare you? How dare you look directly at the princess? This is utterly disrespectful. Qin Feng shuddered and immediately lowered his head. Royal etiquette is no joke. He remembered reading in a book that someone in history had offended the emperor by making eye contact at an inappropriate time and was ordered to be beheaded. Cause of death, taking one more look. Qin Feng, however, did not want to die. He lowered his head and thought to himself, what's the use of being good-looking if no one is looking at you? My future wife is much better. She not only lets people look at her, but she also pulls me close and puts her arm around my waist. How could you forget to give me a kiss just now? Qin Feng licked his lips. Qin Feng, raise your head. Yes. Qin Feng glanced smugly at the imperial envoy. This is what the princess told you to look up. You have nothing to say now, right? This is in order to look at beautiful women. When Qin Feng looked up, he was almost startled. The princess's face was almost touching his. Qin Feng, what's going on with your bed? How can it bounce like that? I have tiger skins in my palace. Even with several layers of quilts underneath, it still doesn't bounce like that. What exactly did you put in your bed? Tell me now. Qin Feng tilted his head back to keep his distance from the princess, then took a step back and said with a dry laugh, There's a mystery inside. It's a bit complicated to explain. How about we give the princess a mattress next year too? No, I want it right now, immediately. This bed is mine. This bed cost a bit too much. 10,000 taels. No problem. Chapter 175. The imperial envoy and the princess interrogated each other in turn. The princess went to the government office and shopped around like she was in a mall, placing quite a few orders. Qin Feng made a small profit, and everyone was happy. Qin Feng also arranged rooms for the imperial envoy and his personal guards. The imperial envoy also took a bath and changed his clothes, and then it was the turn of the personal guards. In fact, there were enough rooms in the yamen and 5 wooden tubs for bathing, so that everyone could bathe at the same time. However, the imperial envoy clearly did not dare to entrust the princess's safety to others, just as Qin Feng was also afraid that something might happen to the princess on his territory. The 3 bodyguards took turns bathing. By the time they had all finished washing, it was almost noon. Your Highness, it's already noon. I usually eat rather simply, and the cooks at the yamen are only SOSO. How about we have lunch at Chengxianglu, the most popular restaurant in Ninghai? Qin Feng made the suggestion. The princess had no objections and nodded gently, saying, All right, the snacks I had this morning were quite good. I'd like to have some more at noon. Dessert. Qin Feng frowned. He couldn't recall any snacks being served to the refugees. The imperial envoy cautiously reminded him, It's just cornbread. After savoring the taste, the imperial envoy commented, That cornbread was indeed excellent. What's your secret recipe, Lord Qin? Why is it so soft and chewy? I see. Qin Feng was surprised that even the princess and the imperial envoy thought the cornbread he had made was delicious, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. There's no special recipe. It's just about removing the husks from rice and grinding it into flour. That way, the texture will naturally be better. The imperial envoy raised an eyebrow. The resettlement of displaced people is done with such meticulous care. Hasn't this year's locust plague affected Ninghai County at all? I heard from the prefect that you, Qin Feng, disobeyed orders and refused the imperial decree to harvest the crops ahead of schedule. Qin Feng quickly cupped his hands in apology. Your Excellency, please understand. I was only trying to save the harvest. At that time, the locust plague had already been brought under control, and the grain could have been harvested normally. If I had listened to the prefect, it would have been a waste of the people's labor for a year. Oh, is that so? The locust plague has affected so many places, and so many officials are helpless. You actually claim to have controlled the locust plague? Do you think I, the imperial envoy, am so easily fooled? I want to see how your Ninghai County's harvest is this year, and how much tax grain you have paid. Bring me the grain register. The imperial envoy wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson in order to demonstrate his authority. But as the saying goes, if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. Qin Feng sat upright, and everything he said to the imperial envoy and the princess was true. He had no fear of being investigated. He nodded to Wan Kunming, who immediately brought out the account books for the imperial envoy to review. Once the tax grain was paid, the state government would issue a receipt for it, making it clear how much had been paid. When the imperial envoy opened the account book and saw the numbers written on it, he was extremely surprised. Huh? How come we're paying more grain tax this year despite the disaster? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Since last year, our county has been collecting grain tax based on a percentage of farmers' harvests. Naturally, a bumper harvest means more tax is paid. How much did you pay? The princess asked curiously as well. She found Qin Feng very interesting, given how many strange and unusual things he had at home, and she held him in high regard. But she was a princess, and she didn't forget why she and the imperial envoy had come all this way. In her opinion, if a person is busy doing all sorts of messy things, he certainly won't have the energy to focus on politics and people's livelihood. So she was skeptical of Qin Feng's words. Your Highness, the grain tax paid by Ninghai County is approximately double that of previous years, and also twice the amount paid by other counties in the Dengzhou region. Is this really true? Are the ledgers genuine? The receipt is genuine, and it bears the official seal of the prefect. The imperial envoy responded with disbelief, yet he had no choice but to accept it. The princess nodded slowly. That is indeed strange. May I ask, Lord Qin, why is it that Ninghai County harvested even more grain in years when it suffered from disaster? You wouldn't be levying exorbitant taxes and forcibly taking food from the mouths of the people, would you? The princess spoke calmly, but she was questioning Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained composed and calm, saying, Of course not. Under my guidance, the farmers in this county have improved their farming methods, which has led to higher yields. The farmers in Ninghai County used to not have enough to eat every year, but this year, they will have a surplus. If the princess does not believe it, she can ask any household to open their door and check. I guarantee that every household will have enough grain. Seeing Qin Feng's confidence, the princess suddenly realized that she might have guessed wrong, but she couldn't admit defeat, so she said, You don't need to tell me. I will investigate myself. After saying that, she took out a folded piece of paper from her sleeve, unfolded it, and revealed the notice she had torn off. And what's your explanation for this? Other local officials avoid refugees like the plague, but you do the opposite, actively inviting them to your place. The Empress Dowager and the Imperial Envoy both suspect that you are taking advantage of these refugees' displacement to lure them here to do hard labor. Hee hee. Qin Feng smiled, looked at the princess, shook his head, and asked, Your Highness, you slept in the refugees' quarters last night and ate with them this morning. Haven't you judged whether I'm enslaving them or exploiting them like laborers? As for this notice, it was indeed posted by my humble servant. I won't go into the reason yet, but let Her Highness have something interesting to see first. Qin Feng summoned Wan Kunming and whispered a few words to him. Wan Kunming immediately went to the main hall of the yamen and returned quickly with more than a dozen notices in his hand, which he spread out on the ground in front of the princess. Qin Feng pointed to the notices and introduced them one by one. Princess, please look. This was torn from the notice board in Lizhou County. This was torn from the notice board in Weiyuan County, and this is. Qin Feng pointed them out one by one, and finally concluded, these were all posted by the prefect. The princess glanced at the contents, which were basically the same as those written by Gao Shirley in her hand. They both said that there was food and shelter in Ninghai County and urged the refugees to come quickly. The only difference is that Qin Feng's version is an upgraded one, which not only accepts refugees, but also ordinary people. Prefect Jia, why are you posting these? Why is he gathering all the refugees here with Lord Qin? Judging from his tone, he should have some kind of grudge against you. Qin Feng, why would he help you? I am puzzled, the imperial envoy asked. Prefect Jia is not helping me at all. Qin Feng revealed the truth. He probably originally planned to drive all the refugees to my place, disrupt the order of Ninghai County, and make Ninghai County chaotic so that he could take revenge on me for killing his distant relative. What's going on here? The imperial envoy was stunned. How did this involve a death? Chapter 176, taking the princess to visit the rice terraces. Qin Feng told the imperial envoy and the princess in detail what the original situation of Ninghai County was like, including the fact that his advisor Jia Wu and steward had colluded with bandits, leaving no detail unmentioned. The princess and the imperial envoy were outraged and clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. This Jia Wu is nothing but a mere clerk, yet he dares to be so arrogant? Letting him die at the hands of the bandits is too good for him. Lord Qin is truly resourceful, managing to come up with a way to lure the bandits into his trap. Qin Feng humbly replied, "These are mere trifles, not worth mentioning. That Jia Wu was a distant relative of Prefect Jia Chong. Now that he's dead, the prefect will surely hold me responsible. He's always been at odds with me, and as far as I know, he even sent people to monitor my every move." Qin had successfully controlled the locusts before, and the crops in the fields were clearly growing very well. Yet he still came to Ninghai County and ordered his men to forcibly harvest the crops without any explanation. If the farmers had listened to him then, Ninghai County would probably have suffered a major loss this year. The princess frowned deeply, trembling with anger. This is truly perverse. It's outrageous. The prefect's actions were already a violation of the law and a breach of imperial authority. The imperial envoy, still harboring doubts about Qin Feng, said, "Qin Feng, you've denigrated the prefect to the point of utter incompetence. But what have you done with Ninghai County yourself? So many displaced people crammed into one large house. This isn't a long-term solution. How exactly are you settling these displaced people? Could you show me and the princess this properly? If the prefect can forge documents, then other officials must be able to forge documents as well." He always felt that the food the refugees he had seen before was far too good, almost unbelievable. Who knew if Qin Feng had received some advance notice and made preparations in advance, just like that prefect Jia Chong? It all depends on whether Qin Feng is willing to let him and the princess see it publicly. Ninghai County is much smaller than Dengzhou Prefecture. If Qin Feng was unwilling, he would secretly visit the princess and they would eventually find some clues. If Qin Feng is willing, then he can take a good look with him. Qin Feng laughed and said, "Why not? Princess and imperial envoy, would you like to have dinner first or come with me for a stroll?" Princess, look, suit yourself. I'm not particularly hungry right now, so I might as well wander around. I'm also curious about how those refugees were settled and why they all seem so energetic as they go to work. If the princess agrees, then things will be easy. Did you hear that? The princess cares about the people and is concerned about the refugees. That's perfect. You should have someone prepare the luncheon for noon. After all, we are entertaining Her Highness the Princess, and we must be worthy of the royal family. Give her some more time so that your people can make proper preparations. The imperial envoy looked up and said. Qin Feng bowed his head and replied, "What the imperial envoy says is absolutely right." He immediately instructed his men to inform Chengxianglu to prepare a banquet at noon according to the highest standards. At the same time, 2 carriages were summoned, one for the princess and Qin Feng, along with 2 personal attendants, and another for the imperial envoy, along with 1 other personal attendant and 2 yamen runners. The 2 carriages went directly out of the city. The carriage had no curtains on either side so that passengers could see the scenery along the way. Once outside the city, the land stretched out before them, clearly visible. The princess watched as farmers turned the soil in the fields and couldn't help but ask, "In the dead of winter, why are people still working?" Qin Feng replied, "Those are some vegetables that can grow in winter. When the refugees first arrived, I didn't have much grain or money to buy grain, so I thought of giving them land so they could grow some vegetables to get through the winter." "Oh, that's a good idea." The princess nodded in agreement, then said, "But if that's the case, the number of people in your fields is too small, isn't it? This morning I clearly saw thousands of refugees. Where did you put them?" "Thousands." Hee hee, princess, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng smiled and kept everyone in suspense. The carriage continued on its journey and finally reached the foot of the mountain. Princess, please alight from the carriage. Qin Feng stepped down from the carriage first, his arm around the princess. The princess looked around. Birds were singing, flowers were blooming, and tall trees stood tall. She couldn't help but ask, Qin Feng, why did you bring me to this mountain? Princess, please calm down and come with me. Qin Feng walked ahead for about 100 meters, then rounded a row of trees, and suddenly the scenery changed dramatically. The mountain in front of us has been transformed into terraced fields, and farmers are working in the fields. The cabbages and spinach planted a little earlier are already a lush green. These vegetables have a short growth cycle and can mature in 2 or 3 months. The princess had never seen such a mountain before. Looking at the scenery before her, she was speechless. How? How can you farm on such a mountain? And with such a strange shape? These were all reclaimed by Qin's men. They're called terraced fields. The original steep slopes were modified into their current form, so they can be planted with crops just like regular farmland, and they get better sunlight, so the crops grow better. This is your idea? Exactly. The princess grinned and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Impressive. You even came up with this method? That's astonishing. Does that mean your Ninghai County will have several times more land for farming than other counties? That's exactly right. Were these built to resettle refugees? Qin Feng shook his head and bowed slightly as he explained. That's not the case. I've had people prepare these terraced fields for a long time. They weren't originally intended for these refugees, but for the farmers in this county to cultivate. Farmers? Don't the farmers in your county own their own land? The princess raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Originally, there should have been. When the Great Zhou Dynasty was founded, the land was allocated to farmers, and all that was needed each year was to pay a grain tax. The princess's doubts deepened, and she tilted her head to look at Qin Feng. Then why did you cultivate the terraced fields? If you plant terraced fields for them, what will happen to the original land? Could it be that you had premonition and knew that there would be a disaster and that refugees would come? Princess, you may not know this, but the land originally belonged to the farmers. However, for some reason, the local gentry used tricks and cunning to seize it, and in the end, it all became theirs. The farmers need to eat, but they have no land to cultivate, so they can only rent the land from the gentry. However, they have to pay 80% of the rent to rent their land, leaving less than 20%. Those with few family members can barely make ends meet, while those with many family members suffer from famine every year. As the local official of Ninghai County, Qin Feng could not stand by and watch the farmers go hungry, so he thought of reclaiming the land and handing it over to the farmers to cultivate. Chapter 177 Tiered Tax Collection. The princess listened to Qin Feng's story, nodding repeatedly, and felt that what Qin Feng said made a lot of sense. The imperial envoy behind him couldn't stand it anymore. The family of this imperial envoy is a family of officials. Going back 2 generations, they were all virtuous ministers of the Great Zhou Dynasty. After retiring to their hometowns, the older generation naturally became local gentry. They owned considerable land, some of which was bestowed by the emperor, but most of it came from the common people. However, he did not believe that his family was seizing by trickery and force, so he couldn't help but argue with Qin Feng. Lord Qin, you keep saying that the local gentry are extorting and plundering. I'd like to hear how they are doing it. Do you really think they would dare to forcibly seize farmers' land deeds in broad daylight? It's not robbery. The country has its laws, and these people wouldn't be so brazen. They just know how to use some tricks. Qin Feng meticulously described the common practices of local gentry, such as lending money at exorbitant interest rates, and lending grain to poor farmers and repaying 3 times the amount borrowed. Thus, the poorer the farmers are, the more they have to borrow. The more they borrow, the more they have to repay. When they are so heavily indebted that they can't pay back their debts, they have no choice but to use their own land to settle the debts. The gentry often used this method to amass the wealth and property of the poor, including not only land but also housing. Some houses that originally belonged to farmers were mortgaged to the gentry. They had to pay rent every month to live in their own houses, and their lives were miserable. Humph. The imperial envoy sneered twice. Humans are inherently profit-driven. If there were no interest, what reason would those gentry have to lend money and grain to these poor people? This is reasonable and legal. How can it be considered extortion? If the farmers can't repay their loans, what does it have to do with these gentry? No one forced them to mortgage their land or property. The number of officials in this dynasty is limited. It is difficult to manage every corner of the Great Zhou with the power of the court alone. Many local villages and towns still rely on these gentry to maintain order, which is the guarantee of the stability of the grassroots of our Great Zhou. How come in your mouth, Qin Feng? These local gentry have become heinous villains. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately sensed something was off. After a moment's thought, he realized that the imperial envoy was putting himself in the shoes of the local gentry and speaking on their behalf. This is undermining my own reputation. If I can't shut him up, what will happen? He hasn't even mentioned that he cleverly took the land from the local gentry. Qin Feng glanced at the imperial envoy, pondered for a moment, and then responded with a cold laugh. Your Excellency is mistaken. These are just a few examples that I can bring to the table. People are never satisfied. Many gentry will use any means necessary to seize the land of the poor. Robbery is commonplace, and there are quite a few cases that have resulted in death. Nonsense. The laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty are strict. They forcibly seize farmers' property and take lives. Aren't they afraid of the law? How could officials in various places allow such a thing to happen? The imperial envoy abruptly flicked his sleeves and loudly retorted. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh, shook his head slightly, and sighed. The imperial envoy has been in a high position for too long and is too ignorant of the lower-level officialdom. These local gentry really aren't afraid. Qin Feng began his analysis. In this dynasty, the grain tax is collected in 10 parts. For every 10 mu of land cultivated, farmers only need to pay the harvest tax for 1 mu. The remaining 90 parts are more than enough to live on. Officials in various regions can also easily collect the grain tax and hand it over. The court has enough grain, the people are well fed and clothed, and the local officials are not under much pressure. It can be said that everyone is happy. But the gentry took away the farmers' land, and while they were exempt from paying 80% of the annual rent, the farmers who cultivated 10 mu only received a harvest from 2 mu. The local grain tax was still collected according to the original standard, which meant that half of it was taken from the farmers. The imperial envoy frowned, counted on his fingers, and realized that seemed to be the case. The princess also looked stern. She glanced at the farmers around her and wondered if these people had lived like this before. Qin Feng continued, if we strictly enforce this standard and collect grain taxes, many people will starve to death every year. In just a few years, a county will have very few people left. That won't work. Local officials had no choice but to collect a portion of the grain from the farmers, leaving enough to keep them from starving, and then collect the outstanding grain tax from the local gentry. The local gentry are not required to pay taxes. By helping the local officials, they gain leverage over them. If the gentry do anything to oppress the people in the future, these local officials can only turn a blind eye. This creates a vicious cycle. Qin Feng clasped his hands in a fist salute to the imperial envoy and said solemnly, in this way, the poor will only become poorer and the rich richer, and the laws and regulations of the country will become nothing but empty words in the face of the poor. Your Excellency, have you ever heard the saying, the people are the water, and the emperor is the boat? Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. The people have been oppressed to the extreme, and they will inevitably become dissatisfied with the court. At that time, the Great Zhou Dynasty may be in danger of being destroyed. If it really comes to that, will your Excellency still believe that the actions of those gentry are correct? This. The imperial envoy was stumped by the question and speechless. He wanted to speak, but didn't know how. He never imagined that the gentry's demand for land from the farmers would threaten the survival of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With the princess by his side, he dared not express his opinions recklessly. If the princess heard something amiss and said it to the emperor, he, the imperial envoy, would be in danger. The princess pondered Qin Feng's words, repeating them over and over. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Wasn't it precisely because our Great Zhou's founding emperor followed the will of heaven and overthrew the tyranny of the previous dynasty that the Great Zhou came into being? Emperor Taizu was well aware of the people's suffering. He exempted the country from taxes for 10 years after its founding. In previous years, the tax rate was only 1/20th, with light taxes and levies. However, in the past 2 years, the official granaries have not been able to collect enough grain, so taxes have been increased. Now that you mention it, Qin Feng, the reason for the insufficient grain tax is actually due to these local gentry. That's exactly right, Qin Feng answered. The princess frowned, looked at Qin Feng, and asked humbly, then in your opinion, how should things be improved? Or, should the emperor issue a decree forcing the gentry to return the land in their hands to the people? Qin Feng shook his head. No, Just as the imperial envoy said, the relationship between the gentry and the common people is a normal loan relationship on the surface. The land is often obtained through pledging, which is reasonable and legal. Then what can be done to solve this? Qin Feng chuckled and raised a finger. It's quite simple. Just do two things. First, from now on, everyone who owns land must pay grain tax. The tax will be based on 30 mu per household. Even local gentry will be exempt. In this way, regardless of whether the land is in the hands of ordinary people or farmers, the country's grain tax will be guaranteed. Those who do not own land will not need to pay. Secondly, in addition to the benchmark, 2 more levels will be set up. For households with more than 1,000 mu of land, the grain tax will be doubled, and for those with more than 10,000 mu, it will be quadrupled. Chapter 178, 300,000 taels. The princess nodded repeatedly, a smile playing on her lips. In this way, the more land the gentry own, the more grain tax they will have to pay. The more land a large family owns, the more grain tax it can contribute to our Great Zhou. But this only solves the problem of the local gentry. What about the problem of the common people having no land? Qin Feng smiled and pointed around. Let's do it this way. The people will cultivate their own land, and once they have cultivated it, they can register it with the government, and it will be recognized by the court as official land. In this way, won't they have land to cultivate? This county is the pilot site. When the time is right, it can be promoted nationwide. If that's really the case, then it would be quite good. Qin Feng, I really didn't expect that you, a mere county magistrate, could possess such great talent and ambition. It's truly remarkable. Qin Feng quickly and modestly bowed, saying, Your Highness, you flatter me. How could this be? The imperial envoy grew anxious and muttered to himself. If this were to be done, the interests of the local gentry would be in jeopardy. Qin Feng saw the imperial envoy's appearance and asked with a smile, What's wrong, Your Excellency? This move is of great benefit to the court and the Great Zhou. Don't you want to see the Great Zhou prosper and the national treasury full? The imperial envoy's expression changed drastically. Of course I want to see my Great Zhou become better. What are you saying, Lord Qin? I just feel that something is still amiss. Qin Feng smiled. I am but a county magistrate, and I am merely experimenting at this point. It is natural that there will be shortcomings. I am offering a suggestion, a direction. Once His Majesty sees the problem, he will naturally summon capable individuals to fill the gaps. Your Excellency, you can also discuss your thoughts with His Majesty at that time. Qin Feng, you did well. Write a memorial, including everything you just said and thought. I will present the memorial to the Emperor on your behalf. Thank you, Princess. Qin Feng bowed and clasped his hands in thanks. Get up. It is a blessing for the Great Zhou to have a pillar of the state like you. The more the princess looked at Qin Feng, the more satisfied she became. He was not only young and handsome, but also far-sighted and had so many wonderful things in his head. Looking around, the princess noticed several wet fields, but couldn't see a single person carrying water. She asked curiously, Qin Feng, your fields are all up in the mountains. It must be inconvenient for the people to carry water for irrigation, right? The imperial envoy also noticed this problem and felt he had finally found a point to criticize Qin Feng. Indeed, I noticed it too. Water flows downhill. These 2 fields you've opened up are all show and no substance. They can only be cultivated when the weather is favorable. If there's little rain, the fields at the foot of the mountain can be irrigated. But what will you do with your fields on the mountain? Qin Feng laughed and didn't answer directly. Instead, he gestured for the princess to come along. Princess, imperial envoy, please follow me. I have something interesting for you to see. After you see it, your doubts will be resolved. Qin Feng led the princess and the imperial envoy up the mountain along the steps that had been specially built to make it easier for farmers to climb. The princess immediately heard the sound of rushing water. The sound of water? Could there be a stream on the mountaintop? But the mountain isn't very high. How could that be? The princess looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head and did not answer. Instead, he said, Princess, Your Excellency, please look over there. What is that? Following the direction Qin Feng pointed, the princess and the imperial envoy saw a set of wooden equipment, just like the strangely shaped items in Qin Feng's house. There are handrails on top, and in the middle is a rotating shaft with something like a lattice on it. There are also raised wooden boards on both sides. 2 people were standing on the raised wooden plank. With each step they took, the axle would turn, causing the plank to rotate from the bottom to the top. Most importantly, these grates are filled with water. When the grates are flipped over, the water is poured into the ditch in front, gurgling forward and flowing into a large reservoir on the mountaintop. The reservoir has sluice gates on all four sides. Some of the sluice gates are open, and the water flows down through them, flowing directly into the terraced fields below. There are also sluice gates in the terraced fields where water flows. Once enough water has been poured, the gates are closed, and the water will continue to flow down to the next level. The Great Zhou Dynasty never had terraced fields, let alone water wheels. The princess's eyes lit up, and she pointed at the water wheel like a child. What's that? It looks so fun. Can I try it? Of course. Qin Feng nodded. The imperial envoy's expression changed, but before he could stop her, the princess had already run to the water wheel. He could only shout, "Princess, please be careful." Although Qin Feng designed this water wheel himself, he and Wan Kunming made repeated adjustments to it, and its safety and efficiency have reached perfection. The people on the water wheel didn't recognize the princess, but they knew she must be an important person from her gorgeous clothes. As soon as the princess spoke, they got off and carefully helped her onto the water wheel. She tried stepping on it, and the water wheel moved. She beamed with joy. It moved. This thing is so much fun. Qin Feng, what's this thing called? This object is called a water wheel. I want it. Qin Feng was taken aback, then walked up to the princess with a wry smile and said, "Your Highness, even if you wanted to take this, there's nowhere to put it. Besides, this thing is difficult to transport. 100,000 taels. This isn't about money. 200,000. I'll have someone make a new one for the princess. 300,000. I want this one." Qin Feng clenched his fists and said, "All right, but princess, is there such a mountain in the palace? If we make it for you, where will we put it?" The princess continued walking, pondered for a moment, and said, "Then let's not put it in the palace. Let's put it here, but this water wheel belongs to me." "Well, in that case, I'll have someone write on the water wheel that it belongs to the princess. Farmers who use this water wheel are also working for the princess. All the water used to irrigate the terraced fields on this mountain will be attributed to the princess. In that case, your highness will be personally benefiting the people. How about that?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. "Very good. Then let's do it this way." Qin Feng clapped his hands and cheered. "This princess looks pretty and clever, yet she's so easy to please. Isn't this the same as spending 300,000 taels of silver to carve a name? Rich families really do have a lot of silly kids." As Qin Feng was thinking this, the princess jumped down, lifted Qin Feng's chin, brought her face close to his, and whispered, "Qin Feng, don't think I'm stupid. I'm just spending money on things I like. Do you understand my feelings?" Her fingers were slender and white, smooth and soft, which left Qin Feng somewhat bewildered. His mind went blank, and he mechanically replied, yes, yes. Good that you understand." Chapter 179, Capturing the Princess and Presenting the Recipe. You've done a good job settling the refugees. They're all here. It shouldn't be a disguise. The princess exclaimed in genuine admiration. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Not all of them are here. Some are still at the mine." "Mines? Your Ninghai County has mines? Coal mines or gold mines?" The princess's eyes lit up again, clearly showing great interest. "Neither, it's nitrate ore." Clearly, the princess had never heard of the name saltpeter, and she frowned. "What kind of stone is saltpeter? Is it mined out and used for building houses?" The imperial envoy standing nearby laughed and said, "Not so. I do know a little about saltpeter. It's something that Taoists often add when refining elixirs to extinguish the fire." The princess had no interest in Taoist alchemy and nodded indifferently, then asked Qin Feng, "What are you going to do with the things Taoists use? Don't tell me you can also make pills." Qin Feng took 2 steps back, shaking his head and waving his hand. "This humble subject is not a Taoist priest, so how could I know how to refine pills? This saltpeter has other wonderful uses for this humble subject. Just tell me what its wonderful uses are. Why keep me in suspense?" Seeing Qin Feng's ambiguous smile, the princess put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Princess, please don't be angry. Please come with me, and you will see." Qin Feng led the imperial envoy and the princess to the mine. The displaced people digging in the mine, as well as the former bandits, all straightened up to greet them. Qin Feng told them to keep working, and then picked out a piece the size of a thumb from the saltpeter he had dug up, crushed it into powder with a stone, and then sprinkled it into a basin of water. As the saltpeter dissolved into the water, the basin of water actually froze. Because it was winter, the reaction was extremely rapid, almost like a miracle. What's going on?" The imperial envoy was stunned and pointed at the basin of water, asking. The princess was also very curious and squatted down to take a look at the ice surface, which was indeed rock hard. "Qin Feng, how did you do that?" "Your Majesty, I merely added some saltpeter to the water. Qin Feng explained. I accidentally discovered that mixing saltpeter into water can cause the water to freeze into ice. I also happened to find a saltpeter mine on this mountain, so I ordered people to mine it. Next summer, these saltpeter stones will come in handy. With them, people can simply add them to water to get cool ice. On hot summer days, they won't have to go to ice sellers and spend a lot of money to buy ice. I've got it. You used ice in the air conditioner fan because you needed this saltpeter, right? The princess was so excited that she forgot she was a woman and patted Qin Feng on the back. Great. Excellent. I never thought you could come up with such a method. The palace is filled with ice sellers every winter, but by the time summer comes, less than a third of them are left. Every year, the palaces fight and scramble for a little ice. With this, why should I compete with Father Emperor's concubines? As long as there is water, I can make ice myself. I can make as much as I want. Great. Excellent. How much silver for this mine? I'll buy it all. As expected of the emperor's daughter, she is very generous. However, Qin Feng couldn't do as she wished. This nitrate deposit is quite large. It's estimated that it can be mined for 10 or 20 years. The miners need to sell the saltpeter they extract to get silver so they can have food to eat. Qin Feng signed a cooperation agreement with the Su family. The Su family would buy saltpeter from him to make ice for sale in the summer, and also so that the Su family's industries in various places could use air conditioning fans. However, the Su family's usage cannot keep up with the mining speed. As more refugees arrive and more mines are opened, it will be even more difficult to keep up. When the ore is mined, it needs a market. Qin Feng had this in mind, which is why he brought the princess to see it. He never expected that the princess would actually buy the entire mine on a whim. Qin Feng shook his head and said, Princess, please forgive me. I can supply the palace with saltpeter at a low price, but I cannot cover all costs, as a businessman has already signed an agreement with me to purchase saltpeter from here in the future. I hope your highness will understand. The imperial envoy standing nearby was furious. How dare you, Qin Feng? Since the princess said she wanted to cover everything, you should have just agreed. Do you think the merchant who buys saltpeter from you is more important than her highness the princess? Of course not. The main issue is that I'm afraid of ruining my reputation. If my reputation is destroyed, all my connections will be lost, and I'm afraid I won't be able to find anyone to help me if I need to do anything in the future. Qin Feng explained in a pained tone. These ancient officials were really good at flattery. They always put the royal family first. Qin Feng was truly impressed. But that's just how reality is. In this era, imperial power was above all else, so it was normal for the imperial envoy to react this way. But Qin Feng still spoke his mind. This is just the beginning in Ninghai County. There's still a lot he wants to do. A larger market is essential for business growth. Relying on just one client like the princess limits your own development. Compared to the imperial envoy, the princess was more understanding and waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's all right, as long as there's enough to supply. It doesn't matter whether it's all-inclusive or not. Anyway, when I go back this time, I'll report all the fun and interesting things you've done to my father, and he'll surely reward you handsomely. The princess made her promise once again. The imperial envoy chimed in. Why aren't you thanking her? The princess is promising you benefits. Qin Feng then realized what was happening, lifted his clothes, and knelt before the princess. Your humble servant thanks your highness for your grace. Get up. Take me to see anything else fun. Qin Feng glanced at the sky and advised, Princess, it's noon, time to eat. There aren't any more fun things to do for now, but there's one more delicious thing that I guarantee you've never tried before. Oh, is that so? The princess raised an eyebrow and said in a high-pitched voice, Lord Qin, don't boast. I've grown up in the palace since childhood, with people from all over the country coming to pay homage. I've tasted more dishes than you've eaten. What delicacies in the world haven't I tried? I'd like to see. Half an hour later, at Chungxianglu, the princess swallowed another roll of roast duck, leaned back in her chair contentedly, and said with a blissful expression, this roast duck is so delicious. This roast duck is also a recipe I came up with. Good. The princess has said good countless times today. She slammed her hand on the table. Qin Feng, from now on, at least one roast duck every day must be delivered to the palace for me. You'll be well rewarded. Qin Feng gently shook his head. Ninghai is tens of thousands of miles from the capital. By the time it arrives, the duck will probably be rotten. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have already prepared the recipe for this roast duck. The princess can take it back to the imperial kitchen chef. He will definitely understand it. From now on, there will be another dish in the inner palace. Excellent. This recipe. I won't take it for nothing. 10,000 taels. Qin Feng. Chapter 180. The prefect arrives to arrest Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the prefect of Dengzhou finally arrived in Ninghai County. According to the imperial envoy's instructions, he should go to Ninghai one after the other with the imperial envoy's entourage, one to investigate openly and the other to investigate secretly. By combining positive and negative evidence, they could quickly gather evidence of Qin Feng's crimes. But the prefect had his own plans. His previous statements about Qin Feng were all nonsense, intended to give the imperial envoy the impression that Qin Feng is not a good official. Then, he deliberately arrived in Ninghai a while later than the imperial envoy, not for any other reason than to make Qin Feng treat the imperial envoy and his party as refugees. The prefect had no idea what Ninghai County was like now, but he guessed it couldn't be much better. Even if Qin Feng hadn't done anything outrageous to the refugees, he definitely couldn't properly settle so many of them. The prefect was certain that Qin Feng would treat the refugees even worse and use more sophisticated methods, given that he dared to confront even the prefect himself. When the imperial envoy arrives, he will see a scene of displaced people and chaos. If he pretends to be a displaced person, Qin Feng will not be polite to him, and he will definitely suffer a lot. He might even be imprisoned if he reveals that he is an imperial envoy. He had already kept the imperial envoy's seal and such, so even if he claimed to be the imperial envoy, Qin Feng might not believe him. At this moment, the prefect appeared, rescued the imperial envoy, and then Qin Feng was sentenced. Bullying a superior will at least cost him his job, and this superior is none other than an imperial envoy appointed by the emperor himself. In his anger, Qin Feng might even be thrown into prison. Knowing that Qin Feng was about to stumble, the prefect smiled all the way. How far is it from Ninghai? He sat inside the carriage, without even lifting the curtain, and asked directly. Reporting to your excellency, we have arrived in Ninghai. We will enter the county town in just 500 meters. The trusted confidant outside answered. Yes, very good. Are there any migrant workers outside doing hard labor? Their wagons had just passed the mine. On the mine, outside the mine shafts, many refugees were carrying goods. Although it was a bit far away and I couldn't see clearly, the way they had to stop every 2 minutes showed that they were very tired and were indeed doing hard labor. The trusted aide observed all of this and replied, reporting to your excellency, there are refugees, and they are all doing hard labor carrying things. They are on the mountain, so it's not very clear, but it looks like they are mining. Oh, mining. Ha ha ha, great. The prefect clapped his hands with delight. I knew I wasn't wrong. With so many refugees, even Qin Feng couldn't properly manage them. They actually let the refugees start mining? Little did they know that mining is the hardest, dirtiest, and most dangerous thing to do. Good. Excellent. The prefect chuckled and continued. You've been by my side the other day. You saw what the imperial envoy looked like. Do you still remember? I remember. The confidant replied. The prefect then gave him an order. Now that the imperial envoy and his companions are disguised as refugees, Qin Feng has probably arranged for them to be with those refugees. You should personally take 2 people and go directly to the refugees to search and carefully distinguish them. Once you see the imperial envoy, rescue him. I will go to Ninghai County first to find Qin Feng, question him, and put pressure on him. Whether we can get rid of him this time depends on how miserable this imperial envoy is here. Yes, your excellency obeys. There was a commotion outside, and the confidant led several yamen runners from the prefectural government up to the mine. The prefect didn't look at the situation outside. He looked down on the refugees, finding them dirty and afraid of offending his eyes. He dismounted from the carriage upon arriving in Ninghai County. He was dressed in official robes, and the guards around him were all dressed very formally as yamen runners from the prefectural government. The guards at the city gate could tell at a glance that a high-ranking official had arrived, and they hurriedly gathered together and knelt before the prefect. We, your humble servants, greet your excellency the prefect. Where is your county magistrate, Lord Qin, now? Is he in the yamen? The prefect didn't tell these people to get up, but instead raised his chin and asked arrogantly from a superior position. Reporting to your excellency, I happen to know that Lord Qin is not currently at the yamen. Oh, where is he? And how did you know? The prefect had only asked casually, but he was surprised to find that the city gate guards had actually attacked, which piqued his curiosity. They should be eating at Chungxianglu, the largest restaurant in the county. The gatekeeper answered honestly. My lord didn't return until noon, accompanied by several well-dressed companions. They were talking about roast duck and such, so they must be hungry. Those people look unfamiliar. I don't know who they are. I know. That must be someone from the Su family, the most powerful family in the county. Another gate guard nearby added. Oh, the Su family? You know the Su family? The prefect asked. The Su family was quite well known, even in Dengzhou. The gatekeeper chuckled twice. I don't know everyone, but my master is close to Miss Su Jin of the Su family. I've seen her several times and remember Miss Su's clothes. This noon, when Lord Qin returned, there was a woman with him. Although she wasn't Miss Su, she was wearing Miss Su's clothes. I think she must also be a member of the Su family. The prefect listened to his detailed and seemingly plausible explanation and nodded, feeling even happier. Qin Feng, no matter how much he pretends to be a champion of the people, in the end, doesn't he still have to curry favor with the wealthy and powerful? When bad luck is about to hit you, how can you still have the mind to have dinner with the Su family? You deserve your bad luck. With that thought in mind, the prefect wasted no more time and climbed back into the carriage, to Chengxianglu. Upon arriving at Chengxianglu, the carriage stopped. The prefect waited for a while, intending to wait for his trusted confidant to bring the imperial envoy before having someone capture Qin Feng. After waiting for quite a while, his trusted aide still hadn't returned. It's been so long, he should be back soon. Forget it. Let's take down Qin Feng first. Thinking of this, the prefect got off the carriage and ordered his men. You lot, find out which room Qin Feng is in, and bring him here to me. Yes. Several yamen runners shouted in unison as they rushed into Chengxianglu. One of the men slammed his knife down in front of the shopkeeper and shouted, Tell me, where is Qin Feng? Qin Feng just came down the stairs. Princess was addicted to the sparkling water upstairs. She drank a whole pot and still wanted more, so Qin Feng had to come downstairs to get her some. The recipe was also sold to Chengxianglu, but because carbon dioxide production is troublesome, they can't make much each day. Today, Qin Feng bought all the sparkling water, and it still wasn't enough. He planned to make a batch himself when he got downstairs, but he didn't expect to hear someone looking for him. I am here. Which government office do you belong to? Several yamen runners from the prefectural government office snorted coldly, ignoring Qin Feng's words. The leader immediately ordered his men. Go. Seize him. Chapter 181 The muddle-headed prefect harbors murderous intent. Several constables rushed forward in a flurry. Qin Feng had no idea what was going on. However, Qin Feng knew exactly how many people he had under his command, what the names of the constables were, and what they looked like. These people were clearly not from his office. These people, knowing full well that I am a county official, still dared to arrest people in Ninghai County. Only people from the prefectural government would have such audacity. Qin Feng wasn't a combative person, but he couldn't just let them take him away for no reason. Otherwise, he would lose face. How could a county magistrate like himself continue to serve as an official in Ninghai County? Fortunately, Qin Feng, thanks to the system, possessed the strength of an ox and a set of basic martial arts skills. He was definitely no match for a bandit leader like Ling Chong, but a few yamen runners from the prefectural government were no problem for him. Two constables came up from the left and right sides, intending to hold down Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng snorted coldly and slapped him twice. These two slaps were no ordinary slaps. Qin Feng used all his strength. Imagine what would happen if a cow ran into your face. Most people wouldn't have thought of it, but the two constables who came up knew. They were lifted into the air, spun several times in midair, and then landed heavily on the ground, motionless and unconscious. They're really courting death. Qin Feng clapped his hands, pretending not to know who these people were, and shouted loudly, I am Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County. Which government office are you from? How dare you attack me? He had a loud voice. He was shouting so that the people upstairs could hear him. Sure enough, the princess and the imperial envoy upstairs were eating when they suddenly heard this and immediately put down their chopsticks. Princess, it must be the prefect who has arrived. Humph, shouldn't he have arrived long ago? He's been delayed for so long, and he's only just arrived now. If Qin Feng is really a corrupt official as he says, then you and I are probably going to suffer a lot. The princess gritted her teeth. She wasn't stupid. It was already noon the next day, and the prefect was only arriving late. What if they were really treated as refugees and forced to do hard labor? Well done. I was just looking for him. My lord, where's the imperial sword? Your Highness, because I had to disguise myself as a refugee, I had my personal attendants hide the imperial sword outside Ninghai City. I will retrieve it now. After saying that, he gave a wink to one of his close attendants. The attendant nodded and, in order to be quick, jumped out of the window. Let's go downstairs and see what the prefect has to say. Very well. Please, Your Highness. The two stood up. Downstairs, Qin Feng knocked down two constables. The remaining constables were shocked, but their masters had already given the order, so they dared not back down and could only bite the bullet and go forward again. Of course, their fate against Qin Feng was the same as the previous two. The prefect outside the door heard something amiss inside and craned his neck to look inside, wanting to know what had happened. As a result, a constable flew straight out and hit him in the face, knocking him flat on his back. Ouch, that hurts so much. Help me up. The men around the prefect immediately helped him up. The prefect had fallen and his head and buttocks hurt. He didn't know where to put his hands. Turning his head, he saw that it was his own yamen runner who had flown out. The prefect immediately flew into a rage. This is outrageous. What's going on inside? Because the prefect had taken the fall for him, the yamen runner didn't faint. He struggled to his feet and said, "Reporting to your excellency, that Qin Feng is incredibly powerful. We were no match for him and couldn't subdue him. Instead, he beat us up." "What? That damn Qin Feng. He dares to resist? Go inside right now and tell him that I'm the one who wants to arrest him." "No, the imperial envoy wants to arrest him. Tell him to surrender, or he'll have no way out." The prefect shouted loudly, his face contorted with sternness but his heart filled with fear. He was shouting it to Qin Feng. The men who just went in were the elite of the yamen runners he had brought. They were no match for Qin Feng, and the prefect had no good solutions. He could only stare helplessly, hoping that his shout would frighten Qin Feng and make him afraid. As long as he is afraid of the imperial envoy's name and dares not resist, then everything will be fine. To his surprise, the moment he uttered those words, the voice of the imperial envoy came from inside. "Oh, I, the imperial envoy, ordered Qin Feng's arrest. How come I, the imperial envoy, didn't know? Since it was I who gave the order, why were your men, the prefect, the ones who carried it out?" "Prefect Jia, how dare you? Do you know what the crime is of impersonating a superior and issuing orders? Aren't you afraid of losing your official position?" The prefect was stunned for a moment, took a step back, and watched as the imperial envoy slowly walked out of Chengxianglu. Although his clothes were not official robes, they were clean and of high quality. He didn't look like a vagrant at all. Shouldn't the imperial envoy have been forcibly taken to the mountains to mine by Qin Feng at this time? Could it be that Qin Feng noticed they were traveling incognito? The prefect couldn't answer for a moment. The prefect and his men came to arrest Qin Feng in a menacing manner, and some of the county residents who were not working were already attracted to the scene, surrounding Chengxianglu in layers. Everyone knew the prefect was no good, and they wanted to see what excuse he would use to cause trouble for Lord Qin this time. At this crucial moment, everyone wanted to say a few words for Qin Feng. The moment the title of imperial envoy was announced, the people were all worried for Qin Feng. Although they were just ordinary people and didn't know what an imperial envoy was like, they had heard of how powerful he was, a person who held great power and could take lives. But as soon as the imperial envoy himself came out and said those words, all the people around him burst into laughter. "What do you mean? Is this gentleman the imperial envoy?" Judging from what he said, it must be true. This prefect is really audacious, daring to even impersonate the imperial envoy's orders. I'm afraid he's been sitting in the prefect's seat for too long and is tired of it. So he wants to go to jail? Ha 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 ha. The murmurs of the people reached the ears of the prefect, causing him great distress. The imperial envoy couldn't possibly be unaware of his little scheme. The fact that things hadn't gone as he planned was already a bad thing, and his hasty fabrication of the imperial envoy's orders was a grave offense. The prefect's legs were so weak he wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose his official hat. With his position as prefect, he ate and drank well and lived a very comfortable life. To have his hat removed and be demoted to a commoner would be worse than death. Beg for mercy? The prefect was already tempted to kneel down. But then he thought again. The imperial envoy was also here, probably dining with Qin Feng. That meant the lies he'd fabricated about Qin Feng had likely been exposed, and he was doomed to lose his official position, unless kill Qin Feng and the imperial envoy. Anyway, he was the one who kept the imperial envoy's seal. Chapter 182. The prefect silences. In order to disguise himself as a refugee, the imperial envoy naturally couldn't bring his official seal with him, so he left it at the prefectural government office. Without the imperial seal, the imperial envoy could not prove that he was an imperial envoy. On the contrary, everyone present knew perfectly well that he was the prefect. Now that the imperial envoy has discovered his problems and intends to punish him, possibly even stripping him of his official position, the prefect absolutely cannot agree to this. So he thinks to himself, why not just kill the imperial envoy and Qin Feng together? Then he proactively reported to the court that Qin Feng had killed the imperial envoy because he was questioned by the envoy. They directly threw the blame for the murder onto Qin Feng. As for him, Prefect Jia, he was a meritorious official who subdued and executed the murderer after learning about the situation. Yes, that's what we'll do. As for the crown prince's instructions to keep a close eye on Qin Feng's life, he no longer cared. He's about to die, yet he still wants to protect Qin Feng? He also had people follow and monitor Qin Feng for a while, but they didn't find anything particularly outstanding about Qin Feng. Could a mere county magistrate be more useful to the eldest prince than a prefect like himself? Prefect Jia thought to himself, if the eldest prince asks, he can simply explain himself properly, give up everything he has, and let the eldest prince make whatever demands for compensation. The more the prefect thought about it, the more he realized it made sense. He gritted his teeth and laughed 3 times. Ha ha ha. You audacious madman, daring to impersonate even the imperial envoy? The real imperial envoy is currently a guest in my prefectural office. Today, it was the imperial envoy who ordered me to arrest Qin Feng. I never expected that not only would I arrest Qin Feng, but I would also catch a madman impersonating the imperial envoy. Guards, seize this madman and Qin Feng. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The prefect issued a harsh order. The imperial envoy was stunned. He had traveled to so many provinces and prefectures, and no matter how high the official's rank, whether he was honest or corrupt, everyone treated him with utmost respect and fear. After all, he was appointed by the emperor himself, and he wielded immense power over matters such as inspecting disaster relief efforts and handling the plight of displaced people. He was second only to the emperor and was essentially the prime minister at the time. If he discovered any problems, he could execute the person in question. With such immense power, who wouldn't be afraid? Unexpectedly, Dengzhou Prefecture produced a prefect who was so audacious that he not only refused to acknowledge him as the imperial envoy, but also dared to order his arrest and issue such a severe order as kill without mercy. What does he want to do? You? This is outrageous. Prefect Jia, I am an imperial envoy appointed by the emperor himself. How dare you order your men to attack me? How dare you? You've become addicted to impersonation? I've already said it. The real imperial envoy is a guest in my residence. You claim to be an imperial envoy, then show your official seal to the people. The prefect played his trump card, spreading his hands towards the imperial envoy. You? The imperial envoy panicked. He finally understood that the prefect intended to kill him. The imperial seal was clearly in the prefect's residence, yet the prefect was deliberately using this to refute his status as an imperial envoy. For a moment, he didn't know how to prove his identity to everyone. What are you all standing there for? Get up here now. The prefect gave the order again, and his yamen runners, disregarding everything, rushed forward. The people were completely confused. Was this really an imperial envoy? How could a mere prefect stump him? How dare you? The imperial envoy, his face flushed with anger, pointed at the yamen runners who rushed in front of him and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. If you don't struggle, you'll suffer less. If you dare to resist, I'll show you what real physical pain is. 2 bailiffs menacingly reached out to the imperial envoy. Just as they were about to grab the envoy's shoulders, 2 of the envoy's personal attendants rushed out and, with a few punches and kicks, sent the imperial envoy flying from the prefectural government office. How could the yamen runners of the prefectural government possibly handle a master of the imperial palace? Upon seeing this, the prefect gritted his teeth and shouted, These thieves dare to resist? Kill them on the spot. Although his men were not as capable as the imperial envoy's personal guards, they had the advantage of having knives. As the saying goes, even the best kung fu master is afraid of a kitchen knife. Having a weapon in hand is completely different from being unarmed. Moreover, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Apart from the one who took the imperial sword, there were only 2 people left on the imperial envoy's side, while the prefect's yamen runners numbered more than 50. He originally came to arrest Qin Feng, but because he had experienced Qin Feng's prowess, he brought more people with him. With so many people and weapons, even the most skilled imperial guards had to be cautious. They weren't afraid of themselves, but they were afraid of failing to protect the imperial envoy and the princess. If anything happened to them, it would be a capital offense. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Behind the imperial envoy, Qin Feng realized the seriousness of the situation. The prefect was desperate and about to kill someone to silence him. How could he let the prefect have his way? He hadn't lived enough after his time travel experience. He turned and went back to Chengxianglu, went straight to the kitchen to grab 3 kitchen knives, and threw them back with a flick of his wrist. 2 masters, please catch these weapons. The cleaver flew out, and the two attendants of the imperial envoy jumped up and caught it accurately. They then used the cleaver to fight with the yamen runners. With the cleaver, the two made their mark in less than half a quarter of an hour. 7 of the prefect's henchmen who charged at the front were cut down by the two, bleeding profusely and clearly beyond saving. Having witnessed their prowess, the other constables dared not step forward and retreated a few steps, creating a standoff. The prefect panicked. He never expected that so many of his men would be no match for the 2 men with kitchen knives under the imperial envoy. How dare you? Fire arrows! Fire arrows! Behind the prefect were several constables carrying bows and arrows. This was also prepared for Qin Feng, thinking that if they couldn't catch Qin Feng, they could shoot him from afar and injure him, which would make things easier. They never expected that it would be used on the imperial envoy. The constables immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. 2 close attendants had already replaced the kitchen knife with the long sword of the dead yamen runner and stood in front of the imperial envoy and Qin Feng, wielding the sword with impenetrable skill. They were lucky enough to deflect a volley of arrows. But the second and third ways are hard to say. If even one arrow misses, it could result in the imperial envoy, the princess, and Qin Feng being injured. They had no idea how vicious the prefect was. In addition to the constables in front of him, he had also arranged for another constable to hide in the distance, and at this moment, he was also targeting the entrance of a building. With a whoosh, the hidden constable shot an arrow straight at the imperial envoy. By the time the 2 attendants realized what was happening, it was too late. Just as the arrow was about to hit the imperial envoy's head, Qin Feng suddenly rushed out, pulled the imperial envoy aside, and switched places with him. Qin Feng was hit by an arrow. Chapter 183 The Princess Reveals Her Identity. Fortunately, Qin Feng was much taller than the imperial envoy. The arrow missed his head, but struck his collarbone, so it wasn't fatal. But if you get injured in that spot, the pain is excruciating. Qin Feng groaned, pulling the imperial envoy back into the house. The imperial envoy's 2 attendants glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. One of them picked up a knife from the ground and threw it far away. In a moment, he was in front of the archer and cleaved him in 2 with a single stroke. The prefect was shocked. This was not what he had planned. He never imagined that these 2 people would be so powerful. Useless trash. Charge in now and kill that fake imperial envoy and Qin Feng. Quickly, quickly. If these 2 don't die today, none of you will live. The prefect gritted his teeth and gave the order fiercely. He couldn't delay any longer. Ninghai County wasn't without its own people. After so much time, the local government should have received the news. Once Qin Feng's men arrived, everything would be over. The yamen runners had no choice but to charge forward. As they charged together, they also had to deal with arrows. The 2 attendants also felt the pressure and fought their way back until they reached Chengxianglu. Inside Chengxianglu, chaos had already broken out, with all the diners on the first floor hiding under the tables to avoid the commotion. The shopkeeper also shrank behind the counter, not daring to show his face, while the waiters had already run upstairs to hide. At this moment, Qin Feng was helped to sit in a chair by the imperial envoy. The princess beside him looked at the arrows in his body and asked with concern, "Lord Qin, are you all right?" Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said through the pain, "It's just bone pain. I won't die. It's nothing serious. Your Highness, imperial envoy, please don't panic. I've already sent my men to the yamen to get reinforcements. It will only take a moment." Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, do you think you can last that long? Upon seeing this, the prefect swaggered in and mocked. The prefect's men attacked relentlessly, forcing his 2 personal guards back into the Chengxianglu restaurant. Even the most skilled imperial guards aren't made of iron. They couldn't withstand a barrage of swords slashing at them. The scenes on TV where someone with a knife can slash dozens or even hundreds of people without leaving a single wound are just too fake. Of course, fantasy films don't count. Although the 2 attendants are still alive, they have suffered numerous knife wounds and are much weaker than before. They can only cautiously parry and defend themselves, and can no longer protect the imperial envoy and his entourage. Qin Feng squinted at the prefect and sneered. "Prefect Jia, do you know who you are dealing with? I warn you, you'd better tell your men to put down their weapons immediately. Otherwise, you're courting death. You're about to die, and you're still being stubborn. Listen up, everyone. Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County, has audaciously hired someone to impersonate the imperial envoy. His crime is unforgivable, and he shall be executed without mercy. All of them, kill them." The prefect sneered disdainfully and shouted. Just then, a group of people rushed in from outside, bypassed the prefect, and slashed at his men from behind with knives, one after another, cutting them all down. In an instant, blood flowed everywhere inside Chengxianglu. The people from Qin Feng's yamen finally arrived. The prefect jumped up in fright. Why are there so many people in your yamen? Qin Feng's office. He had only been to Ninghai during the locust plague in the fall, when Qin Feng had only about 20 constables under his command. He had planned ahead when he entered the city, secretly ordering some of his men to ambush the government office to ensure Qin Feng was caught. But now, more than 30 people have rushed in, and they all have bloodstains on them to varying degrees. It is obvious that the people he sent have probably been subdued by these people. Qin Feng, clutching his shoulder, stood up, took a few steps forward, and grinned at the prefect, saying sarcastically, "Isn't that all thanks to you, prefect? You've sent all the refugees to my Ninghai County. How am I supposed to manage so many people? I'll have to recruit more people, won't I?" The prefect was furious. How could he have imagined this? Now that he had lost all his men and was left all alone, the prefect was in a panic. Looking at the guests of Chengxianglu under the table, he said anxiously, "Fellow villagers, this Qin Feng has colluded with thieves and impersonated an imperial envoy. He is utterly wicked. They are actually plotting a rebellion in secret. As subjects of the court, you should all stand up. Quickly, kill Qin Feng for me. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. The emperor will also bestow a great favor upon him." The prefect was desperate to save his own life and was making up all sorts of lies. What if there was a master here who believed him and managed to kill Qin Feng and the imperial envoy? Indeed, that was the case. Several people couldn't help but twitch at the mention of 10,000 taels of silver. If it weren't for the large number of Qin Feng's constables standing guard with knives, someone might have actually rushed forward. The saying, "People die for wealth, birds die for food," is absolutely true. The princess, who had been observing coldly, finally couldn't help but sigh. "Jia Chong, even now, you still dare to falsely accuse the imperial envoy of being an impostor. You are incredibly audacious. Do not believe him. This official is indeed the imperial envoy appointed by the emperor himself, who has come down to inspect the disaster situation in various places after the locust plague." It was only then that Prefect Jia noticed the elegantly dressed woman beside Qin Feng. Her face slowly began to resemble that of the attendant who had stood behind the imperial envoy at the banquet in the prefect's office yesterday. You're a woman? You're with that traitor Qin Feng too. Every word I have said is true. The real imperial envoy is a guest in the Dengzhou prefectural government office. He can't even produce his official seal, so how can he claim to be the imperial envoy? The prefect had no other excuse. Qin Feng glared at the prefect and retorted, "So, according to you, prefect, you must carry your official seal with you at all times? Why don't you show it to everyone? If you don't have it, then aren't you impersonating the prefect? In that case, can I have someone kill you and claim the reward from the emperor?" The prefect was taken aback by Qin Feng's words. Who carries an official seal around for no reason? You. Qin Feng, stop trying to argue your way out of this mess. I have been to Ninghai County before, and many people recognize my face. The prefect argued. The princess strolled forward leisurely, presented a jade token, and said to the prefect, "We don't have the imperial envoy's seal, but this is enough to prove our identities. Take a good look at it, and see if you recognize it." The prefect took it, glanced at it, and his face immediately turned ashen. The jade pendant bears the 4 large characters, Princess Chang'an, and when turned over, it reveals the full name of the current princess, Li Lihua. This is the princess's name tag. He knelt down abruptly. You are Her Highness the Princess? Chapter 184, Even killing you requires proof. He might dare to kill the imperial envoy and the prefect, but he wouldn't dare to provoke the princess. If the imperial envoy is killed, he can distort the truth, fabricate reasons, deceive his superiors and subordinates, and shift the blame onto Qin Feng. But if something happens to the princess, even the most perfect lie he could concoct wouldn't be of any use. The incident occurred in a county under the jurisdiction of Dengzhou Prefecture, and he was present at the time. Just the fact that he failed to save the princess was enough to warrant his death 10,000 times over. Therefore, upon seeing the princess's nameplate, the prefect immediately softened and knelt down. Genuine, guaranteed. The princess's voice was not loud, but it was imposing. Those around were immediately shocked upon hearing this. "Princess, could this be Princess Chang'an? Of course it's true." Even the prefect knelt down. "So it's Her Highness the Princess. No wonder I felt Her Supreme Majesty the moment she spoke. This humble subject kowtows to Your Highness. May Your Highness live 1,000 years." This humble subject kowtows to your highness. May your highness live 1,000 years. This humble subject kowtows to your highness. May your highness live 1,000 years. Inside Chengxianglu, everyone who had been lying under the tables began to kowtow in their original positions. The commotion inside was so loud that people outside heard it too, and the villagers at the gate all knelt down. This humble subject kowtows to your highness. May your highness live 1,000 years. The princess smiled sweetly at the people and said calmly, "Get up, everyone." But when she faced the prefect, she immediately put on a cold face. "Prefect, I said he is an imperial envoy, and you say he isn't. Then who is telling the truth? Why don't you call your own imperial envoy here, and we'll confront him face to face?" The prefect knelt on the ground, his hands and feet trembling as he supported himself. He didn't dare to raise his head and stammered for a long time before replying. "Your Highness, please forgive me. This is all a misunderstanding. It's just that I'm not very familiar with the imperial envoy, and I misremembered his face. Anyone who can be by the princess's side must be the real imperial envoy. And who is the person in your household?" The prefect couldn't answer. What a misunderstanding. But the word misunderstanding cannot cover this up. I'd like to know what kind of misunderstanding could make you order the attempted assassination of the imperial envoy. The prefect trembled slightly, unsure how to respond. He couldn't afford to offend the princess, and he had lost all his men. At this moment, all he could think about was how to save his own life. His official position didn't matter anymore. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solution, so he could only remain silent. Seeing that he was safe, the imperial envoy calmed down and the prefect lost his nerve. He stood up, pointed at the prefect, and said, "You audacious Jia Chong, you deceived your superiors and subordinates, hired people to pretend to be refugees to put on a show, and framed loyal officials. Your crimes are heinous. I haven't even had a chance to judge you yet, and you actually want to silence me? This is outrageous." No sooner had he finished speaking than a man rushed in from outside the door. It was the same attendant who had gone to retrieve the sword earlier. When he returned, he saw a large number of yamen runners gathered outside, and some people were lying on the ground bleeding. He knew something was wrong and rushed in. He saw that the princess and the imperial envoy were still safe, but his two colleagues were injured. He immediately knelt down in front of the princess and the imperial envoy. "Your Highness, imperial envoy, your subordinate is late in arriving to provide assistance. Please punish me, your Highness. You've come at the perfect time. Get up. Has the imperial sword been brought?" "Reporting to your excellency, it has been retrieved." "Sword come." The imperial envoy raised his hand high. The attendant immediately pulled down the cloth bag in his hand, revealing a golden sword hilt. He reached out and pulled it out, the blade gleaming with a cold light that dazzled the eyes. "This is the imperial sword." The attendant handed the sword to the imperial envoy, who raised it high and pointed it at the prefect, saying, "Jia Chong, as prefect, you knowingly violate the law. Today, I, the imperial envoy, will execute you here." The prefect trembled with fear, but unfortunately, he knew no martial arts and didn't even have the courage to struggle one last time. He could only lie prostrate on the ground, crying and pleading, "Princess, spare me. Princess, spare me. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to come over even if I had 10 lives. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm only unfamiliar with the imperial envoy. I didn't recognize him earlier. Please, princess, spare me. Stop making excuses. Prepare to die." Just as the imperial envoy was about to bring down his sword, the princess reached out and stopped him, saying, "Wait. Your Highness. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The imperial sword can indeed be used to execute first and report later. But before killing him, everyone should be made aware of the mistakes he has made." The imperial envoy nodded repeatedly after hearing this. With so many people watching, executing him directly would only leave the people confused and prone to wild speculation. If word got out, it might cause gossip. "Your Highness is indeed very thoughtful." The imperial envoy put down the sword in his hand. The princess took 2 steps forward, and the yamen runners and attendants in front of her immediately made way for her. She circled the prefect twice and said, "This time when I left the palace, I traveled with the imperial envoy to many provinces to check how the local governments were responding to the locust plague, whether there had been any disasters, how many refugees had been displaced, and how the local officials were settling these refugees." Upon hearing this, the people realized that the imperial court was not ignoring them, but had even sent an imperial envoy to inspect the situation. They immediately felt a sense of goodwill towards the court. This is also why the princess insisted on explaining things clearly before killing the prefect. After all, she was a member of the royal family and had been influenced by the common people since childhood. She naturally knew the importance of the people and how to win their hearts. Today, I'll put it into practice. Your Excellency, what do you think of Dangzhou Prefecture's performance in this regard? The prefect thought about his forgery and figured it might lessen his punishment. He took a deep breath and said to the princess, Your Highness, although I failed to identify the imperial envoy, my work in settling the refugees was impeccable. They all have food and shelter. I hope Your Highness can forgive my unintentional mistake for what I did. Nonsense. Everything you did was just an act, with people pretending. How can that be considered merit? Deceiving your superiors and failing to fulfill your duties. You deserve the death penalty for that alone. The princess rejected the idea without hesitation. Your Highness, I'm innocent. What evidence do you have to accuse this household of fraud? The prefect gritted his teeth and endured it. The princess chuckled and said to the prefect, Since I have spoken, I will certainly have evidence to prove my point and convince you. Lord Qin, may I borrow your name to serve as your subordinate? Princess, you are welcome to do as you command. Okay, you're the one. The princess pointed to a constable and said, Go to Dangzhou Prefecture immediately. In a dilapidated house in the southwest corner of the prefecture city, there is a man tied up. Bring him to me. Yes, sir. Chapter 185, a commercial center to be built in the future. After the constables left, the princess continued, Your Dangzhou city is the center of the entire Dangzhou Prefecture. Everyone will know how the refugees are being resettled once they return. Let's talk about other things first. The other day, at your banquet, the imperial envoy and I were discussing how you repeatedly claimed that Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County, was utterly wicked, committing all sorts of evil deeds, openly defying imperial orders and disobeying his superiors, and portraying him as an official who bullies the people. But when the imperial envoy and I arrived in Ninghai, we found that the facts were not so. You are making baseless accusations and slandering us. What do you have to say about that? Your Highness, everything I said is true. The prefect remembered seeing laborers mining on the mountain on his way here, and suddenly felt he had something to say. Your Highness, don't be fooled by Qin Feng. He has driven a large number of refugees to the mountains to mine, but Ninghai County has never applied for a permit to open a coal mine. Isn't this oppressing the people? Qin Feng's wickedness is evident. He knelt down with his head down and said firmly. Qin Feng was so angry he laughed. Your Excellency, who told you that this county has a coal mine? He gave a wink to the man next to him. Go and bring us the permit for our saltpeter mine so that the prefect can take a look. The Yamen runner immediately rushed to the county office and returned shortly afterward. Lord Qin, the decree is here. Qin Feng took the approval document, enduring the pain in his body, stood up, unfolded it, and waved it in front of the prefect. Prefect, please look. This is an approval document from your Dangzhou Prefecture, and it even has your official seal on it. Such a big matter. How could you, as the prefect, not know about it? Could it be that your official seal is in someone else's hands? These things are never really important. The prefect stared blankly for a moment, then immediately lowered his head and remained silent. The seal on it really was his official seal as a prefect. Qin Feng guessed correctly. The prefect had long ago placed his official seal in the hands of his trusted confidants. In his daily life, besides accepting bribes, associating with wealthy gentry, and extorting money from the people, he was completely irresponsible in his official duties. Therefore, he was completely unaware that Qin Feng was digging mountains and mining in the county. They have irrefutable evidence, and he has no way to deny it now. At this point, if he were to say that it was a fake, and the princess were to have his official seal retrieved for verification, he would still be embarrassed. So the prefect simply stopped arguing and kept kowtowing and admitting his mistake. Next, the princess described Qin Feng's achievements in Ninghai County. He recounted all sorts of things, including locust control, resettling displaced people, reclaiming wasteland, mining saltpeter, inventing roast duck, and inventing the air conditioner fan. Most of the diners at Chengxianglu were locals from Ninghai County. They had already witnessed Qin Feng's achievements and knew he was a good official. They nodded and cheered for everything the princess said, as if to corroborate her words. Some people from other places who came to Ninghai County were very envious after hearing this. Ninghai County is so wonderful that even I, an outsider, am considering settling down here. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone at the door called out, Come on in. We're a family of farmers from out of town. Oh, Ninghai County also accepts farmers from other places? Isn't it only for migrant workers? The outsider, Seeing that the people watching the commotion at the entrance looked like farmers who had come back for lunch and were working in the fields, asked a question. No, these past 2 days, Magistrate Qin has posted notices all over Dengzhou Prefecture, saying that Ninghai County only charges 10% of the rent for farmland. People from many places who have no land to farm, or who have to pay very high rents for farming, have all come here. You can get more for the same year's work in Ninghai County. Only a fool wouldn't come. The man chuckled twice and said, I heard that the number of spots is getting smaller and smaller. If you're planning to come, you'd better hurry. That's great. I can introduce my brothers to come over. I'm a merchant myself, so there's no need for me to come. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was delighted. Trading merchants can also settle in my Ninghai County. Ninghai County will become the largest commercial center in the province in the next 3 years. Large tracts of land outside the city have already been planned for use as commercial center land. When the time comes, the government will pay for the construction of the buildings. You merchants just need to move in and pay a certain amount of silver every year to do business with merchants from all over the world. Qin Feng did indeed have a plan. The traveling merchant from out of town chuckled dismissively and waved his hand, intending to refuse. The whole world? Ha ha ha, Lord Qin is joking. You are merely a small county town. Don't rush to refuse. This county doesn't joke around. I advise you to seize the opportunity. Don't wait until the county's commercial center is built and your spot is gone. The princess had just praised Qin Feng highly, which had stirred the merchant's blood. Qin Feng's words, in addition, made him completely convinced. If we come to Ninghai County, how much silver do we need to pay each year to move into this commercial center? And how much is the settlement fee in Ninghai County? That's what I was worried about. Qin Feng shook his head and promised him, there's no settling in allowance. Just come and pay for your own house and live there. The first 3 years after the commercial center is built will be free. If you feel that the business won't take off, you can leave directly. After 3 years, we'll discuss how much to pay. What Qin Feng lacks now is manpower. The most important thing for a commercial center is to encompass products from all over the country. Once merchants from all over the country are attracted, Ninghai County will have everything. Coming to Ninghai is like traveling all over the country. How can business not be booming? Once the merchants have made money, he will take a cut, and the cost will be recovered quickly. Moreover, he will only earn more and more in the future, and Ninghai County will develop better and better. Upon hearing this, the merchant thought, isn't this a windfall? No settling in allowance, and the commercial center is free for the first 3 years, so why not come? He is now doing business in his city. The money from the shop alone is nearly 10,000 taels of silver a year. In 3 years, isn't that like making 30,000 taels for free? Ninghai County is not small compared to my own place now. How bad can business be? Okay, then I'll try it for 3 years. This matter is settled. You may come with me to the county government office to complete the formalities. Qin Feng laughed. He had been planning to attract investment for a while, but he didn't expect that the princess's arrival would save him the trouble of holding meetings and promoting the project. After a while, the yamen runner who had gone to Dengzhou Prefecture to escort the man back returned, bringing with him a fat man. When the constables saw the fat man, he was tied up. They untied him, brought him over, and explained the situation to him along the way. As soon as the fat man entered, he saw his lord, the prefect, kneeling. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately knelt down as well. Your Excellency, Your Highness, it was all my lord's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 186. The county magistrate with a sword, the prefect executed. The princess looked at the fat man before her and said leisurely, repeat everything you said to me before everyone. If you do it well, you'll be treated leniently. If you don't, you'll be punished the same as your prefect. The fat man suddenly remembered what the constable had told him on the way. Your magistrate is probably finished this time. He'll be badly injured, if not killed. He was terrified and kowtowed several times, shouting, I'll talk. I'll confess everything. As soon as the refugees arrived, my prefect panicked. To prevent them from entering the city, he closed the city gates for several days and even ordered his men to go out and beat the refugees severely, crippling several of them. Later, my father came up with an idea to drive all the refugees to Ninghai County. Because my father and Magistrate Qin of Ninghai County did not get along, I heard that he had been imprisoned for a whole month because he was refused permission to harvest wheat early. He held a grudge and came up with this bad idea. At that time, notices were posted all over Dengzhou Prefecture. Furthermore, my master received a message from his colleagues saying that the imperial envoy is coming to our Dengzhou Prefecture, so he hurriedly found many people to act in a play, paying them 5 taels of silver a day to pretend to be refugees, all to deceive the imperial envoy. Besides, the fat man knew quite a bit about Jia Chong and listed all of Jia Chong's crimes. Needless to say, Jia Chong's reaction was already enough. Even without this fat man, his crimes would have been sufficient for the imperial envoy to impose a severe sentence. The surrounding people were all stunned to hear that the dignified prefect had done so many despicable things. Bah, I never thought that such a corrupt official would come from our Dangzhou. That's right. These are displaced people who have traveled all the way to Shandong in search of a way to survive. He not only refused to help them, but also beat them up. In their high positions, instead of thinking about how to solve the problems, they only know how to shift the blame to Ninghai County. It's absolutely despicable. If it weren't for the wisdom and intelligence of our Lord Qin, it would be difficult to manage so many refugees who have come to Ninghai County. In any other county, it would probably have caused a huge uproar. That's right. It might even affect the lives of the indigenous people. This prefect is truly despicable. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. The current situation is all too clear. Not a single person, not even the princess or the imperial envoy, is on the prefect's side. The prefect's fate is predictable. Therefore, these people, whether bold or timid, are all criticizing the prefect. The crowd was in an uproar, but the princess raised her hand and a clear silence silenced everyone. Prefect Jia, you are a fourth-rank official of the imperial court, yet you have willingly degenerated and neglected your duties. What is your punishment? Please spare my life, Your Highness. I promise I will make amends and never repeat the same mistake again. Jia Chong was still begging for mercy. The princess gave a cold laugh. The future? You have no future. Your Excellency, in a situation like Prefect Jia's, how should he be judged according to the laws of our Great Zhou? Your Highness, Jia Chong has knowingly broken the law and mistreated the people. He should be dismissed from his post and investigated. He has also deceived his superiors, lying to Your Highness, which is tantamount to deceiving the emperor. Just now, this Jia Chong attempted to mistake me for an impostor and kill me. He did not know Your Highness's true identity. If he had been the princess, he would have suffered the same fate. This is rebellion and treason, an unforgivable crime. According to the law, Jia Chong should be executed. The imperial envoy spoke in a loud voice, rattling off this long string of words in one breath. He was furious. Just now, that damn Jia Chong actually tried to frame him, the imperial envoy, as an impostor. If it weren't for his loyal attendants who held off Qin Feng's men, the princess, and he would probably be dead by now. Then what are we waiting for? Drag him out and execute him on the spot. The princess gave Jia Chong a cold look, took a few steps back, and said, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Jia Chong was terrified, desperately pulling his head back and repeatedly banging it on the ground. The imperial envoy's two attendants rushed forward, one on each side, and lifted Jia Chong up, dragging him out the door. The crowd at the entrance scattered in a flash, making way for a large circle. Jia Chong was pinned to the ground by two of his henchmen. Inside Chunxiang Tower, the imperial envoy glanced at Qin Feng and said to the princess, "Your Highness, this is Ninghai County, and this Jia Chong has repeatedly framed loyal officials. I believe that only Lord Qin can execute Jia Chong." The princess looked at Qin Feng's injuries and hesitated. "Lord Qin, your injuries. It's all right." Qin Feng shook his head slightly and stood up. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency. This Jia Chong has repeatedly tried to harm me, and he is a corrupt official. I really want to execute him." The prefect sent people to monitor him and repeatedly caused trouble. The people were right. If someone else had been the county magistrate, they might have really been ruined by him. Moreover, all the injuries he sustained today were thanks to this armored man. He felt the pain on his body and the hatred in his heart. Qin Feng was furious, so how could he not want to kill him? Upon hearing this, the imperial envoy immediately presented the imperial sword to Qin Feng, saying, "Lord Qin, please. Thank you for your kindness, sir." Qin Feng walked out the door step by step, stood in front of Jia Chong, and gave him a cold look. "Any last words?" Jia Chong raised his head. "Princess, spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You dare to look up." Qin Feng kicked Jia Chong directly in the stomach. Jia Chong felt as if he had been hit by a bull, and instinctively bent over, his head hitting the ground. "Rub." Qin Feng stepped on Jia Chong's back, and the Shangfang sword flashed coldly as he swung it down. Jia Chong's head rolled off with 3 thuds, and blood spurted out from the cut on his neck. "Good, Lord Qin, well done. This kind of corrupt official should be sent to meet the king of hell." The onlookers immediately erupted in cheers. Although the scene was bloody, it did not dampen their joy. Corrupt officials deserve to die, while good officials like Qin Feng should be kept alive. This was the consensus of all the people present. Lord Qin, what do you think should be done with Jia Chang's henchmen? With so many people, it's not convenient to send them back to the capital. It would be better for me to lock them up in jail and punish them. In the end, they're just lackeys who follow Jia Chang to get a living. They can still be reformed in a planned way. The imperial envoy nodded repeatedly. Killing one to warn 100. Jia Chang's death is enough to deter these subordinates. There's no need to kill them all. Qin Feng's handling of the situation satisfied him. Lord Qin is decisive in killing and kind-hearted, and he handles political affairs well. He is truly a pillar of our Great Zhou. The imperial envoy expressed his sincere admiration. Qin Feng bowed repeatedly, saying, "You flatter me, sir." "What flattery? No need for empty words. You truly are a pillar of our Great Zhou. Rest assured, once I return to the capital, I will immediately inform my father and ask him to promote you and send you to the capital to assist him." Chapter 187 Generous Rewards for Resettling Refugees. The princess and the imperial envoy stayed in Ninghai County for another 2 days, eating, drinking, and having fun, thoroughly understanding all the unique features of Ninghai County before heading to the next place. When he left, Qin Feng personally came out to see him off. "Qin Feng, the imperial envoy and I still need to visit several prefectures to check on the situation. It may be another month before we return to the capital. Once we are back, I will immediately report everything that has happened here to my father. I will at least get you promoted 3 ranks. Then you can go directly to Dangzhou as a 4th-rank prefect." The princess patted her firm, bouncy breasts and assured Qin Feng. The princess was used to dressing as a man, and her movements were too unrestrained. She used to bind her breasts with strips of cloth, but now that she's dressed in women's clothing, she's wearing a belly band underneath. Her breasts are no longer restricted, and when she pats them, they look incredibly voluptuous. Although Qin Feng wasn't the type to fall in love with every woman he saw, the visual impact was something no normal man could resist. He tried his best not to look at the princess's chest, but he couldn't control his eyes, which kept glancing in that direction. As he bowed his head to express his gratitude, his eyes kept rolling upwards. "Thank you, princess." Qin Feng was surrounded by many yamen runners. His trusted confidants Zhao Yi and Wan Kunming couldn't help but laugh when they heard the princess's words. "What are you laughing at? Princess, please forgive us. We meant no disrespect. However, it is a mistake that you said you were promoted 3 ranks to become a 4th-rank prefect." Zhao Yi immediately knelt down to explain. "Where did I go wrong? A 7th-rank county magistrate, if promoted 3 ranks, would become a 4th-rank prefect, wouldn't he?" The princess did not understand. "My master is different. He was previously promoted by the emperor for his meritorious service in suppressing bandits. Although he is still a county magistrate, he is now a 5th-rank official." Zhao Yi further explained. "Such a thing is true?" The princess laughed when she heard this. It was the first time she had ever encountered a promotion in rank, but not in official position. She looked at Qin Feng. But why only promote him to the rank of official? Qin Feng was busy watching the game and didn't hear the princess at all. It wasn't until Wan Kunming nudged his arm that he realized what was happening. "Huh? Oh, she said there weren't any suitable vacancies. I have a deep affection for Ninghai County, so even if I don't get promoted, it doesn't matter much." "Hee. Then you just wait. This time, I'll make sure you get a high-ranking position in the capital. If you're promoted from a 5th-rank official to a 3rd-rank official, that'll be a 2nd-rank official. I'll try to get it done for you. If all else fails, I'll have the old prime minister retire and you become the prime minister. Wouldn't that mean soaring to new heights?" Qin Feng quickly bowed and thanked her, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, princess." "Hee, don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Besides the promotion, there's something else really great going on. Just wait for the news." The princess giggled twice, her body trembling, and the scene before Qin Feng's eyes became even more turbulent, so much so that Qin Feng didn't take her last words to heart at all. After keeping them in suspense, the princess and the imperial envoy left, and Qin Feng escorted them for 10 miles outside the city before returning to the county town. The moment I stepped into the county town, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Due to royal approval, the task of resettling displaced people has been completed ahead of schedule. Rewards have been increased due to royal approval. Reputation reward increased tenfold plus 99,999 points. Official prestige increased tenfold plus 3,000 points. Attributes increased fourfold, 200% increase. Strengthening pill reward increased to 4. 2 intermediate martial arts manuals, and a special item, celestial meteorite iron. Please claim your rewards as soon as possible. This reward. This is absolutely amazing. Qin Feng quickly ran back to his room in the yamen, closed the door, and collected his reward. Bang! First, a millstone-sized object suddenly appeared out of thin air, crashed to the ground with a thud, and smashed a large crater into his granite-paved floor. Wow! Is this extraterrestrial meteorite iron? It looks like a processed finished product. Qin Feng touched it. The object was flat and round, grayish-black in color, and incredibly smooth to the touch. Its surface was so smooth it was like a mirror, reflecting Qin Feng's image. If you looked closely at the center of the millstone, you could see 4 large characters engraved on it. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron. This reward is too standard, isn't it? I thought I'd get a big rock. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Puff. With another sound, a medicine bottle appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng reacted quickly, grabbed it, opened it, and found 4 pills inside. Exactly the same as the strengthening pills he had taken the first time. The bottle also has a line of small print. 1 pill per month at most. Do not overeat. Qin Feng immediately popped a pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and Qin Feng immediately felt warm all over. Just after finishing his meal, Qin Feng suddenly felt a headache, and 2 more pieces of information appeared in his mind. These are 2 intermediate-level martial arts techniques awarded by the system. This time, the information is no longer basic information, but rather information with names. The message was titled "The 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique," and the system description was incredibly impressive. The spear technique used by Zhao Yun, a warrior capable of defeating 10,000 men during the 3 Kingdoms period. Qin Feng was incredibly excited upon seeing the name Zhao Yun. It said that after Lu Bu, Zhao Yun was the most powerful during the 3 Kingdoms period. However, in reality, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu lived in different eras and never fought each other. Zhao Yun served as a general of Shu and lived to be in his 70s or 80s, passing away peacefully in his sleep. He fought countless battles, both large and small, but Lu Bu was killed by Cao Cao. It's still uncertain who is stronger and who is weaker. Qin Feng has now learned this amazing marksmanship. That's right, I learned it directly. It's all imprinted in my brain, and because of the system, I even developed muscle memory for it. Cool. Qin Feng was secretly delighted. He then looked at the second document, which was called Flowing Cloud Steps. The description was also impressive, the same style as Duan Yu's Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique. Similarly, Qin Feng directly learned this martial art. In just a moment, Qin Feng felt as if he had become a different person. He hadn't opened the system panel in a long time, and now that he had received a reward, he excitedly opened it to take a look. Host, Qin Feng. Official rank, County Magistrate. Rank, 5. Official prestige, 3500/99999. Strength, the strength of 4 oxen. Intelligence rating, 200/99999. Blue sky value, 200/99999. Reputation level 1, fame spreads far and wide. Requires 2000/99999 to upgrade. Martial arts, complete set of basic martial arts, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear Technique, flowing cloud footwork. Special skill, silence. Special items, soul binding bell, extraterrestrial meteorite iron. A new attribute has appeared, reputation level. But Qin Feng doesn't know what it's used for yet. Official prestige suddenly jumped to 3,500, and Qin Feng was extremely excited when he saw this number. This official's arrogance was even greater than that of the Guangxi governor I had investigated before. He wished he could find a criminal right now and yell at him, to see if he could scare the criminal into crying for his parents and confessing his crimes. This reward is amazing, but there aren't enough tasks. Could you give us more? Qin Feng complained. Unfortunately, the system did not respond, as if it had disappeared. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Sir, Miss Su is here to see you. Chapter 188 Serious problems urgently need to be solved. Su Jin. Qin Feng finally snapped out of his daze, still basking in the joy of receiving the reward. I saw her naked just 2 days ago, and after borrowing her clothes, I've been keeping the Imperial Envoy and the Princess company, so I haven't had a chance to go see her again. It was someone else who came to find me first. This won't do. Qin Feng cursed himself for being such a jerk, for forgetting such an important person. He should have gone to find Su Jin as soon as the princess left. Qin Feng turned and walked out, when he suddenly smelled a foul odor. Oh no, not again. He was shocked to find that foul-smelling black liquid was oozing from his body, just like the first time he took the strengthening pill. Does this body have that many impurities? He couldn't possibly go to see such a beautiful woman while he was smelling bad. So Qin Feng had no choice but to call out to the door. Tell her to wait a moment, and that I'm taking a bath, and we'll be right out. Yes, etc. Is there anything else you need, sir? Have someone give me a bucket of bathwater right away. Qin Feng shouted. Sir, the bathwater needs to be boiled fresh, which will take at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It can't be brought over immediately. Then it has to be cold. Huh? In the middle of winter? Stop talking nonsense and get going. Qin Feng couldn't care less about anything else. He couldn't afford to miss seeing his girlfriend. Soon, a bucket of cold water was delivered to Qin Feng's house. Qin Feng's newly learned flowing cloud steps is a comprehensive set of body techniques, and it also has the effect of lightness skill. Qin Feng wanted to try it out, so he lightly tiptoed. Whoosh! Splash! Qin Feng leaped up from the ground, without holding on to anything, and easily jumped over the bathtub into the tub. This lightness skill is awesome. If I used all my strength, I could jump 3 to 5 meters high. He excitedly slapped the bathtub, and with a snap, the wooden tub shattered. He was already incredibly strong, possessing the strength of an ox, so he had to be careful at all times, doing everything gently to avoid breaking things or hurting people. Today, the system rewarded me with 200%, turning me into someone with the strength of 3 oxen. I also ate a strengthening pill, making me a person with the strength of 4 oxen. No wonder I can smash a wooden barrel with a wave of my hand. Tisk, looks like I'll have to control myself from now on. Fortunately, the black water on his body wasn't sticky, and after jumping into the bucket and soaking for a while, it was all washed away. Moreover, even in the dead of winter, he didn't feel cold at all when taking a cold shower. After drying himself off and changing his clothes, he immediately went out to see Su Jin. The yamen runner who had just delivered the message was taken aback when he saw Qin Feng. Sir, you washed up so quickly? When distinguished guests arrive, we must act swiftly. You may leave now and have someone clean up the wooden tub in my room. It was too thin, and I accidentally broke it by sitting on it. Qin Feng waved his hand, dismissing the yamen runner. When Su Jin saw Qin Feng, she smiled at first, then frowned. You? Why do you call me a distinguished guest? In your heart, am I still a guest? You said you would take responsibility for me. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and realized that he was indeed in the wrong. He slapped his forehead and reached out to take Su Jin's hand. Yes, it was a slip of the tongue. From now on, we are family. There's no need for formalities. Su Jin smiled then, and didn't flinch, letting Qin Feng take her hand. As soon as Qin Feng pulled her up, Su Jin cried out, Ouch! Why are you using so much force? You're hurting me. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been getting stronger lately, and I'm not used to it yet, so I didn't control it well. Qin Feng quickly controlled the pressure, and Su Jin's forehead relaxed. I've come to see you today because of our marriage. I want to get married as soon as possible. Su Jin bit her lip and said, Please don't think I'm forcing you. I am, after all, a woman, and having my chastity ruined will always leave me feeling uneasy. What if you only agree verbally but don't intend to marry me? I will. Su Jin hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. Qin Feng put himself in Su Jin's shoes for a moment. In ancient times, women had a low status, so it was perfectly normal for them to have such thoughts. He gently touched Su Jin's small hand and said softly, Of course not. It was my recklessness that embarrassed you. Qin Feng will definitely take responsibility to the end. Actually, even without this misunderstanding, I would have liked to marry you. In fact, I'm even more eager to get married than you are. It's just that I'm just a small county official with not much money, and I'm always borrowing money from your Su family. I have to pay off my debts first. If we're going to get married, the wedding arrangements will cost money, and I can't expect your Su family to foot the bill. Give me some time. Qin Feng was speaking from the heart. It would be too embarrassing for the woman's family to pay for the wedding if he wanted to get married. Before he could finish speaking, Su Jin interrupted. Why not? Aren't your parents gone? As long as you enter the Su family, the money for the wedding and any outstanding debts will belong to our family. Although I am a woman, I have done a lot for the Su family over the years, and I will have a share of the Su family's assets. Qin Feng, if you truly love me, then let's not worry about anything else and get married. Is this a reverse marriage proposal? Qin Feng was almost intoxicated. In his past life, he was a guy who couldn't even find a girlfriend, but in this world, a beauty like Su Jin proposed to him. We don't want money or goods, we just want people. I must have had my ancestral graves from 2 different worlds emitting auspicious smoke. Qin Feng thought to himself. With such a beautiful woman before him, he offered her his own. He was already pleased with Su Jin's beauty and was very satisfied with her personality. She is poised and elegant in public, but when they are together, she can be charming and alluring, captivating his heart. What a perfect bride. Besides, I felt indebted to them, so how could I refuse? All right, I agree. However, the debt is still the debt. I, Qin Feng, am not one to default on debts, nor am I unable to repay them. Everything in Ninghai County is running smoothly now, and as long as things function well, that amount of money will be paid off quickly. I'll make some preparations today, and tomorrow I'll come to your door to propose marriage. Come, let's look at the almanac and choose the auspicious day closest to today so we can get married as soon as possible. Qin Feng held Su Jin's hand, and their eyes met. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a smile, and said shyly, "Yes, I'm relieved to hear you say that." Qin Feng found the almanac and had Su Jin look it up while he rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. After we get married, we'll work hard every day and have lots of kids. How about 3? Before Su Jin could answer, he said to himself, "No, 3 is too few. Let's have 5, no 7. Then when they have clothes made, each of them will have a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple." Uffed. Su Jin laughed and lightly patted Qin Feng's arm. "You're so annoying. I'm not a sow. How could I give birth to so many? Isn't that why I'm happy?" Actually, what Qin Feng was happy about was having sex. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized a problem. He was too strong now, and he had to be very careful when holding hands. Wouldn't we be less able to fully enjoy ourselves in bed in the future? This problem is too serious. What should we do? Chapter 189 Royal Children Must Take Responsibility. While Qin Feng was racking his brains, Su Jin found a suitable date. There aren't any good days before the new year, so let's set it for after the new year. I've calculated our birth dates and times, and they're compatible. The 19th day of the first lunar month is a good day for us. There are still 3 months to go. Su Jin counted on his fingers carefully, and no one knew where he got Qin Feng's birth date and time. Qin Feng didn't care about birth charts. He didn't believe in them. But he was also counting on his fingers, muttering to himself, "I'm currently at the strength of 4 oxen. To withstand my strength, it would need at least 2 or 3 oxen, right? If it's not strong enough, it might accidentally kill someone if it gets carried away. No, I'll have to take medicine. Su Jin, Qin Feng, you go first." The two spoke in unison. Qin Feng, true to his character, let Su Jin speak first. "I've set the date. It'll be the 9th day of the first lunar month. What do you think?" Okay, I agree." Su Jin nodded and asked, "So what do you want to say?" Qin Feng handed the remaining 3 strengthening pills to Su Jin. "Take these. You can only take 1 pill per month. Be sure to remember the time. Before taking it, make sure to boil your bath water." "What kind of medicine is this?" Su Jin looked at the exquisitely beautiful pills and asked curiously. "This is..." Qin Feng's eyes darted around, and he said, "This is a medicine that can teach you to have more children. Only after you take it can we try more." Although Su Jin was a girl, she already knew quite a bit about that kind of thing, and after hearing Qin Feng's words, she immediately blushed and stuffed the medicine back into Qin Feng's hand. "You're so bad. You just want to bully me." "I'm serious. You have to eat it. You can't not eat it. Come on, eat one first, and you'll know how good this stuff is after you finish it." Qin Feng coaxed and tricked Su Jin into opening her mouth, then stuffed a piece into her mouth. The first pill worked extremely quickly. Soon, Su Jin felt a fever all over her body. In just a moment, thick, black liquid began to seep from Su Jin's skin, emitting a foul stench. However, compared to Qin Feng's first time, this amount is much less. "It stinks. What is this thing?" Su Jin gasped and stood up. Qin Feng quickly pulled her back down to sit, not minding the smell, and gently squeezed Su Jin's hand as usual. "Does it hurt like this?" "No, it doesn't hurt." Qin Feng squeezed Su Jin's arm again, applying a little force. "How about this?" "It doesn't hurt." Qin Feng became bolder, pulling Su Jin into his arms and holding her tighter. "How about this?" "Ugh, I feel a bit suffocated." You need to let go. I smell awful," Su Jin said, both anxious and embarrassed. "It's all right. I'll have someone boil water right away." This time, Qin Feng used the same amount of force he used during normal intimate moments, and Su Jin finally felt suffocated. This shows that giving her the health-strengthening pills worked. Only in this way can her body withstand his strength. The strengthening pills rewarded by the system are very precious. But Qin Feng is willing to spend them, because it would be too tragic if they couldn't even be affectionate after getting married. Moreover, this is my future daughter-in-law. Giving her this medicine will make her stronger and give her some ability to protect herself. To avoid any unexpected events or being bullied in the future, it's all beneficial and without any harm. Su Jin, for our future happiness, you must take this medicine on time, understand? Qin Feng did not let go of Su Jin and continued to hold her in his arms. Seeing that Qin Feng could even tolerate the stench on her, Su Jin nodded gently. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. After the bathwater was heated, Su Jin washed herself clean and then continued to discuss the wedding arrangements with Qin Feng. That afternoon, Qin Feng did his best to prepare a generous betrothal gift and went to the Su family to propose marriage the next day. Qin Feng had seen what Su Jin had done, and all the important figures within the Su family knew about it. Merchants in the Great Zhou Dynasty had a low social status, while officials like Qin Feng held a much higher position. Therefore, no one in the Su family objected. They simply brought up the matter of debt on the spot. Elders, rest assured, the marriage is one thing, and the debt is another. Qin Feng borrowed the money before the wedding, and he will not renege on a single tael of the debt. That's good, that's good. With Qin Feng's assurance, the clan elders were relieved, accepted the betrothal gifts, and finalized the marriage. In the days that followed, Qin Feng and Su Jin were busy with their own affairs while also preparing for their wedding. Su Jin listened to Qin Feng's advice and took her medicine on time. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, the princess and the imperial envoy returned to the capital with their inspection team to report on their duties. In the imperial study, the emperor looked at the returning princess, his brows furrowed, his face contorted with anger. Tell me what you've done. You've been too presumptuous, leaving the palace without permission. What is your punishment? What crime have I committed? I'm grown up now, and I want to share your majesty's burdens. Is that not allowed? Princess Chang'an, Li Lihua, didn't take the emperor's anger to heart at all. At this moment, only the two of them and the emperor's trusted eunuch were in the imperial study. Li Lihua's mother died young. Her mother was once the emperor's most favored concubine. Because of the emperor's affection for his concubine, Princess Chang'an was always favored and regarded as his precious daughter. She never suffered the slightest grievance from the emperor from childhood to adulthood. This time, I only said that because I was worried about her safety after she left the palace without permission. But her anger was useless. Princess Chang'an went behind the emperor, patted his shoulders a couple of times, and the worry immediately disappeared, leaving only affection and concern on her face. With so many princes under my command, why would I need a girl like you to share my burdens? You must never go out recklessly in the future. Stay by my side and keep me company, isn't that better? The emperor lost his temper and softened his tone. I've explored the entire palace. Staying here all day is so boring. This vast empire belongs to you, Father Emperor, yet you lock yourself in this tiny palace all day. Don't you feel stifled? Chang'an muttered a few complaints, then rested his chin on his hand and said to the emperor, Father, this time I sneaked out and infiltrated the imperial envoy's entourage. When he arrives later, you mustn't take your anger out on him, okay? This imperial envoy, I only discovered you were following me after I had already arrived in Shangxi. How could I not be furious? Do you know that for more than half a month since we arrived in Shangxi, I couldn't find you? I practically turned the entire palace upside down, causing chaos and disturbing everyone's peace. This is all his fault. I will punish him severely. The emperor was furious at the mention of the imperial envoy and said angrily, No, that won't do. My father taught me that as children of the royal family, we should be more responsible. This is my fault, and I went outside to kneel with the imperial envoy. If my father wants to punish the imperial envoy however he wishes, I will accept it all. We will go to jail together and suffer the same punishments. If my father dismisses him from his post, I will relinquish my status as a princess. If you want to kill him, I will take a white silk ribbon back with me and hang myself. You. Chapter 190, Even the emperor feels pity for his daughter. The emperor stammered for a long time, but he couldn't do anything about his princess. In the end, he could only sigh and say, How could I have given birth to such a troublesome child like you? What does father mean? You're already courting death. What can I do? Fine. I pardon the imperial envoy. The emperor summoned a eunuch. Where is the imperial envoy now? Your Majesty, the official has been kneeling outside for 2 hours, waiting to report for duty. Let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch bowed and stepped back 3 steps before turning and leaving the imperial study. At the door, he whispered to the kneeling imperial envoy outside, My lord, please get up quickly. His Majesty has pardoned you. Please go in and report back to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, The imperial envoy wiped away his sweat. He immediately knelt down, kowtowed towards the house, and cried out, "Your humble servant kneels to thank your majesty for your mercy. Father-in-law, please help me up." He had been kneeling on the ground for too long. His legs were sore that he couldn't stand up at all. The eunuch immediately stepped forward, supporting the imperial envoy's arms with both hands, and with all his might, helped him up from the ground. He then helped him stand in place for a while to allow him to adjust. "Sir, have you stopped? We're about to let go." All right. Thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Please come in." The imperial envoy took a deep breath and slowly walked into the imperial study. Upon seeing the emperor, he immediately lifted his robe and prepared to kneel again. He had only been kneeling for 4 hours and had barely managed to stand up. When he knelt down again, his legs were in no condition to support him. He almost fell halfway down, but luckily the princess next to him caught him in time. Seeing this, the emperor pursed his lips and said, All right, no need for formalities. My dear minister, tell me about your inspection tour of the disaster-stricken provinces." "Your humble servant obeys." The imperial envoy cleared his throat, took out a pre-written memorial, and handed it to a eunuch, who then passed it on to the emperor. Once the emperor opened the memorial, the envoy began to speak. "Your Majesty, I have been ordered to travel to the disaster-stricken provinces to thoroughly investigate the disaster relief efforts and the local officials' handling of the displaced people. This process took 3 months and 19 days, covering everything from prefectures to counties." The imperial envoy truthfully reported what he had seen and heard along the way to the emperor. They found out which officials were negligent, which areas were most severely affected by the disaster and had the most displaced people, and which officials had done a good job in resettling displaced people and providing disaster relief. They reported all the details to the emperor in turn. The emperor was patient, listening attentively while nodding or frowning, clearly a diligent and good emperor who, despite residing in the palace, genuinely cared about the lives of his people. Finally, the imperial envoy spoke of Shandong province, saying, "Your Highness and I last visited Shandong province, selecting several locations including Jinan Prefecture, Dengzhou Prefecture, Taishan Prefecture, and Weiyuan Prefecture. The prefect of Dengzhou Prefecture in Shandong province is lazy and indolent, corrupt and lawless, has framed loyal officials, and even plotted to harm your Highness and me." The emperor, who hadn't even considered sending an imperial envoy, was utterly shocked upon hearing this. He slammed the memorial in his hand on the table, not even bothering to look at it, and asked with a furrowed brow, "What? Harm the princess? What exactly happened? Has this prefect of Dengzhou lost his mind? Tell me quickly." Yes. The imperial envoy immediately recounted how they arrived in Dengzhou Prefecture, how the princess disguised herself as a close attendant to investigate, how she discovered evidence that the Dengzhou prefect, Jia Wu, had fabricated evidence and framed loyal officials, how they eventually arrived in Ninghai County, and how Jia Wu attempted to kill the imperial envoy in order to escape punishment. At the time, the prefect of Dengzhou, though unaware of the princess's true identity, harbored malicious intentions and plotted against us for his own selfish gain. That much is true. If it weren't for the magistrate of Ninghai County taking an arrow for the princess, I fear she might be in grave danger now. The imperial envoy didn't dare finish his sentence. Upon hearing this, the emperor was already furious, his face instantly turning bright red. With a wave of his hand, he swept all the memorials on the desk to the ground. "This is outrageous. How could Shandong province produce such a person? This prefect named Jia Wu is utterly audacious. Who promoted him? Dio, convey my decree that the Governor-General of Shandong province come to see me immediately. I must get to the bottom of this." Dio was the name of the chief eunuch by his side. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, he forgot all about picking up the memorials he was doing and bowed, replying, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This servant will go and summon him immediately." Seeing that the emperor was angry, the princess knew that he was angry because of her safety. She quickly knelt down to help pick up all the memorials and pile them on the table. Then, she went to the emperor's side, massaged his shoulders, and whispered, "Father, please calm down. I'm fine. You still dare to talk." The imperial envoy just said that if it weren't for that magistrate of Ninghai County taking an arrow for you, you would be dead. How can I calm down? You must stay by my side from now on. You are not allowed to go anywhere." The emperor was both angry and heartbroken. His tone was furious, but when facing his beloved daughter, he couldn't raise his voice at all. His face was a mixture of anger, heartache, and worry, a truly fascinating expression. The princess was moved upon reading it, but couldn't help but smile. Then, if I want to go out in the future, I'll have to ask father to accompany me. Even the emperor was shocked. You still want to go out? What is it about outside this palace that attracts you? But I really want to go out. It's so wonderful outside the palace. Everything is so attractive to me. Father, you said, will you go with me or not? The princess pouted, waiting for the emperor's reply. Tisk. Oh dear, I am the ruler of a country, busy with state affairs all day long. Look at this pile of memorials on the table. It could block my view. If I go out of the palace with you for a trip, who will take care of state affairs? Aren't you putting your father in a difficult position? The emperor, as if coaxing a child, reached out and took his daughter's hand. Promise me, for your future safety, can't we just play in the palace? The princess stamped her little foot, stopped massaging her shoulders and back, and pulled her hand away from the emperor. No. Princesses of all dynasties who reached my age had all moved out to live elsewhere, but I am still locked up in the palace by my father and have no freedom. The emperor was truly exasperated. It's not that I don't want to give you freedom, but you're all alone, and your temperament is so wild. How can I feel at ease letting you go out on your own? If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your deceased mother afterward? Look at you, still not married, and you haven't liked any of the men we've arranged for you to marry. If only. The princess smiled. She had been waiting for this very sentence. Chapter 191. Only Qin Feng can be the prince consort. Father, speaking of which, isn't it time for me to get married? The princess casually grabbed a strand of hair, twirling it around and around, squinting her eyes, and asked shyly. The emperor immediately slapped his thigh. You should have gotten married long ago. How old are you? You're a plus-size woman. Count for yourself. How many men have I already appointed as your consort? Is it because of me? No. Is it because of those men? No. It's you who doesn't want them. They are all renowned scholars in the capital, top scholars with vast knowledge. If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't be in a hurry. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm really worried. This had always been a source of anxiety for the emperor, causing him great distress whenever it was brought up. Since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty, there has never been a princess like his daughter. Most princesses marry after turning 15, reaching the age of marriage, and move into the princess's residence with their husbands. But she's going to be 20 in 2 years. Because of this, there was a lot of gossip in the palace. Everyone said that the princess was unwilling to marry because the emperor didn't love her and that the husband he had assigned to her was problematic. The emperor was more wrong than Doi. How could he not love the princess? Those men were all exceptional, 1 in a million, with perfect looks, talent, courage, and wisdom. He was so beautiful that if he weren't so reluctant to give up his throne, he would have wanted to relinquish it. Therefore, whenever the topic of the princess's marriage came up in front of the emperor, he couldn't help but nag on, especially to the princess herself, where he would complain endlessly. But as he was talking, he suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. Why was his daughter acting so shy and bashful today? Something's up. That's it. She wants to be the prince consort. The power of youth is truly. Wait for Chang'an. Do you have someone you like? The princess bit her lower lip, turned her back, and nodded. Smack. The emperor immediately clapped his hands. Speak. Who is it? I will grant you this marriage right now. The princess then turned to the emperor and said, Father, didn't you hear me? If someone hadn't taken an arrow for me, I would have died. The person I love is none other than the one who took the arrow for me. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Who was it again? Despite being the emperor, he only cared about the life of his own daughter. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. The term Chun refers to officials or subjects. In the emperor's eyes, these officials were all his sons, or rather, not his close relatives, but his sons. It is only natural for a subject to save someone from the royal family. It's not that the emperor didn't know how to be grateful. It's just that such things weren't that important to him. He was so preoccupied with the fact that his daughter had almost died that he paid no attention to what the imperial envoy said about who had saved his daughter. When the imperial envoy heard the emperor ask about it, he immediately replied, Your Majesty, the one who took an arrow for the princess and saved her life was Qin Feng, the magistrate of Ninghai County. A county magistrate. The emperor frowned. A princess of a nation, a favored daughter of heaven, is to marry a mere 7th-rank county magistrate? If word gets out, it won't sound very good. Moreover, how outstanding can a county magistrate be? The imperial examination system of the Great Zhou Dynasty was complete, fair, and just, and it cracked down on cheating every year. Anyone with real talent and learning would not just be a county magistrate. The emperor knew his country inside and out. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, the emperor never went down to the county level. Because there were so many officials needed at the grassroots level like county magistrates, the emperor couldn't manage them all, so they were appointed by officials from the prefectures and states. This led to many instances of buying and selling official positions. He was overwhelmed with national affairs all day long, and he simply couldn't manage things at the grassroots level, so he turned a blind eye to some things. Therefore, the position of county magistrate is not necessarily obtained through examination. Would someone like that become a princess's husband? Absolutely not. This county magistrate saved the princess's life. He must be richly rewarded. The emperor was unwilling to give his daughter to a county official, but he was still grateful for the life-saving grace and was quite generous in his offer. Promote him to a fourth-rank official and immediately appoint him as the prefect of Dengzhou. By the way, has that audacious prefect been arrested yet? The imperial envoy immediately replied, Your Majesty, the corrupt official Jia Chong has been sentenced to death by me. The princess has ordered Lord Qin to personally execute him with the imperial sword. Good. Well done. Excellent work. It greatly pleases me. The emperor exclaimed in praise. But when the princess mentioned her ideal man, he deliberately remained ambiguous and didn't want to mention him again. A daughter is a father's warm coat. A daughter is a worm in his belly. The same is true for royalty. When the princess heard that the emperor had chosen a consort and that there was no further news about the arranged marriage, she immediately guessed what the emperor was thinking. She nudged the emperor in the back with her elbow and said reproachfully, Father, are you going to arrange a marriage for me or not? Hurry up. Tisk, oh dear. The emperor looked worried. Child, he saved your life, but you don't necessarily have to repay him with your body. Even if I were to promote a minor county magistrate 3 ranks, he would still only be a 4th-rank official. How could such a person be a son-in-law of the emperor? Marriage is a major event. How can it be taken lightly? What if you regret it later? Divorce your husband? You are a princess, and the eyes of the entire Zhou dynasty are on you. If you really want to divorce your husband, the whole world will laugh at you, and I will be criticized along with you. In that case, my dear Chang'an, you can wait patiently until next year's spring examination, and then carefully select from the young people who come out on top, shall you? Upon hearing this, the princess became furious again and immediately turned her face away. Father Emperor never wants to do what I want. He always sets me up with men who are just pretty faces, all of them pedantic and boring, and they have no interest at all. She stamped her foot and, behind the emperor's back, began to wipe away her tears. Since mother is gone, father no longer loves me. I knew it all along. Sob, 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 sob. What are you saying? If I don't love you, who will I love? Then I want Qin Feng. No one else can be my consort. If Father Emperor disagrees, I will die to prove my loyalty. Wah, I think the curtain in the imperial study is nice. Why don't you bestow it upon me, Father Emperor, and let me hang it on the beam to keep Mother Emperor company? Wah. The emperor was now deeply troubled. After sighing and lamenting for a long time, he said helplessly, I really can't do anything with you. How can a minor official of the 4th rank be qualified to be a prince consort? Aren't you forcing me to make an exception? Since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty, no matter how great the merit, the maximum promotion is only 3 ranks. If you insist on making him a prince consort, I must promote him to 6 ranks. If you set this precedent, what will happen if someone else makes even greater contributions in the future? Will the entire court be filled with 1st-rank officials? The princess softened upon hearing the emperor's words, her tirade vanished, and her eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Hee, father, there's no need to make an exception. Although Qin Feng is only a county magistrate, his rank is 5th grade. A promotion of 3 grades would make him a 2nd-grade official. You bestowed this upon him yourself. Have you forgotten? Oh, I remember now. It's Qin Feng. Chapter 192, A Minor County Magistrate Shocks the Emperor. The emperor then remembered that a year ago, his young prince had been sent back by the governor of Guangxi, who said that he had been found thanks to a minor county official. At that time, the emperor promoted the county magistrate by 3 ranks and even wanted to promote him further. However, due to the words of the eldest prince, who said there were no suitable vacancies, the emperor only promoted Qin Feng's rank, but did not change his official position. This happened so long ago, and he was so busy with politics that he had completely forgotten about it until the princess reminded him. It's him again. The emperor frowned slightly, then suddenly smiled. It seems that this Qin Feng is destined to be with my royal family. Even though this man is just a county official, I still worry that he is not good enough for my precious princess. He deserves it. Father, Qin Feng is a pillar of the nation. He has governed Ninghai County with exceptional skill. The princess immediately stood up for Qin Feng. The emperor shook his head with a wry smile. Huh, a county town, a tiny place. What's so difficult about governing it well? How can you regard him as some kind of pillar of the state just because of that? You just have someone else in mind, so you think everything about him is good. No, he is truly capable. I don't understand why, despite his outstanding abilities, he is only a county magistrate in Ninghai County. But I spent several days in Ninghai County and witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Your Excellency, the imperial envoy can testify. Oh, the emperor looked at the imperial envoy and said, "Tell me, what is it about this Qin Feng that makes him so special?" The imperial envoy nodded repeatedly and replied with his hands clasped, "Your Majesty, this Qin Feng is indeed different from ordinary officials. His Ninghai County is also much larger than the jurisdiction of other county officials. This man has many ingenious ideas and has created many wonderful things such as air conditioning fans, ice-making methods, and spring mattresses, many of which I have never heard of or seen before." The emperor listened, a smile on his face, but still gently shook his head. Creative ideas and such can at most make one a skilled craftsman, but how can they be considered a pillar of the nation? The imperial envoy continued. Furthermore, Qin Feng's locust control is effective. In the thousands of counties across the affected provinces of Shaanxi, Henan, and Shandong, only Qin Feng's efforts to control the locusts have been successful. This year's grain harvest has not only not been damaged, but has actually been more than twice as good as in other places. Upon hearing this, the emperor finally showed some interest and interrupted the imperial envoy. What? His Ninghai County, after the locust plague was quelled, still had a grain harvest that was twice as good as in previous years? Is this true? I have seen it with my own eyes. Every household in Ninghai County has plenty of food, enough to last until next autumn, and there will probably be a lot left over. This imperial envoy had served in office for many years, and the emperor knew that he was always meticulous in his speech and never exaggerated the facts. Since he said so, it must be true. The emperor stood up and paced back and forth, pondering. He said, "In that case, Qin Feng is indeed quite capable. To be promoted to the Ministry of Revenue to double the grain yield, he must have a brilliant method. If it could be implemented nationwide, it would greatly benefit the people and the entire Great Zhou Dynasty." The princess proudly raised her head, as if she already regarded Qin Feng as her man, and Qin Feng's achievements made her very proud. Seeing the emperor happy, the imperial envoy was also delighted. He didn't even feel the pain in his legs anymore. He took a step forward, bowed again, and said, "Your Majesty, Qin Feng has more than just this one extraordinary quality." Oh, could there be anything that could make a greater contribution than increased grain production? The emperor smiled and asked, "Grain is of paramount importance. What could be a greater achievement than this?" "There really is. Haha. Qin Feng invented a method for making ice. Even in the sweltering summer, ice can be made. Compared to building ice cellars to store ice in winter and use it in summer, it's so much more convenient." Oh, the emperor's eyes lit up. Furthermore, Qin Feng can cultivate hills into farmland in a terraced pattern, layer upon layer. If this method were implemented, even the hilly areas of our Great Zhou that are unsuitable for cultivation could grow crops. Oh, the emperor stopped abruptly, his mouth forming an O. And another thing, this Qin Feng also created a marvelous device that allows water to flow from low to high places, all the way to the mountaintop, and then be used for irrigation. How is this possible? The emperor leaned back, incredulous, but the imperial envoy spoke with sincerity, and judging from his earnest expression, it didn't seem fake. And another thing, this Qin Feng, in just one county, took in all the refugees from the entire prefecture and ensured that none of them had to worry about food and clothing. In winter, he even led the refugees to grow edible vegetables. Moreover, he successfully cultivated rice, which is only found in the south, in the north, so that northerners could also have white rice to eat. This. The emperor was at a loss for words to express his shock. How could a mere county magistrate have accomplished so much? These achievements were all astonishing and unexpected, especially the feat of making water flow backwards and rise from low to high. Even the emperor could not imagine what kind of device could accomplish this. Is this person truly as capable as you say, my dear minister? The imperial envoy finally stopped talking, and the emperor breathed a long sigh of relief, but still asked with a hint of doubt. Now that his legs had recovered, the imperial envoy immediately lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, I swear on my life that everything I have said is true. If your majesty does not believe me, you may go to Ninghai County to see for yourself. If I have said anything wrong in the slightest, I am willing to draw my sword and commit suicide on the spot to atone for the crime of deceiving the emperor. Please rise quickly, my dear minister. You have served as an official for many years, and I know your character well. I trust you. The emperor returned to his desk and sat down, his arms outstretched as he rested his hands on the table. However, he said, I am quite curious about Qin Feng's achievements. I really want to go to Ninghai County and see for myself. The princess ran over and took the emperor's arm, nestling against his shoulder. Father, are you satisfied with such a talented person as my consort? Only someone with such outstanding abilities is worthy of my good daughter. The emperor gently patted his daughter's small hand and spoke softly. All right then, after the new year, after the 15th of the month, I will go with you to Ninghai County to meet Qin Feng in person. He saved my little prince by sheer coincidence and also saved the life of my beloved son. This is a great fate. I want to examine him personally. Once we meet, I will promote him and then grant you both a marriage. The princess grinned and grabbed the emperor's arm, flustered. I knew father would treat me the best. However, promotion can wait, but rewards are indispensable. Your Majesty, I have bought a lot of things from him. Please send someone to deliver the silver to him. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 193. Years of forbearance must have a powerful backing. That night, the first prince's residence. The eldest prince dismissed the servants and turned his back to a eunuch. And that eunuch was none other than Dio, the chief eunuch serving the current emperor. Your Highness, I've told you everything I should and shouldn't have said. After the Lantern Festival, the emperor will personally meet with Qin Feng. At that time, I'm afraid Qin Feng will rise rapidly in rank, and we won't be able to stop him. When you came back to investigate Qin Feng's identity, did you find anything? Dio looked anxious. The eldest prince shook his head and said with a smile, There's nothing to worry about. Qin Xiang's entire family of 13, along with 130 servants, perished in the fire. His son should have died too. When I returned last year, I ordered people to dig up the Qin family's graves and also dug out the remains of their servants from the mass grave. I carefully pieced them together and checked the number of people, and there were no mistakes. Moreover, over the past year or so, I've had people investigate both openly and secretly. Those who stood with Prime Minister Qin back then have absolutely no connection with Qin Feng. If Qin Feng is truly a descendant of Prime Minister Qin, or a friend of Prime Minister Qin, how could they not help him out? Qin Feng of Ninghai County bought his official position. He's originally from Shandong, and rumors in the city say that his parents died early, which is why he's acting crazy. He only has one relative in the court now, Wang Hailin, the general of Dengzhou. But Wang Hailin only recently took office. He wasn't part of the second prince's faction back then, so it's clear we've misunderstood. Maybe it's just a resemblance. There's no need to worry. The chief eunuch, Dio, was still uneasy. Your Highness, we must not take this matter lightly. I think we should take advantage of the fact that the emperor has not seen him and investigate carefully to see if there are any loopholes. If he is indeed a descendant of Prime Minister Qin, and the things from back then are exposed, we will all be finished. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the selection of an heir will be a crucial matter next year, so it's best to be cautious. Be more careful. Be more careful? How much more careful do you want me to be? If you want to investigate, then you go and investigate. The eldest prince frowned and flicked his sleeve as he spoke. Seeing that the crown prince was angry, Dio quickly said, Your Highness, please calm down. This matter is indeed of great importance, and this servant must be cautious. Since your Highness has asked this servant to investigate, please lend me a few servants. The eldest prince glanced at the eunuch with disdain and said loudly, Zimming, your subordinate is here. A voice came from the darkness of the room. Your father-in-law needs your help. You will stay with him for 7 days. Do whatever he asks of you, and do not make any mistakes. Yes, we can let bygones be bygones. All right, get out of here. The eldest prince roared in anger. Ziming was a highly capable secret guard serving the first prince. Although Dio received his help, he never managed to catch a glimpse of Ziming. For the past 7 days, every morning whenever Dio spoke, Ziming would respond in secret and then do as Dio commanded. In 7 days, Dio actually managed to find out something. Your Highness, what did you find out? The eldest prince found it hard to believe that he had spent 1.5 years without finding any connection, yet a different eunuch could produce different results. Unexpectedly, Dio said, Your Highness, we should get rid of Qin Feng. Everything else is as your highness said. There's nothing strange about it. This servant had no choice but to have Ziming dig up all the remains again and find the most skilled coroner in the capital to examine them. The number of people is correct, but there's one extra woman and one missing man. What? The eldest prince's hand trembled violently, and the lid of the teacup in his hand fell off. Deo continued, So, I asked Ziming to investigate the relatives of Prime Minister Qin. Prime Minister Qin had a distant cousin who originally had a daughter who mysteriously disappeared when we eliminated Prime Minister Qin's family. You mean that old scoundrel switched his own son with someone else? Very likely. The eldest prince gritted his teeth, his face ashen. Qin Xiang was an exceptionally renowned minister of the Zhou Dynasty. When he was alive, he supported the second prince. With the support of Prime Minister Qin, the second prince was like a god, deeply loved by the emperor, and made the first prince look like a nobody. Later, the eldest prince plotted to kill the second prince and even tried to win over Prime Minister Qin, hoping he could help him. However, Prime Minister Qin not only refused to help, but also said that he knew how the second prince died and would report the facts to the emperor. Could the eldest prince tolerate that? He became ruthless and burned the Qin family alive. He hated Prime Minister Qin even more than his younger brother, the second prince. Unexpectedly, Prime Minister Qin planted a time bomb for himself even on his deathbed. So, I almost got killed by a dead man. This Qin Rujing is truly formidable, truly hateful. He won't even spare me from death. The eldest prince clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. Ziming, your subordinate is here. Go to Dengzhou Prefecture and kill this Qin Feng. Yes. Wait. You mustn't, your highness. It was the Grand Eunuch Deo who said hastily. Ziming had been with him for 7 days, and he knew how decisive Ziming was. He would leave immediately after speaking, and there was no time to explain anything to him later. Ziming, are you still there? Your subordinate is still here. But the sound was already far away. Come back soon. The eldest prince glared at Deo and asked, puzzled, why not? Didn't you find out yourself? A hint of disdain flashed in Deo's eyes as he explained, Your Highness, think about it. Qin Feng has lived for so many years, yet he has never complained to the emperor. Why is that? The day he saw me, when I read the imperial edict, I even mentioned the first prince, but he still didn't make a move. Why is that? The eldest prince had no idea. Why? In my humble opinion, the reason he doesn't come to the capital to file a complaint, but instead remains content as a county magistrate, might be for some other purpose. Perhaps he wants to avenge his parents and personally kill his enemies. Ha ha ha. You mean he wants to kill me? The eldest prince seemed to have heard the most hilarious joke in the world. Many people want to kill me. Who does he think he is? How could a mere county official have such abilities? Has your highness forgotten that Qin Feng has led troops and suppressed bandits? If it weren't for him, the young prince wouldn't have returned. The eldest prince frowned. That's impossible. I have at least 80 or 100 guards around me. If he dares to come, he's just courting death. Since you've said he wants to kill me, shouldn't I have someone kill him first? Deo shook his head, sighed, and said, What I said is only one possibility. Perhaps he is not as threatening as we think, or perhaps he has other desires. But in any case, killing him is definitely the worst possible course of action. This person has been patient for so many years, he must have something to rely on. Chapter 194 Pre-wedding preparations should not be underestimated. Perhaps he has already handed over the evidence of the crown prince's crimes to someone else. If he dies, someone will naturally reveal the truth to the world. Therefore, the crown prince must not act rashly. That's what De said. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince calmed down. After some thought, he realized that such a possibility did indeed exist. Otherwise, why would Qin Feng have been content to serve as a minor county magistrate in Ninghai County for so many years? Then tell me, what should we do now? In my opinion, your highness should go to him in person and ask him what he really wants. Although there is an old saying that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, there are always exceptions. This Qin Feng may not be like his father, Prime Minister Qin. He may even be greedy for wealth and status. We should get to know him better before we can draw a conclusion. You said before that after the Lantern Festival, father would go to see Qin Feng. Exactly. Then this prince might as well come along and see what this guy is up to. The eldest prince chuckled, stroking his chin. I remember, the Qin family are descendants of former officials from the previous dynasty. Legend has it that the last emperor of the previous dynasty hid half the country's gold. Do you think Qin Feng might know the whereabouts of this treasure? The eldest prince glanced at Deo. Deo lowered his head and bent his waist slightly. It's not impossible. Very well, then let this prince meet this Qin Feng. Within the palace, some members of the family want to recruit Qin Feng as their son-in-law, while others plot against him. Qin Feng himself was completely unaware of this at the time. After setting a wedding date with Su Jin, he devoted all his attention to this matter. He was a single man in his past life, but in this life, he can finally get married. This is the most important thing in his life, and he has lived 2 lifetimes to finally get it. He is definitely going to take it seriously. For the wedding banquet, he personally designed the menu, and to do so, he sent all the yamen runners out to search for different ingredients all over the country. In addition to purchasing top-quality aged Shaoxing wine, he also personally designed and brewed red wine. To this end, he prepared the recipe and sent someone to Xinjiang, where the person was located, to set up a winery there and brew the wine locally. Once the wine was brewed, it would be sent back. He had also planned out the entire wedding venue, and all the decorations were made in advance so that the yamen, government office, could be decorated in a festive and lively manner in just one day on the wedding day after the new year. There were also fireworks. He ordered people to purchase sulfur and charcoal and combine them with the saltpeter he dug up to research and make them. He destroyed 5 or 6 workshops, leaving them covered in soot every few days. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by the body-strengthening pill, making him extraordinary, so no problems arose. In the end, he managed to make firecrackers and a few simple fireworks. Unfortunately, he wasn't good at chemistry and didn't know which elements could produce more colors when burned, let alone how to find the materials that could create those colors. However, the fireworks he set off still drove the residents of Ninghai County into a frenzy, with everyone rushing out of their homes to witness this unprecedented spectacle. How is it? Do you like it? On the terraced fields outside the city, Qin Feng and Su Jin sat side by side on the ground, looking up at the fireworks, and asked with a smile, "I love it. It's so beautiful. If you like it, that's good. On our wedding day, I want these fireworks, the sky full of them." Su Jin smiled sweetly and snuggled up to Qin Feng. This sweetness is enough to kill a pack of dogs. Half a month later, big. Zhao Yi rushed up to Qin Feng. "What's so big about it? Do you think you're a machine gun? Get to the point, I'm busy." Qin Feng glanced at him. Although Zhao Yi didn't know what a machine gun was, there were many things he didn't know about the things the adults were saying, so he didn't care much. "My lord, people from the palace have arrived, bringing a convoy with them. Please come out and greet them." "A convoy?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment, then put down his work and followed Zhao Yi out. Qin Feng accepts the imperial decree. When Qin Feng came out, the chief eunuch arrived at the door. He immediately knelt down to receive the imperial decree. This time, it was another eunuch from the emperor's side, Zhang. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees." After all that preamble, we finally get to the point. Because Qin Feng has done a good job in controlling the locusts and properly resettling the displaced people, I am deeply pleased and hereby award him 2 million taels of silver. So be it. Qin Feng, why don't you quickly express your gratitude? The imperial edict contained no other information besides the money, but Qin Feng was already overjoyed. Money was exactly what he needed. He was still uncomfortable about owing the Su family money to get married. Although Su Jin didn't care, as a man, it was impossible for him not to care. Now things are much better. The emperor's reward money is more than enough to repay the Su family's debts. This is truly a godsend. This is a great help to him in building the business center. Your Majesty, I accept the decree and express my gratitude. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Qin Feng happily accepted the imperial edict. Zhang handed over the imperial edict, leaned forward slightly, and said with a broad smile, "Lord Qin is truly blessed to have gained the emperor's favor. This is just a small reward. The real good things are yet to come. Just a heads up, so you can be prepared, lest you faint from excitement at the sudden imperial grace." Hee. Zhang, with his pinky finger raised, laughed so hard he almost fell over. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. 2 million taels of silver was just a small reward? Does this mean he's going to get promoted? Great news. Qin Feng repeatedly cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for informing me, sir. Hurry up and have someone move the silver inside. These chests of silver have exhausted our horses. Your father-in-law is right." Qin Feng immediately summoned a group of yamen runners to come out and move the items. Because they were carrying silver, everyone was extremely excited, even though the silver didn't belong to them. They are all small boxes, a total of 400 boxes, each box worth 5,000 taels of silver. "Sir, please have someone count them carefully. If anything is missing, our family will not be responsible." Zhang coughed twice and then said, "By the way, This 2 million taels of silver includes the money the princess owes you for goods. The princess also asked us to transport the goods she ordered back to her. Is that all, Lord Qin? Everything is ready. I was just about to send it to the princess in the next couple of days, but I got delayed by other matters. Now that you're here, sir, and there are so many carriages, why don't you take them all back with you? These are minor matters, easy to discuss. They carried boxes of silver into the yamen, filling 2 entire rooms before they were finished. Zhang's face was not looking good. He coughed and asked, Lord Qin, is the inventory finished? Qin Feng sensed something was off about his tone and immediately understood. He gave Zhao Yi a wink and secretly held up 2 fingers, asking, have you counted them? Are any missing? Zhao Yi, quick-witted as ever, immediately replied, Sir, there are quite a few, but 2 extra boxes. What should we do with them? Chapter 195, 2 extra boxes of royal gifts. Damn it, you dare to bring in extra stuff? Qin Feng feigned anger and cursed Zhao Yi, then casually took out a stack of silver notes from his sleeve. Sir, perhaps the national treasury miscounted the silver. His Majesty bestowed 2 million taels, and I dare not take more than that. Please take the extra silver back with you. Cash is too heavy and might damage your horse, so I'll give you banknotes instead. This bank also has branches in the capital. You can exchange them when you return. The eunuch Zhang beamed, stuffing the silver notes into his sleeve, and praised Qin Feng, saying, Lord Qin is truly incorruptible. If it were someone else, they might have just accepted the money. Then I'll help Lord Qin send it back. Where are the princess's things? Quick, I'll have someone carry them out. Actually, this silver was a gift from Qin Feng. These eunuchs are not to be trifled with. If you don't take good care of the people around the emperor, you'll be in trouble if you say a few unpleasant words to the emperor when you return to the capital. How many times has this happened in history? The 2 boxes were worth no more than 10,000 taels of silver, which was negligible to Qin Feng at the moment. He wouldn't feel bad about using them to do a favor. By doing so, he could also get acquainted with this eunuch, Zhang. If he were to be promoted and go to the capital in the future, he would have a friend in the palace. Please come with me, sir. The things the princess needs are all here. Qin Feng wasn't stingy at all. He had 10 sets of each of the spring mattresses and air conditioning fans made. After all, the princess had promised a lot of money. He couldn't possibly make money off her, especially not from her, especially this first deal. Once he got his business off the princess, Qin Feng would probably have to open a factory specifically for air conditioning fans and spring mattresses. After loading it onto the cart, eunuch Dio tried out the spring bed himself and immediately beamed with joy. Oh my! This bed is wonderful. This bed is wonderful. Lord Qin, how much is this bed? We want one too. Please take it yourself, sir. The princess only ordered one, so it's fine for you to take one as well. Dio hesitated. If we take one, we'll only have 9 left. 9 would be just right, wouldn't it? 9 is the ultimate number, and it's the perfect number to give to Her Highness the Princess. The rest are for you, eunuch. Dio pointed her orchid finger at Qin Feng and said, Oh my, Lord Qin is so likable. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Father-in-law, there's no need for you to be so polite. After spending some time together, the father-in-law left happily. On his way back, he wouldn't even go into his own carriage. He just lay down on the spring mattress. Sir, is giving him 10,000 taels too much? Zhao Yi watched the departing convoy and asked Qin Feng. People from the palace. 10,000 taels it is. Qin Feng sighed, glanced at Zhao Yi, and said to him and the constables around him, You've been going everywhere these days. You must be tired. Here's a box for you to carry away. You brothers can share it together. Make it fair. If the distribution is unfair, the county will hold you accountable. Thank you, sir. Zhao Yi took the lead and knelt down to kowtow once. The 4 of them then lifted a box and happily went to divide the money. Although there are now more than 100 yamen runners in the county government, each person only receives 40 or 50 taels of silver. However, their monthly salary is only 5 taels of silver, so this bonus alone is enough for them to earn in 10 months. Naturally, they are very happy. That day, Qin Feng summoned Su Jin and asked him to arrange for someone to come and collect the silver. The money he owed Su Jin was a private matter between the 2 of them, and Su's family was unaware of it. Su Jin was worried that it would be impossible to keep it a secret after they got married, but she didn't expect it to be paid off so quickly. The current emperor actually rewarded you with over 2 million taels of silver? Can't you see all these boxes? Of course they're real. Now you know how amazing your man is, right? Su Jin pouted, looking rather displeased. Many officials in this dynasty have rendered meritorious service, but I've never heard of anyone receiving such a large reward. This silver doesn't look like an official reward to me. It looks more like... What do you mean? What's wrong? You're stammering. Like a dowry. Su Jin's voice suddenly rose. Then she turned around, puffing out her cheeks in anger. Qin Feng was taken aback, then chuckled. My dear wife, you really dare to dream. Even bringing a dowry? Don't be jealous. Come and let your husband give you a hug. Don't want. Alas, if you think about it carefully, you'll realize it's impossible. A princess, a favored daughter of heaven, would never take a fancy to a mere county official like me. Why not? Me? What's wrong with you? I'm not saying anything more. Qin Feng knew that there was no point in saying anything at this point, so he could only forcibly pull her into his arms. Let go of me. Su Jin struggled, but since she had only taken one strengthening pill, she was no match for Qin Feng in terms of strength, so she gave up after twisting around a few times. Qin Feng was dishonest and groped around haphazardly. They hadn't done anything particularly outrageous, but when it was just the two of them, they would hug and touch each other, which Su Jin had come to accept. After cuddling for a while, Su Jin finally cheered up a bit. The matter of being jealous over the dowry has been put behind us. Time flies. During the spring festival, Qin Feng took out the fireworks he had made and set off half of them. The sky over Ninghai County was filled with fireworks that night, and the neighboring counties could see the excitement in Ninghai County. 15 days passed quickly. The 15th day of the first lunar month in the capital city. In the imperial court, officials from 6 departments are summarizing the situation from last year. When it was the grain official's turn, he would report on the grain tax payment situation in various regions. Last year, the province that paid the most grain tax was Guangxi Province, and the prefecture that paid the most grain tax was Anren in Guangxi. The county that paid the most grain tax was, well, Ninghai County in Dengzhou Prefecture, Shandong. When discussing Guangxi, one must mention that the Guangxi governor was a favorite of the emperor and an extremely capable official. Although he was only a governor, not a governor-general, Guangxi province excelled in all aspects, especially in grain production, after he took office. The court officials were not surprised to hear that Guangxi had won 2 first places, but the fact that the 3rd place suddenly came from Ninghai County in Dengzhou Prefecture, Shandong Province, surprised them, and they immediately began to whisper among themselves. How could it be Shandong? Yes, if we go back 10 years, no matter when, the people who paid the most grain tax should have been from the south. Didn't Shandong suffer from a disaster this year? Could it be that Ninghai County escaped unscathed? That's strange, really strange. Everyone was puzzled, but the emperor already knew about it. Ninghai County, isn't that the county under the rule of my future son-in-law? With grain production doubling and locust control successfully achieved, it's perfectly normal for them to take first place. Quiet. Do any of you ministers have any doubts about Ninghai County? The emperor asked with a smile. The court officials nodded in unison. The emperor smiled and called out to the imperial envoy. My dear minister, tell everyone what exactly happened. Chapter 196. Your son also wants to see Qin Feng. The imperial envoy immediately stepped forward and recounted how Ninghai County had successfully controlled locusts and increased grain production. He also listed what he had witnessed during his trip to Ninghai, which amazed all the officials present. After speaking, the emperor ordered him to return to his ranks and address the assembled officials. My esteemed ministers, Qin Feng of Ninghai County is truly a pillar of our Great Zhou Dynasty. Therefore, I have decided that I will personally make a trip to Ninghai County in a few days. The imperial envoy and the princess will accompany him. Is there anyone else who would like to go and see for themselves how Minister Qin has increased grain production and broadened their horizons? It would be excellent to have someone accompany the emperor on his travels, as it would allow one to build a closer relationship with him. Therefore, as soon as the emperor made this statement, all the civil and military officials eagerly signed up. Among them, the governor of Guangxi spoke the loudest. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, your humble servant and Qin Feng are old acquaintances, and it has been a long time since we last met. Since Your Majesty has made the request, Your Majesty humbly requests permission to go together. An old acquaintance? Oh, right. You went there last year. Very well. I grant you permission to go with me. Thank you, Your Majesty. One more, who else? The emperor raised his voice and asked. One by one, the court officials stepped forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, I am also willing to go. Too many. I'll just choose one. You. The emperor had just pointed to an official when the eldest prince suddenly stepped out from the side, bowed, and said, Father, I also wish to go with you to see what makes this Lord Qin so special. Food is the most important thing for the people. The yield of grain is closely related to the national strength of our Great Zhou. As a prince, it is only right and proper for me to know about this. I beg your majesty's permission." The emperor was a little surprised, but since his son was willing to go, he had nothing to say and immediately agreed. "Granted, then you can come along too. My dear ministers, let's leave it at that for now. We can't all go to Ninghai County, otherwise, wouldn't there be no one to make decisions on important matters of state?" The emperor stood up, walked down the steps, and said as he went, "My trip to Ninghai County this time will last at least 10 days and at most half a month. During this period, all important matters of the court will be decided by Chancellor Wei. If you have any difficulties, you can report them to Chancellor Wei. Do you understand? Your Majesty, we obey." Dismiss the court. A few days later, the emperor and his entourage set off, accompanied by the princess, the imperial envoy, the governor of Guangxi, and the eldest prince. The two chief eunuchs, Zhang and Dio, served him. Then there are several thousand imperial guards, each one a master. The horse was a fine horse, and the carriage was also a fine carriage. The carriage was even equipped with a spring bed that Qin Feng had sent, making it extremely comfortable to sit on. The princess kept urging them on, so the caravan traveled day and night and arrived in Ninghai County in just 4 days. It was the 19th day of the first lunar month. On this day, Ninghai County was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and festive red decorations were everywhere. As the magistrate of Ninghai County, Qin Feng was deeply loved by the people. Apart from the group of gentry who had repeatedly angered Qin Feng and were so badly punished by him that they dared not have any further conflict with him, everyone was happy for Qin Feng and Su Jin's marriage. Qin Feng found a group of the most skillful women in Ninghai County and cut out 1,314 sheep characters, which were then pasted from outside the city all the way to the Su family's house and then to the government office. Su Jin once asked, "Why cut so many double happiness characters?" Qin Feng said, "There are 1314 in total. Do you know why we cut 1314 double happiness characters? It's because we want to be together for life." Qin Feng's corny pickup lines from his previous life sounded like honey to Su Jin. She learned quickly and immediately said shyly to Qin Feng, "After we get married, I will also make sachets for you, my lord, 3344 of them, so that you can wear them for all eternity and remember me for all eternity." Today, the wedding day has finally arrived. Qin Feng personally went to the Su family to fetch the bride, carried Su Jin out, put her in a sedan chair, and then rode a tall horse, leading the way towards the yamen. Along the way, the wedding procession played a perfect match, a piece Qin Feng had been rehearsing for half a month, filling the air with joy. The people on the road were not only happy for Qin Feng, but also completely absorbed in the music. Lord Qin is indeed Lord Qin. Even his wedding is different from ours. Indeed, this tune is really beautiful. The weather is nice today, not too hot or too cold. The sun is shining just right. Everything is perfect. When the wedding procession was halfway there, Sun Debao came running up from a distance in a panic. "My lord, my lord, my lord, what are you doing? Today is my joyous day. What are you rushing around for?" Your Majesty, there are so many people in a caravan outside the city." A clerk in a small county town, who had already thought himself incredibly powerful after meeting the Grand Eunuch twice, never imagined that he would one day meet the emperor. Excitement, nervousness, and fear made him stammer and speak incoherently. But Qin Feng understood. The emperor has arrived." Sun Debao nodded vigorously. Qin Feng was extremely annoyed. He was getting married in the middle of a wedding, and now the emperor had to come at this time? He was really going to disturb him and spoil the mood. If others knew what Qin Feng was thinking, they would probably be terrified by it. The world is vast, and besides these two, what is greater than the emperor? Is it all right to disturb His Majesty's arrival? It has always been the case that the emperor never visits a county. For the emperor to personally come to Ninghai County is a blessing that the entire county has accumulated for 8 lifetimes. How dare he say it's a disappointment? Qin Feng was truly disappointed because he couldn't pretend he didn't know the emperor was coming. "What's wrong?" Seeing that the sedan chair had stopped, Su Jin lifted the curtain and stuck her head out to ask. The matchmaker quickly pushed her inside, saying, "Oh dear, the bride can't show her face at this time." But she couldn't push Su Jin. "It's all right, Mom. I haven't lifted my veil yet." Su Jin spoke softly to the matchmaker, then asked again, "Qin Feng, what happened?" Qin Feng dismounted and walked up to Su Jin, saying, "The emperor has arrived. He's already outside the city. We must go and greet him." Su Jin's face was covered by a red veil, so her expression couldn't be seen. She didn't reply immediately, but after a moment, she smiled with relief. Then let's go. The emperor's arrival is no small matter. Our marriage. Su Jin had already put on a very convincing act, but Qin Feng could still sense her slight unease. Our wedding can't be delayed. Qin Feng tugged at Su Jin's hand and said with a smile, "Why don't we go see the emperor together? It'll be a good omen, and we can ask him to grant us a marriage. Will this work? Why not? The emperor is here this time to personally promote your husband. After all, he has done such a good job in Ninghai County. He must be in a good mood right now. At this time, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for a marriage or even ask him for a reward." Su Jin hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Then, all right." Qin Feng mounted his horse and instructed Sun Debao, "Go tell the front to head towards the city gate. Go and welcome the emperor." Chapter 197 Arranged Marriage Meets the Bride's Wedding. Qin Feng never imagined that the princess would have feelings for him, so he felt no sense of crisis and went there with a large group of people. His wedding procession came out of the city gate, just as the emperor's carriages arrived at the city gate. Qin Feng dismounted, took the bride out of the sedan chair, walked to the front of the procession, and led the group of people behind him to kneel down and kowtow. "Your humble servant Qin Feng pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." "This humble woman, Su Jin, kowtows to your majesty, wishing you a long life." The following line reads, "This humble subject kowtows to his majesty. Long live the emperor." Meanwhile, everyone on the emperor's side was completely silent as they watched Qin Feng and Su Jin dressed in bright red, and the common people also dressed in their finest attire, all beaming with joy. Large red flowers hung on the city gates, along with banners with the words "Congratulations to Qin Feng" and Su Jin on their marriage, written on a red background. It's been 4 days. The news that the emperor had come to arrange a marriage between the princess and Qin Feng was already widely known in the procession. Upon arriving in Ninghai, they found the person to whom they were to be betrothed was already getting married. This is so exciting. The princess and the emperor were both stunned. Is Qin Feng courting death? The imperial envoy, the governor of Guangxi, and the chief eunuch Zhang, who had accepted 10,000 taels of silver from Qin Feng that day, were extremely anxious. Is Qin Feng courting death? The eldest prince and the chief eunuch Dio wore inexplicable smiles. Qin Feng is definitely dead. Upon seeing the words Su Jin on the banner, a hint of doubt flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Qin Feng knelt below, puzzled. "Your Majesty has been shouting 'Long live the Emperor' for so long. Why hasn't he told everyone to rise? Is the Emperor hard of hearing?" Just as he was hesitating whether to lead the shout of "Long live the Emperor" again, the princess broke the silence. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Qin Feng looked up and saw the princess puffing up her cheeks. A little confused, he spread his hands and said, "What did I do? What are you doing dressed like that?" The princess stomped her feet in anger. Qin Feng looked down at his clothes. There was nothing wrong with wearing them for this occasion. "I'm getting married," the princess yelled at the top of her lungs. "How dare you? Who told you to get married?" Qin Feng leaned back slightly, finding the question quite strange. After thinking for a while, he finally answered, "Myself." The princess gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I mean, who gave you permission to get married?" Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing. "How old am I? My parents are gone. Do I need anyone's permission? Besides, no one is forbidding me from getting married. Since no one is forbidding me from getting married, I can naturally get married. How could you marry her?" Qin Feng was in a good mood today, so he didn't think about many things too deeply. But no matter how slow he was to realize it, the princess's relentless questioning eventually made him realize what was going on. Oh no, could it be that Su Jin's words came true and she was right? Was that silver really a betrothal gift? Has Her Highness the Princess truly taken a liking to him? He turned to look at Su Jin, who was still lying on the ground. Su Jin's fists were clenched, and her body was trembling slightly. He didn't know if it was from fear, sadness, or anger, but he dared not vent it in front of the emperor. She had clearly understood what the princess meant long ago. Qin Feng did not answer the princess's last question immediately. This is no child's play. A wrong answer could be fatal. After the princess asked so many questions, the emperor finally snapped out of his reverie amidst the sea of red. If it were someone else, and such a ridiculous situation occurred, he would have immediately ordered the person to be killed upon first meeting them. On the way here, the princess made a special stop at the terraced fields and mines, personally leading the emperor around, and even having him pedal the water wheel for a while, so that the emperor could see Qin Feng's achievements. He had never seen such things in all his years as emperor. Spring had just passed, and other people had not even planted their crops yet. But Qin Feng's county town's terraced fields still had unharvested vegetables, which truly surprised him. He was very confident in Qin Feng and believed the princess's words that Qin Feng was a pillar of the state. A pillar of the nation cannot be killed so easily. Moreover, he also noticed something amiss from the few words exchanged between the princess and Qin Feng. He was the emperor after all, much more composed than the princess. My son, since you want me to arrange a marriage for you, didn't you inform Qin Feng beforehand that you would choose him as your consort? The princess was extremely aggrieved. The usually arrogant princess actually had tears in her eyes. Your subject wanted to give him a surprise. Who knew he would marry someone else? Well, the emperor sighed and rolled his eyes. After all, he was the ruler of the country, and no one dared to look him in the eye. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. If Qin Feng had made a prior agreement with the princess and then married another woman, the emperor would have executed him on the spot. Who would dare to bully the emperor's daughter? But what they don't know is that when you reach a certain age and meet someone you like, it's only natural to want to get married. Then what did you say? You didn't tell them at all, so you can't blame them. Your subject clearly gave him a hint. The princess felt even more aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes, about to condense into teardrops and roll down her cheeks. Qin Feng frowned, deep in thought. A hint? What kind of trivial hint? As he thought about it, it really came to his mind. That day, the princess lifted his chin and asked, "Do you know my feelings?" So that was actually a hint? Seeing his daughter heartbroken, the emperor quickly said, all right, my daughter, don't cry. I will take care of things for you. Don't worry. We've come just in time. Isn't Qin Feng's marriage still in the formalities?" Su Jin, who was kneeling below, trembled all over. Qin Feng also gasped. What does this mean? Is it a forced separation of a loving couple? Not only the emperor, but the imperial envoy beside him also offered words of comfort. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Your Highness need not take it to heart. Since the formalities have not been completed, it cannot be considered a marriage. The governor of Guangxi, while speaking, winked at Qin Feng. That's right. Her Highness the Princess is a daughter of heaven. I believe that once Lord Qin knows her feelings, he will know how to choose. How can a common woman compare to the princess's nobility? The governor of Guangxi meant well, trying to save face for Qin Feng and also to protect the imperial family's reputation. The emperor was accompanied by at least 800, if not 1,000, people. With so many people watching, the emperor can't even marry off his daughter. What will become of the imperial family's reputation if word gets out? The emperor had a way out, and the princess's expression softened a bit after hearing their words. But seeing Qin Feng dressed in bright red, she still gritted her teeth inwardly. Qin Feng, the emperor spoke. Your humble servant is here. You have governed Ninghai County with great efficiency and have many ingenious ideas, which have won my favor. I intend to promote you 3 ranks and assign you to the Ministry of Revenue. In addition, I also wish to bestow a marriage upon you and Princess Chang'an. What do you think? What do you mean? Is just a polite way of putting it. In this situation, everyone should express gratitude. But Qin Feng he. Chapter 198 Wearing my clothes and stealing my man. Your Majesty's grace has filled this humble subject with trepidation. This humble subject is unworthy of Her Highness the Princess, and begs your Majesty to rescind your decree. Qin Feng clasped his hands together, raised them high, bent over, and swayed them, his forehead hitting the ground, perfectly aligned with Su Jin beside him. What? The imperial envoy and the governor of Guangxi were both astonished. This Qin Feng actually dares to disobey the imperial decree? The governor of Guangxi and Qin Feng were old acquaintances and close friends despite their age difference. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reply, the governor inwardly cursed him. Qin Feng, are you courting death? The emperor asked you for your opinion, and you actually dare to offer your own opinion? The princess's complexion, which had just improved slightly, instantly darkened again. Father, listen to what he's saying. The emperor was also furious. He had already given Qin Feng enough face, promising him an official position before even considering making him the emperor's son-in-law. And this guy was still ungrateful. The only one who was happy was probably the eldest prince. He was overjoyed and thought Qin Feng was a complete idiot. He had the chance to become the prince consort, but instead of seizing such a good opportunity, he dared to disobey and speak out. How could the emperor forgive him? Qin Feng, say that again. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. I'm afraid Qin Feng just didn't understand what your Majesty meant. Let this old minister go over and explain it to him clearly. I will make sure he understands what your Majesty means. The governor of Guangxi stepped forward and made the request. The emperor placed his hands on the dragon throne, took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and snorted, go. He certainly knew that the governor of Guangxi had previously advised Qin Feng. As long as he can persuade her to come back, he won't do anything. It's the man his daughter wants, and as long as his daughter is happy in the future, that's all that matters. He hates this emperor, so he can see Qin Feng less often. At worst, he can arrange a sinecure for him, so he can draw a salary without having to attend court. As long as my daughter is happy, that's all that matters. Having received permission, the governor of Guangxi immediately jogged over to Qin Feng's ear and cleared his throat. Qin Feng, you probably didn't hear clearly. The emperor just said that he would promote you to a second-rank official and make you his son-in-law, so that you could marry our beautiful and stunning Princess Chang'an. After saying that, he gave Qin Feng a light kick. Hurry up and agree. This is an imperial marriage. Do you really think you can choose? The emperor is already angry. Didn't you hear me? I'm giving you another chance. If you dare to refuse again, you'll lose your life. I can't save you. That's a princess. You're incredibly lucky to marry one. If she were ugly, you'd rather die than marry her. But Her Highness is not only not ugly, she's stunningly beautiful. What reason do you have to refuse? Everyone knows she's the daughter of the emperor's most beloved consort Yu. Consort Yu is the undisputed most beautiful woman since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Once Her Highness grows up, you can be secretly delighted. Qin Feng glanced at the princess. She was indeed beautiful. But it's not enough for a handsome man and a beautiful woman to just get together and live together. There has to be an emotional foundation, right? He and Su Jin had known each other for a long time, and by any measure, he was much older than the princess, so he couldn't possibly be ranked in the princess's category. Qin Feng knew the Guangxi governor meant well, and replied softly, "Thank you for your consideration, brother. But I am already engaged to this Miss Su, and we have vowed to be together for life. I, Qin Feng, cannot betray her. If you don't betray her, you can take a concubine. You can marry the princess and take her as your concubine." The governor of Guangxi provided another route. Qin Feng glanced at Su Jin, his hands gripping the ground tightly, his fingers digging into the soil. He has been in this world for 2 years and has learned a lot about marriage between men and women. He has also handled some small cases of domestic affairs while developing agriculture. In fact, in a family, the status of a concubine is completely different from that of the principal wife. Making Su Jin a concubine, especially after what happened today, do you think the princess will let her have an easy time? Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency Governor. Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly raised his voice and directly replied to the emperor. Qin Feng is neither virtuous nor talented, and is unworthy of Her Highness the Princess. I beg your majesty to rescind your decree. The emperor was now completely enraged. He slammed his hand on the armrest twice, gritting his teeth as he said, "Ha ha! Very well indeed. My dear minister, come back. Qin Feng, did you not hear me clearly? Huh." The governor of Guangxi was at his wit's end, and stamped his feet twice in exasperation. Brother Qin, you really are something else. Upon returning to the emperor's presence, the governor of Guangxi stood obediently to the side. With Qin Feng acting this way, his friend will definitely suffer setbacks with the emperor in the future. Qin Feng, I have arranged a marriage between you and the princess, yet you still refuse. Why? Is it because of the woman beside you? The emperor tapped his fingertip twice on the armrest of the dragon throne and asked in a deep voice. Having come this far, Qin Feng didn't hesitate any longer and said directly, "That's right. My wife and Miss Su are engaged, and today is the auspicious day for our wedding. If the formalities are not yet completed, another selection can be made. But you chose her. Does that mean my daughter is inferior to her?" This is a trap. If Qin Feng dares to utter a single word of affirmation, the emperor will have a reason to execute him on the spot. After some thought, Qin Feng said, "Your Majesty, Her Highness the Princess is unparalleled in the world, and naturally she is better. It is only that I am unworthy of her. The princess is extremely noble, and only a virtuous person of unparalleled virtue in this era can be worthy of her. You're talking nonsense. You're clearly looking down on me." Suddenly, the princess spoke, jumped off the carriage, ran a few steps, rushed to Su Jin, ripped off her veil, grabbed her shoulders, and forced Su Jin to look up. With the princess's power, it would have been impossible for Su Jin to lift her up if she hadn't wanted to. But Su Jin was also holding back her anger. She was about to get married, and suddenly a princess jumped out and tried to steal her man. She was angry but dared not express it. How frustrating. Taking advantage of the princess's actions, he also wanted to see what the princess looked like. When Su Jin looked up, her exquisite face caused the emperor and his entourage to gasp in unison. When the eldest prince saw Su Jin's expression, he gritted his teeth. To their utter surprise, Su Jin was also a stunning beauty, no less so than the princess, and perhaps even more so in terms of temperament. A beauty is a beauty. Every smile and frown is beautiful. Even now, with surprise and anger on Su Jin's face, her mood is unpredictable, which still has a unique charm in the eyes of others. The princess was better off not comparing herself to others. This comparison only made her more anxious. He said Qin Feng was just saying that he disliked her out of anger. Who in the world would dislike a woman who is beautiful? She felt that there must be another reason why Qin Feng and Su Jin got married. But as soon as she saw Su Jin's face, she knew she was right. Qin Feng really disliked her and preferred Su Jin, even if it was just based on looks. What does your highness want to do? Su Jin suddenly spoke up, tears welling in her eyes. Is it not enough that your highness is wearing my clothes? Now you want to steal my man too? Chapter 199. How daring to disobey the imperial decree. The princess wore the same dress she had borrowed the other day in order to see Qin Feng. During those 2 days, Qin Feng took extra care of his clothes. If they got rice grains stuck to them while eating, he would immediately take them off. If they got dirty with dust, he would immediately ask the maids accompanying him to clean them. The princess thought Qin Feng thought she looked beautiful in that dress. Now she understands that Qin Feng isn't concerned about the clothes themselves, but rather about the person who owns them. She angrily shoved Su Jin, ran back to the carriage, pulled the curtain shut, quickly changed her clothes, and then angrily ran out again and threw the clothes hard in front of Su Jin. Who wants your tattered clothes? Then she glanced at Qin Feng and roared. It was I who took a liking to him first. Although Su Jin was angry, the other party was a princess, so she dared not make any big movements or raise her voice. She simply said calmly, Your Highness is joking. Your Highness and my husband have only known each other for 3 months and have only spent 2 days together. As for me, my husband and I have known each other for 2 years. Not only that, but 4 years ago, my husband met Su Jin once and was quite fond of her. If we really have to say who came first, no matter how you look at it, I was the one who came first. How dare you talk back? The princess raised her hand to hit Su Jin. With a soft snap, the princess's hand failed to land, as Qin Feng grabbed it from the side. Your Highness, please calm down. Qin Feng has never had any improper thoughts about your Highness. I am grateful for your Highness's misplaced affection, but Qin Feng is truly unworthy of your Highness. Qin Feng's heart is too small to accommodate too many women, and Su Jin has already taken them all. Please, your Highness, grant us your request. The princess grew even angrier, trembling all over. Not good enough. Not good enough. You think I'm not good enough for you, don't you? I really don't understand. What makes me worse than her? Furthermore, you grabbed my hand in front of so many people, ruining my reputation. The princess looked at her wrist, then stopped mid-sentence. Because there was a handkerchief between Qin Feng's hand and his wrist. You don't even want to touch me? Wah! The princess burst into tears, kicked Qin Feng, shook off his hand, ran back to the carriage, and pulled up the curtain. My son, my son. Hearing the princess cry, the emperor felt heartbroken and his anger towards Qin Feng intensified. Qin Feng, how dare you? How could you be so ungrateful? I wanted to make you my consort, and you think I'm doing you a disservice? Guards, behead Qin Feng. The emperor's bodyguards with swords immediately jumped off the carriage. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. The governor of Guangxi hurriedly stepped forward to stop the guards, shouting, Your Majesty. Qin Feng has indeed offended the emperor, but his crime does not warrant death. Your Majesty, not a capital offense. He dared to deceive the princess's feelings and commit treason. That's a capital offense. Get out of his way. Without even the emperor's reply, the guards carrying knives who were to be executed listed the crimes. The governor of Guangxi truly didn't want Qin Feng to die. He grabbed the belt of the bodyguard with a sword and shouted, Your Majesty, Qin Feng is a bit stubborn. I can persuade him a little more. Actually, he could become the emperor's son-in-law. At worst, Miss Su can be his concubine. That would be 2 happy things. Oh, is that so? The emperor asked in a highly disbelieving tone. However, this is also one way to solve the problem. Qin Feng, why don't you hurry up and express your stance to the emperor? Let Miss Su be a concubine. That would be a win-win situation for the emperor, the princess, and Miss Su. The governor of Guangxi shouted at the top of his lungs. Su Jin wiped away her tears, quietly took Qin Feng's hand, and and whispered, "Fine, I'll be a concubine then. Just don't neglect me after we're married. The emperor's will cannot be defied. Please agree." Qin Feng squeezed Su Jin's hand. "Be a concubine? Heh, I promised you one love for life. I will always keep my promise. You are my legal wife, and I will never take a concubine." Su Jin's tears, which she had just stopped, started flowing again. "But aren't you afraid of dying?" "I won't die. I won't let you get hurt in the slightest. At worst, I'll give up everything and take you away." After speaking softly, Qin Feng straightened up and said loudly to the emperor, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Qin Feng once swore an oath to marry only Miss Su in this life. Therefore, please forgive this humble subject for not being able to become the imperial son-in-law." "Ha ha. Very well. Then I have no choice but to punish you. Governor, you're still blocking my guards. Do you intend to be punished along with Lord Qin?" The governor of Guangxi was deflated and quickly let go, saying, "Your humble servant dares not." The guards, no longer obstructed, approached Qin Feng, drew their long swords, muttered, "Ungrateful wretch," and swung their blades to strike. Whoosh! Crack! After a short, sharp sound of something cutting through the air, his hand stopped there, and the knife in his hand also stopped. Qin Feng, without anyone noticing, pinched the blade between his thumb and forefinger with such force that the blade could not advance an inch. The palace guards with swords were no ordinary people. They possessed superb martial arts skills and physical strength that ordinary people could not match. But compared to Qin Feng, it's nothing. After all, he now possesses the strength of 4 oxen, and no one in the entire Great Zhou Dynasty can match his physical strength. You still dare to resist? Qin Feng, are you trying to rebel? The emperor was furious. Qin Feng remained calm, gently pushing the blade forward. The guard with the sword felt as if he had been butted by several bulls, staggering back several steps. "Your Majesty would not dare? But if your Majesty intends to execute me, you must first make it clear to me what crime I have committed. The Great Zhou Dynasty has laws, and even the emperor must act according to the law. He cannot take a life based solely on personal likes or dislikes. Your Majesty, is that not true?" Qin Feng's question left the emperor speechless. They're outside now. If they were in the palace, with only his trusted confidants around, he could kill whoever he wanted, and then just fabricate a charge against them and be done with it. But with so many eyes watching, and many ordinary people kneeling in front of him to watch Qin Feng's wedding, how could he just kill them indiscriminately? There needs to be a method to it. The guard with the sword, who had been pushed away, felt embarrassed and blurted out, "You, a mere county magistrate, dare to bully the princess. This is a capital offense. No, I know the laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty by heart, and there is no such provision in them." Qin Feng said calmly. The guard hesitated for a moment, then said, "You have deceived the emperor, have a lover, and are still having an ambiguous relationship with the princess. Isn't this a capital offense?" Qin Feng smiled coldly. "The princess has never asked about my private affairs, and I am unaware of the princess's intentions. How can you say I have deceived you?" The guard gritted his teeth. "You have disobeyed the imperial decree. The emperor has appointed you as his son-in-law, and you dare to refuse. This is a capital offense. Disobeying imperial orders. That is indeed in the law." Chapter 200. Qin Feng's words make perfect sense, but Qin Feng still sneered. Disobeying an imperial edict is not a capital offense. Besides, this law should be changed anyway. He would rather die than not say something shocking. Qin Feng's words caused a huge uproar. Those who came with the emperor were all in an uproar when they heard Qin Feng speak. This Qin Feng is too arrogant. He's asking for death. He deserves to be beheaded for saying that. Yes, the laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty were established by Emperor Taizu himself. How can he change them as he pleases? That would be utterly rebellious. To dare to say such things in front of the emperor. Qin Feng has guts, but he's not smart enough. He's too reckless. Isn't he handing the emperor a knife? The emperor couldn't help but lean forward, wanting to see what kind of person Qin Feng was, that he dared to say such treasonous things. "Qin Feng, did I hear you correctly? You just said that the laws of the Great Zhou should be amended?" "Your Majesty has heard correctly." Qin Feng, composed and magnanimous, replied frankly, "What I mean is that this law should be changed, because this particular provision is inherently unreasonable." "Huh? Okay, then tell me, how is this unreasonable?" "Your Majesty, I would like to ask first, why should I die for disobeying your decree to appoint me as the imperial son-in-law?" "Because you disobeyed the imperial decree. If you are not executed, how can the prestige of the Great Zhou royal family be maintained? If you are not executed today, Everyone will dare to disobey my orders in the future. How can I command respect? How can I manage my ministers? Executing you is a good thing for the royal family, for the court, and even for the world. The emperor gave his answer. Wrong. If I were to be executed today, that would be a terrible thing. Your Majesty's decree is because I do not want to, and cannot, betray Miss Su. This is the conduct of a gentleman. If I were to accept your Majesty's decree today and abandon my promise to Miss Su, that would be a breach of faith and righteousness. Is it truly good for the royal family to appoint such a treacherous person as their consort? If I can betray Miss Su today, I can betray Her Highness the Princess in the future. If such a thing were to happen, what prestige would the court, the emperor, and the royal family have left? If even the imperial consorts are of such character, and everyone in the world were to follow suit and become petty thieves and treacherous scoundrels, how could that possibly benefit the Great Zhou Dynasty? The emperor's cold smile gradually froze, and his brows furrowed slightly. Therefore, I have no choice but to disobey the imperial decree. Disobeying the imperial decree is for the good of the royal family, the court, and even the world. It is to protect the royal family and the world even at the cost of my life. With such loyalty, how could your Majesty execute me? The emperor leaned back and lowered his head, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. But your Majesty acts according to the law, and I have indeed disobeyed your decree, yet I have no choice but to punish you. Thus, the law stipulates that your Majesty has no choice but to do it, but doing it would be wrong. So, as I said, this law is unreasonable. Is that not so? The emperor glanced to the side, stroking his beard incessantly. He seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. He felt Qin Feng's words made a lot of sense, but something seemed off. Qin Feng kept circling around and around, speaking in a daze, leaving the group of people nodding in agreement. Qin Feng is right. I can't find a single point to refute it. Is your Majesty wrong? How could your Majesty be wrong? Then the law is wrong. The law was established by our ancestors. Then Qin Feng is wrong. But Qin Feng's words make a lot of sense. So who is really in the wrong? Nobody is wrong. No one can be blameless. Someone has to be at fault. The chatter rose and fell, buzzing and humming. It was only early spring, yet the entrance to Ninghai County was swarming with people like flies. Qin Feng waited for a long time, but the emperor did not speak again. He couldn't let the emperor understand, so he pressed him. Your Majesty, tell me, is what I said right or wrong? Your Majesty has already made up your mind that this law is unreasonable. The law was established by our ancestors. It may have been applicable during the time of Emperor Taizu, but it is no longer suitable for this era. The founding emperor could establish the laws of the Great Zhou Dynasty. As the Son of Heaven, your Majesty can naturally amend the laws as well. If your Majesty removes this clause, you will have the same merit as the founding emperor. This action will surely be remembered for thousands of years and be praised for generations to come. Qin Feng spoke frankly, but inwardly he sneered. Little brat, all I read in the library back in the day was sophistry, calling a deer a horse, answering one question with another, shifting the meaning of concepts. What can I do? Can I fool an ancient person like you? Humph, so what if you're the emperor? Sure enough, the emperor remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, that makes some sense. Since that's the case, then this charge of disobeying the imperial decree is invalid. What reason does your Majesty have to execute me? Please speak plainly, so that I may die with a clear conscience and honor. Qin Feng spoke with righteous indignation, appearing as if he were actively seeking death. But his words have already been imprinted in everyone's minds. He refused to become the imperial son-in-law for the sake of the royal family's reputation, the emperor's dignity, and the conduct of the common people. What else can be said? Actually, everyone understands that the reason the emperor wants to execute Qin Feng today is because the princess cried. The emperor was also frustrated. What the hell am I supposed to do? This Qin Feng is like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. I can't kill him, but if I let him go, I feel like I'm losing out. At this moment, someone among the kneeling people of Ninghai County spoke up. Lord Qin is an honest and good official who loves the people like his own children. We beg your Majesty to show mercy and not punish Lord Qin. Who is speaking? The guard with the swords sternly said. The emperor hasn't given permission to speak. Which of these commoners would dare to speak freely in front of the emperor? Unexpectedly, his provocation caused two more people to shout. Lord Qin is an honest and good official who loves the people like his own children. We beg your Majesty to show mercy and not punish Lord Qin. Then all the people repeated it. Lord Qin is an honest and good official who loves the people like his own children. We beg your majesty to show mercy and not punish Lord Qin. The eldest prince, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, was worried that if Qin Feng died, some evidence that was detrimental to him would be leaked. He was prepared to step forward at the crucial moment, advise the emperor, and plead for Qin Feng's life, who knew that Qin Feng didn't need to do anything. He had already silenced the emperor, and now so many people were pleading for him. If the emperor wanted to kill him, he would have to slaughter everyone in the city. But the emperor of Great Zhou was not such a bloodthirsty person. On the crown prince's side, although the evidence is not very strong, Qin Feng is very likely a descendant of the former prime minister Qin and the crown prince's political enemy. Qin Feng's smugness was too much for the crown prince to bear, so he bent down and whispered a few words in the emperor's ear. After he finished speaking, the emperor tilted his head and glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. The eldest prince laughed, straightened up, and said loudly, "Lord Qin is a pillar of the nation. How can you call for war over such a trivial matter? Wouldn't that discourage the subjects of the Great Zhou? A minister of such high rank as Lord Qin should be given an important position